Ding, it has detected that the host has a strong desire to make money, and the salary refund system is being bound. Ding, the salary system has been successfully bound. At this moment, you are sitting in a taxi, thinking you might be hearing things, so you ask the driver, "Did you hear any strange sounds?" The driver looks puzzled and replies, "Young man, have you been hit by something? Besides the sound of my navigation, is there any other sound in the car?" Hearing this, you realize that you really are bound to the system. At this moment, you are so excited that you are trembling all over. But fortunately, the driver is focused on driving, otherwise, he might think you are sick. You start to mimic the characters in online literature and communicate with the system. System, are you really a system? The system responds, "Please do not doubt. I am the authentic system." As soon as the system's voice sounds, your blood pressure instantly skyrockets. You ask again, "System, what functions do you have?" This system is called the salary refund system, which, as the name suggests, can bind a goddess, and then the host can receive several times the salary of that goddess every month as a refund. Just as the system finished explaining this sentence, the system's voice sounded again, detected a qualified goddess. "Would you like to bind her?" You are sitting in the taxi, your mind blank, and before you have time to think more, you directly say, "System, bind her for me." Ding, binding goddess Zhao Liang, binding successful. Hearing the system's voice, you were completely stunned. Zhao Liang is that big star, right? How could she appear here and let your system bind with her? You were momentarily dazed and looked out the car window, just in time to see a G500 passing by. You paid special attention to the driver's seat and instantly understood that Zhao Liang was the driver of that G500. It seems she was just passing by, and you took the opportunity to bind with her. But this is also good, since the binding is done. It means the goal has been achieved. This also means that no matter how much Zhao Liang earns in the future, you will be able to obtain multiples of her salary. This feeling is just too great. After Zhao Liang's G500 drove away, you began to study the system. After all, you had only heard about the binding issue earlier, and you hadn't figured it out before binding. You asked the system, "Can I see Zhao Liang's data?" "Yes, please open Zhao Liang's data panel for me." Data is being generated. Name, Zhao Liang. Age, 36. Appearance score, 97. Favorability, 0. Relationship, stranger. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 44.5 kilograms. Occupation, actress, singer. The current cashback amount is 10 times, and this month you have accumulated 1,625,000 yuan, with 3 days left until the salary cashback time. Note that after each cashback, you must meet with the person you are bound to in order to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. At first, when you saw Zhao Liang's income for this month, you felt very excited, but when you saw the notes later, you were stunned. "If I had known, I wouldn't have bound myself to Zhao Liang." Even though she is a popular star and can earn a lot of money, the problem is that after binding to Zhao Liang, there is not only one chance for cashback, but you also have to meet her in person. If you can't meet her, you will have to unbind in the end. But now you don't care much about these things anymore, and you continue to ask the system, "Are there any specific requirements for the binding object?" The system says that the binding object cannot be too hypocritical, and the woman's appearance score cannot be lower than 80 points. So how many people can you bind at most? The host currently has no binding chances left and needs to earn points to exchange for new binding chances. System, how can I earn these points? The host earns 1 point for every 100 million funds obtained through salary cashback, and similarly earns 1 point for spending 100 million funds. 100 points can be exchanged for 1 binding opportunity. The host needs to work hard to get more goddesses to earn money for you. You probably understand the system's rules. You can bind women who score over 80 points. The money they earn each month will be returned to you by the system at a multiple. However, if you bind more women, there is a downside. You have to meet them in person each month when they return the funds to you to maintain the binding status, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind, which will undoubtedly impose significant restrictions on you. At this moment, the driver's voice entered your ears. "We've arrived at the destination." After hearing this, you thanked the driver. He smiled and said, "No problem, just give me a good review." You smiled and nodded, saying, "I'll give you a 5-star review shortly." After arriving at Baolong Plaza, you didn't go in immediately but found a public bench to sit down first. You wanted to ask about the system, so you chose an empty public seat and pretended to rest your eyes. But in fact, you were communicating with the system. You asked if there was a beginner's gift pack, and ding, congratulations host, you have received a beginner's gift pack. Hearing the system's prompt, you were surprised. If you hadn't asked, the system might have hidden the beginner's gift pack. The system successfully unlocked the beginner's gift pack. Ding, congratulations host. You have opened the beginner's gift pack and received binding opportunities, with good signal status. You were stunned, the newbie gift pack is only available once. What exactly is this binding count? However, upon careful consideration, this binding count is indeed very precious, and you think it's not bad. Just as you were contemplating this surprise, your stomach unexpectedly growled. You were about to go in for a meal when suddenly you had the urge to check your data panel. So you said to the system, "System, open my data panel." The system began generating the panel information. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52.5 kilograms. Liquid funds, 10. 521 yuan. Fixed assets, 0. Bound salary cashback goddess, Zhao Liying. Time until cashback, 3 days. You looked closely at the panel and found some differences compared to Zhao Liying, but they weren't too significant. After watching, you turned off the data panel. After a simple meal, you returned to your dormitory and started scrolling through Douyin. The first video that appeared before your eyes was of a beautiful woman, dressed in revealing clothing, showcasing her beautiful feet, which were white and delicate, making it hard not to feel a little moved. Moreover, she was quite attractive. Suddenly, you had a thought and began to communicate with the system, asking, "System, can this woman be bound?" The system replied that it was currently detecting, and after the detection was complete, it displayed the name Zhao Simon. Attractiveness score 70, not meeting the standard. The system warned that the host must meet the cashback goddess in person. If contact is made through online video, this binding will be released. So you gave up on the idea of binding the online anchor, but you still didn't put down your phone and continued to scroll through videos. At the same time, when you came across beautiful women, you had the system check whether they met the binding standards for the cashback goddess. As long as they met the criteria, you would follow them first, thinking that if there was a chance in the future, you might bind them. After half an hour of scrolling through videos, you watched 40 to 50 live streams of beautiful women, and only 2 met the criteria. The others were basically deceiving people with Douyin's beauty filters. After following the 2 qualified female anchors, you put down your phone and prepared to sleep. The next day came quickly, and you woke up early, asking, "System, are you there?" Hearing the system's impatient reply, "Host ignored, please do not call this system." A smile involuntarily appeared on your face. After that, you finished washing up, changed your clothes, and left the dormitory, preparing to look for a house. The Fengshan community across the street is located near the financial university in the Magic City. Although the community is not particularly upscale, it is still quite good overall because it is in a school district. You walked straight to the community bulletin board, carefully browsing the information on it, looking for any rental or sale information posted by landlords. After browsing for a while, you finally found a rental information, but it was about sharing a rental. You were a bit surprised, but thought that sharing a rental was not a big deal, as long as it wasn't someone from the school. From the rental information, it seemed that the person looking for a roommate was a woman. You also wanted to see if this woman met the binding requirements, as sharing a rental would allow you to meet her every month and maintain the binding relationship, which would enable you to make money. Without hesitation, you picked up your phone, entered the number from the rental notice, and pressed the dial key. The phone emitted a beeping sound, and you anxiously stared at the phone screen. After waiting for a long time, the person still did not answer the call. After hanging up, you continued to look for more information on the bulletin. Sigh, after the salary cashback arrives, I should buy a house first, and then consider if there's a chance to meet Zhao Liying. I really don't want to just terminate the binding. After saying this, you picked up your phone and dialed the numbers from those rental information on the bulletin board. When you got through the first call, the male landlord directly said that the house had already been rented out. Wang Hao stood next to the bulletin board and made phone calls all morning, but none of them were suitable. Either it's already rented out or it's not a good fit. At noon, Wang Hao's stomach growled. He was going to go eat and fill his stomach first. If he couldn't find it again this afternoon, then he was prepared to look farther away. The reason he wanted to find it in front of the school was that he thought it would be easier, since he would need to go to the school a lot during this time, and there would be all sorts of things going on inside the school. It's the first semester of my senior year though, but there are still quite a few classes. Another thing is that the houses here at the school are cheaper, and once you go to the bustling part of the Magic City, then the prices are just cuckoo up. Right now he doesn't have a lot of money, so he needs to think about that. If that's not possible, after he finds it, he waits for the paycheck cashback to arrive and then pays it. It's not for a few days anyway. Wang Hao wasn't in a hurry. The most important thing now was to fill his stomach. In the previous 3 years, Wang Hao hadn't been able to spare any good food. Not anymore. Wang Hao found a stir-fry restaurant and went in to directly order a dry pot of beef, shredded green pepper meat, and an egg drop soup. 2 dishes and a soup for 1 person. This is very extravagant for Wang Hao. If it wasn't for the fact that Goddess Zhao Liang's cashback salary hadn't arrived yet, he would have hated to go straight to eat Auslong king crab. No, can't float, boss, just these 3 dishes. Okay, you wait for a while, it will be ready soon. Thanks boss. The owner of the stir-fry restaurant was a man, and there were quite a few people who came to his house to eat. Wang Hao sat on the seat and waited for the owner to serve the food. In no time at all, the owner arrived with steaming hot dry-boiled beef and shredded pork with green peppers, and of course an egg drop soup as well as a bowl of rice. Enjoy your meal. Handsome. Thanks boss. After putting Wang Hao's meal on the table, the boss went to greet others. Wang Hao looked at the $120 meal and sniffed it. Very flavorful. Not like a pre-made dish. Wang Hao picked up the bowl and chopsticks and ate, tasting the dry-boiled beef. Instantly, I felt full of happiness. This was much more delicious than the instant noodles he always ate. I've been eating instant noodles for the past few months. After having enough wine and food, Wang Hao was ready to continue looking for a house inside the Fengshan neighborhood. Paying the money over, Wang Hao left the store. Chapter 6 The New Paycheck-to-Paycheck Goddess. Co-owner Beauty Queen Wu Ye. Just as Wang Hao was leaving the stir-fry restaurant, Wang Hao's cell phone, however, rang. Wang Hao looked at the caller's number and was impressed. It's a number he's been waiting for, and it's the first number he's dialed, so he's familiar with it. Yes, it's the same number that's looking for a roommate to share a room with. Wang Hao waited for a few seconds before picking up the phone. The phone had been connected and a very melodious voice came from it. Hello? Wang Hao also didn't come back to his senses for a while when he heard the woman's seductive voice. Through the voice, Wang Hao could also roughly guess the person's age. It should be around 27 or 28. Hey! It wasn't until the voice came from the other end of the phone again that Wang Hao came back to his senses, so he hastily replied, Hello, may I ask what you want? I called you from the message you posted above the neighborhood bulletin board. You're trying to share a room with me, aren't you? Right. After saying that, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before saying, Do you have time now? Let's talk in person? Yes. Where do we meet? This way to Polonia Plaza. Can you come? Wang Hao looked at the time and said, Yes. But it might take a bit of time if I get to Baolong Square. At least 20 minutes. The woman on the other end of the phone returned. It's okay, I'll wait for you to come over. If you arrive, come straight to Rising Star Coffee and meet me. Let's add a contact and I'll send you the address. Okay, my bubble number is my cell phone number. After saying that, Wang Hao received a friend request. He also didn't hesitate and directly passed the friend request. The woman's avatar is beautiful. A woman dancing in a white dancing dress. I don't know if the person sharing the room is the person in the avatar. If so, then it definitely fits the system. And the person in the avatar is honestly really good looking. After Wang Hao and the woman added bubbles, the woman sent him a location, and Wang Hao directly called a car, then went straight to Baolong Square. 20 minutes later, Wang Hao got out of the car, looking at the nearby Polonia Plaza. Surprisingly, he was starting to get apprehensive inside. He wondered what would happen if the woman didn't want to share the room, and the fact that this was the first time he had met with a woman alone in the past 3 years, and before that he basically wouldn't get in touch with girls because he was afraid that Li Jieja would get angry, resulting in him not even having a few bubbles for girls now. With trepidation, Wang Hao walked towards the location sent by the woman. Soon, Wang Hao arrived at the Rising Star Coffee that the woman had mentioned. Wang Hao pushed open the door of Rising Star Cafe with some excitement and walked in. There were quite a lot of people sitting in the cafe. Everyone was dressed very well, so he seemed a bit out of place at this glance. After all, Wang Hao didn't come to the cafe often before. After arriving at the cafe, Wang Hao's eyes were constantly scanning at the surroundings. Suddenly, a woman beckoned toward him. Wang Hao looked along, instantly stunned. It's not that women are too ugly, it's that they're too beautiful and charming. The woman was wearing a long black halter dress with a pair of black, red-soled high heels. Of course, if it was just this, it wouldn't have surprised Wang Hao this much. After all, he'd seen a lot of good bodies, but it was the woman's looks that hit him straight in the gut. Simply gorgeous. The woman's body could be described as impeccable, and that face was one of the best. After coming back to his senses, Wang Hao quickly walked towards the direction where the woman was. He couldn't afford to look bad in front of a woman, or else the carpool would go down the drain. Just as Wang Hao arrived in front of the woman, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The goddess of paycheck return that matches the bindings has been detected and is generating data. Name, Wu Ye. Age, 32. Face value, 93. Favorability, 10. Stranger. Height, 172. Weight, 46. 5 kilograms. Profession, dance teacher. A string of data appeared in Wang Hao's eyes. This also made Wang Hao a bit surprised. Still, he sat down calmly. Wu Ye was also slightly surprised to see that the person she was going to share the room with was a youngster, but it didn't show. After Wang Hao sat down, Wu Ye spoke first. Hello, My name is Wu Ye. Hello, my name is Wang Hao. What can I get you to drink? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, I don't often drink coffee, and I don't know what to drink, so why don't we have a cup just like yours? Wu Ye didn't laugh at Wang Hao either, and directly ordered a cup for Wang Hao that was the same as hers. After ordering, Wu Ye said, Wang Hao, I see you're not too old. Are you still a student? Well, Sister Wu Ye, I'm a student of the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. I'm a senior this year. Then you're not graduating soon. Why are you still thinking of coming out to rent it? I hear you want to rent if you want to rent at least a year of Sister Wu Ye, I can't help it. Something happened recently that caused me to move out. Can we talk about it? And don't blame sis for asking. After all, I'm a woman. I can't afford to share a room with the kind of people who are bad or dangerous. Okay. After saying that, Wang Hao roughly recounted what happened last night. After listening to this, Wu Ye felt that there was nothing much wrong with Wang Hao as a person. No smoking, no drinking. After that, Wu Ye asked Wang Hao some more questions, and after chatting for almost more than an hour, the two of them finally ended it as well. Wang Hao, you're moving in tonight, right? Well, Sister Wu Ye, I'll come over tonight. Okay, I'll bring the contract back tonight and we'll sign it then. I don't get off work until 5:30 p.m. Okay, then, Sister Wu Ye, you go ahead and get busy. I'll go to the neighborhood when you're off work. Okay, I have to work in a while, so I won't talk to you more. We'll talk again tonight. I'm leaving first. Aha, see you later, Sister Wu Ye. Looking at Wu Ye wriggling away, Wang Hao's heart unexpectedly beat faster. This caused Wang Hao to be a bit stunned. He's also only 23 now, and it's really crazy that he would have a crush on 32-year-old Wu Ye. But it's nothing to think about. Wu Ye not only has a good figure, but she's also very pretty. Who wouldn't like such a woman? Most importantly, isn't the age of 30 the most attractive age? Wang Hao shook his head, trying to shake his thoughts away. Leave the Rising Star Cafe immediately afterward. Originally Wang Hao's plan was to continue to look for a house to rent this afternoon, but now there was no need. The house had already been found and could be rented in at night. There was one more thing he needed to fix though. Chapter 7 Application for Off-Campus Residence. Magic City Financial University. Wang Hao took a taxi back here. After parting ways with Wu Ye, the first thing he had to do was to go and talk to his counselor about the fact that he was going to live off campus. However, this matter couldn't be made in a day or two, so in the few days that he had applied, he was going to take a week's vacation, and he believed that his application should be down by then. And it's not as if he's got nothing to do by taking these 7 days off. Tomorrow he was going to get his first paycheck rebate, and by then he was going to buy a car and a house, and he was also going to see if he had a chance to meet the big star, Zhao Liang. For a while, it would be nice if he had the opportunity, but if he didn't, he'd see how he could boost the payroll rebate multiplier. At noon today, he was not in a hurry to bind Wu Ye because he was not sure if he could share a room with her, so find a chance to bind Wu Ye at night as well. Thinking about it, Wang Hao arrived at the counselor's office of the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. Wang Hao knocked on the door, then pushed it in. As soon as he came in, he saw the counselor, Lin Shui. Lin Shui was a counselor who had just transferred over and was only 6 years older than Wang Hao. Lin Shui is also very pretty, and I don't know if it meets the system's binding requirements. Ding! A goddess eligible to bind the wage rebate has been detected. Please ask whether to bind it. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao didn't feel strange. After all, Lin Shui had a good figure and was pretty. Not as good looking as Wu Ye, but still considered a big beauty. When Lin Shui saw Wang Hao coming, she also inquired, Wang Hao, what's the matter? Wang Hao didn't hesitate and directly stated the purpose of this visit. Sister Snow, I want to take a vacation from you. What are you taking a vacation for? Did something happen? Lin Shui for Wang Hao's things more or less know some. These 2 days Wang Hao's things in the guide's office is also a bit of a fire. A lot of teachers are also chatting gossip. Lin Shui was still thinking of calling Wang Hao to come over and she enlightened her, but she didn't expect Wang Hao to come over by himself. Teacher, I want to go out and adjust. At those words, Lin Shui had just thought about not letting him take his leave, but now it was impossible to say no. Wang Hao, there are some things you don't want to think so much. What should be yours is yours. What is not yours will not be yours no matter what you do. Do you understand? Where did Wang Hao not understand that Lin Shui was afraid that he would do something stupid? Sister Snow, it's fine. I just want to take a few days off to have some fun and take a break. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Lin Shui was also relieved. Okay, how many days off are you taking? A week. Write a vacation note. After that, Lin Shui took out the leave slip and handed it to Wang Hao, who took it and started writing it. It didn't take long to write, and Lin Shui signed her name. Then he handed one of them to Wang Hao. Lin Shui had thought that Wang Hao had left after getting the leave slip, but she didn't expect him to still be standing in the same place. Puzzled, she asked, Is there anything else you want? I'm moving off campus, right across the street in the Phoenix Hill neighborhood. What? Now Lin Shui was not calm. This was going to move off campus? No, I can't promise you this. And don't even think about it, the vacation is already taken for you. So hurry up and go. Sister Snow, here's the thing. Wang Hao explained everything to Lin Shui. After hearing Wang Hao's explanation, Lin Shui also finally understood why Wang Hao wanted to go out to live. That's something she'd be thinking about going out to live with if she were in her place. After thinking for a while, Lin Shui finally agreed to Wang Hao's request. Just write an application and I'll turn it in over to the school for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was overjoyed. Originally he thought it would be good if he could get a vacation this time around, but he didn't expect both things to be accomplished. After that, he was ready to leave after writing his application. But before he left, he still checked Lin Shui's data. System, check Lin Shui's data. Ding, data being generated. Name Lin Shui. Age, 29. Face value, 88. Favorability, 62. Common friend. Height, 169. Weight, 45 kilograms. Profession, university counselor. Lin Shui's stats were indeed a bit worse than Wu Ya's, but when there were binding times in the future, you could bind Lin Shui as well, as long as you could make money anyway. Moreover, Counselor Lin Shui was also very good to him, and he could bring her along later when he was rich. What's wrong with you? If you're not okay, go home. And if you have something to think about, call me. My cell phone is on 24 hours a day. Listening to Lin Shui's gentle words, Wang Hao felt very warm. This instant he wanted to just bind Counselor Lin Shui. Just thinking about it still doesn't work. Still need to bind Wu Ya. After all, he is going to share a room with Wu Ya, and will meet every day in the future. If there is any way to increase the cashback multiplier or implement. On the contrary, it might not be so convenient if you bind a Lindsay counselor. That's why he was thinking of forgetting it. After doing those two things, the purpose of his visit to the school today had been accomplished. Wang Hao picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. It's already 4:30 in the afternoon. He had just talked to Lin Shui in the office for almost 2 hours, and Lin Shui had been enlightening him. In Wang Hao's eyes, Li Shui was a beautiful person with a good heart, and for such a person, Wang Hao really liked it. Wang Hao thought about it. The time was coming, and he didn't want to go to the dormitory to see those hypocritical roommates, who had one thing in front of them and one thing behind them. Why don't we just go straight to the Fengshan neighborhood and wait for Wu Ya? After a while, he can also go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities and so on. With that, he stepped away, hat and mask on, and headed outside the school. After walking for a few minutes, Wang Hao arrived at the entrance of Fengshan district. The Phoenix Hill neighborhood is a short distance from the Magic University of Finance and Economics, just across the road. After coming here, Wang Hao took off his hat and mask. Then another look at the time. 4:40, 20 minutes to go. He simply squatted and swiped the beauty video for a while, waiting for Wu Ya to return. As soon as Wang Hao opened teasing voice, what was pushed was one of the two beautiful female anchors he had followed last night. The anchor's name is Bottle Not Sweet. Wang Hao directly clicked into her live broadcast. Bottle Not Sweet has a live stream count of 10,000 people. The bottle is not sweet at this point and is dancing in a very pleasing way. A number of people have rewarded gifts. Bottles are awesome. This bottle is so white. Asterisk 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 love it. Bottle. How many carnivals for dinner? The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room is full of all kinds of comments. Wang Hao casually looked. The comments are all this bottle is really white. It was at this point that the milk bottle unsweetened Sliv Carnival flew wildly. There seems to be a big brother present. Chapter 8, Binding Wu Ya. Surprised Wang Hao. 10 carnivals flew out of the air at the Bottle Not Sweet. It lit up the room. The pop-ups are starting to add up too. My goodness, what kind of big shot is this? 10 carnivals in one shot. That's right, a carnival is worth $3,000, and this offer is a straight up $30,000. It's outrageous. What do you guys know? Brother Maiden Killer is a real godly man. A mere $30,000 is nothing to him. That's it. Milk bottles. Hurry up and hug your thighs. Yeah, milk bottle. If you don't seize the opportunity, then when the time comes for you to play PK, you'll lose without your big brother. Upstairs this brother. You say this is not right. What do you mean by losing? The opposite, that is for our benefit. Do you understand? Teenage killer big brother. I suggest you next time to go to the opposite live room. Wang Hao watched the live broadcast for 10 minutes and felt that it was not interesting, so he exited the live broadcast room. A little transparent guy like him wouldn't know much about it even if he quit, and there wasn't much time left, so I guess Wu Ya should be coming back soon. If he looked again, he wouldn't be able to explain if Wu Ya saw him later. However, what Wang Hao didn't know was that after he exited the live room, the rhythm in the live room became even more outrageous. Of course, this was none of Wang Hao's business. After all, Now that he had no money, he could only be an ordinary man. After tonight, he'll be a rich man. When the time comes, what he has lost, he must get back with his own hands. Whether it was Li Jiejia or Han Xin, he was going to make them regret it. Just as he was thinking about it, a silhouette appeared in front of his eyes. The woman was wearing a long halter fishtail dress of black silk and a pair of black, red-soled high heels on her feet. Her tall figure was incredibly coveted. The beautiful face is unforgettable. She was carrying a small bag in her hand, a pair of eyes as bright as jewels. The red lips are even more tantalizing. It makes you want to try a bite. Wang Hao looked infatuatedly at Wu Ye, the beautiful woman standing in front of him. Unconsciously, he gulped. Seeing this, Wu Ye did not fail to smile politely. She was used to this kind of thing, and when those men outside saw her, they would have the same expression as Wang Hao. Even worse than Wang Hao, there was lust in their eyes. Such a look was very annoying to Wu Ye, and Wang Hao's eyes weren't like those people's, although there was some of them, but more of them were surprised. Wu Ye smiled slightly. This smile made Wang Hao, who was already looking dumbfounded, even more mesmerized. It's almost like people love it, flowers love it, and cars love it with flat tires. Women like Wu Ye are really too extreme. Still watching? Go back and sign the contract. Wu Ye's magnetic voice reached his ears and he came back to his senses. Sister Wu Ye, I'm sorry, you're so beautiful. I'm dazzled. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye pursed her lips and laughed. What a sweet mouth. In fact, what Wang Hao had just said was something that Wu Ye had often heard, and there were quite a few people who asked for her contact information when she was walking on the road, but she thought those people were too hypocritical. Wang Hao then followed behind Wu Ye and walked towards Wu Ye's house together. Along the way, Wang Hao listened to the thumping sound of Wu Ye's high heels. The whole heart followed the rhythmic beat. It was as if every time Wu Ye stepped on it, his heart skipped a beat. Arriving at the security booth, the guard greeted Wu Ye warmly. Back. Aha! It was just that Wu Ye's attitude was a bit bland, and it was obvious that she didn't want to communicate too much. After saying that, Wu Ye left with a quick step. Wang Hao naturally followed behind Wu Ye. Not long after, followed Wu Ye to a building in the Fengshan neighborhood. The two rode the elevator to the 9th floor. Wang Hao felt his heart beating out of his chest on this journey. The sound of the heels was a little too much for him to bear, and all the way there he wondered if he had a special fetish anymore. Wu Ye came to 901, entered the password, and the door to the room opened. As soon as the door opens, you are greeted by an entrance hall, which has a shoe cabinet and a place to hang your clothes. Wu Ye placed her bag on the cabinet above the entrance hall, then squatted down and took out a pair of pink slippers from the shoe cabinet, removing the high heels from her feet. Change into slippers. After changing herself, she proceeded to pull out a pair of white slippers from the shoe cabinet, which were clearly women's in style. Wang Hao, you wear this pair first. Well, thank you Sister Wu Ye. As Wu Ye squatted down, Wang Hao seemed to vaguely see certain benefits. Well, it's very white. He took off his shoes and then put on the shoes Wu Ye brought out for him, while Wu Ye put the shoes he took off in the shoe cabinet. After changing her shoes, Wu Ye grabbed her bag again and walked into the living room. After Wang Hao closed the door behind him, he followed. As soon as he came in, Wang Hao was attracted by the house's cozy decoration. The house wasn't very big, but the decor was cozy and creamy, with a large floor-to-ceiling window on one side of the living room. Wang Hao loved it, but he instantly withdrew his gaze when he saw the underwear hanging above the hanger. Wang Hao, drink water. Wu Ye picked up a glass of mineral water for him. Thank you, Sister Wu Ye. Let's sign the contract. Just like we discussed at lunch today, your rent will be $2,000 a month. Then it's 1 bedroom for you and 2 for me. Aha! And that means you can use the bathroom as much as you want during the day. And when I come back at night you have to be on the lookout to see if I'm there. Sister Wu Ye, I know. I have a measure for this. Well, also, you can't bring anyone to the house. Understand? Yes. After that, Wu Ye gave Wang Hao some precautions and some things to keep in mind. After Wang Hao signed the contract, Wu Ye told him the password to the room door. Sister Wu Ye, can I ask you why you want to share a room? Wang Hao really couldn't help himself, so he asked. Wu Ye didn't hide anything and directly stated the situation at the moment. My ex-husband had a lot of debt from gambling, and even though he and I were divorced, the debt was money he had taken out on loans using my identity, and I needed to pay some of it back. That's why I'm thinking of finding a carpool to take the pressure off. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao sort of understood. Every family has its own problems. I didn't think that a woman as beautiful as Wu Ye would encounter this kind of thing. It's really pathetic. Wang Hao secretly vowed that when he got his cashback paycheck from Wu Ye, it would be nice to help her a little bit. And as he finished signing the rental contract, Wang Hao also communicated with the system. System, bind Wu Ye. Ding. In the process of binding the goddess of payroll cashback. Ding. Binding successful. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao couldn't wait to open Wu Ye's data. Chapter 9 Accidents. Name, Wuya. Age, 32. Face value, 93. Favorability, 60. Common friend. Height, 172. Weight, 46. 5 kilograms. Profession, dance teacher. Current cashback multiplier, 50x. Cumulative funds received for the month, $23,000. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 2 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Wanhao looked at Wuya's salary rebate multiplier and fell into deep thought. Why is Zhao Liying's cashback multiplier only 10 times while Wuya's is 50 times? Thinking that, he checked Zhao Liying's data again. Name Liying Zhao. Age, 36. Face value, 97. Favorability, 0. Stranger. Height, 165. Weight, 44. 5 kilograms. Profession, actor, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 10x. Cumulative funds received for the month, $2,625,000. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 2 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. He compared the differences between the two and realized that the only difference was in the favor column. There's not much difference in anything else. In other words, the multiplier of the paycheck rebate is related to goodwill. In that case, then for him to boost the cashback multiplier on his salary, then he needs to boost the goddess's favorability towards him. Wanhao felt that it should be. There's no other explanation otherwise. What's more, it's only been a day, and Zhao Liying made another $1 million? Simply he's looking forward to tomorrow's cashback. Even a minimum of 10 times his paycheck back would have made him rich overnight. Although Wuya's salary is a bit small, but the cashback multiplier is high. For a $23,000 paycheck, a 50x rebate is $15 million. He's never seen so much money in his life. Over $1 million. Of course, the most should be Zhao Liying's salary rebate. 262,500 10 times. That's over $20 million. This is simply awesome. If he could tie up more paycheck-to-paycheck goddesses, he'd be making money on the side. Let others make money for him. Thinking of this, Wanhao smiled. Seeing this, Wuya, who was sitting on the sofa, was also uncertain. Wanhao, I'll stop laughing. I'll take you to your room. After saying that, Wuya was ready to get up. However, the moment Wuya was about to get up, the soles of her feet hurt and she instantly fell backward. Wanhao was quick on his feet and reached out to hold Wuya, who was about to fall down. His hand was placed on Wuya's thin waist, and Wanhao only felt that Wuya's waist was very soft, and there was also a faint fragrance on Wuya's body, which was very mesmerizing. Just before the two of them could breathe a sigh of relief, Wanhao couldn't support himself anymore. Together with Wuya, they fell backwards. A very awkward situation was instantly created. Wanghao's hand hugged between Wuya's thin waist, and the two pairs of eyes met each other in all directions. In an instant, the air seemed to be filled with a hint of ambiguity. Wanghao got up in a hurry. Sister Wuya, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. At this moment, Wuya felt the scent that belonged solely to a man, and her heart was beating wildly. Not since she divorced her ex-husband had a man gotten this close to her. But Wuya quickly came back to her senses and said, "It's fine, I also want to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might have had to fall and hurt myself." Upon hearing this, Wanghao nervously scratched his head. Wuya then got up and led Wanghao to his bedroom. This bedroom was clean and had basically everything you need to put on, except that the stuff was a bit feminine and there was no telling who had lived there before. "You will live in this room from now on. Everything in here is new. If you don't like it you can change it yourself, but don't throw away the changed sheets or anything. Just bring them to me. I'll be in the one across the hall from you, so knock on my door or message me if you need anything." "Well, thank you Sister Wuya. Sister Wuya, I'll transfer 3 months' rent to you first, and after tomorrow, I'll give you the rest of the 9 months' rent. Is that okay with you?" Wuya nodded. "There's no rush. You can give it whenever you have it. I need to use the bathroom now," Wanghao said repeatedly. "Sister Wuya, then I'll go wash it when you're done." "Aha!" After saying that, Wuya returned to her room, then grabbed a change of clothes and walked straight to the bathroom. Wanghao closed the door to his room behind him, then lay down on the soft, large bed. Thinking back on the events of the past few days, it always feels a little weird. Just as he was thinking about it, his cell phone suddenly rang. Wanghao took a look, but it was actually a message from a few roommates. Even though they don't live in the dorms anymore, they really should be told about it. So Wanghao posted in the group, "I'm taking a leave of absence, and from now on I'll be living off campus." Then it put the phone down. The whole thing flipped over on its side, face pressed right up against the covers. Suddenly, he smelled a familiar odor. This smell he had just smelled on Wuya. Instantly he had a bold guess that this room Wuya had slept in. He then took another sharp inhale, and sure enough, it smelled the same as what he had just smelled on Wuya, which confirmed his suspicions, which instantly made him not want to change this bedsheet cover. After a while, Wuya knocked on the door, said, "Wang Hao, I've washed it, you go wash it." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao also immediately stood up and opened the door to the room. Just the moment he opened it, his direct chi and blood surged wildly. Only Wuya was wearing a robe that covered a large part of her, but her bare skin was also very pink. Wang Hao couldn't stand it in his heart. In fact, Wuya usually wore even sexier clothes than this when she was at home. It's just that now that there were people in the house, she wore something a little more conservative. "Sister Wuya, then I'll go wash it too." "Well, go for it." Just as Wang Hao was about to go to the bathroom, Wuya called out to Wang Hao, "By the way, you haven't bought toiletries yet, have you?" "Bought it? I just bought it at the supermarket downstairs while I was waiting for you." "Well, I thought you didn't buy one. I have a new one here." "No, thank you, Sister Wuya." After saying that, Wang Hao directly dove headfirst into the bathroom. As soon as he entered, a strong scent instantly hit his nostrils. Wang Hao looked around, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Only a pair of black lace chaps appeared in his eyes, and a black lace bra zhao. Wang Hao cried out that he couldn't stand it. Living here, he had to go through temptation every day. He went straight to the shower, turned on the cold water, and flushed it down over his head. Instantly the burning flame in his heart was extinguished quite a bit. While Wang Hao was taking a shower, Wu Ya, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly remembered that she hadn't taken out the underwear and panties she wore today. Crap! Chapter 10 First Paycheck Cashback. Straight up riches. Wu Ya suddenly remembered that the intimate apparel that had been placed in the bathroom had not yet been taken out. The whole thing froze instantly. At this time, Wang Hao was already inside the bathroom, and it was obviously a bit inappropriate for her to knock on the door. Alas, I hope Wang Hao didn't notice. When she finished, she laid down on the couch as if she'd swung for the fences, playing with her phone. In no time, Wang Hao wiped his wet hair with a towel and walked out of the bathroom. "Sister Wu Ya, have you eaten yet?" Wu Ya, who was lying on the sofa, looked up at Wang Hao, with a bit of Hongyun still on her face, and said, "No, I haven't." "You haven't eaten either. There are dishes inside the refrigerator. I'll make some later. Let's eat together." "Sister Wu Ya, if you don't mind, why don't I do it?" Upon hearing this, Wu Ya said with some surprise, "And you can cook?" "Well, I'm from the countryside and know a little." "That's fine. There's spices and stuff in the kitchen, and there's food in the fridge. Just watch and make it." "Yes." Wang Hao went straight to the kitchen after blow-drying his hair, opened the refrigerator and looked at the dishes inside, also thinking about what to cook. There was pork and peppers and eggs in the fridge. On top of that, he saw sun-dried shrimp. When he saw the dishes, he basically knew what he was going to cook. First up was an order of shredded pork with green peppers, and an egg with green peppers, and a shrimp and egg soup. After deciding what to cook, he got his hands dirty and cut up the ingredients he needed to use after washing them well. Cut up all the peppers and pork and set aside. After getting the ingredients ready, he started a pot of oil, started frying it up. In fact, he is not a very good cook, and the only dish he is good at is shredded pork with green peppers. As he stir-fried, the aroma slowly wafted out. Wu Ya, who was lying down in the living room, also smelled a fragrance and instantly her stomach growled. She put her phone down and slowly walked towards the kitchen. When she came to the kitchen door, she fixed her eyes towards the inside of the kitchen, only to see Wang Hao standing by the stove, constantly stirring the dishes in the pot. The aroma is also exactly what comes out of the pot. "Wang Hao, you're good at this. It smells like I'm hungry." Wang Hao, who was frying vegetables, suddenly heard Wu Ya's voice, and Wang Hao also turned his head back to look at the kitchen door. He saw Wu Ya leaning against the kitchen doorway watching him. He smiled faintly and replied back, "No, this is the only dish I can cook. Sister Wu Ya, you wait a little, it'll be ready soon." Well, there's no need to rush. In no time, Wang Hao had the meal ready. After bringing the meal to the table and setting it down, he went to clean up the pot he had just made. After washing the pot, Wu Ya seemed to be done with her work and came to the table to look at the dishes on the table. The dishes were simple but the aroma was strong. Looking at the dishes on the table, the corners of Wu Ya's mouth rose slightly. She hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. She's endured so much since the divorce. It had been so depressing, and now that someone was cooking, she felt so relaxed instead. Just then, Wang Hao brought out 2 bowls of rice from the kitchen and said, "Sister Wu Ya, let's eat." Wu Ya nodded. "Wang Hao worked hard for you." After finishing his meal, after Wang Hao cleared the table, he went back to his room. Only Wu Ya was left alone in the living room. Returning to his room, Wang Hao lay down on the bed and fell asleep. While sitting in the living room, Wu Ya was in a mixed mood. Time flies. Wang Hao didn't go anywhere the next day. just lying at home. It waited until almost 12 o'clock the next night. It was only then that he stared intently at the screen of his cell phone. His bank card was tied to his cell phone, so if money did come in, then he'd be the first to get the message. Wang Hao stared tightly at the screen. Time is also ticking away, and his heart was getting nervous. Jesus Christ, I'm depending on you to be human, so come on. Wang Hao hugged his cell phone and mumbled to himself as he lay on the bed. 11:59. There was still the last minute left, and Wang Hao counted it down second by second, until the last 5 seconds. His heart was beating out of his chest, no less than when he was walking behind Wu Ye yesterday. The heels clattered, hooking his soul on the verge of coming out. 4, 3, 2, I. The time is officially 12 o'clock and the month is officially June. Looking at the time, it was already 12 o'clock. The cell phone still hadn't received a message. Wang Hao instantly lost his mind. If he really didn't have one, then he'd have to get a part-time job and pay this year's rent. He was still a little undeterred, his eyes dead set on the screen. Suddenly, the cell phone received a message. Wang Hao excitedly opened the message, but he was instantly disappointed in the next second, because the messages received on the cell phone were not from the bank at all, but advertising messages. After that, Wang Hao waited for a few more minutes and still didn't receive any message, and his hanging heart finally died. System, are you tricking me? Why didn't I receive any money? The angry Wang Hao hurriedly questioned the system, yet all that responded to him was the silence of the system. By this time he was wondering if he was bound to the system or not. He was in the midst of deep suspicion. Instead of the excitement of the previous 2 days, it was replaced by an endless loss. He didn't know exactly what he was expecting the first 2 days. Why would you believe in something so nebulous? Whether it was the big star Yao Liang or the beautiful young woman Wu Ye, how could he covet it? Except he thought back to the waitress at the hot pot restaurant, thinking back to Li Jejia getting into Han Xianzi 300, and thinking about the cynicism of his schoolmates. Think of what your parents expected of you when you came out. Many things were presented to him like a movie, one by one. Wang Hao hated his incompetence, hated that he was a licking dog. He's not happy about it, but what could be done, even if it was not to be? Originally, he also said that as soon as the cashback paycheck arrives, he will go to buy a car, buy a house, and help Wu Ye through the difficult times. But now, he was beyond disappointed. Ding, ding. Just then, the phone received another message, but this time, Wang Hao didn't have the excitement he had before. Instead, he was very calm, because he knew he couldn't daydream anymore. Despite this thought, he picked up his cell phone and checked the message. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The moment he saw the message, he directly exploded. Wasn't even holding out much hope that it would come back. The message received on my cell phone was exactly the same message from my bank, which means that the first paycheck rebate has arrived. He got rich straight away. Chapter 11: The Principles of Goddess Salary Cashback Multiplier Enhancement. Your savings card with tail number 6503 deposited 1 renminbi, 150,000 at 009 on June 1st by Union Pay, with an available balance of 150,000 yuan. Long set bank. Your savings card with tail number 6503 deposited 26 renminbi, 250,000 at 010 on June 1st by Union Pay, with an available balance of 27,400,000 yuan. Long set bank. Wang Hao, who was originally incomparably lost, saw the message on his cell phone. The whole group was instantly stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He burst right out. Then quickly cover your mouth, because at this time, Wu Ye was already asleep. If he was too loud he might wake her up. Wang Hao looked at the bank text message in his hand. The whole thing couldn't stop trembling. How a person goes from one extreme to the other. Then he must be either incredibly excited or incredibly lost. And it just so happens that Wang Hao is the first. With that money, he'd be able to do the things he loved to do, along with everything else he'd thought about before wouldn't be a pipe dream anymore. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. It made him, who was already in a state of arousal, instantly more excited. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his first paycheck rebate, rewarding the host with an additional binding opportunity. Wang Hao, who was already excited about getting his salary rebate, was even more excited now. This is just a surprise. All he could say was who else. However, he felt that the 27 million or so was definitely not as good as this binding opportunity, and this time he would definitely look for it, and find a goddess who could earn a lot of money in a month. Thinking about it, Wang Hao let the system open his data panel. System, open my data panel. Ding, data being generated. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquidity, $27. 400. 971. Fixed assets, none. Remaining binding times, 1. Total funds received through payroll rebates, $27. 4 million. The goddesses who have bound the salary cashback, Zhao Liang, Wu Ya. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 29 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Obviously, the liquidity column has been turned upside down. It's no longer the state of nothing that it was before. There is also a new column for the number of bindings. There is also a column for total funds received through payroll rebates. Wang Hao now wanted to scream and let out all the emotions in his heart, but thinking that Wu Ya was still sleeping, he gave up. After seeing the message, Wang Hao was ready to rest. After putting the phone down, he closed his eyes. It was just that after he closed his eyes, his head was filled with messages from the bank and the liquidity at the top of the data panel. There was nothing he could do but force himself to think of something else. He thought again. Now that he had one more binding opportunity, this binding opportunity must be to find a goddess who had a very high monthly salary and could still see him once a month. Just where would he find such a goddess? Actually, like a lot of goddesses in the entertainment industry can. Take for example, Yang Mi, who is not only a diva, but also has her own company that makes an absolutely explosive amount of money a month. It's just that he's certainly out of reach right now. Secondly, just like Lu Shishir, Zhao Ruth, Bai Mengyan, such stars, they can earn more money in a month for sure. It's just that he didn't even have the chance to get close, and he was in a difficult position. It's not like he can bind for males. Thinking about it, Wang Hao fell asleep. By the time he woke up it was 8 o'clock the next morning. The first thing Wang Hao did when he woke up was to open his cell phone and check the messages his phone received last night. Upon seeing those two messages, only then did Wang Hao's hanging heart completely relax. Now that he didn't have to worry about the system being fake, all he needed to worry about was what he was going to do with the money. If the money had come from winning the lottery, then he would have chosen to take $10 million and deposit it on a fixed term to eat the interest. But the money was the goddess's salary rebate given by the system. Then there's no need for him to bank for that interest, because he's definitely going to make more than that later. Never mind. Let's go get my dream car first, and then we'll make a trip to the hot pot restaurant. After saying that, Wang Hao put on his clothes and prepared to go out to wash up. As soon as he opened the door to his room and came to the living room, he saw that Wu Ya had already made breakfast. Some porridge was cooked for breakfast and a glass of milk. Wang Hao, let's eat together. Originally Wang Hao was not going to eat. After all, are so rich, breakfast must eat good but thought also to give Wu Ya rent. It's a good opportunity to ask her at dinner how much she owes. Do her a favor, maybe the goodwill will come up. And won't the cashback multiplier on that paycheck come up? Okay, I'll go wash my face and brush my teeth first. Go on. After that, Wang Hao washed up and sat directly on the dining table, and Wu Ya had his bowls and chopsticks ready. As Wang Hao drank kanji, he said, Sister Wu Ya, I'll transfer this year's rent to you in a moment. It's 24,000 pairs in total. Well, you can hold off if you're short-handed. There's no rush on my end. Hearing this, Wang Hao felt a little heartbroken for Wu Ya. It's obvious that she's having such a hard time with herself, yet she's still so considerate of others. Although he had only known Wu Ya for less than 2 days, Wu Ya, a beautiful young woman, had indeed left a good impression on him, and no matter what it was for or not, Wang Hao felt that he had to help Wu Ya. It's okay, Sister Wu Ya, although I know it's presumptuous, but I'd like to ask how much money you're short right now. At those words, Wu Ya smiled sarcastically. No talking. Seeing this, Wang Hao didn't intend to ask again. After all, people weren't willing to say. Then he can't force it. Afterwards, Wang Hao picked up his cell phone and transferred the money to Wu Ya. Wu Ya, who received the alert, also picked up her cell phone in passing and checked it out. It just doesn't matter if you don't look at it. You're also taken aback when you do. Wang Hao, why did you transfer so much money to me? Wang Hao directly transferred 240,000 to Wu Ya at once. This directly shocked Wu Ya. Sister Wu Ya, I'll pay the rent for 10 years. Wang Hao hemmed and hawed, then continued to drink the porridge in the bowl. Wu Ya's pair of diamond-like eyes stared at Wang Hao without blinking, and Wang Hao, who was drinking kanji, also heard the system's beep. Ding, Wu Ya's favorability plus 10. Ding, Wu Ya's favorability plus 5. Current Wu Ya favorability, 75. Current Wu Ya salary rebate multiplier, 75 times. Hearing the system's beep, Wang Hao thought to himself that it was true. This goddess's salary rebate multiplier was related to the goddess's favorability. The higher the favorability, the higher the goddess's salary rebate multiplier would be. It seemed that if he wanted to make more money, he would have to not only bind more paycheck return goddesses, but also boost their favorability towards him. The thought of it made him even more excited. Suddenly, Wang Hao heard a sobbing sound and immediately looked in Wu Ya's direction. Chapter 12, Taking Big G Straight with a Big Hand. Wang Hao didn't think Wu Ya would cry either. It was overwhelming. It's not a good idea to go up and comfort nor is it a good idea not to. In the end, he could only put down the bowl in his hand and hardened his heart and comforted. Sister Wu Ya, things will always pass. You have to look forward. There will be a better you there. It was just that after Wang Hao finished, Wu Ya still kept sobbing. He really didn't know what to do. Sister Wu Ya, don't you still have to go to work? Hurry up and eat. Wang Hao, I've never seen a 30-year-old young woman crying her eyes out. This is also the first time I've seen it. But no, Wu Ya's current appearance is really pitiful to me. Cried for a while. It was only then that Wu Ya slowly raised her head and said, Wang Hao, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do. Those people called me today, saying that if I don't pay back the money, they're going to come looking for me, and they're going to call me at home. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao finally knew why Wu Ya had increased her favorability so much. Feelings are accidental. Sister Wu Ya, it's okay. I'll make you look funny. After that, Wang Hao went to his room to change into another set of clothes after eating breakfast, and then he was ready to go buy a car. He was ready to go and lift his dream car. After getting the car, he would find a way to see if he could go see Zhao Liang once and maintain this binding relationship. Sister Wu Ya, are you going to be busy today? It was the first time for Wang Hao to buy a car, and he always felt a bit bad if he was alone. Wu Ya, who was originally cleaning up the dining table, heard Wang Hao's words and also looked at Wang Hao with some doubts. I don't know what Wang Hao is trying to say. At this moment, Wu Ya felt that Wang Hao could be looking at her. Otherwise, why would he pay so many years of rent at once? Could it be that Wang Hao has some purpose? Wang Hao, I'm ready to go to work after I finish cleaning up. Do you have anything to do? Wang Hao scratched his head and said with a smile, It's fine. It's just that I want to go and buy a car. But it's my first time to go and buy a car. So I want to ask Sister Wu Ya if you have the time. If not, then forget it. After saying that, Wang Hao planned to go out and buy it himself. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Wu Ya also felt a sense of shame. Wang Hao just wants her to go car shopping with him, but she wants him to think about her. Simply speechless. However, she did have something to do today, and there was still work over at the dance studio, so she couldn't go with Wang Hao. Wang Hao, I still have work over at the dance studio, so I probably won't be able to accompany you. If you can wait, I'll accompany you on my vacation day. Well, it's fine, Sister Wu Ya. You go about your business. I'll leave first then. After saying that, Wang Hao opened the door and left. Wu Ya looked at Wang Hao's departing back. Mixed feelings. She didn't understand. Obviously before, Wang Hao had to give her even $24,000 of rent only after 2 days. So how could he come up with $240,000 all of a sudden? And Wang Hao was obviously trying to help her by paying 10 years rent at once. How could she not see it? It was just that she owed a little too much money, and the $240,000 that Wang Hao had just given her would only be able to pay back 1/5 of it. Ugh. After sighing, Wu Ya went back to her room to change her clothes before going out as well. On the other hand, after Wang Hao went out, he directly took out his cell phone and searched for 4S stores in Magic City. The nearest 4S store to him is 15 kilometers away. There is no way. He can only take a taxi a direct departure 4S store. Within a short time, Wang Hao took a taxi to the nearest 4S store. As soon as he got out of the car, Wang Hao looked at the name of the 4S store. Magic City Auto Service 4S store. Wang Hao walked in with a confident stride. People are so much more confident when they have money in their pockets. The sales at the 4 store saw someone coming and the sales greeted them. Hello sir, is sir looking to buy a car? One of the saleswomen in professional attire walked up to him and whispered. Where had Wang Hao seen such a scene? It was also instantly a little tense, but the thought of the money in my pocket instantly gave me confidence again. Right. I wonder if the gentleman has a model in mind. Wang Hao directly spoke his thoughts out. Got a G63? Wang Hao's words came out, and the female salesperson was instantly surprised. Usually people who come in this way are basically set, so the chances of a deal are high. May I ask your name? Sir, my name is Wang Hao. And you? My name is Lin Wan Air. Mr. Wang, I see you're not too old, so you're really young and promising. Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. No, I'm still in college. Mr. Wang, you've come at the right time today. We happen to have a G63 in stock in our store. Let me take you to see the car. Yes. The other sales in the 4S store were incredibly envious when they saw Lin Waner taking Wang Hao to see the car. Just now, when they looked at the clothes on Wang Hao, they concluded that Wang Hao definitely couldn't afford a car. Where to think about it? Wang Hao followed Lin Waner to a big G. As soon as Wang Hao saw this car, the whole person was very excited. This is the car he has always liked. In the past in the village, he always thought that if he could drive a big G back, it must be doubly dignified. Maybe even a favorite high school girl will go home with him. Thinking of this, Wang Hao directly waved his hand. This is it. Just swipe your card. After saying that, Wang Hao directly handed the bank card to Lin Waner, who was also shocked by this operation of Wang Hao. What kind of god operation is this? Just looked at the outside of the car, not the interior or anything, and you're just going to take it? She hasn't even been introduced yet, and this is a deal. It's really fantastic. Lin Wanner was so excited that even her hand holding the bank card was shaking. Mr. Wang, the landed price of this car is $5 million. Are you sure you want it? Nonsense. Don't you have all my bank cards? So grab them and go get them for me. Can I drive away today? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner said excitedly, no problem, Mr. Wang. You can drive away today. I'll go prepare the contract for you now. After saying that, Lin Wanner excitedly went to prepare the materials. To be honest, Wang Hao is also the first time to feel this kind of shopping. Simply don't be too cool, okay? No wonder those rich people buy things without looking at the price. The other sales on the sidelines looked dumbfounded. It's been less than a couple minutes and a $5 million big G just sold? They greatly regretted that if they had received Wang Hao, then wouldn't this performance have fallen to them? After that, Wang Hao spent half a day signing contracts and stuff with Lin Wanner. It stayed that way until late afternoon when the car, the big G, was truly his. Wang Hao sat on the driver's seat and gently stroked the steering wheel. Feel the love of your dream car. After buying the car, it was time to take care of something else. The fondue restaurant. Thinking of this, Wang Hao said goodbye to Lin Wanner, and the two of them left the 4S store after adding a contact information. Driving towards the Bowen Plaza. Chapter 13, The Still Arrogant Waitress. Wang Hao looked at the time, and it was almost time for dinner. It was just as well that he hadn't gotten the hot pot last time. He had to have a full meal this time. However, Wang Hao was driving for the first time after learning how to drive with a license, so he drove very carefully. He basically doesn't drive more than 60 yards along the way. This has led to him being chastised by a number of people. Seeing this, Wang Hao instantly became angry. Next time the goddess's paycheck returns, she must get a godly car, so that they all have to stay far away when they see it, especially the Porsche 918, Ferrari Lafa, and McLaren P1. When there is more money and rebates in the future, these goddamned cars will have to be gotten. Then go back to picking up the goddess you had a crush on in high school. Because it was the first time he drove to Baolong Plaza, Wang Hao didn't even know where to drive to and park, and in the end, he could only follow the navigation. It wasn't until half an hour later that Wang Hao parked his car. I have to say, having a car is a different feeling. The moment he sat on the big G, Wang Hao instantly felt that the whole world was bright. Even the air was sweet. Just as Wang Hao parked his car, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Wang Hao? A crisp female voice interrupted him who was closing the car door. Wang Hao turned to look back, only to see a woman wearing a white floral dress with a high ponytail, a pair of white lace-edged short socks with a pair of small black leather shoes looking straight at him. Wang Hao was also puzzled. He didn't remember recognizing the other man, so how come the other man was calling his name? And the woman wasn't very pretty, but at the very least, she must have reached about 80 points, and innocent looking. Wang Hao closed the door of the big G and asked, "And you are? Are you really Wang Hao?" Wang Hao nodded. Seeing the woman's delayed response, she continued, "And you are? I'm a student of the Magic City University of Finance. I'm your schoolmate." He. Wang Hao is numb. How come even the schoolgirls know him? Wang Hao is not the only one who is numb. The schoolgirls of the Magic City University of Finance and Economics are even more numb. Previously, she also knew Wang Hao through photos, because at that time Wang Hao was very famous. After all, he was the king of dog licking in Kaisha University. But when she saw Wang Hao driving the big G, the finance university student instantly felt that the rumor didn't fit at all. This is not a dog-licking king. This is clearly her man, alright. "Hello, senior. My name is Song Ningxuan." Song Ningxuan walked quickly to Wang Hao's front, stretching out her own white and tender little hand to greet Wang Hao. "Hello, senior. Is this your car?" Song Ningxuan curiously surveyed Big G behind Wang Hao, who she naturally recognized. "Well, I just bought it today." "Wow, senpai, you're too rich. This car must cost at least over $2 million. Wang Hao waved his hand. "It's okay, schoolgirl, I'm leaving first. Let's talk again sometime." Seeing that Wang Hao was about to leave, Song Ningxuan hurriedly stopped him and said, "Senior Wang Hao, are you going to eat?" "Aha, it just so happens that I'm going to dinner too, so let's get together." Before Wang Hao could refuse, Song Ningxuan directly pulled him towards the upper floors of Baolong Plaza. "What would you like to eat, senpai?" "Let's have hot pot. There's a hot pot place up there. Go there." "Yes." Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Hao, who had a calm and relaxed face, and instantly felt that she must catch it. However, she wouldn't be too proactive and intimate until she was sure if that big G in the parking lot was Wang Hao's. Wang Hao and Song Ningxuan arrived at the third floor of Baolong Plaza in no time. This time he went straight to the front of the same hot pot restaurant from yesterday. Song Ningxuan, on the other hand, had been following him. When he came to the hot pot restaurant, Wang Hao saw the waitress from yesterday. The waitress was still greeting the others now, but she seemed to be looking at the stature of the food. But Wang Hao was wondering why he had to watch people not go to a higher class place. That's odd, but it was none of his business anymore. He had to get his revenge from yesterday. By this time, the waitress had also spotted him, but the waitress didn't pay any attention to him. When he saw him coming, he still stood there in a calm manner. Wang Hao didn't care about her. After all, this time he was prepared to directly find the owner of this store. So he went straight to the other male waiter. Is your store manager here? Upon hearing this, the male waiter was a bit puzzled, but he still patiently said, Sir, may I ask what you have to do? However, before Wang Hao could speak, the waitress from yesterday immediately jumped out. Mockingly, he said, what could he be up to? Nothing more than trying to complain about me. I'm not afraid of you. Feel free to complain. With that, the waitress turned her head. The male waiter heard and generally understood. Knowing that this was not something he could handle well, he went to call the store manager. Just a moment, sir. With that the male waiter left. Song Ningxuang stood behind Wang Hao a little confused. She had no idea what was going on. Didn't we say we'd come for hot pot? Why are we arguing now? But before Song Ningxuang could figure out the situation, the male waiter brought a woman in uniform towards her and Wang Hao. Hello sir, what's going on? The female store manager asked politely. Wang Hao also didn't ink, directly explaining the purpose of this visit. Are you the manager of this hot pot restaurant? Yes sir. Then you should have your boss's number, right? This is natural. Then can you call your boss and tell him that someone wants to take over his store? Everyone froze at these words, not only the male waiter. The female store manager and Song Ningxuang also froze. Only the waitress who taunted Wang Hao yesterday stood there and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. A poor also want to dish out this hot pot restaurant. Really open your eyes. Hearing the waitress's words, the surrounding area instantly filled with people. This kid really doesn't know the heights of heaven. How dare he want to dish out the hot pot restaurant? That's right, look at the clothes he's wearing. Aren't they just miscellaneous goods from a street stall? There really are all kinds of cows and horses in this day and age. Seeing that everyone around her was saying this, Song Ningxuang was tempted to say that Wang Hao had come in a big G, so how could he not have the strength to dish it out? However, she wasn't sure if the big G was Wang Hao's, so she had to stand by his side. Wang Hao didn't respond to those who laughed at him either, but continued to the female store manager. Why don't you give me your boss's number and I'll call myself? The female store manager couldn't quite figure it out, so she just nodded. I'll call you and ask. After saying that, the female store manager picked up her cell phone and called the owner of the hot pot restaurant. Chapter 14, Taking over the hot pot restaurant. Toot toot. Before the call was connected, the waitress laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, if he can buy the hot pot restaurant, I'll lick his feet clean today. The waitress wasn't the least bit flustered. That couple had specifically talked to her about Wang Hao during their dinner yesterday. She also knew that Wang Hao was just a licking dog, or a poor boy from the countryside. How can you really have the money to dish out the hot pot restaurant? It takes quite a lot of money to dish out this hot pot restaurant, especially in this paper-drenched magic city. The amount of money that needs to be spent is even more. Anyway, he wouldn't believe that Wang Hao would be able to dish out the hot pot restaurant. Song Ningxuang, who was on the side, couldn't listen anymore. Song Ningxuang understood that she had to take sides now, or else, once this matter had passed, then he and Wang Hao would really just be classmates in a school by then. Song Ningxuang pondered for a moment. Still, he decided to stand on Wang Hao's side. What are you screaming about? If Brother Hao says he's going to dish it out, he'll definitely dish it out. Dog-eyed bastard. Song Ningxuang took Wang Hao's arm and cursed at the waitress. Hearing Song Ningxuang speak for himself, Wang Hao was also slightly stunned, but he instantly understood that it was probably Song Ningxuang who had taken sides, and the team she chose was her own side. Think about it. Not to mention that Song Ningxuang and this waitress in front of him don't know each other. Even if they do, it's estimated that she will be on his side, because Song Ningxuang saw him coming down from the top of the big G. It had to be said that Song Ningxuang was also a smart woman. Feeling the waves on Song Ningxuang's chest, Wang Hao was also a bit distracted, but now is not the time to think about that. Oh, I don't need you to worry if I dish it out or not, but you'd better remember your words. If I dish it out, you'd better be able to do it, or else I'm a man with a bad temper. The onlookers saw that Wang Hao was so confident. There was a lot of chatter and discussion as well. He's so confident, he can't really have the strength to dish out hot pot restaurants. Yeah, I feel the same way. It always feels like he's pretending to be a pig in a poke. I don't think so. The other beautiful waitresses aren't panicking at all. The waitress naturally heard them talking, but she was not at all flustered. Instead, he laughed and said to the crowd, "Don't believe him, people, he's just a dog liquor king." The waitress directly told Wang Hao's scandalous story. Right after she finished, the call finally came through. When the female store manager got through, she told her boss what had happened here. "Boss, there's a customer here who says he wants to take over your hot pot restaurant." After the female store manager finished speaking, a man's voice came from the other end of the line. "You're not kidding? Boss, how dare I joke with you? Why don't you come over and take a look?" "Okay, you greet the good family. I'll be right over." "Yes, boss." After hanging up the phone, the female store manager evacuated the crowd at the entrance, or else the boss would come in a while and see so many people surrounding the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Not good. However, after the female store manager evacuated the crowd, those people didn't leave, but stood a short distance away and continued to watch. It's like watching a play. The waitress looked at Wang Hao with this mocking gaze. What she didn't know, however, was that next she was going to pay for what she had said. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared in the crowd. The female store manager met the middle-aged man. Quickly, he came to the man's side and talked to him about what had happened here. "Boss, here's the thing." The boss's eyes narrowed as he listened. A pair of eyes stared very sharply at the waitress. The waitress was also made to look uncomfortable by the boss, but he was the boss of the hot pot restaurant. The waitress did not dare to say anything and could only silently lower her head. Seeing this, Wang Hao was also incomparably sighed. That's the difference between having status and not having status. The waitress hadn't been so humble with him before. Instead, it was very condescending. Now in front of the owner of the hot pot restaurant was as meek as a little sheep. Simply, the middle-aged man looked at the waitress before walking straight to Wang Hao, and when he saw Wang Hao's dress, he didn't show a look of contempt. Instead, reach out. "Hello, my name is Zhao Dahai. I'm the owner of this hot pot restaurant. I heard from my store manager that you want to take over this hot pot restaurant of mine." Wang Hao stretched out his hand and shook Zhao Dahai's. "Boss Zhao, how are you? My name is Wang Hao. You know what happened today, so let's not talk too much. I want to dish out this hot pot restaurant of yours. Do you think it's okay?" Zhao Hai was also slightly stunned. Although this hot pot restaurant of his wasn't worth much, it wouldn't be less than $2 million. It's impossible to think that the man who can get $2 million out of his hand would be the king of dog licking, as they call it. "That, I'm older than you. Is it okay to call you elder brother Wang?" "Feel free, brother Zhao." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dahai burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, good, Wang old brother. I won't ask you for more. This hot pot restaurant cost me $1,900,000 when I first opened it. Since you want to dish it down, then I won't ask you for more. You'll just offer it $2,300,000. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Hao directly responded. "Okay, just $2,300,000. I'll transfer the money to you now." "No problem. I'll have someone prepare the contract." This maneuver directly stunned those around him. Asterisk. This who told me he is the king of licking dogs. How can he be a licking dog when he is so rich? That's it. Let me be his lickspill. No, are you guys stupid? He hasn't even paid yet. How are you guys sure he can take $2,300,000? That's $2,300,000, not $2,300,000. That's it. The people around us split into different opinions. There was a heated debate. Of course, the most shocked one would be Song Ningxuang. Wang Hao's title as the king of dog lickers at the Magic City University of Finance could be said to be known by no one. Now he even waved his hand and directly spent $2,300,000 to dish out the hot pot restaurant. This doesn't look like the same person in any way. Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Hao adoringly. Not a moment later, Zhao Dahai let the secretary will contract these are ready. Wang Hao looked at the female secretary who brought the contract to Zhao Dahai and was also incredibly envious. The female secretary was tall and very eye-catching in a professional outfit. Wang Hao thought, in the future to open the company also want to find a beautiful female secretary, the so-called something secretary to do, nothing to do secret shoe. Guess that's how it's supposed to be. Wang Hao took the contract from Zhao Dahai's secretary's hand and signed his big name after pretending to read it. Then the payment of $2.3 million was made to Zhao Dahai. At this moment, this hot pot restaurant belonged to Wang Hao, and Wang Hao finally had his first fixed asset. Seeing the two close the deal, everyone around them was stunned. Of course, there were two people who were most shocked. Chapter 15, Keep your eyes peeled in the future. Song Ningxuang now finally believed that the big G was Wang Hao's. It seems reasonable to buy a big G for someone who can just plop down a fondue restaurant with a big hand. At this time, Song Ningxuang's eyes were straining as she looked at Wang Hao. He couldn't wait to take Wang Hao down now. The hand holding Wang Hao tightened even more. The waitress, on the other hand, looked at the scene with an incredulous expression. She couldn't believe that such a thing really let her encounter. She had thought that Wang Hao was just an ordinary person. It was impossible to buy the hot pot store, but people waved their hands and directly bought it. It hit her hard. Wang Hao bought the hot pot restaurant. So what kind of revenge will she receive next? She shuddered to think. Thinking of this, that waitress miso dropped directly to the floor. and the big white rabbits on her chest even shook. Wang Hao didn't care about this, but instead opened his data panel. System, open my data panel. Ding, generating data now. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquidity, $20. 209. 711. Fixed assets, 1 city well hot pot in Magic City Bolong Plaza. Remaining binding times, 1. Total funds received through payroll rebates, $27. 4 million. The goddesses who have bound the salary rebate, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month. Wu Ya, bound this month. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 29 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. After opening the data panel, his assets those did change. I didn't realize he'd spent almost $7 million straight up in one day today. He was numb, but he hated wondering why the bank guy hadn't called him. Didn't they say that when you have money, the bank calls? Yet now was not the time to think about that. After all, there were matters at hand that had not been dealt with. Elder brother Wang, the hot pot restaurant already belongs to you. I'll leave first. Come to elder brother's house for a meal in the next 2 days. After Zhao Dahai and Wang Hao left their contact information with each other, Zhao Dahai left with his secretary, and by now the people in the hot pot restaurant were gradually dispersing. Only the shopgirl, still sitting paralyzed on the floor, had a lifeless look on her face. She knew that being sacked was a small matter, but once she offended such rich people in Mordor, then she would often end up in a miserable situation. At this point the waitress's little pearls kept falling out. Had she known she shouldn't have dogged it. She regretted it. She shouldn't treat her guests differently. However, Wang Hao was coldly watching all of this, not saying a word. He's not a careful person. On the contrary, he's a very good person to live with. As long as others are good to him, he'll be 10 times 100 times better to others. Do you know it's wrong now? Wang Hao's cold voice reached the waitress's ears. Hearing Wang Hao's words, the waitress instantly raised her head and responded. I know I'm wrong, boss, please spare me. I never intended to do anything to you in the first place, but I won't be keeping you at my hot pot restaurant, so please keep your eyes peeled in the future. Upon hearing this, the waitress thanked him repeatedly and left in a sorry state. Song Ningxuang, who had been holding Wang Hao's hand, looked at Wang Hao with some puzzlement and asked, Brother Hao, why did you just let her go? And what else? What else do you want? Song Ningxuang smiled awkwardly, as if it was true. What else would she do if she wasn't spared? The reason why Wang Hao did this was actually just to fight for his reputation, and he didn't really have any intentions of buying this hot pot restaurant. After all, he wasn't aiming for a fondue restaurant. He is trying to get the goddesses to work for him and make him money. Lots and lots of money. So this hot pot restaurant it was before. It will be after. The big deal is to find someone to manage it. Okay, don't think so much. Aren't you hungry? I'm hungry. I'll treat you to hot pot. Wang Hao said with a smile. This is his own store. He can eat as much as he wants. And he can eat whatever he wants. How can he say cool? Song Ningxuang smiled faintly and held his arm as she walked towards the inside of the hot pot restaurant. The female store manager also smiled brightly. Boss. Wang Hao also responded with a smile. You go and get busy with yours. How was the hot pot restaurant before and how will it be after that? Just hand it over to me every month. I'll give you my cell phone number and green bubble. You add me. At this sniff, the female store manager was also relieved. What she was most afraid of was the trouble after changing bosses. And now it seemed that Wang Hao was still a very good person to talk to, and he was easygoing, with nothing to stand on. Who wouldn't love a boss like that? Yes boss, by the way, what's your name? Boss, my name is Yuan Yao. Well, you prepare some food for Song Ningxuang and me. Okay boss, you come with me. After that, Yuan Yao brought him and Song Ningxuang to a quieter location, then asked what flavor he wanted to eat. Then he went to arrange for him to be served. Wang Hao and Song Ningxuang sat face to face. Song Ningxuang's pair of eyes looked at him closely, as if she wanted to see through him. Song Ningxuang then softly said, Senior, you're not like the rumors in school. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao smiled faintly. Oh, how is that different? There's always bad rumors about you at school, but in my opinion, they're just jealous of you and then they target you. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth rose. Isn't this where the benefits of having money come in? He obviously didn't do anything. Song Ningxuang automatically brainstormed, believing that it wouldn't be long before the title of the King of Dog Licking of the Magic City University of Finance would go unchallenged. When he goes back to school in a few days, he'll probably cause a stir. He wasn't about to lay low. After all, he was going to get back what he'd lost, one by one. Senpai, where are you going later? Hearing this, Wang Hao thought about it. Just now, since Song Ningxuang stood on his side at the critical time, then send her something. After all, you can't be stingy when you have money. Maybe he would even let Song Ningxuang make money for himself in the future. Let's stroll inside the mall in a while. You accompany me to buy 2 clothes. I'll give you a surprise. When these words came out, Song Ningxuang had a happy batch, because she believed that the surprise said by a rich man like Wang Hao must be a surprise, not some rose or something like that. Sir, is it really a surprise? Definitely, but you have to pick out my clothes. That's no problem. Senior, you trust my vision. It'll definitely make you the hottest guy in the room. Looking at the lively Song Ningxuang in front of him, Wang Hao sighed in his heart. If he didn't have money, how could he have seen this picture? From this moment on, his heart to get money became more determined. Just as the two of them were chatting, Song Ningxuang's cell phone was ringing. Chapter 16, Wang Hao was forcibly kissed. Song Ningxuang picked up the cell phone on the table and looked at it. An involuntary jerk of the face. Why don't you answer the phone? Wang Hao suddenly came with a cry. Song Ningxuang smiled awkwardly. Nothing. Nuisance call. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth rose, and he didn't break down Song Ningxuang's lie. After Song Ningxuang hung up the phone, Yuan Yao brought the waiters over with the pots and meat. These. Lots of stuff. Drinks and food are available. Yuan Yao's arrangement was spot on. Yuan Yao, go about your business. Don't worry about me. I'll leave after I finish eating. Also, I'll count the money on my table, so you can reconcile your accounts better. Yuan Yao also didn't expect Wang Hao to say this. He immediately felt much better about Wang Hao. A slight smile. Yes, boss. After saying that, Yuan Yao went off to busy herself. Wang Hao, on the other hand, ate hot pot with Song Ningxuang. However, while eating the hot pot, Song Ningxuang's cell phone still rang from time to time, and then Song Ningxuang directly turned off the phone. Wang Hao didn't say anything about it. What Song Ningxuang chose was her business. Besides, he didn't know who was calling Song Ningxuang, so there was no need to say anything. After hanging up the phone, Song Ningxuang used her own chopsticks to clip a slice of meat and put it inside the bottom of the pot and swished it around, waiting until it was ready to be eaten. Song Ningxuang put the slice of meat inside her own dipping sauce and dipped it. It was then handed to Wang Hao's mouth. Senpai, try the dip I made. It's delicious. For this kind of thing, Wang Hao didn't refuse. In one bite, he directly ate the sliced meat that Song Ningxuang handed over. Well, that's nice. You're from the south too, aren't you? Ha, senpai, how did you know that? Song Ningxuang was surprised, because that's how we southerners like to mix our dips. So you're from the south too? Senpai, yeah, I'm from your province. Ha, I'm from Yun province. We're very close, hey. Ha ha, yeah, I heard that you Yun provinces are very good at eating spicy food. Really? That must be true. I can even eat well. Really? Then you try mine. Yes. An hour later, after Wang Hao paid for the meal, he and Song Ningxuang left the hot pot restaurant. This meal was too good for him, especially with a beautiful woman feeding him. Simply don't be cool. Just after leaving the hot pot restaurant, Song Ningxuang consciously took his arm. This body all smells like hot pot. Go buy 2 sets of clothes to change into. Ha, you have to change your clothes if you smell. Song Ningxuang was stunned. Rich people's thinking is really different. Song Ningxuang sighed. After that, Wang Hao and Song Ningxuang strolled inside the mall. However, Song Ningxuang first helped Wang Hao choose a few sets of clothes before going to buy her own. Song Ningxuang didn't choose where to buy it because she knew it would be annoying, so she chose to follow Wang Hao, and wherever Wang Hao took her to buy, she followed. It had to be said that although Song Ningxuang worshipped gold, she still knew how to advance and retreat very well. Wang Hao also likes this kind of woman very much. Not only is she pretty, but she also knows how to get in and out. Speaking of good looking, it seemed like he hadn't looked at Song Ningxuang's stats yet. Thinking of this, he directly asked the system to release Song Ningxuang's data. System, open Song Ningxuang's data for me. Ding, generating data now. Name, Song Ningxuang. Age, 21. Face value, 89. Favorability, 71. Common friend. Height, 170. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, none. Seeing Song Ningxuang's data, Wang Hao finally realized why the system didn't give him a hint. Feeling Song Ningxuang now has no income, cannot return cash at all. This is a bit awkward, but it was nothing, and he wasn't going to bind Song Ningxuang at this stage. After all, the main demographic he's looking for right now is good-looking goddesses who make a good monthly salary and still see each other regularly. So Song Ningxuang naturally ruled it out. After observing Song Ningxuang's data, Wang Hao asked, "What brand of clothes do you want to buy?" However, Song Ningxuang shook her head and said, "No more. I have a lot of clothes. Sure, if you miss it, it's gone." At those words Song Ningxuang hesitated, not buying. Eventually it was decided to give up, but Wang Hao didn't intend to not buy her. Since she didn't buy clothes, then buy her a bag. Didn't they say that a woman's bag is a cure for all diseases? No problem buying a bag. Wang Hao then led her directly to an LV boutique. Song Ningxuang was also dumbfounded. I wonder what Wang Hao is up to. Senpai, what are we doing here? Wang Hao usually read a lot of novels, and in this situation he also wanted to learn the plot inside the novel. So he reached out and slapped Song Ningxuang's arse. At once, Wang Hao's heartbeat accelerated. And Wang Hao wasn't the only one whose heartbeat accelerated. Song Ningxuang's pretty face also instantly reddened. After taking a shot, Wang Hao said, "Go and choose which one you like and buy that one. Choose 2 more. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuang said shyly, "Really? Brother Hao?" Hearing Song Ningxuang's tingling voice, he couldn't wait to pinch her top feeling arse again. But the scene was a bit crowded and he couldn't go too far. "Well, go on." After Wang Hao finished speaking, Song Ningxuang happily went to choose a bag. Suddenly, Wang Hao thought of Wuya at home. If he sent Wuya a bag, would it increase his favorability? But think about it or forget it. After all, he and Wuya do not know time is not very long. So send words. I guess Wuya will be confused. Or maybe the goodwill will be reduced. When Wuya has time one day, ask her out for dinner and then just like a relationship, see if it will increase the favorability. Just as he was thinking, Song Ningxuang had already chosen her bag. "Brother Hao, I've already chosen." Wang Hao looked at the 3 bags in his hands, smiled. Turning to the counter girl, she said, "Wrap up these 3 bags for me." The lady at the counter was also surprised. After all, these 3 bags are not cheap. However, before the counter girl could return to her senses, Wang Hao's voice rang in her ears again, "And bag one of the most expensive bags in your store." "What?" Hearing Wang Hao's words, the women who were still choosing bags also immediately looked towards his direction. "Sir, are you sure? The most expensive bag in our store totals $310. 000. The counter girl asked. Wang Hao didn't hesitate for a second. "Wrap it up." Upon hearing this, the counter girl also happily wrapped up the 4 bags. The 4 bags totaled $398. 100. The counterkeeper erased the 0 and collected 398. 000. Song Ningxuang's eyes were still confused the moment she got the bag into her hands, but after reacting, she jumped in excitement. The red lips kissed him directly on the mouth. Feeling the softness on his mouth, Wang Hao was also confused. Now all he could think about was that he'd been forcibly kissed. Chapter 17. Brother Hao, remember to pick me up tomorrow. The two were touch and go. Wang Hao was also confused by the kiss that caught him off guard. He licked the side of his mouth afterward. Though, smiling, he said, "It's sweet, I love it." Being said so, Song Ningxuang instantly lowered her head shyly. The people next to him also cursed when they saw this scene. Wang Hao, on the other hand, unhurriedly pulled Song Ningxuang out of the LV boutique. He then planned to go back, bringing Song Ningxuang to the car. When he got back to the car, the first thing he did was to open his panel first. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquidity, $19. 811. 411. Fixed assets, 1 city well hot pot in Magic City Baolong Plaza. Remaining binding times, 1. Total funds received through payroll rebates, $27. 4 million. System points, 0. The goddesses who have bound the salary rebate, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month. Wuya, bound this month. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 29 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. There's only 19.81 million left in liquidity. He spent almost $8 million in one day today. Song Ningxuang, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, saw Wang Hao fidgeting. Nui said, "Brother Hao, what are you thinking about?" It was only when he heard Song Ningxuang's coy voice that Wang Hao came back to his senses. "Nothing, just thought of something. Where are you going now?" "Where are you going, Brother Hao?" "I've got things to go do, so I'll take you back to school first." Hearing Wang Hao say this, Song Ningxuang was also secretly disappointed. If she could go further with Wang Hao, then she might be the rich wife that everyone envied. But hasty hearts couldn't eat hot tofu, and Song Ningxuang knew this. Afterward, Wang Hao drove his car and took Song Ningxuang towards the Magic City's University of Finance and Economics. In fact, in the paper-drunk city of Magic City, there were quite a few people driving big GS, so not many people looked at Wang Hao's car. Driving a big G in the Magic City can be considered mid-tier stage. Wang Hao now belongs to this stage. Song Ningxuang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had a smile on her face. She took the initiative to lean her white jade feet to Wang Hao's side, and Wang Hao's eyes lit up when he saw this. Smoothly, he put his hand up. Instantly, he felt very soft. Song Ningxuang, who was on the side, was also smiling. Whispering, she said, "Brother Hao, how are Ningxuang's legs?" At night, Ningxuang can give you a careful touch. Oh. Wang Hao cried out that he couldn't stand it. Song Ningxuang, this schoolmate, is too good at this. He wouldn't be able to resist taking Song Ningxuang for a deeper exchange if he kept this up. That's not good. He's not that casual. Even if you want to have a deep conversation, it's only at home. It's not safe to go to a hotel. Wang Hao thinks it's time to buy a suite. Let's wait for some time on this one. If we use it as it is, the rest of the $10 million will be gone soon, and we still have 29 days until next month's paycheck rebate, so it has to be planned. Now the paycheck rebate isn't enough money for him to spend recklessly. He'd have to plan how to use it to maximize the benefits. Not long after, Wang Hao drove the big G to the gate of the Magic City Finance. Wait for the moment he stops. Many of the students were looking towards him. Holy, it's a G63. This is awesome. Love it, love it, love it. It's my favorite car. I would love it if I had one. And look, you guys, that's still a temporary license plate. It must be a new lift today. Let's see. It's true. There are too many rich people in Mordor. A crowd of students chattered in disgust. Song Ningxuang, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, looked at the envious eyes of the crowd next to the big G and instantly felt immensely relieved. Wang Hao's hand was still resting on Song Ningxuang's white leg at this moment. Song Ningxuang didn't rush to get out of the car and just sat there. It wasn't until after a while that Song Ningxuang softly said, "Brother Hao, I'm going back." Only after hearing this did Wang Hao reluctantly move his hand away from Song Ningxuang's fair legs. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Ningxuang brought her delicate cheeks over, then gave Wang Hao a kiss on the cheek. He, Brother Hao, remember to pick me up tomorrow. I'll wait for you at school. After speaking, Song Ningxuang opened the door of the big G and got out of the car from the passenger side. However, the person who was admiring the car at that moment also noticed the door opening. One would like to see just who has the means to be able to afford the big G. They were instantly shocked to the point of shock when they saw the person who got out of the car. Holy, am I blind? Isn't that the class president of our class? Why is she coming down from the big G? Dude, what class are you in? Finance 2. It's really Song Ningxuang. That's not right. Doesn't Song Ningxuang have a boyfriend? Why would she even get off someone else's car? I seem to have eaten a big melon. What? Brother, are you telling the truth? What's the point of lying to you? Amazing melon. No, this melon can't be eaten by me alone. I want our class to eat it too. The surrounding chatter naturally reached Song Ningxuang's ears. She didn't care in the slightest, though, because she was already planning on clearing her name with that person, and she hadn't been with that person. Just that person willingly. Song Ningxuang waved at Wang Hao after she got off the car. Wang Hao naturally responded and waved at her before driving off. After Wang Hao left, Song Ningxuang turned around and prepared to go back to the dormitory. It was only when she turned around that she realized there was a group of people behind her looking at her. She didn't bother with these people either. Straight away, yet just as she was about to leave, it was someone behind her who called her name. Song Ningxuang, how did you get off that big G? The person who called out to her was called Wang Weiqing, a classmate in her Finance 2 class. Wang Weiqing, what kind of relationship do we have? You don't care where I come down from, and does it matter to you if I ride in my boyfriend's car? Psycho. After saying that, Song Ningxuang took the bag she bought today and turned around to leave. Seeing this, Wang Weiqing also picked up his cell phone and called his roommate. Wang Weiqing's roommate, Zhao Chang, was the one who often gave things to Song Ningxuang. Immediately after Song Ningxuang returned to the dormitory, she sent a friend circle first. I took a picture of a few bags, especially the one that cost 310,000, and then attached the picture of Wang Hao's hand holding that I secretly took while shopping with him today and sent it to a friend circle. With the text, "You promise me riches. I'll accompany you for a lifetime." After clicking OK, she put her phone down on the bed and then focused on her bag. Chapter 18. The emaciated Wu Ya. Ningxuang, you're getting rich, buying so many bags. Song Ningxuang's roommate exclaimed when she saw Song Ningxuang's bag. My boyfriend bought this for me, Song Ningxuang said proudly. What? Zhao Chang bought it for you? It can't be. How could Zhao Chang have so much money? Who told you guys that my boyfriend is John Cho? Isn't it true that Zhao Chang brings you breakfast every day, and is on call, and sends you messages every day, and he's even making a big deal out of it in class? No, we're sisters in a dormitory. You guys don't even know? Looks like we were overthinking it, but you have to introduce us to your boyfriend, right? Is he from our school? On the other hand, Wang Hao drove the big G to the Fengshan neighborhood opposite the school. Although there would be a charge for parking the car inside the neighborhood, Wang Hao didn't care about the few dollars, and when he bought a house in a while, he wouldn't need to worry about that then. After Wang Hao parked his car, he walked towards home. Within a short time, he was back at the doorstep. The door to the room opened after Wang Hao entered the password. What surprised him was that it was already more than 9 o'clock, and Wu Ya hadn't even come back yet. Wang Hao first changed into a pair of slippers, then returned to his room and cleaned up. Then he went and took a shower. When he got everything done, the time had already come to 10 o'clock. At this time Wu Ya hadn't come back yet, so Wang Hao thought of doing some food for her. rummaged through the fridge and pulled the meat and a potato out of the freezer, fried a dish, then made another soup. At 10:20, he fried all the dishes, and Wuya still didn't come back, so he took out his cell phone and gave Wuya a call. The phone had just rung when he heard a bell ringing from the doorway. Turning her head to look, Wuya had already arrived at the door of the house. Seeing this, Wang Hao also walked over. At this point, Wuya was obviously already a bit drunk. Wang Hao rushed over to support Wuya. Taking the bag in her hand, she hung it on the rack at the door, then took out a pair of slippers and took off Wuya's high heels for Wuya to change into. After that he helped Wuya to the sofa and sat down. Sister Wuya, wait, I made you congee. After saying that, Wang Hao went inside the kitchen and poured Wuya a bowl of freshly cooked porridge. At this moment, Wuya's face was red, obviously had a lot to drink. I don't know how she got back here. It's dangerous. She could be taken away if she's not careful, especially a woman as beautiful as Wuya. Wang Hao, I want some water, Wuya said in a daze. After that, Wang Hao had been taking careful care of Wuya. Going to the bathroom, he dabbed water on a hanky and then came and wiped Wuya's face. Even fed Wuya some porridge. After Wuya fell asleep, Wang Hao took Wuya back to her room to rest. He covered the table with the finished meal and then went to rest himself. Wang Hao was lying on the bed, picked up his cell phone and started swiping through Twitter. He wanted to see if he could see Zhao Liying's next schedule from the top of Weibo. If he could, it would be okay if he took some time to stumble upon it then and bind the month. It's just that the idea is wonderful, but the reality is brutal. He swiped through Twitter for a while, and there was still no useful information, so he had no choice but to put down his phone and rest. Early the next morning, Wuya stretched, feeling sore all over. All she remembers is being called in for drinks last night over the loan. If you don't go for a drink, then you have to change $1 million at once. But with the 10 years of rent paid by Wang Hao, she only had 300,000 on her. Where's $1 million? So she had to drink with them in the hope that she could extend the repayment period a little. She naturally knew that something would definitely happen after drinking, so she made preparations, and after she had drunk half of it, she excused herself to go to the toilet and ran away. After that she remembers that the alcohol had kicked in by the time she got back to her front door. She can't remember. However, she vaguely remembered that it was Wang Hao who was taking care of her at that time. Thinking of Wang Hao, Wuya's haggard face finally revealed a smile. Just as Wuya was thinking, a voice came from outside the room. Knock knock. Sister Wuya, are you up yet? I cooked some porridge for you. Hurry up and drink it. It's hard to drink so much yesterday, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Wuya immediately returned. The door is open. Come in. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then slowly pushed open the door of the room. As soon as he came in, he saw Wuya in the room, who was currently lying on the bed, her face as haggard as it could be. Wang Hao was also heartbroken, so he said, Sister Wuya, you can rest first. I'll go and bring the kanji in for you. Wang Hao, please. Harm, what's wrong with that? I also have to thank Sister Wuya for trusting me and sharing a room with me. Wuya smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, Wuya understood that Wang Hao's 240,000 could rent a very good place no matter where she went to rent it. It was just that she owed too much money, and she took Wang Hao's money all at once. Wang Hao came to the kitchen and gave Wuya a bowl of porridge, then brought it to her room. Sister Wuya, be careful of the heat. Wang Hao handed the porridge to Wuya. Just seeing the haggardness on Wuya's face, Wang Hao couldn't bear it, so he said, Sister Wuya, lie down. I'll feed you. When these words came out, Wuya's face instantly turned red. A young woman in her 30s actually blushed. Wuya didn't know what was going on, but she nodded inexplicably. Seeing this, Wang Hao sat down on the edge of the bed, then took a spoon, blew on it, and then handed it to Wuya's mouth. At this moment, Wuya's eyes turned a little different when she looked at Wang Hao. Wuya opened her mouth and drank the porridge that Wang Hao fed to her mouth. At this time, Wang Hao also heard the system's voice. Ding, wage cashback goddess Wuya's favorability +5. Wang Hao, who heard the system beep, instantly became excited. That good feeling is a joyous thing. Now Wuya's favorability had reached 80, and the cashback multiplier had come to 80 times, just wondering when it would reach 10,000 times cashback. Wang Hao was a bit curious. In no time, the bowl of porridge was finished by Wuya. Sister Wuya, do you want another bowl? I don't think you ate anything yesterday. Wuya nodded. Well, thank you, Wang Hao. No, wait, I'll go get you some. Wang Hao went out to give Wuya another bowl of porridge. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed and continued to feed her as he had done earlier. Sister Wuya, why did you drink so much yesterday? At those words, Wuya instantly fell silent, but after thinking for a while, Wuya still spilled the beans. Chapter 19, Wuya's Confession. Wang Hao, when it came to actually saying it, Wuya still didn't know what to say. Sister Wuya, It's okay, who doesn't have hard times? You know what happened to me at school, didn't I get through it? Wu Ye recalled that day inside the Rising Star Cafe. Wang Hao told her about his past. There was a proof of laughter. The smile directly made Wang Hao, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, look dumbfounded. So much for the four beauties of antiquity, I guess. A smile, one laugh and all beings fall. Wu Ye saw Wang Hao looking dumbfounded and softly said, silly. Wang Hao shook his head back and forth. It's not because you're so beautiful, Sister Wu Ye. I'm dazzled. Poor mouth. Wu Ye said, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Immediately afterward, he told Wang Hao what had happened to him. Wang Hao, as you know, my ex-husband took my identity to borrow from loan sharks, and after I divorced him, I've been paying it back. But this recent period of time has come to the deadline for repayment, but I didn't have that much money, so I had no choice but to accompany them for a drink, hoping that they would give me a few days grace. But when I got to the drinking place I realized something was wrong, so halfway through the drink, I excused myself to go to the bathroom and ran away. The booze kicked in when I got back to the door. Speaking of this, Wu Ye even gave Wang Hao a glance, intentionally or unintentionally. Sister Wu Ye, this is too dangerous for you. You're a woman and so pretty. If you're drunk, it's dangerous out there. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye sighed and said, why wouldn't I know that? It's just that I have to pay back the money I owe after all, or else if it gets to my family, my parents won't be able to stay in the village. Sister Wu Ye, how much are you missing them now? Together with the 240,000 you gave me, I still have a few tens of thousands of dollars here, and I paid back 300,000 yesterday, so I'm still 700,000 short. Wang Hao directly exploded. How could he not have expected Wu Ye's ex-husband to take out such a large loan against her identity? It's almost like Sister Wu Ye. Wang Hao was just about to say something, but was interrupted by Wu Ye. Wang Hao, do you want to hear my story? Looking at Wu Ye's haggard face, Wang Hao nodded. Putting the bowl in his hand on the nightstand, he then sat in front of Wu Ye and just stared at her. Wang Hao, I'm a child from a rural family, and since I was a child I've always loved dancing. So in order to be able to get out of the countryside, I desperately tried to study and learn to dance. So that's how I got into the dance department at Mordor University. When came to the Magic City University, I realized that the original really outside the people outside the sky. In the Magic City University, in addition to my good looks a little bit outside, what can not compare to others? Not as rich as others, not as good as others. I was inside the dormitory looking at my roommate who had either a bag or a cell phone all day long, and I was envious, so I worked harder. However, the appearance of a man breaks it all. In the beginning he courted me like crazy, and I never agreed, because at that time I was still thinking about improving myself, but his generosity and good looks just managed to attract me. After his repeated advances, I said yes to him my senior year of college. I was 24 at the time and didn't know anything, but because of my conservative nature, after 3 years of dating him, I've only ever held hands with him, not even kissed him, so he fights with me a lot too. It went on until I was 29 when he and I got our marriage license, but the same day I got my marriage license, I got an alert on my cell phone that I had to pay off a loan, so I went to check it out. After looking into it, I realized that he had taken a loan against my identity and taken it to gamble. When I found out, I didn't even think twice about divorcing him. Originally, this kind of money should be repaid by him, but who would have thought that he went in for gambling, and this money will have to be repaid by me, and these days are the deadline for repayment. By the time she said this, Wu Ye had already cried into tears. Wang Hao gently moved his body a little closer to her, then gently held her in his arms. Feeling Wang Hao's warm chest, Wu Ye fell on his chest and cried tearfully. To be honest, Wang Hao actually pitied Wu Ye, obviously such a hard worker and good looking, but fate seems to have played a big joke on her. Let her come across such a thing. Wang Hao didn't know how to comfort her, so he just let her lean like this without saying anything. Wang Hao drew 2 pieces of paper and handed them to Wu Ye. Wu Ye wiped her tears. I'll make you look funny. Sister Wu Ye, you said that, no one else would want to encounter such a thing. In fact, I'm similar to you, but right, that person found a better one than me. She made her own choice. And don't think so much, you'll always meet the right person. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. Sister Wu Ye, you're in such a state that you're not going to work today, right? I'm not going. Then get some rest today. Aha, are you going out today? I'm not going to go out either. I want to do some research at home. Okay, then I'll cook for you tonight. Okay, I haven't eaten Sister Wu Ye's cooking yet. Looking forward to it. Wu Ye smiled. Then, Sister Wu Ye, I won't disturb your rest. Well, by the way, didn't you say you went car shopping yesterday? It's already bought and the car is parked in the parking lot. Then you can take me for a ride this afternoon. Wu Ye's sudden words caused Wang Hao to freeze a bit. Still, he nodded, because he also wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could boost his favorability a bit more and try the cashback multiplier. Wooya's monthly salary is only $23,000, and if you want to get more salary cashback, you can only raise the cashback multiplier of your salary by raising Wooya's favorability. All the chances to be alone with Wooya Wang Hao would cherish. Then it's a deal. Yes. After saying that, Wang Hao left Wooya's bedroom, put the dishes back in the kitchen, washed them, and then returned to his bedroom. Today he's going to look around and see if he can find out where Zhao Liying is going next. If he can find it, he'll fly or drive there to consolidate his bindings for the month. Otherwise the cashback might not be as much next month. Of course there was another chance to bind, and there had been no luck in finding the right person, and he would have to go find the right person to bind too. Thinking of this, Wang Hao picked up his cell phone, Weibo, Baidu, whatever he could. He checked. Suddenly, a message appeared in his eyes. Chapter 20, I'll give you $1 million. Wang Hao looked at the information that appeared in front of his eyes and was very surprised inside. The content of the message was exactly what he had in mind. Wang Hao directly tapped into the details of the message. Surprise! Zhao Liying will be going to Shangri-La in Yun Province on June 29th to shoot a new movie. However, in just such a moment of time that Wang Hao clicked, the message instantly disappeared. He instantly understood that this should be someone who had done away with these messages that leaked Zhao Liying's whereabouts. But Wang Hao had already seen the message. He was also a little thankful that his hands were a little fast, otherwise he wouldn't have seen the message. Now he finally understood why it was so hard to know the whereabouts of celebrities. It turned out that there were people who specialized in dealing with their whereabouts. June 29th, Shangri-La, Yunnan Province. Song Ningxuang is not the Cloud Province. Although Song Ningxuang was from Yun Province, Wang Hao wasn't going to take Song Ningxuang with him, and even if he was going to go, he was probably going to take Wooya with him. After knowing Zhao Liying's whereabouts, Wang Hao put his cell phone down. He slept late yesterday and needs to catch up on some sleep. After putting down his cell phone, he quickly went to sleep. 10 o'clock. Wang Hao opened his eyes. After 2 hours of sleep, he was full of blood. Looking at the time, I realized it was only 10 o'clock. I just picked up my cell phone and prepared to shake it for a while to see the two beautiful hostesses I had followed before. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw a message from Song Ningxuang. Song Ningxuang, brother Hao, have you gotten up yet? Song Ningxuang, brother Hao, I'm already in the classroom, ready for the first lesson. It's a shock not to see. Song Ningxuang had sent him no less than 30 messages between last night and now. He never returned. Wang Hao sighed. I was licking Li Jiejia like this in the beginning, right? Only one day after I became rich, I already had a woman licking myself. It's really saddening, but he loved the feeling. Picked up his cell phone and returned a message to Song Ningxuang. Just woke up. Instantly, Song Ningxuang directly returned the message in seconds. Song Ningxuang, brother Hao woke up from his nap. Let's go eat together at noon. Wang Hao, I have something to do at noon. I can't go to you today. I'll talk to you when I go back to school in a while. Song Ningxuang, okay, lost. Wang Hao, well, I'll give you a surprise then. Song Ningxuang, really? You're too good. Brother Hao, love you, love. Wang Hao looked at the chat message in his cell phone and the corner of his mouth rose. Why did he feel like he was a bit of a sea king right now? Wu ya, Song Ningxuang, but this is good. It's good to brush up on goodwill and get them to make money for themselves, so it's two birds with one stone. Originally, he wanted to brush the beautiful video, but once he chatted with Song Ningxuang, he didn't brush it, and after chatting and then looking at the time, it was already 11 o'clock. He then got ready. Just as Wang Hao opened the door to his room, he saw that Wuya had also opened the door to her room. The two just looked at each other. It was followed by a laugh. Little Hao, Sister Wuya, let's get ready and get going. Okay, Sister Wuya, you go first. I'll play with my phone some more. Okay, I'll call you later when I'm done. No problem. After saying that, Wuya walked into the bathroom wearing a pair of pajamas. Wang Hao, on the other hand, came to the sofa and sat down, swiping the video for a while. Once Wuya had washed up, he went and washed up as well. It wasn't until 12 noon that Wang Hao and Wuya packed up. The two then headed out the door together. Wang Hao felt that there was no need to eat at home at noon, since he wanted to go out for a drive. He would go out to eat, and it just so happened that Wuya wasn't in a very good mood, so he would take Wuya to the beach to stroll around. The two men came to the parking lot. Wuya then asked, Xiao Hao, where's the car you bought? It's over there. Wang Hao pointed to the big G not far away and said. When Wuya saw the car Wang Hao pointed to, her entire body was stunned. She covered her mouth with a pair of jade hands, not knowing what to say. It was only after coming to the car and Wang Hao pressing the key that Wuya was completely convinced. How? Is this the car you went to buy yesterday? Yesterday, Wuya also thought that Wang Hao was just going to buy a substitute car, but did not expect to directly buy the big G. What kind of family is this? No, if Wang Hao was so rich, then why did he want to share a room with her? She was a bit confused. Yeah, I was going to ask Sister Wuya to go with me yesterday, but you said you were busy with work. The corner of Wuya's mouth twitched. She's really a little busy. What else would she do to pay it back? Sister Wuya, come up. I'll take you for a ride. Wuya nodded and got in the passenger seat. Still, as she sat up she asked, how? Can I sit in the passenger seat? Wang Hao said jokingly, it's okay, from now on, my co-pilot will only let you, Sister Wuya, sit in it. When these words came out, Wuya instantly laughed. Poor mouth. However, Wuya was still happy, no matter what Wang Hao's purpose of sharing a room was, but he was currently treating her well, so she didn't go deeper. How? Where are we going? I'll take you to dinner first, and in the afternoon we'll go to the beach. I haven't been to the beach since I was a kid, alas. It's just right for you, Sister Wuya, to take me there. He. What the hell? You're the one who took me there. Okay. Wang Hao then took Wuya to a meal, spending nearly $10,000. Give Wuya heartburn, and he kept telling him not to spend money so recklessly next time. Wang Hao is teasing, now you wanna be my housekeeper. It caused Wuya to blush. Wang Hao looked at Wuya, who was wearing a fan's halter wrap skirt, and sighed in his heart. Wuya's figure is really good. The bump should be convex and the curvature should be curved. On the way to the beach, Wang Hao drove with both hands. Upon arriving at the beach, he found a parking spot and parked his car. Before he was ready to get off the bus, he picked up his cell phone, found Wuya, and directly transferred 1 million to Wuya. Wuya, who received the beep, was also startled. Hastily, he looked at Wang Hao. How? What are you doing? Sister Wuya, I'll return your $1 million for you, lest they rush you again and you have to go drinking. How dangerous that is, and I'm not giving you this $1 million for free. You have to pay me back when you make money in the future. After he finished speaking, he looked at Wuya, who was filled with tears at this time. She didn't know what to say. She and Wang Hao had only known each other for less than a month, and Wang Hao trusted her so much. Not only did he pay the rent for 10 years straight away, he even lent her $1 million to pay it back. Wuya put her cell phone away and hugged Wang Hao. A thank you kept coming out of his mouth. Wang Hao gently patted Wuya's back and comforted. Sister Wuya, it's fine. Suddenly, he felt a softness on his face and was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 21 Payment of Debts. That wonderful feeling only lasts for a moment. By the time he came back to his senses, Wuya was already seated on the passenger side with a red face. Wang Hao also didn't expect a woman as conservative as Wuya to take the initiative to kiss him. This is unbelievable. To know, Wuya and her ex-husband had not even kissed. The most intimate action was just holding hands. I did not expect Wuya to take the initiative to kiss him. Suddenly, Wang Hao heard the system's voice. Ding, wage cashback goddess Wuya favorability +2. I hear the favorability has even increased. This is just a surprise. Wang Hao could like it too much. For some reason, Wang Hao felt that he had two feelings when Wuya kissed him and Song Ningxuan kissed him. Sister Wuya, you smell so good. When these words came out, Wuya's face, which was already a bit reddened, instantly aggravated. Geez, don't you say that. Seeing Wuya like this, Wang Hao didn't say anything. Sister Wuya, let's get off. Let's go shopping. However, Wuya said, Xiao Hao, can we go and pay back the money first? And after we do that, I'll accompany you over. Wuya looked at Wang Hao with a pair of very moving eyes. Wang Hao naturally knew what was in her heart. After all, she had something in her heart. Even if she was playing, she wouldn't be much happier. Instead of that, it would be better to settle things with her first, and then come out a little happier. Thinking of this, Wang Hao nodded. Okay, then tell me the address and we'll go there now. Yes. Wuya then told Wang Hao the address of the loan company. Wang Hao drove there. All along the way, Wuya felt very excited, and the thought of finishing paying back the money made her feel happier than ever. From the time she was 29 years old, to now, at 32, she had been on her way to paying back a lot of money over the years, but the man had borrowed just too much. Even though she had been up and about for years trying to do so, it's also just over half paid back. Wuya, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, looked towards Wang Hao's direction from time to time. At this time she felt that if it was Wang Hao that she had met in the first place, then would things not have been like this? Will she have a wonderful family? She drove her children to school every day and came back to teach them how to dance. Sister Wuya, what are you thinking? Wang Hao's voice interrupted Wuya, who was rambling. Wuya smiled slightly. Nothing, it's just that the thought of finishing paying back the money is so much more relaxing. Well, you won't have to be so tired later. Well, thanks anyway. How? Sister Wuya, how many times have you said thank you? Ha? That many times? Yeah, it's been said at least 10 times from the parking lot to here. Ha ha, I'll say less next time then. The two chatted along the way, and after more than an hour, The two finally arrived at the company that Wu Ya's ex-husband had taken out a loan from. Wang Hao followed Wu Ya inside after parking his car. Not long after, Wang Hao and Wu Ya arrived at the credit company's office. I saw a fat and strong man sitting in front of a desk, next to a female secretary who was serving him tea and water. The female secretary's neckline was about to finish opening. The scenery is also unobstructed even at this point in time. The man saw Wu Ya coming. The smile from the previous interaction with the secretary was gone in an instant. In its place was a look of displeasure. Wu Ya, you should pay back the $1 million you owe. You drank last night and ran away halfway through. You are really giving face. In that case, the matter of grace is off the table. Wu Ya pulled Wang Hao beside him. Whispering in his ear, he said, Xiao Hao, this is the owner of this credit company, Qin Guang. Well, let's just pay back the money and leave, and we won't come back here again. Yes. Qin Guang saw Wu Ya whispering with a young lad and mocked. Young man, what is your relationship with Wu Ya? Do you know how much money Wu Ya owes us? Wu Ya was very angry when she heard Qin Guang's words, but there was nothing she could do about it. As he ran a credit company, he must have a lot of power. Neither she nor Wang Hao had any backers, so it was better to pay back the money and stay away from such people. Wu Ya is my sister. Cut the crap. This time we're here to pay back the money. Give us your company's account and we'll transfer it to you. Oh, do you have the money to pay it back? Oh, I won't trouble you to worry about that. When Qin Guang saw that Wu Ya didn't say anything, he patted the female secretary's ass. Go on, give them both the company account. The amount they have to pay back today is $750,000. Hearing Qin Guang's words, Wu Ya roared, Qin Guang, didn't I pay you back $300,000 yesterday? Wasn't it $700,000? How did it become $750,000? However, Qin Guang is very calmly said, oh, yesterday said that you accompany us to drink, to give you a delay in repayment, but you ran away in the middle of the day. Today's interest is $50,000. You don't pay back, it doesn't matter. I'll find your hometown to go. At those words, Wu Ya gritted her teeth and looked at Qin Guang. On the side, Wang Hao reached out and pulled Wu Ya's hand. Give her a reassuring look. $750,000 is $750,000. Give me the company account. After saying that, the female secretary gave the credit company's account to Wang Hao, and after receiving it, Wang Hao operated his cell phone to transfer $750,000 to the credit company. After Wang Hao called the money over, it didn't take long for the secretary to get the message. Walking over to Qin Guang's side, he whispered in his ear, Boss, the money has arrived. Upon hearing this, Qin Guang slapped the female secretaries but once again and said, I know. Then he returned the loan note or whatever from the drawer to Wu Ya. After getting the loan note, Wang Hao and Wu Ya left. The female secretary watched Wang Hao and Wu Ya leave and immediately fell into Qin Guang's arms, whispering, Boss, don't you have your eye on Wu Ya? Why did you let her go so easily? What do you know? Last night Wu Yadu was still late for the exchange of money to drink with us, but today came to pay back the money. There must be something fishy. There is also the fact that the person next to her has a very calm look. It is obvious that she has seen the world. If you don't investigate such a person clearly, do you dare to do it? If I meet any second-generation family, I'll still be in business as a small credit company. The female secretary sniffed and kissed her ass. It's still the boss who is considerate. Hey, that's right. I'll be more thoughtful today. Come on baby, I'll take you home to a big baby. The female secretary pouted. Oops, it's still early. I'm still working now. On the other side, Wang Hao and Wu Ya, who had come out from inside the credit company, were also relieved. The two men smiled at each other before driving away from the credit company. After today, Wu Ya will never have to carry so much debt again, and the only debt she carries is Wang Hao's. Chapter 22, Wu Ya's candlelight dinner. Suddenly, Wang Hao, who was driving the car, heard the system's voice again. Ding, wage cashback goddess Wu Ya's favorability +3. Wang Hao only felt that he hadn't come out for nothing this time. That's 5 points of goodwill added to the trip. The cashback multiplier has also been added 5x straight away. When Wu Ya's paycheck returns next month, he'll be able to get a lot more money again. It's just too good to be true, right? Xiao Hao, let's go to the supermarket and buy some groceries. We'll eat at home tonight. Great. Then I'm going to have king crab today. Australopithecus. I haven't had those since I was a kid. At those words, Wu Ya was also a bit surprised. No way Xiao Hao. You're so rich. How come you haven't eaten before? He. In fact, I won't hide it from Sister Wu Ya. I've only earned this money recently. I've invested some of it, and in the future, I'll get a dividend every month. Wu Ya looked incredulously at Wang Hao who was driving. Wang Hao's ID card she has seen. Counting down he is only 23 years old. 23 years old can rely on their own to earn so much money. Wang Hao is really very capable. Afterwards the two chatted while they went to the supermarket to do some shopping. Because they had to replenish the family with quite a few things this time, Wang Hao drove the car. So the two of them bought quite a few things. I bought 1 king crab and 2 australopithecines. There are also various daily necessities and so on. By the time Wang Hao and Wu Ye returned home, the two of them were already out of breath. After placing their things in the living room, Wang Hao and Wu Ye directly sat paralyzed on the sofa. After looking at each other, both of them smiled. This time, Wu Ye felt very relaxed. The huge amount of money owed that she was carrying was no longer there. No, I should say it was transferred to Wang Hao, but that was enough to make Wu Ye happy. After all, Wang Hao wouldn't be like Qin Guang. After resting for a while, Wu Ye stood up and prepared to go pack up the things she had just bought. Seeing this, Wang Hao naturally followed suit and stood up. How could he, a big man, make a beautiful young woman work so hard? Her strength should be saved for the night. Sister Wu Ye, you can just sit and rest. Just leave these things to me. With that, he reached out and pushed Wu Ye to sit on the couch. He was busy himself. Wu Ye couldn't argue with Wang Hao, so she could only sit on the sofa with her hands propped up on her chin, watching Wang Hao get busy, during which the corners of Wu Ye's mouth even revealed smiles from time to time. At this point, Wu Ye felt that she had finally met the right person in her life. She was also glad she hadn't given herself up so easily before, otherwise it would have been her who regretted it. Looking at Wang Hao's busy appearance, Wu Ye really felt that the two of them were now like husband and wife. But soon Wu Ye shook that thought out of her head. Once Wang Hao had cleaned up, Wu Ye stood up. Xiao Hao, go rest for a while. I'll call you when I've made dinner. Wang Hao, who had just finished cleaning up, also felt a bit tired, so he agreed. Good, then I'll take a shower and go rest for a while. Hard work to you, Sister Wu Ye. Aha! Afterwards, Wang Hao took a shower and went back to his room to rest. It was just that Wang Hao, who had returned to his room, didn't rest at the first opportunity, but instead checked the system. He directly asked the system to open his data panel, and the top of the panel is basically unchanged. The only thing that has changed is the change in liquidity. Before transferring $1 million to Wu Ye to let her take it back, when he got to the credit company he was the one who put the money through, which means he spent a total of $1.75 million. However, Wang Hao believed that Wu Ye would definitely return the $1 million to him, because Wu Ye's character was like that. After checking some data information, Wang Hao closed his eyes and fell asleep. Sleeping, Wang Hao was disoriented and felt someone shaking his body. Lazily, he rolled over as if to go back to sleep. Xiao Hao, get up, dinner is ready. Hearing Wu Ye's voice, the sleeping Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. It couldn't be helped. He hadn't slept this well in a long time. He was a little reluctant to even get out of bed. Sister Wu Ye, what brings you here? Seeing Wang Hao say this, Wu Ye also covered her mouth and laughed. Idiot, it's already night. Eat before you sleep. Get up quickly. Yes, it was just that when Wang Hao came to the living room, his entire body was dumbfounded, only to see that the dining table was filled with all sorts of food. Not only that, Wu Ye also turned off the lights in the living room, and a few candles were lit on the table. There were goblets and roses next to the candles. He was confused. What kind of operation is this? Candlelight dinner? Hey, Xiao Hao, sit down. Let's have a drink tonight. Wang Hao didn't care. He just thought it was prepared by Wu Ye because she was happy after paying back the money. He took a seat at one end of the table. Picking up the red wine on the table, he poured a glass for Wu Ye and then another for himself. Normally, neither Wu Ye nor Wang Hao drank often, but today the two wanted to drink some because they were happy. Wu Ye looked at Wang Hao with her highball glass and softly said, Xiao Hao, thank you for helping me so much. I'll transfer that 1 million back to you in a moment. It was not what he expected. Wu Ye was ready to transfer that $1 million to him. He wasn't going to ask for it though. He wanted to see if the system would consider it Wu Ye's paycheck if he gave it to her. If it counts, it's a fortune. If it didn't count, then consider it as pleasing Wu Ye, and maybe it would even grow in favorability. Of course, it couldn't be said that it was given directly to Wu Ye. After all, a strong woman like her, to say that it was given directly to her would be an insult. Wang Hao picked up his wineglass and clinked it with Wu Ye. Sister Wu Ye, keep that $1 million for me. I'll ask you for it when I need it. Ha! Wu Ye didn't react for a moment, but she soon came back to her senses and hastily refused. No, Xiao Hao, it's better for you to keep this money yourself. Too much, I'm afraid. Wang Hao smiled and said, Sister Wu Ye, I believe you. Ding, wage cashback goddess Wu Ye's favoritism +1. Hearing the system's voice, the smile on Wang Hao's face grew even wider. Then, let me know when you want it. Well, Sister Wu Ye, your outfit today is so beautiful that I want to chase you. When these words came out, Wu Ye's face instantly turned red. The two enjoyed a beautiful candlelit dinner afterward. During this time, Wang Hao also kept shelling Wu Ya's also gladly accepted his feeding. By the time they were full of wine, the two were obviously a little drunk. At this time, Wu Ya was a bit better. Her drinking capacity was better than Wang Hao's. Wang Hao was now drunk because he didn't drink often. Sister Wu Ya, you're so pretty. I like you so much. The drunken Wang Hao suddenly came out with such a sentence, causing Wu Ya, who was sitting across from him, to be stunned for a while. Chapter 23, Wu Ya's Kiss. Wu Ya was also a bit drunk though, but the most basic sobriety could still be maintained. And when he heard Wang Hao say so, the whole person was also a bit surprised. Xiao Hao, what did you just say? However, at this time, Wang Hao's consciousness had gradually blurred. Seeing this, Wu Ya also stood up and walked to his side to support him. Wu Ya looked at Wang Hao's not particularly handsome but very refreshing cheeks and kissed them. It was only a pity that the stunning young woman's kiss Wang Hao was not able to feel it in detail, because he was completely drunk. Wu Ya helped him back into the room after giving him a kiss on the cheek. It was just that Wu Ya was pretty much done at this point, and she didn't have the strength left, so she collapsed as well. The two just fell asleep. Early the next morning, Wang Hao rubbed his still somewhat sore head. Thinking back on the events of last night, he just didn't have a clue. Suddenly, Wang Hao seemed to sense something and turned his head to look. It was an instant shock. His whole being was confused. Wu Ya's entire body was now lying beside him and he had his hand on her softness. This caused Wang Hao to freeze for a moment. After reacting, Wang Hao only wanted to leave quietly. If this was caught by Wu Ya, then his hand wouldn't be ruined. Thinking that, Wang Hao was ready to draw his hand back. However, it was such a movement that had already awakened the sleeping Wu Ya. Wu Ya opened her eyes in a daze. Next, she screamed out loud. She hadn't had a man kiss her on the mouth since she was a little girl, let alone slept in the same bed with a man who had his hand on her big white bunny. Wu Ya instantly exclaimed. Seeing this, Wang Hao hastily withdrew his hand, then covered Wu Ya's mouth, explaining, Sister Wu Ya, I didn't mean it. We were drunk yesterday. I let go of my hand, you mustn't scream. Reacting, Wu Ya nodded. Wang Hao also let go of Wu Ya. It was only when Wang Hao let go of Wu Ya that Wu Ya immediately fled the place and returned to her room. Wang Hao also shook his head helplessly. He actually didn't want to, but he didn't even feel it last night. I just don't know if the two had that yesterday. What if I really did that? Wang Hao's mind was in a mess right now, and he didn't know what to do. He sat on the edge of the bed for a few moments and thought before slowly getting up. It always has to be faced. Only he didn't see Wu Ya when he came out. Since he had been sitting in the bedroom for almost half an hour or so, Wu Ya should have gone to work. Thinking of this, Wang Hao cleared the table. Once he was packed, he went to wash up and then sat down on the couch to think about what he wanted to do next. There's still quite a bit of time before the next paycheck rebate, and he can take his time finding a binding opportunity this time around, so there's no need to rush. Anyway, this binding opportunity must not bind actresses. They earn a lot of money, but their whereabouts are uncertain. A month may not be able to see a side. Of course, if they had found it on their own. Let's say he hadn't, and it's only 5 days until the end of his vacation. It's 5 days he's going to utilize as well. Although he also wanted to go find Han Xian to take revenge now. He didn't have much money now and didn't have a bit of power, so going to take revenge like this was like hitting a stone with an egg. He needs to think long and hard. It's just that when he thought about it, his mind would always bring up what happened last night with Wu Ya, and his head still hurt a little now. He simply went to his room to rest as well, but before he rested, he sent a message to Wu Ya. Wang Hao, Sister Wu Ya, I'll pick you up after work. Send me your location when you get off work. After sending it, Wang Hao lay down on the bed and fell asleep. By the time he woke up again it was 4:30 in the afternoon. Wang Hao hurriedly picked up his cell phone and checked it. He was afraid of missing Wu Ya's message. WUYA, good. This was the message Wu Ya had replied to him, and so far there had been no other messages. Then there was Song Ningxuang sending him quite a few messages, which Wang Hao didn't reply to as he felt too lazy to do so. After waking up he went to wash his face, then sat on the sofa quietly waiting for this Wu Ya to send him a message. After about half an hour or so, Wu Ya finally messaged him. Wu Ya directly sent him a location, and Wang Hao immediately went downstairs after receiving it. He didn't know why, but now he especially wanted to see Wu Ya, as if she was his woman. He didn't know why he felt that way. It made sense that he had just gotten rid of his dog-licking life. Was he now going to start a new one? That's unlikely. However, what Wang Hao didn't know was that goodwill was actually a two-way street, and when Wu Ya's goodwill towards him increased, then his goodwill towards Wu Ya naturally increased as well. Once the favorability level increases, then the two will look forward to meeting. Wang Hao came downstairs and drove the big G towards Wu Ya's location. A roar went up as he started the car. Wang Hao felt that now that he had money, it was time to improve his parents' life, and when he was done with these 2 days, he would go and work on his parents' business. When the time comes, we'll just arrange it and let them go home to enjoy themselves. After 10 minutes of rushing, Wang Hao finally arrived. As soon as he arrived at the place, Wang Hao saw Wu Ye wearing a black knee-length dress, standing on the roadside waiting for him. It's just that a woman as beautiful and graceful as Wu Ye would have people asking for contact information everywhere she went. He had just arrived at the place where he couldn't send the location when he saw an E300 parked in front of Wu Ye. A man in his 20s with dyed yellow hair opened the driver's door and stepped out, even made a move that he thought was cool, as if hoping to attract Wu Ye. Only the yellow-haired young man walked up to Wu Ye. Fondly, he said, "This beautiful sister, I wonder if I can add you a green bubble and get to know you." As soon as Yellow Hair finished speaking, he only saw Wu Ye's originally expectant face instantly turn black. "Sorry, I don't use green bubbles," Yellow Hair sniffed, still not dead, so he continued to pester Wu Ye. "Beautiful sister, I'll drive you for a ride. This is an E300, one worth more than $500,000. Speaking of which, Yellow Hair seemed to be very proud of himself. He also looked at Wu Ye with a confident face. He seemed to think that once he had revealed his car, this beautiful young woman could be taken by him. "Then we'll be able to eat our brother tonight." However, what responded to Yellow Hair was still Wu Ye's icy words. "Sorry, my man's picking me up. Bye." After saying that, Wu Ye walked straight to the big G who had just stopped. At this time, Yellow Hair was also dumbfounded. Chapter 24, Cousin is getting married. Remember to bring back a girlfriend. The originally confident Yellow Hair saw Wu Ye get into a big G. The whole thing was stunned. After Wu Ye sat up, Wang Hao drove the car to Yellow Hair's heel and said with a smile, "Don't go up to ask for green bubbles when you see who looks good in the future. Be careful of accidents." At those words, Yellow Hair became even more flustered. Not to mention that his E300 is a rental. Even if it is his, he wouldn't dare to clash with the owner of the big G. Isn't that a death wish? Yes, brother, you're right. I was wrong. Seeing Yellow Hair's look of panic, Wu Ye, who was sitting in the passenger side, also laughed. Seeing this, Wang Hao left with a kick of the gas. "Xiao Hao, did you just see the expression on that Yellow Hair's face? It's so funny." Yeah, it's just that after what happened last night, the relationship between the two seems to have turned a little awkward." Sitting in the car, Wang Hao didn't know what to say. Just when Wang Hao was silent, his cell phone rang, but he's driving right now and there's no way he can answer the phone. So he said to Wu Ye, "Sister Wu Ye, please answer the phone for me." "Yes." Wu Ye picked the cell phone up, and when she saw the name of the caller, she didn't know what came to her mind, and her face unexpectedly reddened. Immediately afterward she picked up the phone. His familiar voice came as soon as the call was answered. "Hey, son, what are you doing?" Dialect. As soon as Wang Hao heard that it was his own mom's voice, he also hurriedly responded, "Mom, I'm driving." "What's wrong?" Speaking in tongues. "Driving? Drive what?" Wang Hao didn't know how he was going to explain it to his mom now, but after thinking about it, he told her about his car purchase. "I bought myself a car. Driving back to school now." Dialect. "You bought a car? When did that happen?" Speaking in dialect. "Just the day before yesterday. I recently invested in a little business, made some money. Buy a car is also convenient." Dialect. "Oh, that's fine. How much is that car of yours?" Speaking in tongues. "Geez mom, I'm driving right now. We'll talk about these things later. The car isn't that expensive. It doesn't cost much." Dialect. "That's right. By the way, let me tell you something. Your cousin is getting married in July. By then we'll be going back from Zhejiang province. So don't come to Zhejiang province. Just go home." Dialect. "Okay, then I'll drive straight back in July." Dialect. "And don't forget to bring back a girlfriend. You know." Dialect. Got it. Dialect. "That's enough for now then. It's not safe for you to drive." Dialect. "Mom, wait. I'll transfer $20,000 over to you in a moment, so you and Dad can buy more food." Dialect. "No, just save it for yourself. Hang up." Dialect. After saying that, Wang Hao's mom directly hung up the phone. Wu Ye on the side also looked at Wang Hao with great curiosity. Asked, "Little Hao, I didn't understand any of the dialects you just spoke to Auntie." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao didn't understand that Wu Ye didn't just want him to translate. He laughed and said, "Ha ha, so let me tell you what my mom told me. Yeah. My mom told me that my cousin is getting married on the 20th of July, so she told me not to go to Zhejiang province for the summer vacation, to go straight back to my hometown, and told me to remember to bring my girlfriend back." Originally, Wu Ye was okay when he heard the front, but when she heard about bringing her girlfriend home, Wu Ye instantly started to ramble. Wang Hao naturally didn't know what Wu Ye was thinking. He concentrated on driving toward home. The two of them didn't go car shopping today. There was no point in buying a bit too much yesterday. They wouldn't be able to eat it all if they bought more. By the time Wang Hao and Wu Ye returned home, it was already 6:10 in the evening. "Sister Wu Ye, how did you get to work this morning? Wu Ya, who had just put her bag down, said, I took a taxi, and I didn't tell you because it was almost too late. Oh, wouldn't it be inconvenient for you to take a cab every day? No, I usually go on my little donkey. It's just that I was running out of time today, so I took a cab there. So that's it. Aha, little Hao. Are you hungry? If so, let's heat up yesterday's dishes. Kind of hungry. The two of them then warmed up their meal and ate it. When he was done eating, Wang Hao chatted with Wu Ya in the living room for quite a while, and it wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening that he went back to his room to rest. Early the next morning, Wang Hao felt compelled to go out and look for the goddess of wage return that he could bind. Otherwise, once he goes to school, then there will be much less time. Once you miss it, you get a lot less money for the month. It's just that Wang Hao doesn't know what profession of salary return goddess he can find to bind now. There are several conditions that need to be met for him to bind the target. The first is a relatively high monthly income, and then you must be able to meet with the paycheck return goddess every month to maintain the bond. Then there's the necessity to be able to brush up on your goodwill often to boost your cashback multiplier. Wang Hao thought about many careers. There are very few paycheck-to-paycheck goddesses who meet his requirements. First of all, there are the actresses, movie queens, divas, etc., who definitely make a lot of money, but just their whereabouts are uncertain, and you can't be sure that you'll see them every month. The second thing is that he can't afford to bind people right now. And then there's the female bosses, and then there's the female presidents who are such paycheck-to-paycheck goddesses. This kind is much harder. Let's not talk about whether or not the face value could pass. Even if the face value could pass, then he didn't know the person. Then there were workers like Wu Ya, whose wages were low, but he could still find them if he looked hard enough. The only bad thing is that you will get much less money through payroll rebates. In that case, there's no way for him to earn points fast enough to redeem the bound times. Just when Wang Hao didn't know where to start, suddenly his aura flashed. The live streaming industry seems like it could be as long as there is a reward from the boss. Won't that income just crunch up? And he could also be the big brother of the other party. Swipe her gifts and then make a deal with the other party. Actually, Wang Hao had a lot of ideas, but nay, the current funds were a bit insufficient, so there was no way for these ideas to be accomplished. He needs to get more money through cashback first, then you can recruit more people. This way he doesn't have to go out and find a paycheck return goddess he can bind himself to. Thinking of this, Wang Hao didn't plan to go out. He wanted to take a look at the two female anchors he had followed before that met the system binding requirements. It's just a pity that Wang Hao opened Jitterbug, and neither of the two female anchors were on the air. He also had to brush up again to see if he could come across any other paycheck return goddesses that met the system's requirements. Chapter 25, High Color Talent Anchorwoman, PK, Wildly Swiping Gifts. Wang Hao was speechless. Beauty technology is so powerful these days. He swiped for a while, and swiped several female anchors, and the female anchors in the video were all very beautiful and pure. He was wondering why such a beautiful woman hadn't fulfilled the system's binding requirements. For a moment, Wang Hao thought that the system was too demanding, but thinking about the face value of 80 points or more should be pretty good. If the system's requirements are really that strict, I guess we have to choose a goddess with a face value of 90 points or more to bind. Then he let the system present the data of those female anchors. The moment he saw the real face value, Wang Hao couldn't even tense up. Originally looked at in the video with 8 or 9-10% of the face value, but the actual face value is less than 80, and even some less than 70. This explosive scene instantly let Wang Hao know what a divine art was. Alas, it's true that there still aren't many people with a real face value of 80 or more. Wang Hao sighed, then continued to slide down. His mission today was to find the right anchorwoman and then talk to her about the terms. If it's negotiable, then he'll just bind it. Anyway, he's going to get this done in the next few days. Then back to school. Wait until the 27th or 28th to take another vacation. Go to Shangri-La in Yun Province, and meet Zhao Liying by chance. However, Wang Hao swiped through the videos for a long time, and he couldn't find a suitable one. He had no choice but to put down his cell phone, and so the day passed. Wang Hao swiped through a number of videos without finding a suitable female anchor. He was even a little skeptical that he'd be able to find the right anchor woman with this look. Early the next morning, Wang Hao took his cell phone and swiped up the video as usual. That brush was a day. Until the evening time, Wang Hao hadn't found a suitable one, and his antics over the past 2 days had caught Wu Ya's attention. So by the end of the night, Wu Ya knocked on his room door. Wang Hao hurriedly put down his cell phone, opened the door to Wu Ya's room. Sister Wu Ya, what's wrong? How come you haven't even eaten for the past 2 days? You've just been cooped up in your room all day. I'm a little worried about you, so I came to take a look. Words. Wang Hao was very moved. Before, Li Jiajia wouldn't care about him at all. No matter what he did, Li Jiajia would only think of herself. I didn't expect that. It was only less than 2 days ago. Wu Ya started to worry about him. Sister Wu Ya, I'm fine. I'm looking for investment recently, By the way, do you think that car is good to drive? Oh, then even if you are busy with investment, don't forget to eat. I made a meal inside the refrigerator. You can eat it if you heat it up. I think the car is quite good, just a little big. I feel a little uncomfortable. Okay, then I'll go out and heat it up when I'm hungry. Ha ha ha, if you don't fit in, I'll buy you a new one when I make money from my investments. No, I don't usually drive. What's the point of buying a car? You go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to take a break. Remember to eat. Okay, good night, Sister Wuya. Good night. After Wuya left, Wang Hao closed the door to the room and continued to lie on the bed. Recalling Wuya's words just now, he instantly felt warm and fuzzy. He felt that it should have something to do with Wuya's 85 favorability. Thinking of this, he felt that he had to be nicer to Wuya so that he could raise his favorability and get more cashback multipliers on his salary. But that wasn't his mission right now. His mission was to find the next suitably bound paycheck return goddess as soon as possible. So he picked up his cell phone and continued to brush up on the live stream. He didn't expect that he would be quite lucky this time, and he swiped a goddess that met the system's binding requirements as soon as he came up. Ding! Detected a paycheck return goddess eligible for binding. Bind or not, Wang Hao didn't bind the first time, but let the system present him with the woman's data. He had to take a good look. Name White Bull. Age, 23. Face value, 90. Favorability, 0. Stranger. Height, 168. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, internet anchor. Looking at the data the system pulled out, Wang Hao also sighed. That's not very comprehensive data. Can't even see how much money I made this month. However, he didn't care. It was so hard to meet a suitable one, then he naturally couldn't let it go. Wang Hao looked at his account balance, and there was still 18.06 million left, which he was going to use in the right way. But Wang Hao still asked the system some questions. System, will the money I swiped be counted as the opposite side's income? Ding! No, the host's money will not be counted towards the other party's paycheck, in any way, shape or form. Sure enough, the system wouldn't give him a break. He was thinking of swiping all the money and then making a lot of money the next month, but that solution really didn't work. Since you can't, you'll have to find goddesses who make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Wang Hao no longer hesitated, decidedly charged 1,000,000 shake coins. Wang Hao understood that a small white number like him wouldn't be noticed if he floated a single word in someone's live room, so he had to fill up, and that's a prerequisite for meeting. Wang Hao took a closer look at the name of the live broadcast. White Bull's live room is called Wayner is a bit sweet. Nice name. And at that moment, White Bull was playing PKs with a woman called Sister Very Twisted. When Wang Hao saw the comments in White Bull's comment section, he also instantly understood what was going on. It turned out to be a White Bull and Sister will be very twisted. Two people in the guild has some conflict. White Bull had to play PK with each other. White Bull's bloodstain had been beaten by the opposite side until it was out of sight. The people on the opposite side of the room then frantically flooded into White Bull's live room, taunting White Bull. At this time, White Bull was also helpless. She doesn't have a big brother because she doesn't want to accompany him to meet offline, resulting in no one at all coming to help her with PKs right now. The way things were going, she was afraid that she was going to lose badly, and after this loss, she's afraid she's going to have to leave the union for a very large sum of liquidated damages. Thinking about this, White Bull was helpless, but there's no way around it. Ha 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 ha, one air is a bit sweet. You'd better surrender or you'll lose badly. That is, a big brother is not even there, and trying to twist peaks with our sister very much will be a fool's errand. That's right, look at her, she can't even see the blood bar. Go back to farming. Anchor, see, you look so beautiful, sacrifice a little, maybe there is a big brother to help you. You are now worse than the opposite side of 100,000 points. There were all sorts of obscenities on the pop-up screen, and Wang Hao couldn't bear to watch it anymore. If he had been told that, he would have had to curse back. Thinking of this, Wang Hao directly waved his hand, and 100 carnivals were flung out. At once, the White Bull live broadcast exploded. Chapter 26, The Feeling of Being a Big Brother. I chow. Which big brother is here? All of a sudden, the sister is very good at twisting the blood bar dry to the end. Ah, really, big brother? Ah, not right. Just now that number is still a small white number. This all of a sudden swiped so much. Isn't it true that one air is a bit sweet to offend people, which is why there is no big brother? Yeah, what is this if not big brother? At this time, Lin Wanner was also confused. She doesn't know anything at all. She froze as she watched the screen float over the carnival. It took a while before he said excitedly, "Thank you, Hao, for the carnival." Thank you. With that said, White Bull stood up and bowed. A carnival is $3,000. 100 is $300. Where has White Bull ever seen so many carnivals? She was clearly a bit agitated at this point. Wang Hao smiled crookedly. So this is what it feels like to be a big brother. Suddenly by Bowler came. Brother Hao, I've sent you a private message. Look at the private message. Wang Hao wasn't in a hurry. He had to wait for this PK fight to finish. After all, he didn't want to see Bai Bowler lose either. After that, as expected, his sister was very good at twisting to choose to steal the tower at the end of the day, and swiped almost 100 carnivals at once. This is presumably from her guild. Naturally, Wang Hao was not willing to show weakness and directly swiped the remaining $700,000. That's over 200 carnivals. There was no point in suspense, and White Bull won the peak without a hitch. After the PK fight, my sister was very good at twisting and started doing the punishment. The sister is very good at twisting in front of all the viewers in the live broadcast room to want a little sweet to apologize, but also just rewarded all the gifts to the White Bull. When it was over, White Bull went off the air. A rental house in Magic City. A very good-looking woman had a cell phone in her hand, as if expecting something. Suddenly, green bubble rang, and she excitedly picked up her phone and looked at it. And when she saw the +1 displayed there at Add Friends, White Bull was also very excited. Previously, she had been oppressed by the company because she had offended her big brother, and she's gotten it in the last 2 years. She's just a youthful eater who definitely needs to sacrifice something, and she wants to choose a big brother she can live with while she still has a choice. White Bull immediately agreed to the friend request, then direct messaged the other person. White Bulls, hello big brother, my name is White Bulls. Wang Hao, I know, I heard you're a talent anchor? White Bowler, yeah, I was singing up early on. Wang Hao, can you sing me a song next time? White Bowler, that's fine. An hour later, White Bull looked at the chat on her cell phone and a smile filled her face. This time she talked to the other person quite a bit and got some basic information, and she knew from the other woman's words that she wasn't very big, and she was okay with that. She also made an appointment with the other party to meet at a restaurant in Magic City tomorrow. This was her first offline meeting with her big brother and she was feeling nervous, but the thought that the other person wasn't very old made it less stressful. After White Bull ended her chat with the other party, she went straight to the closet and opened it to start picking out her clothes for tomorrow. On the other hand, after Wang Hao put down his cell phone, the whole thing was a lot easier too. After days of searching, he finally found a more suitable paycheck return goddess, and we'll see what happens when he meets on site tomorrow. And if it's okay, he'll bind it down. Wang Hao fell asleep after putting down his cell phone. He had expended too much energy in the past 2 days. It's going to be a good break. After putting the phone down, he fell asleep straight away. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was the next day. Wang Hao counted the time. Tomorrow was the last day of his leave. He had to hurry up and finalize this binding today before going back to school. Only when he looked at the time, he was instantly in the dark about how bad it was. Yesterday, because it was too late, I didn't tell Wuya to ask her not to drive there and leave the car with him. And now that Wuya has gone to work, I guess the car has already been driven away. Looks like he'll have to take a cab or ride a small electric donkey later. Wang Hao washed up, warmed up the breakfast Wuya had prepared, and ate some breakfast. Then it was ready to go. Yesterday, he and Bai Bowler had agreed on a time of 11 o'clock at noon today, and it was now 10 o'clock. It's also time to go. Otherwise it's not good to be late. It was just that Wang Hao was now torn between taking a taxi or riding a small electric donkey. Wang Hao looked at the restaurant he agreed to yesterday. It wasn't that far away from here, only a dozen kilometers or so there should be no problem if he rode a small electric donkey. Besides, it's Wuya's little electric donkey. Try riding it. With that, Wang Hao set off on a little pink donkey that was on the feminine side. Of course, he didn't forget to bring his helmet. For a distance of more than 10 kilometers, Wang Hao rode for about half an hour. By the time he arrived at the promised Western restaurant, there were still about 10 minutes left on the clock. Wang Hao just wanted to park the little electric donkey and go inside. 2 mocking voices were heard reaching his ears. Wang Hao, didn't you say we're over it? Why are you bothering me and Xian again? Hearing Li Jiejia's voice, the current Wang Hao only felt very disgusted. He's not like he was before. Wang Hao, if you bother Jiajia again, I'll make sure you don't graduate. Wang Hao didn't say a word, and Li Jiejia and Han Xian came up with an output. Although the current Wang Hao couldn't possibly bring down Han Xian and his family's industry, he wasn't so scared either. Oh, which of your eyes saw that I came here to look for Li Jiejia? I came here to eat. Get it, jerkass. Han Xian and Li Jiejia's faces turned green when they saw that Wang Hao dared to retort. Li Jiejia mocked, oh, Wang Hao, I know that my leaving has hit you hard, but you can't have such unrealistic daydreams either. No one's minimum consumption in the Western restaurant here is more than 1,000. Can you afford it? Don't come to disgrace yourself. That's right, don't even look at your class. Han Xian followed suit and mocked. At this moment, the two of them were like jumping clowns, constantly bouncing around. Wang Hao looked at Li Jiejia and Han Xian viciously, and he swore that when he gained some more funds through payroll rebates, he would make sure to make Han Xian and Li Jiejia kneel in front of him and beg for forgiveness. But now he's going to punch them in the face first, because Wang Hao saw a figure. Although he hadn't seen this figure in reality, he had also swiped $1 million for the other party yesterday. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth rose. Good show coming up. Chapter 27 Meet Offline. White bowls for white swans. White bowl. Wang Hao waved toward Bai Bowler, and White Bowl, who was walking towards the Western restaurant, froze, but White Bowl reacted quickly. Yesterday, she and Wang Hao had an appointment here, and then just now that person directly called out her name, so this person in front of her must be Wang Hao. When she saw Wang Hao, Bai Bowler was still relieved, in her eyes, although Wang Hao wasn't very handsome or tall, at least he was young and fresh looking. Not only that, Wang Hao has money. Bai Bowler came to Wang Hao's side with a smile on her face and said daintily, "Brother Hao, Wan Air, you're early." Hao is not even earlier. Li Jiejia and Han Xian on the side were envious when they saw Wang Hao chatting so intimately with a very beautiful woman. Han Xian was upset in his heart. He didn't understand why such a country bumpkin like Wang Hao could pick up such a beautiful girl. Li Jiejia was also very upset. Why should you find a woman who is even more beautiful than me after my mom dumped you? Beauty, do you know Wang Hao? Bai Bowler, who was talking to Wang Hao at this moment, was also stunned and looked at Han Xian with some confusion. Brother Hao, he is? It's okay, it's just a dog. Let's go. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Bai Bowler sort of understood that Wang Hao must not get along with the pair in front of him, or else how could she have said so? Bai Bowler decisively took Wang Hao's arm. Smiling, he said, "Aha, Brother Hao." Han Xian's face reddened with anger when he heard Wang Hao call him a dog. Wang Hao, who are you calling a dog? Who called who a dog? Why do you keep bringing yourself in? You want to be a dog so badly? You. Han Xian trembled and pointed at Wang Hao. To the side, Li Jiejia couldn't look away, accusing, "Wang Hao, even if I followed Xian, you can't scold him like that. Besides, weren't you the one who volunteered to be my dog for the past 3 years? I advise you to hurry up and apologize to Xian, and I'll still consider letting you be my dog again." Hearing Li Jiejia's words, Bai Bowler was also very surprised as she looked at Li Jiejia. Bai Bowler really couldn't figure out what kind of woman could say something like that. I don't think any human being could say such a thing. Bai Bowler looked at Wang Hao and then at Li Jiejia, who thought she was a white swan. That condescending look was like giving Wang Hao a handout. Doesn't she know that Wang Hao is rich? Brother Hao, why does this woman keep screaming there? It's noisy. Let's hurry inside. Wang Hao looked at such a knowledgeable Bai Bowler, and his heart became even more determined to bind her. It's okay, just a self-righteous woman. Let's go. You can eat whatever you want today. Bai Bowler smiled and said, Hey, thank you Brother Hao. Beauty, that kid has no money. Don't let him fool you. At those words, Bai Bowler was even more puzzled. Wang Hao doesn't have any money? Last night in less than 10 minutes Wang Hao swiped $1 million for her. You say Wang Hao doesn't have any money? Isn't this funny? White Bowls looked at her like a little cutie. Like looking at Han Xian. That's right. He had to eat 3 months of instant noodles and work for 3 months before he wanted to buy me a cell phone. So don't be fooled. Pretty girl. Yet White Bowl was not shaken at all. After all, she really did receive $1 million in actual gifts last night. Brother Hao, they're really noisy. Let's hurry up and leave. Don't get bitten later and still have no place to talk about it. Wang Hao didn't expect Bai Bowler to curse without swearing. This woman is good. Ha ha ha, let's go. White Bowl was wearing a white halter knee-length dress and a pair of nude-colored high heels. To say it's a white swan would be an understatement. Compared to White Bowl, Li Jiejia was like an ugly duckling. Han Xian and Li Jiejia watched Wang Hao and Bai Bowler walk towards the inside of the Western restaurant. Han Xian said angrily, Jiejia, let's go in and take a look as well. I'd like to see if Wang Hao can afford to pay. He can pay for it. Dogs don't believe it. Let's go. Saying that, Han Xian and Li Jiejia walked into the Western restaurant with reddened faces as well. Wang Hao and Bai Bowler came in. A male waiter then stepped forward to greet them. Hello sir, how many please? 2. Inside, please. Gentlemen, is a window seat okay? Okay, just the window, Wang Hao said. After the two of them sat down, Wang Hao directly ordered the most expensive dishes, ordering 4 or 5 in total. Each serving of the dish costs around a couple $100. This Western restaurant is not Michelin or it would be more than that. Would you like some wine? Bai Bowler looked at Wang Hao and said softly, If Brother Hao wants to drink it, I'll drink it. Ha ha ha, let's drink tonight. I have to ride back later. Aha, a bike ride? Yeah, I came on a little electric donkey. Upon hearing this, Bai Bowles thought to herself, are all rich people so low-key nowadays? Brother Hao, then you'll have to take me in a while. Ha ha ha, no problem. Han Xian and Li Jiejia, who had just come in, sat next to Wang Hao and Bai Bowler and kept staring at them. Han Xian thought that he would wait for a while when Wang Hao couldn't afford to pay. Then he would pay, and then he would show off in front of the beautiful woman. You might even get to eat it. Han Xian couldn't help but smile at the thought. Li Jiajia on the side looked at Han Xian's appearance. How could she not know what he was thinking? But people, Han Xian has money. She did not dare to say anything. On the other side, Wang Hao chatted with bipolar. Is it okay if I call you on air? Well, Hao can call it whatever he wants. Wang Hao smiled. There are some things that are not good to talk about here. Let's go somewhere else after dinner. Yes. With that said, the two of them didn't speak anymore and just ate. To be honest, this was also Wang Hao's first time eating Western food, and he wasn't very clear about it. To avoid embarrassment, he could only try not to say anything. Not long after, when Wang Hao and Bai Boyer finished their meal and were about to settle the bill, Han Xian next to him revealed a smug expression, because he was sure that Wang Hao couldn't afford to pay. Han Xian just looked at Wang Hao. He couldn't go and taunt Wang Hao now, or else in a while, even if he helped pay the money, the pretty girl probably wouldn't have a very good impression of him. He's going to hold back a hand. However, what he was expecting was destined to fall through. What happened next directly made Han Xian dumbfounded, only to see Bai Boler take out her cell phone and directly pay for this meal. Han Xian froze. He didn't understand why such a beautiful beauty not only ate with Wang Hao, but also got so close to him, and not only that but also took the initiative to pay for the meal. Li Jiajia was also dumbfounded. What right did this lickspill have? She thought. However, by the time they came back to their senses, Wang Hao had long since left the Western restaurant with Bai Boyer. Chapter 28, Bai Boles wants Wang Hao to adopt her. Requirements. Binding. Wang Hao brought White Bull to a small pink donkey. The moment you take out your keys. White Bull was outright dumbfounded. Now the rich are so low-key? Riding a small electric donkey to ride the pink. Simply But White Bull didn't care, as long as Wang Hao had money. Now she is no longer as innocent as she was before. She's been exposed to quite a bit since entering the scene. Come on up, Wang Hao said after driving the little pink electric donkey out. Bai Boyer didn't hesitate and directly sat in the back seat, wrapping her hands around Wang Hao's waist. After Bai Boyer sat up, Wang Hao directly rode the small electric donkey and left the Western restaurant. As for where to take White Bull next, he had already considered it, so he went straight to his destination. About 20 minutes later, Wang Hao and Bai Boyer arrived at the 5-star hotel in Magic City, the Marriott Hotel. He went straight to the front desk and booked the presidential suite for a month. The presidential suite costs $17,000 a night. That's $510,000 a month. Seeing Wang Hao's bravado, Bai Boyer on the side was even more convinced of Wang Hao's identity. Now she felt that as long as she followed Wang Hao, then she would have what she wanted to have. And after her observation just now, Bai Boyer felt that Wang Hao wouldn't be that kind of irresponsible man. After all, she had roughly listened to and understood a bit of the conversation between the pair and Wang Hao just now. If Wang Hao knew what Bai Boyer had in mind, he would have cursed her. Didn't he get White Bull to come here so that White Bull could make more money so that he could get more cash back on his salary? If White Bull doesn't work, then where is he going to get the money? But Wang Hao didn't know any of this. After opening the hotel, the butler of the presidential suite brought Bai Boyer and Wang Hao to their room. Ladies and gentlemen, drop me if you need anything, the housekeeper whispered. Okay, I got it. After Wang Hao finished speaking, the housekeeper exited the room, and coming into the presidential suite, Bai Boyer curiously surveyed her surroundings. Then, not knowing what came to her mind, her face instantly turned red. She even peeked at Wang Hao, who was standing in the doorway. From time to time, only the next second, she froze. Only Wang Hao asked her to sit on the sofa. She thought Wang Hao was going to be on the couch, so in a mosquito voice, he said, it's my first time, can I go to the bedroom? When she said this, Bai Boler's face instantly flushed into the appearance of a red apple. That shy look made Wang Hao's heart flutter more than a little when he looked at it, especially with that sweet look. It was just that he knew that now was not the time to think about this. The most important thing now was to talk to Bai Boler about the conditions and requirements first. What are you thinking? Sit down, let's talk first. The White Bulls were confused. Before, those men wanted to crush her under their bodies when they saw her. How come it was different when it came to Wang Hao? Is Wang Hao not interested in her? White Bull was lost in thought. Wang Hao looked at the dumbfounded White Bull, and didn't know what to say. Self-conscious, he sat down on the couch. After a while, the White Bowler, who had returned to her senses, sat down next to Wang Hao. Are you still in your union? White Bull nodded. Brother Hao, I'm still in the Cloud Sky Union, and my contract won't expire for another year. To be honest, White Bulls regretted signing the union. If not for signing the union, she could have made a lot of money doing live broadcasts over the years, but after signing the union, she didn't make anything. Otherwise she wouldn't have gotten the idea. How? Brother Hao, can you adopt me? Wang Hao on the side was stunned when he heard White Bull's words. What kind of operation was this? Just now he had heard White Bull say that it was still his first time. Did you really find a treasure? But he wouldn't believe what others said. And defense was not an option. Still, be careful. You want me to adopt you? White Bull nodded firmly. Can you tell us why? Upon hearing this, White Bull told what had happened to her after signing up with the guild. After hearing this, Wang Hao also felt quite poor for her, getting squeezed by the unions like this. Simply, but this is normal. Wang Hao also often brushes online that there are anchors who have similar encounters. Looks like he's going to get a live streaming company in the future and take in the paycheck-to-paycheck goddesses that can be tied up by the union squeeze. Name your terms. Bai Boyer jerked her head up to look at Wang Hao. She had thought about it before she came, but now she hesitated because she didn't want to miss Wang Hao, and once she missed him, she was afraid that all the people she would meet would be men with old and big bellies. She was wondering if she should lower her standards a bit, but after thinking for a while, she decided to say the conditions she had before. I want a suite and a car, and you're going to help me pay off the default. Give me $20,000 a month for my allowance. Wang Hao actually understood. These things are just out of reach in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the rich these things are within reach. Just how a big flat in Magic City can be tens of millions of dollars. He does not have enough money now, but he could also hold off on buying a house for White Bull for now. He'll buy it for her later after her paycheck comes back to him, and using her money to buy her something for this wave is tantamount to whoring. Okay, I promise you, but the house will have to wait until next month before I can buy it for you. Of course, you don't have to worry. This month I will first buy you a car no less than $2 million. I'll also help you with your union's liquidated damages, and I'll even get your account back for you. But I also have one request. You have to broadcast normally in the future as well. I don't want a penny of the money you make, and if you make more money in a month, the more pocket money I give you. Let's say you make $1 million a month through live streaming, then I don't want a penny of that million. Instead, I'll give you $1 million in pocket money. In short, the more you make, the more I give you. But I have one request. Since you want me to adopt you, you can't wear anything too revealing. Understand? Bai Boyer listened to Wang Hao's words. The whole group fell into a deep silence. She didn't think the world could actually be this good. Brother Hao, are you telling the truth? Naturally, I can assure you of this, but I for one hate it when people betray me. Do you understand? White Bull nodded. Good, Brother Hao. One Air will follow you from now on. She was really too moved by the conditions Wang Hao gave her, and she directly agreed without hesitation. Right after she agreed, Wang Hao also communicated with the system. System, bind White Bull. Ding, in the process of binding the goddess of wage rebate. Chapter 29, Back to School. Binding successful. System, open White Bull's data. Ding, the paycheck return goddess White Bull is generating data. Name White Bull. Age, 23. Face value, 90. Favorability, 73. Common friend. Height, 168. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, internet anchor. Current cashback multiplier, 73x. Cumulative funds received for the month, $2. 300. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 26 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Good guy. This up is 73 times the salary rebate. This if she earns $1 million a month, then she can't just rebate nearly $100 million. It's just great. It's just that the million he swiped yesterday doesn't count. If only it did, but there was still quite a bit of time left in the month, and he was in no hurry. Well then, since you reason, it's decided. Aha! White Bull nodded. With that, she stood up, walked to Wang Hao, and put her small white hands on her shoulder straps. Wang Hao looked at Bai Bowler in confusion. The next second, he was dumbfounded. Only White Bull's white dress slipped off, revealing her perfect figure. Where had Wang Hao seen such a battle? Cover your eyes in a hurry. Non-courtesy. Non-courtesy. One Air, get dressed first and I'll talk to you. The red-faced Bai Bowler was also confused now. She was already like this. Could it be that Wang Hao really wasn't interested in her? Otherwise why wasn't he moved? Even though Bai Bowler thought so in her heart, she put her clothes back on. Only after Bai Boyer got dressed did Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Bai Bowler, who was still standing in front of him, and his mind kept floating on Bai Bowler's perfect body. He shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. He said, One Air, now is not the time. When I help you to finish all the things, the house will be bought for you, so that you can also feel at ease. White Bull looked at Wang Hao with tears in her eyes. She had thought that Wang Hao simply wanted to adopt her, but she didn't expect Wang Hao to care so much about her feelings. It touched her. Brother Hao. After saying that, Bai Boyer directly hugged Wang Hao. Wang Hao gently patted White Bull's back. It took a while for the two to separate. One Air, we'll go and finish your business this afternoon. Then you'll stay in the presidential suite for this period of time, and when the beginning of next month comes, I'll take you to buy a house. As for the car, I'll come over to you in a couple days when I have time and take you to buy it. What do you think? White Bull looked at Wang Hao with unblinking eyes. Good. I'll listen to Brother Hao. Wang Hao smiled. Then he went out with Bai Boyer. And this time, he went directly with Bai Boyer to the Cloud Sky Union where Bai Boyer had been before. After paying out the compensation, it took quite a bit more to help White Bull get her account back. Although the account was previously owned by White Bull, it was later pitched when the contract was signed. After all this, Wang Hao had very little money left on him. After they were done, the two returned to the presidential suite. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Wang Hao felt it was time to go back, or else Wu Ye should ask. Just before he left, he still had to instruct White Bull. One air. During this period of time, just live broadcast at ease. Remember what I told you. The more you earn, the more pocket money I'll give you every month. Ha, aren't you going to sleep here today? How? Wang Hao shook his head. I have things to do today. Okay, I'll earn you $100,000 over there. It's considered your pocket money this month. I'll leave first. Call me if there's anything. You know that. Yes. However, just as Wang Hao walked to the door, Bai Boyer called out to him. Suddenly, he felt a soft body in his arms. The next second, White Bull kissed her directly. Wang Hao naturally responded. Ryoko. Lip split. White Bull's face was as red as a monkey's butt. She then ran back into the room as if fleeing. Wang Hao was actually confused, but he still felt comfortable. Bai Boyer's small mouth was soft and warm. He loved the feeling. Seeing that Bai Boyer had returned to her room, Wang Hao said I'm leaving and left the presidential suite, came downstairs and left the Marriott on a little pink donkey. Bai Boyer, on the other hand, stood at the edge of the hotel bed looking towards the direction Wang Hao had left. Only after Wang Hao disappeared from her view did she return to her bed and lie down. Wow, it's so cozy and soft. White Bull felt she had made the right decision. If it wasn't for Wang Hao, she wouldn't have been able to pay out that much in breach of contract. At this point, White Bull was so happy that she picked up her cell phone and called her sisters. Hey, sister, I'm out of contract with the Cloud Sky Union. What? One air. Doesn't your contract with the Cloud Sky Labor Union still have 1 year left? How come you just terminated your contract? Hey, wanna know? Don't you sell out. Then you come to the Marriott Hotel. I'll send you the room number. So hurry over. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Bai Boyer sent a message to Wang Hao. White Boyer, Brother Hao, my sister is coming to see me at the hotel. Just after waiting for a while, Wang Hao didn't even return her message. Thinking that Wang Hao should be riding his bike, Bai Boyer put down her phone and went to take a shower. On the other hand, Wang Hao was finally back to Fengshan district after more than half an hour of rushing. After parking the little pink electric donkey, Wang Hao walked towards his home. It didn't take him long to get to the house. After entering the code, the door opened. As soon as the door opened, he saw Wu Ye sitting on the sofa looking at her cell phone as if she was torn about something. Wang Hao came back and didn't notice. Wang Hao changed his shoes and walked over to Wu Ye and called out, Sister Wu Ye. It took Wu Ye, who was fuming, to react. Ah, little Hao, you're back. Well, Sister Wu Ye, what are you gawking at? No, nothing, let's eat when you're back. I've been waiting for you for a while. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao saw the meal on the table and was moved for a moment. Yes, after dinner, Wang Hao and Wu Ye sat in the living room and chatted for a while, took a shower and went back to my room to rest. It's going to school tomorrow. He's going to bed early today. Today he didn't even look at his cell phone and fell asleep in bed. Just as he was falling asleep, his cell phone was the one that kept sending messages. It's just that Wang Hao didn't know. By the time Wang Hao woke up it was already early the next morning. After a quick wash, he was ready to head to school. Chapter 30 Song Ningxuan's boyfriend is the king of dog lickers? His car was still left to Wu Ye. After all, the school is right across the street. There's no need to drive. Wang Hao went straight to the school after talking to Wu Ye. It didn't take him long to arrive at the entrance of the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. In the past few days he had actually figured out that he could think what others thought of him. Anyway, he could just live his own. There was no need to care so much about what others thought. As his feet crossed the school gates, Wang Hao felt as if he had been away for a long time. It was only after he came in that Wang Hao remembered who he seemed to have seen sending him a message yesterday. So he picked up his cell phone, opened the green bubble and checked it out. That's a shocker if you don't see it. Song Ningxuan and also Bai Boyer had sent him a total of nearly 20 messages last night. Wang Hao also picked up his cell phone and replied. For Bai Wan Air's side, he didn't reply too much. Anyway, as long as she made good money. As for Song Ningxuan's side, he happened to come to the school. He hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and he felt a bit lonely alone. So he planned to call Song Ningxuan together. Wang Hao replied to Bai Boyer, let her rest, as long as it's not a man. No matter how many women she calls to come to the hotel to keep her company. Then he sent a message to Song Ningxuan. Wang Hao, schoolgirl, I've come to school. Now I'm going to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Do you want to come? Not long after the message was sent, Song Ningxuan replied back to him. Song Ningxuan, brother Hao, you're back in school. I'll be right there. Wait for me in the cafeteria. Wang Hao, okay, don't be in a hurry. Song Ningxuan, After replying to the message, he looked at his mother's tweets. $50,000 was transferred to my mother some time ago. Told her it was earned from business, and after talking for a long time she said she would keep it for him and take it to him when he got married. Wang Hao had wanted to give his parents some money to change their lives, but they had been used to being frugal all their lives. Taking it to them, they were saving it, and he'd just have to go home and arrange for them when his cousin got married. Wang Hao put his cell phone into his bag, then walked directly towards the cafeteria. Since it's morning, there aren't a lot of people in front of the school, but whenever he met people, he could always hear those people pointing at him. To say that his nickname of King of Dog Lickers didn't have Li Jiejia's push, he wouldn't believe it. Cafeteria entrance. The cafeteria is still quite crowded these days. Wang Hao just stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, waiting for Song Ningxuan to arrive. But he seemed to have underestimated his popularity at the Magic City University of Finance. As soon as he stood in front of the cafeteria, a number of couples pointed at him, but Wang Hao didn't care. Whatever they say. You see, what King Lick is doing there? What's he doing here? It's not coming to buy breakfast for Li Jiejia again. He's not the one who used to buy breakfast for Li Jiejia. Yes, that's right. A lickspill is a lickspill and will never change. Ha 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 ha. Isn't there a saying that a dog can't stop eating that? Ha ha ha. Listening to the people taunting themselves, Wang Hao was all but feeling nothing now, waiting for the day he bought a sports car and drove it to the school. Then he would beat their faces in. Just as the crowd was laughing at Wang Hao, a silhouette walked towards him. Seeing the visitor, many people looked dumbfounded. The visitor was seen wearing a small white skirt and a pair of white socks with small black leather shoes. The delicate face wore a smile. Simply a man harvester. What class is this woman in? She is so pretty. Hey, that's a good one. I wonder if I could add her a green bubble. I'd like to discuss the philosophies of life with her and study the secrets of life extension. If you want to pick her up, just say it. What's the point of talking so deep? It's not right. You guys, why is she heading towards the Dog Licker King? What? Watching Song Ningxuan walk towards Wang Hao, many people broke their defenses. Today's Song Ningxuan was beautiful, especially with a sweet aura about her. Wang Hao loved it. No, I know this beauty. She's the class flower of the finance class. Song Ningxuan, the flower of the class. So how did she get to lick King Dog's side? How do I know? I can't be looking at the King of Dog Lickers and be ready to scold him. I have a feeling it should be. Otherwise why would Song Ningxuan go to the dog licking king? Song Ningxuan, who had just come over, had naturally heard those people's comments, but she was unmoved. Wang Hao was able to buy the hot pot restaurant with a big wave of his hand, even if he was being talked about how it was. Everyone thought Song Ningxuan would scold Wang Hao. However, Song Ningxuan's next action was towards them being dumbfounded. Only Song Ningxuan walked to Wang Hao's side, intimately held Wang Hao's arm, and sweetly shouted, "Brother Hao, why haven't you come to school these days?" The brains of everyone who saw the scene went down. This is some kind of operation. Song Ningxuan took Wang Hao by the arm and even called Wang Hao brother. They people are stupid. No, brother, what's going on here? Why is Song Ningxuan holding Wang Hao? Don't, my goddess, how can you degrade yourself? That's the king of dog licking. Wang Hao looked at the expressions of those people who hated each other, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously hooked up. Speaking softly to Song Ningxuan, who was holding her arm, she said, "Look, you've made me their public enemy by holding me." Song Ningxuan laughed sweetly. Let them be envious. Brother Hao, let's go eat. Well, go. With that, Wang Hao's hand was placed on Song Ningxuan's thin waist. At once everyone's eyes went straight. It's true envy and jealousy towards Wang Hao. After Wang Hao left, the Magic City University of Finance quickly spread the word. My god, Song Ningxuan's boyfriend is the king of dog lickers? No, the king of dog lickers has no right to be. It's just that it would be better to pick the king of dog lickers than me. I'm physically strong. After they finished, they even took out their cell phones and sent the photos they had just taken to the school's confession wall. The school was instantly abuzz with people in the know. The most shocked person was Song Ningxuan's housemate. They couldn't believe that Song Ningxuan's boyfriend was that legendary dog-licking king. However, for these, Wang Hao does not care. Now he just wants to eat well. Brother Hao, what do you want to eat? I'll have a bowl of congee and 2 cabbage meat buns. Aha, Brother Hao, wait for me. I'll go get it. Yes. Wang Hao smiled as he watched Song Ningxuan being so understanding. It looks like it's time to give Song Ningxuan a little pocket money. Thinking of this, Wang Hao remembered that he had spent a lot of money yesterday, and he hadn't noticed how much money he still had. He then asked the system to release his data panel. Chapter 31, Song Ningxuan's housemate. Ding, Data generation in progress. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquidity, $1. 107. 211. Fixed assets, 1 city while hot pot in Magic City Bolong Plaza. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds received through payroll rebates, $27. 4 million. System points, 0. Goddesses who have bound the salary rebate, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month. Wu Ya, bound this month. White Bull, bound this month. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 25 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Spent over $6 million yesterday while going to take care of things for White Bull. 1 million of which is the White Bull's liquidated damages. The remaining $4 million or so is used to buy back the account. Chen Shang did not care about the money, because the White Bull with an account could earn him back in a month or so. There's more than $10 million left, and he doesn't even know how he's going to spend it. Just as he was thinking, Song Ningxuan walked up to him with 2 bowls of porridge and a few buns. Brother Hao, let's eat. Aha! Wang Hao was indeed a bit hungry. His stomach had been growling indisputably when he was outside just now, so he took the porridge and buns and ate them. Song Ningxuan didn't eat. Instead, she kept staring at Wang Hao. After finishing the porridge, Wang Hao realized that Song Ningxuan had been staring at him, and he didn't know why. Why do you keep staring at me and not eating? I haven't seen Brother Hao for a long time. Wang Hao was speechless. Speaking of which, the number of times he and Song Ningxuan had met was no more than a handful. And Song Ningxuan was able to be as he was now solely because he was rich. But Wang Hao didn't hate this. This is the kind of thing where you get what you want, to put it mildly, and it's love at first sight. Brother Hao, I can't finish it. Song Ningxuan took a bun she had eaten and handed it to Wang Hao and said. Wang Hao had already finished his porridge and buns, but he was still a bit hungry. He thought that he had already kissed earlier anyway when he was at the Baolong Plaza, so what's wrong with having something to eat? So he took Song Ningxuan's bun and ate it. Seeing this scene, a happy smile appeared on all of Song Ningxuan's faces. Brother Hao, is my bun good? Delicious, Wang Hao responded as he ate. After eating breakfast, Wang Hao planned to go to class first, and then go find Lin Shui at noon. Nimbus, I'm going to class. Do you have a class today? Song Ningxuan shook her head and said, I don't have any classes today, but my roommate and I have an appointment to go shopping in a while. Then you guys go. Wang Hao, I'll take you to dinner. My roommates and the girls might have to eat with me too. It's okay, let's all eat together. There's a lot of people. Aha, I'll talk to them later then. By the way, I'll transfer some pocket money to you. When you go shopping, buy 2 more clothes. I like to look. At those words, Song Ningxuan's face instantly turned red. Yes, after saying that, Wang Hao took out his cell phone and transferred 100,000 to Song Ningxuan. When Song Ningxuan saw the amount, she was pleasantly surprised. She excitedly kissed Wang Hao on the cheek and said, thank you Brother Hao. Go on, Brother Hao. See you tonight. Aha! After Song Ningxuan left, Wang Hao came directly to the classroom. He had sat with a few of his housemates in class before, but now he chose to sit alone. There was no way around it. The whole class knew he was the king of dog licking. No one wants to sit with him, and Li Jiejia was in the same class as him. Literally, when the students in the class saw that Wang Hao had returned to class, they all started talking. Holy, the king of dog lickers is back. What he's been up to all week, who knows? I guess she was green by Li Jiejia and ran out to cry. Keep your voice down so he doesn't hear you. What's wrong with hearing it? It's just that, a licking dog, his family is still from the countryside. He's no good at all. That is, wasting parents' money. This is the kind of person I think should be fired. Wang Hao listened to the voices of their discussion and was upset. After a while, he'd have to come to school in a sports car with a beautiful woman to give them a good smack in the face. Shut them all up. The good game was played slowly. He was sure that the matter between him and Song Ningxuan would soon spread out in the school, and then he didn't know what kind of expression these people would have. Wang Hao was looking forward to it. The morning passed quickly. Wang Hao sat by the window alone, listening to the teacher's lecture. It feels like the whole person has become much more cheerful, and is no longer full of Li Jiejia, the green tea. After class he made a trip to Lin Shui to get rid of the vacation slip. Thank you, Sister Snow. Well, you go back. Sister Snow, have you eaten yet? Lin Shui, who was working, looked up at Wang Hao and asked, Not yet. What's wrong? It's okay, I want to buy you dinner. Looking at Wang Hao's sincere eyes, Lin Shui didn't feel pain to refuse, and she also wanted to do Wang Hao's ideological work, which was a good opportunity, so she agreed. However, she only agreed to eat in the cafeteria with Wang Hao. After all, in Lin Shui's eyes, Wang Hao was just a student with little source of income, and definitely had no money. After that, Wang Hao waited for Lin Shui for a while, and after they finished their work, the two of them went to the cafeteria to eat. Lin Shui even enlightened Wang Hao from time to time during the meal. Let him not take these things to heart. Wang Hao was also grateful to Lin Shui. After eating, Lin Shui let Wang Hao go to the office to rest for a while. It was not until the afternoon class that Wang Hao left the office. The afternoon class was the same as the morning, and Wang Hao was still sitting by the window alone, enjoying the solitude. From time to time, there were murmurs from students in the classroom, and he didn't care. It wasn't until 5 in the afternoon, after the class, that Wang Hao sent a message to Song Ningxuan. Wang Hao, Ningxuan, I'm leaving class. Song Ningxuan, brother Hao, we are now in Baolong Plaza. You come to Baolong Plaza to find us. Wang Hao, okay, I'll be there in a minute. Song Ningxuan, well, there's no hurry brother Hao. After ending his chat with Song Ningxuan, Wang Hao went straight to Baolong Plaza. He still didn't drive this time, and the car was driven away by Wu Ye. He felt that it was also time that he could buy a new car, but the money he had on hand to buy the 3 great god cars was definitely not enough, so he can only wait for next month's paycheck rebate. In no time, Wang Hao arrived at Baolong Square. As soon as he arrived at Baolong Square, Wang Hao saw Song Ningxuan. She is still so fresh and lovely, and there were 3 other silhouettes beside her, so I guess they were her roommates. Wang Hao walked towards them. Nervous Frost. Song Ningxuan, who was originally looking at her cell phone, hastily raised her head when she heard Wang Hao's voice. Quickly, she ran up to him and pulled him over to her 3 housemates and introduced them to her 3 housemates. Chapter 32. Sisters, this is my boyfriend Wang Hao. Song Ningxuan, when she told them that Wang Hao was her boyfriend, her eyes were still unconsciously looking towards Wang Hao's direction. She was really quite afraid that Wang Hao would come out and deny their relationship. Only Wang Hao didn't do that. After all, he didn't have a girlfriend in school, and now that he had a girlfriend, wouldn't he be able to punch that group of people in the face when the time came? And Song Ningxuan was still good looking. There is no need for denial, and it seems nice to have a pretty girlfriend. Hello guys, my name is Wang Hao. I believe you should know me. At those words, Song Ningxuan's 3 housemates' faces also twitched. They did know Wang Hao, just that the way they knew him might be a little less than friendly. One of the girls wearing a short black skirt, white leather shoes, and a pair of white lace-edged socks greeted Wang Hao. Hello Senior Wang, my name is Zheng Mumu. I'm roommates with Ningxuan. Hello. The 2 remaining girls were introduced to him immediately afterward. The 2 remaining girls were both wearing a pair of jeans, which directly emphasized all their good figures, and a white short-sleeved top, which was very pretty. I have to say that Song Ningxuan's girls in this one dormitory are all pretty top-notch. Everyone was great. One of the 2 remaining girls is named Li Meng and the other is named Du Xiang. All 3 of them are natives of Mordor. I think Ningxuan told you guys today. I'm buying today. What do you guys want to eat? Originally, Wang Hao was going to take them to eat hot pot and see what was going on in the hot pot restaurant, but he was afraid that they didn't want to eat hot pot, so he asked first, and they're carrying quite a few things in their hands, presumably all bought during today's shopping trip. It's not practical to carry so much stuff to dinner. Du Xiang, Wang Hao, why don't we take our stuff back to school first? It's not very convenient for us to carry so many things. Lemon, yeah, I'm feeling a little sore in my hands. Song Ningxuan, on the other hand, looked at Wang Hao. She felt that Wang Hao would definitely drive here, in which case they could put all their stuff in the car and then go to dinner. Only what she didn't know was that Wang Hao's car had long been given to Wu Ye. Since the last time she slept in the same bed with Wu Ye basically wouldn't refuse Wang Hao's stuff, and I don't know why. It was probably because she already considered herself as Wang Hao's other half. Or maybe there's something else going on. I didn't drive here today either, so why don't you take it to my store and leave it there, and we'll come back for it after dinner. Hearing Wang Hao's words, the 3 girls other than Song Ningxuan froze. His store? He still has the store here. You know, in a place like Mordor, it's really impressive to have a store. Zheng Mumu, Senior Wang, you still have a store here? Well, I bought it a while ago, when Nimbus was still next to me. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them, Zheng Mumu, turned their gazes to Song Ningxuan. Song Ningxuan nodded and said, well, brother Hao bought a hot pot restaurant a few days ago. What? The 3 were surprised. They had learned before that to open a hot pot restaurant in this part of Magic City would cost at least between $2 million and $4 million. That means Wang Hao was quite rich. It was just that they couldn't figure out why Wang Hao had the money to still be that Li Judge's licking dog. They also finally understood why Song Ningxuan could afford such an expensive bag, or bought several at once. One of them was even upwards of $300,000. Alright, it's settled. Let's take the stuff to the store and come back to get it later after dinner. Or if you guys want to eat hot pot, that's fine too. Zheng Mumu, Senior Wang, we don't want to eat hot pot. We want to eat Western food. Wang Hao froze for a moment. Still nodding, he said, Western food is fine. let's go after we drop off our stuff. After that, Wang Hao brought the 4 girls to his hot pot restaurant. The waiters inside the hot pot restaurant all knew Wang Hao. After all, the last time they made such a big fuss, they all had a melon. Seeing Wang Hao coming, one of the waitresses trotted towards him. Boss. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them, Zhang Mumu, sort of believed it. They were a little skeptical before, but now they were convinced. The store is doing great. Boss, the store has been doing great. Yeah, well, thanks for your hard work. Go get the store manager. Okay, boss, wait a moment. I'll go now. Not long after the waitress went in, the store manager followed her out. Boss, what are you doing here? It's okay, take them somewhere to put their stuff away. We'll be back for it later. Yes, boss. The store manager took the 4 Song Ningxuan people to take the things in and then came out. After coming out, Wang Hao didn't leave immediately, but continued to talk to the store manager. Yuan Yao, how is the store's salary calculated? Boss, a waitress is $7,000 a month. My salary is $15,000 a month. Wang Hao didn't think about making money off of the hot pot restaurant, so he simply gave them a raise. Tell you what, waitresses get $1,000 raise every month, and your salary goes up to $20,000. What? Yuan Yao covered her mouth when Wang Hao finished speaking. The surprise came out of nowhere. She didn't react either. Just by the time she reacted, Wang Hao had already left with Song Ningxuan and the girls. Yuan Yao looked at Wang Hao's departing direction in surprise. The corners of Yuan Yao's mouth then rose slightly. On the other hand, Wang Hao directly took a few girls and hit a commercial car, which could just fit a few of them. He brought a few people to the Western restaurant where he had dinner with Bai Bowler last time. The waiter was the same waiter as last time. That waiter was quite impressed with Wang Hao. After all, the white bowl next to him last time was like a white swan. I didn't expect Wang Hao to bring 4 women with him this time, and they were all pretty good looking. The waiter was straight up dumbfounded. How many of you? Sir? 5. Give us a private room. Yes, please follow me, ma'am and sir. After saying that, the waiter brought Wang Hao and a few girls to a private room, which was very elegant. The environment is great. You guys can order whatever you want. Just a couple of the girls were a little embarrassed. After they ordered a few random ones, they stopped ordering. Wang Hao had seen the dishes they ordered, so he directly said, serve all the dishes you have here. As Wang Hao's words fell, several girls looked at him. The face was surprised. Immediately afterward, Wang Hao continued to ask, do you guys want some wine? Chapter 33, June is fleeting. After Wang Hao asked them if they were drinking, all 3 of Li Meng looked at Song Ningxuan. Song Ningxuan, brother Hao, let's have a drink then. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao smiled. So another bottle of Romane Conti was ordered. After ordering, the waiter left. As soon as the waitress left, the Li Meng girls said, Li Meng, Wang Hao, what if we can't finish all the food we ordered? Zhang Mumu, yeah, that point's too much. Du Xiang, yeah, ha, it's okay, we can pack it if we can't finish it, Wang Hao said with a smile. At that, a few of the girls laughed as well. Wang Hao, you're not like the rumors, Zhang Mumu said as he curiously surveyed Wang Hao. Oh, where is the difference? I was indeed a lickspittle before. Nothing more, just woke up now. Wang Hao had a long chat with a few girls. He paid for the meal afterward. The meal cost them a total of $543,700. The reason why he spent so much money was entirely because of that bottle of Romane Conti, which was the town treasure of this Western restaurant, and as a result, it was bought by Wang Hao. By now a couple of the girls were a little drunk. The blush was adorable. After settling the bill, Wang Hao directly took them back to the school, while he had Yuan Yao deliver the things from the hot pot restaurant. By the time all this was done, the time had come to 10 o'clock in the evening. Wang Hao watched Yuan Yao drive away in her car, and he also walked towards Fengshan district. By the time Wang Hao returned to his doorstep it was already 10 minutes past 10. Before Wang Hao could enter the password, the door to the room opened. Only Wu Ya, who was wearing a white pajama, stood at the door, like a wife waiting for her husband to return. Sister Wu Ya, why haven't you rested yet? Little Hao, come in first. Wang Hao nodded and walked in. Wu Ya squatted down and took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet for Wang Hao. After Wang Hao took off his shoes, Wu Ya took his shoes and put them in the shoe cabinet. At this time Wang Hao could even see white rabbits. Wang Hao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After changing his shoes, Wang Hao followed Wu Ya and sat on the sofa. Xiao Hao, go take a bath first. Okay, Sister Wu Ya, you're so tired from working every day. Take an early rest. Well, it's fine. I basically didn't do anything today, so go ahead and wash up. I'll wait for you. Yes, Wang Hao didn't know what Wu Ya wanted, but he felt that Wu Ya had changed a lot since last time. After all, he knew that Wuya was a very conservative woman. As pretty as she is, the fact that she's 32 and it's her first time speaks volumes. But ever since he slept in the same bed with Wuya after getting drunk last time, the relationship between him and Wuya had been delicate. Wang Hao, as a man, took a quick shower. 5 minutes and it's done. How? You forgot your pajamas. I brought them for you. Right after Wang Hao finished rinsing, Wuya's voice came from the bathroom door. Wang Hao froze, then said, Sister Wuya, just leave it at the door. Yes. After saying that, Wang Hao listened to Wuya's footsteps, and only after Wuya left did Wang Hao slowly open the door of his room and brought in his pajamas. After putting on his pajamas, Wang Hao walked out of the bathroom. Coming to the living room, Wang Hao realized that the style of pajamas he was wearing now and Wuya's were actually couple style. This made him even more dismayed, but he didn't think much of it. Wang Hao sat down next to Wuya. Sister Wuya, are you up to something? Wuya shook her head. It's okay, just a little worried about you since you didn't come back. Sister Wuya, Wang Hao wanted to say something but couldn't. Wuya looked at Wang Hao, expecting him to say the words in her heart. Only after a long wait, she still hadn't waited. Wuya was a bit lost, but her face didn't show it. Sister Wuya, can you spare some time at the end of that month? Wuya, who was originally somewhat disappointed, had a puzzled look on her face at this moment. What's wrong? It's just that at the end of the month I want to go to Shangri-La in Yun province to play. If you have time, Sister Wuya, I'd like to invite you to go with me. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Wuya, who was originally a bit lost, instantly felt better. When are you going to go? Leaving June 27th. How many days are you going? Go for a week. How about it? Does Sister Wuya want to come along? Are you alone? No. If Sister Wuya goes with me then it's 2 people. Originally heard the front of that no. Wuya's heart instantly raised, but heard the back of if you go together. That is 2 people. Wuya was just happy. Okay, then I'll go with you. Wuya agreed without hesitation. In fact, she also wanted to go on a trip, just that she was in huge debt before. How could she have extra money and time to go on a trip? And she felt that if she went out with Wang Hao, maybe the relationship between the 2 of them could even be further advanced. When Wuya agreed, Wang Hao heard the system's voice. Ding, wage cashback goddess Wuya's favoritism +1. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao was very happy. This time, he brought Wuya along because he wanted to brush up on Wuya's favorability more. Then, Sister Wuya, let's go rest. You have to work tomorrow. You can't go to bed too late. Well, good night. How? Well, good night, Sister Wuya. After that, the 2 went back to their rooms. After returning to his room, Wang Hao directly asked the system to open Wuya's data panel. System, open Wuya's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Wuya. Age, 32. Face value, 93. Favorability, 86. Close friend. Height, 172. Weight, 46. 5 kilograms. Profession, dance teacher. Current cashback multiplier, 86x. Cumulative funds received for the month, $3,000. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 25 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Actually, Wuya's stats didn't change very much. It's just the goodwill and cashback multiplier and the amount of money in cashback remaining that is changed. Everything else is the same as before. Wang Hao fell asleep after reading Wuya's data. Eyes closed and opened. The day passed. Eyes closed and opened again. And another day passed. Time flies, and before you know it, it's the end of the month. By this time it was also time to leave for Shangri-La in Cloud Province. Wuya had already taken his vacation, and he had already told Lin Shui about it. Today he was about to set off after Wuya. Wang Hao and Wuya packed up and drove to the airport. After parking the car it was straight to the waiting room for the flight. He was looking forward to the trip. Chapter 34, A Bumpy Plane. Wang Hao had bought business class this time, so both he and Wuya didn't need to queue up. The 2 of them basically didn't bring anything with them, only Wuya brought some changes of clothes. Originally, Wang Hao didn't want her to bring it, saying that he would buy it when he got there, but Wuya said to save some money, so he brought a suitcase, and Wang Hao's clothes and hers were put in one suitcase. How? Where are we going first? I've already arranged it. Let's go to the hotel when we get there and rest first, then we'll go out and hang out tomorrow. Well then, I've never been to Shangri-La. I've never been there either. This time our destination is Shika Snow Mountain. Yeah, just will it be cold? We didn't even bring any thick clothes. It's okay, we'll buy it if it's cold over there. Aha! After a while, it was time for the 2 of them to board the plane. They were also fast because it was business class. When he came to the boarding gate, Wang Hao looked at the people lining up and felt very emotional in his heart. He had been on an airplane once before, and he had stood in line just like them. looking at the people in business class taking the business aisle with immense envy. Now it's all he's taking the business lane, and the heart is overwhelmed again. People are so complicated. Wu Ye took Wang Hao on her arm and walked towards the airplane. It didn't take long to get to the airplane. The stewardess brought him and Wu Ye to both of their seats. Wu Ye sat in the window seat, and Wang Hao sat next to Wu Ye. As for why Wang Hao didn't buy first class, it was because he thought that he wouldn't be able to sit next to Wu Ye in first class, and instead of that, he would rather buy business class. It's not comfortable to buy economy class. Economy class focuses on a budget-friendly comfort that leaves a lot to be desired. Business class is a little less comfortable than first class, but much better than economy. After sitting down, Wang Hao turned his body sideways and almost stuck to Wu Ye's body. His action caused Wu Ye, who was sitting beside him, to instantly blush. Wu Ye didn't know what Wang Hao wanted to do, but she didn't think much about it. After all, this was on an airplane, and Wang Hao couldn't possibly do anything out of the ordinary. Only now Wu Ye's mind was a mess. All sorts of thoughts just popped into her head. However, after Wang Hao helped Wu Ye fasten his seatbelt, he sat back down. Seeing Wang Hao being so considerate, Wu Ye's face revealed a happy smile. After waiting a while, the plane was about to take off. The flight attendant's voice kept announcing. As the broadcast ended, the plane moved slowly and prepared for takeoff. Captain takes plane to runway, accelerates. There's a moment during takeoff when it's a little hard to feel, but that's all it is. Wang Hao looked at Wu Ye on the side. She didn't feel uncomfortable, so I guess she should have flown a lot before. Just as she observed Wu Ye beside her, Wu Ye also turned her head to look at him. It was a moment of four eyes. The two men looked at each other and smiled. Wang Hao didn't know where the courage came from, and one hand directly held Wu Ye's jade hand. Wang Hao's maneuver also managed to make Wu Ye freeze. After a brief moment of gawking, Wu Ye's face reddened once more. This time Wang Hao heard the system's voice again. Ding! Wage cashback goddess Wu Ye's favoritism +1. Wu Ye's favorability increased a bit again. Now it's come to 87 points. Honestly, that's a really high level of goodwill. And it's basically a push your luck kind of thing. It didn't take long for the plane to fly smoothly. Wang Hao hadn't let go of Wu Ye's hand since he held it, and just kept holding it. But Wu Ye fell asleep after the plane flew for a while. Wang Hao, however, didn't feel sleepy at all. The Magic City is more than 2,000 kilometers away from Yun Province. The plane needs to fly for 3 hours to reach the Cloud Province. If it went well, Wang Hao felt sure that this trip would go well. Maybe he'll meet other actresses besides Zhao Liying, such as Zhao Ruth, Zhu Jingyi, Yang Mi, Lu Shih, and so on. However, what he wanted to do most right now was to increase Zhao Liying's favorability towards him. That's how you get more cash back on your paycheck this month. He still needs the money badly. What in the world would it take to get Zhao Liying to notice herself? Wang Hao kept pondering this question in his heart. It was just that Zhao Liying was a big star, and if he wanted Zhao Liying to feel good about him, then the first step was to make Zhao Liying know him first. That first step alone is a bit difficult. Of course, if he's rich now, then the matter isn't really that difficult. Wang Hao understood that this first step was often the most difficult. As long as he could get Zhao Liying to recognize him, and then his goodwill increased, it would be easy for him to get close to these female stars in the entertainment industry in the future. Of course, if he had an entertainment company of his own or some kind of merchandising company, he could use the excuse of finding spokespersons to get to know them, but it's not very realistic to say that right now. After all, he had nothing now. He wondered if he himself said that he was a fan of Zhao Liying, would this make Zhao Liying recognize him? But on second thought, that's impossible. After all, Zhao Liying had a lot of fans, so how could he remember him as a nobody? Thinking about this, Wang Hao began to scratch his ears. It's just too much of a hardship. Just when Wang Hao felt clueless, suddenly, he sensed that the airplane was shaking violently. Wu Ye, who was sleeping on the side, was also instantly awakened. While the plane shook violently, the voice of the flight attendant came from the plane again. Passengers, the plane is passing through strong air currents. It will produce violent bumps in a moment. Please do not panic. The stewardess read it in Chinese and then again in English. Wang Hao's hand tightly grasped Wu Ye. Just then a flight attendant walked over to Wang Hao's side and began to pacify the business class passengers. Just before the stewardess could finish her words, the airplane began to shake violently. The flight attendant almost fell when the plane shook violently because she was wearing high heels, and the plane was shaking more and more violently. Wang Hao and Wu Ye both felt frightened. What kind of operation is this? They're not just going to be gone. Wang Hao's heart was desperate at this time. Wang Hao looked at Wu Ye by his side, who at this moment had her eyes tightly closed and her face was full of tension. And the stewardess on the side directly said to Wang Hao, "Sir, I'm sorry, I need to hold you on my side." The flight attendant was already unsteady on her feet from the powerful bumps of the plane. She could only say to Wang Hao beside her. Wang Hao nodded. He wouldn't think twice about it at this point. After all, people had said so. The next second Wang Hao felt a very soft body hugging him tightly. Chapter 35 Beautiful Stewardess. Would love to bind. But nah. Ding. Detected the goddess Song Sherman who can bind the paycheck return. However, at this moment, Wang Hao didn't have any time to listen to the system's voice. At this moment, he only felt that he was hovering between hell and heaven at all times. On one side is the psychological stress caused by the violent bumps of the airplane. On the other side were Wuya's very soft jade hands and the flight attendant's soft and fragrant body held in her arms. He was really in pain and happy. Wang Hao didn't dare to talk to Wuya even now. After all, he was holding a woman in his arms, and if he spoke, it wouldn't be worth it if Wuya got angry and his favorability decreased. It's just that Wang Hao felt like that corpse in his arms was challenging his limits at all times, especially with that scent on her. It was like a catalyst. It was just that the bumps of the plane didn't allow him to calm down and experience the good feeling. Not only Wang Hao, the people in the economy class were even more terrified. One by one, they kept their mouths tightly shut, and some of them had even thought they were dead. After all, if something happens to the plane, then they can't get away with it in any way. There's no chance of them surviving. In such a situation, everyone is very fearful. Even the flight attendants were experiencing this for the first time. But even under these circumstances, the flight attendants were still trying to calm the passengers. Don't worry everyone. It's just hitting turbulence. The plane will be back to normal after it passes. The stewardess shouted, just feeling the shaking of the airplane, which obviously doesn't calm everyone's people down. The stewardesses could only sit in their seats and loudly continue to calm the passengers. The female stewardess who came to the business class just now and didn't have time to go back was hugging Wang Hao tightly at this moment. After about 2 minutes, the airplane gradually returned to normal. It doesn't continue to shake anymore either. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was over this time. Yeah, we're so lucky to be alive. Next time I'll never fly again. It's horrible. I'm afraid to sit down. 2. After the robbery, each of them spoke their hearts out. That scene just now was really scary. No one can know how they survived. It could be said that they had just had a brush with death. Some of the children were even crying after such a disaster just now. This is expected to cast a shadow over them, causing them to be much less likely to fly in the future. And after the plane was stabilized, the flight attendants immediately took action individually, constantly calming the passengers. On the other hand, the female space in Wang Hao's arms also left from Wang Hao's arms. Only her face was red when she left. And I don't know what's going on. Sir, thank you. It's fine. It's fine. A show of hands. Wang Hao was also a bit embarrassed at this time, because just now he really couldn't control himself, causing the stewardess to feel little Wang Hao's presence. That's why flight attendants blush. Only after the stewardess left did Wang Hao look at Wuya. Sister Wuya, are you alright? Wang Hao clutched Wuya's hand tightly, not letting go of it from the time he boarded the airplane until now. Wuya shook her head. How? I'm fine. I just thought the two of us were going to. Wuya didn't say the latter words, but even without saying them, Wang Hao knew what she wanted to say. So the hand that was pulling Wuya was clenched tighter. Wuya naturally felt it, and some smiles finally appeared on her face. After that incident just now, the passengers on the airplane became much more silent. It was clear that none of them had recovered from what had just happened. Wang Hao naturally didn't return to his senses. At this moment, he dully took Wuya's hand. He was thinking, if it was a real accident just now, then what should his parents at home do? He was the only one in his family. If something really happened to him, then his parents mustn't go crazy. Thinking of this, Wang Hao didn't dare to continue thinking about it. There's no way he could survive that situation right now. Even with the system, Wang Hao turned his head to look at Wuya again, the woman who had experienced life and death with herself. It's also tied to its own paycheck return goddess. Wang Hao felt that he was going to have to bring a woman back to make his parents happy, and just in time to bring to his cousin's wedding as well. And the person he felt was best suited for the job was Wuya. After all, she's got a good sense of 87. This was something he needed to find a chance to talk to Wuya about. At this moment, Wang Hao and Wuya didn't say anything to anyone. The two of them just held each other's hands and thought about something. Just then, Wang Hao remembered the sound he had heard when the plane had just lurched, so it was immediately checked out. System, check the data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name Song Sherman, age, 27. Face value, 91. Favorability, 32. Common friend, height, 173. Weight, 50 kilograms. Occupation, flight attendant. Seeing Song Sherman's data, Wang Hao instantly felt that she smelled so good. He'd love to bind and see. But nah, he doesn't have the number of bindings left now. We'll just have to see what we can bind next time we get the chance. Just as Wang Hao was checking the information, the stewardess from earlier unexpectedly came to his side again. Hello sir, I'm the stewardess of this particular plane. Thank you very much for earlier. After saying that, Song Sherman even stealthily handed him a note, even avoiding Wuya's line of sight. Wang Hao also hurriedly put the note away, then said, "It's fine, it's fine." Wang Hao didn't dare to say his name. After all, Wu Ye was right next to him. The stewardess, Song Sherman, came to say a few words to Wang Hao and left. When she left, Wang Hao looked at Wu Ye. At this time, Wu Ye's face still showed some unhappiness. Wang Hao was also secretly glad that Wu Ye didn't see the scene just now, or else that good feeling must have crunched off. The rest of the ride was smooth after that just happened. The stewardesses and the others handed out some food, and Wang Hao and Wu Ye supplemented slightly. The 3 hours passed quickly. The plane also landed smoothly in Yun province. Wang Hao pulled Wu Ye's hand off the plane, but as he passed by the stewardess, she gave Wang Hao a knowing smile, and naturally, Wang Hao wouldn't be indifferent, and after giving her a smile back, he took Wu Ye off the plane. After getting off the plane, Wang Hao went to get his checked luggage. After that he called a special car and went straight to the hotel he had booked earlier. Before booking the hotel, Wang Hao told Wu Ye that the two of them had only booked one room, but it was a more luxurious room. And don't worry, by the time Wang Hao and Wu Ye arrived at the hotel it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Wang Hao placed the suitcase inside the room and directly laid down on the bed. Wu Ye stood by the side and watched the scene, the corners of her mouth rising. Chapter 36 Sister Wu Ye, can you come home with me for the summer vacation? Little Hao, go take a shower first, otherwise the bed will smell. At those words, Wang Hao, who had just laid down, stood up in a mischievous manner. A salute was given to Wu Ye, said, "Yes, make sure you wash it clean." Seeing this, Wu Ye instantly forgot about what happened on the airplane today and laughed continuously. Ha ha ha, well, get on with it. The hotel that Wang Hao opened was a 5-star hotel, and although it was safe, he felt that he still needed to check for pinhole cameras. He didn't want Wu Ye's perfect body to be looked at. If you want to see it, you can only see it yourself. It's okay, Sister Wu Ye, let's check it out first. Otherwise I'm worried there might be pinhole cameras or something. Ha! Wu Ye covered her mouth in horror. Then keep looking around. Seeing this, Wang Hao smiled. It's fine, the hotel I opened is a 5-star hotel. Usually those people won't come to a 5-star hotel to pretend, but we still need to be careful. At those words, Wu Ye was sort of relieved. Still, she was worried. So, how? What are we going to do? It's okay, I bought tools that specialize in probing pinhole cameras. With that, Wang Hao opened his suitcase and took out the tools specialized in probing pinhole probes from it. Turn on your computer connection to connect to Wi-Fi and then detect it. He learned all this from Shakeology. After a fierce operation he did not find anything unusual. In fact, it was also true that he had spent nearly $10,000 a day to open this room, and if something like this still happened, then this matter would not be so simple to solve. Wu Ye stood behind him, nervously looking at Wang Hao. Sister Wu Ye, it's fine, it's safe here, Wang Hao said as he cleaned up. It was just that right now, Wu Ye still didn't feel very safe. She originally wanted to take a bath, but after Wang Hao said that just now, she instantly didn't dare to go. This made Wang Hao difficult. I don't know what to do. Suddenly, Wang Hao thought, in that case, why don't we just go and buy a suite directly? It just so happens that he has some money in his hand, so it's not very expensive to buy a set. And as far as he knew, the unit prices of the houses around Shangri-La were not very expensive, and it wouldn't take much to buy a set and a car, so Wu Ye could still live with some peace of mind. Thinking about it, in the afternoon time, Wang Hao directly took Wu Ye to find the agent, and bought a set of peoples well decorated, and then did not live in the house. It's just that the closing paperwork won't be done until tomorrow, but he and Wu Ye can go in and live there today. Wang Hao felt that it was still more convenient to have a house and a car over here. When Wang Hao and Wu Ye returned to the house they had just bought, Wu Ye's face was full of unbelief, the kind she never thought about. Wang Hao actually bought a house for her without batting an eye. Waiting for Wang Hao and Wu Ye to finish buying toiletries and bed sheets and covers. The time has come to 9 o'clock in the evening. Wang Hao and Wu Ye then directly ordered a takeout. Sister Wu Ye, why don't you go take a shower first, and I'll go make the sheets? Yes. Wu Ye came to the bathroom, slowly took off the clothes on her body, and turned on the shower head. Thinking back on everything that happened today, Wu Ye all felt like a dream. Thinking about it, Wu Ye gritted her teeth as if she had made some decision. On the other hand, Wang Hao came inside the room and changed the sheets and covers he had just bought. That's when he realized that they had bought one less set. Wang Hao sighed. He could only sleep on the sofa tonight. Originally, this newly purchased sheets and covers also need to be washed before laying, but they don't have time to wash it. If they wash it, they won't be able to sleep today. After making the bed, Wang Hao observed the house. It was a bit rushed today, but he did take a closer look at the room, which was 200 square feet in total, and the unit price was 6,000 a square foot. The total price is 1.2 million. On top of that, the owner of this home hadn't lived in it after the renovations and he was just going to sell it. It just so happened that Wang Hao was in a hurry to find a room today, so the agent brought him and Wu Ye over directly. Not long after, Wu Ye showered and changed into the pajamas she had brought. At this moment, Wu Ye was as beautiful and confident as a lotus flower. Moreover, Wu Ye also came with her own innate young woman holy body. You can't help but look at it. Xiao Hao, you go wash up too. We'll have dinner and then we'll rest. Yeah. Wang Hao found his own pajamas from Wu Ye's suitcase and went to take a shower as well. Wang Hao is faster. 5 minutes of flushing. He came out in a nightgown as well. After Wang Hao came out, Wu Ye walked over to him and took the clothes in his hand. How? These clothes need to be washed. Sister Wu Ye, I'll wash it myself. It's okay, it just so happens that I'm going to wash it too, so I'll help you along. And you remember to pick up the takeout when it arrives later. Good. Hard work, Sister Wu Ye. Wu Ye smiled, then took Wang Hao's clothes and walked into the bathroom. Wang Hao then sat on the sofa in black silk and waited for the takeout to arrive. After waiting a while, the takeout was delivered. After Wang Hao opened the door and got the takeout, then he got it on the table and set it up. After setting it up he went to the bathroom, ready to call Wu Ye out. Only when he got to the bathroom, the next scene made him back right out. After a while, Wu Ye dried the clothes. Sister Wu Ye, come and eat first. Well, how? If you're hungry, you can eat first. You don't have to wait for me. The rice is only sweet when you have to eat it with Sister Wu Ye. At those words, Wu Ye blushed as if she had thought of something. A smile also appeared on Wang Hao's face. Xiao Hao, what are you talking about? He. Sister Wu Ye, really, I'm starving. Come quickly. Wang Hao patted the chair beside him, and Wu Ye obediently sat beside him. Once Wu Ye sat down, the two of them began to eat. During the meal, Wang Hao thought about it and still spoke out his thoughts. Sister Wu Ye, can you come home with me for the summer vacation? When Wang Hao uttered these words, Wu Ye's chopsticks, which were in the middle of eating, fell off. She looked at Wang Hao incredulously. In Wu Ye's eyes, Wang Hao was confessing to her when he uttered these words that he wanted to take her home to meet her parents. Little Xiao Hao, what did you say? Sister Wu Ye, can you come home with me for the summer vacation? When Wang Hao finished his sentence, Wu Ye's eyes filled with crystal tears. She couldn't believe Wang Hao would say that. There was a difference of nearly 10 years between her and Wang Hao. Was this really possible? Little Xiao Hao, Chapter 37 I do. Little Hao, do you really want me to go back with you? Wu Ye's face was a little lost. In her eyes, the age difference between the two was a bit big. Even if Wang Hao didn't mind, it was hard to say whether his parents would agree. Sister Wu Ye, that must be true. You're so pretty. If you go back with me, then I'll definitely have more face. Wang Hao said with a smile. Smiling, he looked at Wang Hao dumbfounded. Wang Hao just stared at Wu Ye. In the end, it was Wu Ye who didn't resist and blushed and laughed. Well then, I do. Hearing Wu Ye's promise, Wang Hao was also relieved. If Wu Ye didn't go, then he would have to look for Song Ningxuan. But he didn't really want to look for Song Ningxuan because it wasn't as pure between him and Song Ningxuan as it was with Wu Ye. And Song Ningxuan wasn't as good as Wu Ye. Most of all, Wu Ye was beautiful and powerful, with a mature young woman's sense, but still a virgin. This was why Wang Hao liked Wu Ye so much. Women like that are so rare. If it's a life, Wu Ye is definitely the best choice. It was just that Wang Hao didn't want to think about this right now. After all, he had only just obtained the wage cashback system as well. The reason why she took Wu Ye back was actually to support her parents when her cousin got married. Of course, if he took Wu Ye back this time, then it was expected that he would have to take her back for all the New Year's holidays in the future. Sister Wu Ye, you're so nice. At those words, Wu Ye smiled. In fact, when Wu Ye slept in the same bed with Wang Hao last time, Wu Ye had already identified Wang Hao, but she was a woman, and she wouldn't have said this kind of thing if Wang Hao hadn't said it. Today, when Wang Hao said that he would let her go back with him for the summer vacation, Wu Ye had actually taken it as Wang Hao making his feelings known to her. She was naturally happy. Little Hao, if you take me back, will your parents? No, they won't. They'll all forget about me as a son when they see you. Oh, I'm sure of it. Ha ha, where would it be? Really? Sister Wu Ye, how about tomorrow we go buy a car and then we can go play? It's more convenient that way. However, Wu Ye shook her head. Xiao Hao, it's not easy for you to make money. Let's save what we can. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao teased. Sister Wu Ye has even started to run the house. Once Wu Ye heard this, she didn't retort. Instead, he ate to himself. Seeing this, Wang Hao gave Wu Ye some dishes. With that, the two of them were ready to go to rest after dinner. It was just that when it was time to take a break, Wang Hao didn't know what to say. That's Sister Wu Ye. Why don't you go sleep in your room? I'll sleep on the sofa today. Wu Ye asked with some confusion. Isn't there more room? Why do you want to sleep on the sofa? Wang Hao, however, smiled awkwardly. We bought a little too much stuff today, so we bought one less bedding set when we did. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Wu Ya's entire body was also dumbfounded. Bought one less bedding set. The two were silent for a while. The air was quiet. They could even hear each other breathing. Sister Wu Ya, you've had a hard day today. Hurry up and go to bed. This sofa is quite big too. I'll just sleep here. Little Hao, why don't you go sleep inside your room? It's okay, Sister Wu Ya. I'm a big man. It's not like I haven't slept on the sofa before. When I was small, my family didn't have money and even slept underground. So don't worry about it. But, Wu Ya wanted to tell Wang Hao to sleep on the bed, but after thinking about it, she remained silent. After all, she couldn't have slept with a man before she was married. Last time it was because of an accident, but not while sober. In fact, Wu Ya also hopes very much to get together with Wang Hao. After all, she is not too young, and her family has been urging her, but there was no way the line she had held fast to for so long was going to be broken. Kissing Wang Hao last time was already considered to have broken the bottom line for him once. Sister Wu Ya, don't butt it, just hurry up and go to bed. We'll just go buy another set tomorrow. With that, Wang Hao pushed Wu Ya to the room. Sister Wu Ya, have a good rest. Good night. After saying this, Wang Hao turned around and prepared to leave. Hao, why don't you come and sleep on the bed? Originally, Wu Ya wanted to say that she would let Wang Hao sleep with her, but she swallowed back when the words reached her mouth. To put it bluntly, right now Wang Hao wasn't at a level where he could make Wu Ya break the bottom line for her. No need. Sister Wu Ya, go to bed early. After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and left the bedroom, closing the door to the room in the process. After that he went to the living room and lay down on the couch. He took out his cell phone after turning the lights off, then pulled the green bubble the stewardess had given him on the plane today out of his pocket and added her after a vigorous operation. Just the space didn't immediately agree, and Wang Hao brushed up his jitterbugs. The last time he swiped jitterbug in bound white bowl, he wanted to see if he could find 2 more suitable female anchors, and if he could bind them when he had the chance in the future. Let them make money for themselves. But he'd been swiping through the live stream for 10 minutes, and not a single one fit, and he was just running out of patience. Coincidentally, at this time, the flight attendant passed his friend request. Wang Hao then talked to her. Song Shiman, hello, handsome boy. Wang Hao, hello, I don't know your name. Song Sherman, sister's name is Song Sherman. Remember Wang Hao, so not only is your sister pretty, her name is also so nice. You really have everything. Song Sherman, you're so sweet-mouthed. Little handsome, but I don't know your name yet either. Wang Hao, beautiful sister Sherman. My brother's name is Wang Hao. You can call me Little Hao Hao. Song Sherman, yo, you're so good at talking. You must have fooled a lot of girls. Wang Hao had a chat with Song Sherman. After chatting for nearly more than an hour, Wang Hao said goodnight to Song Sherman and put down his phone to prepare for bed. But before he went to bed, he thought about the fact that a new month's payroll rebate would be taking place in 2 days, and he was curious about how much money Zhao Liying, Wu Ya, and Bai Bowie had earned for them. He had wanted to see it, but he was going to hold it in for a surprise. Give it a good thrill when the cashback comes. After this payroll rebate was over, Wang Hao was going to return to his hometown in your province with Wu Ya. Cousin's wedding is coming up. He was looking forward to what those relatives in the village would look like when the time came for him to go back in his sports car with a beautiful woman. Chapter 38 Beautiful Scenery. Beautiful people. Early the next morning, Wang Hao felt a bit heavy on his body, and only after opening his eyes did he realize that he was covered with a quilt. The quilt was the same one he had put a cover on last night. He was a little surprised, but upon seeing Wu Ya sitting on the couch, he felt normal again. Sister Wu Ya, why are you up so early? Get used to it. How? You hurry up too. Yes. Wang Hao got up and washed up, then went out with Wu Ya. Since there was still one more day before Zhao Liying's crew came to pick up the scene, he planned to have a good time with Wu Ya today. In the past, he always wanted to go out and travel, but every time he put it on hold because he didn't have the money, and now that he had money and a beautiful woman to accompany him, he definitely had to enjoy himself. Wang Hao first went to have a breakfast with Wu Ya, then he took Wu Ya and went straight to the forest store. This time he didn't pick too long or too good. After all, he doesn't come over here very often. He's just afraid that when he comes in the future, it'll be like before. In fact, it was nothing for him to stay in a hotel as a big man, but he was afraid that Wu Ya would be afraid. Wang Hao bought a Mercedes-Benz S450 this time, and the landed price totaled 1.49 million. Originally, Wu Ya didn't want Wang Hao to buy it, but under Wang Hao's persuasion, she still agreed. It's really much more convenient to buy a car, even though it's only a temporary license plate, but it's roadworthy. Wang Hao directly drove his car and took Wu Ya for a stroll in Yun province. Even though it wasn't time for Zhao Liying to come to the set today, He was planning to go to Spruce Ping with Wu Ye to have some fun, so he decisively drove his car towards the Spruce Ping side. It's just that it's getting a little late, and after all, it took them quite a while to buy the car. Sister Wu Ye, we may not be able to play tomorrow. I still have a client I need to meet tomorrow. We'll be out the day after tomorrow, okay? Sitting in the co-pilot, Wu Ye softly said, Xiao Hao, just go about your business. I happen to clean up the house tomorrow. It's just right to go play the day after tomorrow. That works, Xiao Hao. If you spend money like this, will you? Wang Hao smiled. That definitely wouldn't be the case. With them around, one could get the system's paycheck rebate every month, so how could one possibly go bankrupt? Not only that, but as they make him more money, then later on he will be able to buy more and more paycheck cashback goddesses, and then he will be able to get more and more money a month through cashback. It's just that he needs to figure out a way to meet with the already bound paycheck return goddess every month to maintain the bond. If it's okay when there are fewer people, then he can't go through them one by one when there are more people. Sister Wu Ye, don't worry, even if I do go bankrupt, then you can support me. Originally, Wang Hao thought that Wu Ye would reject it jokingly, but he didn't expect her to directly agree. Well, if you run out of money, I'll work to support you. At this moment, Wang Hao was also confused. He now also finally was understanding why everyone loved big sisters. Although Wu Ye was older, the years had not left a mark on her at all. It has a unique flavor. Sister Wu Ye, are you really willing to go home with me to meet my parents? Wang Hao knew what it meant to ask this, but he asked anyway. He understood that with the system he might meet more women in the future, and there might even be a lot of women who were better looking than Wu Ye, but there wouldn't be any woman who could be like Wu Ye. He understood what it meant to take Wu Ye back, but he was still willing. Only Wu Ye nodded and said, Xiao Hao, didn't I answer you last time? He. The two made small talk after that. When they reached their destination, Wang Hao got off with Wu Ye. After getting off the bus, Wu Ye, who was wearing a pair of jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt, walked to Wang Hao's side and held his arm intimately. Feeling Wu Ye's proud rabbit, Wang Hao's heartbeat accelerated. Xiao Hao, let's go. Aha! The two of them walked towards the entrance of the scenic spot, only to be dumbfounded when they arrived at the entrance of the scenic spot. They didn't expect so many people at the viewpoint. The entrance to the scenic spot was even surrounded. Xiao Hao, there are so many people. Well, it should be fine though. Let's just line up and go in. It shouldn't be that crowded in there. Yes, the truth was just like what Wang Hao said. After he and Wu Ye bought tickets and went in, the crowd really became a lot less. It's just that Wang Hao thought that coming to Jade Dragon Snow Mountain in July would be a bit that, but come what may. When Wang Hao and Wu Ye arrived at Spruce Ping, the whole group was stunned by the scene in front of them. At a glance, a large green lawn with patches of spruce trees gives a very relaxing mood. The sky was blue, with white clouds constantly drifting in the sky. It was mirrored by the flowers and trees on the ground. Wang Hao took Wu Ye's hand and stared blankly at the distant scenery, and the whole person felt sublimated all of a sudden. At this moment, Wang Hao was really satisfied. The trip was not in vain. The scenery was beautiful, but he felt that the people around him were even more beautiful. Thinking about it, he looked over at Wu Ye. Wu Ye also got a little shy from her look. How? Let's take a picture. Yes. Wu Ye took Wang Hao by the arm, and Wang Hao took out his own cell phone and took pictures. It's just that Wang Hao's skills don't seem to be very good. Wu Ye reached out and took Wang Hao's cell phone, looking at the photo and smiling. Ha ha ha, little Hao, why did you close your eyes? I don't take pictures very often. Ha ha, forget it, I'll take the picture. After saying that, Wu Ye returned the phone to Wang Hao, took out her own phone, and started to take a picture with Wang Hao. They shot a lot this time, but Wu Ye didn't even seem very satisfied. How? Why don't you let someone else take a full-body photo of the two of us? Sure, let's see. Ha. Wang Hao searched his surroundings and looked at the people around him. Most are couples, but of course there are two girls kind of thing. Wang Hao then found two girls, two beauties. That can I trouble you to take a picture of us? The two girls who were originally taking pictures looked at Wang Hao, then nodded. Yes, thanks. Wang Hao gave his cell phone to one of the girls, then he stood by the fence with Wu Ye. Wu Ye took his arm and leaned her head firmly on his shoulder. After that, I took a lot of pictures in several different poses. After taking the picture, Wang Hao took the phone from the hands of the two girls and said, "Thank you very much. Do you two want to take a picture too? We can help you. May I? Well, I'm not very good at it though. It's okay. After Wang Hao asked Wu Ye to help the two girls take pictures, they left. Wang Hao, on the other hand, continued to swim with Wu Ye. Chapter 39, Manufactured Encounters. Dusk creeps in. Wang Hao and Wu Ye played for the whole afternoon and took many pictures. For the first time, Wang Hao felt so relaxed and didn't have to think about anything. Without that exhaustion he felt when he was racking his brain for Li Jieja before, only in the feeling of being cared for and relaxed. The two left the viewpoint and then went to a dinner. then it's back. In fact, when they were at the scenic spot today, many men secretly glanced at Wu Ya, and at that time Wang Hao felt very uncomfortable. He already had a feeling that he didn't want anyone to look at Wu Ya. He'll have to look at it himself if he wants to. He didn't know when that thought had come to him. How? Why don't you go take a shower first, and I'll make the sheets? Good. Hard work, Sister Wu Ya. Wu Ya would smile before walking into the room. After Wang Hao washed up, Wu Ya went to wash up, and after doing this, both of them went back to rest. After all, it's been a bit of a tiring day. The sunlight poured in. A new day has also arrived. Wang Hao opened his eyes and stretched. When he was studying, he basically didn't exercise much, and after walking with Wu Ya all day yesterday, he felt his muscles getting a little sore. But today was also a day to look forward to, because he was going to create a chance encounter today. Whether or not he can meet Zhao Liying and raise his favorability depends on his actions. First and foremost is the image. Wang Hao got up and then went to Wu Ya's room and knocked on the door. His clothes were all on Wu Ya's side, so he was coming over to get them. The door is unlocked. Come in. Wang Hao was also a little stunned in his heart, not expecting Wu Ya to sleep at night without locking the door. Could it be so assured of him? Wang Hao pushed open the door and walked in. Only Wu Ya was covered with a blanket and still resting. I guess I was a little tired yesterday. Sister Wu Ya, I'll just get my clothes and go. Wu Ya nodded. Well, I hung up your clothes for you. They're in there. Find them yourself. Yes. Wang Hao opened the closet, only to see his own clothes hanging next to Wu Ya's clothes, and Wu Ya's clothes had 2 pieces of underwear that he liked very much. He was eager to see how Wu Ya looked in it, but he knew it was impossible. So after grabbing his own clothes he closed the closet. Sister Wu Ya, take a good rest today. We'll go play tomorrow, so don't go shopping today. When I come back, we'll drive there. Okay, I'll be home when you get back. Aha! After saying that, Wang Hao left Wu Ya's room and brought the door with him. Coming to the living room, Wang Hao first went to wash up, then took his clothes back inside the room to change into them, then went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Well, I wouldn't say it's very handsome, but it's passable. Wang Hao looked at the mirror and muttered to himself. In passing, he reached up and straightened his hair, then turned and left the house in style. He didn't go directly to Jade Dragon Snow Mountain because he didn't know when Zhao Liying and the others would arrive, and would they let people in when they were taking scenes. These are unknown factors. Wang Hao had already thought of some ways to do this, and he had previously learned from the internet that the drama that Zhao Liying was currently filming seemed to be short of some investment, and he could just take advantage of that. He drove his car to the Yulong Snow Mountain scenic spot, and after parking his car, he waited directly at the entrance of the scenic spot. For this reason he also came earlier. Before 8 o'clock came to the entrance of the scenic spot and waited. If you wait here until Zhao Liying, that's the best. If you can't wait, then you can only go inside the scenic spot. Wang Hao just stood at the entrance of the scenic spot and waited. Although it was said that Zhao Liying and the others were coming to take the scenic spot didn't stop opening, which was good news for Wang Hao. After all, he still had to go inside the viewpoint if he couldn't wait. Looking at the scenic spot where people were coming and going, Wang Hao never heard the sound of the system, but he wasn't in a hurry. If that last message was a fake, then the big deal was that he would just lose his bound quota once. And anyway, he still had Wu Ya and Bai Bowler, the 2 already bound goddesses of paycheck return. If he couldn't wait for Zhao Liying, then he would invest so that Bai Bowie and Wu Ya's wages would become higher, thus allowing him to receive more salary rebates for himself. Wang Hao waited for nearly 3 hours, from 8 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock. The system froze with no sound at all. Wang Hao was numb from squatting. It only took 3 hours to go from being confident in the beginning to having no confidence at all anymore. In the end, Wang Hao couldn't stand it anymore and directly bought the ticket. Rushing towards the Spruce Pink side, he felt that Zhao Liying and those crew members should have gone in a long time ago, or else it wouldn't have been almost noon and still not come. In fact, Wang Hao also wanted to keep waiting. After all, he might not be able to find Zhao Liying and her crew even if he went in, but if you wait at the door, they should come out after they've taken the scene. However, Wang Hao was worried that they would live directly inside the scenic spot, so Wang Hao finally chose to go inside the scenic spot. When he saw that message before, it was written that Zhao Liying she was going to go to the Spruce Ping side of the scene, and he no longer hesitated. The destination is directly the Spruce Ping. It was only when he arrived at Spruce Pine that he realized it had been fenced off. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao realized that Zhao Liying and the others were now taking scenes here. It seemed that he had missed it in the morning, and Zhao Liying and the others should have come too early. At this moment, Wang Hao didn't know what to do. Think about it. He still decided that he was prepared to wait here for a while. After all, he didn't know if Zhao Liying was busy right now. Would he disturb her by going in? And if he went in hastily, he wouldn't be able to raise his goodwill by then. And he needs to create a chance encounter. Just like this, Wang Hao sat down at a place not far from Spruce Ping. Pretend to be a tourist sitting there taking pictures. It was now noon, and I didn't know if Zhao Liying and the others would come out for a stroll after lunch. It would be nice if it came out. After sitting down, Wang Hao played with his cell phone while quietly observing the direction of the crew. Actually, Wang Hao could still vaguely see the cast and crew as he sat here, but he just couldn't see Zhao Liying. Wang Hao was also glad now that that message from last time was true, or else he would really have to make a trip for nothing. Just as Wang Hao was pondering, suddenly, he saw the woman who had haunted him, who at that moment was breathtakingly beautiful in a white floral dress. Wang Hao knew that it was time for him to go out, otherwise how else could he create a chance encounter? So he stood up, head down on his phone, and walked in her direction. Chapter 40, Zhao Liying's favorability increased. Lillian-san, you're also too good. Every time you pass on one side, and that expression management and emotion of yours is simply easy to put in and out. The people who filmed with Zhao Liying constantly praised her. Zhao Liying and the actress were completely oblivious to the fact that a man was walking towards them head-on. Wang Hao lowered his head to look at his cell phone and didn't raise his head. Duong. Wang Hao and Zhao Liying collided. Just before the two collided together, Wang Hao withdrew a bit of his strength, but even so, Zhao Liying still fell towards the back. Wang Hao hastily threw away the cell phone in his hand. One hand held Zhao Liying's thin waist. The actress on the sidelines also covered her mouth in shock at the sight. Now is the time for recording. If something happens to Zhao Liying, then not only will the crew be affected, it will also have an impact on Zhao Liying herself. However, at such a time, that man shielded Zhao Liying. In this short moment, Wang Hao made a series of moves without the slightest delay, and at this moment, Zhao Liying was also confused. How could she not have expected this to happen? But after coming back to her senses, she said to Wang Hao, "Thank you." Wang Hao saw the good in it and removed his hand after helping Zhao Liying up, then apologized. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Are you Zhao Liying?" Wang Hao pretended to be shocked. Zhao Liying and the actresses around Zhao Liying laughed when they saw Wang Hao's expression. It's only because every time a fan meets Zhao Liying, he or she has this kind of expression. "Well, I'm Zhao Liying," Zhao Liying said softly. "Oh my god, I'm so excited to see a real person." Wang Hao then pretended to look for his cell phone to take a picture. Zhao Liying naturally noticed Wang Hao's situation. She turned her head to look and saw that his cell phone had fallen on the ground. Zhao Liying crouched down to pick up the cell phone that had fallen on the ground, then hand it to Wang Hao. "Here, your cell phone." Wang Hao took the cell phone from Zhao Liying and said, "Thanks, can I take a picture with you? I'm your fan." "Yes." Hearing Zhao Liying's promise, Wang Hao picked up his cell phone and prepared to take pictures. Only when he opened the screen, his whole body was dumbfounded. The screen of his cell phone was shattered and completely invisible to the point where it could be said that his phone was broken. Seeing Wang Hao's lost look, Zhao Liying also understood something, so she said, "Use my cell phone to take a picture first. I'll add you to the green bubble in a while and then send it to you." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao said excitedly, "Can I?" "Well, just now, even though I said that you are also at fault, I am also at fault. If it wasn't for Ji Xiaoya and I just focusing on chatting, this wouldn't have happened. No. It's my fault for walking and just playing with my phone." After that, Zhao Liying took out her cell phone and took a few pictures with Wang Hao. And Wang Hao also took a few pictures with Ji Xiaoya, and then Zhao Liying added his green bubble. "That Lillian-san, are you guys here to play?" Zhao Liying smiled gently. "No, we're here for the set, and we're leaving afterward. So, aha, then Sister Liying, I'll go play first. You mustn't delete my green bubble, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to receive the photos." "Yes." After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and left without the slightest bit of procrastination. Only after Wang Hao left did Ji Xiaoya, who was by Zhao Liying's side, slowly open her mouth and said, "Sister Liying, why do I feel that this matter is so coincidental?" Zhao Liying blankly glanced at Ji Xiaoya. "There's no such thing as coincidence. It was just an accident, and that guy just now felt good. Look. Well, let's take a walk too. We'll be on camera again in a few minutes." "Okay." Ji Xiaoya beamed and continued walking with Zhao Liying. On the other side, after Wang Hao separated from Zhao Liying and the girls, the smile on his face never stopped. Just a moment ago, he heard the system broadcast, but he hadn't had the chance to check it, and now he finally had the chance to do so. Name Liying Zhao. Age, 36. Face value, 97. Favorability, 30. Stranger. Height, 165. Weight, 44. 5 kilograms. Profession, actor, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 30x. Cumulative funds received for the month, $3,700,000. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 2 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Zhao Liying's favorability had come to 30, and the salary rebate multiplier had also come to 30 times. The most important thing is that Zhao Liying has earned $3.7 million this month. And how much money would it be if the cashback comes down? Wang Hao's heart was about to jump out of his chest, not to mention the fact that he hadn't even counted White Bull's and Wu Ya's paycheck cashbacks yet, and he felt like he was going to make a fortune this month. He was getting more and more excited about how much salary rebate he could get in a month after binding many more salary rebate goddesses in the future. Wang Hao did some math. If this was such a cashback this month, then just Zhao Liying's salary cashback alone he would be able to get $111 million in salary cashback. He's a straight-up billionaire. It's still underdeveloped. Of course, he thought that the White Bull child should get a lot of salary this month, and he wanted a surprise, so he never looked at it. Ding! Detected bindable wage rebate goddess Ji Xiaoya. Please host continue to work hard to get more bindings. Ding! Wage cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favoritism +2. Ding! The goddess of wage cashback. Zhao Liying's favoritism +8. Ding! The goddess of wage cashback. Zhao Liying's favoritism +20. Several system prompts in a row made Wang Hao somewhat just caught off guard. It was only after that he realized it was the system's previous broadcast that he hadn't heard, and now the system was giving him another broadcast. Wang Hao was speechless, but that was good. He wouldn't be afraid of missing out on anything in the future. This was not what he had to think about now. What he had to think about was where to find Zhao Liying next month. If Zhao Liying suddenly left the country one day, that would be bad. It just so happens that today is the 29th, and when the 30th passes, he will send a message to Zhao Liying to ask, and if she is still in the Cloud Province, there may still be a chance to reinforce the July binding. That seems to be all that's going to happen today. Although there was a shortage of money in the theater, he didn't have much money left on him, and there was no way to invest it even if he went. It just so happens that I have to take Wu Ya shopping in a while, so it's just as well to go back now. So Wang Hao sent a message to Wu Ya, saying that he was ready to go back and would be able to arrive home in about an hour or so. Wu Ya replied back, "Okay, I'll wait for you at home." Wang Hao then left Jade Dragon Snow Mountain and drove away in his Mercedes. Chapter 41, The Bold Wu Ya. Wang Hao drove the Mercedes-Benz S back here to the house he and Wu Ya had purchased. Taking out his cell phone, he found Wu Ya's cell phone number and pressed the dial button. A beeping sound then came from the phone, and within a few moments the phone was connected. Wu Ya's gentle voice came over the phone. "Wu Ya, hey, Xiao Hao. What's wrong?" "Wang Hao, Sister Wu Ya. I'm already downstairs. Come down. I'll wait for you in the car, so I won't go up." "Wuya, okay, then wait for me for a while. I'll be right down." "Wang Hai, aha." With that, he hung up. Wang Hao thought that Wu Ya would come down soon, but he seemed to have forgotten something, and after hanging up the phone, Wang Hao opened Jane and swiped the Beauty Light broadcast. He felt that from now on, he would have to pick his target first, and then help those paycheck return goddesses that he could bind to increase their paychecks. So wouldn't it be much easier for him to bind paycheck return goddesses in the future? It's just that he swiped through almost 10 minutes of beautiful videos and live streams. Frozen. None of them fulfilled the requirements. Wang Hao looked at the video above the sweet-looking, can be said to be white skin and long legs. A first love face is very pure, but that are after layers of filters to add. After the filter boost, they can score around 85, but once they are free of the filter boost, they can score around 70 or even lower. Wang Hao's entire body was speechless. Looks like the system is demanding. This is actually reasonable. Otherwise he would directly bind all the people in the world, and then all the women in the world would be working for him. How much money can he earn in a month? Wang Hao didn't even dare to think about it. It's scary to think about. Now just binding Zhao Liying can earn so much a month. Once the favorability goes up, Zhao Liying will not give him a tens of billions of dollars of salary back a month, even hundreds of billions. Every time he thought of this, Wang Hao would always feel very excited. He wants to be the richest man in the world, and the most profitable man in the world. He also wants all the beautiful women in the world to make money for him. It better make $1 trillion a month. Thinking about it, Wang Hao felt that something wasn't right. Almost 20 minutes had passed since he had just called Wu Ya. Why hasn't Wu Ya come down yet? Wang Hao would have liked to give Wu Ya a call, but thought better of it. After all, Wu Ya is a woman, and it's okay to wait more. At this time, the shaking sounded like it was aware of his situation as much as he was, and immediately recommended a video to him. In the video, a boy is waiting for his girlfriend. After the phone call, the boy's girlfriend is also said to come down immediately. The result is that the boy froze to wait for a few spring, summer and fall. Wang Hao felt that it was a bit exaggerated though. Suddenly, Wang Hao seemed to think of something. Under what circumstances would a woman dress up herself? Isn't it when they are dating their boyfriends? And Wuya doesn't spend a long time dressing up in her normal time. It was like going to work, and she simply cleaned up and went to work. After all, with Wuya's face value, she was very pretty without makeup, and her beauty was the kind of beauty that was very natural, purely natural. But today she is so long did not come down. In addition to makeup, Wang Hao cannot think of what Wuya at home. After all, the house is also their new purchase. Just as Wang Hao was puzzled, the next scene stunned him. Only Wuya was wearing a light green halter dress and a pair of nude-colored red inside heels on her feet. Most importantly, she also combed a gentle side twist, together with Wuya's innate young woman's saintly body. This is simply a man's poison. Wang Hao couldn't move his eyes from looking at it. Wuya wore a light makeup today, which directly pulled up all her face value. Before Wuya didn't wear makeup, she had a face value rating of 93, but after putting on makeup, Wang Hao felt that Wuya's rating was already the same as Zhao Liying's, which was as high as 97. Of course, if the addition of Wuya's innate young woman's saint body was added, then the rating could even reach 98 points. Due to the fact that Wuya was dressed up in a very eye-catching outfit today, it caused Wang Hao to not even look back when Wuya came to the car. It wasn't until Wuya knocked on the car window that Wang Hao reacted and opened the door. As soon as she came in, Wuya said with a smile on her face, "Xiao Hao, let's go. Sister Wuya, you're so pretty today." Upon hearing this, Wuya's face smiled even more. Wasn't this the reason why she had spent so much time dressing up today? Hearing Wang Hao's praise, Wuya was happy in her heart. On the surface, however, there was no great fluctuation, and said with a smile, "What day am I not pretty?" After saying that, Sister Wuya turned her body sideways and her red lips gently nodded on Wang Hao's face. In this instant, Wang Hao was directly dumbfounded that Wuya had kissed him. This isn't a dream, is it? When he thought about it, he had licked Li Jejia for 3 years, and even held hands only a handful of times, not to mention kissing. Now the woman who was so much prettier than Li Jejia and had a full flavor even kissed him. And most importantly, Wuya was originally very conservative, and if she took the initiative to kiss, it would mean that she had already identified with him. Wang Hao actually figured out that Wuya's attitude had changed quite a bit since he told her that he wanted to bring her home to attend her cousin's wedding together. Although he had been a dog licker, he was not stupid and naturally knew why Wuya did what he did. So then he looked at Wuya, and after Wuya kissed Wang Hao, she looked elsewhere with a red face. Wang Hao looked at the sexily dressed Wuya, and thinking that other men would be able to see her sexy look in a while, Wang Hao's heart was very uncomfortable, so he blurted out, "Sister Wuya, can you go change your clothes?" Upon hearing this, Wuya, who originally had a red face, looked at Wang Hao in confusion and said, "What's wrong with Xiao Hao? Is it not good?" Wuya felt that Wang Hao had asked her to go and change a set of clothes, so that should mean that Wang Hao didn't like such clothes. It was just that Wuya remembered that when they met for the first time, she wore the same style of clothes, and at that time, Wang Hao's eyes had a very fond look in them. Wuya captured it then. It was also for this reason that when she came out this time, Wuya came out with a halter wrap dress similar to the one she had before, thinking of wearing it to Wang Hao, but Wang Hao actually told her to change it, which made Wuya feel strange. What the hell was that for? She kind of wondered, doesn't Wang Hao like it? Or is there something else? In fact, this was all Wang Hao's selfishness. Wuya was not only the goddess of his bound paycheck cashback, but also had to go home with him to attend his cousin's wedding after a while. In Wang Hao's heart, Wuya's status was very special. Sister Wuya, no, Chapter 42, Excited Heart-Trembling Hands. Sister Wuya, I just don't want people to see you dressed like this. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and said what was in his heart. He wasn't afraid of anything anymore. Compared to Wuya wearing it out like this, Wang Hao still felt it was better to say it, even if Wuya's favorability towards him dropped. Ding, wage cashback goddess Wuya's favoritism +1. Wang Hao, who heard the system prompt, was confused. He lifted his head to observe Wuya, only to see that at this moment, Wuya was looking at Wang Hao with a smile on her face. "How? You don't want me to dress out like this?" Wang Hao nodded. "Aha!" Hearing this, Wuya was very happy in her heart. She was now basically certain that Wang Hao's attitude towards her, not only do you have to take her home, but she's not allowed to go out in this. That was enough to show him. "Okay, then wait for me for a while. I'll go up and change and come back down." "Well, Sister Wuya, don't worry. I'll wait for you downstairs." "Aha!" After saying that, Wuya got out of the car. After Wuya left, Wang Hao couldn't wait to open Wuya's panel. Name, Wuya. Age, 32. Face value, 93. Favorability, 88. Close friend. Height, 172. Weight, 46. 5 kilograms. Profession, dance teacher. Current cashback multiplier, 88x. Cumulative funds received for the month, $20,000. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 2 days. Note, after each cashback, You need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Wuya's favorability had come to 88. This favorability was already very high. It was just unknown what effect it would have when the favorability was full. Wang Hao knew that it was difficult to raise a person's favorability towards him to full value, but it wasn't impossible. Just like Wuya, he and Wuya have only known each other for more than a month, but Wuya's favorability towards him has already come to 88, and his salary cashback multiplier has also come to 88 times. I just don't know how exactly the system's claim of 10,000 times cashback is going to be reached, based on Wuya's current salary rebate multiplier. Then she can give Wang Hao 176 million cash back this month. It's not a small amount anymore. I'm sure it will become more after that. After reading Wuya's message, Wang Hao began to recall Wuya's attitude just now. When Wang Hao said earlier that he didn't want her to go out in that outfit, Wang Hao noticed that the corners of Wuya's mouth rose. This showed that she didn't feel uncomfortable with what Wang Hao said. Instead, there was a little joy. From the time the systems broadcasted that Wuya's favorability had increased, Wang Hao already knew. Wang Hao felt that Wuya should be thinking that he should have confessed to her. How else would Wuya be willing to go home with him? It seems like Sister Wuya should already see herself as her man. After muttering to himself, Wang Hao didn't think about it anymore. He decided to go with the flow. Not long after, Wuya changed into a set of clothes and came down. This time she didn't wear a dress. She changed into a pair of jeans with a white short sleeve and a small bag in her hand. Wuya's temperament alone was incomparably attractive to Wang Hao, not to mention Wuya's figure and face. Wuya opened the car door and ran both hands across her hips, her buttocks taking the lead in the seat. Looking at Wuya's movements, Wang Hao directly into his gulped. He had only swiped it on Jitterbug before, but he didn't think he could have such a treatment. What's wrong with being old? Being old hurts. Wang Hao didn't dwell on it, and in the future, if Wuya was willing, he would take it without hesitation. After sitting up, Wuya looked at the dazed Wang Hao with a smile. Softly, he said, "Little Hao, does it look good?" Wang Hao subconsciously nodded, then shook his head after returning to his senses. Seeing this, Wuya all but laughed. The two then chatted very happily as well. Wang Hao drove his car and brought Wuya to a shopping mall, and then the two of them went into shopping mode. I bought a lot of bed sheets and covers, and fruit, and some household items. Of course, the clothes too didn't forget to buy. After all, if they came back afterward they wouldn't need to bring anything with them. They could just come empty-handed. It's a lot easier that way. 2. Wang Hao and Wuya had been shopping until after 9 in the evening before they went home. The meal was also eaten outside, and after returning home, Wuya put all the sheets and covers that she had just bought inside the washing machine and washed them, and then hung them up to dry. Afterwards, he packed up all the other things, and naturally Wang Hao didn't stay idle and followed along. The two of them worked until 12 o'clock at night to get things roughly finished. After that, Wang Hao and Wuya went to take a shower, then returned to their respective rooms to rest. After returning to his room, Wang Hao took out his cell phone, which he had gone to buy with Wuya this afternoon. After downloading the green bubble, Wang Hao boarded his green bubble. This boarding, knock knock, the message just kept ringing. Wang Hao didn't read the message and directly clicked to the interface of friend application, only to see an application called Mini appear. Wang Hao also nodded his consent with a trembling hand with an excited heart. Then you see the Just Friends style appear above the green bubble. That means he really added the green bubble of Big Star Zhao Liying. Thinking of this, Wang Hao couldn't help but pinch his arm, and instantly he felt a pain. Asterisk 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 it's true. However, after Wang Hao added Zhao Liying didn't send him the group photo from today's noon. Think it's asleep. After all, it was after 12 o'clock at night. Wang Hao didn't bother her too much, just sent her a message saying who his name was. Then it left Zhao Liying's green bubble interface. After that, Wang Hao looked to see who actually sent him a message, and this time he realized that quite a few people had sent him messages. Song Ningxuang, Bai Boyer, Lin Shui, Song Sherman, and his mother had all sent him messages. Wang Hao first sent a message back to his mother, but his mother didn't reply. She should be asleep. Then Wang Hao sent messages to Lin Shui and Song Sherman as well. Neither of them replied. It wasn't until after sending a message to Song Ningxuang and Bai Bowler that they replied almost in seconds. Wang Hao chatted with them for a while before turning off his cell phone and resting. After all, he had to go out with Wuya tomorrow. Can't stay up too long. On the other side, Wuya was not calm when she returned to her room. She felt that she had too much guts today. She even kissed Wang Hao when he was awake. She didn't even know where she'd gotten the courage at the time. As soon as she thought of this, Wuya covered her head with the quilt. Just like this, both Wang Hao and Sister Wuya fell asleep in their rambling thoughts. Chapter 43, Sir, your wife is beautiful. The sun was always bright, shining on Wang Hao's body. A warm feeling slowly welled up from Wang Hao's heart. Wang Hao, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. After getting up and stretching, he walked out of the room. Sister Wuya, why are you up so early? As soon as Wang Hao came out, he saw that Wuya was cooking breakfast, and was a bit distressed. Last night Wuya slept as early as he did, and now she was up again in the morning to cook breakfast. Xiao Hao, you're up. Hurry up and go wash up and come over for breakfast. Didn't you say you were going out with me today? Wuya said to Wang Hao while carrying the freshly prepared breakfast to the dining table. Hey, yes. Wang Hao responded and went to wash up. To be honest, he was still a little bit excited today. After all, today was the last day of the paycheck rebate, and he would be able to rebate his June paycheck at 12 o'clock this evening. Now before the cashback, he's already figured out what he's going to do with all that money after the cashback. The corners of his mouth quirked up involuntarily at the thought. I don't know exactly how much cashback he'll get from White Bowl, but in any case, he'll have to honor his promise to White Bowl as well. When this was over, he was going to settle everything when he got back. Then he took Wuya back, but now he's changed his mind a bit about going back. It's just that right now he feels like he's traveling with Wuya and doesn't have to think about it that much. After washing up, Wang Hao ate breakfast with Wuya. I have to say, Wuya is worthy of being Wuya. Not only is the person's looks beautiful, but also knows a lot. Even the cooking is so good. Sister Wuya, your handiwork is so good. It's so delicious. If only I could have it for the rest of my life, Wang Hao said with a smile on his face. At those words, Wuya hooked her lips. I'll make it for you later if you want it. Really, you'll have to work hard. I'm a big eater. Why didn't I realize that? Wuya said with a blank look at him. The two of them cleaned up a bit more after breakfast, and then they were ready to go. The day before yesterday they went to Spruce Ping. Today they weren't going to go over there. Today Wang Hao planned to change the place. He planned to take Wuya to Arai, although it was almost 240 kilometers away from here. But it didn't matter. Go now and come back at night. 240 miles won't take long on the highway. Should be there in a little over 2 hours. How? Where are we going today? Just thinking about this, Wuya asked him. He felt that Wuya did not know what he was thinking. Why every time he could accurately ask to the point. Sister Wuya, we're not here today. We're going over to Arai. Ha? Going to run over there? Aha! Well, would you be too tired to drive that long? Wang Hao sat in the driver's seat and sidled over, ready to help Wuya fasten her seatbelt. Just as he got the seatbelt for the passenger seat, because of the small space, Wang Hao and Wuya pressed tightly together. Looking at Wuya's attractive red lips, Wang Hao swallowed his saliva, itching to kiss them directly. He was just afraid that Wuya's favorability would decrease if he did so he quickly fastened the seatbelt for Wuya and sat back on his side. But what Wang Hao didn't know was that just as he left, a look of loss was evident on Wuya's face. Ding! Wage cashback goddess Wuya favorability -2. Wang Hao, who was just about to fasten his seatbelt, was instantly confused. What's going on here? How is it that the goodwill has been lowered without kissing? Wang Hao was really a bit puzzled. It really is a woman's heart. At this time he was a bit regretful. Why couldn't he be a bit bolder just now and directly kiss it? It's just no use regretting it now. There was no way out. Wang Hao could only drive away. After more than 2 hours of rushing, Wang Hao and Wuya finally arrived at Arai. Wang Hao's first stop was the ancient town of Xuanlong. Because of the time, there were some attractions that neither he nor Wuya had time to visit. So there are only a few attractions to go to. Like what Dragon Niche Pier he and Wuya were not going to go. But the attractions chosen were not chosen by Wang Hao alone, but by him and Wuya together. Wang Hao and Wuya went straight to the Arai Sea after parking the car. Have to say, the old town of Xuanlong is really nice. Looking toward the Arai far away, the territory of the sea and the sky, the lake and the watercolor reflecting the mountains and the superposition of verdure, constituting a beautiful natural picture of harmony between man and nature. Wuya opened her hands and breathed in the air from the Arai Sea. Instantly the whole thing felt lighter. How? Come on, let's take a picture together. Wang Hao, who was walking behind Wuya, raised his lips and smiled. Coming. The two of them took a selfie with their backs to the Arai Sea, Wuya holding Wang Hao with one arm and her cell phone with the other. As the shutter clicked, the two were frozen in the moment. Just as Wang Hao and Wuya took a picture together, many passers-by stopped by, looking toward Wang Hao and Wuya. They couldn't even help but marvel. My God, that woman is beautiful. Really, not only is the body great, but even that face is incredibly attractive. No dude, don't you guys see that vibe she's got going on? Ha. Man, what a fellow traveler. This woman is so good looking. It would be nice to. Bro, didn't you see her holding that guy? Doesn't that tell you something? If you don't have it, you probably won't get it. What makes you better than me? So did some couples, and the men couldn't look back at Wuya for a long time, until their girlfriends got angry and they reluctantly took their eyes off of her. At this time, Wang Hao's entire body was also numb. I thought to myself that you are not here to travel. Why do you keep looking at Wuya? Luckily, Wu Ya didn't wear a sling today either, or else it would have been a lot more than that. Those people mustn't tear him apart. Wang Hao could tell that the eyes of those people looking at Wu Ya were filled with desire. Xiao Hao, let's go and find a quieter place to rest for a while. Aha! Wu Ya also seemed to be unable to stand the gazes of those men and pulled Wang Hao away. Afterward the two went to a cafe. Hello, give us 2 cappuccinos. The waitress sniffed and returned. Yes sir. Sir, your wife is beautiful. When these words came out, both Wang Hao and Wu Ya froze, but neither of them stood out to refute them. Wang Hao politely returned. Thank you. Then he took Wu Ya's hand and went to sit by the erg. As soon as he sat down, Wu Ya's pair of bright eyes looked at him without blinking, causing Wang Hao's heartbeat to accelerate. Xiao Hao, am I going to call you my husband from now on? Wu Ya said with a big smile. Chapter 44 June Salary Cashback. Shocked Wu Ya, Wang Hao heard Wu Ya say this. He naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, he also wanted to try the feeling of being called husband by a beautiful woman. Hey, then Wu Ya's sister willing or not? If willing, I naturally also happy to owe. Wang Hao said to Wu Ya with a smile. At those words, Wu Ya's face instantly turned red. She couldn't figure out for herself why, at 32 years old, she still blushed so often, just like a little girl. After thinking about it, she felt that it should be because she was with Wang Hao. Humph, you wish, Wu Ya said like a little girl. It was also the first time Wang Hao had seen Wu Ya like this, and the whole thing hadn't been expected, but Wu Ya did have a different flavor like this. If he wasn't outside, Wang Hao would have held her face and kissed it. It didn't take long for the waitress to bring them both their coffee. Sir, ma'am, your coffee, please, Wang Hao politely said. Thank you, you're welcome, sir, your wife is really so good looking. I'm envious as a woman. Ha ha ha, thanks. Wu Ya, who was on the side, didn't know why, but as soon as she heard others call her as Wang Hao's wife, she had a happy feeling in her heart, which also made Wu Ya realize there was no longer just a simple relationship between her and Wang Hao. She would have to re-examine her relationship with Wang Hao. Wu Ya quietly looked at Wang Hao, and saw that Wang Hao was also staring at her. 4 eyes. Wu Ya blankly glanced at Wang Hao and said in a bad mood, still looking, you can't get enough of it at home. Wang Hao smiled. It's not enough. It's never enough. I want to see it all the time. Ding, wage cashback goddess Wu Ya favorability +2. Oh ho, Wu Ya's favorability has finally increased. This morning Wang Hao has been regretting why he didn't kiss up at that time. If he kissed up, Wu Ya's favorability would have reached 90 by now, right? Doesn't that payroll rebate multiplier just rub off on you? Really, he regrets it too much. He vowed that if there was a next time, then he wouldn't miss it. He'll definitely take his chances. Just as he was fuming, Wu Ya turned his chair in a direction, toward the lake of Irai, cozy up with a cup of coffee. At this time, Wu Ya had even forgotten all the previous past. Her eyes and heart seemed to be only this cozy wind and Wang Hao. Before she met Wang Hao, Wu Ya despaired a few times. She even felt that she couldn't live anymore, paying off her debts until she's skeptical. Fortunately, God still favors her and lets her meet Wang Hao in a moment of despair. Wu Ya looked at the lake, then turned her head to look at Wang Hao. Her hooked red lips had long since displayed her inner thoughts. Hao, look over there. It's so beautiful. Hearing Wu Ya's voice, Wang Hao also looked toward the distance. The look of the sea and sky really stayed with you. Wang Hao felt as if his mind had been washed clean just in this instant. Yeah, it's beautiful. Come on, let's take a picture together. Wu Ya pulled Wang Hao again and started taking pictures. Wang Hao naturally wouldn't refuse. In this way, the two of them had been playing on this side of Irai for a day. And it wasn't until after 10 o'clock in the evening that Wang Hao drove his car and took Wu Ya back towards Shangri-La. However, Wu Ya, who was sitting in the car, was already slightly tired at this point, but she didn't rest. After all, she took into account that Wang Hao was still driving. If she rested, she might still infect Wang Hao, and that would be dangerous, so she would rather chat with Wang Hao and rest when she went home. It just so happened that she and Wang Hao weren't planning to go out tomorrow, so resting later wouldn't have any effect. Hao, when are you coming home? Wang Hao was driving his car on the highway at this time, and at this time, he didn't feel tired, only his feet were a little sore. Not until I finish my exams, I guess July 6th or 7th. Well, how long are we going to be gone then? I'm afraid the training organization won't give me a vacation by then. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao smiled. He had it all figured out. Sister Wu Ya, don't worry, I've already thought about it. I'll tell you when I go back tonight. Wu Ya was curious, but if Wang Hao didn't say anything, she could only nod in response. Okay, hey, Sister Wu Ya, that's not what you should be thinking about right now. What you should be thinking about is what happens after you meet my parents. This would have been, right, fine if Wang Hao didn't say it, but as soon as Wang Hao said it, Wu Ya instantly became nervous. She hadn't thought about it before because it wasn't time yet, but when Wang Hao said this, she instantly became nervous. Ha ha ha, Wang Hao laughed out loud, and Wu Ya, who was sitting in the co-pilot, rolled her eyes towards him. The two just chatted until they got back to Shankly's side of the house. Wang Hao had just brought the car to a stop, and Wu Ya, who was sitting in the passenger side, instantly shrieked. Ah, Wang Hao thought something had happened. Nervous inquiries. What happened? Sister Wu Ya, are you alright? Little Xiao Hao, there's a message from your cell phone. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was relieved. Just now Wu Ya that screamed. He thought that something happened to Wu Ya, but it turned out to be just his own cell phone coming to the message. Suddenly, Wang Hao seemed to have thought of something. Hurriedly, she asked, Sister Wu Ya, what time is it now? Wu Ya was also confused at this time. How Wang Hao cared about what time it was. Shouldn't he care about the content of the message? Although Wu Ya was puzzled, she still looked at the time and said, it's already 10 minutes past 12. It was 10 minutes past 12, and Wang Hao already knew why Wu Ya was screaming so loudly. He must have seen the content of the message. Otherwise it certainly wouldn't have been so surprising. Sister Wu Ya, did you see it? Hearing Wang Hao ask this, Wu Ya nodded and said, well, I saw 3 messages. Hey, so tell me how many there are in total. Although Wu Ya didn't know how Wang Hao did it, she believed that Wang Hao would definitely tell her. So he picked up Wang Hao's cell phone and scanned Wang Hao's face. After her phone was unlocked, Wu Ya tapped on the messages and then tapped on the first message. Wu Ya softly read out the first message. Your savings card with tail number 6503 deposited 1 renminbi, 760, 000 at 010 on July 1st, with an available balance of 6 renminbi, 783, for 11 in the Union Pay account. Long set bank. This first message was still acceptable to Wu Ya, but when she read the second message, her entire voice trembled. Chapter 45, missed the chance to see Zhao Liying again. Wu Ya's voice to trembling will be the second message to read out. Your tail number 6503 savings card July 1st, 010 Union Pay deposit 15 renminbi, 330, 000 yuan. The available balance of 22, 113, 411 yuan. Long set bank. At this point, Wu Ya was no longer able to think. Previously, although Wang Hao had said that he was making investments, Wu Ya didn't expect Wang Hao to make so much money. The first time it was over $1 million. The second time it was over $10 million. So what about the third time? Wu Ya's breath had caught. Her hand was shaking as she held the phone. Little Xiao Hao. This, so much money. However, Wang Hao only guffawed. This first piece of information, Wang Hao already knew. That must be Wu Ya's salary rebate. As for the second piece of information, it must be White Bull's salary rebate. Zhao Liying's must be more than that. What he didn't expect was that White Bull made 210,000 this month. He was surprised to the core. After a while he'll help them raise their paychecks and then he'll get more money. This is simply not too good. Hey, Sister Wu Ya, isn't there still a message that you haven't read? Aren't you going to read it? Hearing this, Wu Ya remembered that she had indeed received 3 messages earlier, and she had only read 2 of them, leaving 1 unread. Wu Ya was now puzzled again. Could it be that this third one was more than the previous 2? This can't be right. With a curious mood, Wu Ya gently clicked on the third message, yet the number on top of the message was one that shocked her for a whole year. She carefully counted the numbers, and after making sure she hadn't misread them, she looked at Wang Hao in surprise. Little Xiao Hao. This is $100 million. Ha ha ha. Yeah, it's $100 million. Wu Ya placed Wang Hao's cell phone on her lap and covered her mouth with both hands. 100 million. That is to say, Wang Hao has earned more than 100 million today. She had been shocked beyond words. She returned a few million are already exhausted, and even once wanted to die lightly. I didn't expect Wang Hao to make more than $100 million in one go. It left her at a loss for words. Wang Hao took the phone from Wu Ya's lap and looked at that third message, and I can't stop smiling on my face. The message says above. Your savings card with tail number 6503 deposited 111 renminbi, 000 at 010 on July 1st, with an available balance of 133 renminbi, 113, 411, 000, long sheet bank, long set bank. When he saw the message, Wang Hao was also very sighing, remembering that more than a month ago, he was still a licking dog of Li Jiejia, and did not expect that in more than a month's time he had become a billionaire. It's all thanks to the system and the paycheck-to-paycheck goddesses. Wang Hao felt that in the future, if he bound that salary return goddess, then he definitely had to be nicer to her. Sister Wu Ya, let's go home first. Yes. Once he got home, Wang pulled Wu Ya to sit on the sofa and sat down. He quietly looked at Wu Ya and said, Sister Wu Ya, these are all the investments I've made, but I can't say exactly what they are. but I promise they're definitely not illegal. At those words, Wuya sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't illegal. After all, her relationship with Wang Hao was already uncomplicated. If Wang Hao did anything illegal, she probably wouldn't be able to run away. And Wang Hao was the first man she wanted to commit her life to in so many years. She naturally didn't want anything to happen to Wang Hao. Well, how? You didn't have to tell me. He. Sister Wuya, I won't hide it from you. Ding. Wage cashback goddess Wuya's favoritism +1. The smile on Wang Hao's face grew even wider when he heard the sound of a good feeling boost. Xiao Hao. Wuya looked at Wang Hao with affection. And this time Wang Hao didn't hesitate any longer, cupping Wuya's beautiful face with both hands and kissing her red lips. Ryoko. Lip split. Ras. Wuya looked at Wang Hao shyly. Wang Hao looked at Wuya with the same implied affection. And if Wuya hadn't been too conservative, it was estimated that Wuya would have lost her guard tonight. Ding. Wage cashback goddess Wuya's favoritism +1. Hearing this voice, Wang Hao's entire body became excited, because Wuya's favorability had come to 90. He didn't know if there would be a change after the goodwill went up to 90, and right now he didn't have time to check. After all, at this time, Wuya was still in love with him, so if she suddenly froze, it would not be easy to explain. How? What is our relationship? Wang Hao was also confused by Wuya's sudden question, but he wasn't stupid. If he were to say friendship now, the favorability wouldn't quack off. Sister Wuya, that's up to you. Whatever you think we are, that's what we are. In my heart, you're already the one I'm going to guard. Ding. Wage cashback goddess Wuya's favoritism +1. Hearing the system's voice, the smile on Wang Hao's face didn't stop at all, and after hearing Wang Hao's words, Wuya hugged Wang Hao tightly. Wang Hao also reached out and hugged Wuya. The two just hugged. After that, Wang Hao chatted with Wuya a lot more, until very late in the evening, when Wuya and Wang Hao returned to their rooms to rest. Back in the room, Wang Hao let the system open Wuya's data at the first opportunity. System, check Wuya's data. Ding. Data generation in progress. Name, Wuya. Age, 32. Face value, 93. Favoritism, 91. Devoted. Height, 172. Weight, 46. 5 kilograms. Profession, dance teacher. Current cashback multiplier, 200x. Cumulative funds received for the month, $0. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 30 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Good lord, it was only 89x paycheck rebate, and after the goodwill came to 91 it dried right up to 200x paycheck rebate. It seems like the higher the favorability, the higher the cashback multiplier. Wang Hao felt that in the future, he would probably have to brush up his goodwill if he wanted to get 10,000 times his salary back. After reading Wuya's data, Wang Hao fell asleep. In fact, he was a little tired today, but just toughing it out until now. As soon as he closed his eyes, he fell right back asleep. After Wang Hao opened his eyes again, the time had come to noon, and the waking Wang Hao looked at the time and instantly sobered up, because he was going to be late. Today he was going to meet Zhao Liang to reinforce the binding for this month. This was also an opportunity that he had managed to fight for with great difficulty. If he missed it he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. Chapter 46, Favorability increases again. Wang Hao quickly put on his clothes and then ran directly to the washroom to wash up. Even Wang Hao, who was sitting on the sofa, didn't notice Wuya. Wuya was holding her cell phone at this time, and was also confused when she saw Wang Hao in such a hurry. Don't understand what's going on. Just as Wuya was wondering, her cell phone rang. Wuya looked at the note on top of her cell phone and sighed a little. Since being cheated on by her ex-husband, she's had very little contact with her family. It's not that she's cold and heartless, she really doesn't have the face to face her parents anymore. Now that there was Wang Hao, Wuya seemed to be less afraid. She picked up her mother's video call. As soon as the video call was connected, an old woman in her 50s appeared inside, dressed plainly with the simplicity of a rural person. Wuya, Mom, Wuya softly called out to the old woman, a cry that seemed to bring out all the grievances she had felt for so many years. The old woman on the other end of the video wanted to say something. It was a long time before the old woman uttered a word. Zhao Mei, Xiaoya, don't carry things on your own. Go home when you're tired. Wuya, Mom. Wuya tearfully looked at the old woman in the video, vaguely had a guess. The so-called good things do not come out of the door. Bad things spread 1,000 miles. This matter so long to spread out has been considered very good. Just suffer the old couple at home. I guess they will be poked and prodded by the people in the village again. Thinking about this, Wuya regretted why she had known that man in the first place. If I hadn't met that man, this wouldn't have happened. But thankfully, she met Wang Hao, the man who pulled her out of the abyss. Wuya, Mom, I'm fine. I've got it all worked out. Zhou Mei, hey. Wuya sighed, and it was obvious that her face was much more tired. and Wu Ye could see it. Just when the atmosphere was at a freezing point, a voice broke the silence. Sister Wu Ye, I'm going out. I won't be eating at home for lunch today. If you're too lazy to do it, you can order takeout yourself, huh? There's an investment I need to run. Wang Hao's voice was not only heard by Wu Ye, even Zhao Mei on the other end of the video heard it. At this moment, Zhao Mei's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that her so conservative daughter was living with a man. Wu Ye also replied after hearing this. Will you come back for dinner tonight? Come back. Okay, then I'll cook and wait for you. Well, love you yo. After saying that, Wang Hao opened the door and left, completely not noticing that Wu Ye was making a video call at that moment. When the door closed, Zhao Mei on the other end of the video asked excitedly, Daughter, you, aren't you? Wu Ye didn't hide it and nodded. Mom, I still owed a lot of money, but Xiao Hao helped me solve it all, and he also. When she said this, Wu Ye stopped. She felt that she couldn't say the thing that Wang Hao had asked her to keep $1 million, and he was nice to me. At those words, Zhao Mei inside the video finally revealed a faint smile. The atmosphere also became much more relaxed at this time. Okay, as long as he treats you well, bring him back in the new year, or else the people in the village will have poisonous mouths. Well, I'll ask him when he gets back then, and be careful from now on. You got it. I know, Mom. On the other hand, after Wang Hao left his home, he looked at the Mercedes-Benz S and went straight to the place where he had an appointment with Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya. If this time the matter could be negotiated, then there would be more chances for him to be able to meet with Zhao Liying in the future. In that case, his chances have changed. By now he knew that when goodwill reached 90 upwards, it was a point of goodwill that increased his paycheck rebate by 100 times. This also made Wang Hao even more eager to raise all the goodwill of the wage return goddess. Wang Hao drove to a restaurant, which wasn't very high class, but it was quiet. To be honest, if Zhao Liying hadn't sent him the location, he probably wouldn't have known that there was a small restaurant here. But it's often these little restaurants that are the quintessence. Wang Hao also knows a lot about Zhao Liying. She was also from the countryside before she became famous. Through her own efforts to climb step by step to the present position, there was a marriage before. There is a child. But Wang Hao felt that women who had been married had a very special aura. It's like Wu Ye. Wang Hao walked towards the inside of the restaurant after parking his car. As soon as Wang Hao came in, he saw Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya sitting by the window chatting. Sister Liying, Sister Xiaoya. Hearing Wang Hao's voice, the two women turned their heads to look at him. Zhao Liying said with a smile on her face, Sit down. Wang Hao nodded, then sat beside Zhao Liying, and Ji Xiaoya sat on the other side of Zhao Liying. Only after Wang Hao sat down did Zhao Liying say to the owner of the small restaurant, Boss, our dishes are ready to be served. Okay, hold on a minute, guys. Seeing Zhao Liying so grounded, Wang Hao asked curiously, Sister Liying, aren't you afraid of being recognized? Zhao Liying smiled slightly. Recognize me if you want. I'm just here for dinner. To be honest, Wang Hao did admire Zhao Liying quite a bit. A woman who was able to break through to such heights didn't know how much suffering she had endured. And even after she became famous, she still hasn't changed her frugal habits. Ha ha ha, that's true. Wang Hao, you said you want to invest in this drama we're in now? Well, I've heard that your troupe is still short of funds, and it just so happens that Lily Ying and Xiaoya are both in this drama. So I think it's sure to be a big hit, and I'd like to take a little advantage of you. Just as Wang Hao finished his words, he heard a voice coming from the system. Ding, the goddess of wage cashback. Zhao Liying's favoritism plus 10. Hearing the system's broadcast, Wang Hao was directly stunned. This directly added 10 points of goodwill. How could it add so much? But thinking about it, this should be normal. After all, Zhao Liying's favorability towards him right now was only 30. It's supposed to be easier to increase favorability the lower it is, and harder to increase favorability the higher it is. Ji Xiaoya said arrogantly, Humph, that's for sure. This drama will surely burst into flames with Sister Liying in it. In fact, Wang Hao still has a question. With Zhao Liying's current value, it's also very simple to invest in this drama. Why doesn't she invest in it? But he wouldn't ask, and if he did, he probably wouldn't be able to tell him, and he might lose his favor. Right now, Wang Hao just wanted to raise Zhao Liying's favorability, so that the more money he could get through salary rebates in the future. Wang Hao, do you know how much funding we're missing for this drama? Wang Hao shook his head. Chapter 47 End of Travel. Zhao Liying explained, the investment required by the crew this time is $50 million. Of course, the share in the later stage is not low. This time the crew gave a share ratio of 30%. Wang Hao was shocked in his heart. 50 million if before this month's cashback so much money he could not even think about. However, in order to be able to see Zhao Liying more often, Wang Hao still decided to invest in this drama. Besides, there is also a share in the later stage. This share of words he directly signed in Wu Ye's name. so that by the time this drama is released, then he will not be able to make a lot of money. It's a double whammy, so to speak. Sister Lying, does this split include box office revenue, TV broadcasting rights, internet broadcasting rights, peripheral product development and other channels? That's right. For some reason the crew is bleeding money this time. At those words, Wang Hao fell silent, not because of anything else. In that case that would be really great. Zhao Liying could understand when she saw that Wang Hao had stopped talking. After all, such an investment is also risky, and once the movie is released and does not do well at the box office, then you will lose your pants. Zhao Liying felt that Wang Hao should not invest. In fact, Zhao Liying herself would like to invest, but she simply does not have any extra money on hand. Her money is now being invested. If she takes it out, she will lose a lot, and everyone else either just doesn't care for the show or can't get that kind of money. The crew is now at the bottom of their funds, and if there are no funds to invest, then the show will have to stop filming for a while. Otherwise the crew wouldn't have just come up with a 30% cut. Just when Zhao Liying thought it was impossible for Wang Hao to invest, his answer shocked her. Okay, Sister Liying, I'll vote for $50 million. It's okay, it does seem a bit risky not to vote. She hadn't even finished her sentence, and the next thing she knew, she was reacting. What? Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya both looked at Wang Hao in shock. In Ji Xiaoya's eyes, Wang Hao was wearing ground-level goods. It was impossible to invest, and Ji Xiaoya felt that today. When Wang Hao called them out to talk about investment, he was actually trying to trick them into coming out, but Wang Hao agreed to invest. Ji Xiaoya was doubting her ability to read people. Zhao Liying really do not have this kind of idea. In her eyes, anyone is the same. There is no such thing as high and low. Everyone is the same person. Are you sure you want to invest? That's a big risk. Zhao Liying still inquired. After all, she also knew that money was not easy to earn. What's more, Wang Hao, a young guy, must have suffered a lot to earn so much money. She was thinking even more of herself before she became famous. Ding! Wage cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favoritism +2. Well. Wang Hao also didn't expect an unexpected gain. Zhao Liying's favorability actually increased once again. Sister Liying, there are some things that one has to take certain risks. There is no investment that is a sure thing. Not to mention that I also believe in Sister Liying, as long as there is you, and of course Sister Xiaoya, as long as there are you guys around, the box office will definitely be a hit. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying didn't say anything else. After all, the crew really needed this money right now. Good, then after dinner you can come with us to the theater and sign the contract. Aha! After saying that, the three of them ate and chatted, and half an hour later, Wang Hao finished eating with Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya. Wang Hao stood up and was ready to check out, but Zhao Liying said that she had already checked out when she ordered. Wang Hao could only stop. Wang Hao, did you drive here or? Ji Xiaoya asked a question. I drove here. What about you guys? Sister Liying and I came here by taxi. Let's sit with you. Okay, my car is parked outside. Let's go. After Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya put on their masks, they followed Wang Hao to the parking lot. Wang Hao led them to his Mercedes-Benz S450. These two cars were just purchased, so they are relatively new. Wang Hao, is this car new to you? Ji Xiaoya said with some small surprise as she looked at his car. Well, since it would be a bit inconvenient to come over here and play if I didn't have a car, I bought one. Ha? Buying a car just because it's inconvenient? Yeah, or else. Ji Xiaoya's feelings towards Wang Hao had completely changed now. Sister Xiaoya, Sister Liying, let's go. After saying that, Wang Hao got into the driver's seat. Ji Xiaoya originally wanted to sit in the passenger side, but Zhao Liying sat in the back row, and Ji Xiaoya could only follow Zhao Liying to sit in the back row. There's no way. If Zhao Liying doesn't sit down, she doesn't dare to. After that, Wang Hao made a trip to the theater with Zhao Liying and the girls to sign the contract. The share after the movie's release was paid directly to Wu Ya's card. After all, he had to try to see if it could be considered Wu Ya's salary. Of course, this was something he had just called Wu Ya about, told her about it and she agreed. After signing the contract, Wang Hao made an appointment with Zhao Liying and the girls for their next meeting and left. He couldn't stay too long or he would make Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya think he had another agenda. 7 o'clock in the evening, Wang Hao returned home. He knocked on the door. Whoops, a soft voice came from the house. Wang Hao replied with a smile. Your man is back. Open the door quickly. As soon as his words were out of his mouth, the door to the room opened. Seeing Wu Ya tied an apron and holding a spatula in her hand, just like a cook, Wang Hao once again looked dumbfounded. Xiao Hao, why are you always staring? Hurry up and come in. We're eating. Ah, yes, Xiao Hao, change your own pair of shoes. I'm still stir-frying right now. It's not convenient for me to get them for you. Aha, it's fine. Sister Wu Ya, go about your business. Wang Hao changed his shoes and then went to take a shower. By the time he had showered, Wuya had already prepared the meal. Xiao Hao, hurry up and come eat. Aha! On the dining table, Sister Wuya looked at Wang Hao, who was eating heartily, told the story of this morning. Wang Hao almost didn't spit out the rice in his mouth. All he had to say was, hasty. However, he still promised Wuya that he would go home with her for the new year. After all, this was his precious goddess, and he was counting on boosting his favorability and then waiting for a share of the box office. Hearing Wang Hao's promise, Wuya's face revealed a happy smile, and she kept on giving Wang Hao dishes. Sister Wuya, we're going back tomorrow. I have an exam coming up and I need to study for it. Well, it just so happens that I'm taking a vacation from my dance training facility. Okay, I'll accompany you then. Aha! After eating, the two went to rest. Early the next morning, Wang Hao and Wuya boarded the return airplane, and the journey came to a successful end. Chapter 48, Portia 918, Buying a House for White Bulls. This time, Wang Hao bought or business class. After all, he still had to sit with Wuya. Naturally, he couldn't buy first class, or else it definitely wouldn't work. It was just that what Wang Hao didn't expect was for him to meet Song Sherman again. Fate is sometimes such a coincidence. Song Sherman glanced at Wuya, then smiled at Wang Hao and went to busy herself. Wang Hao returned a smile. Magic City. After a 3-hour flight, Wang Hao and Wuya had returned to Magic City. Wang Hao and Wuya went directly to the airport's parking lot and drove the Big G back to Fengshan Community. Wuya placed the bag she was carrying on the couch. After an she just laid down on the couch. Wuya should be tired of playing these days. Wang Hao didn't go to the school directly. There were still a few days before the exam. He wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, there were only 2 subjects to be examined, and usually his grades were okay. Today let Wuya rest first. He also need to rest for a day. Tomorrow morning he still have to go to find Bai Boyer. After all, he promised Bai Boyer. What he promised her must be done. Sister Wuya, when the day after tomorrow I'll go with you to where you work. Yes, Wuya replied as she lay lazily on the sofa. For the whole day, Wang Hao and Wuya were recuperating at home, and neither of them had gone out. Until the next day, Wuya drove the Big G to work, while Wang Hao took a taxi to the hotel where Bai Boyer was staying. Bai Boyer had been living in the hotel every day for the past month, and Wang Hao felt it was time to let her go out to live. For the car, Wang Hao had already bought it for Bai Boyer last month. In no time, Wang Hao arrived at the hotel. He went straight to White Bull's room and knocked on the hotel door. In no time, the door of the room opened, and the moment she saw Wang Hao, Bai Boyer directly stuck to him like an octopus. Oh, brother Hao, you're here. Well, go in first. Aha! After entering, Wang Hao closed the door of the room. Only he was dumbfounded when he came in, only to see an okay-looking woman in a sari lying on the couch eating fruits while catching up on her drama. Wang Hao froze. Seeing this, Bai Boyer also hurriedly got off of him and explained, Brother Hao, didn't I tell you before? This is my best friend, Yang Xiaoli. And Yang Xiaoli, who was cozily catching up with the drama, jumped up at once when she heard Bai Boyer's voice, then rushed back into the room. Wan Air, go change your clothes, I'll take you to buy a room in a while. You won't be able to live in a hotel anymore. Upon hearing this, Bai Boyer looked at Wang Hao in surprise. She'd been waiting for this moment for a month. Really? How? Well, go change and look good, or you'll have less pocket money this month. Yeah. White Bull gave Wang Hao a quick kiss on the cheek and bounced back into the room. The corner of Wang Hao's mouth hooked into a smile. By this time he was feeling as if he was a bit like King Neptune. Thinking about it and then thinking no, he wasn't a sea king. He was just trying to give the goddesses a home, trying to make more money for them. How could he be the sea king? After a while, Bai Boyer and Yang Xiaoli walked out of the room arm in arm. When she saw Wang Hao, Yang Xiaoli greeted him as well. Hello, brother Hao. Hello, does Lori want to come with us? Yang Xiaoli nodded. Alright then, let's go. But we have to make a trip to the 4S store first. I need to buy a car first. At this time, Bai Boyer said, Brother Hao, take my car. It's convenient. Well, go. Afterwards, Wang Hao came to the 4 store directly with Bai Bowles and Yang Xiaoli. As for why he came to the 4 store first, it was because Song Weiner told him that someone sold a Porsche 918 at the 4 store, so he had to hurry to take a look. The Porsche 918 is one of the big 3. It's now discontinued. He dreamed of owning one, and now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he had to take it. If he was bought out, then he mustn't regret it. This is the car of his dreams. In no time, Wang Hao and the 2 women arrived at the 4 store. Song Weiner had long been waiting for him in front of the 4 store. Seeing Wang Hao arrive, Song Weiner greeted him on her face. Mr. Wang, you're here. Well, where's the car you told me about? Show me. Song Weiner knew that rich people liked cars, and when this 918 was on consignment, Song Weiner thought of Wang Hao. As expected of her, Wang Hao loved the car. Mr. Wang, Two ladies, please follow me. Wang Hao and the two girls followed behind Song Wanner and arrived at the exhibition hall. As soon as he came in, Wang Hao saw a silver sports car occupying the central position of the 4S store. And Wang Hao fell deeply in love with this car at the first sight of 918. This is his ideal car. Ha ha ha, Song Wanner, what a consignment of this car. I'll take it. Wang Hao was very decisive. He felt that he could afford to buy what he liked. There was no need to think so much. Mr. Wang, the owner wants to sell it for $30 million because this car has been discontinued and there aren't many of them in the country. And the owner also chose to sell this car because of the company's cash flow difficulties. To be honest, the price of $30 million was really a bit of a pain for Wang Hao, but after he thought about it, he could get a lot of money through salary rebates every month anyway. And if 918 was bought away, I don't know when I'll have to wait until I can buy it again. So Wang Hao decisively took it. Go ahead and make the arrangements. I'll take the car, but I want the paperwork done as soon as possible. I've got things to do this afternoon. At those words, whether it was Song Wanner or Bai Bowles or Yang Xiaoli, the girls were amazed and couldn't keep their mouths shut. I didn't expect Wang Hao to buy it as soon as he said he would, and he didn't drag his feet at all. After reacting, Song Wanner hurriedly went to talk to the manager. The manager came and contacted the owner. After a busy morning, this 918 already belonged to Wang Hao, but some documents needed to go through, and Wang Hao didn't have the time, so he let Song Wanner help him get it. Come and get it at night time. When the time came, Song Wanner was invited to dinner by the way. After all, if it wasn't for her, this 918 really didn't necessarily belong to Wang Hao. After leaving the 4 store, Wang Hao took Bai Boyer and Yang Xiaoli to buy a house. Wan Er, where do you want to buy a house? In fact, Wang Hao didn't know where a good house was, and most importantly, he didn't have much money left now, having spent 50 million on investing in Zhao Liying's new drama, 30 million on buying 918, and more than $120 million in June, which he received through payroll cashback. He spent $80 million, and with the millions left over from last month, he still has over 50 million left. If the lot White Bull was going to buy was too good, there was a real chance he wouldn't be able to afford it. Chapter 49 Green City Huangpu River. Bai Boyer didn't directly choose to let Wang Hao buy her a house somewhere. Instead, he said, "Brother Hao, I want to be close to you." This sentence also side by side confirmed Bai Boyer's emotional intelligence. After all, if she directly said that she wanted to buy a house there, it would definitely make Wang Hao feel uncomfortable. And Wang Hao's heart might still be a bit more comfortable if she said so. And White Bull believed that how could a man who could afford a Porsche 918 buy her a place that was too bad? After hearing Bai Boyer's words, Wang Hao's heart was however much more comfortable. After all, buying a house in the Magic City is not a few $100,000. Here inches of land. To buy a better place more expensive. It can easily be tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars a square foot, and there are even places as high as $400,000 a square foot. That kind of place can't be afforded by Wang Hao now. You might easily be able to buy it later, but you can't afford it now. White Bulls had said so. He naturally couldn't be too stingy. Buying a bad lot definitely wouldn't work. Too good he couldn't afford it now. Wang Hao was in deep thought. After buying this house, he could also live in it in the future. In that case, it was better to buy a better lot. After a comprehensive consideration, Wang Hao already had some ideas in his mind. So just drive off in the car. Bai Boyer and Yang Xiaoli didn't know where Wang Hao was going to take them, but they could only sit and be little followers. Wang Hao drove White Bull's car, looking at the road that had been stuck in traffic, a little annoyed in his heart. That's the one bad thing about a busy neighborhood, I guess. After all, there are too many people. After more than an hour of traffic jam, Wang Hao's trio finally arrived at the destination of this trip, Green City Huangpu River. This is a luxury neighborhood in Magic City, and the price of the house alone has come to 210,000 square feet. As for Bai Boyer and Yang Xiaoli, when they saw the place Wang Hao brought them to, their entire body was stunned. Originally, Bai Boyer had already made preparations for Wang Hao to just buy her a house of about $10 million. Wang Hao had actually brought her here. Brother Hao, would this place be too expensive? Wang Hao smiled. It's okay, I'll be coming over to stay more often. At those words, Bai Bowler's pretty face swished red. On the side, Yang Xiaoli is very envious of Bai Bowers. To be honest, Yang Xiaoli and Bai Bowers are both doing live broadcasts, so why hasn't she met such a good man? Yang Xiaoli's eyes had changed a bit when she looked at Wang Hao again. Come on, let's go in and take advantage of today to finish things off. I have other things to do in the next couple of days, so I might not be able to come over. Hearing Wang Hao's words, originally Bai Boyer was still a bit happy, but after knowing that Wang Hao wouldn't come over for the next 2 days, she felt a bit lost. Thinking of this, Bai Boyer took Wang Hao's arm, as if she wanted to tightly leash him. Seeing this, Wang Hao also hooked his lips and smiled, allowing Bai Boyer to be pampered. Yang Xiaoli walked on the other side of Wang Hao. The three of them arrived at the sales department of Greentown Huangpu River. As soon as the three of them came in, the salesperson from the sales department came over. They were greeted by a saleswoman who was okay looking, but compared to the white bowl, it was much inferior. Wang Hao didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, even if the saleswoman met the binding requirements of the wage cashback goddess, he couldn't bind it because he didn't have a binding opportunity anymore. Moreover, he felt that the most important thing at the moment was to first raise the goodwill of the three salary return goddesses, Zhao Liang, Wu Ya, and Bai Boyer, who had already been bound. That's how you make more money. Hello sir, ma'am, what type of home would you like to see? Wang Hao directly gave out his thoughts. You show us the big flat. Yes, sir, please follow me. After saying that, the saleswoman made a please motion and brought the three Wang Hao to the front of the model and started to introduce it. Sir, the large flat floors we have here are all first-line river view houses. Not only is the location excellent, the view is also very wide, and you can see the Huangpu River at a glance. The saleswoman blah 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 introduced a lot to him, but Wang Hao didn't listen to much. After all, Wang Hao is also the first time to buy a house. Where do you know what? Okay, can you take us to the field to see the house? The saleswoman was very excited to hear that there is usually a good chance of a sale for those who go to the field to see the house. She's going to take advantage of this opportunity, and if she can sell a large flat, then she's going to get a good commission. Dozens, if not millions, to say the least. In front of such temptation, the saleswoman naturally did her best to serve Wang Hao and the others. Just a moment, sir, I'll check in. Okay, soon. The saleswoman led Wang Hao and Bai Boyer as well as Yang Xiaoli to the location where the large flat was located. During this time, the saleswoman also kept telling Wang Hao how good the place was, until he was later silenced by a dry word from Wang Hao. Wang Hao directly said that he was buying it for Bai Boyer, and if Bai Boyer was satisfied, then he would buy it. This straight away made the saleswoman introduce herself for a change. Within minutes, the saleswoman led the trio to the large flat. After the saleswoman entered the password, the door to the large flat floor opened, and once the door was opened, what came into view was the extremely luxuriously decorated living room. The living room is large and very well lit. When you come in, the floor-to-ceiling windows are the brightest, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the Huangpu River. Sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows with a cup of tea must be very cozy. White Bowl and Yang Xiaoli's eyes began to look east and west as soon as they came in. The saleswoman gave Wang Hao and Bai Boyer the basic information about this large flat. The large bungalows total 260 sq ft, and are priced at $210,000 per SQ ft. Wang Hao figured out that it would cost 54.6 million to take it in full, and he only had 31 million now. There's simply not enough money. But just now the saleswoman said that there is now a 5% discount on this large flat, so it works out to be $51.87 million, and that's enough money for him. Wan Air, what do you think of this set? Wang Hao felt that after all, he was buying it for Bai Boyer, so he still had to ask her opinion. However, Wang Hao had already seen in Bai Boyer's eyes that she should be quite fond of this large flat, yet it was not to be expected. White Bull nodded. Brother Hao, I quite like it. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao didn't hesitate and directly bought it. When the saleswoman heard this, was happy. She knew that this order was a sure thing. After that, Wang Hao several people went to the formalities with the saleswoman, and it hadn't been finished until the evening time, but Wang Hao had already called the money over. I'll let White Bull do the rest when the time comes to interface with the saleswoman herself. Chapter 50, Money Spent is Gone. Back on the big flat, Bai Wat Air jumped right on top of him, not caring if Yang Xiaoli was still there or not. She kissed at Wang Hao's face. Muah, Brother Hao, thank you. The corner of Wang Hao's mouth hooked into a smile. Smiling, he said, thanks for nothing, you're all mine. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Bai Boyer's face instantly turned red. On the side, Yang Xiaoli also had the sense to find a room and walk in. Seeing that Yang Xiaoli had returned to the room, Wang Hao directly kissed it Bai Boyer's red lips. Ryoko, lip split. Ras. Bai Boyer looked at Wang Hao with a blushing face. She felt that Wang Hao should want her today, and she was ready for it. What Wang Hao had promised her had already been done, and now she was going to keep her promise. However, Wang Hao is a bit anxious. If he goes back late, Wu Ye will have to wait for him to eat. Now it's almost 7 o'clock. He still has to go to the 4S store. Go take his 918. The coveted flower of the White Bull can't be picked today, but he wasn't in a hurry. White Bull lived here and couldn't run away. Wan Air, I still have things to do today. I'll come back after a while. However, his words were what caused White Bull to be a little alarmed. She knew that after missing a man like Wang Hao, she probably wouldn't meet another one in her life, and she was afraid that Wang Hao would not want her in the future. The eyes instantly filled with watery mist. Seeing this, Wang Hao was also confused, not knowing what happened, but Wang Hao still comforted. Why are you still crying? Who bullied you? I'll help you clean him up. Okay. At those words, Bipolar flopped on top of him and gently pounded his chest. When Wang Hao heard this, he immediately understood. Turns out it was White Bull who thought he was probably just having a little fun. Idiot, I really have something going on. Otherwise where would I have waited until now? And if I just wanted to have fun with you, why would I have to put this big $50+ million flat in your name? Don't you think so? Really? Bipolar looked at Wang Hao pitifully. Her appearance was very heartbreaking. Wang Hao nodded. That's for sure. I can't let such a beautiful you become someone else's wife. Ding. Wage cashback goddess White Bull's favorability +10. Listening to the system's broadcast, the corners of Wang Hao's mouth rose slightly. This is not coming. That's what he wants. However, before he could return to his senses, White Bull's red lips once again printed up. After a long time, it was only then that the two parted in love. Just as Bai Boyer got off Wang Hao's body, Yang Xiaoli also walked out from the room. Wang Hao guessed Yang Xiaoli should be peeking. Wang Hao looked at the time. It was already 7:40. It was time for him to leave. Otherwise it would be hard for Wu Ye to wait for him again in a while. But before he went, he had one last thing to do. Wang Hao looked at Bai Boyer and asked, Wan Er, how much did you earn last month? Upon hearing this, Bai Boyer looked at Wang Hao with a pair of big, watery eyes. Previously, Wang Hao had told her that how much money she earned in a month, then how much pocket money he would give her, and at that time, Bai Boyer thought it was a joke. I didn't realize it was true. Yang Xiaoli on the side was also looking at Wang Hao very nervously. This matter Bai Boyer said to her, if Bai Boyer can make as much money as she can in a month, Wang Hao will give as much money as she can. Then won't they be rich? Wang Hao also wanted to see if Bai Boyer would intentionally talk about how much money she earned this month. However, he felt that with Bai Boyer's current 83 favorability, he shouldn't do so. Brother Hao, I made a total of $210,000 in June. Hearing Bai Boyer's words, the corner of Wang Hao's mouth hooked into a faint smile. Now he only had $133 million on him, but that didn't bother him as he transferred $420,000 directly to White Bull. Bai Boyer looked at the collection information, and the whole person froze in place, and Yang Xiaoli also quietly looked at the collection information and directly covered her mouth with both hands. Wan Er, this month's living expenses. Of course, if you can earn more next month I'll give you more, but I have to make it clear to you, how much you can earn is how much you can earn. And also, you're my woman now. Got it? White Bull nodded gently. Wang Hao's meaning was already clear. It's okay to make money, but not everything, and not too much contact with other men. After finishing with Bai Boyer, Wang Hao left the green city Huangpu River. Only after Wang Hao left did Yang Xiaoli ask excitedly, Wan Er, why didn't you say more just now? Wouldn't he be able to give you more money if you said more? White Bull gave Yang Xiaoli a blank look. Are you stupid? A person like Wang Hao cannot know how much money you earn, and still lie to him. If I lie to him I guess I have nothing. Hearing this, Yang Xiaoli also shuddered. Yeah, why didn't she think of that? If they really did, then wouldn't she and Wan Er be in a 10,000-foot abyss? She was also relieved at the thought. Wan Er, can I live with you from now on? On the other hand, Wang Hao then left Greentown Huangpu River and came directly to the Force store. Originally, the Force store should have closed at this point, but for the sake of Wang Hao, they waited hard until now. Wang Hao also felt a bit embarrassed, so he sent a message to Wu Ye, saying that he had a social gathering and had to go back later, and took Song Wanner and the manager of the Force store to have a meal. It was already 11 o'clock at night by the time he drove the 918 back to the Phoenix Hill neighborhood. He had thought that Wu Ye had already gone to bed, but he hadn't realized that she was still waiting for him to come back. He came back before Wu Ye went to rest. Wang Hao cleaned up and went to rest as well. The next day, Wang Hao went to the place where she worked with Wu Ye early in the morning. Originally, Wang Hao's idea was to buy the dance training organization directly, but after buying a car and a house, he didn't have enough money, so the matter could only be put on hold for the time being. But as soon as next month's paycheck rebate arrives, he'll bring Wu Ye to buy the place out. And won't Wu Ye's paycheck come up this way? On this visit he was going to talk to the owner of the training facility about putting Wu Ye on paid vacation. Wu Ye is still paid by the training organization this month, but Wang Hao will make up Wu Ye's salary to the owner of the training organization, as long as his money doesn't end up in Wu Ye's hands anyway. And the process went well. As the owner saw him arrive in a Porsche 918, the owner of the training organization smiled throughout and agreed. Wang Hao was also satisfied with this result. After dealing with this matter, Wang Hao directly drove the 918 to school. He had just arrived at the school, and the Magic City University of Finance had instantly exploded. Chapter 51 Driving a sports car back to school. The school forums exploded. Porsche 918. With the roar of the engine, The students of the Magic City University of Finance and Economics looked towards Wang Hao in droves. And this is the son of that family, to drive a sports car to our school. My God, this is a handsome car. No, none of you recognize this car? As a male student's words came out, the students of the Magic City University of Finance turned their heads to look at him. Dude, do you recognize it? You are not talking nonsense. This car is a Porsche 918. The price is in $15 million. And the most important thing, you know what is? The crowd shook their heads. The most important thing is that there are only 100 units of this car in China. You may not be able to buy it even if you have money, which is one of the 3 great god cars. Holy, what kind of cowboy came to our school? No, I have to grab a picture and post it in the school forum. While the crowd was talking, Wang Hao had already driven his car to the parking lot of the Magic City University of Finance. The parking lot of the Magic City University of Finance is open air, and there is an open area that has been specifically turned into a parking lot. Wang Hao, who had parked his car, was a bit puzzled as to why the security guard just now had opened the door for him directly, without even asking. Thinking about it, he thought it would be the car. He didn't think about that much anymore. He picked up his cell phone and was ready to go find Lin Shui. Just what Wang Hao didn't expect was that once he got off the bus, he was instantly surrounded, and many people grabbed their cell phones and took pictures. Wang Hao didn't hesitate either, and ran away in a mischievous manner before they could react. After Wang Hao's figure disappeared, the crowd was abuzz. Mud, did I get up too early this morning? Why did I see King Liquor get out of that sports car? Brother, am I getting a hard-on too? Holy, big news. The king of dog licking is a hidden god. You're not afraid he's renting this car? At those words, the man who had just spoken about the car spoke again. Classmate, do you think you can rent any car from a car rental agency? Even if you buy this car now, it will cost you more than $30 million, and you're going to rent a car with more than $30 million? You've got to be kidding me. Kona, can that lick the dog king? Don't lick the king of dogs all day long. I advise you to build up a little bit. You can't afford to mess with someone who can afford to drive this car. Upon hearing this, the people who had just seen Wang Hao coming down from the 918 also shut their mouths. However, they were divinely synchronized to post all the scene they just saw on the school's forum. This wave of maneuvering is directly a stone's throw away. The forums at the Magic City University of Finance and Economics blew up. A girls' dormitory at the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. Zhang Mumu violently jumped up from the bed. Ah! This yell directly caused Li Meng, Du Xiang and Song Ningxuang, who were still catching up on the drama, to look at her in confusion. Du Xiang, no, Mumu, what are you screaming about? Making a fuss? Lemon, that's right, scare us. Song Ningxuan, Mumu, did something happen? However, Zhang Mumu did not answer their words. She just kept refreshing this phone, zooming in and out until she got a good look at the face. Then they turned to their cell phones and pulled out enlarged pictures to ask the 3 men. Look guys, is that Wang Hao up there? The 3 of them, Song Ningxuang, looked at the picture on Zhang Mumu's phone, only to see Wang Hao holding a cell phone and standing inside the parking lot, because Zhang Mumu had zoomed in. The 3 of them, Song Ningxuang, didn't see 918. Song Ningxuang asked curiously, Mumu, where did you get a picture of Wang Hao? No, haven't you 3 looked at the school's forum? The forum is blowing up right now, all about Wang Hao. What? Song Ningxuang hurriedly picked up his cell phone and opened the school's forum, which is not to see. A look shocked ah. When Song Ningxuang saw the content of the post, she instantly exclaimed in shock, her voice even louder than Zhang Mumu's earlier. Li Meng and Du Xiang couldn't help themselves and took out their cell phones to click on the school's forum. They didn't escape screaming either. Li Meng, my God, this Wang Hao is so rich. After Li Meng finished speaking, Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu also both turned their heads to look at Song Ningxuang. Not to mention them, even Song Ningxuang, she was confused. She also didn't expect Wang Hao to be so rich. When she bought the hot pot restaurant before, she only thought that Wang Hao was richer. Now she doesn't feel it. However, Song Ningxuang didn't know the exact value of this 918, but she knew that this car was definitely not cheap. As for Li Meng, Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu, as people from Magic City, they naturally knew what this car represented. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so surprising. Dreamy, do you guys know how much this car cost? Nonsense. This is a Porsche 918, now discontinued. There are only 100 units in China. This car can't be taken for less than 30 million now. No, Ningxuang, aren't you Wang Hao's girlfriend? You don't know he has this car? Song Ningxuang shook her head. It was only an accident that she and Wang Hao knew each other. Or she took the initiative, and Wang Hao didn't tell her. Ningxuang, let's go find Wang Hao. I want to try this car. It's just so cool, Zhang Mumu said excitedly. Then I'll ask Hao where he is. After saying that, Song Ningxuang sent a message to Wang Hao. On the other hand, Wang Hao had just come out from inside the office. Just now, he went to Lin Shui and eliminated his leave, and then he also pestered Lin Shui to get the review questions for the exam. Wang Hao received a message from Song Ningxuan as soon as he left the office. Song Ningxuan, brother Hao, where are you? Wang Hao, at school. What's wrong? Song Ningxuan, did you drive here? Wang Hao, how do you know? Song Ningxuan, brother Hao, take a look at the school's forums. They're all blown up right now. I'm going to find you now. Wang Hao, okay, then I'll wait for you at the playground. Song Ningxuan, nah, I'll be right there. After ending his chat with Song Ningxuan, Wang Hao came to the playground and found a place with very few people to sit down. Now that the time hadn't reached class time, Wang Hao didn't have anything to do, so he might as well chat with Song Ningxuan. Song Ningxuan didn't keep Wang Hao waiting for long, and in no time, she arrived at Wang Hao's location. Only when Song Ningxuan arrived, Wang Hao was dumbfounded, only to see that Chen Meng and the girls had followed. Wang Hao didn't know what this meant. Jelsamite, this way. When Song Ningxuan and the girls came to his side, Zhang Mumu spoke up first, saying excitedly, brother Hao, can you let me try the 918? I've wanted to drive this car for a long time. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Mumu, only to see her looking at him with thirsty eyes. Yes, but I'll take Nimbus for a stroll before you try it. Yeah. Song Ningxuan, who was on the side, had a happy smile on her face when she heard Wang Hao's words. However, right at this moment, a voice that disgusted Wang Hao reached his ears. Chapter 52 Song Ningxuan and her housemates' excitement. Yo, isn't this the king of lick dogs? What? Dumped by Jia Jia, and now he's here to cheat on a schoolmate. Han Xian's voice came from behind Wang Hao. Before Wang Hao could speak, Song Ningxuan and her housemates couldn't hold themselves back. However, before they could open their mouths, Li Jiajia, who had followed Han Xian, mocked Wang Hao. Wang Hao, can you not go and lie to someone else's schoolgirls? Just like this you still have to delay someone else's schoolgirls. Really shameless. Song Ningxuan looked at Li Jiajia, and her eyes directly looked like they were about to spit fire. You're Li Jiajia, right? I heard that my brother Hao doesn't want you anymore. What a pity. Wagging your tail around a rich second generation whose family doesn't have much money. You, Li Jiajia angrily pointed at Song Ningxuan. You what you? Look at you. Shouldn't you be quite good at screaming? Why don't you scream now? I'm telling you, if you say one more word about my brother Hao, I'll tear your mouth apart. Hearing Song Ningxuan's words, Li Jiajia was so angry that her whole body trembled. Good. Originally I wanted to tell you not to be cheated by Wang Hao, but I didn't expect that you, schoolgirl, would degrade yourself, so good luck to you. Li Jiajia knew that she couldn't say anything to Song Ningxuan, so she pouted at Han Xian. Brother Xian, look, they're all bullying me. You must help me take revenge. Han Xian looked at Li Jiajia and then at Song Ningxuan's few people. Instantly he felt that Li Jiajia didn't smell good anymore. Anyway, Li Jiajia had already communicated with him, and Li Jiajia wasn't as good looking as the four girls in front of him. That's when Han Xian got up his little mind. Well, the schoolgirls and the girls aren't trying to scold you. Who made you target Wang Hao all the time? At those words, not only Li Jiajia, but even the four Song Ningxuan girls were dumbfounded. They couldn't have imagined that Han Xian would say that, but they also looked down on Han Xian even more. Their own women had been scolded. He could still be that calm. I guess it is not true to treat people. Therefore, the eyes of the four women were filled with contempt for Han Xian. They are not at all kind to such men. Seeing this, Song Ningxuan also took Wang Hao's arm and pouted. Brother Hao, didn't you say you wanted to take me for a ride? After saying that, Song Ningxuan even winked at Wang Hao. Just after Song Ningxuan finished speaking, Han Xian scoffed. Ha ha ha, schoolgirl, you're being cheated by him. How can this stinking beggar afford a car? Why don't I take you guys for a ride? Saying that, Han Xian also unintentionally displayed his BMW key. Honestly, people who can afford a car in college are really awesome. And those who can afford a BMW are of course from families with a bit of background. It was just that the current Wang Hao had long since ceased to be the original Wang Hao. Not only that, Li Meng, Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu were not simple either. And it's not like a BMW is going to take them for a ride. Song Ningxuan, humph, what are you babbling about? My brother Hao is very rich. Ha ha ha, Jia Jia, what did I hear? She said that licking dog of yours is rich. Han Xian laughed and mocked. Li Jiajia was beaming at the moment, clearly dissatisfied with Han Xian's performance just now, but she couldn't do anything about it. Who made Han Xian rich? She could only cooperate with Han Xian as well. That's right, this dead-licking dog used to have to work part-time for 3 months to buy me a cell phone. And he still eats instant noodles every day. How can he have money? Schoolmates, you've been cheated by him. Humph, whether there is money or not, how do you know? Besides, brother Hao is so good. You even treat him like this. What you? Li Jiajia once again blushed with anger, obviously red warm. Humph, you guys just trust him, don't lose your innocence and get nothing, you'll regret it to death. Wang Hao gently pulled Song Ningxuang, who smiled and spat her tongue out at him. Very cute. Wang Hao couldn't help but pinch her face. She said daintily, brother Hao, you'll get ugly if you pinch like that. Ha ha ha, no, it'll get prettier. Humph, brother Hao is just a liar. Han Xian, who was on the side, looked at the two of them flirting and directly hated them. He didn't understand why Wang Hao, such a stinky beggar, could find such a good-looking woman. No, he must snatch it. All four are his. Han Xian. He does not believe. There is no money can not seduce the woman. That, schoolgirls, didn't you guys say you wanted to go for a ride? It just so happens that my car is parked right over there in the parking lot, so I'll take you for a ride and let you feel the joy of sitting on a BMW and crying. Hearing Han Xian's words, the four girls, Song Ningxuang, kept rolling their eyes at him. They felt as if this Han Xian was sick in the head. Right at this moment, Song Ningxuang seemed to have thought of something, so she whispered a few words in the ears of the three Li Meng girls. Instantly they were excited. Wang Hao also didn't know what Song Ningxuang had said to Li Meng and the girls, but he knew that Song Ningxuang would definitely not sit in Han Xian's BMW. At this moment, the four Li Meng girls seemed to be very excited. Brother Hao, we'll do this later. Listening to Song Ningxuang's words, a smile appeared on Wang Hao's face. He had to say that Song Ningxuang was really a bit bad, but he liked it. Yes. Song Ningxuang looked at Wang Hao with a smile. How about it? For beautiful schoolgirls, have you considered it? Han Xian said with a smile on his face. He believes that as long as the female college students are still in school, then it is impossible to resist the temptation of the BMW car. It was a BMW. After all, isn't it always said that you would rather laugh on the back of a bicycle or cry in a BMW? Han Xian thought they would definitely choose a BMW. Well, let's go check it out then. Upon hearing this, Han Xian knew that he had guessed correctly, and it was true that no woman could resist the temptation of a BMW. Looking at the marvelous postures of Song Ningxuang's several people, Han Xian had even thought of what he would look like when he had to eat tonight. You can even eat a few at a time. Thinking about this, Han Xian is more and more unable to look at Li Jejia. Li Jejia was simply weak compared to Song Ningxuang and the others. However, he couldn't immediately tear his face off, or else these schoolgirls would definitely have a bad impression of him, and then the probability of getting eaten would be low. A few schoolmates, let's go. After saying that, Han Xian took the lead and walked in front, while Song Ningxuang and Li Meng and the girls followed behind Wang Hao and also walked towards the parking lot. Li Meng was even whispering with Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu. Li Meng, Xiang, Mumu, what do you think that Li Jia will look like in a while? Du Xiang, that goes without saying, absolutely wonderful. Zhang Mumu, that's right, I think she'll definitely say he threatened me. Li Meng, all the plots in this novel can come to us. Really? Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu, ha ha ha. Chapter 53. What are you going to do with a car that can only seat 4 people? Magic City Financial University parking lot. Wang Hao and Song Ningxuang stood in front of a BMW. Li Meng, Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu looked at the BMW 3 Series in front of them and were very disgusted. It's not that I dislike the BMW, but I feel disgusted with Han Xian. It's just a BMW 3 Series. It's not like their family doesn't have one, and even their family drives a much better car than the BMW 3 Series. Han Xian went so far as to drive a BMW 3 Series and then blow around, and said that he was a rich second generation. In their opinion, a negative second generation is more or less the same. Wang Hao is different. The first thing is that you can't rent a Porsche 918. There are only 100 of these cars in the country, and the price of this car has now skyrocketed to over $30 million. You simply can't buy it without money and connections, and their family business only makes a few tens of millions of dollars a year. So this car is equivalent to the net profit of their family business for a year. Moreover, Wang Hao was also very good at getting along with others, so they felt that Wang Hao was worthy of deep friendship. It might even help their family's life now. What Li Meng and the others didn't know was that this decision of theirs would help their family get through a difficult time. How about a couple of pretty schoolgirls? This car of mine. For her part, Li Meng and a few others performed as they had agreed beforehand. Li Meng, wow, is this a BMW? I want to go for a ride in it. Du Xiang, I want to. Zhang Mumu, and me. At those words, a winning smile appeared on Han Xian's face. Han Xian felt that as long as they got into his BMW, then tonight was his home turf, and he was going to make a killing tonight. Ha ha ha, okay, let's go together. We can sit down. I'll take you guys to the beach. We'll buy a big tent, and we'll make sure we can sleep the 6 of us at night. At this point, Han Xian was already fantasizing that he was a man sleeping in the middle of a bunch of women. Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Hao. After seeing him nod his head, he opened his mouth and said, "But senior, this car of yours can only seat 4 people. If the 4 of us sit on it, what is that senior sister beside you going to do?" At those words, Li Jiejia's body, who was standing beside Han Xian, trembled. Her whole body went numb. Yeah, if these women are sitting on it, then what about her? Han Xian looked at Song Ningxuang's several women and then at Li Jiejia. He felt that Song Ningxuang's several women had agreed to go with him anyway, and Li Jiejia he had already had to eat quite a few times, so he wouldn't let her go this time. Don't worry, your sister has a class today, so she can't go. The 5 of us can go. Hearing Han Xian's words, Li Jiejia on the side was angry to the point of red warmth. Both fists clenched tightly. Han Xian, what do you mean? Li Jiejia angrily questioned. No, Jiejia, these schoolgirls haven't been in a BMW before. I'll take them to see the world, and then I'll take you alone tomorrow alone. Li Jiejia wasn't a little cutie. How could she believe Han Xian's words? Angrily, he cursed, Han Xian, you bastard. At those words, Han Xian immediately changed his face. With a serious expression, he said, why? How many times do I have to say it for you to understand? Seeing Han Xian like this, Li Jiejia immediately wilted. Not a word, tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. At this time she remembered everything Wang Hao had done for her before, getting up in the morning to buy her breakfast, taking careful notes for her in class, and preparing little surprises for her. Haven't even cursed her in 3 years, but she has no regrets in order to live the life she wants. It was only what happened next that caught up with her. Han Xian saw that Li Jiejia didn't dare to speak anymore, so he said to the 4 Song Ningxuan girls, several beautiful schoolgirls, please get on the bus. After saying that, he even made a gesture that he thought was a gentlemanly please. However, the 4 Song Ningxuan girls did not have the slightest intention to move. Seeing this, Han Xian was also puzzled as he looked at the 4 Song Ningxuan girls in uncertainty, not knowing what they meant by this. Don't you want to go for a ride? A couple of schoolgirls? Han Xian asked suspiciously. However, Wang Hao scoffed. Ha ha, Han Xian, you don't even know when you've been tricked. How can they possibly go with you? Laugh me to death. Look at you. Aren't you licking as hard as a pug right now? At those words, Han Xian looked at Wang Hao angrily. Wang Hao, I advise you not to talk nonsense. Be careful of the trouble coming out of your mouth. It's almost graduation time. Do you believe I'll make it impossible for you to get your diploma? Oh, really? I hope your mouth is still this tough in a while. After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and walked towards his car. Han Xian and Li Jiejia didn't know what Wang Hao wanted, but Li Meng and the few others knew what Wang Hao wanted. Just as Han Xian looked over along Wang Hao's side, his entire body froze. Only a silver sports car was parked in the school's parking lot. The smooth lines of the sports car drew him in like a very beautiful woman. Since when can anyone at our school afford to drive a sports car? Li Jiejia was also looking at the sports car with an envious face. How nice it would be if she could sit inside the sports car. However, the next scene was one that left Han Xian and Li Jiejia dumbfounded. Only Wang Hao took out a key and gently pressed it. Along with the sound, only the door of the sports car was slowly opened by Wang Hao. Instantly, Han Xian and Li Jiejia were petrified. Song Ningxuang and Li Meng, a few women, were standing on the sideline snickering. They had just deliberately provoked the relationship between Han Xian and Li Jiejia, and after this incident, they believed that Han Xian and Li Jiejia definitely wouldn't be like before. Buzz! With the sound of the engine, Wang Hao drove the 918 to Song Ningxuang and the girls. It's just that this car only has 2 seats, and it simply can't sit Song Ningxuang and Li Meng in all of them. But he had already thought of a solution. When Han Xian saw the Porsche 918, his entire body panicked. 918 he naturally knows, although his family is a business, but the profits of a year cannot afford to buy 918. He can't afford to mess with anyone who can afford a 918. At this time, Han Xian could no longer think, and he hadn't thought that this car would be rented by Wang Hao, because he knew that this kind of car wouldn't be taken out for rent even if people had it. Li Jiejia was even more dumbfounded. She couldn't have imagined how ironic it was that the lickspittle was driving a sports car in the first place, and that she thought he was poor. Song Ningxuang and Li Meng several people looked at Han Xian and Li Jiejia's expressions at this moment, and theirs were as ugly as if they had eaten. Zhang Mumu, Meng, look, the two of them look so funny. Song Ningxuang, Li Meng, Du Xian, ha ha ha. Chapter 54 Han Xian's Panic. Li Jiejia stared blankly at Wang Hao sitting in the driver's seat of the 918. At this time, Li Jiejia thought how handsome Wang Hao was. She regretted it, but it seemed like it was too late. But it seemed like there was still room for redemption. Li Jiejia violently shook off Han Xian's hand and ran to Wang Hao's 918 driver's seat, pretending to be aggrieved. Wang Hao, it was Han Xian who tempted me before. I didn't want to be like this. Let's make up. This time I'll let you take my hand. Okay. When Song Ningxuang's 4 girls heard Li Jiejia's words, they instantly felt as if Li Jiejia had been cast with some kind of wisdom-reducing curse. But it was impossible for any normal person to say such words, right? Song Ningxuang and the girls couldn't figure out what Wang Hao had seen in Li Jieji before that made him give 3 years of his heart for Li Jieji. However, before Wang Hao and the others could speak, Han Xian on the side couldn't help himself. For someone like Wang Hao, he would never dare to mess with him. The other party is likely to be able to bankrupt his family's business with a single word. If Wang Hao really believed Li Jieji's words, then his Han family's business would definitely not be able to continue. He couldn't let that happen, so he quickly walked to the side of Li Jieji, pushed Li Jieji out of the way, and hurriedly explained to Wang Hao that, "Brother Hao, before, it was my little brother who wasn't long-sighted and bumped into you, so I hope you'll forgive my little brother. And by the way, I didn't initiate the search for Li Jieji. This guy approached me." Really? Wang Hao didn't answer Han Xian, he just looked at him coldly. If he didn't have the funds and connections right now, he would have made a move on Han Xian's family's business long ago. Where would he have waited until now? But sooner or later, he would let Han Xian feel despair, just like when he held Li Jieji in front of himself. "Oh, I thought you said you were going to keep me from graduating? Why are you so nervous now?" At those words, Han Xian looked at Wang Hao in shock. With a trembling voice, he said, That, Brother Hao, I was joking. Where am I that capable?" Just after Han Xian finished speaking, Li Jieji, who had just been pushed down by Han Xian, stood up and pushed Han Xian away again. "Han Xian, don't fart here. If you hadn't tempted me with money in the first place, how could I have abandoned Brother Hao? You're the one who caused us to be separated." Li Jieji's voice was loud. It drew quite a crowd. "It's all about coming to the theater. You fart. Wasn't it you who saw me driving a BMW that you came running over to call me Brother Xian in the first place? I'm telling you, don't you dare slander me in front of Brother Hao." Wang Hao and Song Ningxuang, as well as the students who had rushed to watch the show, looked at the two who were tearing each other apart with incomparable size. Husbands and wives are birds of the same feather, but they fly apart in times of trouble. I think we're talking about people like Han Xian and Li Jieji. Just as Han Xian and Li Jieji were arguing, his cell phone rang. Wang Hao answered the phone and spoke twice before speaking to Song Ningxuang. "Ningxuang, you guys wait for me here. I'll come over to pick you up in a while." Song Ningxuang and Li Meng nodded their heads, then quietly watched the show. The only thing missing was some melon seeds and coke. As Wang Hao started the car, buzz, everyone's eyes instantly focused on 918 from Han Xian and Li Jieji. Wang Hao drove away from the parking lot with a kick of the gas. Seeing that Wang Hao had left, Han Xian and Li Jieji, who were originally tearing themselves apart, also stopped. "Han Xian, from today onwards, you walk your sunny path and I'll walk my one-wood bridge." "Humph." Li Jieji with messy hair roared at Han Xian. She was going to pursue Wang Hao again, and Li Jieji was convinced that as long as she gave Wang Hao a step up, he would fart around and bring her breakfast just like before. At this time, Han Xian was also very angry. Had he known that Wang Hao was so powerful, where would he have dared to touch Li Jieji? He could only pray now that Wang Hao was magnanimous and didn't take a shot at his family's estate. Han Xian didn't dare to think about the matter of making a move on Wang Hao at all now. Maybe before he could do it, Wang Hao would find out, and then there would really be no way to end it. Li Meng, Ningxuang, what did Hao go for? Song Ningxuang, Brother Hao said the 918 can't seat 4 people. He's going to get another car. He'll be back soon. Du Xiang, Ningxuang, do you know what kind of car Hao will come in instead? Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuang's first reaction was the Big G. After all, it was the Big G he drove the last time he was at the mall. Song Ningxuang also wanted to see what Han Xian and the others would look like after Wang Hao changed into the Big G in a while. Song Ningxuan, I probably know, but I don't know if he has any other cars. After this incident, Song Ningxuang no longer knew the exact strength of Wang Hao, so she didn't dare to say anything. The students around them were also talking about it. They did know Wang Hao and Li Jieji. It was only because Wang Hao and Li Jieji were too famous in school. One was the king of dog licking and the other was a total green tea gold digging girl. The combination just raises eyebrows, and the school's forums are full of information about them. And recently the wind direction in the forum has changed. Wang Hao is no longer the king of dog licking. Wang Hao has changed from the king of dog licking to a rich second generation, while Li Jieji is still the green tea gold digging woman. For such a transformation, it made the people of the Magic City Financial University turn on the eating mode. Didn't you say that, mister? Wang Hao's girlfriend is Song Ningxuang, the class flower of finance too? Why did Mr. Wang Hao drive away without Song Ningxuang? What's going on? Could it be that Song Ningxuang was dumped by senior Wang Hao? No, I don't think so. Why not? Mr. Wang Hao is so rich. What kind of women are there? The school flower of our school, Lu Ruyan, is probably all. No, what are you talking about? Wang Hao is just a bit rich, and he's not handsome. No, classmate, who are you? I don't know you. You stay away from me. Instantly, the area around the one who had just said that Wang Hao was not handsome was empty. They didn't dare to bet on whether Wang Hao's temper was good or not. You guys, that male student is also very helpless. What he said was originally the truth. Wang Hao really does not look particularly handsome, but Wang Hao looks very clean, belongs to the durable type. Now there's another rich kid's plus. Coupled with Wang Hao's previous attitude towards Li Jieji, many girls were touched by his sincerity. They felt that it was hard to find a man as rich and dedicated as Wang Hao. So a thread appeared in the school's forum with posts looking for Wang Hao's green bubbles. Of course, this all happened just now, and Wang Hao was completely unaware of it. At this time, Wang Hao had already driven his car into the Fengshan neighborhood, and after he changed into the Big G, he drove towards the school. He was now looking forward to the expressions of Han Xian and the others in a moment. Chapter 55. Gosh, how rich is Wang Hao? Changing cars is like changing clothes. Not long after, Wang Hao drove his car to the entrance of the school. He told the security guard on the way out, but he still bought a pack of cigarettes. After the security guard raised the pole, Wang Hao drove the Big G inside. Thanks, uncle. Wang Hao threw the cigarettes to the security guard and drove to the parking lot. The security guard looked at the cigarette in his hand and then at Wang Hao, who was driving away in his car. The heart was overwhelmed, but he quickly put the cigarette away and went back to guarding the school gates. And Wang Hao came to the parking lot in his Big G at this time. Song Ningxuang knew it was Wang Hao when she saw the Big G. She remembered the license plate. It was the one she took last time. Li Meng and a few others also saw Wang Hao. They were equally shocked. They didn't expect Wang Hao to drive another multi-million-dollar car over. How rich is Wang Hao in the end? And it hasn't been long since he went out. Does he have a house in the Phoenix Hill neighborhood? This made Li Meng's three daughters sure that Wang Hao was rich. Zhang Mumu, my god. Brother Hao is so rich. This is driving on the Big G again. Li Meng, that's right. We're going to slaughter Brother Hao in a while. Du Xiang, I feel the same way. After saying that, the gazes of the three of them looked at Song Ningxuang in unison. Previously, among the four people in the dormitory, the three of them had a much better family situation than Song Ningxuang, whose family was only from a small mountain village in the Yun province. But now it seemed to be a bit different. It's all because of one man, Wang Hao. This man seems to be rich. Song Ningxuang looked at Zheng Mumu's trio with a big smile and said, I also want to slaughter him. We sisters will eat enough in a while. It was only after hearing this that the three Zhang Mumus revealed a smile. They were afraid that Song Ningxuang would look down on them after meeting Wang Hao. However, she clearly didn't. Song Ningxuang's four girls were happy, but Han Xian and Li Jieji were not happy at all. One thinks he's messed with someone with such a big background, and one thinks she's missing out on a rich dog licker. Both had different minds, but both regretted it. Han Xian felt he had to do something. Otherwise he was afraid that his family's business would be targeted by Wang Hao. Then he's finished. The thought that his father and mother at home would have taken a knife right to him by then, and he got scared. After Wang Hao stopped the car, Han Xian rushed to Wang Hao's car, but the Big G was so high that Han Xian needed to raise his head when he looked at Wang Hao, who then stuck his head out of the window and lowered his head to look at Han Xian. At this moment, Wang Hao felt incomparably relieved. Treating his enemies, Wang Hao never wanted to be soft. Just now the ability is not enough. If the ability is enough, must be the first time to strike. So no matter what Han Xian did, he couldn't escape Wang Hao in the end. What Wang Hao needed to do now was to stabilize Han Xian. Brother Hao, you've changed cars again. That Brother Hao, it was my little brother who was unintelligent before and angered you. So please be kind enough to apologize to you. It's just that Wang Hao looked at Han Xian, who didn't look at all like he was making amends to apologize. The heart doesn't give a damn. Get out. When Wang Hao roared, Han Xian's body trembled and he hurriedly returned to his BMW 3 Series and drove away in a gray car. The students on the scene were also taking pictures when they saw the scene. My god, this senior Wang Hao is too powerful. Yeah, how rich is Wang Hao? Changing cars is like changing clothes. This Big G is not for sale for $4 or $5 million. My god, just the two cars alone cost $40 to $50 million. Wang Hao is too rich. No, from today on, Senior Wang Hao is my idol. Me too. I'm going to tell my girlfriend about this in a hurry. Not buddy, aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will dump you and turn to Senior Wang Hao? That is, and you tell your girlfriend. I advise you to keep an eye on your girlfriend. I'm not sure if you're a good student, but I'm sure you're a good student, and I'm sure you're a good student. Listening to their discussion, Wang Hao also felt the pleasure of money for the first time. As long as you have money again, you lick the dog, they can give you a deep love. No money, they say you are licking the dog. Society is very realistic. However, Wang Hao wasn't worried about running out of money at all right now. All he needed to do was to raise the favorability of the wage-returning goddesses as well as help the wage-returning goddesses raise their monthly wages. This way he gets more money and more points to redeem for cashback times. He wasn't in a hurry. Though, after all, you have to eat your meal one bite at a time, and if you eat too fast, you'll choke. Ningxue, get in the car. What are you waiting for? Wang Hao said to the four Song Ningxuan girls. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Song Ningxuan led Li Meng and the girls to the car. Song Ningxuan sat in the co-pilot's seat, while the three Li Meng girls sat in the back. It's just that Wang Hao just wanted to drive away. Li Jiejia stopped right in front of the car, and Wang Hao's brows furrowed into a Chuan character. He didn't know what Li Jiejia wanted, but that was all irrelevant to him. After all, he couldn't look at Li Jiejia anymore. Li Jiejia didn't know how many times she'd been shot all these days with Han Xian, and Li Jiejia is also a green tea gold-digging woman with no bottom line. Such a woman Wang Hao saw through. Although like White Bowl and Song Ningxuan also some gold worship, but people worship gold worship bottom line. As long as Wang Hao give them what they want, they will not make out of the ordinary things. But Li Jiejia is different. Women like her won't be satisfied. Wang Hao ignored Li Jiejia and honked his horn. Honk. But Li Jiejia still held her hands apart and blocked in front of Wang Hao's car. After Wang Hao stopped honking, Li Jiejia said loudly to Wang Hao, Wang Hao, I really didn't cheat on you, and Han Xian didn't touch me, so believe me, okay? At this time, Li Jiejia was filled with tears, with a pitiful look. If it was the Wang Hao from before, he would definitely soften his heart, but not anymore. There are a lot of people in the world who are better looking than Li Jiejia. Not only are they good looking, they make money. Where could Li Jiejia compare with them? And Wang Hao believed that given time, goddesses like Zhou Liang and Yang Mi would have to make money for him. Not to mention those big stars, even the four women in the car, Song Ningxuan, Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu, casually pulling out one of them were much prettier than Li Jiejia. Wang Hao didn't even know why he was obsessed with giving Li Jiejia a licking dog in the first place, and really regretted it the more he thought about it. Wang Hao looked at Li Jiejia, then at Song Ningxuan and the three girls, Li Meng, who were sitting in the back row. They were wearing four of them in jean shorts, short skirts, and a pair of long white legs that were just poison for men. Seeing that Wang Hao didn't pay attention to her, Li Jiejia yelled again. Chapter 56, Dead Green Tea, get the hell out of here. Wang Hao, all of this was forced on me by Han Xian. You have to believe me, I really love you. Woo woo. Li Jiejia's tears were streaming down her face. She's like the one being bullied. Li Jiejia, hurry up and get out of the way, or else don't blame me for not being polite. I won't let go until you forgive me. Unless you let Song Ningxuan down, I want to sit on it. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students sighed. This Li Jiejia is really an oddball. Wang Hao looked at Li Jiejia with impatience. He cursed angrily. Damn green tea, get the hell out of here. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Li Jiejia was also stunned. How could she not expect Wang Hao to scold her like this? You know, Wang Hao used to be afraid of her getting angry when he even talked to her out loud. So how could he be like this now? Li Jiejia regretted. She shouldn't have messed with Han Xian. Not only did she give her innocence to Han Xian, she even let him play with it recklessly. But it was too late. It's useless to say anything. Wang Hao looked at Li Jiejia still blocking the front of the car, so he shouted to the crowd. I'll give any one of you who helps me pull her away just $2,000. Many students were dumbfounded by this statement. $2,000? That's more than a month's worth of my living expenses. I don't know. It's not going to be a lie to us, is it? There were quite a few people who were skeptical, but of course, there were those who were bold enough to go straight to pull Li Jiejia away. However, Li Jiejia was constantly struggling. Looking at the constantly struggling Li Jiejia, Wang Hao said there is no little heartache that is false. After all, 3 years of payment is real, but Wang Hao didn't have a soft heart. He just didn't think his 3 years of dedication was worth it. As Li Jiejia was pulled away, Wang Hao also drove his big G to the side of those students who were pulling Li Jiejia. There were 3 of them in total. Wang Hao didn't begrudge them, and directly transferred $5,000 to each of them. When those 3 students received the money, the whole thing couldn't be more excited. Elder Wang Hao surprisingly gave $5,000. It's really $5,000. Senior Wang Hao was really too generous. I received it too. Hearing the words of the 3 people, those who were still hesitating just now instantly regretted it, knowing that their living expenses for a month were only 1,500 yuan, and some of them were only 1,200 yuan. Wang Hao even gave 5,000 yuan at once. That's more than 3 months of their living expenses. All it takes is pulling Zhejun Li out of the way to get it. They're so sorry. Why didn't they go pull away from Li Jiejia just now? Why didn't I just go? That's $5,000. Why don't I trust Mr. Wang Hao? However, just as all of them were sighing at Wang Hao's generous offer, Li Jiejia took advantage of their inattention and ran in front of Wang Hao's car once again. Song Ningxuan and Li Meng looked at Li Jiejia, who was almost crazy, felt helpless. They are really bored with such women. This time, there was no need for Wang Hao to speak. the three men who had just received the money came of their own accord to frame Li Jiejia away. Wang Hao directly drove his car and left the school with the 4 girls. After Wang Hao drove away, the 3 boys who had just received the money cursed at Li Jiejia. "Damn green tea, get the hell out of my way." With that, the 3 men left. Only Li Jiejia, who was sitting on the ground and crying in pain, was left behind. The pitiful must be hateful, and the hateful must suffer. At this point in time, Li Jiejia is. However, Li Jiejia didn't seem to intend to give up, as she stood up violently, as if she had made some decision, and looked towards the direction Wang Hao had left. On the other hand, Wang Hao left the school with Song Ningxuan's 4 girls in his big G. Wang Hao looked at the time, it was only just before noon, and he wouldn't pick up Wuya until 5:30 p.m. However, Wang Hao was unsure of where to take a few women. "Ningxuan, let's go eat first. How about we go to the beach after dinner?" Song Ningxuan didn't agree to Wang Hao first, but first turned her head to look at the 3 Li Mangs. Seeing them nod, she agreed. Yes, Wang Hao didn't have much money left this month, and now he didn't know how much he had left, so after he arrived at the hotel in a while, he would let the system open his data to check it. In no time, Wang Hao brought Song Ningxuan's 4 girls to a restaurant, which looked quite high class, or a Chinese restaurant. Wang Hao handed the menu to the 4 Song Ningxuan girls before opening the system panel to check his data. "System, open my data panel." Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquidity, $897. 411. Fixed assets, 1 city well hot pot in Magic City Bolong Plaza. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds received through payroll rebates, $155. 49 million. Funds spent, $154. 6 million. System points, 2. The goddesses who have bound the salary rebate, Zaliang, to be bound in this month. Wuya, bound in this month. Bai Bowie, bound in this month. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 28 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Wang Hao looked at his data panel. He'll be down to $890. 000. That's a lot of money. Looks like he still needs to make more money, but that system score has changed. Now he has 2 points. With just 98 more points, he'll be able to redeem one of his bound paychecks back to the goddess for the number of times she's bound to make money for him. His goal is not only to become the richest man in the world, but to have the beautiful goddesses of the world make money for him. However, Wang Hao was still a bit worried about whether he would be found out when he gained more funds in the future. System, will I be arrested if I acquire too much money? Ding, please rest assured that all of the host's money has been remitted to the host's account through a legitimate source, and the host's bank card has also been transformed by this system, so that he can withdraw any funds at will. Hearing the system's reply, Wang Hao was much more relieved. As long as it's okay. Just when Wang Hao was communicating with the system, Zhang Mumu asked excitedly, "Brother Hao, how rich are you in the end? You can buy such a godly car as the 918, why don't you buy me one too? And how about I be your little lover?" With that, Zhang Mumu winked at Song Ningxuan. Song Ningxuan just smiled. She also knew that she was nothing more than Wang Hao's lover as well, and what qualifications to care about Wang Hao. Thinking of this, Song Ningxuan was incomparably lost. When he heard Zhang Mumu's words, Wang Hao laughed and said, "Ha ha, you can do it, but you have to ask Ningxuan if she agrees. If she does, then I'll agree to you." Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan, who had just lowered her head, looked at Wang Hao in surprise. Chapter 57, End of Examinations. Song Ningxuan felt that if Wang Hao said so, then it proved that Wang Hao didn't just treat her as a lover. At the very least, Wang Hao respected her. This is the best possible outcome. After all, the process of her getting to know Wang Hao was a bit that. Moo, just stop talking nonsense. Later on brother Hao will get angry. Li Meng, who was next to him, came out in time to round up the situation, giving Wang Hao and Zhang Mumu a step down. The crowd then finished the meal in a cordial atmosphere. Li Meng's several women also kept asking him how much his assets were. Only Wang Hao kept beating a dead horse. Not that he didn't say it. Even if he said it they wouldn't believe it. Who would believe that someone who can afford to drive a 918 and a big G only has $890 000 in their account? It would be better not to say anything than for them to think he was lying to them. After dinner, Wang Hao drove the big G and took Song Ningxuan's 4 girls to the beach. But he had to pick up Wuya at 5:30 and they weren't well prepared this time. Wang Hao drove his car to take them back to the school after casually hanging out with them. However, Wang Hao had already agreed with them that he would take them to the beach again after the exams, and they also wanted Wang Hao to prepare a barbecue grill as well as a tent, beer and drinks, and so on. Wang Hao also promised them school entrance. Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Hao fondly. To be honest, From the time she met Wang Hao, Song Ningxuang knew him with a purpose, but after spending some time together, Song Ningxuang felt that Wang Hao had an urge that made people want to get closer to him. The three of them, Li Meng and Du Xiang, looked at Song Ningxuang's dazed appearance. Patting her, he said with a smile, "Ningxuang, your brother Hao has left. Still looking. Let's go back to the dormitory as well, or else what if we fail the final exam?" It was only when she heard Li Meng and the girls' voices that Song Ningxuang came back to her senses. "Ah, go away." On the other hand, Wang Hao directly drove the Big G to the place where Wu Ye worked. Wu Ye had already gotten off work and was currently standing on the curb waiting for him. Wang Hao drove his car to Wu Ye, who directly sat in the passenger seat. However, Wu Ye just sat up and she sniffed. It seemed to smell something. Wang Hao secretly said, "Bad. This car just Song Ningxuang." A few people sat. It is estimated that the car and Song Ningxuang they left the fragrance. Wang Hao was going numb. It looks like we'll have to be more careful in the future. However, it was also fortunate that Wang Hao didn't hear the system broadcasting the sound of Wu Ye's favorability decreasing. Wang Hao was also relieved, but Wu Ye's next words lifted his heart again. "How? Why is there a smell in the car? Good lord, how could he explain this?" If a bad explanation was given, it was expected that the favorability would drop. Just at this time, Wang Hao's brain was running at its limit, constantly thinking of a reply that didn't lower his favorability. After 0.0001 seconds, Wang Hao blurted out, "I went to do public service with our class today. I just sent them back. Is it required by the school?" Aha! After that, Wu Ye did not ask again. See muddle through. Wang Hao was also relieved. It seems that in the future to be careful otherwise a careless, good sense will be reduced really to that time, the salary rebate multiplier will also be reduced. He shall not die of regret. Xiao Hao, let's buy some food to cook at home. Okay, so let's go to the grocery store now. After saying that, Wang Hao drove his car and brought Wu Ye to the supermarket, where he bought quite a few things, basically all food. Back home, Wang Hao and Wu Ye cooked together, and after eating, Wu Ye asked Wang Hao to take her to the mall to buy some clothes, saying that she would take them to wear when she went to his house. Wang Hao naturally followed Wu Ye. Not only that, Wu Ye also bought a gold necklace and a watch, spending a total of $30,000. Xiao Hao, I'll use a little of your money first, and I'll make it up to you when I get paid. Okay. Wang Hao looked at Wu Ye and said softly, "Sister Wu Ye, that money is pocket money for you. Feel free to use it. Don't save it for me. If you do, then you don't want to go home with me." Hearing this, Wu Ye blankly glanced at Wang Hao, but Wu Ye still felt warm in her heart. Originally, Wang Hao thought that by saying this, Wu Ye's favorability would increase, but after waiting for a long time, he still didn't wait for the system's prompt. Seems like the higher the favorability level the harder it is to raise it. But Wang Hao wasn't in a hurry. He and Wu Ye were together for a long time, and if he wanted to raise her favorability, not only did he have to treat her sincerely, but he also had to get the details of his life right. That way her favorability will slowly increase. There's no rush now. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. After that, Sister Wu Ye brought Wang Hao to buy a few more outfits for herself. Not only that, Wu Ye also bought a mysterious dress and stammered, not daring to let Wang Hao see it. After buying it, Wang Hao went back with Wu Ye. In the next few days, Wang Hao had been reviewing for the exam. After all, the final exam was also very important, and it would be very troublesome if he failed it. Severe cases may even lead to delayed graduation, and it's only half a semester before he graduates. If you fail a class, you have to lick your face and ask the teacher for review questions. Wang Hao didn't want to do this, mainly because it would be a waste of time, and it would be better to just go through it all at once. That's why Wang Hao has been reviewing in the past few days. He had been staying at home with Wu Ye, who then went to work, and Wu Ye was off work and the two of them sat together on the couch snuggling together watching TV and talking. Wu Ye goes to work, he starts reviewing. During this time, he would also often chat with Bai Bowler and Song Ningxuang. He had also sent green bubbles to Xiao Liang in the past few days, and Xiao Liang would reply to him after she was busy and chat with him for a few moments. Other than that, Wang Hao was just reviewing. July 8th. Today was the time for the exam. Wang Hao didn't panic at all. After all, with the review questions given by Lin Shui, he felt that there was no problem. The other class he usually studied quite a bit, and passing the test was no problem. One exam on the 8th and one on the 9th. After the exam, you can leave the school when Lin Shui has a meeting. Wang Hao sat in his seat and waited for the invigilator to send out the test paper. And the moment the test paper was sent down, Wang Hao knew that it was stable. After all, he had done all these questions. Wang Hao picked up a pen and started doing it. In less than half an hour, Wang Hao had basically finished answering the questions. It's just that he needs to wait until the time is up to turn in his paper. As soon as the invigilator said that he could hand in the paper, Wang Hao packed up his tools and handed the paper to the invigilator. The next day's exam. Wang Hao was also like a fish out of water. Do very quickly. Half an hour to hand in the paper. Go away. With the end of his exams came the end of the first semester of his senior year. Chapter 58. Lin Shui is going to Wang Hao's house? Wang Hao, who walked out of the examination room, stretched his back. The whole thing feels very refreshing. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in his eyes, only to see the visitor holding a cup of milk tea in her hand, looking at Wang Hao with a smile on her face. Ningshi, what are you doing here? You said you finished your exams today and I came looking for you. Don't you have a test tomorrow too? And you're still out? Hey, with my ability, it's not easy to face the exam. No, you won't mind if I drink the milk tea I drank. With that, Song Ningxuang handed Wang Hao the milk tea she had drunk in her hand. Wang Hao didn't mind. After all, he had even kissed his mouth. Smug as hell. After receiving the milk tea, he took a sharp sip before returning it to Song Ningxuang. I've got a trip to the office to make, so you can meet me in front of the office later. Aha! Office door. Song Ningxuang was wearing a pair of denim shorts, a white short sleeve, and a ponytail, very pure and lovely. Many of the male students who came to the office to do their work unconsciously glanced toward her. Song Ningxuang disliked such gazes from others, but she had to wait for Wang Hao, so she had no choice. It was just that Song Ningxuang was waiting for Wang Hao when her cell phone rang, so he picked up his cell phone and replied, and Wang Hao came to the office. I just saw Lin Shui sitting at her desk chatting with other teachers. Yuki-san, Wang Hao called out to Lin Shui. And when Lin Shui saw Wang Hao coming, she let him sit on the sofa aside. Then the questioning began. Wang Hao, have you read the school's forum recently? Wang Hao shook his head. Recently, he was either busy with his revision or chatting with a few girls. So where did he find the time to read the school's forum? He didn't think the school's forums had much to do with him. After all, he just wanted to be on the fringe. Lin Shui smiled, then took out her own cell phone and opened a post before handing it to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took the cell phone with a puzzled face, and when he saw the content inside, his entire body froze. The post was made by Jia Li. Li Jia said she was pregnant with his child, but Wang Hao abandoned her. Wang Hao was dumbfounded. He hadn't even kissed the dog for 3 years of licking it, and just like that Li Jia was still able to get pregnant with his child, which was also really amazing. And as long as the people of the Magic City Financial University basically know, it's impossible. Wang Hao. Not only did Li Jia post this on the school's forum, she even posted it on the Jitterbug platform as well. The school is asking you to hurry up and take care of the matter, or else it will become a big deal that's not good for you or the school. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao hurriedly explained, Sister Shui, you know, how could I possibly do such a thing? Lin Shui actually understood, and she had been reading the school's forums, and she knew roughly how things started. I know it's useless. If Li Jia makes such a mess, I guess the school's senior management will talk to you. Well. Wang Hao didn't expect Li Jia to do such a thing. Originally he thought that Li Jia was just a green tea gold-digging woman, but he didn't expect that she wouldn't even want to lose her face. I know, Sister Snow, I'll fix it as soon as possible. Well, also, I'll be making a trip to your house over the summer, and I'll call you then when exactly I'll be there. Ha! Now Wang Hao was shocked. Why would Lin Shui go to his house for good reason? Wang Hao didn't understand. No, Sister Snow, am I guilty of something? You want to go to my house? What? Nothing can't go to your house. I heard that your side of the house is cool. Summer vacation to your side of the summer. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Okay, call me when you get here. Well, go ahead and remember to take care of things. I know. After saying that, Wang Hao left the office. It was just that when Wang Hao came out of the office, Song Ningxuang wasn't the only one at the door of the office anymore. Li Meng and the girls were all here. As soon as Wang Hao came out of the office, Song Ningxuang and the girls looked at him with a look. This made Wang Hao uncomfortable. No, why are you all here and looking at me like that? Just after Wang Hao finished speaking, Song Ningxuang pulled Wang Hao and ran towards their dormitory. No, what are you guys going to do? You have to tell me first. Song Ningxuang said seriously. Don't talk, cooperate with us. Wang Hao was helpless, but he could only cooperate with them. In no time, Wang Hao followed them to the girls' dormitory. After Li Meng swept her face through the gate, she quietly looked to see if the hostel manager was there, and seeing that the hostel manager wasn't there, they surrounded Wang Hao in the middle and quietly led him to the dormitory of several people. The entire time Wang Hao was in a state of confusion, not knowing what was happening at all. When he arrived at Song Ningxuang's and their dormitory, he had an eye-opening experience, only to see pink underwear chaps hanging on the dormitory's balcony. Li Meng quickly went to put away Pink's underwear and chaps after Wang Hao came in. Wang Hao also withdrew his gaze with him. Song Ningxuang pulled Wang Hao to sit in her seat. As soon as Wang Hao sat down, he saw the 4 women staring at him with scrutinizing gazes. No, why are you guys looking at me like that? Zhang Mumu, brother Hao, you know about Li Jiajia's post inside the school forum, right? Hearing this, Wang Hao instantly understood. So it was because of this matter. I just found out. And the counselor just called me over because of this post, and he told me to hurry up and fix it. Song Ningxuan, brother Hao, isn't Li Jiajia in your class? Why didn't your guide help you with it? I guess the guide has already looked for Li Jiajia privately. Just that Li Jiajia balked. There's no way the guide would let me handle it on my own. Brother Hao, that post that Li Jiajia made is true or false? After Song Ningxuan asked these words, everyone looked at Wang Hao, seemingly waiting for his answer. Seeing this, Wang Hao didn't hide it. Of course it's fake. Don't you guys know that I've been her licking dog for 3 years? 3 years I haven't even kissed her. Even if she got pregnant, the baby wouldn't be mine. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Song Ningxuan was sort of relieved. Actually, Song Ningxuan knew that it was impossible, but she still wanted to hear Wang Hao deny it himself. Now her heart was completely at ease. Since it wasn't Wang Hao's, the matter would have to be resolved somehow. Then brother Hao, how are you going to solve this matter? I'm not thinking about it right now, but don't worry, I'll fix it. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan and Li Meng they were all a little worried. After all, Li Jiajia is now standing on the moral high ground. Seeing the post unknown people are on Li Jiajia's side, the situation was unfavorable to Wang Hao. Chapter 59, The Beach Life of One Man and Four Women. Let's do this. Wang Hao talked about the plan he had thought of with the 4 girls. Although Li Meng and the others knew that Wang Hao was rich, they couldn't imagine that Wang Hao could still make it this far. So a few people nodded. Brother Hao, don't worry, we'll definitely send the post out on the forum. Well, thank you guys. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan a few of them smiled slightly. The curved corners of their eyes were very beautiful. Wang Hao was also very fortunate. Fortunately, he has not deleted Li Jiajia's WeChat, just pulled black, and now released can still see the previous chat records. Wang Hao pulled Li Jiajia out from inside the blacklist. He then found the previous chat with Li Jiajia, took a screenshot, and then sent the chat to Song Ningxuan and Li Meng. Several people, Li Meng and the others looked at the chat screenshots, their faces constantly changing. Looking at the chat log, he looked at Wang Hao again. Wang Hao smiled awkwardly. He used to be, but not anymore. He wouldn't give up a forest for a flower now. Brother Hao, leave this matter to us. You go prepare the things we need to use tomorrow when we go to the beach. We'll give you a surprise then. Oh, there's a surprise? Aha, you hurry up and get ready. We'll start posting the forums now. Okay, but are you guys sure you don't want to walk me out of the dormitory building? I'm afraid I won't be able to walk out of this dormitory building if I walk out like this. Wang Hao teased. He was in the girls' dormitory now, and if he walked out like that, he would surely be finished. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan's 4 girls looked at each other in dismay, and then smiled heartily. Ha ha ha, we almost forgot. Wang Hao slapped his forehead, then safely walked out of the girls' dormitory under the cover of the 4 girls. The 4 girls looked at Wang Hao's distant back, and they returned to the dormitory. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, Li Meng remembered that Wang Hao had just seen her pink underwear and chaps, and her face swished red. Song Ningxuan's trio also noticed Li Meng's abnormality, so they inquired, Meng, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? It can't be a fever. Saying that, Song Ningxuan even stretched out her small white hand and placed it on Li Meng's forehead to measure it, yet it didn't feel like anything. Strange, there's no fever. Why is my face so red? Li Meng stammered. No, it's fine, let's just send the post out first. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them, Song Ningxuan, also nodded their heads. With that, they took out their cell phones and edited a few posts on the school's forum, with Wang Hao and Li Jiajia's chat records attached to them. The content in the chat log was simple. It was for Wang Hao to buy her all kinds of things. And of course the most important thing was that Li Jiajia clearly said in the chat that she wouldn't let Wang Hao touch her. As long as this post was sent out, they believed that public opinion would definitely fall on Li Jiajia's side. After posting, Song Ningxuan's 4 girls put down their cell phones and started chatting. Zhang Mumu, Ningxuan, I feel that brother Hao is very nice. I really don't understand why he met a woman like Li Jiajia. Li Meng, that's right, Li Jiajia is so hateful. Du Xiang, if it weren't for the fact that Hao is now Ningxuan's boyfriend, I guess there would be a lot of girls chasing after him. Song Ningxuan, aren't there a lot of people inside the forums right now begging for brother Hao's green bubbles? Li Meng, yes. Ningxuan, you have to keep a close eye on it. Song Ningxuan, brother Hao won't. He's so obsessed. Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the few others felt the same way. Zhang Mumu, by the way, aren't we going to the beach tomorrow? Are your swimsuits ready? Zhang Mumu came out of nowhere. Li Meng's face instantly turned red again. The set of pink underwear and chaps that were hanging out to dry today were the bathing suits she was going to wear tomorrow, and she didn't expect to be seen by Wang Hao. Song Ningxuan, it's all ready, but shouldn't we let brother Hao go to a deserted beach tomorrow? Otherwise how exposed? Li Meng, I think Ningxuang is right. It's better to go to a place where no one is around. Otherwise it'll be cheaper for those men. Du Xiang, I agree. Zhang Mumu, I don't have a problem with it. It's just that I don't know if how we'll see it. Early the next morning, Wang Hao told Wu Ye that he would be back a little later today, and then set off in his big G to pick up Song Ningxuang and the girls. Instead, Wu Ye drives a small electric donkey to work at a dance training center. In fact, Wang Hao let Wu Ye drive the 918, but Wu Ye couldn't, so there was no way, and Wang Hao didn't force it. We can only wait for next month's paycheck rebate to arrive and then buy Wu Ye a big G. Otherwise, it's still a bit inconvenient. After all, he does use the car sometimes. Song Ningxuang and the girls had another exam at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they basically turned in their papers in half an hour and came out at 8:30. Wang Hao drove his car and waited for them to come down in the school's parking lot. Around 9 o'clock Song Ningxuang's 4 girls had already arrived at the parking lot. Song Ningxuan was wearing a pleated skirt, a pair of just white sneakers, black socks, and white short sleeves, the image of the living sweet girl. The three of them, Li Meng, were also very eye-catching in their denim pants and denim shorts. Each of them also carried a bag in their hands, and Wang Hao didn't know what they had prepared. After they got on the car, Wang Hao also drove the car to the current destination. Song Ningxuang had already told him last night that he was going to a beach with no one on it. Wang Hao searched hard for a long time before finding the place in their hearts. Wang Hao drove for more than an hour before bringing Song Ningxuang and the girls to a remote beach, which was so sparsely populated that basically no one would come here during the week. The surroundings were okay. After arriving at the destination, Wang Hao started to move the things off the car, and Song Ningxuang's several people came along to help. By the time they were done, the time had come to 10:30. Wang Hao also hurriedly set up the tents he had brought with him. Let's eat whatever we and for lunch today and then do a barbecue tonight. What do you guys think? Song Ningxuan, Zhang Mumu, yes. We'll listen to Brother Hao. Lemon, I agree. Du Xiang, I don't have a problem with that. After everyone's opinions were unified, Wang Hao took out the prepared lunch and ate it with Song Ningxuang's 4 girls, and for lunch he prepared instant food products. Basically, you don't have to wait long, cooked and ready to eat. Soon, Wang Hao finished lunch with the 4 girls, and they packed up their lunchboxes and stuff to take them away together when they left. After all, it's everyone's responsibility to take care of the environment. After dinner, Wang Hao's 1 man and 4 women's life on the beach also officially began. Chapter 60 Truth or Dare. The midday sun was extraordinarily harsh, especially with the July sunshine. The average temperature has come to 31 degrees. Wang Hao also felt a burning heat. Song Ningxuan, Meng, it's so hot. Let's go stay inside the tent. Li Meng, I think so. I feel like wearing sunscreen doesn't even seem to help. Song Ningxuan, yeah. Let's call Mumu and Xiang and the girls, just to change into the clothes we brought. He. Speaking of which, Li Meng remembered the way Wang Hao looked when he saw her pink underwear yesterday, but she couldn't think about it too much. Song Ningxuan pulled her to find Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu who were still playing, and then the 4 girls came to the tent. At this time, Wang Hao was still laying mats in the tent when he saw Song Ningxuang's several women coming. He thought that Song Ningxuang and the others were here to help. I didn't expect that. When they came to the tent, Song Ningxuang and the girls pushed Wang Hao out of the tent. He had just gotten the tent, laid out the mats and all that, and was just about to lie down and rest for a while when he was kicked out. What kind of operation was this? But Wang Hao wasn't angry. He was just wondering what Song Ningxuang and the girls really wanted, and he was still wondering what exactly Song Ningxuang's surprise was. Just standing outside for a while Wang Hao couldn't stand it. It was too hot. He regretted coming out to play today. The temperature was at least 32 degrees. No, I'm going to say anything later to go in and get out of the sun and come back out to play when the temperature cools down a bit. Wang Hao stood outside the tent waiting for Song Ningxuang and the girls. This wait was half an hour. Half an hour Wang Hao naturally couldn't stand it, but fortunately there was also the tent and a shade, allowing him to avoid direct sunlight. Otherwise everyone else would have to be stupid. And this time out Wang Hao also prepared more fully. There is a power supply, there is an ice machine and a fan and so on. As long as to wait a while back inside the tent, that feel is very comfortable. Half an hour passed. Wang Hao finally heard the sound of the tent zipper being unzipped. He looked toward the inside of the tent expectantly. He was so eager to get inside and blow the fan. However, the moment the tent was pulled open, Wang Hao's entire being was instantly shocked, and he didn't even bother to blink his eyes as he stared tightly inside the tent. What a skinny one! One with such white skin and dressed so seductively. Does that look down on him or something? Aren't you afraid he'll give a few people a shot? Following Wang Hao's gaze, he only saw that at this moment, Song Ningxuang and Li Meng were wearing pink underwear and chaps that were very sexy. That bikini is getting to him a little bit. No wonder they want to come to a place where there are no people. They are going to wear bikinis. Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu wore white ones. Each has their own characteristics, but one thing they have in common is really white skin. Large white rabbits come in all sizes. Wang Hao couldn't help but gulp as he watched. The scene was just too hard to take your eyes off. Seeing Wang Hao's expression, Song Ningxuang turned her head to Li Meng and the girls and said with a smile, "Look, I told you that Brother Hao would definitely not be able to take his eyes off us when he saw us dressed like this." And Li Meng's face was almost red to her ears by now. Zhang Mumu and Du Xiang were the same. It's also the first time they've ever dressed so sexy in a man, and it's just too much to shy away from. At this time, Wang Hao didn't care. It was too hot outside. He took a glass and filled it with some ice from the ice maker, then dove right inside the tent. At once, the four beauties exclaimed, "Ah!" Directly, Wang Hao was dryly confused. "No, what are you doing?" Wang Hao was speechless. Obviously it was them who wanted to wear bikinis. They came in and they started screaming again, making it seem as if he forced them to wear them. Wang Hao didn't bother talking about them. He took it upon himself to pull 5 cold cokes out of the cooler and went out to get 4 more glasses. Fill each glass with ice and pour 5 bottles of Coke into the glass. When he was done, he picked himself up a glass of iced Coke and drank it. In an instant, that coolness invaded his mind straight away. "Wow! Yes!" Wang Hao also shouted. Seeing this, Song Ningxuang and the girls naturally picked up the iced cola that Wang Hao had prepared for them and drank it. Song Ningxuan, "Wow, that's awesome, I feel so much better." Li Meng, "That's right, it was pretty hot just now, but it's much better now." Wang Hao was directly speechless. "You have a fan inside the tent. There is even a tent-specific small air conditioner. The inside is also a cool batch. Their own outside in the sun cannot stand." But Wang Hao felt that it seemed to be worth it. After all, how wonderful the beautiful scenery in front of him was. His gaze unconsciously swept over the 4 Song Ningxuan girls, and he even ranked them in his mind. "Brother Hao, why don't we not go out at noon? It's too hot. It's better to be comfortable inside the tent with a small air conditioner." "Well, you guys might get sunburned if you go out there. Let's wait until a little later, and then a couple of us will have a whole little barbecue and beer." "Perfect. Then what are we going to do this afternoon?" Wang Hao looked at the bikinis on the 4 women. Smiling, he joked, "How about a landlord fight?" Song Ningxuan's few people gave him a blank look, but playing cards seems to be okay. "Brother Hao, then isn't there a punishment for losing?" "You can, but I think it's better to play truth or dare. After all, there are 5 of us, and you can only play with 3 people if you fight the landlord." Li Meng, "I have no problem with that." Du Xiang, "I can too." Zhang Mumu, agreed. Song Ningxuan looked at the 3 Li Mengs, only to see that their gazes revealed expressions of triumph. It was obviously to dig a hole for Wang Hao to jump into. And why wouldn't Wang Hao have his own ideas? Who let them dress so sexy today? Little Wang Hao was about to raise his head. If he hadn't been suppressing it, he would have stood up. Now it's just the right distraction. "Okay, then let's play truth or dare." Yes, with everyone on the same page, they also started playing truth or dare. Wang Hao took out the truth or dare card he bought yesterday and opened it up. Inside was a very large piece of paper with many grids on it, with penalties and rewards on each one. There are also 5 little figures representing each of them. And, of course, the dice are missing. Wang Hao opened the paper and spread it in the middle of the 5 people. During that time he also inadvertently saw things he shouldn't have. Frightened, he immediately withdrew his gaze. After setting the paper up, he then handed out the little mannequins to each of Song Ningxuan and the girls. They placed the mini figures at the starting point. "So who's first?" Wang Hao asked with a smile. Chapter 61, Homecoming. Wang Hao saw that neither of them would finish, so he said, "In that case, I'll go first." After saying that, Wang Hao directly threw the dice in his hand. As the dice spun, it didn't take long for the dice to slow to a stop. The point on top of the dice was also fixed at 3. Wang Hao took his own minifigure and took 3 steps towards the front. And after stopping, Wang Hao looked at the location where the minifigure had stopped. And it was blank. Nothing. Ha, nothing. So let's start with Nimbus next. Let's go around in a circle. "Okay, Brother Hao, you have to be ready. But I'm going to ask you some more private questions." "No problem, as long as you can turn today." Wang Hao didn't think they would turn to. After all, this truth or dare has a designated who is who. They don't always designate him either. Maybe even hear some secret ones. Wang Hao was actually quite curious about the secrets between the girls. As Song Ningxuan threw out the dice in her hand, the points appeared in everyone's eyes. 5 points. Song Ningxuan picked up her own minifigure and moved forward 1 frame at a time. The moment it stopped, Song Ningxuan's face blossomed into a smile, only to see the writing on the top of the grid. Sincere words, and still Song Ningxuan's left-hand side. Wang Hao happens to be the person on Song Ningxuan's left-hand side. Wang Hao shook his head. "I don't know what to say. This is too much luck to draw him." Speechless, but there was nothing to it. It wasn't just a true statement. He didn't seem to have any secrets other than the system. But when he heard the question Song Ningxuan asked, Wang Hao regretted it. Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Hao with a smile and asked, "Brother Hao, when was your first lovemaking?" "No, what kind of question is this? Who would ask this kind of question?" Wang Hao was very speechless. When else? He's still a virgin. Wang Hao had no choice but to tell the truth. "It's my first time." At those words, not only Song Ningxuan, even the three Li Meng were shocked to the point that, in their eyes, Wang Hao was so rich, even if he wasn't very handsome, it shouldn't be so bad that he hadn't had that with a woman yet. It was too much of a surprise to them, and Li Meng and the girls seemed to have found the fun. So the atmosphere became cheerful. At 5 in the afternoon, Wang Hao was lying lifelessly in his tent, while Song Ningxuan's 4 girls were lying on the other side of the tent with a smile on their faces, discussing embarrassing things about him. Truth or dare really failed this afternoon. It's amazing that he was hung up on the whole thing and didn't even get a genuine question. It was all Song Ningxuan's few people who asked him. There was even a dare, but this one was a bit of a throwback for him. He licked the corner of his mouth, showing a smile. After resting for a while, around 6 o'clock, Wang Hao went out to prepare the things to be used for the barbecue, and Song Ningxuan's 4 daughters also changed into a set of clothes and then came to help as well. "Ningxuan, you and Li Meng Life, Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu, you guys go prepare the drinks. I'll go bring the barbecue skewers over." "Yes," the 4 women replied in unison. Once the division of labor is clear, the work is much more efficient. By 7 o'clock, they were sitting on the beach with their camping benches, eating kebabs and drinking cold beer. Very cozy. Since Wang Hao would be driving later, he would have to drink Coke. But they're all different when they drink. Not only do they talk a lot, but they also say what's on their mind. So it's really a drink. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Hao was grilling skewers for them while they were drinking and chatting. That's when Wang Hao heard about him. Li Meng drunkenly said, "Ningxuan, I really envy you for finding such a good boyfriend as Wang Hao. I also want to find such a good boyfriend." At this point, Li Meng didn't seem to be doing any thinking anymore. However, what made Wang Hao even more shocked was that not only Li Meng, but even Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu also said the same thing. Song Ningxuan's words shocked him even more. "We, the 4 of us sisters, no, we have to be together no matter what. Big deal, big deal. I'll share some of Wang Hao with you." Wang Hao, who was grilling the skewers, was all incredibly shocked to hear this. He was speechless. He really could say anything when he was drunk. Wang Hao knew that he couldn't let them drink anymore, and he thought that they wouldn't be able to go back to school for a while, but he also had to take them to the hotel, which was really an old crime. "Well, that's it for today. Let's go back. We'll come back when we have time next time." However, as soon as Wang Hao finished his words, he was instantly stared at by 4 pairs of eyes. "You shut up and hurry up and go bake for us." Lemon spoke up. Wang Hao was also very speechless. "Look at this appearance. Tonight is not able to return. It is estimated that you have to sleep inside the tent," and he did not dare to go. After all, for delicate beauty, leave them alone here. Something happened will not be good. So Wang Hao could only continue to go and grill skewers for them, and at the same time, he also called Wu Ya, saying that he wouldn't be going back today, and asked her to pack up her things and go back together tomorrow afternoon. Wu Ya responded with a hum. Wang Hao didn't hang up immediately, but chatted with Wu Ya as usual, and only after 10 minutes did he hang up the phone amidst Wu Ya's laughter. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao focused on taking care of the 4 dainty beauties, Song Ningxuan and Li Meng. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Wang Hao took care of them one by one to rest inside the tent. Also little by little, you clean up the trash that is generated. That way we can get up first thing in the morning and go. This was busy until 2 o'clock in the morning. After packing up, Wang Hao was also sleepy. He also got inside the tent, found a corner, and directly slept. Early the next morning, Li Meng shrieked out in shock. The shrieks instantly woke up the 3 of them, Song Ningxuan and Du Xiang. Wang Hao was naturally awakened by Li Meng's shriek, and he thought something had happened. Fixing her eyes, it turned out to be Li Meng who slept with Wang Hao in her arms last night without knowing how, and she saw Wang Hao when she got up and opened her eyes in the morning. "You're still screaming. Do you know what you guys were talking about last night?" Wang Hao was also quite speechless. Letting them get dressed, he packed up and got ready to go back. After they packed up, Wang Hao drove the car and took them back to the school, and then drove the car again to get all the things in the car to White Bull's place. Only after doing all this did Wang Hao return to Fengshan district, pick up Wu Ya, and prepare to return to your province. As for the meeting, Lin Shui had approached him last time, so naturally he wouldn't go to this meeting. Wang Hao and Wu Ya took the stuff to the trunk of the Big G. Then Wang Hao got into the driver's seat and set off directly to your province. Go home. Chapter 62, Wu Ya's support. This time there was no scent left on top of the Big G. After all, Song Ningxuan and the girls were drunk last night, and there was a smell of alcohol on their bodies. After Wang Hao sent Song Ningxuan and the girls back to school, he just kept the window open. The air conditioning wasn't even on until I came over to the White Bull, which was probably a couple hours. By the time we arrived at the Phoenix Hill neighborhood, several hours had passed. The car stopped smelling a long time ago. Wang Hao also took a shower and cleaned up a bit when he went to White Bull's place, and was already clean when he came back. When Wang Hao was about to leave, Bai Boyer even asked him if he could take her back, but how could he dare to say yes? After all, Wu Ye had already gone back with him. If you bring a White Bull with you, you're not looking for anything. Wang Hao then made an excuse that he would take her there sometime in the future, which coaxed Bai Boyer into doing so. Mordor is more than 1,800 kilometers from your province. It's estimated to take quite a bit of time by car. It takes about 20 hours minimum. Wang Hao drove the car directly onto the highway, and on the way, Wu Ye even kept chatting with Wang Hao. Xiao Hao, when are we going to come back this time? Wang Hao thought about it. This time he went back and estimated that he would have to come back in August, and that month just happened to be the month when Zhaoling also went back to Magic City, so at that time, he would go to find Zhaoling, brush up his goodwill, and then strengthen the binding for August. And by August, the new month's paycheck rebate would arrive, and by then he would need to help Wu Ye and Bai Boyer bring up their paychecks. That way he can get more cash back on his paycheck. We'll be back around the beginning of August. Oh, that's fine, but little Hao, before you told me that you're going back to do something this time. What is it? Wu Ye asked curiously. Wang Hao explained, Sister Wu Ye, as you know, my family is from the countryside, and my parents have been living a hard life since the next, and now that I'm making money, I don't want them to live a hard life. So I want to take over a small supermarket in our county. Let your parents guard the grocery store every day and go in once in a while. Buy them a house in the county so they don't have to live so hard. Hearing this, Wu Ye felt that Wang Hao was very filial. She felt that a person like Wang Hao, when the time came to go home with herself to meet her parents, he should be filial to her parents as well. Wu Ye understood that she had met the right person this time. Xiao Hao, I support you. Isn't that what we as sons and daughters are for? Wang Hao smiled slightly. In fact, he had long wanted to call his parents for money, but he knew that even if they received it, they basically wouldn't use it. They're used to being thrifty, so Wang Hao had to make all the arrangements before speaking to them. There was also the fact that, in order to keep them from being bored, Wang Hao would have to find a neighborhood with village people, so that his parents could have someone to talk to. Sister Wu Ye, there's something I want to discuss with you. How? Go ahead. Wu Ye now felt like she was really like Wang Hao's wife. No, she wasn't Wang Hao's woman. It was all about going back to see her parents. That's right, I basically took all the money in my hand and invested it. So go back and can you lend me a little bit of money first and return it to you next month? At those words, Wu Ye was not happy. Xiao Hao, this money is supposed to be yours. Just take it if you want to use it. Wang Hao heard Wu Ye's voice change a bit and hurriedly explained. Sister Wu Ye, I don't mean that. Wu Ye laughed at that. Ha ha, I know. I'm just kidding you. Little Hao, don't worry. I'll support you in whatever you do. Well, thank you, Sister Wu Ye. Wu Ye pretended to be angry. Don't always say thank you to me in the future. What kind of relationship do we have? Wang Hao also answered. In fact, Wang Hao also understood that it was impossible for him to have only one woman. After all, there was a system in place, and he needed to bind the goddess to get a salary rebate, in which case he would need to raise the goddess's goodwill. This boosts the paycheck rebate multiplier for the paycheck rebate goddess. But through Wu Ye he found out that as long as the favorability increases then the paycheck to paycheck goddess will have a different sentiment towards him, and he will also have a good feeling towards the paycheck to paycheck goddess. If it was without the system and he could find a wife as beautiful and young womanly as Wu Ye, Wang Hao would have definitely stayed from the beginning. But that's impossible now. While he couldn't have just one woman, he wouldn't shortchange a woman who was willing to follow him. After that, Wang Hao kept chatting with Wu Ye. After driving for about 7 hours, Wang Hao also felt tired, just as the car needed to be refueled. He then drove the car straight to the service area. The two were also a little hungry. However, when Wang Hao and Wu Ye got out of the car, instantly Wu Ye attracted quite a few people's attention. At this moment, Wu Ye was wearing a pair of jeans and a black halter top, painted with delicate makeup, coupled with a sense of being a full-fledged young woman. Married or not, men's eyes always pretended to sweep over her without realizing it. Wu Ye was also very Wu Ye. She could only hold Wang Hao's arm and came to the service area's restaurant together. The two ordered some random food, just sat down at an empty table and ate. You can't eat in peace and quiet when you eat. The two men at the next table were still stealing glances at Wu Ye from time to time. There was even talk about it. Wang Hao wanted to get up in them, but nah, he couldn't beat two on his own. There was no other way. Wang Hao could only let Wu Ye sit inside, and he sat outside of her, blocking the two men's line of sight. Wang Hao thought to himself that if he could fight, he would definitely make those two men look good. After eating, Wang Hao left with Wu Ye. He let Wu Ye go first and he walked behind her. Looking at Wuya in her jeans, her plump ass was indeed too attractive. Not only did she have a good figure, but she was also beautiful, so it was no wonder that those men kept staring at Wuya. She was indeed extremely good. How? Those men are disgusting, staring at me all the time. That's because my Wuya sister is so pretty. They're all mesmerized by you, but I'm annoyed too. I'd hate for me to be the only one to look at you from now on. Wang Hao followed Wuya's words. A smile finally appeared on Wuya's face as well. Wang Hao filled up the gas and then drove towards your province. They were now over 1,000 kilometers away from your province, and at the very least, they would be driving for 13 or 14 hours, but there's no way around it. But it was good that Wuya was with him. This way, Wang Hao will rest when he is tired, and continue to drive when he has rested well. It took him and Wuya 30 hours to drive the car to Gue province, and after arriving in Gue province, they had to drive to Huisian County, which was more than an hour's drive away. Finally Wang Hao and Wuya arrived at Hui County on the morning of the third day. Looking at the familiar county, Wang Hao's state of mind was different. Chapter 63, Buying a House When You Come Here. The moment he came to Hui County, Wang Hao was like returning home. Wuya carefully surveyed her surroundings. Wyoming County is only a small county, but the streets are still clean. Suddenly, Wang Hao thought of the fact that he didn't have a home in Huisian County yet, and he didn't know where he and Wuya were going to stay when they came back. Just helpless. Originally in Hui County Wang Hao had quite a few relatives in, but Wang Hao didn't want to go to them, not to mention the fact that there was Wuya around, so it wouldn't be appropriate to go just like that. Thinking about it, Wang Hao still decided to buy a house in Huisian County, by the kind of well-decorated. Sister Wuya, we have to run again today. Wuya smiled faintly. She didn't care about Wang Hao's family situation. After all, she herself came from the countryside and didn't feel anything. Buy it when you can afford it yourself. Well, I'll go with you wherever you go. With that, Wang Hao drove around Huisian County. Honestly, cars like the Big G are hard to see in Wyoming County. As Wang Hao drove the Big G around Huisian County, people passing by cast their eyes on it. Huisian was indeed small, and Wang Hao had already strolled around Huisian after driving for an hour. In the end, Wang Hao found a neighborhood that was very close to Yisan Garden, Nanyuan Flower City. Yixinyuan is an immigrant community. Most of them immigrated up from the countryside, so the vast majority of people Wang Hao's parents are acquainted with. Plus Nanyuan Huacheng is a relatively high-class community, right next to Yixinyuan. It'll be easier for his parents to come over later. The most important thing about this is that there are well-decorated rooms on this side of Nanyuan Flower City, and there happens to be a transfer of a small supermarket underneath it, which is completely in line with Wang Hao's requirements. When the time comes to buy data pickup truck, it'll be perfectly fine straight out of the box. He would like his parents to do nothing, but they can't be idle. After all, the older generation is very hardworking, and when they are idle, they get bored, and then just trying to find something to do. That's why Wang Hao is thinking of dishing out a small supermarket for the two old men to run. Zhejiang Province. Wang Hao has also been there. July to October this time. The temperature in Zhejiang Province can be said to be very high. The road can be directly boiled eggs. Yet in this very environment, the second oldest still went out to work every day. You'll only make $200 a day. Wang Hao naturally didn't want them to be so tired. I used to always hear in the village that whoever's child had made a fortune, bought some kind of car, and even bought a house in the county, and the parents were at home with their grandchildren. Of course, there were quite a few people in the village who looked down on Wang Hao, and Wang Hao actually understood that. Not to mention the people in the village. Even the children of Wang Hao's dad's third brother looked down on Wang Hao. For all this, Wang Hao kept it in his heart. It was different now. He had the system. He must make all those who looked down on him envious of him. Thinking of this, Wang Hao looked at Wuya again. How? What are you looking at me for? Sister Wuya, do you think the people in my family will be jealous of me if I take you home? Wuya naturally knew what Wang Hao wanted to say and rolled her eyes at him. Okay, don't be poor. Let's go look at the house first, and tomorrow we'll go and dish out the mini-mart that we looked at today to uncle and auntie. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao smiled and said, Hey, all listen to your wife. When Wuya heard this, her face swished red. Who is your wife? You. What are you screaming nonsense? Wuya's shy look was not at all like a 30-year-old young woman, but rather like a college girl like Song Ningxuan. One word instantly popped up in Wang Hao's head, may defend and sweeten. Ha. Wang Hao drove to the sales department of Nanyuan Flower City with a bright laugh. Then together with Wuya, they chose a 150 square foot 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment, and all of them are well furnished. The location is also great, facing north and south. Best of all, with county is cheap. Unfurnished houses are 3,500 PSF and furnished houses are 4,000 PSF. Wang Hao spent $600,000 on this finely decorated house. If in normal times, someone in the village bought a house in the county. It would have to hold a housewarming wine. Received gifts. Wang Hao wasn't in that kind of mood. One afternoon Wang Hao and Wu Ye were busy with the house. Busy until the evening when the two went to the supermarket to buy sheets and covers as well as some daily necessities. They were already very familiar with this one. After all, it wasn't their first house. The house was put under Wang Hao's name, while the house in Shangri-La was put under Wu Ye's name. Wang Hao thinks it's the same to put it under anyone's name. Anyway, he doesn't care about one or two houses when he's rich in the future. When they came back, the two of them also divided up the work of putting the house in order. But they couldn't finish it all at once. 10 o'clock at night, Wu Ye laid out the sheets and came to sit on the sofa. Wang Hao also sat down. Both of them were already a bit tired. Just like this, Wu Ye leaned on Wang Hao's shoulder and talked to him. Little Hao, when are we going to meet aunt and uncle? Soon. By the time we're done with things here, cousin's wedding should be coming up, and then our family should be going to talk to cousin and the others. About July 16th or 17th. It was July 11th when the two came back, and now it's July 13th. My cousin is getting married on July 20th, so it shouldn't be too late to go back on July 17th. I'll surprise my parents when the time comes. I just don't know if it will be too high profile to go back in the big G. Wang Hao understood that it wasn't good to be too high profile. If everyone in the village knew he had money, how would they get it from their parents or from him? After thinking about it, Wang Hao felt that it was nothing. When the time comes, he will drive the big G and take Wu Ye back, envying those fellow villagers who once looked down on him. Speaking of the village, Wang Hao remembered a sister-in-law. That sister-in-law is also charming. Gave birth to two children also still very charming. Looks also okay, although not as good as Wu Ye, but it was basically similar to Song Ningxuan and Li Meng and the others. What's more, his sister-in-law had the flavor of a man's wife, which was also very attractive. But none of that mattered to him anymore. After all, people already have kids and families. Just as Wang Hao was thinking about the village people, Wu Ye's voice interrupted him. Xiao Hao, do you think my aunt and uncle will think I'm too old to be with you? At this moment, Wu Ye began to worry. Wang Hao hooked the corner of his mouth. Sister Wu Ye, it's not that I'm saying, if I don't see your ID card and you and I walk together, people will probably think you're my sister. At those words, Wu Ye smiled. I'm sorry, that's not as bad as you said. I swear, I'm telling the truth. As soon as the words fell, Wang Hao felt a touch of warmth on his face. Chapter 64, Taking over a small supermarket. The weather in Wyoming County was cool, especially in the morning, when it's only 20 degrees. Wyoming County needs to sleep under a blanket at night compared to Mordor, where you need air conditioning at night. Waking up with a start, Wang Hao stretched. I was surprised to feel cold last night. It's amazing. The Magic City is so hot. How come Xian is so cool? After muttering to himself, Wang Hao got up. He had things to do today. He couldn't sleep in. And when he got the mini-mart down, then he'd have 2 days off. It was now the 14th, and he and Wu Ye were ready to go back on the 17th. There were still 3 days left, which should be enough time. And if there was enough time, Wang Hao also wanted to take Wu Ye to his high school, even go see a teacher from high school. However, Wang Hao felt that there shouldn't be enough time. I don't know if I'm too tired, but it's 9 o'clock in the morning, and Wu Ye hasn't gotten up yet. Only after Wang Hao finished washing up did Wu Ye come out of the room. Wu Ye then went to wash up as well. Sister Wu Ye, have you washed up yet? We're going to have breakfast. Wang Hao didn't intend to do it himself at home. After all, that was quite troublesome. It was better to go out and buy and eat. It just so happened that he had a store that he wanted to eat for a long time. Take Wu Ye to try it out today too. How? Where are we going to eat? It's not far. It's right next to that Goldfield Plaza. So are we going to drive? Open up. After we eat we're just in time to get the mini-mart. Yes. The two simply packed up and headed out. Wang Hao and Wu Ye arrived at the parking lot of the district, drove up to the big G, and set off directly. The moment the big G drove out, it instantly attracted a ton of attention. It's a handsome car. My goodness, it's the big G. Big G, how much is this car? This car is at least not less than $3 million. What? $3 million? That's enough for me to buy 10 houses in the county. He's got $3 million for a car. That's outrageous. Looking at the envious gazes of those people, Wang Hao's heart was satisfied. Wang Hao was also a bit thankful that he didn't come back in a 918, otherwise it would definitely cause a stir. Huisian County is a small county. The appearance of a luxury car is very rare. If there is a national limited edition of 100 units of the car, that's not good enough? Wang Hao knew that one couldn't be too high profile, but one couldn't be too low-key either. He also finally understood why all those bigwigs preferred to ride in the Audi A6, which was both low-key and not too luxurious. He's going to buy one later. With the roar of the engine, Wang Hao drove off. After a few minutes, Wang Hao brought Wu Ye to Golden Domain Plaza. Wang Hao drove the car to the square's parking lot and parked it. Then he and Wuya went to a Water City mutton noodle next to the Golden Area Plaza and ordered 2 bowls of noodles with meat. I have to say, the food in your province really can't be beat. The moment Wang Hao saw the powder, a familiar feeling surged to his heart. He and Wuya sat next to each other waiting for their meal. In no time at all, the man called them over to get the powder. Wang Hao carried the powder to the table and placed it in front of Wuya. Then he continued to get his own bowl. Wang Hao's first feeling of eating powder. That's just too familiar. That's the smell. Not only does it warm your stomach, it tastes very good. Even Wuya felt genuinely good. Eat it and compliment it. After breakfast, Wang Hao and Wuya returned to Nanyuan Flower City. There's a mini-mart in the building small. The size of the supermarket is moderate. There is about 300 square feet. It was labeled with the word supermarket transfer, and Wang Hao didn't know what it was about. He parked the car temporarily on the side of the road, turned on the double flashers, and walked into the supermarket with Wuya. Wang Hao kept observing the supermarket after he came in. It was reasonable to say that this supermarket was just below Nanyuan Flower City. The business should not be bad, but there are not many people inside the supermarket now. Wang Hao was also a bit surprised. However, after carefully observing it, Wang Hao probably understood. Xiao Hao, why do I feel like I'm going to lose money if I dish out this supermarket? It's okay, I'm just looking for something for mom and dad to do. It doesn't matter if I lose money or not. Wang Hao winked at Wuya. Seeing this, Wuya instantly understood. After that, Wang Hao came to the entrance of the supermarket and called the number posted at the entrance. The call was answered and a man's voice came from the other end. Hey, hello, I'd like to ask if that Sui Yuan supermarket is going to be transferred. Yeah, I'm in front of the supermarket now. Please ask if it's convenient for you to talk face to face. Yes, I'll be right there. Just a moment. After a short wait, the owner of the supermarket came. The owner of the supermarket was a middle-aged man who looked a bit fierce and had a very burly build. Hello boss. Hello, are you two taking inventory of the supermarket? We'll dish it out if the price is right. Wang Hao has actually learned that the cost of opening a supermarket in a small, fourth-tier city like theirs is between $150,000 and $600,000. If the other party bid indiscriminately, then he would have to find another way. What are your names? My name is Wang Hao. This is my wife. It was only when Wang Hao introduced Wuya that the man noticed Wuya on the side, and instantly the man was captivated by Wuya. Wuya is now a ceiling presence in terms of temperament, figure and looks. Where had he seen such a beautiful woman? So I couldn't help but look at it a little more. Wuya was also very distressed. Every time it was like this, the way these men looked at her was so disgusting. Boss, do you not want to transfer your mini-mart? At those words, that boss came back to his senses. Excuse me, my name is Zhao Deji. The home supermarket still has a year's rent. The rent is every month is $30,000, plus the transfer fee these. The boss needs a total of $600,000. Nice guy. Wang Hao's entire body was speechless. Just Zhao Deji operated into this situation. The transfer fee is surprisingly still needs 600,000 yuan. Find the boss. Look at the supermarket business now. After more than an hour of bargaining, Wang Hao and Zhao Deji finally closed the deal with a transfer fee of $550,000. Of course, the $550,000 was paid for by Wuya first, and he only had a little over $200,000 left. There's simply not enough to dish out to the mini-mart. After that, Wang Hao went with Zhao Deji to get a series of documents and stuff. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that Wang Hao and Wuya returned to the house they had just bought. Wang Hao felt that he had never been so fulfilled. Usually at school he was either playing games or going to buy things for Li Jieja as a licking dog. There's always a sense of a great deal of time. Now he always feels like he doesn't have enough time. Xiao Hao, that supermarket has so little traffic. Why do you still want to take it down? What if you lose money? Wuya asked the question in her mind as soon as she returned. Wang Hao smiled, answered her questions. Chapter 65 Departure to the Countryside. Ha ha ha, Sister Wuya. Actually the location of Sui Yuan supermarket is very good. It's just that man isn't very good at running the business, or else where would there be only such a small amount of foot traffic? Wang Hao came from the countryside, and basically everyone in the county was from the countryside as well. Even if it's not from the countryside, that's fine. Sister Wuya, what was your first feeling when you went to the supermarket today? Speaking of which, Wuya remembered the first sensation of entering the supermarket. It's just not hygienic, the decoration is not good, and the prices of things in the supermarket are still quite expensive. Wuya's eyes lit up at the thought. So that's how it is. As a common man, who doesn't think of getting the best for the least amount of money? And today the supermarket gave her the impression that it was expensive and the stuff wasn't very good. People are naturally more willing to shop at the farther away Whoville supermarkets. Little Hao, So what are we going to do next? It's very simple. We first shut down the supermarket, and then redecorate, and then recruit cashiers. These, of course, we also have to change the name of the supermarket to change. After all, with the edge of the supermarket, this name is a little that. Change your name? Right. The two then kept thinking about a new name for the supermarket, but it seemed that neither Wang Hao nor Wu Ye were good at naming, and after thinking for half a day, they couldn't come up with a good name. Just as the thoughts came to a standstill, suddenly, Wu Ye's aura flashed. Little Hao, how about changing the name of the supermarket to Good Again Supermarket? Wang Hao thought it was okay. After all, the supermarket in the county does not need to be so high profile, to be simple and clear. Good to come back to the best. Okay, just call it good and come back. What about? So are we going to be busy with the supermarket tomorrow? Right, tomorrow we'll go to the supermarket and talk to the employees. Then we'll ask them to move everything inside the warehouse. And then we'll go out and find someone to decorate it, so we can go back to our cousin's wedding first. After the wedding, we'll pick up mom and dad, help them with the supermarket, and we'll head back to the Magic City. Aha! Wu Ye didn't have any opinions about Wang Hao's arrangement. After that both of them went to take a shower and went to rest. The next morning, Wang Hao and Wu Ye got up early. Similarly, they first went to have a breakfast, and today Wang Hao took Wu Ye to eat the sticky rice in front of his high school. After Wu Ye took a bite, her entire body's eyes went round. In this moment, she fell in love with the flavor of sticky rice. After breakfast, Wang Hao and Wu Ye went to the supermarket to talk to the supermarket employees about the redecoration matter, and promised to still use them after the renovation. They then still moved everything from the supermarket to the warehouse. Wang Hao asked the original supermarket manager to watch them move. Instead, he went off with Wu Ye to find a decorator. Another whole day went by with this hustle. Today was already the 15th, the day after tomorrow at the latest. Hao had to take Wu Ye back to the countryside to attend his cousin's wedding, or else he would be told by the people in the village that he was wrong. But there's still quite a bit left to arrange over at the supermarket. Tomorrow he'll just have to keep going about his business. As for Wu Ye, Wang Hao wasn't going to let her go along tomorrow, letting Wu Ye have a good rest. These days Wu Ye had been running around with him. It was really hard on her, but when Wang Hao told her, Wu Ye refused flatly, saying that she wanted to go with Wang Hao no matter what. There was nothing he could do but agree. On the 16th, Wang Hao and Wu Ye were still busy arranging things to come back to the supermarket until 12 o'clock in the evening. It was only then that the two returned home to rest. But basically the goody-goody supermarket was all set and they didn't need to worry about anything more than waiting to return for acceptance after attending their cousin's wedding. As long as it's okay, then let your parents handle the mini-mart when the time comes. Returning home, Wang Hao and Wu Ye were also very tired, and the two of them took a shower before returning to their respective rooms to rest. On the 17th, Wang Hao didn't go back to the countryside with Wu Ye early in the morning, and the two of them slept until noon. Then Wang Hao took Wu Ye to have a dry-boiled beef dinner. Originally, Wang Hao had wanted to take Wu Ye to his high school alma mater for a stroll, but time was short, so he could only wait until he had time to take Wu Ye there later. There's plenty of time for that later, and there's no rush. Xiao Hao, should we go back and give gifts? Wang Hao thought about it. When he was in elementary school he also lived with his cousin. At that time he was very naughty. Basically every night he would run to the internet cafe to pack the night. Even snuck money from my cousin. It's not really personnel to think about what you did back then. Now that he is rich, then he can help his cousin a hand. Surely he must help. This time the gift must be sent. And not too little, but not in plain sight. Sister Wu Ye, I'll definitely send it from my parents' side, but I'll also send it to my cousin alone from my side. So are we going shopping for anything? Well, how much money do we have left now? Wang Hao felt that the money was too unproductive to be gone so quickly. Wouldn't it be nice to cash back his July paycheck now? But Wang Hao knew this was impossible, but he and Wu Ye should have enough money on them. Wu Ye looked at her cell phone information, dished out the mini-mart, spent 550,000. Decoration deposit spent 30,000. She still has 400,000 left here. How? I still have 400,000 on me. I have 290,000 on me. And when the renovations are done I still have to pay the final payment of 120,000, as well as give my parents 200,000 in working capital for the supermarket. So that leaves us with 370,000. And while we're at it, let's send some gold to my cousin. Aha! Wang Hao thought about it. The current gold price is 565 a gram. Then give your cousin a small 500-gram gold bar. It happened to be more than 280,000, and he had enough money on him, so he would keep the 80,000 on Wu Ye as his living fund for this month. If it really wasn't enough, then he would have to find another way, but he felt it should be enough. After saying that, Wang Hao went to the bank with Wu Ye to buy gold, bought a small 500-gram gold bar. In total, he spent $282,500, and Wang Hao had only $10,000 left on his body, so it was really a night back to the liberation of the former Little Hao, why are you so kind to your cousin? Wang Hao smiled slightly, talking to Wu Ye about elementary school. When Wu Ye heard this, she also felt that giving gold was a must. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hao. I didn't realize you were an internet addict when you were a kid. Geez, that was all when I was a kid. Let's go back. We're going home in a little while, so get ready to meet my parents. After saying that, Wang Hao took Wu Ye back to Nanyuan Flower City to straighten up. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Hao drove his car and took Wu Ye towards the countryside, and Wu Ye in the car was already getting nervous by now. Chapter 66, Shock. Wu Ye looked out the car window, couldn't help but sigh. Surrounded by mountains, the vegetation is dense and the roads are all curved in a paradise-like manner. Along the way, Wu Ye could also see the occasional village, but there were basically no young people at home in the countryside nowadays, so the villages were quiet. How much longer until we get home? The corner of Wang Hao's mouth rose slightly, and he returned, it'll take another half an hour. What? Can't wait to see my parents? Wu Ye didn't have the heart to say, that's not true, don't talk nonsense. Ha ha ha, that, Little Hao, do you think my aunt and uncle will mind my age? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was speechless. How many times had Wu Ye asked this question? It seemed like she really cared about this. Sister Wu Ye, don't worry, I would believe you if you told me you were 18 years old. How could they dislike it? I guess they will forget me as their son when you arrive home. When Wu Ye heard this, her face flushed slightly, whispering, where would it be? The half hour passed quickly. Wang Hao had already arrived 2 kilometers away from his home in his car. Now Wang Hao was also nervous. After all, he had brought Wu Ye back for some reason. Is it because of being developed? Wang Hao didn't really understand either. Wang Hao does not really want to go back in the Big G now. After all, his cousin is getting married. The village people must have come back quite a lot, and it's a bit flashy if he goes back in the Big G. Thinking of this, Wang Hao was ready to park his car outside the distance from the village and not drive into the village. How is it coming? At this moment, Wu Ye's 2 jade hands were tightly clasped together. Very nervous. Sister Wu Ye, don't be nervous. I'm not going back with you to see your parents in the new year. If you're so nervous, I'll be even more nervous when I go to see your parents. Wang Hao's words seemed to make Sister Wu Ye feel a bit more relaxed. She took a deep breath and slowly released both of her jade hands. Seeing this, Wang Hao smiled. Just continue to start the car and drive towards home. In no time, Wang Hao drove his car to the village entrance, and he drove the car to a vacant lot outside the village entrance and stopped. This is not a New Year's Eve. Usually there is basically no one to park here, and there is also a vacant lot inside the village as a special parking place. The reason why Wang Hao would park his car here was that he didn't want people to pay too much attention to it. Sister Wu Ye, we're here, let's go. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye took another deep breath once more before opening the passenger door. Wang Hao also opened the driver's door and stepped down from the car. Wang Hao then opened the trunk of the Big G and took everything down. In fact, the two did not bring many things. After all, they cannot stay long. It is estimated to stay until the 21st or 22nd will return to the county. Wu Ye carried the gifts for his parents, and Wang Hao pulled the suitcases of both of them. Wu Ye gently took Wang Hao's arm and walked towards the village. The village where Wang Hao lives is called Hopping Village. Wang Hao's family is the first family in Hopping Village, and there is a river in front of his house, so he needs to cross a bridge to get home. How? It's so quiet here. Definitely, it's the middle of the year. Isn't it always like that in the countryside? All the young people have gone out to work, and the village is basically full of old people. Also, Wang Hao led Wu Ye onto the bridge, and he pointed to the house across the bridge and said, Sister Wu Ye, that's my house. Wu Ye looked in the direction Wang Hao pointed, only to see a bungalow come into her eyes. The bungalow wasn't very well decorated, but it did have pale yellow tiles on the outside. In front of Wang Hao's house happens to be a small slope. The door to his house was still open at this time. Wang Hao thought that his parents should be at home, and it was normal for the door to be open. But when he brought Wu Ye to the door of his house, his entire body froze. Only the living room of his house was full of people, and everyone seemed to be discussing something. Wu Ye was also dumbfounded at this time. So many people. Great uncle, second uncle, sister-in-law, great uncle, cousin, you are all there. Wang Hao called out to them. Wang Hao's parents also didn't react for a moment, but when they saw the woman behind Wang Hao, their faces blossomed with smiles. Son, you're back. Wang Hao's mother came to Wang Hao and stretched out her calloused hand, gently pulling Wu Ye. Before he came back, Wang Hao had told the 2 old men that he would bring his girlfriend back, and they knew about Wu Ye. Daughter, you've worked hard, Wu Ye said shyly. Auntie, no, Wuya also felt the calluses on Wang Hao's mother's hands, and at this time, she finally understood why Wang Hao had made such an arrangement. And when the relatives saw Wuya's appearance, everyone looked dumbfounded. Even the cousins couldn't help but marvel at it. Mom and Dad, what are you discussing? Wang Hao's mother pulled Wuya to sit beside her, and Wang Hao also put down the suitcase in his hand and sat beside Wuya. At this time, Auntie looked at Wang Hao with a smile on her face and said, "Little Haozi, you haven't introduced us to your object yet." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao also introduced them. "Aunts and uncles, this is my date. Wuya, Auntie, little Haozi, your date is so pretty. Honey, this is Auntie." Wuya immediately understood. "Thank you for the compliment. Auntie, you're pretty too. Auntie, ha ha ha, y'all are so good at talking." After the introductions, they went on to discuss what had just happened. Wang Hao thought it was something big. It turns out that cousin found a Mercedes-Benz E300 to be the head car, but now people have something to do. The car can't come. Cousin, their village has no suitable car to be the head car, so they came to Grandma's house to discuss. Wanted to see if Grandma's house had a car that would fit as a headliner. But the cars in the village are basically mobility scooters, and there are no cars over $200,000 at all. So they've been discussing things. "Auntie, if we don't have any at home, we'll have to rent inside the county. Dialect. It can't be helped that everyone is from the countryside and can't afford a car that expensive." Just then, Wang Hao's mother looked at Wang Hao as if she had thought of something and asked, "Xiao Hao, didn't you say you bought a car?" Dialect. Upon hearing this, all the relatives looked at Wang Hao's mother incredulously. They all knew that Wang Hao was still in college, and he bought a car while he was still in college? Wang Hao had originally thought to wait a while to quietly talk to his cousin and sister-in-law, but he didn't expect his mother to come up with such a sentence. There was nothing he could do but tell the truth. "Aha! Speaking in tongues, what kind of car do you have that can be the head car?" Dialect. "Mom, it should be fine. My car is a Mercedes." "What?" As soon as Wang Hao's words were finished, the crowd of relatives looked at Wang Hao in shock. Chapter 67. "Auntie, little Haozi, you bought a car?" Wang Hao's sister-in-law was surprised. She didn't expect Wang Hao to buy a car already when he was still in college. You know, Wang Hao studied in just an ordinary second university, and Mordor University of Finance and Economics and Mordor University of Finance and Economics are not the same university. Mordor University of Finance and Economics is just a private two-book. Mordor University of Finance and Economics is a serious double first-class university. Her daughter Lei Chuanyi went to a book, and has not yet found a job. How Wang Hao bought a car. She had some trouble accepting it. On the surface, however, she didn't show it. Of course, the relatives at home who looked up to him and who looked down on him, Wang Hao knew it all, but after all, they were relatives, and he wouldn't tear his face off. After all, he still had to meet often in the future. "Yes, Auntie, you bought a Mercedes?" "Aha, Mercedes A-Class?" Wang Hao smiled faintly and didn't answer. In the eyes of the average person, being able to afford 3 cars, Mercedes, BMW and Audi, is the upper limit. Still the cheapest model of the 3. Wang Hao didn't answer his sister-in-law, but his elder sister asked, "Little Haozi, what model of Mercedes-Benz do you have? Can you give it to your cousin as a head car?" "Auntie, no problem. If cousin wants to take it as a head carriage then so be it." Cousin Xiaoyu looked at Wang Hao with a shocked face. He thought of the New Year's time also flirted with Wang Hao said, "Wang Hao certainly want to buy their own car. Certainly will not drive his dad's car." I did not expect to say not even to a year's time. Wang Hao even bought his own car. "Little Haozi, big auntie thanks you." "Auntie, you're out of line to say that. There's no need for us to talk about this as a family." At that, a smile appeared on his great-aunt's face, right after Wang Hao promised his great-aunt, the son of the second uncle's family, that is, Wang Hao's cousin Wang Bing, said, "Wang Hao, take us to see the car you bought." Wang Hao was very uncomfortable once he heard his cousin's tone. This cousin has looked down on him since he was a kid. He also remembered that when he was admitted to the university, that year he and his sister-in-law's daughter Lei Chuanyi were admitted to the university together, and this cousin quietly gave Lei Chuanyi $500 in private, but not a word, not even a word of congratulations, was said to him. Of course, Wang Hao didn't want his $500, but as a cousin, not a single word of congratulations, which made him feel that this cousin was looking down on him. "Sorry cousin, I'm a little tired from just getting back." The elders of the family were all there, and Wang Hao wouldn't directly call him by his name. After all, it was a bit impolite. After that, Wang Hao's parents went to cook dinner for their relatives, and Wuya also went to help. Wang Hao, on the other hand, came outside the house alone with his cousin Xiaoyu and his cousin's wife. Cousin's sister-in-law was called Bai Lu, and she was also very good-looking. Wang Hao looked at the system, and cousin's sister-in-law Bai Lu's face value just reached 80 points. That is, the requirements that the system can bind. But Wang Hao didn't intend to bind his cousin's wife either. There's no point. Wang Hao and his cousins are standing outside the house. Cousin, in a few moments you will take the car back. What kind of car did you buy, cousin? Mercedes. Cousin Bai Lu looked at Wang Hao and said, you brother and brother are really interesting. Ha ha ha, cousin sister-in-law. Cousin, let me show you. Okay. Cousins, yeah, you actually thought that Wang Hao bought a Mercedes-Benz A-Class. After all, Wang Hao has not graduated yet. Even if he bought a car, it is impossible to buy too expensive. But that's pretty awesome. Afterward, Wang Hao took his cousin Xiaoyu and his cousin's wife Bai Lu in the direction where Big G was. While on the road, his cousin's wife, Bai Lu, was still asking him questions one after another. Cousin, was that really your girlfriend back there? Cousin-in-law, why would I lie to you? It's really my girlfriend. Otherwise I wouldn't have brought it back. A shocked look appeared in Shiro's eyes. In Bai Lu's eyes, Wuya was like a princess, untainted by mortal dust, beautiful, well-built, and soft-spoken. It's amazing that Wang Hao has found such a beautiful girlfriend. It's okay, you kid even found such a beautiful girlfriend. Cousin Xiaoyu also teased. Wang Hao laughed. If they knew that they also knew the big star, Zailing, I wonder what the expressions of the cousin's wife and cousin would be. Not long after, Wang Hao brought his cousin's sister-in-law Bai Lu and cousin Xiaoyu to the car. The moment cousin Xiaoyu saw Big G, his whole body was stunned. Just now he thought that the car Wang Hao bought could only be a Mercedes-Benz A-Class, but now he saw what? Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The Big G. This car is not 100,000 or so can afford. Xiaoyu's only thought now was that cousin Wang Hao's girlfriend was a rich man, and a very rich man at that. Cousin Bai Lu's face had a look of shock. Wang Hao asked with a smile, cousin, do you think it's okay to have this car as your head car? Hearing Wang Hao's words, Xiaoyu, who was in shock, came back to his senses. A face of incredulity looked at Wang Hao. Cousin, you're getting rich. This car must be at least $3 million. Xiaoyu's words had just been spoken, and his cousin's wife Bai Lu, who was still in shock, was now looking at Wang Hao with a face full of unbelief. Bai Lu's thoughts were just the same as her cousin Xiaoyu's, both thinking that it must be Wang Hao's girlfriend who was rich. How else could Wang Hao have afforded such an expensive car when he was in college? Cousin, be honest, is your girlfriend particularly rich? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao didn't retort. Compared to letting his relatives know that he was rich, it would be better to let his relatives think that it was Wuya who was rich, and this would be a lot less troublesome. Cousin, don't worry about that. Here are the keys to the car. You can drive it back later. Wang Hao directly gave his cousin Xiaoyu the keys to the Big G's car before turning around and leaving. Only cousin Xiaoyu and cousin sister-in-law Bai Lu were left standing in place looking at each other. Xiaoyu, this cousin of yours. Well, we don't know anything, just drive the car away in a minute and don't worry about anything else. I know, but didn't you say that this cousin of yours was quite a jumper when he was a kid? I didn't expect it. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. He lived with me in elementary school. I didn't expect to be so productive now. But the problem of our head car is finally solved. Well, when the wedding is over, let's invite our cousin and his girlfriend to dinner alone. That's what I thought. Xiaoyu, do you think we should leave our Honda Civic for our cousin to drive? I'm afraid it's inconvenient for him not to have a car. After all, his girlfriend is there too. Okay, the two of them chatted some, and then returned to Wang Hao's house as well. However, the eyes of the two men looking at Wang Hao and Wuya had changed. At 7 o'clock in the evening, thanks to the efforts of my great-aunt and the others, the meal was finally ready. Next up is dinner time. Chapter 68, Wuya's superiority to Wang Hao. At the table, because of the large number of people, it was divided into two tables, one for the women and one for the men. Because Wuya had just arrived, Wang Hao sat down with Wuya. Wuya watched Wang Hao's actions with a thick smile on her face. Just then, Wang Hao heard a voice he hadn't heard in a long time. Ding! Wage cashback goddess Wuya's favoritism +1. Seeing this, cousin's wife Bai Lu also teased. Yo, cousin, you're still afraid that we can't take care of your girlfriend. Cousin's wife, you're wrong. When you first came to cousin's house, didn't cousin also accompany you to sit at the table? Yes. Besides cousin-in-law, I don't like to drink, so naturally I won't sit at that table. You're such a good man. Bai Lu didn't speak in dialect. She knew that Wuya wouldn't understand for sure, so she spoke in Mandarin with Wang Hao. As soon as they came to the house just now, everyone spoke in dialect, and Wang Hao's mother, a native of the countryside, didn't know how to speak to Wuya a lot of the time. This resulted in Wuya wanting to listen, but not being able to understand. Wuya didn't know what to call Bai Lu. If she called her cousin's wife, Wuya was quite a bit older than Bai Lu. If she didn't call her cousin's wife, she was Wang Hao's cousin's wife. Having no choice, Wuya could only turn to Wang Hao for help. She then whispered in Wang Hao's ear, Xiao Hao, what am I going to call Bai Lu? Wang Hao also whispered in her ear, just call her Bai Lu. Aha! There were also quite a few people sitting at the woman's table, and Wang Hao counted a total of 13. Besides Wang Hao and Wu Ya, there was also Wang Hao's mother, as well as Wang Hao's 3 uncles, and cousin Wang Bing's daughter-in-law, cousin sister-in-law Bai Lu and Wang Hao's cousin's mother. They all kept staring at Wu Ya while they ate. The eyes were thick with envy, and the next words of his cousin's wife, Bai Lu, made those present even more envious. So, Wu Ya, can I ask you a question? Wu Ya, who was eating, was also stunned, then looked at Wang Hao, who nodded before Wu Ya said, Bai Lu, you say, that's right, my cousin said you bought that car out there. Wang Hao winked at Wu Ya, who understood. Well, I bought it. When these words came out, the eyes of the relatives who were still eating were filled with strong envy. This also allowed Wu Ya to bring enough superiority to Wang Hao. In the eyes of these relatives, Wu Ya was not only beautiful, but also had money, and even didn't look down on the rural people. And just now she personally went to the kitchen to burn the fire and wash the vegetables for Wang Hao's mother. Simply the perfect candidate for a daughter-in-law. At this time, Bai Lu was also sitting on the idea in her and Xiaoyu's heart that Wu Ya was definitely a rich man. But in fact, what they all don't know is that Wu Ya is actually also a rural person. And before she met Wang Hao, she was still in millions of debts. Seeing this, my sister-in-law said in a conspiratorial manner, Wu Ya, how much is the Mercedes-Benz A-Class you bought? I happen to be changing my car in the next 2 days, so it's just right to get a Mercedes-Benz A-Class. As soon as her sister-in-law finished her words, her cousin's sister-in-law Bai Lu looked at her with eyes full of contempt. Also been trying to get a different car for the last couple days. Even if you don't eat or drink and work for 5 or 6 years you won't be able to afford Wu Ya's car. She sort of knew why Wang Hao didn't like her sister-in-law and Wang Bing. Shiro was seeing it too. She wouldn't spill the beans. Though, Wu Ya didn't know what to say. After all, her sister-in-law was Wang Hao's elder, and Wu Ya could only turn her head to look at Wang Hao. Auntie, what you said, we bought our car in Mordor. Every place has a different policy. You can only go to the store and ask if you want to buy a car. We don't know if you ask us. Wang Hao gave Wu Ya a reassuring look. Wu Ya was also relieved. 9:30 at night. Everyone had finished dinner and only the men's table was still drinking. The women's table had sat down and started chatting. Wang Hao didn't go anywhere, just stayed with Wu Ya. There was no way around it. He was just afraid that Wu Ya wouldn't adapt. While chatting, the relatives in the family were also asking Wu Ya if she had an older sister or a younger sister or something. If so, could you introduce them to their son? Wang Hao was speechless. Wu Ya is already 32 years old. If she had a sister, she would have to be 34 or 45 or even older. And introduce it to your son. That's a lot of fun. At 12 o'clock in the evening, all the relatives in Wang Hao's family had basically gone back, leaving his great-aunt and great-aunt's husband cousin and cousin's sister-in-law as the only 4 people left. The great-aunt's husband was already drunk. Wang Hao's father had also gotten drunk, and were all taken care of by Wang Hao to rest. Cousin Xiaoyu didn't drink either because he had to drive. Only after everyone had left did cousin Xiaoyu say to Wang Hao and Wang Hao's mother, Cousin, Aunt, Wu Ya, thank you. Cousin, it's just a car. You just drive it. Don't talk so much. Thanks to you taking care of me when I was little. The easy smile on his cousin Xiaoyu's face. After that, cousin's wife Bai Lu also invited Wu Ya and Wang Hao to sit at her house tomorrow. Cousin Xiaoyu also gave Wang Hao his car keys. Wang Hao wasn't polite and accepted it. Wang Hao, Wu Ya, and Wang Hao's mother sent their great-aunt, great-uncle, cousin, and cousin-in-law to Wang Hao's car. Watching his cousin Xiaoyu drive off with his great-aunt and the others, Wang Hao also returned home with his mother and Wu Ya. Big G car. Cousin Xiaoyu felt incredibly comfortable touching this car. Such a nice car, and the first time he'd driven on it in all his time. Xiaoyu, how about this car of your cousin's for a lead car? My sister-in-law is also from the countryside and doesn't know how this car is, so just ask. Mom, do you know how much this car cost for my cousin? How much is it? It's just a car. That's different. This car is at least $3 million, but I'm guessing I can't buy this car without $4 million. What? Upon hearing their son's words, the great-aunt and the already drunken great-aunt's husband were instantly shocked to the core. $4 million for a car? Are you kidding me? The two of them only make $100,000 a year. $4 million just for this one car? Son, you're not kidding. Great-auntie's husband said excitedly. Dad, why would I lie to you? You can just go online and search. Bai Lu also said at this time. I asked Wu Ya just now. She bought this car. Little Housy's girlfriend bought it? Right. At this time, the great-aunt's family has fallen into a deep thought. After a long time, the great-aunt slowly said, Xiaoyu, your cousin this matter do not say out. Got it? Mom, I'm not stupid. That's fine. When the wedding is over, you guys treat Wang Hao and Wu Ya to a meal alone. Aha! Chapter 69, a chance to share a bed with young woman Wu Ya. Yeah, you guys go rest. I'll just clean up here. Wang Hao's mother said to Wu Ya. Auntie, it's okay, I'll clean up with you. After that, Wu Wang Hao packed up with Wang Hao's mother, and it was not until 1 in the morning that the three of them roughly packed up their home. After cleaning up, Wang Hao let Wu take a bath first. Honey, I'll take you to the shower first. Aha! Only after Wu went to take a shower did Wang Hao's mother pull Wang Hao into a whisper. Son, if the girl is so pretty, will she think our family is poor? Mom, what are you thinking nonsense? People have been cleaning up with you for so long, and her family is from the countryside. So don't worry. That's good. That's good. I was worried that Wu would not like our family. No, it won't. Mom, you want a little while for you to get some rest after your shower too. Well, make your own arrangements for how you're going to sleep tonight. I don't care. After saying that, Wang Hao's mother even looked at Wang Hao with a smile, the meaning of which was self-evident. Wang Hao also wanted to he had long wanted to become a person who had eaten seafood, but there was no opportunity but there seems to be a chance tonight. Wang Hao thought about it. The first floor of the house was the living room, and the kitchen. The second floor was the parents' bedroom, and although there was another guest bedroom, it was right next to the parents, and it was already filled with stuff by the mother, so that leaves him on the third floor. There is a bathroom on the third floor landing. Next to the bathroom was the living room, and next to the living room was Wang Hao's room. In other words, there was only one room on the third floor, so there was a high probability that he would be able to sleep with Wu Ya, a beautiful young woman, this evening, but whether he would be able to get food or not, it was not certain. In no time at all, Wu Ya took a shower and walked out wearing a white nightgown. At the moment, she was as beautiful as a lotus flower. Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh at Wu Ya's beauty every time he saw her like this. He even wondered that since the 93 face value Wu Ya could be beautiful to this extent, then just how beautiful would the 97 face value Shou Liying be? Little Hao, Auntie, I'll go up first. You guys have an early night too. Well, yeah, go ahead and get some extra sleep tomorrow, Wang Hao's mother said. After Wu Ya went up, Wang Hao went to take a shower, and after he was done, Wang Hao also went to rest. When Wang Hao came to the third floor, at that moment, Wu Ya was sitting on the sofa, swiping her cell phone. Sister Wu Ya, why don't you go take a rest? Wu Ya rolled her eyes towards Wang Hao, without good humor. He said, what, you want to sleep with me? You only have one room on this floor, where do you want me to sleep? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao smiled and said, hey, you're my wife, what's wrong with us sleeping together? Go go go. No, even though we've met Auntie, we can't sleep together until we're married. Wang Hao had thought that he would be able to sleep with Wu Ya, who possessed the innate young woman's holy body, tonight. And you're telling me that's it? That's fine, Wang Hao said in a lost voice. Seeing Wang Hao in this state, Wu Ya was also helpless. She didn't know what to do about it, and her mind was torn. Wang Hao knew that Wu Ya's current favorability wasn't enough for her to break the bottom line for herself, so he didn't intend to force her. Sister Wu Ya, you go sleep on the bed. I'll just sleep on the sofa tonight. Upon hearing this, Wu Ya was tempted to say that she would let Wang Hao sleep on the bed as well, but the words came to her lips, and Wu Ya still couldn't say it. Little Xiao Hao, wait, when you come home with me to see Mom and Dad, I'll give it to you. After saying that, Wu Ya shyly ran to Wang Hao's room and closed the door behind her. Wang Hao looked at the door of the room that had been closed in a somewhat stunned manner, and after reacting, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Tonight, although not have to eat, but also know Wu Ya's thoughts now. At least Wu Ya has now begun in order to lower the bottom line. To know Wu Ya with her ex-husband together a few years of time, all the way up to her marriage, her innocence was still there. Now and Wang Hao together only more than 2 months, can already for Wang Hao to lower the bottom line. This is away from having to eat is still far. Wang Hao took a set of quilts, then turned off the lights and smiled as he played with his cell phone. When he opened his cell phone, he saw messages from several women. Song Ningxuang, Li Meng, Bai Bowles, and Zhao Liying. Wang Hao opened Zhao Liying's green bubble at the first opportunity. After seeing Zhao Liying's message, Wang Hao's entire body became excited. According to Liying, the new drama will probably be released in the new year, also known as the New Year's Eve slot. As long as the new show is a box office hit by then the money he can get through cashback will surely be a lot. Now Wu Ya's payroll rebate multiplier has come to 300x. Even if you earn $100 million through the new drama of Zhuo Liying, then 300 times the cashback. That's $300 million. What's more important, as long as during this time, he increased Wu Ya's favorability, then the multiplier of the salary rebate would also get higher and higher. It could even be 1,000 times that in time. Wang Hao was already looking forward to it. As long as he got more money through paycheck cashback, then the more points he could get. And then he could bind more paycheck cashback goddesses and let them help him make money. Becoming the richest man in the world is just around the corner. Thinking about this made Wang Hao excited. It caused him to go straight to sleep. one can only continue to brush up on the jitterbugs. On the other hand, after Wuya said that, she ran inside her room, got under the covers, and covered her head with them. Thinking back to when she uttered those words, her entire face reddened. It doesn't even feel like I should have said something like that. She wondered if she wasn't herself anymore. To say something so mortifying. I also wondered if Wang Hao would think she was an immodest woman. This night, Wuya's thoughts were complicated. Neither one could sleep, but neither was thinking the same thing. Day 2. It was already noon, and Wang Hao hadn't gotten up yet, still sleeping soundly on the sofa, and Wuya got up early to do some housework with Wang Hao's mother. But just after going down for a while, Wang Hao's mother let her come up to rest. Wuya came up to continue resting since she hadn't slept much and was tired. By the time Wang Hao woke up, it was already time for lunch. Son, tell ya to come down for dinner. Wang Hao, who had just gotten up, heard his mother's voice, coming right up. Wang Hao then knocked on the door of his room and called Wuya to go down for lunch with him. However, what the two didn't know was that the news of Wang Hao and Wuya had already spread in the village. Chapter 70, the wedding is underway. Time flies. Soon came the 20th. Today was the time for cousin Xiaoyu's wedding, and the people in the village were up early to get ready. As the maternal family of a great-aunt, there were quite a few things to prepare, including pork legs, gift money and rice as well as homemade rice wine. Everyone also spent money on fireworks and other items. At this time, the people in the village were already waiting. Wang Hao brought Wuya to the gathering place, and at this time, all the people were already fully loaded and ready to go. However, the people who were originally in the middle of a heated discussion instantly quieted down when they saw Wuya. Every time they saw Wuya, they would feel very stunning. That's Wang Hao's date? It's so beautiful. It's really so beautiful. It's almost like a TV star. Holy, how did this Wang Hao get so lucky to find such a beautiful wife? I'm really convinced. Wang Hao brought Wuya to his cousin's car after greeting his relatives. Wuya sat in the passenger seat while Wang Hao sat in the driver's seat. Little Hao, your cousin's wife's name seems like a star's name. Ha ha ha, wife, are you talking about that Bai Lu? Yeah, I think so. Honey, I'm going out to talk to them. Do you want to wait for me in the car or come with me? Wuya shook her head. I won't go. I'll wait in the car. You go. Yes. It wasn't that Wuya didn't want to go with Wang Hao. If she did, then the way the village people looked at her made her a little uncomfortable. She didn't like it very much, so she still decided to sit in the car and wait for Wang Hao to come back. Wang Hao opened the car door and walked out. Wang Hao walked to the place where the village people were gathered. At the moment they were discussing what they were going to buy in a little while, and the question of whether the car would be enough. Just as Wang Hao came out, Wang Hao's cousin Wang Jianghan walked over with his son. Wang Jianghan is 20 days older than Wang Hao and is now married, and a son. Wang Hao, I didn't expect that after only half a year of not seeing each other, you've brought such a beautiful girlfriend back. You can. Ha ha ha, you have a son. If I don't work harder, then my parents won't scold me to death. You kid, I heard you bought a car. Aha, Accord? Wang Jianghan had just seen Wuya and Wang Hao getting into that car. After Wang Jianghan finished the Accord, he paid attention to the license plate again. No, it's my cousin's car. My car. My cousin took it. Oh, you're going to wait until school starts to go out this time, are you? No, I guess I'll be gone in a few days. What's the panic? We haven't even had a meal yet. Both of us brothers. And you're leaving? There's no way around it. Gotta go out and make money. Yes, 10 o'clock in the morning. The crowd had been waiting for almost an hour. Wang Hao's uncle shouted to the village. Everyone get in the car and get ready to go. At that, everyone who had just been chatting or discussing things got into the car. Wang Hao naturally got into his cousin's Accord and sat in the driver's seat, waiting for the car to fill up. He was about to leave. His car is further back, and if the car in front of him does not leave, his car basically will not get into the car. How? I feel that your place is similar to ours. Rural marriages? That's basically what they are. What about when we get married? After saying that, Wuya's jewel-like eyes just gazed at him. Hearing this, Wang Hao didn't know how to answer. That a small book Wang Hao may not be able to give Wuya, but the wedding, Wang Hao can still give. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated so as not to lower his favorability. Well, that depends on whether you want to do it in the city or in the countryside. Wife. Hearing Wang Hao's words, a happy smile appeared on Wuya's face. The reason why she asked was to see Wang Hao's attitude, and Wang Hao's attitude made her feel at ease. Let's go on our honeymoon then. Yeah, I'll go with you anywhere you want. Just as the two were discussing, Wang Hao felt the car door being pulled open. Wang Hao then didn't talk to Wuya anymore. Instead, he turned his gaze to the door of the car that had been opened. Just a woman sat in with a little girl. Seeing the visitor, Wang Hao also froze, not expecting to see the sister-in-law he had thought of before. Wang Hao called out, "Sister-in-law, Wang Hao, I didn't expect you to come back." "Sister-in-law, my cousin is getting married. how could I not come back? Also, that's your girlfriend next to you, isn't it? Yeah, this is my girlfriend Wuya. Wife, this is my sister-in-law Li Yunru. When Wuya heard Wang Hao's introduction, she also turned her head to greet Li Yunru. Hello sister-in-law. Hello, Wuya. You're so pretty. Sister-in-law is pretty too. The two men exchanged a few pleasantries, and then there was no talking. After that, Wang Hao waited for a while. While he was at it, Wang Hao also opened his sister-in-law Li Yunru's data to check it out. System, open Li Yunru's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Li Yunru. Age, 30. Face value, 85. Favorability, 40. Common friend. Height, 168. Weight, 51 kilograms. Occupation, none. Wang Hao looked at the data generated by the system, and the last occupation showed none. I think sister-in-law Li Yunru should be a housewife, but sister-in-law Li Yunru's face is quite high. Surprisingly, 85. In fact, before Wuya came, sister-in-law Li Yunru was the object of discussion in the village. There was no way. Sometimes it was just like that. Good-looking had to be discussed. Moreover, Wang Hao had just glanced at his sister-in-law Li Yunru. She was different from Wuya, who had that lightly ripened young womanly feeling, while her sister-in-law Li Yunru was the kind of apple that was fully ripe and waiting to be picked. A full-on man-wife feel. Each of the two have their own characteristics. After looking at his sister-in-law Li Yunru's data, Wang Hao stopped looking at it. It was useless to look. After all, his sister-in-law Li Yunru and him wouldn't have any too intimate interactions. At best, it's just a conversation. After waiting for a while and no one coming up, Wang Hao drove the car and followed the car in front. Wang Hao's father drove off in his car. Along the way, sister-in-law Li Yunru's daughter kept talking about buying colored pencils. Sister-in-law Li Yunru had no choice but to ask Wang Hao to stop by the bazaar in a while she took her daughter to buy color pencils. Wang Hao naturally agreed. When driving to the bazaar, Wang Hao broke away from the group and parked his car at the roadside of the bazaar. Then he let his sister-in-law Li Yunru and her daughter out of the car. Chapter 71, This accident is unexpected. After a while, Li Yunru came back with her daughter. The tiny little munchkin is holding a coloring pencil in his hand and smiling in a very cute way. Wang Hao couldn't help but want to kiss her twice. Suddenly, Wang Hao felt a bit uncomfortable in his stomach. Even the stomach growled. Wuya and Li Yunru in the car also looked at Wang Hao with puzzled faces. I have a bit of an upset stomach. Upon hearing this, Wuya and Li Yunru cried and laughed. Wuya, then you go. Do you want us to go with you? Wang Hao smiled awkwardly. He hadn't been to the bazaar for half a year, so how could he know where the public toilet was? So he could only look at Li Yunru and ask, sister-in-law, do you know where the public toilet is? Hearing Wang Hao's words, Wuya and Li Yunru realized why he didn't go to the toilet even though his stomach was not feeling well. The feeling was that he couldn't find the location of the toilet. I do, but tell you might not find it, Li Yunru said with some embarrassment. Wife, you help Sister Yunru watch the baby and let Sister Yunru take me to the restroom. Okay, well, hurry up. After that, Li Yunru and Wang Hao got out of the car, and then Li Yunru led Wang Hao through the alleys, turning left and right, and walked for a while before finding the public restroom. Just when he came to the public restroom, Wang Hao secretly felt bad again. He forgot his paper. Wang Hao, I'll go back first. Wait, Li Yunru was just about to leave when Wang Hao called out. Sister Yunru, can you go and buy a pack of paper for me? I forgot to bring paper. At those words, Li Yunru froze, but nodded in agreement. This place Wang Hao couldn't even find, and if he asked Wuya to send it over, he probably wouldn't be able to find it either. In which case her sending it over would be the most appropriate, and Wang Hao couldn't stand it at this point. Straight in. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao looked at his cell phone. He was still wondering how come just Li Yunru hadn't sent the paper over yet, and he wanted to send a message to his sister-in-law and make a phone call before realizing that he didn't even have Li Yunru's contact information. This made Wang Hao somewhat chagrined. Public toilets are kind of squatty, and because of the secluded location, fewer people come here to use the restroom. It's basically from people who live here, but the people who live here have bathrooms in their homes and don't use the public toilets, so there's basically no one around. Thinking of this, Wang Hao shouted outside, Sister Yunru. Hearing Wang Hao's voice, Li Yunru, who had been waiting outside, responded, Wang Hao, how can I give you this paper? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was also in deep thought. Sister Yunru, can you bring it in to me? Hearing this, Li Yunru was also at a loss for words. Although this public toilet is basically no one comes, but the position that Wang Hao is in is also the men's toilet to let her go in. Li Yunru felt a little that. After thinking for a while, Li Yunru said, Wang Hao, wait. Li Yunru originally wanted to see if there were any men around. She wanted to find a man and have him send Wang Hao in. just looked around for a while and didn't see anyone. This made Li Yunru helpless. There was no other way. Li Yunru could only send Wang Hao and herself. Li Yunru gritted her teeth and walked into the men's restroom. Come to the door of the public restroom. Wang Hao, paper. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao stretched out a hand, and Li Yunru put the paper into Wang Hao's hand before quickly running out of the restroom. Li Yunru, who had just run out, was flushed. Originally, she was thinking of going back first, but she was worried that Wang Hao wouldn't be able to find his way back, so she had to wait for him in front of the toilet. Not long after, Wang Hao washed his hands and walked out from the public toilet. He walked over to Li Yunru and said, Sister Yunru, thank you. Harm, what are you talking about? Let's go quickly or we won't be able to catch up with them in a while. Well, let's go. By the way, Sister Yunru, let me add you a green bubble. I don't even have a green bubble for you. Yes. After saying that, Li Yunru gave the QR code to Wang Hao to scan. After receiving the friend request, Li Yunru passed it the first time. Then the two left. But just at this time the unexpected happened. Originally, there was some water at the entrance of the public toilet, and Li Yunru was careless and slipped when she stepped down. It fell quickly toward the back. Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly ran to Li Yunru's face, wanting to reach out and hold her to prevent her from falling down. But just as Wang Hao put his hands on Li Yunru's waist, his feet slipped as well. A direct stagger. Wang Hao hurriedly stabilized his stance, but there was still an accident. Although Wang Hao stabilized, the two didn't fall down. But just as Wang Hao stabilized himself, his mouth and Li Yunru's red lips printed together. The two of them were wide-eyed. At this time, Wang Hao's brain was no longer spinning, only feeling a warmth on his mouth, subconsciously sticking his tongue out. This made Li Yunru even more confused. In no time, Wang Hao and Li Yunru returned to the car. There was nothing out of the ordinary when the two returned. Xiao Hao, Sister Yunru, the caravan has already departed. Let's go too. Aha, Wang Hao responded. Li Yunru, on the other hand, quietly glanced at Wang Hao, then hugged and interacted with my daughter. Wang Hao drove his car and chased towards the convoy. Because the convoy drove slower, it didn't take Wang Hao a while to catch up. At this time, Wang Hao drove at the end and was in no hurry. Wang Hao's mind kept floating with what had just happened. At that time, Wang Hao thought that Li Yunru would directly slap him. Unexpectedly, when Wang Hao looked at Li Yunru's data again, the favorability actually miraculously increased. And Wang Hao also felt the unique fragrance of a mature woman. He was also glad that Li Yunru wasn't angry. Otherwise he probably wouldn't have been able to stay in the village. Not to mention anything else, if Li Yunru told about this matter, then he would become a street rat that everyone inside the village would shout at. But with the increase in good feelings and Li Yunru's cooperation at that time, Wang Hao knew that she definitely wouldn't tell the truth about the matter. But when his cousin's wedding was over, he still had to find her to make things clear. Otherwise it's not good. The incident was an accident, but it was basically his responsibility. He was regretting now why he had to stick that tongue out then. Really just can't keep my mouth shut. What Wang Hao didn't know was that Li Yunru, who was interacting with her daughter, was stealing glances at him from time to time. No one noticed. Not long after, the convoy slowly came to a stop. Everyone went to find a parking space, and naturally, Wang Hao also went to find a parking space and parked. Then get ready to head to your cousin's house. Chapter 72. After getting off the bus, Li Yunru took her daughter to find the place where the woman was, as if she was hiding from Wang Hao. Wang Hao didn't dare to make any changes at this time. After all, Wu Ye was still next to him. Wu Ye held Wang Hao's arm and watched the crowd's busy scene. In her heart, she even imagined the scene when she and Wang Hao got married. She smiled involuntarily at the thought. Little Hao, in a moment your cousin is going to pick up his bride. Do you want to follow? Go on. There's nothing to do anyway. Just go and see how they do it. I'll do the same from now on, Wang Hao said with a smile. Hearing his words, Wu Ye gave him a blank look, but the heart is still happy. Wang Hao, you take the fireworks and set them off. Wang Hao's uncle suddenly called out to Wang Hao. Yes. After responding, Wang Hao took the fireworks, found an open place, and lit the fuse. A loud explosion of fireworks ensued. The firecrackers were also lit by the cousins and their men. After the fireworks went off, the entire village lined up, gifts in hand, and headed in the direction of their cousin's house. The location of my cousin's house is on a hill that is somewhat steep. One can feel tired walking up there, not to mention carrying stuff. Xiao Hao, it's lucky you didn't let me wear high heels today, or I definitely wouldn't be able to walk up here. That's for sure. It's so steep you'd be surprised if you could walk up here in heels. Hey, Hao, if I can't get up there, will you carry me? You are not nonsense. Cannot come up, I do not carry you. Ghost carry you ah. At those words, Wu Ye looked at him with a smile on her face. Ever since she had been with Wang Hao, she felt like she laughed a lot more. And it's been a great day. The crowd climbed a steep slope for a while and finally arrived at Xiaoyu's doorstep. When they came up, they were greeted by someone who came to take the gifts in their hands. Wang Hao was also seeing his cousin Xiaoyu and his parents. Cousin Xiaoyu does look a little dapper in his outfit today. Seeing her mother's family come, her great-aunt's face was still very faceted, especially after seeing Wang Hao and Wu Ya. The smiles on the faces of her great-aunt and her great-aunt's husband and cousin Xiaoyu became even more intense. Cousin, Wu Ya, you're here. Well, cousin, congratulations. Hey, thanks. By the way, cousin, can you go drive your car in a little while? Because your car is more expensive and I don't feel comfortable letting anyone else drive it. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao didn't agree at first, but looked at Wu Ya. Wu Ya nodded. Okay, no problem. When do we leave? We're leaving right now. We need to be in front of your cousin's wife's house by 11:30. Okay. Then I'll take my wife to my mom's and come over. Yes. After saying that, Wang Hao brought Wu Ya to his mother. What he didn't expect was that his sister-in-law Li Yunru was also here. In which case Wang Hao had nothing to worry about. Mainly Wang Hao was worried that Wu Ya wouldn't be able to understand the dialect. And he wasn't worried if his mother and sister-in-law were there. Honey, wait for me here. I'll be back in a while. Well, you go ahead and don't worry about me. Yes. After arranging Wu Ya, Wang Hao went to find his cousin. Actually, Wang Hao wanted to take Wu Ya with him, but he had to drive the first car. And the first car had to sit on the bride and groom. That's why Wu Ya can't sit down. The bride and groom are to sit in the back seat with the bridesmaids on the passenger side. In that case, Wu Ya can't sit down. Wang Hao called his cousin Xiaoyu and asked for his location, then went straight to him. When he came here to the convoy, Wang Hao saw that the people in the convoy were ready. And when he saw Wang Hao coming, Xiaoyu just waved his hand at him. Cousin, let's get going. Okay. After saying that, Wang Hao got into the driver's seat of his big G. In fact, many people want to try the feeling of the big G, but Xiaoyu did not let them drive. After all, the car is a bit expensive, or the owner of the car is better. After Wang Hao arrived, the convoy set off, but Wang Hao was not the first car. There's a camera car in front of it. Camera car in front of the slowly open. Wang Hao opened the double flash, and then followed on the camera car slowly drive away. The same goes for the car behind us. Cousin Xiaoyu was sitting in the passenger seat. When are you going to get married, cousin? Ha, cousin, why are you asking me this on your big day today? I'd rather ask you if you're nervous. It's true that I'm a little bit nervous. After all, it's my first time getting married too. Ha. By the way, cousin, when our wedding is over, we'd like to invite you and your daughter-in-law to dinner. Do you have time? Sure, just send us a message when you guys are ready. Yes. Wang Hao and his cousin chatted for a while, and then his cousin's cell phone rang, as if he had been asking for something, but Wang Hao didn't ask, and just after hanging up, his cell phone rang again. In short, all sorts of problems come to him. After half an hour of rushing, Wang Hao and the others finally arrived at his cousin's sister-in-law Bai Lu's house. Cousin-in-law Shiro's house is next to another bazaar. It was just 11:30 when Wang Hao and the others arrived here. Cousin went down first, then the people who followed along got out of the car. Cousin went to organize the order, ready to go to meet his cousin's wife. Wang Hao also followed the car. To this cousin's wife's door cannot go up. Still need to wait a little longer. Then a little while later I can't take my cousin's wife home until after lunch and afternoon. However, Wang Hao wasn't very clear about the intermediate links, but he didn't need to be clear. He just needed to follow his cousin. He's only in charge of dinner and the pickups, and he's still the driver, so he doesn't drink either. That's just fine. He doesn't like to drink. Wang Hao took this time to count how many cars there were. I didn't realize my cousin had found 20 cars. With the camera car and his head car there were 22 cars in total, which meant, well, pairs. However, other than his car, all the other cars are very ordinary family cars. Now Wang Hao finally realized how much he had gotten in terms of salary rebates in Magic City. Wealth is not exposed to the outside world, and Wang Hao kind of understands it. After 10 minutes or so, cousin Xiaoyu was already organized. After organizing it, he let the crowd get on the car, and Wang Hao followed. Although I had reached my cousin's sister-in-law Shiro's doorstep, I had to drive through another small curve before I could see it. After all of them got on the car, the camera car also started slowly, and Wang Hao and the others followed and slowly started to follow. As the camera truck turned the corner, the Shiros were in sight. They also understood that the procession to receive the bride was coming. Chapter 73, The Shock of the Big G. Hey, do you guys know what kind of car Xiaoyu drove in the lead car this time? I thought it was a Mercedes E300. Yeah, the Mercedes E300 is 500,000 to 600,000 dollars. What? You guys don't even know. I heard that the guy who started the car suddenly couldn't come, and the head car has been replaced. Really? Oh, I'm sure that's true. Then what car would he replace the head car with? Speaking of the head car, The crowd all looked in the direction of the camera car. They understood that usually the head car would follow the camera car. They were curious now, since the E300, which is the lead car, couldn't make it. So what kind of car will Xiaoyu actually look for as a headliner? If a car worth less than an E300 was found to be the lead car, then not only Xiaoyu, but even Bailu's family might become the subject of discussion. You can find one more expensive than an E300, but you can't find one cheaper than an E300. Just as the people in Shiro's village looked unexpectedly, an off-road type vehicle caught their eye. That car's sleek lines and black bodywork are a sight to behold. The Mercedes-Benz logo on the front also highlights its prestige. At this moment, the people in the village of Bailu who recognized this car exclaimed in shock, "Holy, this is the Big G. Big G, what kind of car is this? That's why I've never heard of it." Some people who farm in the countryside also don't know anything about the Big G. They only know about Mercedes, BMW and Audi. The Big G is also a Mercedes, and this car is even more expensive than the E300, which is only $500, $000 to $600, $000. But this Big G is $5 million to $6 million. At those words, the faces of the people in Bailu's village were filled with shock. For them, a car of $500, $000 or $600, $000 is already a very rare sight, let alone a car of $5 or $6 million. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to pick up the bride's first car to find a $5 or $6 million car. Shiro has really found a good family. Yes, I didn't realize that Xiaoyu's family had found such a nice car to be the first car, so Bailu will be able to enjoy it now. I'll ask Xiaoyu if she has any brothers or sisters, and I'll introduce my daughter to them. I've heard that Xiaoyu's family has a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. True or false? It's true that Xiaoyu's younger brother is called Xiajin, who graduated from college a year ago. I can't. I'll ask Bailu's family after a while to see if they can introduce Xiajin and my daughter to get to know each other. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the caravan had slowly arrived in front of Shiro's house. Wang Hao parked the car under his cousin's instruction, and the cars behind him stopped one after another, and after all of them got off, Wang Hao saw his cousin checking to see if he had missed anything, then wait for the people on the convoy to get off. Wang Hao looked at his cousin's sister-in-law Bailu's side of the family again. Between them they were blocking the way with bamboo, and there were a lot of children blocking them. Behind the kids are cousin-in-law Shiro's family. They all seemed to be standing by, waiting for this cousin Xiaoyu to arrive. Wang Hao saw the scene and found it hilarious. "Cousin, why don't you get me a hand bouquet? I'll need it after I crash through the door later." "Okay." Wang Hao took the hand bouquet from his cousin's hand, then followed him towards his cousin's wife Bailu's house. And cousin-in-law Bailu's side of the family had all sorts of tests ready to go early. That first hurdle is small children. Wang Hao saw his cousin come to the front of the first level and directly took out the red envelopes and handed them out to the children who blocked the way. After that it was a series of marriages. Wang Hao followed his cousin all the way, looking at his cousins passing the 5 hurdles and defeating the 6 generals, and instantly thought about whether or not he'd have this time afterward. Followed his cousin Xiaoyu until he got to the part about blocking the door. Wang Hao watched as his cousin brought a group of bridesmaids' houses to the door, and then talked to the bridesmaids inside, and he listened with great interest. The bridesmaid inside the room asked her cousin Xiaoyu to take the red envelope before she could open the door. They opened a crack in the door and allowed their cousin Xiaoyu to slip the red envelopes through the crack. However, right after the red envelope was given to them, the bridesmaids were quick to shut the door. Wang Hao also laughed as he stood back and watched. Later, the bridesmaids tried to do the same trick again, but cousin Xiaoyu was discussing with the groomsmen, so he took advantage of the moment the bridesmaids opened the door and broke it in. They were sure that the bridesmaids, with their strength, would not be able to match them. However, cousin Xiaoyu and the others were underestimating the fighting strength of the bridesmaids. The moment the doorway opened, the best men rushed straight for the door. I didn't realize that they were the ones who didn't rush in for a while, and the door didn't even open much. Once the bridesmaids responded, they quickly confronted the groomsmen. 2 gangs, one pushing on the door, one blocking it. The scene was spectacular. Wang Hao held the flower in his hand and didn't get to bang on the door. Otherwise he would have tried it ironically. After a period of stalemate, the groomsmen still couldn't push the door open. This made Wang Hao have to sigh. This group of bridesmaids was really powerful. But just when Wang Hao had just had this thought, the door was pushed open with a mischievous click. Instantly, the groomsmen flooded inside the room. Wang Hao also followed them inside the room with flowers. And at this time the room was already packed with people. The bridesmaids surrounded the bride, only to see a woman who resembled her cousin's sister-in-law, Bailu, by 7 points walk out, blocking in front of her cousin, Xiaoyu, constantly asking questions. Wang Hao also probably heard it. The one in front of me should be cousin-in-law Bailu's sister. Wang Hao looked through the bridesmaids towards his cousin's sister-in-law sitting on the bed and was also stunned. even though his cousin's face value was only over 80, but it's still very pretty with makeup, especially since she was dressed all in red. Very classy. It was just such a glance. I didn't expect that my cousin's wife Bai Lu was also looking through the bridesmaids, and the two of them just stared at each other. Then Wang Hao gave the other a smile and withdrew his gaze. The rest of the process was smoother. Wang Hao handed the flowers in his hand to his cousin Xiaoyu, and then stood aside and watched quietly. After it was over, Wang Hao and the others were arranged to have lunch. The rice at the rural banquet is comparable to a chef's stir-fry, and it's a real treat. Wang Hao enjoyed eating it, because Wang Hao couldn't drink. After dinner, Wang Hao didn't stay at his cousin's wife Bai Lu's house. There were just too many people and he wasn't feeling very comfortable. Might as well go sit in the car and play with my phone for a while. But before he left, he felt that he still needed to tell his cousin. So he looked around for him and couldn't find him. So he had no choice but to take out his cell phone and send a message to his cousin. However, he was worried that his cousin was too busy to check his cell phone. So he planned to go and talk to his cousin's wife, Bai Lu. Chapter 74, Cousin's Wife Bai Lu's sister Bai Yingying. Wang Hao came to the room he had just been in. The bridesmaids were in the room at this time. He looked at the bridesmaids, who were wearing makeup and white bridesmaid dresses that the bridesmaids wore, but their faces were there. After looking through the system, these bridesmaids generally had a face value of around 70. Only the cousin's sister has a higher face value. When Wang Hao came in, the bridesmaids were saying something to the bride Bai Lu, but they didn't continue after Wang Hao arrived. Seeing Wang Hao come, Bai Lu also asked with some confusion, "Cousin, what's the matter?" "Cousin's wife, I just came to see you and tell you that I'm going to the car to rest. If you need anything to find me, just ask someone to go to the car and call me. I've already sent a message to my cousin just now, but I'm afraid he's too busy to check his cell phone, so I came to tell you." At those words, Shiro nodded. "Okay, go get some rest. We'll call you if anything happens." "Well, then cousin-in-law, I'll be off." After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and left. Only after Wang Hao left did a group of bridesmaids ask, "Bai Lu, is this your man's cousin?" "Aha, not a very handsome guy, but he looks pretty clean, but not my type either. I still like my boyfriend better." Listening to her friend's words, Bai Lu also shook her head. If they knew that Wang Hao was rich, they didn't know to say that Wang Hao was their favorite type, but Bai Lu wouldn't tell this matter. After all, if she did, it wouldn't be good if Wu Ya got angry at that time, and Wang Hao wouldn't necessarily like them. Wu Ya was so pretty. Suddenly, Bai Lu thought of the scene of Wang Hao looking at her through the bridesmaids just now. She shook her head violently before looking at her sister. Bai Yingying, if Wang Hao didn't have Wu Ya, then his own sister and Wang Hao should be quite compatible. Pity. Suddenly, one of the bridesmaids suddenly said, "Bai Lu, I heard that the head car of the fleet has been replaced with a multi-million-dollar Big G. Has Xiaoyu told you about this, or is this his surprise for you?" Upon hearing this, Shiro could only explain it to them. "This is something Xiaoyu told me about, because last time that person had something temporary and the head car couldn't come, so the head car was changed after we discussed it." "Geez, Shiro, you guys are being too generous. That's $1,000 for a day's rent." Shiro just smiled and didn't say anything. Bai Yingying was also unaware of this matter. Bai Lu hadn't told her about it. Good times always fly by. In a flash, it was time to get to the point of leaving. Wang Hao also came to his cousin's sister-in-law's room at his cousin's suggestion, and looked at his cousin who was putting on his sister-in-law's high heels. A smile appeared on Wang Hao's face, only to see cousin Xiaoyu after putting on his cousin's wife's high heels. He turned around and carried his cousin's wife Bai Lu on his back, then head in the direction of the head car. Wang Hao and the others followed, all the way until we reached home. My cousin's wife could not get down and walk on her own, but only after she had crossed the fire pit at the entrance door. The parking place is not very far from my cousin's sister-in-law Bai Lu's house. You can see the car after you memorize it. When they arrived in front of the car, Wang Hao hurriedly helped his cousin open the door of the car, let him carry his cousin's wife to the car. Wang Hao then sat in the driver's seat as well. After he sat up, his cousin's sister-in-law's sister, Bai Yingying, sat on the passenger side, and the cousin went back to arranging things after he carried his cousin's wife up. Cousin Bai Lu, on the other hand, introduced Wang Hao and Bai Yingying to each other. "Cousin, this is my sister Bai Yingying, still in her junior year." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao introduced himself to Bai Yingying. "Hello, my name is Wang Hao." "Hello, my name is Bai Yingying." After that, cousin's wife Bai Lu had been acting as a go-between for the two of them, providing them with topics to talk about. And it wasn't until cousin Xiaoyu had arranged to sit up that the few people didn't continue to talk. "Cousin, it's okay if you set off with this camera car." "Yes." After saying that, Wang Hao kept observing the camera car in front of him, and when the camera car slowly started, he followed suit. It wasn't very fast though. In this way, it had been traveling for some distance, and when it came to cousin sister-in-law Bai Lu's kiosk, Bai Lu even pointed to her own kiosk and said, "Cousin, this is my family's kiosk, but it's closed today." "Cousin-in-law, I know. I used to come to your house to shop when I went to my grandmother's house with my mom and the others before. I just didn't know you then." "Really? Then next time you come over, I'll have Ying give you a discount." "Ha ha, that's fine. It's a deal." Right after passing his cousin's sister-in-law Bai Lu's kiosk, the camera car sped up, and Wang Hao followed with a kick of the gas. He's a bit of a steady driver though. There were no huge bumps. Wang Hao was the only 4 people in this car, along with his cousin and sister-in-law, as well as his cousin and sister-in-law's sister, Bai Ying. Along the way, cousin Xiaoyu and cousin Bai Lu were chatting about some details of the wedding. Wang Hao and Bai Ying, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, were also listening very attentively. After a period of driving, Wang Hao led them finally back to the village where his cousin Xiaoyu was. After the camera truck stopped, so did the cousin and the others. When the car stopped, only to see cousin Xiaoyu village pulling a wheelbarrow over, holding eggs and a set of ladies' underwear, Wang Hao knew what to do at a glance. This was clearly an attempt to get cousin Xiaoyu to pull cousin sister-in-law Bai Lu back in a wheelbarrow. Cousin Xiaoyu also shook his head when he saw this scene. "Hey, still haven't dodged it." With that he opened the car door and stepped out. Seeing this, her cousin's wife Bai Lu and her sister Bai Ying also smiled slightly. "When are you leaving, cousin?" "Probably left when you and your cousin got married." "Why cousin-in-law? It's fine, just wanted to treat you and Wuya to a meal. And thank you for lending us your car as a lead vehicle." The speaker has no intention of listening. Bai Ying also looked at Wang Hao in shock after hearing her sister say this. She didn't expect this car to be Wang Hao's. This is too much of that. And she had just heard her own sister say that he was still in his senior year. You can afford such an expensive car while you're still in school. This, cousin's wife, when we were going to your house earlier, cousin also told me, when you guys are done with your work, let's get together inside the county. Sure, I'll bring you the phone when I get to the county with your cousin. Yes. As soon as Bai Lu's words were finished, the car door was opened, and his cousin carried his cousin's wife out of the car and put her inside the stroller. He was even forced to take off his shoes and pull the wheelbarrow along in his bare feet. Chapter 75, The Shock of Gold Bars. However, just under such circumstances, cousin Xiaoyu still pulled his cousin's wife Bai Lu to the uphill place, because the slope is too steep for a wheelbarrow to go up. Had to get my cousin on my back. Cousin didn't dilly-dally and just carried his cousin's wife up the steep slope, but just halfway there, my cousin was already out of breath. Wang Hao and his cousin's sister Bai Lu's sister Bai Ying followed behind, also a little worried, and the two were ready to pick up the pieces at any time. But what surprised Wang Hao was that his cousin had gritted his teeth and carried his cousin's wife to the house. After my cousin's wife crossed the fire pit, that is, she was able to come down and walk, but instead of letting his cousin's wife come down and go away, his cousin carried her to the bridal chamber. After doing this, Xiaoyu went to take a shower. It didn't help that they had just pelted him with eggs on the way over and he was now covered in goo. After returning, Wang Hao didn't bother with anything else, but instead went straight back to Wuya. What Wang Hao didn't expect was that when he came behind Wuya, she suddenly turned her head to look at him as if she knew in advance. "Ha, honey, how did you know I was back?" "Why don't I know? You were watching me when you came back just now. I guessed you'd come to me first thing. My wife is so smart." At those words, the corners of Wuya's mouth continued to rise. On the other hand, his sister-in-law Li Yunru was holding her daughter and had been observing his cousin-in-law Bai Lu, who was wearing a wedding dress. However, her gaze was quietly observing Wang Hao. "Sister-in-law, thank you. Thank me for what? It's fine, it's fine. When we're free, we'll treat you to dinner then." "Sister-in-law, sure, just in case you two are too busy to do it." No way. Time flew by and soon it was time for dinner, after which everyone was heading back. Wang Hao and Wuya had one more thing left to do now, but they didn't want so many people to know about it, so they thought they'd wait until a little later when they were about to go back after dinner. During the meal, Wang Hao sat at a table with his father, while Wuya sat at a table with Wang Hao's mother. What the two of them wanted was to go to their cousin's wife Bai Lu and cousin Xiaoyu together after eating. Wang Hao and Wuya both ate quickly, and after they finished eating, they were thinking of going to find their cousin's sister-in-law Bai Lu and cousin Xiaoyu, but their cousin and sister-in-law were making toasts table by table. Wang Hao and Wuya could only wait for them to finish their work before going over to them. That's over half an hour of waiting. Luckily, the drinkers have been drinking longer and are still going strong. They are not in a hurry either. "Son, are you going back?" Just then, Wang Hao's mother came to the side of the two and asked, "Mom, you guys are going back?" "Well, your father and the others are going back, and so am I. We have to wait for our cousin here for a while, and we have to give him a separate gift in a little while, so why don't you and Dad go home first, and we'll go back later, okay? You guys don't be too late." Yes. After finishing with Wang Hao, Wang Hao's mother took Wu Ya's hand and wanted her to follow her back. But Wu Ya wanted to wait for Wang Hao to go back together. So Wang Hao's mother didn't say anything. Most people left after that. And there were still drinkers still sitting and drinking. But what Wang Hao didn't expect was that when his cousin and sister-in-law were done with their work, cousin Xiaoyu was drunk. This was something Wang Hao hadn't expected. Wang Hao looked at the time. It was already past 9 in the evening. He and Wu Ya had to get ready to go back too. With no other choice, Wang Hao could only go and call his great-aunt and great-aunt's husband to the wedding room of his cousin's sister-in-law Bai Lu and his cousin Xiaoyu. Then Wang Hao took the previously prepared gold bars out of his hand. Wang Hao got it and handed it to his cousin's sister-in-law Bai Lu and said, "Cousin's wife, this is a wedding gift from Wu Ya and I to you and your cousin. Wishing you 100 years of good luck and an early birth." When Wang Hao took out the gold bars, his great-aunt's husband and cousin's wife Bai Lu were dumbfounded. The room was silent at this point. They naturally knew the value of this gold bar. Such a large gold bar, at least £1. That means that this piece of gold is at the very least $100,000 or $200,000. Seeing this, her cousin's sister-in-law Wu Ya hastily refused. "Cousin, this won't do. This is too expensive. We can't accept it. We've received your thoughts. Take it back." The great-aunt and great-aunt's husband on the side also hurriedly said, "Little Hausie, this is too expensive for you. Hurry up and take it back." "Auntie, I lived with my cousin for more than a year when I was in elementary school, and I gave my cousin a lot of trouble during that year. This is a little token of my appreciation. So take it." After saying that, Wang Hao stuffed the gold bar into his cousin's wife's hand. Before they could say anything else, Wang Hao said they were going back. Wang Hao understood that if he continued to be polite, he probably wouldn't be able to go back today, and they probably wouldn't want it either. It won't be good when the time comes. But no sooner had he said he was going to go back than he was pulled back into a seat by his great-aunt and uncle and the rest of them. Wang Hao had no choice but to let his great-aunt and great-aunt's husband go about their business, and then wait for a while to quietly go back. After the great-aunt and great-aunt's husband left, Wang Hao and Wu Ya said to their cousin's wife Bai Lu, "Cousin's wife, you have to keep this. There are a bit too many people today." Shiro nodded. When she finished, she tightened the small gold bar in her hand. Honestly, she never expected to receive a small gold bar. It really shocked her too much. This small gold brick alone was more than what she and Xiaoyu had spent on their wedding. Wang Hao and Wu Ya waited for their great-aunt and great-aunt's husband to go and greet the people, then spoke to their cousin's wife, Bai Lu, before preparing to leave. "Cousin-in-law, we're going back, so we'll sit together when you're done." Hearing this, Bai Lu opened her mouth to retain. "Cousin, Wu Ya, why don't you guys rest here today?" "No, cousin sister-in-law, we still have to hurry back and pack up. We're going to the county tomorrow. When you guys are done, we'll get together in the county." "Going to the county so soon? Not staying home for a few more days?" "Not staying, there are things to do over there." Hearing this, Bai Lu didn't say anything else, but sent Wang Hao and Wu Ya to the car. Afterward, Wang Hao drove away from his cousin's house under Bai Lu's gaze, and as Bai Lu watched Wang Hao and Wu Ya leave, her heart was actually a little reluctant. But when they were gone, she turned back to the house as well. On the other side, in the Big G, "Little Hao, are we going back to the county tomorrow?" "Well, tomorrow we're going to take Mom and Dad to check out the supermarket, and after we get things taken care of, we're going back to the Magic City." Hearing Wang Hao's words, Wu Ya's face actually showed some reluctance. Chapter 76, Goodyear Supermarket. Shocked parents. How warm the morning sun is. The rays of morning light that shone on the body were like holding the hand of a loved one, and it was unbelievably blissful. Wang Hao felt some tickling on his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw Wu Ya tickling him constantly with her long, silky hair. "Sister Wu Ya, why are you up so early?" "Still early? It's already 9:30 now, and it's time for us to take Uncle and Auntie to the county seat to see how good they are before coming to the supermarket." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately got up. Indeed, he had to hurry up and finish this side of things. There were still quite a few things waiting for him on the Magic City side. Zaolian's favorability was still a bit low. The salary rebate multiplier didn't come up, and the amount of money gained wasn't enough, so he had to raise Zaolian's favorability towards him a bit. There are also white bulls. Only then will he be able to get more cash back on his salary. Probably not this month though. "Sister Wu Ya, I'm going to talk to my parents. Do you want to come with me?" Wu Ya nodded. "Aha!" Wang Hao then led Wu Ya downstairs. Just after coming down, Wang Hao saw his mother preparing to make wine, while his father had already gone to chop wood. "Mom, are you making wine again?" "Well, I made you guys a bowl of noodles and put it on the table. Hurry up and go eat it or it won't taste good if it gets lumpy later." "Okay, by the way Mom, don't you guys get busy this afternoon? I'll take you on a trip to Wyoming County." "What's the point of going to the county seat? We have to go to your cousin's house later." "It's okay, let's go to my cousin's house first, then we'll go to the county seat." "Okay." After finishing with their mother, Wang Hao and Wu Ya finished the noodles that her mother had cooked for them, then went and found my father again to tell him about it. However, as soon as they finished speaking, my sister-in-law and uncle all came over. Wang Hao and Wang Hao's father were also puzzled. I don't know what happened. Missy, big brother, why did you guys come over? Upon hearing this, the sister-in-law instantly said, Fourth brother, where is the car that little Hausie bought? My sister-in-law's tone was a little agitated, and I don't know what for. Hearing his sister-in-law's words, Wang Hao's father turned his head to look at Wang Hao. Dad, what are you looking at me for? Didn't your sister-in-law ask you about your car? In fact, Wang Hao knew that it must be because they saw him yesterday when he took his Big G as the head car. Wang Hao understood that this matter definitely could not be avoided. Instead of that, just take them to see it. The car is parked at the entrance to the village. Just after the words were said, the sister-in-law and the others let Wang Hao take them to have a look, and there was no way around it. Envy filled their faces when they saw Big G, but underneath the envy there was a different look. Cousin Wang Bing couldn't take his eyes off of Big G when he saw him, and he hurriedly turned around and stretched out his hand towards Wang Hao. Looking at Wang Hao and Wu Ya were both confused. Seeing that Wang Hao and Wu Ya didn't say anything, he said, Give me the key and open it for me for 2 days. When these words came out, the crowd looked at cousin Wang Bing in shock. To be honest, Wang Hao really didn't like people like his cousin Wang Bing very much. Sorry cousin, we have business. Anything, just take my car. We'll switch it around. Wu Ya, who held Wang Hao's Wu Ya all Wu Ya, only felt, Wang Hao this cousin's brain as if there is a problem. Wang Hao's words clearly meant that he didn't want to give it to him, and yet he still won't relent. Son, why don't you and your cousin switch cars for a while? Hearing his father's words, Wang Hao hurriedly explained to him, Dad, this car is not mine. I can't afford to take the blame, and do you know how much this car costs? This car is over $4 million. Do you dare let your cousin drive it? Boom! When Wang Hao finished this sentence, the relatives present and his father all had only one thought in their heads. That is, Wang Hao had gotten rich, couldn't afford a car like this otherwise. But Wang Hao just said that the car is not his, so the car can only be. The crowd looked at Wu Ya. Wu Ya was also very cooperative with Wang Hao, and she knew that Wang Hao didn't want others to know. Uncle, this car is mine. However, even so, cousin Wang Bing still wanted to switch driving with Wang Hao, but since the car wasn't Wang Hao's, there was nothing they could do, and they didn't end up driving it differently. After returning home, Wang Hao let his parents pack up, go down to his cousin's place after a trip to go directly to the county. This home as he cannot stay a little. After this incident, he realized that it was not good to be too pretentious, and he still had to drive a normal car when he came back for the new year. As long as you're doing well, there's no need for anyone else to know. Wang Hao's parents also had many questions, but they didn't have the time to ask them now. After a trip to my cousins and sister-in-laws in the morning, after discussing the time for dinner with his cousin and sister-in-law, Wang Hao drove his car and took his parents straight to the county town. There's no way around it. If this goes home again, then the house is probably going to be full again in the evening. Wyoming County. Wang Hao drove back to Nanyuan Flower City with his parents and Wu Ya. When they got off the bus, Wang Hao's parents kept surveying the surroundings. Very dubious. There were so many things they wanted to ask Wang Hao now. Son, what did you bring us here for? Mom, you'll see in a minute. Follow me. With that he led his parents to the house he had bought the other day. The old couple was instantly shocked. Mom and Dad, this is the house we just bought. In the future, you do not go to Zhejiang province. The summer there is so hot. You go there, I do not feel at ease. You will do a small business in Huisian County. Usually go to Yixinyuan side to sit with them and drink tea or something on the line. Wang Hao's parents looked east and west in shock. Very much so. Son, you didn't do anything illegal, did you? Mom, look at what you're saying. I'm a good law-abiding citizen. How could I do anything illegal? Just don't worry. All of this was earned by Wu Ya and I doing business. At those words, the older couple breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards the older two strolled around the house, clearly enjoying the home. Mom and Dad, come with us and we'll show you something else. The old couple was also puzzled when they heard their son's words. Still, they followed behind Wu Ya and Wang Hao. Down the back, Wang Hao then pointed to the Good Again supermarket, which was still under renovation. Mom and Dad, you guys will run that supermarket from now on. What? Wang Hao's father's mouth dropped open. Unbelievably, he looked at the son of his and felt very strange. His mother was also very surprised. Seeing the old couple like this, Wang Hao and Wu Ya looked at each other and smiled as well. Chapter 77, Eating. Time flows like water. It passes out of sight in a blink of an eye. 23. Good Again supermarket has been renovated, and Wang Hao and Wu Ya have been teaching their parents to stock these in the past few days. These days the old couple comes to the Goodwill supermarket every day to see, with a big smile on his face every time. Maybe that's the pride their son brings to them. and Wang Hao was very happy when he looked at the smiles on his parents' faces. In the past, when he wanted something, his parents would always try their best to satisfy him, but now that his parents are getting older, he just wants them to be able to enjoy their happiness, and his parents will have faith in the village only when he is successful. Wang Hao didn't know what filial piety was, but he knew that he had to be good to his parents. That's what being a child is all about. In these days, Wang Hao could also feel that his parents had already seen Wu Ye as their daughter-in-law, and they were very fond of her, cooking a whole lot of delicious food for her every day. Of course, these days, Tian Wang Hao and Wu Ye also explained some things to the old couple, who were also very relieved. There was also the fact that their relatives in the village had been sending them messages, asking when they were going to Zhejiang province, and whether Wang Hao and Wu Ye were still in Hui County. Said he wanted to invite Wang Hao and Wu Ye for a meal, but the old couple are also people who have experienced the storm. How can they not understand the thoughts of these relatives at home? So after talking to Wang Hao and Wu Ye, they told the public that Wang Hao and Wu Ye were a bit busy lately, so they would wait for the new year if they wanted to eat. After a few busy days, the Goodwill supermarket is essentially finished. Today was also the day they had a dinner date with their cousins and sister-in-law, but the appointment was in the evening and there was no rush. Wang Hao and Wu Ye took the old couple out again to buy some clothes and things that the family usually needed to use. It was not until 6 o'clock in the evening that they returned home. Mom and Dad, my cousin and sister-in-law are inviting us to dinner tonight, so we won't be eating at home. Yes, Wang Hao's mother spoke up. Then he and Wu Ye went forward to the appointment. To be honest, Wang Hao had returned to Huisian County for so long that he hadn't had the time to visit his alma mater. Some regrets indeed, but he didn't have time to go. After having dinner with his cousin and sister-in-law today, tomorrow they were going to treat his sister-in-law Li Yunru to another meal, and the day after tomorrow they were going to go back to Magic City. Wang Hao could only give up the idea of visiting his alma mater for the time being. Xiao Hao, why don't we go by car instead of riding the little electric donkey? Hey, I want you to cuddle me. Wu Ye gave him a blank look. After becoming more and more familiar with Wang Hao, Wu Ye no longer blushed without moving like before. She loved the feeling. Though, you're just a poor talker. No way. Sister Wu Ye, in a while I might get poured with alcohol, so remember to take care of me then. Since coming home with Wang Hao until now, Wu Ye hadn't even seen him drink. Cigarettes were not seen to be smoked by Wang Hao either. Honestly, Wu Ye loved it. I'm sure my cousin will be drinking with me in a little while, and you're guessing my cousin's wife will be drinking with you, so you'll have to be ready for that. Okay. In no time, Wang Hao and Wu Ye arrived at the location that their cousin had sent them. Wang Hao called his cousin. Hey, cousin, I'm here. Okay, you guys wait down there. I'll have your cousin's wife pick you up. Yes. Not long after the phone hung up, my cousin's wife came down. My cousin's wife was wearing a pair of jean shorts and a short sleeve top, with a ponytail. There's something sweet about it. Wang Hao thought of how he hadn't seen his cousin's wife's data until now, so he wanted to take a look. System, open by Lu's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, by Lu. Age, 25. Face value, 80. Favorability, 81. Close friend, height, 169. Weight, 45. 2 kilograms. Occupation, nurse. When Wang Hao saw the favorability that was as high as 81, his entire body was blinded. He didn't understand how on earth his cousin's wife had reached this level of goodwill, but that didn't matter, as the two of them would have fewer chances to see each other after today anyway. With fewer chances to meet, it's only natural that goodwill will diminish. Cousin-in-law. Cousin, Wu Ye, you guys are here. Aha, let's go. Just waiting for you guys. Yes. Wang Hao and Wu Ye then followed their cousin's wife to her and her cousin's house. By this time my cousin and sister-in-law had prepared dinner. The table is full of good food. Wang Hao also saw a bottle of wine. He knew immediately that he was going to be drunk tonight for sure, but he didn't want to think about it so much. Cousin, sit down. We're going to eat. Well, cousin and sister-in-law even trouble you to make so many delicious food. Harm, what a thing to say. After that there was a bit of pushing and shoving. It was until both Xiaoyu and Wang Hao had fallen asleep on the table. Seeing this, her cousin's wife Bai Lu said, Wu Ye, you see that Wang Hao has drunk so much, so you guys can rest here today. Shiro, that we'd better go back or it's too intrusive. It's fine. You guys can go back tomorrow just the same. It's not like there's no room for you to sleep in. Alright, don't do this and that. You help Wang Hao to go inside the room. I'll help Xiaoyu to rest, and we'll both have a drink in a while. After thinking for a while, Wu Ye spoke. Alright, but can you rearrange a room for me at night? I haven't shared a room with Wang Hao yet. At those words, Bai Lu's face showed shock. Okay, no problem. After Bai Lu and Wu Ye helped Wang Hao and Xiaoyu back to their rooms to rest, the two of them started drinking as well. This drink directly made the originally sober Shiro drunk, but Wu Ye was okay. Wu Ye's drinking was okay, Her face was a little red, but she was still sober. Bai Lu, don't drink anymore. Let's call it a day. We'll drink again later when we have the chance. No, let's drink some more. Seeing this, Wuya shook his head and insisted on drinking even though he couldn't hold his liquor. Wuya could only help Shiro to the room where he had agreed to let Wuya sleep before drinking. Then simply cleaned up. Just go back to your room and rest. Early the next morning, Wang Hao's few people still felt a bit dizzy when they woke up. They did drink a bit too much yesterday. Not only that, Wang Hao even had a dream. Wang Hao looked at the messy clothes on his body and was somewhat speechless. He could get rid of his clothes even in a dream. It's really kind of outrageous. After getting up and putting on his clothes, Wang Hao walked out of the room. Honey, why are you up so early? Wu Ya, who was cleaning up the mess with Bai Lu, turned her head to look at Wang Hao. How? Have you forgotten that we're still at your cousin's house? At those words, Wang Hao slapped his forehead violently. Yeah, I drank too much yesterday. Speaking of this, Wang Hao turned his head to look at his cousin's wife Bai Lu. Chapter 78, Departure. Return to Magic City. I don't know why. Wang Hao felt as if his cousin's wife Bai Lu had changed today, but he didn't think much of it, and after sitting for a while, he left. Then Wang Hao and Wuya invited his sister-in-law Li Yunru to another meal. After dinner, he separated from his sister-in-law Li Yunru. When he returned home, Wang Hao began to prepare his things. It was time to return to the Magic City. However, just then, he felt as if he had forgotten something very important, but he just couldn't remember what it was. He thought carefully, with a buzz in his head. He remembered, before the summer vacation. He also remembered that the guide Lin Shui told him to come to your province to escape the summer. Lin Shui seems to be good to send him a message to call, but then he forgot about it because he was too busy. It's all going back. It's over. Wang Hao now felt like the sky was about to collapse. I can't wait to be called in by the guidance counselor to talk to you when school starts. Thinking of this, Wang Hao took out his cell phone and clicked on Lin Shui's green bubble. And sure enough, the green bubble had Lin Shui's information on it, and it was still 10 days ago. At that time, he was trying to finish his work before returning Lin Shui's message, but he was busy and forgot to return it. This is great. Hey, thinking about this, he was in no mood to go back to the Magic City. He slammed the phone shut and went back to cleaning up. Now he wasn't going to return Lin Shui's messages. He'd give her a gift when school started at the end of August. Hopefully she wouldn't hold a grudge. No, isn't it only July now? There's still time before school starts. Why don't you reply? Otherwise, we'll definitely suffer if we go back. Thinking of this, Wang Hao took out his cell phone and replied to his guide Lin Shui's message. Wang Hao, Sister Shui. I've been a bit busy for a while. I forgot to reply to you. Have you come to your province yet? He sent a message to Lin Shui, who didn't reply to him. Solely, he continued to clean up. Things at home had basically been taken care of, and his parents' Good Again supermarket had started putting up items today, and originally he had planned to leave tomorrow, but after discussing it with Wu Ya, he decided to wait until his parents' Good Again supermarket had opened. In the 2 days after that, Wang Hao and Wu Ya also often went to the supermarket to help. The supermarket also officially opened on the 27th. On the day the supermarket opened, business was great. The current Good Again supermarket is completely different from the previous casual supermarket, which was poorly decorated, not fresh and expensive. Nowadays, the Good Again supermarket is not only well decorated and fresh, but also inexpensive. Business must be good, and on the opening day of the Goodwill supermarket, my cousins and sister-in-law brought flowers. Wang Hao hadn't told them, and he didn't expect them to know. Cousin-in-law, what brings you here? Wang Hao, who was observing the entrance of the Goodyear supermarket, asked with some confusion. Cousin, my dad told me that your family's supermarket is opening today, so he asked me to come over and take a look. Cousin, just come. What are you doing with flowers? Wasting money. It's not congratulations. Thanks. Xiaoyu gave the flowers to play Wang Hao, and then went into the supermarket to shop inside. Cousin sister-in-law Bai Lu did not go. She was chatting with Wu Ya. Wang Hao had been observing the business of the supermarket and didn't notice Bai Lu's movements at this moment. She would occasionally look at Wang Hao while chatting with Wu Ya, then quickly withdrew his gaze. And I don't know what's going on. She didn't let this action go unnoticed. Though, cousin, when are you going to the Magic City? Shiro asked. Should be leaving tomorrow. Cousin sister-in-law, call or message us when you get to Mordor from now on. We'll take you to play. At those words, Bai Lu's eyes glowed. Excitedly, he said, is it really possible? Of course. When you come with your cousin, we'll take you guys to have a good time in Magic City. Okay, then I'll call you guys when we get to Mordor. Okay, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was time to return to the Magic City. Today was already the 28th. Wang Hao had to hurry back, and Zhao Liying had already sent him a message, saying that he wanted to introduce him to someone. He left on the 28th, arrived in Mordor on the 30th. and had to go to his appointment on the 31st. He's not exactly pressed for time. Wang Hao was also curious as to who Zhao Liying would introduce him to. If he could bind the goddess of paycheck return, then he would only be able to watch with eyes wide open. After all, he's now out of cashback multipliers. I don't know when I'm going to get the bound times again. It's so sad. After saying goodbye to his parents, Wang Hao took Wu Ya on a journey back to Magic City. Wang Hao drove the big G and sped all the way towards Mordor. Xiao Hao, Auntie said she'd let us get the license in the new year. At those words, Wang Hao almost didn't put the brakes on. The New Year's Eve to get the license. This is to cut off his way of earning money. Resolutely not. Hold a banquet can, but the license is resolutely not. Although Wang Hao's heart was nervous, he didn't show anything on the surface. Instead, she calmly said, Sister Wu Ya, do you think so too? Wu Ya softly hummed in a mosquito-like voice. Wang Hao's heart directly thumped. He also did not know how to answer. If the answer is not willing to what? Good sense will certainly crunch off. He still count on the New Year's Eve when the new drama of Zhuo Liying was released. The share of cash back. It's definitely not going to let the favor drop if it does. Since this was the case, Wang Hao could only agree for the time being. Wait for this period of time to first raise Wu Ya's favorability and see if a rise in favorability will lead to a solution. Sister Wu Ya, I'll listen to you. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wu Ya's face, who was already looking forward to it, grew much wider. Ding! Wage cashback goddess Wu Ya's favorability +3. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Hao was instantly stunned, and this time, goodwill was directly added 3 points. He was now very fortunate. If he had just said no, then the favorability would not have fallen below 90. Then the goodwill that was so hard to raise will be gone. The payroll cashback multiplier will also crunch down. How? You're so nice. Seeing Wu Ya so happy, Wang Hao's heart was also happy from the bottom of his heart. After all, that goodwill goes both ways. In that case, then Sister Wu Ya, what should you call me from now on? Hearing Wang Hao's words, Wu Ya's face swished red, whispered, old husband. When Wang Hao, who was driving, heard this, he couldn't wait to directly give Wu Ya a bite, but he was driving and could only give up. After this incident, the two seemed to have grown even closer. Chapter 79 Countdown to July. The morning of the 30th, Wang Hao and Wu Ya finally returned to Magic City, Phoenix Hill neighborhood. Wu Ya, who had returned home, placed the bag in her hand and laid her entire body directly on the sofa. It's so cozy. Ha ha ha. Sister Wu Ya, hurry up and take a shower, and have a good rest tomorrow. Hubby, do you want to wash it together? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was directly confused. Unbelievably, she looked at Wu Ya. Not only did she call her husband, but she also wanted to wash together. How can you pass up such a good thing? Wang Hao couldn't wait to agree immediately. However, the moment he was about to open his mouth, Wu Ya said with a triumphant expression, Cluck, lied to you la, I'm going to take a bath. After saying that, Wu Ya dove headfirst into the bathroom. Wang Hao didn't even react. He knew, though, that Wu Ya's defenses against him were getting lower and lower, and Wu Ya basically wouldn't have said anything like that before they were together. Wang Hao looked in the direction of the bathroom before coming to the sofa and sitting down. Take out your cell phone and open the green bubble. A whole bunch of messages popped up instantly. Zhao Liying, by Bowie, Song Ningxuang, cousin-in-law by Lu, sister-in-law Li Yunru, Li Meng, Du Xiang, Zheng Mumu, Lin Shui. A screen full of messages. Wang Hao first opened Zhao Liying's chat interface. Zhao Liying, Wang Hao, tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Jia Ji Private Dining Room 608. Wang Hao, Roger. Sister Liying, promise to be on time. After the message was sent, Zhao Liying returned the message. Zhao Liying, well, didn't you say you wanted to come to the movie set to take a look? Why haven't you come for a while? Wang Hao, my cousin at home got married, so I went to my home, just came back, wait for 2 days and then go. Shine, okay. Wang Hao, Sister Liying, do you think this new drama will be a box office hit? Liying Zhao, I don't know about that. After chatting with Zhao Liying for a while, Wang Hao clicked on Song Ningxuang and by Boyer's green bubbles to chat with them for a while. Finally, one by one, he replied to the messages of other people and then put down his phone. Not long after the cell phone was put down, Wu Ya walked out of the bathroom wearing a light nightgown, and the hidden feeling made Wang Hao unable to stop. Wu Ya quietly glanced at Wang Hao and couldn't help but smile when she saw his infatuated look. How? What are you looking at? Wang Hao didn't remain indifferent this time. After all, it's already 95 favorability. Doing something should be fine. So he stood up from the sofa and walked over to Wu Ya, cupped her delicate face in his hands, and kissed her against her red lips. Kisses. Suddenly, Wu Ya grabbed Wang Hao's hand. Woohoo! Lip parting. Wu Ya tightly grasped Wang Hao's hand placed somewhere and shook her head. Little Hao, after we meet our parents, Okay. Looking at Wu Ye with teardrops in her eyes, Wang Hao was helpless, but he still lowered his hand. If you eat her at this point, you can definitely eat her, but your favorability will definitely decrease. And he wasn't willing to force Wu Ye. He gently took Wu Ye into his arms. Softly, he said, okay, I promise. Wu Ye also stretched out her small white hands and gently hugged him. The next second, the two kissed again. After a long time, lips split. Sister Wu Ye, I'm going to take a shower. You go rest first. Wu Ye responded with a light nod on Wang Hao's face. Well, go on, my little man. Wang Hao smiled and walked to the bathroom, smelling the odor belonging to Wu Ye. Wang Hao's heart actually had a different feeling. While taking a shower, Wang Hao couldn't help but get excited because today was already the 30th of July. Tomorrow's 12 o'clock will be the time to get another paycheck back from the three goddesses. This time he didn't look at a single one of them. He wanted to surprise himself and see just how much money he could get through paycheck rebates this month. If they were to follow last month's salary, then the money that Zhou Liying earned this month should also be around 2 to 3 million. But Wang Hao felt that it wasn't that simple. After all, Zhaolian and Yang Mi are both stars of the same level, and Yang Mi can earn about $1 billion a year, so Zhaolian shouldn't be less than that. But in the first 2 months, Zhou Liying only made about $6 million combined. This clearly doesn't add up. Wang Hao was looking forward to this rebate, and he was sure that by what happened last month, White Bull would definitely make more this month than last month as well. He's sure to get more money through paycheck rebates this month than he did last month. As long as he could obtain more funds this time, Wang Hao was planning to set up his own company, one that only accepted goddesses. He had asked the system before. He could open a company, but the company's wages couldn't be more than twice the wages of each industry. Otherwise the system would also rule the goddess's wage rebate invalid. Then he'll get nothing. As for why he wanted to set up a company, it was of course to strengthen the bindings. He didn't want to run around the country every month to strengthen the bindings. After the establishment of the company, every month he called the already bound payroll return goddess to have a meeting to strengthen the binding is not completed. And it also allows them to have more income, and it also makes it easier to boost the paycheck rebate multiplier of the paycheck rebate goddess. But before he set up the company, he had to avenge Han Xian's death. It was a breath in his mind, and he wouldn't be comfortable if he didn't get it out of his system. Get out of the shower. Wang Hao came to the living room, only to see that Wu Ye was currently holding her cell phone and sliding it continuously. He was puzzled as to what Wu Ye was doing, so he quietly walked over to her side and looked at her cell phone screen, only to see that inside the screen of the cell phone were the very photos he had taken earlier when he and Wu Ye went to Shangri-La and also when they were in their hometown. Wu Ye looked at the photo with a happy smile on her face. Wang Hao sat beside her and wrapped one hand around her waist. That's when Wu Ye came back to her senses. How? You're all washed up. Aha! The two of them got bored for a while, then went to rest. Wang Hao was also tired after driving for so long. Wu Ye was fine, not that tired, but she was also a little sleepy. Returning to his room, Wang Hao laid down and fell asleep, not even looking at his cell phone. This closure was for a whole night. It was already noon on the 31st when Wang Hao opened his eyes again. He looked at his cell phone and saw that there were quite a few messages, so he picked up his cell phone and checked it, but there wasn't much going on. It was all the good morning greetings they sent, and Wang Hao went to wash up after replying to them. Tonight he is going to go to the appointment, so he has to go to the afternoon to get a haircut, with the best spirit to go to the appointment, so that the favorability will rise well. After washing up, Wang Hao went downstairs to get a haircut. Then it's home. It was not until 7 o'clock in the evening that Wang Hao drove the 918 to prepare for the appointment. Chapter 80, Zhao Liying's Surprise. Kaki Private Dining. Room 608. Zhou Liying was sitting in the booth with a woman who was as pretty as she was. Liying, who the hell is that person you're talking about? You'll see in a minute. You know my new show, right? Yeah. Didn't you say before that the crew still had some shortfalls in funding, and he's the one who invested in it? Oh, I thought. Your new drama doesn't need investment too, so I thought I'd introduce him to you and see if I could get him to invest in you. That's fine. Hey, if we hadn't taken all our money and invested it, we wouldn't have to let anyone else invest it. It's okay. In a few months we'll get back the money we invested out. Also, just then, there was a knock on the door of the private room, and then a man walked in. The visitor was none other than Wang Hao. When he arrived at the private room, his entire body was stunned. He didn't expect that Zhou Liying would give him such a big surprise. This person in front of me is the goddess of many people's hearts. Wang Hao came to Zhou Liying's side. Sister Liying, I'm sorry I'm late. It's not late. We're the ones who are early. By the way, let me introduce you to her. You should know her. At those words, Wang Hao looked at the woman beside Zhaoliang. Heartbeat instantly accelerated. He said excitedly, Aha, I know, Sister Divine. I've been watching Sister Liang and Sister Yifei's movies since I was a kid. Wang Hao never dreamed that Zhe Liang would bring him to know divine sister Lu Yifei. It really surprised him too much, but thinking about it, it was right. Both Lu Yifei and Zhe Liang basically didn't talk to people during the awards unless they were like-minded people with them. And that's the case with Xiao Liang and Lu Yifei. They are now no longer the ones controlled by the rules. They are the ones controlling the rules. No one can make them do what they don't want to do. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Zhao Liang and Lu Yifei smiled. Sit down, Xiao Liang said. After Wang Hao sat down, Zhao Liang let the people serve the food. In no time at all, a table of food was served. Sister Liang, what can we do if we can't finish so many dishes? If you can't finish it, pack it up. Well, I didn't realize that Sister Liang was so thrifty. In fact, according to Liang's family is also from the countryside. The reason why she can have the present achievements, and her efforts are inseparable. But even with her current accomplishments, she still hasn't forgotten the hardships of walking up. A lot of actors come from that. Only you know the pain you suffered before you became famous. Wang Hao also didn't know what Xiao Liang had called him for this time. Surely it wasn't just as simple as simply eating, but he wouldn't ask. Taking advantage of the meal, Wang Hao checked up on Flowing Yifei's data. System, open Liu Yifei's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Liu Yifei. Age, 36. Face value, 98. Favorability, 21. Common friend. Height, 171. Weight, 53 kilograms. Profession, actor, singer. Wang Hao can only say good guy. This face value directly came to 98. Higher than the photo Liang 1 point. But it wasn't for nothing that Lu Yifei could be called a divine sister. She's really pretty. Today she was dressed more casually. A pair of jeans, white loafers, a stunning face, simply a fairy from the sky. No wonder she was called the fairy sister. Just as Wang Hao was observing Lu Yifei's data, Zhe Liang softly said, Wang Hao, this time, I called you here because there is something good I want to tell you. Wang Hao looked at Zhuo Liang unexpectedly. He didn't think that with this 42 favorability rating he would let Xiao Liang hand over good things to him. It's definitely going to be something else, but he wasn't worried. He has nothing now anyway. Sister Liang, what's so good that my brother can get a piece of the action? He asked with a smirk, only to see Xiao Liang look towards Lu Yifei. Do you think you, goddess, can be hot with the movie you're doing? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was even more puzzled. What kind of medicine was being sold in this gourd? He was a little confused, but who wouldn't say nice things? It's sure to catch fire. With the influence of Sister Liang and Sister Divine, no matter what movie is made it's sure to burst into flames. Ha ha ha. Wang Hao's words made the two divine women laugh. You're so sweet-mouthed. This time it's your fairy sisters movie that needs investment, so you're the first one I thought of. Hearing this, Wang Hao could be excited. Wouldn't that be cool, if he invests in Lu Yifei again? Then by the time the box office is a big seller, and then through the system of the goddess salary rebate, that is not exponentially earn even if the box office is not so ideal, he will not lose money. He doesn't bring hesitation at all. Didn't even ask for the title of the movie. Straight up, yes, I vote. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang and Lu Yifei also looked at each other. They also didn't expect Wang Hao to be so quick to agree without even asking for basic information. This, Wang Hao, aren't you afraid of losing money? Sister Liang, you say that, can a movie with you and a movie with a divine sister in it lose money? Well, you'd have to ask for basic information. I don't know how you make so much money. Xiao Liang shook her head. Ding, the goddess of paycheck rebate. Zhe Liang's favoritism +3. Listening to the system's voice, the corners of Wang Hao's mouth couldn't stop rising. Although she said so on her lips, she was still quite happy in her heart. He. Then Lily Ying's sister, fairy sister, you guys tell me about it. Xiao Liang looked at Lu Yifei, who nodded. That, Wang Hao, let me explain to you. This movie I'm in is called Legend of the Holy Virgin. It took Yuffie Flo 10 minutes or so to finish the basic information. It was estimated that she was afraid that Wang Hao wasn't clear about it, so she was telling him all about the basic plot. In fact, no matter what, Wang Hao will invest. After all, he does not just rely on the share to make money. Sister Divine, Sister Liang, I'll vote for this drama. Xiao Liang glanced at Wang Hao with a rather deep meaning. They hadn't even said how much they were going to invest this time, but Wang Hao said he was going to invest, which made them feel that Wang Hao was a bit unreliable. Wang Hao, do you know how much more investment Yifei needs for this drama? $50 million? Wang Hao stated the amount of money he had invested in Zhe Liang last time. Although Zhao Liang was a bit surprised that Wang Hao was so glib, she was only surprised, because Liu Yifei needs more than $50 million for her movie this time. This amount is even quite a bit higher than $50 million, and even the split will be less, so she wasn't sure if Wang Hao would vote. Yifei, you tell him. At those words, Liu Yifei nodded. Chapter 81 Vote. You must vote. Wang Hao, we need $100 million, and the split is 25%. Nice guy. This is twice as much as the investment required for Zeolian's new drama, and the proportion of the share is 5% less than that on Zeolian's side. No wonder Zhao Liying asked him to ask before making a decision. So he was worried about this, but Wang Hao wasn't worried about this. Even if the split could only be 50 million, as long as the money was split to the cards of the paycheck return goddesses, and gave them that money, then the system will rebate him exponentially. What's 500 times 50 million? 25 billion. Imagine investing $1 billion and making back 25 billion. Cootie. Wouldn't vote for that. Vote. Must vote. Still, he had to pretend to ask. He couldn't look as impatient as he had earlier. Sister Liying, Sister Divine, I want to know why yours are so much worse. Seeing Wang Hao get serious, Zhao Liying was also relieved. After all, this is not a small matter, and $100 million is not a small amount. Wang Hao, it's actually very simple. This new drama of mine may continue to be financed later on, and at that time, if you don't increase your capital when it's being financed, then your share of the percentage will be diluted, whereas Yiffy's movie is fixed. After investing $100 million you don't need to invest anymore, and your share is fixed at 25%, so that's how it is. Wang Hao was all a bit dumbfounded. When he signed the contract at that time Wang Hao didn't pay attention to this place. It seems that we should be more careful in the future, or we won't know how to finish losing money. In that case, Sister Liying, Sister Yifei, I'd like to ask, with your current curiosity, it should be very simple to look for investment. Why would you look for me? Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei also laughed. I thought to myself, this kid is finally getting a little smarter. As the saying goes, you can't do harm without defense. If Wang Hao invested in the project without any regard for the benefits, then they had to wonder if Wang Hao had other ideas about Liying. After all, there were many people who pursued Zhou Liying, especially since Zhou Liying is still in a divorced situation. Wang Hao, this matter concerns Yifei and I. I'm sorry I can't tell you now. He could understand that. After all, everyone had their secrets, just like his own was the system. No matter who it was, he wouldn't tell the secret of the system. It's okay, Sister Liying. In that case, I'll vote for Sister Divine's Holy Maiden biography, but I can't sign the contract today. I'll have to sign it tomorrow morning at the earliest. It's not that Wang Hao doesn't want to sign, it's that he doesn't have any money right now. Thinking of money, he opened his data panel. System, open my data panel. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquidity, $106. 431. Fixed assets, 1 City Well Hot Pot in Magic City Bolong Plaza. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds received through payroll rebates, $155. 49 million. Total funds expended, $155. 49 million. System points, 3. The goddesses who have bound the salary rebate, Zeoliang, to be bound in this month. Wuya, bound in this month. Bai Bowie, bound in this month. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 1 day. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. He's got another $100,000. The $100,000 is the profit from the fondue restaurant. Already called him, otherwise he wouldn't have even $10,000. Not to mention $100,000. It's simply pathetic. But there are only a few hours left before the July paycheck rebate. He is also getting more and more excited about how much paycheck rebate he will get this month. No problem, Wang Hao. Then we'll sign tomorrow, Liu Yifei said. In fact, the reason why they didn't go to others to invest, but came to Wang Hao, was that if they went to others to invest, then the investors would definitely bargain and even increase the percentage of their share. And the last time Wang Hao invested in Zhao Liying's new drama there wasn't even a hint of bargaining. It was a straight up yes. This was also the reason why after Lu Yifei found Zhao Liying would find Wang Hao. After that, Wang Hao added the green bubble of the divine sister. Lu Yifei talked about something else. Wang Hao even told him about the dramas he had watched them act in when he was a child. Sister Liying, Sister Yifei, you don't know. When I was little, one of the things I looked forward to the most was to come home from school and watch the movies you were in. And I always thought that if I could get to know you, what a blessing that would be. I never thought I'd get to meet you guys today. Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei listened to Wang Hao's gushing speech. The corners of his mouth were smiling. They also didn't expect Wang Hao to be so humorous and witty. This directly made their favorites go up a bit. Ding, the goddess of paycheck rebate. Zeoliang's favoritism +1. Ding, the goddess of paycheck rebate. Zeoliang's favoritism +2. Shine Liying added another 3 points of goodwill, and the goodwill had come to 48 points. and the salary rebate multiplier had also come to 48 times. It's just great. Of course, Lu Weifei's favorability had also increased quite a bit, but since Wang Hao didn't have the number of bindings to bind a new wage return goddess anymore, the system wouldn't broadcast it. All in all, though, it was a very productive evening. Not only did it add the green bubble of the divine sister, Lu Yifei, but it also gained new investments and added a lot of goodwill to Shou Liying. That means he'll get more money for tonight's paycheck rebate. Wang Hao looked at the time. It was still a bit early, and he wondered if he could still increase Zhao Liying's favorability a bit more. If we could add more, then the funds gained would only increase. He'll be able to start his own company by then. It would also allow him to take a big step towards his goal of becoming the richest man in the world. But it turned out that Wang Hao was still overthinking it. After finishing their meal, Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying were ready to go back. Sister Lillian, did you drive here? What? You want to give us a ride back? Ha, Shou Liying said jokingly. It would be my honor to send Sister Liying and Sister Yifei, but it seems like there's no chance. Ha, Wang Hao, why are you so good at talking, but you really don't have a chance. We all drove here. Next time I won't drive. After saying that, Zhou Liying and Lu Yifei left. Wang Hao also followed behind them and came to the parking lot together. After watching them get into the car, Wang Hao also got into his 918 and drove out of the parking lot with a kick of the gas pedal, heading towards Fengshan district. It was almost time for his paycheck to be returned, and he was going back to share this happy moment with Wu Ya. Chapter 82, July Paycheck Rebate. Excited duo. That roar of the 918 engine spread through the streets. The return rate is straight up awesome. Holy, this is a 918, right? It's so cool. It's so handsome. If I could have one, how would I not have a woman? Hey, don't dream about it. You can't afford this car even if you work all your life. That's it. Why? You can't dream if you can't afford it. Dude, you're daydreaming in the middle of the night. It's hilarious. As for what happened on the road, Wang Hao was oblivious. If he had known, he would have lamented. You have to know that 3 months ago, he was just a well-known dead-licking dog of the Magic City University of Finance. Thinking of this, Wang Hao thought of Li Jiejia again, and wondered if she had been suppressed by public opinion now. Last time she actually tried to spark public opinion with something like a pregnancy. He came straight to the point of doing the same thing he had done. Let Song Ningxuang and the girls send out screenshots of Wang Hao and Li Jiejia's chat, and he also contacted Shou Liying at that time, asking her to help get a little bit of public opinion on those above shake. I didn't realize that Shou Liying's methods were really powerful, and those public opinions were basically unseen after she finished speaking, and he hadn't been able to open the school forums because he was busy back home. When the new round of paycheck rebates was over this evening, he was going to open up the school's forums and take a look around. Not long after, Wang Hao drove the 918 back to Fengshan district. Looking at the scene of the neighborhood, Wang Hao felt that when he had money, he still had to go to a more prosperous neighborhood to buy a house. Wang Hao took the elevator back to his doorstep. As the code was entered, the door to the room was opened. As soon as the door opened, Wang Hao saw Wu Ya tying an apron, wearing super short pants and a short sleeve, a look of a housewife. The beautiful look made Wang Hao a little foolish. Sister Wu Ya, why haven't you eaten yet? Hearing this, Wu Ya softly said, I was worried that you would drink if you went to socialize, so I wanted to wait for you to come back to eat together. Wang Hao looked at the woman in front of him who was 9 years older than himself. Heart feels warm. It's almost 10:30. She had also been waiting for herself. Wang Hao held her in his arms. Sister Wu Ya, thank you. Although Wang Hao was already full, he wouldn't reject Wu Ya's peace of mind. Not to mention that Wu Ya had waited for him for so long. Wang Hao picked up his chopsticks and directly picked up the dish and ate it. Yummy. Yummy. The corners of Wu Ya's mouth kept rising as she watched Wang Hao wolf down his food. Xiao Hao, slow down, don't choke. Drink some water. With that, Wu Ya pushed the water that had been prepared earlier to Wang Hao's face. Wang Hao picked up the water cup and took a sip. Sister Wu Ya, you eat with us too. Saying that, Wang Hao clamped a piece of meat and handed it over to Wu Ya's mouth, who slowly opened her cherry mouth and ate the meat Wang Hao clamped over. The atmosphere was very ambiguous. After eating, Wang Hao and Wu Ya cleared the table a bit together. Then he went and took another shower. By the time he had finished this, the time had come to 11:30. It's only about 40 minutes until July's paycheck returns. By now Wu Ya was already sitting on the sofa watching a movie. Wang Hao didn't hesitate and directly sat down next to Wu Ya, who obediently leaned her head on Wang Hao's shoulder. She enjoyed the cozy moment immensely. As the minutes ticked by, in the blink of an eye it was 12 o'clock sharp on the 1st of August. Wang Hao knew that there were still 10 minutes before July's paycheck return, so he wasn't in a hurry and still accompanied Wu Ya to watch the movie. The movie is a love fest, and Wu Ya cries as she watches it. 10 minutes later, ding, 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 Wang Hao's cell phone rang 3 times in a row. Wu Ya, who was watching the movie, also heard it and looked at Wang Hao curiously. She wanted to know what kind of person even sent messages to Wang Hao in the middle of the night. Wang Hao didn't stop Wu Ya. After all, he knew what the message was, so under Wu Ya's gaze, he gently tapped on the first message. Your savings card with tail number 6503 deposited 11 renminbi, 500,000 at 010 on August 1st, with an available balance of 11,620, 732 yuan. Long set bank. When Wu Ya saw the content on top of the message, she then understood that it must be that Wang Hao's investment had gained profit again. She just couldn't figure out what investment would yield so much profit. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. Xiao Hao, you this. It's just what I earned from last month's investment. How about that? I'm good. Wu Ya's pair of beautiful eyes looked tightly at just Wang Hao. A slight nod. Well, awesome. Wait, when we have free money, we'll go to a better location and buy a big flat or buy a villa. And one day when you don't go to work we'll go and live over there. How about that? Ha? Wouldn't that be too much of a waste of money? Wang Hao tenderly held her in his arms. Softly. No, I'm a good earner. Well, I hear you. Wu Ya leaned into his arms, reaching out her jade hands to hug his waist. Immediately after, Wang Hao clicked on the second message again. Your savings card with tail number 6503 deposited 83 renminbi, 830,000 at 010 on August 1st, with an available balance of 95,432, 732 yuan. Long set bank. Wang Hao direct good guy. White Bowl made a lot of money last month, too. I didn't realize that her paycheck rebate came to 83 million, which works out to be 101 million earned by the White Bowl last month. Can. He just likes women who can make money. When the time comes to reward the White Bowl more reward, so that she will be motivated. Wu Ya's entire body went numb when she saw the second message. She originally thought that the first message was the bomb. I did not expect the bomb is still behind directly called the 83 million, which if she let her go to have to earn how long Xiao Hao. This is 83 million? Wang Hao didn't hold back and pinched at her plump buttocks. In the next second, Wu Ya grabbed his hand and glared at him. Wang Hao laughed awkwardly. Hey, yeah, but tomorrow I'm going to sign a new investment contract, so I guess all this money is going to be gone. Ha? You're still going to sign up for new investments? Ha? Well, didn't I tell you last time that I invested in a movie and the movie share was given to you? And tomorrow is also the day to also invest in a new movie and the share will be given to you as well. Ha? Wu Ya desperately shook his head. No, that's your effort. I can't have it. At those words, Wang Hao's person went numb. If you don't want it, what about my paycheck rebate? That's tens of billions. Sister Wu Ya, read the next message before you decide. After saying that, Wang Hao directly clicked on the last message. Chapter 83, White Bull's Enunciation. Your savings card with tail number 6503 deposited 4 renminbi, 896,000 at 010 on August 1st, with an available balance of 4 renminbi, 991, 432, 732 yuan. Long set bank. The moment she saw the message, Wu Ya's entire body was speechless. It's not just Wu Ya. Even Wang Hao was shocked beyond words. 8 billion. What a concept. In other words, in July, Shirley Ying made $120 million. Wang Hao directly wanted to burst his mouth. This is outrageous. In his conjecture, this time, according to Li Ying should be able to give him a cashback of 4 or 500 million. I did not expect to directly dry to 48 billion. Good. Wu Ya looked at Wang Hao incredulously. Little Xiao Hao. This, how much is this? Ha. 8 billion. Sister Wu Ya, you won't refuse what I give you for these. Wife. Hearing Wang Hao's call of wife, Wu Ya instantly couldn't top it. A gentle nod. Seeing that Wu Ya had agreed, Wang Hao was also relieved. As long as Wu Ya agrees, he now has to boost not only the paycheck rebate multiplier, but also the paycheck rebate goddess's paycheck. It's really too hard for him but the good news is that it's all worth the effort. Nothing can stop him from becoming the richest man in the world. After reading the salary rebate information, Wang Hao put his cell phone down. Although he put his cell phone down, Wang Hao and Wu Ya were still shocked by the content on the information to the point that they couldn't return to their senses for a long time. Although Wang Hao was calm on the surface, his heart was not calm, and on the contrary, he was excited. It was also the first time he had seen so much money. He's a billionaire now. Ha. After that, Wang Hao transferred $1 million to Wu Ya. The last time my cousin came home from his wedding he spent a lot of money, even the $1 million on Wu Ya. It's natural to give it to her again. It wasn't that Wang Hao didn't give more. Wu Ya didn't want it if he gave more, so he simply gave Wu Ya 1 million. And when the movie share came to her, She could use it however she wanted. Sister Wuya, let's go rest. You have to go to work tomorrow. Well, I'm a little sleepy too. After coming to the door of their respective rooms and opening them, Wang Hao and Wuya actually synchronized back to turn back again. 4 eyes. Both men laughed. How? Good night, Sister Wuya. After that, they went back to their house. As soon as he returned to the house, Wang Hao jumped straight up. This is just so exciting. So much money. Just as he was having fun, his cell phone rang again once more. Wang Hao didn't even bring hesitation and directly picked up the cell phone. White Bull, brother Hao, I got paid this month. I made $1 million. Hee, am I awesome? Looking at the message sent by Boyer, Wang Hao naturally knew what Boyer wanted to express. For a little gold-digging girl with a bottom line like Boyer, Wang Hao didn't have anything against her. She had earned herself $83 million, so let's give her a little more this time. Give her more to make more money. Wang Hao, Wan Air is great. I'll go to your place tomorrow afternoon. Wait for me at home. As soon as Wang Hao's message was sent out, Bowler replied in seconds. Bowie, okay, brother Hao. Wan Air misses you. Wang Hao, I miss you too, but I've been a bit busy with work lately, so I'll see you tomorrow. White Bulls, yes, brother Hao. Wan Air will give you a surprise tomorrow. Wang Hao, what's the surprise? Can't you tell me now? White Bull, it wouldn't be a surprise if I said it now. How you look forward to it? Oh. Wang Hao, well, you shouldn't work too hard in the future. Just earn less. I have plenty of money. Don't be too tired. As soon as this sentence was sent out, Wang Hao heard the system's voice. Ding, the goddess of paycheck rebate. White Bull's favoritism +2. Ha ha, it really is a good thing. Not only did he get so much money through the paycheck rebate, but he also boosted the goodwill of Shou Lying and Bowler. White Bowler, aha, I know, and so does Hao. Oh, love you, beats heart. Wang Hao, well, take an early rest, and wait for me to find you tomorrow. White Bowler, aha, brother Hao. Good night. Wang Hao, good night. The White Bulls had actually come to give him the good news. Wang Hao put the phone down with a smile on his face, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. Wyoming County. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Bai Lu was lying on the bed. Her heart was very complicated, and she didn't know why, but she always felt as if she was possessed. All day long, I've been soul-crushing. Even when she's at work, she even got yelled at today for a mistake at work. It made her wonder what it was all about. Look at the pillows. Shiro sighed. Today was not only because of a mistake at work, there was also the fact that the director of the hospital actually wanted her to go to dinner with him, whereby Lu did not know what this meant. The hospital she works at is a private one. Today she refused her master's invitation, so tomorrow it was expected that she would be targeted or maybe even outright fired, right? She was eager to talk to Xiaoyu, but what could Xiaoyu do to help her? If Xiaoyu was as rich as Wang Hao, then she wouldn't have to suffer such aggravation. With that thought, Shiro picked up his cell phone and kept swiping on the green bubble, and I don't know what she was thinking. Shiro is not the only woman who also suffers from insomnia, and a woman who lost sleep because of an accident. Seemingly sensing the thoughts of the two women, the sky of Hui County unexpectedly resounded with thunder, and the rain fell drop by drop, just like their tears. Dripping wet pillows. Magic City. Phoenix Hill neighborhood. Wang Hao stretched his back. The sun always shines on him every morning on time, like an alarm clock. After Wang Hao put on his clothes, he picked up his cell phone to check up on yesterday's message, and after seeing the $8 billion message, the smile on Wang Hao's face never stopped. He then put down his phone and went out to wash up. Wuya wasn't home anymore when he came out, so he figured he'd be at work. Wang Hao felt that it wasn't a good idea to let Wuya keep going to work there, or to find her a job with a higher salary and a very easy job, but he didn't have time to think about that today. He had to go to the Fairy Sisters for his appointment first. When the next time there was a binding count, he would be sure to bind the Divine Sister at the first opportunity. Although Wuya had gone to work, there was breakfast on the table that she had prepared, and Wang Hao ate the loving breakfast that Wuya had prepared for him after washing up. As expected of Wuya, breakfast smells good. After eating, Wang Hao went straight downstairs. Today he drove the Big G. Yesterday, he told Wuya to leave the Big G to himself and she would drive the 918. As for why the Big G is on, that's natural for some reason. Chapter 84, Seeing the Divine Sister. Magic City. Tulip Cafe. Wang Hao followed the address that Zhao Liying had sent him to Eugene Cafe Snow. One private room. Sitting here you can directly see the Huangpu River. After coming to the door, Wang Hao sent a message to Zailing and Louis Fei. It didn't take long for the door to the private room to open. The moment he walked in he was awed by the two people in front of him. Shou Liying was wearing a long white dress with light makeup, just like a fairy in a painting. Yuffie Flo was wearing a pair of jeans and a light yellow short sleeve on top. It's almost like a fairy coming down to earth. If they didn't say their age, I guess no one would know that they are 36 years old this year. Another actress who is just as beautiful as them is Yangmi, but Wang Hao didn't have the chance to get to know her yet. I'm sure we'll get a chance later. Sister Liang, Sister Yifei. I'm late again. Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. No, come sit down. What would you like to drink? I don't drink coffee often enough to know what's out there. Why don't you get me a cup of the same as you guys? I'd like to try what fairies drink. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei looked at each other and smiled. It seemed to have gotten used to Wang Hao being like this. Waiter, a latte, no sugar. Yes. Wang Hao came and sat down beside the two. No one said anything, just looking at the Huangpu River in silence. That didn't change until the waiter brought up the coffee. Wang Hao picked up his latte and took a small sip. I almost didn't throw up, but I drank it hard for image's sake. Seeing Wang Hao's amused look, the two bared their teeth and laughed. Wang Hao, you really don't drink coffee often? Zhou Liying asked with a smile. After Wang Hao swallowed the coffee in his mouth, he felt like eating a bitter melon. Sister Liying, why are you drinking such bitter coffee? Ji Liying is looking out the window, said with deep meaning. It's okay, compared to the bitterness you ate, this is much sweeter. At those words, Wang Hao also froze. He didn't expect Zhou Liying to say that, but it's also true, as she says, that this suffering is nothing compared to what she's been through. Lu Yifei also looked at the Huangpu River along with Zhou Liying. Wang Hao didn't know what they were doing, but he also stood aside and looked towards the Huangpu River. After a while, Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei sat back down, and Wang Hao followed suit. After sitting down, Liu Yifei took out the contract. Wang Hao knew that the next thing was business. He didn't hesitate, and signed the contract straight away after taking a look at it. Sister Yifei, Sister Liying, let's go to the bank to transfer money. Okay. After that, the three of them were ready to go to the bank. But before going, Wang Hao looked at them and asked, two fairy sisters, have you driven here yet? Upon hearing this, how could Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei not understand? Zhao Liying said with a smile on her face, naturally, it's open. Wang Hao understood that the goodwill now was not high enough to allow them to ride in his car, but he is not discouraged. After all, the heart cannot eat hot tofu. He also wanted to see when he could get an actress in his car. Originally, I drove the big G here today with the idea of pulling them in, but I didn't realize it was a miscalculation. After that, Wang Hao and the girls went to transfer money and then went their separate ways. This is just a temporary parting of the ways, and we will still meet again after a while. After separating from Lu Yifei Zhao Liying, Wang Hao drove directly towards the White Bull's Green City Huangpu Bay. The Tulip Cafe is quite close to Green City Huangpu Bay, but after another trip to the bank, the distance is quite a bit further. 20 minutes later, Green City Huangpu Bay neighborhood entrance. Wang Hao's car couldn't be driven in because it was inside the neighborhood to enter the system. With no other choice, Wang Hao could only call by Boyer. Toodaloo. The phone rang for a while before White Bull answered it. Hey, Wan Air. I've already arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, but the car can't be driven in, and I can't get in either. Upon hearing this, Bai Boyer said excitedly, Brother Hao, you're here already? Didn't you say you'd come in the afternoon? Come over when you're done. Why don't you give the phone to the guard at the door and I'll talk to him? Yes. Saying that, Wang Hao directly gave his cell phone to the security guard. After speaking to the security guard, White Bull let him in. It can't be helped. This place is like that. You can't really get in without someone in there. Wang Hao directly drove the car in, pulled right into the parking lot. Then he took the elevator directly to the door of White Bull's house. Wang Hao didn't say anything to Bai Boyer. After all, he also knew the password to his home, so he directly entered the password, along with one word at a time. When he pressed the well number, the door was opened. However, just the moment the door to the room opened, Bai Boyer tightly hugged Wang Hao like an octopus, feet wrapped around his waist. Yeah, Brother Hao, Wan Air misses you so much. Wang Hao was afraid that Bai Boyer would fall down, and propped his hands on her arse. I miss you too. Wang Hao just dragged on the White Bull into the house, and when he came in, he also freed his hand to pull the door shut. As soon as the door closed, Wang Hao was sneak attacked. Kisses. Ras. Only after a long time did Bai Boyer get off Wang Hao's body. It was at that moment that White Bull remembered that her live feed hadn't been turned off, so he grabbed the computer and ran to it, turning off the live stream, although the computer was specifically placed in a room. When White Bull came out just now, she didn't close the door, and everyone in the live room heard the sound. There was a heated discussion on the air at this time. What do I hear? Is Wan calling out a man's name? God. No, my goddess. How could you? Who in the world is it? The hatred of taking a wife will be avenged. Come show your face if you can, and see if I'm done with you or not. However, just as a heated discussion was going on in White Bull's live room, White Bull jumped up and ran in from outside the live room. Lightspeed said to the people in the broadcast room, Ironies, Wan is going off the air. See you tomorrow. White Bowler just clicked off the air after saying that. Turning the computer off, he bounced out of the room where the broadcast was taking place again. He came to the living room and hung on to Wang Hao once again. Wan Air, if you keep hanging on to me, I won't be able to take it anymore. Upon hearing this, Bai Boyer said, No, brother Hao, you haven't been here for almost a month, and I miss you so much. Let me hold you for a while longer. Wang Hao reached out to support her, feel the soft touch, wondering if something was going to happen next. Chapter 85, Cousin's Wife's Crisis. Brother Hao, wait for me. After saying that, Bai Boyer got off Wang Hao's body and ran all the way back to her room. Wang Hao also didn't know what kind of drugs White Bull was selling in her gourd, but he wasn't in a hurry. He'd find out in a moment anyway. When Bai Bowler returned to his room, he took out his cell phone and prepared to look at the school's forum, which he was going to look at last night, but the payroll rebate gave him too much of a shock, so much so that he had forgotten about having to read the school forums about it. Wang Hao opened the school's forum. Nice guy, straight up gave him a dry scare. I didn't realize that a month had passed and the story was still so hot. Not to him, though, but to Li Jiajia. Now the winds in the forums had completely changed, and it was all about Li Jiajia. Since it was a vacation, he didn't know how the school was going to handle this, and he wouldn't pity Li Jiajia at all anyway. For a woman like that, he felt like he was blind to be able to look at her in the first place. He browsed the forums and then put his phone down. There's nothing more to see. Wang Hao sat on the sofa. Now he didn't know what to do. It was better to wait for Bai Bowler to come out. That's half an hour of waiting. Along with the opening of the door to the room, White Bull's figure slowly appeared in front of his eyes. The moment he saw Bai Bowl's come out, Wang Hao instantly widened his eyes. Good. I didn't expect White Bull to be so playful. Isn't this tempting him? Wan Air, you're playing with fire. Bai Boyer flirtatiously hooked her hand at Wang Hao. Brother Hao, come on. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao would really not be a man if he could hold back any longer. In the next second, he directly embraced the White Bull in front of him and kissed her against her red lips. White Bull was very nervous inside. It was her first time, and the first time she had been so bold. But thinking of Wang Hao pining for Wang Hao these days, all of this is behind us. Wang Hao was also very excited. He was finally going to end this abominable virgin life, right? Lips split. Just as the two were about to take the next step, Wang Hao's cell phone rang. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Wang Hao was about to curse his mother. This call came at a really good time. TMs. I'd be sorry for his crime of ruining the atmosphere if I didn't scold him twice in a minute. Wan Air. Wait a moment. I'll take a call. White Bull nodded gently. Aha! Wang Hao walked over to the sofa and picked up his cell phone. But when he saw the message on the cell phone call, the whole person was also confused. The person who called him turned out to be his cousin's wife. He didn't know why his cousin's wife had called him. But cousin's wife, this is a timely call from you. Gonna have to eat it soon. I'll call you. If you don't know, you'll think you're under surveillance. Although he was helpless, Wang Hao still picked up the phone. As the call was answered, a sobbing voice came over the line. Oh, Wang Hao, the director of our hospital tried to bully me. No, shouldn't this kind of thing be called to his cousin? How did it come to him? But it was obvious that now was not the time to ask this. Wang Hao was still able to tell the difference, so he quickly asked, Cousin's wife, don't cry. Hurry up and tell me, where are you now? Wang Hao is actually helpless. He is also not in Hui County now. Wang Hao, woo. No matter how Wang Hao asked, only the sound of crying came from the phone. Now Wang Hao was flustered. He quickly comforted, cousin-in-law, don't worry, tell me, I'll make up your mind. Wang Hao, I'm hiding in the bathroom of Renai Hospital. Cousin's wife, don't come out. Hurry up and call your cousin. Ooh, I called him and he didn't answer. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao finally knew why his cousin's sister-in-law had called him. So it was because his cousin didn't answer the phone. But even if he gets on a plane and rushes over there now, that's too late. Moreover, Wang Hao didn't understand. Was cousin not in Huisian County now? Or else why would cousin's wife be bullied? Cousin didn't know. Thinking of this, Wang Hao felt the need to go back. Cousin-in-law, don't worry, I'll rush over right now. Ooh, After saying that, Wang Hao hung up the phone and then made a call to report to the police. Putting things in perspective, the police on the Mordor side said to contact the police in Wyoming County immediately. After reporting to the police, Wang Hao immediately looked at the airfare, and Wang Hao immediately bought the nearest flight. Bai Boyer looked at Wang Hao's anxious appearance. He also realized that something must have happened. Otherwise Wang Hao definitely wouldn't have been in such a hurry. After buying the ticket, Wang Hao called his cousin again, but the phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. It didn't work, and he gave up. Wang Hao turned his head and said somewhat apologetically to Bai Wanner, there's something urgent on my side. Wait for me to come back. Okay. He gently cupped White Bull's delicate and pretty face. A kiss on the side of her face. White Bull gave a gentle After saying that, Wang Hao directly transferred 383 million to Bai Bowler. Wan Air, this is your pocket money for this month. You don't have to save it. You can spend it as much as you want, but don't forget to make money. Oh, I'll call you when I come back. How? Do you want me to give you a ride? Wang Hao was just about to leave when Bai Boyer's gentle voice rang in his ears. Originally, he didn't intend to let Bai Boyer deliver it, but looking at Bai Boyer's expectant eyes, Wang Hao still nodded. Well, then I'll trouble Wan Air. At those words, Bai Bowler, who was originally a bit lost, instantly became happy. Brother Hao, wait for me for a while, I'll go change my clothes. Aha! After saying that, Bai Bowler went back to her room to change her clothes. It didn't take her long to get out, changed into a pair of jeans and a short sleeve. Brother Hao, let's go. Aha! After that, Bai Boyer drove Wang Hao over to the airport in her car. 40 minutes later, Bai Bowler sent Wang Hao to the airport. When she got off the bus, White Bull's eyes were full of reluctance. Wang Hao was so close to having to eat it. It really is. Wanner, you go back first. You can pick me up when I come back. It won't take more than a few days. Aha! Brother Hao, I'll wait for you to come back. Yes. After saying that, Wang Hao walked towards the inside of the airport, and Bai Boyer kept looking at Wang Hao until his figure disappeared, and only then did Bai Boyer drive away with great reluctance. To be honest, White Bull was also smart enough to know what to ask and what not to ask. This is something Wang Hao likes very much, and the White Bulls won't do anything out of the ordinary. As long as Wang Hao could meet her demands, then she would definitely listen to Wang Hao and be his canary. An hour later, Wang Hao finally got on the plane. Chapter 86, returning to Hui County again. After an hour or so of flying, Wang Hao had finally returned to Gue Province from Mordor, but it still took an hour to return to Hui County from Gue Province. More than 3 hours had now passed since his cousin's wife had called him. In other words, by the time he got back to Wyoming County, it had taken him a full 5 hours. I don't know what's going on over at my cousin's wife's side, but I was just on the plane and my phone was in airplane mode the whole time. And no calls. Wang Hao hurriedly called a car, and after doing so, he immediately made a call to his cousin's wife. Cousin-in-law, are you alright? Wang Hao could clearly feel that his cousin's wife's emotions had calmed down by now. Wang Hao, I'm fine. I'm at the police station now. It's okay, I'll be there soon. Wait for me at the police station. Did you get through to your cousin? Still can't get through. Then you wait until I come back for you. Aha! After hanging up, Wang Hao called Wuya again and explained the situation to her. I didn't expect Wuya to come over. Wang Hao hurriedly stopped it. He'd go back after he'd dealt with this. There was no need for Wuya to come over. However, Wuya said that she wanted to come over for whatever reason, saying that it was her cousin's accident. How could she not come over? Wang Hao couldn't argue with her and could only agree. But for Wuya to come over, it would take several hours anyhow, and it would be nighttime and unsafe. So Wang Hao asked her to come back tomorrow, and Wuya agreed. An hour goes by quickly. Wang Hao didn't even return home and came directly to the police station. At this time, Wu Bailu was sitting in the police station, with obvious traces of crying on her face. After seeing Wang Hao, it was as if she had seen a dependence, hugging Wang Hao and crying. Wang Hao gently patted her back and comforted. Alright, it's fine. After his comforting words, Shiro calmed down. After that, the police station asked some questions and let the two go back. That hospital director didn't get away with it. The police couldn't convict him and he was released. There was no way Wang Hao would let this matter pass like this. But the most important thing in the immediate future was to figure out the situation before making the next step. And then there's the question of why the cousin hasn't been answering his phone and what's going on. Looking at his haggard cousin's wife by his side, Wang Hao was unable to ask, "Cousin-in-law, are you hungry?" Bai Lu looked at Wang Hao and gently nodded. "Let's get something to eat first." "No, go home and eat this." "Okay, do you have any food at home?" "Aha." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao took a cab and came directly to his cousin's doorstep. When I got out of the car, I went upstairs with my cousin's wife. He had expected his cousin to be home, but what he hadn't thought of was that he wasn't when he and his cousin's sister-in-law got home. This made Wang Hao even more puzzled. Why was cousin brother not at home when his sister-in-law was in such a big trouble? He didn't even answer the phone. Did something happen? "Cousin-in-law, sit down and rest. I'll cook." After saying that, Wang Hao went straight to the kitchen and cooked. He cooks whatever dishes are in the refrigerator. It didn't take long to fry 2 dishes, but there's no cooking, so he'll have to cook spaghetti. After cooking, Wang Hao called his cousin's wife to eat. What Wang Hao couldn't understand was that his cousin's wife shed tears as she ate, and he really couldn't understand what was going on. After dinner, Wang Hao had wanted to ask his cousin's wife, but Bai Lu said she was sleepy and wanted to rest for a while, so Wang Hao had no choice but to wait for her to wake up and ask again. Wang Hao was also a bit tired after the long rush and also lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. 12 o'clock at night. Wang Hao, who was asleep, heard a shriek from the room. He got up in a hurry, ran to the door of the room, pushed it open and walked in. What happened? Upon entering, Wang Hao saw his cousin's sister-in-law sitting at the head of the bed, clutching the quilt tightly and shivering. By the look of her, she should be having a nightmare. When Wang Hao sat on the edge of the bed, Bai Lu hugged him tightly and cried, "Oh, Wang Hao, I'm so scared. Today I almost. Woo woo." Shiro kept sobbing, until it wetted Wang Hao's shoulders. She didn't even have any intention of stopping. "Cousin-in-law, I'll call my cousin and see if he answers." With that, Wang Hao took out his cell phone and prepared to call his cousin. But the next second, Bai Lu snatched his phone. "No, don't give him a fight." Wang Hao looked at his cousin's sister-in-law with uncertainty. Bai Lu also seemed to feel that she had acted too aggressively, so she returned the cell phone to Wang Hao. "Wang Hao, I had a fight with your cousin. He went out for a walk." "Good guy," he said. Why cousin didn't answer the phone? "So it's a quarrel." "But it's not right. Even if it's a quarrel, then why cousin didn't answer his call? That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it?" He couldn't figure out how to think about it. However, since his cousin's wife had said so, then he couldn't ask too many questions. So he would go and help his cousin's wife settle this matter tomorrow, and return to Magic City in a couple of days. "Alright, then cousin-in-law, you rest early, I'll be right outside." After saying that, Wang Hao was ready to walk towards the living room. In the next second, he felt as if his hand was being pulled, so he turned his head to look at his hand, only to see his cousin's wife stretching out her jade hand and pulling his hand. Wang Hao, don't go. I'm scared." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was also helpless. This lone man and woman in a room. It was easy to spread bad rumors, not to mention that this was still his cousin's wife. Wang Hao felt that he couldn't stay in this. But look at the pleading look on your cousin's wife's face. Wang Hao felt again that he couldn't leave. That's pretty much a bummer. Is he going or not? Wang Hao thought carefully and finally made a decision. "Cousin-in-law, go to sleep. I'll leave when you're asleep." Hearing Wang Hao's words, Bai Lu's face finally revealed a look of relaxation, which showed how much she had been affected by what happened today. "I can't believe that a grown man is scared like that. It seems like you can't let that director off the hook so easily. Wait for tomorrow. He already has a way to deal with the director." "Wang Hao, how are you and Wu Yi doing?" Shiro, who was lying on the bed, seemed to be looking for a bit of conversation and asked. "Well, that's good. Cousin-in-law, why did you fight with your cousin?" "No, nothing." "Wang Hao, I want to ask you, what do you think of Ying?" Listening to Bai Lu's words, Wang Hao was a bit puzzled, not sure what she's trying to say. Ying is fine. She's very pretty." "Cousin-in-law, why are you asking?" Chapter 87, Buying the Clinic. "Nope, it's okay." Looking at his cousin's wife's veiled appearance, Wang Hao didn't know what to say. She would have said it naturally if she wanted to, and she just went through something so big. In this way, the two of them chatted about one thing or another until Shiro couldn't help but fall asleep with sleepiness. After Bai Lu fell asleep, Wang Hao was ready to leave, but just when it was time to pull his hand out, he realized that his hand was being tugged by Shiro to death. It was like Shiro didn't want him to leave. Wang Hao wanted to pull out hard, but he was afraid of waking up his cousin's wife. Eventually he sighed and sat down on the edge of the bed, leaning back and falling asleep. Just what Wang Hao didn't expect was that just as he closed his eyes, Bai Lu slowly opened her eyes and looked at him and smiled before closing her eyes. Early the next morning, Wang Hao woke up. He saw his cousin's wife still clutching his hand, and this time he didn't hesitate, pulling it out with all his might before quickly leaving the room. Just as Wang Hao left the room, Bai Lu slowly opened her eyes. "Cousin-in-law, get up. We're going to the hospital together." At those words, Shiro trembled. She remembered yesterday again. Standing outside the door, Wang Hao felt a bit wrong. By all rights Bai Lu should have known when he came out, but how could she not respond when he called her so loudly? He pushed the door open only to realize that Shiro was at that moment trembling and clutching the covers. Wang Hao rushed forward. "It's okay, cousin-in-law. I'll go to the hospital to avenge you." "Really? Well, go." After saying that, Wang Hao left the room of his own accord, and not a moment later, Bai Lu changed her clothes and walked out. Wang Hao didn't say anything either, and directly led her to the Renai private hospital where she had worked before. This Yanoi hospital is a private hospital and he intends to buy it. Wasn't that director threatening his cousin's wife Bai Lu with expulsion? Then he would like to see what kind of expression that director would have when he knew he was about to be expelled. "Cousin-in-law, take me to the director of this hospital." Although Bai Lu didn't know what Wang Hao was going to do, she knew that Wang Hao wouldn't harm her, so she brought Wang Hao to the director's office of Renai private hospital. But when the two arrived at the office, the director of the hospital wasn't in the office, so I guess he hadn't come yet. Wang Hao wasn't in a hurry, so he sat on the sofa with Bai Lu and waited. After about half an hour, it was also at 9:30 in the morning that the director of the Renai private hospital pushed open the door of his office and came to the office. But when he entered the office, people were dumbfounded. Only 2 people were sitting in his office, and he thought he was in the wrong place and watched the door sign over and over again. After realizing it was correct and then looking at the 2 men sitting in his office with displeasure. "Who are you and why are you in my office?" His tone was bad. Wang Hao wasn't happy to hear it either, but this wasn't the time to put on a face. "You're the director of Mercy Private Hospital? Is it any of your business?" Wang Hao also didn't expect the other party to be like this. "Are you sure you want to talk like that to the man who's going to buy your hospital?" At those words, the director of the Renai Private Hospital was also stunned. For people like him, he basically wouldn't blindly mock others. And the reason why he spoke to the 2 like that just now was purely because he was upset that they had entered his office. For this kind of thing, as a dean, he'd rather believe it than not believe it. "I don't know your last name? My name is Wang Hao. This is my cousin's wife Bai Lu. She's the nurse in your hospital." "Hello Mr. Wang. My name is Zhao Hong. I'm the director of Renai Private Hospital." "I don't know if it's true that Mr. Wang said he wants to buy Renai Private Hospital." For Renai Private Hospital, Zhao Hong had long since stopped wanting it, and he was losing money every day, and he was about to go bankrupt. It's amazing that someone is taking over now, where he would let it go now. As for Bai Lu, she was also stunned when she heard Wang Hao say that he wanted to buy Renai Private Hospital, and after a short period of shock her eyes filled with tears again. "Dean Zhao, I, Wang Hao, am naturally true to my word. I wonder what price you can offer." "Mr. Wang, President Zhao, before that, can I see the hospital's financial report for the past few months?" Zhao Hong will let Wang Hao look. This look then estimated that Wang Hao will not buy, but do not show Wang Hao. Wang Hao estimated that he will not buy, which makes Zhao Hong very difficult. It is not easy to come to a takeover. Is it going to be so missed? Wang Hao looked at Zhao Hong's difficult appearance and asked, "Dean Zhao, is there something difficult?" Zhao Hong thought for a moment and said, "It's like this. The hospital's economic performance hasn't been very good lately, so the statement might be a bit unimpressive." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao could probably figure out why Zhao Hong would reveal a difficult look. "Dean Zhao, don't worry, no matter what the statement is, I will buy the hospital. It's just a matter of the price." Hearing Wang Hao's words, Zhao Hong was also surprised. He couldn't figure out why the other party knew that the hospital was losing money but still wanted to buy it. Was the other party amusing himself? But he felt it was better to believe it than not. Finally, he took Wang Hao to see the financial statements. Wang Hao looked at it and realized why Zhao Hong would not want to take him to see the financial statement. So it turns out that this private hospital is about to close down. But Wang Hao felt that it was just what he wanted. This way you can buy it for less money. "Dean Zhao, how much more do you think you can sell this private hospital for?" Wang Hao directly gave the pricing opportunity to Zhao Hong. He wasn't exactly sure about the price of such private hospitals, and if he had said so, chances are he would have shouted it up. If you let Zhao Hong shout, then the price will definitely be more appropriate. Wait for him to shout and then cut the price. This will definitely be cheap and you can't go wrong. And Zhao Hong began to ponder after hearing Wang Hao's words. He knew for sure that the hospital wouldn't fetch a high price in its current condition. What if the shout is high and Wang Hao doesn't buy it? That, at the risk of asking Mr. Wang, "I wonder what you bought the hospital for?" Zhao Hong didn't make the first bid. He wanted to know why Wang Hao wanted to buy the hospital. Wang Hao didn't hide anything and said directly, "My cousin's wife was a nurse here before, but one of your directors here even tried to bully my cousin's wife. Do you think I should make him pay?" At those words, Zhao Hong's entire body was stunned. Buying this hospital for Shiro? How rich is this man? And when he heard Wang Hao's words, he didn't dare to bid high. He was also afraid that Wang Hao wouldn't buy it. "That, Mr. Wang, how do you feel about this much?" Zhao Hong held out a finger, looking to Wang Hao. Chapter 88 by Lu. "I advise you to obey me." 100,000? Wang Hao said with a smile on his face. Of course he knew Zhao Hong's price, 1 million, but he deliberately said 100,000. Is to want to haggle, the lower he said the price, then a moment when the counteroffer will be easier. "Oh, Mr. Wang, you're really joking. The rent of this hospital of mine is more than $100,000, but as far as I know, Dean Zhao is going to be in debt if he fights any harder, right? I wouldn't sell it for $100,000 even if I was in debt. Tell you what, I'll name a base price. If Dean Zhao is willing, I'll buy it. You say, 500,000. At that, Zhao Hong gritted his teeth. He very much didn't want to sell, but there was no way. If he sold it he could still get some money back. If he didn't he would go bankrupt and into debt. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Hong tried. "Mr. Wang, can you add more? When I opened this private hospital I spent more than 3 million. President Zhao, you have to know. I can take over this private hospital of yours is not bad. 500. 000. This price is also the highest price I can offer. If not sold, I also have other ways to get that director. I hope you can think about it. After saying that, Wang Hao pulled his cousin's wife by Lu and sat down. Not in a hurry at all. And Shiro was shocked by now. She didn't expect Wang Hao to directly buy Ren AI private hospital for her. It touched her very much. If only she wasn't his cousin's wife, she thought. As soon as the thought appeared in her head, Shiro shook her head vigorously. Bai Lu, ah Bai Lu, how can you have such dirty thoughts? Wang Hao is. But, halfway through her thought she couldn't think of anything. After Zhao Hong pondered for a while, he still nodded helplessly. Okay, Mr. Wang. 500. 000 is 500. 000. But I don't accept installments. Oh, don't worry. After saying that, Wang Hao took his cousin's sister-in-law Bai Lu and Zhao Hong to do the formalities. But he didn't intend to be the director of this private hospital. After all, he wasn't often in Hui County. The dean of the house should let cousin-in-law Bai Lu be the dean. That way she'll be able to get her own revenge later. When signing the contract, when Wang Hao asked his cousin's wife Bai Lu to sign it, she still kept refusing until Wang Hao said that he would leave in 2 days and the hospital couldn't be left without someone to manage it. And only then did his cousin's wife Bai Lu agree. After signing the contract, Wang Hao also called 500. 000 to Zhao Hong. After finishing everything, the time was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Wuya had also arrived at Hui County from Mordor, and rejoined Wang Hao and the others. Wuya began to ask with concern when she saw Shiro. After learning of Wang Hao's way of handling the situation, Wuya also expressed her high approval. For such scum, Wuya felt that she had to teach them a hard lesson. Bai Lu, don't worry, we will definitely avenge you. Wuya took Bai Lu's hand and comforted her. Aha, Xiao Hao, I'm going to sleep with Bai Lu at night, so I won't be going home. So remember to tell your aunt and uncle that I'll go see them again when this is over. Okay, I'll take you guys back, and tomorrow we'll go after that scum. Aha, the two men responded. Wang Hao took a cab and sent Wuya and his cousin's wife Bai Lu back to her cousin's house, then took a cab back to his own house. When he returned home, he didn't tell his parents about his cousin's wife, Bai Lu, but said he had something to come back for. It wasn't that he didn't want to say anything, things weren't very clear at the moment, and he wasn't sure if his cousin's wife wanted his great-aunt and the others to know about it, so he still decided to keep it to himself for the time being. If cousin's wife wants to talk about it, she'll do it herself when the time comes, and it's not good for cousin's wife to talk about it. After explaining to his parents, Wang Hao returned to his room to rest. Until the next morning, Wang Hao got up early, and after having breakfast, he bought breakfast for two and went straight to his cousin's wife Bai Lu's place. He didn't know if his cousin had come back yet. In no time at all, he arrived at his cousin's wife's house, knocked on the door of the room. Here we go. Wait a minute. When his cousin's wife opened the door, Wang Hao gave them their breakfast. Wife, cousin's wife, you guys eat breakfast first. After breakfast we'll go to the hospital together. By the way, is cousin back yet? Wang Hao asked with some doubt. Cousin-in-law shook her head. Didn't come back. One could hear that his cousin's wife's tone was much more indifferent, and Wang Hao didn't dare to ask any more questions. While eating, Wang Hao looked at Wuya, which had turned her head to look at him as well, and the two of them smiled at each other. After dinner, Wang Hao then took Wuya and his cousin's sister-in-law Bai Lu straight to Renai Private Hospital. He would like to see what kind of cow or horse that director was that he dared to bully his cousin's wife. In front of Yen Oi Private Hospital, Wang Hao and the two women had just arrived at the door when they heard some doctors and nurses talking. Hey, did you hear? The director of our hospital has changed. Well, I heard that it was the original director who could no longer afford to run the hospital and that's why he sold it. I've heard that too, and I wonder who our new dean really is. I hope the new director won't be like that pervert director, who, let me tell you, has his eye on several of our nurses, and I hear he's even killed one of them. Harm, who made him the nephew of the original dean. Hearing the relationship between that director and the original dean, Wang Hao was instantly enraged. I didn't know yesterday that the director was the dean's nephew. Well. Wang Hao hurriedly took out his cell phone and called the former director of Ren AI Private Hospital. Dean Zhao, there's something I think we need to talk about face to face. I'm at Ren AI Hospital right now. I hope you can come as soon as possible. After saying that, Wang Hao hung up the phone before waiting for Zhao Hong to speak. And just after he hung up, a chubby man walked out from inside the hospital. The man had a big beer belly and measles on his face. It's disgusting to look at. When she saw this man, Shiro clung to Wuya's hand, and the man who saw Shiro had a lecherous smile on his face. But when the man saw the woman beside Bai Lu, he actually licked his lips again without the slightest scruple. The doctors and nurses on the sidelines also unconsciously stepped back. Wang Hao pulled Wuya and Bai Lu behind himself. Bai Lu, I advise you to obey me, otherwise you know the consequences. And last time you even dared to call the police. If you don't serve me comfortably, I'll make it impossible for you to mix in Hui County. Ha ha ha, look at Fatty's arrogant appearance, Wang Hao said in an icy tone. You're the one who threatened my cousin's wife, aren't you? Dead fatso, you don't take a piss and look at yourself. What the hell? My cousin's wife is not something a hangnail like you can move. I'm telling you, you're done for today. Fatty looked at Wang Hao, faintly, then he laughed. Ha ha ha, you're nothing. Do you know who my uncle is? My uncle is the director of this hospital. As long as he says a few words, all of you will be finished. If you let the two beauties behind you serve me comfortably, I can consider letting you go. At those words, Wang Hao was filled with anger. How dare you have evil thoughts about Wu Ya? Well, you really don't know how to write the word death. Chapter 89, Beat Up the Director. Well, I hope you don't regret it. Although Wang Hao was angry now, he knew that he couldn't make a move, or else he would definitely go to the police station. He had money now, but he hadn't reached the people above him yet, and even if he had money, he couldn't solve it. This situation made Wang Hao realize that he not only wanted to become the richest man in the world, but also to make others fear him when they saw him. He needs to have his place. When this was over, he was going to take the time to set up his own company. Oh, a little kid, let me tell you, no one can leave today listening to the two of them. After saying that, Fatty picked up his cell phone and made a call. In no time at all, several people rode Ghostfire to the entrance of the Mercy Hospital. Wang Hao also finally understood why this Renai private hospital was facing closure. With people like this in the hospital, if this hospital doesn't go out of business, which one will? Only to see those teenagers riding Ghostfire come before Fatty. Fatty, what did you call us here for? Fatty looked at Wang Hao. He also looked at the two women behind Wang Hao, and was very excited that he was going to fly double tonight. And that woman next to Shiro is much better looking than Shiro. How could he let go of such a superb girl? He had to make her submit to his crotch. Beat the out of that kid, and don't touch the two women behind him. Got it? A few Ghostfire teenagers looked towards Wang Hao's side and instantly discovered the two women beside him. When did Wyoming County get such a beautiful woman? Hey, it's a shame that they don't stand a chance when they're being looked at by Fatty. A few Ghostfire teenagers slowly walked towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao didn't panic on the surface, but he was actually panicking internally. He can't beat these guys on his own. If only he was better at fighting. That said, why hasn't this Zhao Hong come yet? He has to be scolded first when he comes in a while. Kid, dare to mess with our fat brother. You're really tired of living. Oh, I advise you to get out of the way. Let the two women behind you follow Fatty, and you'll get one less beating. That's right, or don't blame us. Do you know the status of our fat brother in Huizhou County? His uncle is the director of this hospital and he knows a lot of big shots. If you don't want to get hurt, get out of the way. Looking at the gradually approaching Ghostfire teens, although Wang Hao was scared, he still protected Wuya and Bai Lu tightly behind him. It didn't matter if he took a beating, nothing could happen to Wuya and his cousin's wife. The doctors and nurses of Renai Private Hospital were nervously looking at the scene, and they didn't dare to help. If they did, they would also suffer. Although they knew Bai Lu, they didn't dare. What are you guys grinding for? Hurry up and beat that kid up for me, or I'll make you guys eat your words. Upon hearing this, a few Ghostfire teenagers with sticks in their hands were ready to strike down towards Wang Hao. Wuya, no. Shiro, no. Just as the stick was about to fall on Wang Hao, a man anxiously ran over, his face flushed, apparently caused by excessive exercise. Stop, the man exclaimed anxiously, and when the fat director saw the visitor, he hurriedly shouted at a few Ghostfire teenagers. Stop! The few Ghostfire teenagers who heard Fatty's voice immediately stopped their hands, and there was only a little distance left between Wang Hao's head and the stick. Zhao Hong secretly said that he was finished when he saw this scene. He's here just in time, but it's kind of late, and he's going to be screwed if he can't handle it. When he sold Renai Hospital yesterday, he was aware of the strong financial power of the man in front of him. If this person in front of them got angry, they would really suffer. He also didn't realize that the person who was going to molest Bai Lu was his nephew. Zhao Hong secretly said that he was finished. He had to set aside his relationship with Song Mingyan and not let him involve himself. Uncle, what are you doing here? Song Mingyang said with some confusion. Who's your uncle? Don't climb relatives. Also, did you call these people? Song Mingyang looked at his uncle suspiciously, not understanding what kind of medicine his uncle was selling. Uncle, you don't know. This man is too hateful to take away my woman. He's a mistress. Zhao Hong died speechless. He alluded to so obvious. This Song Mingyang how no brain at all ah. This time Zhao Hong ignored Song Mingyang. He came directly to Wang Hao and bowed to him with an apologetic face. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry that I'm late, and I'm very sorry for troubling you. Looking at his uncle's appearance, Song Mingyang was dumbfounded. Is this still the fearless uncle in his mind? How can he be so humble to a person? Did the man in front of him have a big background? This is also impossible ah. If there is a big background, Why just now to be beaten? He still did not have a little expression. The doctors and nurses at Renai Hospital were also dumbfounded. What did they see? The director of Mercy Hospital actually apologized. Zhao Hong. Well, you've come just in time. Do you know what this nephew of yours was trying to do just now? Mr. Wang. I'm sorry, my nephew rushed you. I apologize for him. At this time, even if Song Mingyang was stupid, he understood that the identity of this man in front of him was absolutely extraordinary. He's done. At this time, Wang Hao had a large amount of gas in his heart. He came to one of the Ghostfire teens and snatched a stick from their hands, and the Ghostfire teens didn't even dare to fart. He could only watch Wang Hao take the stick from his hand. Zhao Hong also didn't know what Wang Hao wanted to do, but he didn't dare to ask. Only Wang Hao was seen walking up to Song Mingyan with his stick. He said coldly, "Slap me." When these words came out, everyone in the room froze, not knowing what kind of operation this was. Wang Hao saw Song Mingyang still standing dumbfounded. He said again, "Slap me." "Speed," he said in a commanding tone. Zhao Hong quickly said, "Do as Mr. Wang says." Upon hearing this, Song Mingyang raised his hand and slapped Wang Hao, but he didn't dare to hit him too hard. After all, this person in front of him was someone that even his uncle didn't dare to mess with. Just as Song Mingyang's slap landed on him, Wang Hao copied the stick and directly greeted Song Mingyan. Stick by stick. There's no point in holding back. All of a sudden the Mercy Hospital resounded with murderous screams. "Grass, let you be powerful. You want to lay hands on my wife. You want to lay hands on my cousin's wife. I'll make your life worse than death. TM. Ah, I was wrong. Stop it." Zhao Hong looked at the scene in front of him and wanted to stop it, but he didn't dare. "Grass, make you ing awesome." He struck up stick after stick, venting his inner rage. Chapter 90, Departure. Wang Hao greeted Song Mingyan with his stick for several minutes before stopping. He picked non-fatal places to hit every time he hit, so although Song Mingyang was in pain, he basically didn't have any hitting problems. Watching Song Mingyan get beaten up like this, a few Ghostfire teenagers were also trembling. They were afraid that Wang Hao would greet them as he had greeted Song Mingyang. Wang Hao threw away the stick in his hand. Then he looked at Zhao Hong and said, "Zhao Hong, send your nephew to the hospital. Find me for reimbursement of medical expenses. And also, tell your nephew not to mess with people he shouldn't mess with, or no one can protect him." Zhao Hong sniffed and said with a trembling voice, "Mr. Wang, I know. And don't ever let your nephew show up at this hospital again. Understand?" "I see." After saying that, Zhao Hong let a few Ghostfire teenagers take Song Mingyang to the hospital. When they were gone, Wu Ye and Shiro hugged his hand on one side. "Honey, are you okay?" "It's okay, don't worry." Bai Lu looked at Wang Hao and wanted to say something but couldn't. "Well, let go of me for a second. I'll talk to someone at the hospital first." After Wu Ye and Bai Lu released him, he turned to the doctors and nurses at the hospital and said, "You call everyone to the conference room for a meeting." At that, one of the doctors asked, "Are you our new dean?" "I'm not. You'll see in a minute. Go ahead and call someone." The doctor had just seen Wang Hao's methods. Yes, half an hour later, in the conference room of Renai Private Hospital, Wang Hao sat on the main seat, with Wu Ye and Bai Lu standing beside him. One of the original two directors' positions has been vacated. There's only one female director left. Wang Hao briefly told them about it. "Renai Private Hospital has been bought by me. Your new director is Bai Lu. I don't care what the previous Renai Private Hospital was like, but now Renai Private Hospital is mine. You're going to have to follow my rules. Otherwise, there are serious consequences." Wang Hao spent a day dealing with the Renai Private Hospital, and starting today Bai Lu was the new director of Renai Private Hospital. Shiro is still in a state of confusion to this day. She'd had a dreamy few days, from being bullied, to now being the director of a private hospital in Renai, all because of the man in front of me. After returning to his cousin's wife's place, Wang Hao made a call to Zailing and asked her about hiring a bodyguard, then asked her to help hire a female bodyguard. He and Wu Ye will be returning to Magic City soon, but if he has his cousin's wife over here, he is not very assured, and it is still necessary to find a bodyguard. The next day Zhao Liang found a female bodyguard for her. The female bodyguard was a soldier and wanted 200,000 a month. Wang Hao directly gave 500,000, but the premise was that she had to protect her cousin's wife Bai Lu. The matter was told to his cousin's wife and Wu Ye, but he didn't say how much a month, just saying that I found a bodyguard for my cousin's wife, Bai Lu. Wu Ye naturally wouldn't say anything, but she knew how rich Wang Hao was. Shou Liang told him that the bodyguard would be at the address he gave him tomorrow. Wang Hao chatted with Zailing for a while more, and after his goodwill came up, Zailing replied to his messages a lot faster. August 5th. The bodyguard Wang Hao had found had already arrived in Hui County. "What's your name?" "Mr. Wang. My name is NRA. Well, from now on, my cousin's sister-in-law's safety will be in your hands. and I don't have a place for you to live, but I will give you money, so you can choose it yourself. Let's add a green bubble, and in the future, if there's anything in time, you'll tell me. Yes, Wang Hao and Wu Ye had been here for a few days. After dealing with this matter, Wang Hao planned to go back, but before going back, Wang Hao still wanted to have a good talk with his cousin's wife. The night of the 5th, Wang Hao, Wu Ye and Bai Lu sat in the living room of Bai Lu's house. Wang Hao looked at Bai Lu and said, "Cousin sister-in-law, although I don't know why you're quarreling with your cousin, but you're a couple, so you still have to accommodate each other sometimes. If it's a cousin who's done something outrageous, just forget I said it. But don't worry, I haven't told anyone about this. If you want to talk to them, then do so. If you don't want to talk about it, then just pretend nothing happened. Wu Ye and I are going back to Magic City tomorrow, so if you have something to do in the future, talk to Anara first, and if you can't handle it, send me a message." At those words, Bai Lu looked at Wang Hao with a face full of reluctance. "That, Wang Hao and Wu Ye, are you leaving tomorrow?" "Well, Wu Ye has to go back to work, and I have to go back to work as well, so if you're tired, go to Mordor. We'll take you there then." Shiro didn't reply, just remained silent. She didn't know what was wrong. She'd been distracted since that last incident. Aha! 6. Wang Hao and Wu Ye went to see their parents in the morning time, then left in the afternoon. Shiro even brought Anara to see them off when they left. Until Wang Hao and Wu Ye's car disappeared, she still looked at the direction they left. Anara, who was on the sidelines, knew what was going on when she saw this, but she wasn't going to say much. After all, she was just a bodyguard. There's no need to meddle in people's domestic affairs. Just then, Shiro asked, "Anara, what would you do if you fell in love with someone who was simply impossible?" "Anara, I don't know. I might stay away from him." Shiro was silent. She thought of the reason for the fight with Xiaoyu, and then thought of Xiaoyu's determination not to answer a single phone call when she was in an accident. She doesn't understand what the point of getting married is. If it wasn't for Wang Hao, wouldn't she be Song Mingyang's plaything now? She couldn't figure it out. Looking at the direction Wang Hao and Wu Ye left, her eyes dimmed before she turned around and walked aimlessly. For her part, Anara followed her without a word. Wyoming County is not big. There are only a few places to walk around. As Shiro walked down the street, she occasionally encountered people she knew who greeted her, but she always walked without responding. This is also surprising. When she was tired of walking, she found a milk tea store and sat down, ordered a cup of milk tea, and didn't drink it, just holding the milk tea cup. Just as she was fuming, the phone rang. Shiro answered the phone with an expressionless face. "Hey, what's the point of sending me a WeChat message?" After hearing the voice, Bai Lu surprisingly hung up the phone without even thinking about it. Anara on the side was also very surprised. "Anara, how much does Wang Hao pay you a month?" "I'm sorry, Shiro, I can't tell you about this." "Anara, please, just tell me." Looking at Bai Lu's thirsty eyes, Anara didn't want to say it, but she said it anyway. After all, she didn't say she couldn't say it when she was hired. $500,000 a month. What? Shiro looked at Anara in shock. Chapter 91 Drama Group visits Lai Ying's class. Good feeling breaks through 50. Magic City. Phoenix Hill neighborhood. Wu Ye sat on the sofa and looked at Wang Hao with unblinking eyes. "How? Can I ask you a question?" Wang Hao had just taken the clothes off his body when he heard Wu Ye ask. He put his clothes away and came to sit next to Wu Ye. "Sister Wu Ye, what are you talking about? I'll definitely tell you whatever you want to know." The corners of Wu Ye's mouth rose slightly. "Little Hao, why are you so kind to your cousin's wife?" The moment these words came out, Wang Hao's entire body directly froze. He didn't know how he was going to answer this question, but he felt that it was okay to be nice to his cousin's wife, right? "Sister Wu Ye, as you know, I've made a lot of money through investments, and if the people around me are being bullied, I can't care." Wu Ye's pair of jewel-like eyes looked at Wang Hao tightly. Seeing Wang Hao's heart tingle, Wang Hao was not false either. The eyes just locked with Wu Ye's. Next, kisses. Ryoko, Ras. Wu Ye panted and pounded Wang Hao's chest. In a bad mood, he said, "Humph, next time you encounter this kind of thing, you have to tell me first. You know, I want to go with you." Wang Hao understood that Wu Ye was jealous, but it was the first time he had seen a young woman jealous. It was quite interesting. Well, I'll be the first to tell you next time something comes up. If you dare to run off alone again, see what I'll do to you." Hey, no, I'll take you with me wherever I go." At those words, Wu Ye leaned on his shoulder and softly hummed. The two of them got tired of each other for a while before going back to their rooms to rest. When Wang Hao returned to his room, he saw a message from his cousin's wife Bai Lu. "Bai Lu, Wang Hao, have you arrived in Magic City yet?" "Wang Hao, cousin-in-law, we've been here for a while." Wang Hao's message had just been sent out for a while before Bai Lu replied to him. "Shiro, well, that's good. Wang Hao, cousin-in-law, if there's anything you can't solve, just tell me, and you'll tell me if the hospital runs out of money." Shiro, Got it. Wang Hao, cousin-in-law. I'm going to rest. You take an early rest too. Shiro, okay, good night. Wang Hao didn't reply to her again, but directly exited the chat interface and tapped on Zhao Liying's chat interface. Zhao Liying sent him a message saying that she would be going to Jinshan City Beach for a scene tomorrow, asking Wang Hao if he was going. He was on a plane when Zhao Liying messaged him and didn't reply in time. Wuya had been with him when he came back, and he hadn't had time to read it, so he hadn't had time to read it until now. Looking at Zhao Liying's message, Wang Hao felt the need to make a trip, so that he might even be able to raise his goodwill a bit, but he still needed to make some preparations before going over. Wang Hao exited the chat interface after returning a good. After putting down his cell phone, Wang Hao remembered what he told Bai Boyer before he went to Huisian County, and asked her to pick up the plane when he came back. Looks like it's going to be a broken promise, but it was also fortunate that White Bull was obedient, otherwise it would not have been easy to solve. When the time comes, just prepare a surprise for Bai Bowler, then this matter should be over. Thinking about it, Wang Hao closed his eyes and fell asleep. By the time he opened his eyes again it was the next morning. As usual, after he got up Wuya was already driving the 918 to work. After eating the breakfast Wuya had prepared for him and packing up, Wang Hao went out. Before going to Jinshan City Beach, Wang Hao needed to prepare himself. He remembers that Zhou Liying likes cherries, roasted corn from the snack stand, egg tarts, and so on. Shine Liying is a snacker. Wang Hao planned to buy her favorite food before he went, and at noon, he could also take this opportunity to have dinner with her and then cultivate his feelings. Maybe the favorability rating went up in a blink of an eye. Doesn't that paycheck rebate multiplier go up with it? And the amount of money you can get through paycheck rebates next month will be higher. In short, to get more on the money, you need to boost the goddess's favorability in addition to helping them increase their paychecks. It was still quite difficult for Wang Hao to think about it, but in order to become the richest man in the world, the man who is rich beyond his wildest dreams, he has to work hard, and to build a huge business empire of his own. Let the goddesses all make hundreds of millions of dollars a month, and it's going to take not only a lot of money to accomplish both goals, but also a vast network of people. Now that he had a regular source of funds, the only thing he lacked was connections. Connections he could only obtain through Zaolian now. That's why it's also crucial to shine a good light on Liying. Thinking of this, Wang Hao first called Bai Boyer, saying that he had returned, and then he was going to her place to get the car. At first, Bai Boyer was a bit happy after hearing that, although she didn't go to pick up the plane. Wang Hao came to her as soon as he came back. But later when she heard that Wang Hao had a social gathering to go to, she said, disappointment filled her face then. But after Wang Hao said that he would come to accompany her tomorrow, her face changed with a look of triumph. Wang Hao shook his head and said goodbye to her after taking the car. After that he first went to the fruit specialty store in Mordor, bought 2 pounds of extra cherries, cost him $300. Then he went to the mall and bought 2 more tarts. He didn't miss the roasted corn at the roadside stand, ended up with 2 bottles of water. When he was ready, he first went to the gas station and filled up the car with a tank of gas, then headed straight for the Jinshan City Beach. By the time he arrived at Kingsford City Beach it was 11:30 noon. Just at this time the crew also happened to stop filming, ready to eat lunch. Wang Hao came in time. If he came a little later, these things in his hand will be useless. Wang Hao parked the car and then carried the things he bought for Zaolian towards the theater group. The crew fenced off the beach when they took the scene. There's quite a few people around watching. Wang Hao didn't care. He directly came to the entrance and spoke to the security personnel. Then the security personnel let Wang Hao in after confirming it. Wang Hao looked around for a moment, searching to find Zaolian's current location. But I haven't seen her after half a day's search, and it's a lot of sun right now, with temperatures of 33 degrees at the very least. Guess they went somewhere to hide in the shade. Wang Hao scanned and saw a caravan not far away, and he guessed that Zhao Liying and the girls should be in it, so it was off toward the RV. He also met quite a few people from the crew when he came over, and the crew didn't recognize him and thought he was new. It didn't take long for Wang Hao to arrive in front of the caravan. The door of the caravan was open, and Wang Hao still knocked. Whoops! Sure enough, Zhou Liying's magnetic voice came from inside the caravan. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth rose slightly. When Zhou Liying came to the door of the caravan and saw Wang Hao and the things in his hands, a look of surprise actually appeared on his face. Wang Hao also heard the system's voice. Ding! The goddess of paycheck return. Zaoling's favoritism +2. Wang Hao was pleasantly surprised. The favorability finally broke the 50 mark. Chapter 92, We're just close friends. Wang Hao, why are you here? Wang Hao said with a smile. Didn't I send you a message back last night, saying that I'll come over today? Oh, I didn't check my phone. Come on up first. It's so hot out. Okay, thank you Sister Liying. With that, Wang Hao walked up to the caravan. However, he came up only to realize that there was more than just Zhou Liying in the caravan, and the rest of the cast. Wang Hao stood there at a bit of a loss for words after coming in. Zhao Liying patted the seat next to him, signaling him to go over, and Wang Hao didn't hesitate, coming to sit beside Zhao Liying. Although it wasn't the first time he had met Zhao Liying, he was still excited to sit next to his favorite actress, no matter how many times. The caravan in which Zhao Liying is located is not very big. This dining table seats about 6 people. Together with Wang Hao, there were exactly 6 people. In addition to Zhao Liying, there are 4 other actors, 2 men and 2 women. The male actors looked at Wang Hao with some surprise. They obviously hadn't seen Wang Hao before, while one of the 2 actresses Wang Hao recognized was Ji Xiaoya, who he had seen last time at Spruce Ping. When Ji Xiaoya saw that Wang Hao had actually come to look for Zailing, her face was nothing but shock or shock. Wang Hao, how do you? Ji Xiaoya asked in shock, but the words were swallowed back. After all, Zhao Liying was still next to him, so it was not good to ask. Sister Xiaoya, long time no see. As he spoke, Wang Hao placed his purchases on the table. There were still their boxed lunches on the table, and they were supposedly just about to have lunch. Sister Liying, I brought you some food. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying opened the bag and looked at it. A look of joy instantly appeared on her face. Cherries, roasted corn, tarts. It's all her favorite food. She looked at Wang Hao with some surprise, and Wang Hao heard the system's prompt once again. Ding, the goddess of paycheck rebate. Zailing favoritism +2. Wang Hao thought to himself, I really have to throw in the towel. Even though Zhao Liying is 36 years old, she is still a snacker. Thinking of this, Wang Hao had a way to boost Zhao Liying's favorability. When Zhao Liying opened the bag, Ji Xiaoya skimmed her lips. Good, Wang Hao, you just remember your sister Liying and don't remember me, right? You don't even bring it to me. And the 2 male actors beside them watched their faces darken. How could they not expect that a man would come to visit Zailing's class? But they were curious why this man wasn't Lin Gangxin, but a man they didn't even recognize? Aren't there a lot of people high on Zhuo Liying and Lin Gangxin right now? Hey, Sister Xiaoya, of course I didn't forget about you guys. It's just that I don't know what you guys like to eat, so next time you tell me and I'll bring it for you. Humph, that's more like it, because Wang Hao was sitting on this side near the aisle. Zhao Liying was sitting inside Wang Hao, and on the other side of Zhao Liying was Ji Xiaoya. Zhao Liying then said to Wang Hao, give me a moment. I'll go wash the cherries and we'll all eat together. Wang Hao stopped her. Sister Liying, I'll do it. You sit down. You've been shooting all morning. You're tired too. Saying that, Wang Hao took the cherries from Zhao Liying's hand, and when he took the cherries, his hand also inadvertently touched Zhao Liying's jade hand. Both of them shuddered, but soon they tuned back in, and almost broke. Ding, the goddess of paycheck rebate. Zailing's favoritism +1. Wang Hao's favorite thing was the sound of the system prompt. He took the cherry and then came over to the kitchen side. Wang Hao, there's a basket inside the cabinet. Take the basket and wash it. Yes. In no time, Wang Hao washed the cherries. Bring the cherries to the table and set them down. Zhao Liying asked. Wang Hao, have you eaten yet? Wang Hao shook his head. No, I got up and rushed over. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying pushed the boxed lunch in front of her to Wang Hao. You can have mine. Don't worry, I haven't had any. I'll be full on these. This faint push from Zhao Liying directly propelled the hearts of the 4 actors present. They simply couldn't dare to imagine that Zaolian had given her boxed lunch to someone else, which was too ambiguous, even though it was said that Zaolian hadn't eaten the boxed lunch. But this is outrageous. Also, what exactly is the relationship between this Wang Hao and Zhao Liying? You have to know that in the crew, Zhao Liying is the existence that everyone looks up to. Right in the middle of their shocked gazes, Wang Hao took the lunchbox that Zaolian pushed over and ate it. Sister Liying, your crew's boxed lunch tastes pretty good. At those words, Zhao Liying hooked up her lips. What? You, the big boss, are going to feed the crew extra food? Zhao Liying said jokingly. However, Wang Hao really had this idea. After all, he also had a share in this movie. Only when the actor ate well, then he could bring out his real acting skills. That way when the box office sells out, the more cash back he gets on his salary. I really have this idea. Sister Liying, let's go to the director to talk about it in a while, just so I can see how you guys shoot. I haven't seen a movie shooting scene yet. You're really adding to the cast, aren't you? Yeah, I'm in it anyway. They'll be motivated to work if they eat well. The 2 male actors and 1 female actor other than Ji Xiaoya and Zaolian had been shocked beyond words. I didn't realize that a mediocre man was an investor in the movie. Guess they really can't judge a book by its cover. Fine, you're paying for it anyway, Zhao Liying said. After saying that, Wang Hao continued to eat the boxed lunch, which was full of richer meals. Most importantly, it was the boxed lunch given to him by Zhao Liying, and he finished it without any leftovers. Zhao Liying also laughed at the situation. She took a cherry from the basket and popped it into her mouth. The whole thing is like a fairy. elegant and beautiful. You guys eat too. Shou Liying said to the men. One of the male actors reached out and took one, and after eating it, he asked, that, Liying, what's your relationship with him? Ji Xiaoya heard the actor ask this. The whole person was stunned, although she also wanted to ask, but this obviously can't be asked well. I didn't expect that this Wang Tianyu even asked it on the spot. Most importantly, Wang Hao is also one of the investors in this new drama. Ji Xiaoya felt that this Wang Tianyu was just destroying himself. Zhao Liying didn't get angry when she heard this and explained, Wang Hao and I are just friends who play better. Wang Hao chimed in, we're just better friends. When he finished speaking, he added a silent now in his mind. What kind of relationship he would have with Shou Liying in the future? That was unknown. Chapter 93 Brother Hao. Thank you. After eating, Shou Liying and Ji Xiaoya rested them for a while. Just get ready to go to the opening. Wang Hao also followed them over. When he came to the director's side, the director even warmly introduced himself to Wang Hao. I can't help it. He's the gold master now. After that, Wang Hao stayed at the shooting site for a day, and left in the evening after having dinner with Zhao Liying and the others. This time, Wang Hao visited the class so that many people in the crew are guessing what relationship Wang Hao has with Zhou Liying, and why the class visit is not Lin Gengxin. And it's something that's talked about privately in the cast and crew quite a bit, but they basically wouldn't even talk about it in front of Shou Liying. Talking about this in front of Zilliang is not looking for death. After leaving the crew, Wang Hao drove straight back to Fengshan district. Wu Ye was waiting for him to come home as usual. Sister Wu Ye, don't wait for me to come back next time. What if I come back late? Wang Hao said with some heartache. It's okay, I couldn't sleep either. Are you hungry? Kind of. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Wu Ye's face, then took out the meal he had prepared, and Wang Hao ate some more with her. After eating, Wang Hao went to take a shower, and after that, he got tired of Wu Ye for a while before going to rest. The next day, as usual, Wu Ye woke up early and went to work. After Wang Hao packed up, he was also ready to go to find Bai Boyer. If he didn't go again, it was estimated that Bai Boyer was going to be angry, and Wang Hao also prepared a surprise for Bai Boyer. He drove to the forest store. Song Wanner saw Wang Hao coming, and hurriedly trotted over. Brother Wang, you're here. Well, what about that 911 I was telling you about? It's ready for you. Well, you drive and follow me. Yes. Wang Hao had already thought about how to coax Bai Boyer on the day he came to Magic City, and as soon as he thought of it he sent a message to Song Wanner, asking her to see if there was a 911 in the forest store right now. That's right, he's giving White Bull a Porsche 911. Song Wanner followed Wang Hao to the Green City Huangpu River in her 911. The security guard didn't give him a hard time this time, because after the last time, White Bull went to the property with him and told him that he was now considered a property owner here. Naturally, you can drive in. Hello Mr. Wang. Wang Hao threw a pack of cigarettes to the security guard. Hard at work. That car in the back is my wife's new car, so put it in with you. Yes. Watching Wang Hao drive in, the security guard looked at the cigarette in his hand. Mr. Wang is very easygoing. No wonder he's rich. After driving the car to the underground parking garage, Wang Hao made a call to Bai Boyer. Hey, Wani, come down here. I'm here in the parking garage. Ha, brother Hao. You're here. Aha. Just wait for me. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Song Wanner took the key to Wang Hao. Brother Wang, then I'll leave first. You can contact me if anything happens. Well, hard work. I'll buy you dinner sometime. No hard work. Okay. In the future, if there's a limited edition sports car or something, you give me a heads up. Okay. See you later, brother Wang. After saying that, Song Wanner gave Wang Hao a wave and left. Wang Hao, on the other hand, transferred $10,000 to Song Wanner on Green Bubble. Said it was for her fare. Let her take it. After turning the cell phone off, he waited quietly for the White Bull to come down. 5 minutes later, White Bull walked down in a short white cuirass dress. The hair fell softly over her shoulders. Very agreeable. When she saw Wang Hao, she didn't pounce on him as usual, but pouted. It seems to say I'm angry. If you don't coax me, I'll ignore you. Wang Hao smiled, walked to her, and opened his hands. Seeing this, a winning smile appeared on Bai Boyer's face, and she hugged Wang Hao with a smile on her face. Hey, brother Hao, you're finally back. Well, it's been a little busy at home, and I've got a surprise for you. Ha, what a surprise. I'll tell you if you give me a kiss. Humph, no way. Brother Hao, you must be lying to me. When have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me then I won't give it to you. No, no, no. After saying that, Bai Boyer gave Wang Hao a kiss on the cheek. Feel the warmth on this face. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth rose, then took out the keys to the Porsche 911. Dang it! The moment she saw the keys to the Porsche, White Bull's entire body was excited. Although Wang Hao had bought her a car before, It was a 4-seater, and she wanted a sports car. I didn't expect Wang Hao to buy it for her as soon as she thought of it. Wang Hao was simply too good to her. Wow. Bai Boyer took the key and excitedly hung onto Wang Hao's body like an octopus with her whole body. How? I love you so much, Momwamua. Wang Hao smiled and patted her arse, saying, alright, hurry up and go check out your car. Aha! With that, she got off Wang Hao's body and pressed the key of the Porsche 911. And with a ticking sound, White Bull finally her new car. Look at the white bodywork. White Bull loves it straight to the core. She opened the car door and got in. It feels great. After feeling it for a while, White Bull got out of the car. After locking the car door, she pulled Wang Hao towards her home. As soon as the two arrived at the door of the house and had just closed it behind them, White Bull kissed her. Ryoko. Lips split. Bai Boyer's eyes smoldered as she looked at Wang Hao, as if she wanted to incorporate him into her body. How? Why are you so nice to me? Ding, the goddess of salary rebate. White Bull has a favoritism of +5. As she said that, crystallized teardrops flowed from the corners of White Bull's eyes. When she first approached Wang Hao, Bai Bowie wanted Wang Hao to adopt her, but now she realized that she really liked Wang Hao, and this liking had nothing to do with money. Even if Wang Hao didn't have any money, she would still follow him. Wang Hao reached out and tenderly helped Bai Boyer wipe away the teardrops from the corner of her eyes. Softly said, Wan Air, you have never been a lover in my heart. I am good to you. That's because you are worth it. Hao. White Bull choked on his name. Wang Hao then heard her mosquito-like voice. Brother Hao, please take me. Hearing this, Wang Hao felt that if he refused again, then Bai Boyer would definitely have other ideas. But it's broad daylight. Wan Air. Wang Hao gently lifted Bai Boyer's pretty face with both hands and kissed down on her red lips. Chapter 94, I've become an eatable brother too. How? Wang Hao looked at the way a few White Bulls stuck to him. The heart was also overwhelmed. I didn't realize he'd become a get-eaten brother himself. Wan Air, do you regret it? Bai Boyer shook her head. Not at all. Brother Hao is so good to me. I'm finally your woman now. He. Wang Hao pinched White Bull's arched nose. You, rest a little longer. Aha! When she said that, Bai Boyer hugged him tightly and closed her eyes. Seeing this, Wang Hao then checked White Bull's data. System, open White Bull's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name White Bull. Age, 23. Face value, 90. Favoritism, 92. Secret love. Height, 168. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, internet anchor. Current cashback multiplier, 200x. Cumulative funds received for the month, $70,000. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 22 days. Good guy. The good sense of the White Bull child even came to 92. The salary rebate multiplier also came to 200 times. That is not to say, if the White Bull child earns $1 million a month, then he will get 200 times the salary rebate given by the system. That's $200 million. Ha ha ha. It's just great. As soon as Wang Hao was excited, he kissed Bai Boyer on the cheek. Yeah, brother Hao, why are you stealing kisses from me? Hey, it's not because you're so beautiful. Wan Air, humph, brother Hao, you're only good at making Wan Air happy. I'm not teasing you. You're really pretty. He. Then brother Hao, you have to treat me well. That's for sure. By the way, Wan Air, how did you make so much money last month? Speaking of this, Wang Hao was a bit puzzled. Last month, White Bull had made $1 million. Simply, but White Bull's next words showed him why. Brother Hao, last month I opened the live broadcast very diligently, and there is no company to draw a profit. After removing the 50% deducted by the platform, and after deducting the tax, I arrived at so much. So that's it. Aha! Now that you've become a little rich girl, then you should drive less live in the future. Got it. Aha! Don't worry, brother Hao. I'll just play games and sing when I open the live stream. I won't wear anything revealing. Wani knows what I'm thinking? Of course I know. Hey, so Wanda knows what I'm thinking right now. Ouch. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Hao and Bai Boyer sat on the sofa. The two just leaned in. White Bull has saved the sheet with the plum blossoms. Wan Air, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Yeah, I'll eat whatever brother Hao cooks. Aha! Wang Hao doesn't intend to go back tonight. After all, he just took away someone's innocence, and it would be a scummy thing to do to leave like that. Although Wang Hao is a philanderer, he's not a scummy guy, so he found a chance to call Wu Ya, said he was busy with something and wouldn't go back to bed tonight. Go back tomorrow night. Wu Ya even asked him what he had been doing, and he made an excuse to muddle through. Luckily, Wu Ya didn't ask any more questions, or else she really would have revealed herself. After giving Wu Ya the word, Wang Hao went to buy some vegetables, and also bought an old hen, preparing to stew it for Bai Boyer to replenish her body. After that, Wang Hao made a very hearty dinner for Bai Boyer. After eating, White Bull said it was going to be live for a while. Wang Hao didn't stop it either. Instead, he used his own account to come to White Bull's live stream, swiped her $1 million straight out of the carnival, before exiting the live feed. I have to say that White Bull's popularity is really not low. She just live sings and her popularity is up to 50,000 to 60,000 people. But if no one swiped gifts, then she wouldn't make much money. It's not like she takes commercials or anything, or she should be able to make more. After seeing Wang Hao swipe so much money for himself, Boyer hurriedly ran out from the live broadcast to stop him. If you swipe like this, the platform will also take 50% of the money, so it's a big loss. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao looked at her with a smile, not realizing that she was still a small fortune hunter. But that's fine. Wang Hao didn't brush it off, so Boyer continued to go back to live broadcasting. After about 2 hours of broadcasting, the White Bull went off the air. Wang Hao then dragged Boyer to rest. The next day, Wang Hao looked at White Bull Air, who was still sleeping soundly beside him. He got up quietly, then went and made an early dinner. Today he was planning to go and set up a company, so he couldn't accompany Boyer today. Otherwise he would have been indulging in tenderness. When he had enough money and a high enough status, he would indulge in tenderness then. Wang Hao cooked some porridge, then went to tell Boyer to get up for breakfast. White Bull opened her eyes in a daze, seeing Wang Hao looking at her. Brother Hao, what time is it now? Little lazybones, it's 8:30 now. Get up quickly, I'm going to be busy after breakfast. Ha, brother Hao, are you leaving? Yeah, I'm going to go make money to feed your lazy ass. People aren't lazy. Wang Hao and Boyer left the Green City Huangpu River in their big G after dinner. He's going to register the company today. However, it was his first time to register a company and he did not know what to do. Wang Hao looked it up and thought it was still a bit troublesome, but it's okay. The first step in this incorporation is that the name needs to be approved. The name of the company he had already thought of. Approved name is to determine the type of company, name, shareholders, registered capital and the proportion of capital contribution to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau on site to submit the application for verification of the name. Of course, it is also possible to submit a request for verification of name online, but Wang Hao intends to submit it on the spot. She also had to call up Wu Ye to join her, and if she didn't go back last night, then she definitely had to come up with a good reason today. Otherwise she would definitely ask, and he'd feel a little more at ease with someone following him around. As for why not White Bull, it took a bit too long to toss her around last night. Let her rest and relax. The first step in registering a company is this, and you can't proceed to the next step until the application is approved. So there's no rush for the next step. Wang Hao drove to the dance training organization where Wu Ye worked. Then he called Wu Ye. Wu Ye came out as soon as she knew he was coming. How? What brings you here? Sister Wu Ye, there's something I need to tell you. What's wrong? How does Wu Ye have a bad feeling that Wang Hao didn't go home last night? And today he found the door of the training institution to look for her, saying that he had something to say to her. It couldn't be that Wang Hao had another woman and was ready to dump her. The more Wu Ye thought about it, the more likely it became. Her body began to tremble as well. Chapter 95 Establishment of Company, Hoya Film and Media Company. Wang Hao looked at Wu Ye's state and felt that there was something wrong with her. So hurry to her side. Hold her in your arms. Sister Wu Ye, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Wu Ye leaned her head against his shoulder, the tears that flowed out wetting his clothes. Wang Hao people are stupid. What kind of operation is this? How to still cry? Sister Wu Ye, what happened? Did someone bully you? Tell me. I'll go help you out. Little Hao, are you leaving me? Wang Hao looked at Wu Ye with a confused expression. No, that's ridiculous. He said he had something to tell her, but now he's leaving her. This is outrageous. Wang Hao hurriedly explained. Sister Wu Ye, what are you thinking about? The thing I want to tell you is that I'm going to set up a company at the Industry and Commerce Bureau today, and I want you to go with me. At those words, Wu Ye, who was originally crying, just looked at Wang Hao. How? What did you say? I said, I'm going to the business office today to set up my company and I want you to come with me. Ha, I thought you were leaving me. After saying this, Wu Ye hugged Wang Hao tightly. Wang Hao was also speechless to the point that, how he thought it was impossible to leave Wu Ye well. How women are all so whimsical. But this was also side evidence that Wu Ye's heart was already filled with him. Wang Hao thought that if his favorability increased a bit, he wouldn't have to wait until the new year. Could sleep with Wu Ye, but it's really not easy to increase this goodwill. After such a long time, Wu Ye's favorability has been maintained at 95 and has not moved. After thinking about it, he felt that it was also true that if goodwill was that easy to raise, then wouldn't the paycheck return multiplier just rub off on him, which was obviously an unlikely thing. However, he believed that one day, Wu Ye's favorability would definitely be full, and at that time, he didn't know how many times the salary rebate multiplier would come to. Sister Wu Ye, how could I leave you? You're so beautiful. And if I don't bring you home for the new year, my parents will beat me to death. That's pretty much it. Well, can you come with me now? If you can't, then I'll go by myself. Can go. I'll talk to the boss. Yes. Wuya went in and came out in no time. At this moment, Wuya's face was already covered in smiles, completely devoid of the worries she had just had. Sister Wuya, which one are you going to drive? I'll take the big G. Well, then remember to stay close to me later. Yes. Wang Hao then drove the 918 and brought Wuya to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce in Magic City. Got the nuclear name application in. Little Hao. Why is the name of the company called Haya Film and Media Company? My name is Wang Hao. Your name is Wuya. Why do you think it's called Haya Film and Media Corporation? Ha? Reacting. Wuya looked at Wang Hao in surprise. Although the company was said to be owned by Wang Hao, and no shares were given to her, the name was taken from the character Ya in her name and the character Hao in Wang Hao's name. This would make a lot of sense and would show that Wang Hao thought of her in everything. Ding! Wage cashback goddess Wuya's favoritism +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The paycheck return goddess favorability breaks through 95, and gains an additional +1 binding times. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Hao looked at Wuya in surprise. This is just a surprise. Now that the number of times he had bound the flowing Yiffy Divine Sister was available, wouldn't he get more paycheck rebates in a month? Ha ha ha. Wang Hao got excited. Xiao Hao, I've taken the day off too. Do you have anything else? Wang Hao looked at Wuya with some surprise. Originally, after submitting the nuclear name application up, Wang Hao was going to look for the president of Haya Film and Media Co. But hearing Wuya say that, she should have something else in mind. Looking for the president of the matter is not in a hurry. After all, it will take 3 days to know whether the nuclear name application passes or not. Passed, he can come over for the second step. Sister Wuya, it's okay. What's wrong? Well, how about we go shopping and go to the movies tonight? Then, after saying that, Wuya looked at Wang Hao expectantly. What else could Wang Hao say? He naturally agreed. It just so happened that he hadn't been shopping for a long time. So by the way, let's buy something for Wuya, and buy himself a watch to wear for a while. Okay, let's go then. But let's take one of the cars home first. Well, go. After saying that, Wang Hao and Wuya drove back to Fengshan district. Back home, Wang Hao suddenly thought, should we take Wuya to buy a small villa first? Are so rich, how can we not spend it? But he just agreed to go shopping with her this afternoon, and the house purchase would be tomorrow, anytime anyway. So after Wuya parked the big G in the garage, she got into the passenger side of Wang Hao's 918. Sister Wuya, how about we go to Jing'an Carry Center? Aha, yeah, I hear you. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao directly went into a kick of the gas, accompanied by the ringing of the ear-popping pregnant sound waves. Wang Hao's 918 was like a fierce beast, sailing towards the distance. Wang Hao loved this feeling. Pedestrians on the road also stopped. What kind of car was that just now? Porsche 918. It's really so handsome. Or the silver color I like. For God's sake, I want to buy one too. No, 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 not the woman in the passenger seat? We can't see such a beautiful woman, so why don't you guys discuss it? Why are you discussing it? Can she become your wife if you discuss it? Really? But there's one thing to be said for the woman on the passenger side. She's really beautiful and feels almost like a celebrity. That sports car isn't cool? A beautiful car and a beautiful woman. A proper winner in life. Eek. When will I be able to afford a 918? What are you daydreaming about? That is, a car that is limited to 100 units nationwide, which you can hardly buy even if you have the money. Wang Hao, who was sitting in the car, was also incomparably sighing. Sure enough, this beast is very eye-catching wherever you go. If you have a meeting in the countryside before, it will not blind those people's titanium alloy dog eyes up, but it's a bit low on the chassis and not a good car to drive back to the countryside. How? I never thought I could live like this before. Ha ha ha, you haven't thought about it. I haven't thought about it either. In the future, we're going to make a lot of money, and not only are we going to eat well ourselves, but we're also going to help the children in the poor mountainous areas when we're able to do so. Aha! Wuya thought Wang Hao was so caring. After all, not everyone thinks that way. In fact, Wang Hao had long thought that he would do more good deeds in the future when he had more money, and he would be able to gain some more points. In no time, Wang Hao and Wuya arrived at Jing'an Carry Center. After parking the car, they took the elevator to the first floor of the shopping center. Chapter 96, Finding the President of the Company. Wang Hao came to the mall with Wuya. It was dazzling to look at the array of stores and items. Today, Wang Hao planned to bring Wuya to spend a good wave of money, so that Wuya could do a chance to be a rich woman. Sister Wuya, we'll buy whatever you want today, so you can feel the joy of shopping. Wu Ye held Wang Hao's arm intimately, her heart very sweet. This was her man, the man who was so good to her that he exploded. How? If you say so, then don't blame me for not saving you money, Wu Ye said jokingly. Hey, don't you dare save me any money, and you'll go home to the family law tonight. At those words, Wu Ye's face reddened, giving Wang Hao a blank look. He said without a good mood, poor mouth. Wang Hao took her hand, then led her inside the mall, and I have to say, it's worthy of being one of the luxury malls in Magic City. It's full of luxury brands, like what Dior, Louis Vuitton, etc. have. Wang Hao thought Wu Ye should bring a watch, and so should he. So he dragged Wu Ye to a Patek Philippe boutique. However, the clothes Wang Hao and Wu Ye were wearing were cheap clothes, and he had expected the kind of face-slapping plot in novels to make him act like a pussy. But when he and Wu Ye came inside the Patek Philippe boutique, the counter girl then came up to entertain him and Wu Ye, not having met a face-slapping thing for him to pretend. Wang Hao felt a bit flat, but come to think of it, where do you get all the pretentious face-punching scenes in reality? This is clearly impossible. Greetings, sir, ma'am, hello, Wang Hao responded. Neither he nor Wu Ye had ever been to such a high-class watch store, so they basically knew nothing. What style of watch would you like? Sir, let me introduce you? Yes, you show me the men's watch and then the women's watch. Okay, this way. The counter was very welcoming. Wang Hao and Wu Ye followed the counter sister, listening to her blah blah blah, and didn't understand. But they looked at the watches in the store and they were really expensive. Wang Hao didn't ink either. Picked out 2 watches, one for men and one for women, which cost him a total of $600,000. His watch is $320,000. Wu Ye's is $280,000. Originally, Wu Ye didn't want to buy it. She thought it was too expensive, but she couldn't resist Wang Hao's flimflam, so she just let him be. When it was bought, Wu Ye was wearing the watch lovingly. You can see that she loves it. She just doesn't want to spend any money on it. Sister Wu Ye, how can you spend the goal I set for you like this? You have to take action. At those words, Wu Ye gave him a blank look. You work so hard to earn money. How can you spend it carelessly? Money should be spent on the blade. Wang Hao was speechless. He was making money hard. Not hard at all, okay? As long as Wu Ye and the girls were making good money, he could make more money. Sister Wu Ye, don't you still know my stature? Listen to me or I'll have to punish you at home. Humph, how dare you? Hey, see if I dare. Well, don't be poor. I'll take you shopping for 2 dresses, Wu Ye said gently. Yes, for an afternoon. Wang Hao and Wu Ye were buying and buying. It was only when the 918's trunk couldn't fit anymore that Wang Hao and Wu Ye went to have dinner. This time the two went to a Sir Avery's restaurant. After dinner, Wang Hao and Wu Ye went to the movie theater. Sister Wu Ye, this sweet wind or not? Wang Hao knew that usually when 2 people watched a movie, it was either a romance or a horror movie. So Wang Hao chose a rom-com. Let's watch a horror movie. Wu Ye's words made Wang Hao also slightly stunned, but then the corners of his mouth rose. This horror movie was more than okay. Hey! After that they chose campus spirituality to watch. Wang Hao had thought that Wu Ye would be like those girls inside the movie, hugging him tightly, saying she was scared and screaming. But the opposite is true. Whenever he went to a scary place, Wang Hao was the first to hug Wu Ye and close his eyes tightly. This made Wu Ye look and laugh. After a movie, Wang Hao felt that his entire body was deflated. Not to mention, next time he'd watch a horror movie, it was a bit humiliating, but the softness of the 2 big white rabbits kept him coming back. He'd hate for the movie to be more than a dozen hours long. Xiao Hao, why are you so timid? Wu Ye said with a smile. That wasn't cowardly of me. I was trying to hug you. Tough talk. Want us to go home and watch it again? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately refused. No need. Ha ha ha. Wu Ye smiled and led Wang Hao towards the parking lot. By the time they got back to the Phoenix Hill neighborhood it was already 12:30 at night. When they got home, they went to wash up and then went to rest. But when Wang Hao returned to his room and lay down, his mind was filled with the horrible scenes from the horror movie, causing him to be unable to sleep at all. He had no choice but to take out his cell phone and open Green Bubble. It doesn't matter if this doesn't open. When it does it's all information. Not only is there information on the 4 pure schoolgirls in Songningshuang, Li Meng and their dormitory, there is also information about my cousin and sister-in-law. Most importantly, both Louis Fei and Zhao Liang had sent him messages. Even Ji Xiaoye was no exception. Of course, there was no way that the clingy little goblin that was White Bull could be missing from these people. After Wang Hao replied to them one by one, he waited to see who could reply to his message. Then he was ready to talk to the other man. After all, his mind was full of horror movie scenes right now, and continuing something else distracted his energy away. But it's now 1 o'clock. Wang Hao didn't think anyone would reply to him, but as it turned out, he miscalculated. Song Ningxuang returned him. After that, he and Song Ningxuang chatted for 2 hours, and it wasn't until 3 o'clock that he fell asleep in a daze. This sleep went straight to 10 o'clock in the morning. He got up as usual to wash up and eat the breakfast Wu Ye had prepared for him. Then it was time to get ready for the appointment. Originally, he wanted to ask Zhao Liying or Lu Yifei to scout for him to see if there were any goddesses suitable to be the president, preferably the kind he could bind, but I didn't realize that both of them have been very busy lately with filming, so Wang Hao had no choice but to go out on his own. He was also searching for a company president for the first time and had no experience at all. He didn't know what to do. Hey, where on earth to look for the female president? What a worry, just as he was at a loss. However, his phone rang. Wang Hao picked up his cell phone and saw that it was actually Ji Xiaoya. He was also a bit surprised that he hadn't been in contact with Ji Xiaoya much after he added her last time. This time the other party called him out of the blue and didn't know what was going on, but Wang Hao still picked up the phone. Chapter 97, Ji Xiaoya's appointment. Sister yeah, what's wrong? Wang Hao, I heard Sister Liying say that you've been looking for talents recently, haven't you? Wang Hao was also a bit surprised. He didn't think that Zhaolian had told Ji Xiaoya, but he felt that Zhaolian wouldn't be that kind of person. It should be that Ji Xiaoya had a doorway. Sister Xiaoya, how did you know? Never mind how I know. If you buy me dinner I might introduce you to someone too. Listening to Ji Xiaoya's words, Wang Hao understood that Ji Xiaoya should really have a doorway. She wouldn't have said that otherwise. Good. It's just that I don't know when Sister Xiaoya will have the time. I'll pick you up. Brother. Ha ha ha. Wang Hao, you're so realistic. No way. Not yet. Why don't you say you're a brother before I say I can do you a favor? Why don't you come over and pick me up now? I don't have a scene today. I have time. Okay, then wait for me for a while. I'll just get some stuff and come. Yo yo yo. Are you going to buy food for Sister Liying again? Hey, aren't we going out to eat later? I'll buy you something then too. Yes, tell me when you get there. Yes. After saying that, Wang Hao hung up the phone. He had been worried about not being able to find the president of the company for a while, but now he wasn't so worried. As long as she finds the president of the company, then the company's business can be left to her. The president's salary, however, is something to consider carefully. The first thing is the company's shares. This Wang Hao will never let go. The company's shares must be firmly in his hands. Of course, it was only the shares of Haoya Film and Media Company Limited. After all, in the future, all the women in this company should be tied to his salary rebate system. He can't let anyone get their hands on it, but he'll have to give it to any other company later. He hadn't thought about it yet. He'd wait until he met the person. After all, it was hard to say if it was a good fit or not. Before going to the crew, Wang Hao first bought some of her favorite food for Zhao Liying, before heading to the set in the 918 Magic City, Luji Azui. Wang Hao came to the site where the crew was filming. As the beast that is the 918 roars to life, all eyes are captivated by the silver sports car. My god, it's a Porsche 918, a limited edition model. It's so cool. I just don't know who it was that drove this car to the theater. I'm guessing it's some cockney guy picking up an actress. It's just that it's so nice to have all these rich people, cars, money, women, everything. Bro, be a good drag queen. If you're hot someday, you might even be able to pick up a starlet. I can see actresses every day when I'm a drag queen. That body, that face, let me talk to her deeply for one night. I'm willing to die on the spot. No, brother, you're dying under the skirt of a peony, and you're a ghost, don't you see? That body and face of Liying, it's really great. I know, but what's that got to do with me? You're good, brother. Amidst the shock of the crew's drag queen actors, Wang Hao directly found a parking place to stop the car. He then made his way to where the shooting was taking place. At this time, Zhao Liying was still filming. Wang Hao just stood on the side and watched. I have to say, Zhao Liying is really sparing. Basically all the scenes are her personally, except for the kissing scene. Wang Hao looked at her as she waved her sweat. Suddenly some of my heart aches for this woman. No matter what time of day it is, she is always so desperate, but she's still really attractive the way she is now. Suddenly, Wang Hao felt a tap on his shoulder. Hey, Wang Hao, isn't Sister Liying pretty? Wang Hao, who was originally watching Zhaoliang intently, was startled by Ji Xiaoya's slap. Sister Xiaoya, do you know that people scare people to death? Who let you kid look so fascinated? Your kid like Liying's sister can be difficult. Liying's sister, but there are many suitors. That Lin Gangxin, you know it. Liying's sister also have a good feeling about him. Sister Xiaoya, what are you talking about? I'm just treating Sister Liying as my sister. Oh yeah. Ji Xiaoya's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if she had seen through Wang Hao's lies. Seeing this, Wang Hao also stopped doing explanations. The more he explained, the less clear it was. He was fond of Zhao Liying, but with the current goodwill, the two were obviously impossible. Right now, he could only treat Shou Liying as his sister, and he would only try to change the relationship between the two unless the favorability was very high. After a while, Shou Liying's scene was finished. At this time, Shou Liying was covered in sweat. Wang Hao took the towel and walked over to Xia Liying's position, handing her the towel. Sister Liying, Wang Hao, thanks. Wang Hao scratched his head and smiled faintly. After that, Wang Hao took out the things he had brought to Xia Liying. Ding, the goddess of paycheck rebate. Xia Liying's favoritism +1. That's great, as long as he could raise his favorability. No matter how much, Wang Hao was very happy. Thanks. No, Sister Liying, you go ahead and get busy. Sister Xiaoya and I will go meet that person. Well, if it doesn't fit, I'll take a look for you when I'm done. Alright, then we'll leave first. Bye Sister Liying. Bye. With that, he turned and left. Ji Xiaoya also followed him and left the theater group. When Wang Hao did all this just now, Ji Xiaoya was following him around. It didn't take long for the two to arrive in front of 918. Ji Xiaoya looked at 918 and her entire body became excited. My god, Wang Hao, is this your car? Aha! Wang Hao nodded. 918. Ha ha ha, with Sister Xiaoya's strength, it won't take long to buy it. Right. Wang Hao opened the driver's door and sat in, and Ji Xiaoya also sat in the passenger seat. After coming in, Ji Xiaoya touched this and that, and Wang Hao could feel her fondness for the car. After touching it for a while, Ji Xiaoya sighed. Hey, Wang Hao, you don't know, although we are also the main characters, our paychecks are too low compared to Sister Liying. My paycheck is only 800,000. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was also very shocked. I didn't realize Ji Xiaoya's paycheck was so low. That $800,000 may sound like a lot, but it's really not a big paycheck for an actor. Wang Hao also finally understood why Ji Xiaoya said that she wanted to buy a 918 in her dreams. This 918 can't be bought without channels even with money. Sister yeah, where are we going? Go to Wangjiang Pavilion. I'm meeting her there. Okay, sit tight. After saying that, Wang Hao directly kicked the gas and drove away from the crew. Chapter 98, Oddballs. Wangjiang Pavilion. Wang Hao drove the car to the parking lot of Wangjiang Pavilion. At this time, Ji Xiaoya, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, had excitement on her face. Wow, this car is great. Wang Hao can drive it for me for 2 days. Ji Xiaoya looked at Wang Hao pleadingly. Wang Hao is also helpless. Now he only has this 918. If he gives it to Ji Xiaoya, then what is he driving? But it is not good to reject Ji Xiaoya. Sister Xiaoya, this is the only car I have right now. When I get a new car, I'll give it to you to drive. How's that? Okay, it's a deal haha, don't you forget. I'm a man with a good memory. Ha ha ha, no it won't. You believe me. After getting out of the car, Ji Xiaoya still looked back at the silver-colored 918 from time to time, showing how much she liked it. Wang Hao also couldn't imagine why a woman would like sports cars so much. Wangjiang Pavilion, Ji Xiaoya has already booked a private room. Hello, sir, miss, do you have an appointment? Ji Xiaoya said. Yes, my last name is Ji. He saw the waiter drumming on a tablet for a while, then he said to him and Ji Xiaoya, Mr. and Miss, inside please. The waiter brought them to the private room that Ji Xiaoya had reserved. I have to say, this Wangjiang Pavilion is really luxurious, and you can see the Huangpu River from inside the private room. Simply, not only is it a nice setting, it's also quiet. The only downside is that it's expensive. Wang Hao, aren't you rich? Ji Xiaoya asked. Hey, okay, there's a billion points. What's up Yu-chan? It's okay, I'm just asking. The two of them waited for a while. The man hadn't arrived yet. Wang Hao frowned. Didn't Ji Xiaoya already have an appointment? He looked at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just now, Ji Xiaoya told him that the appointment was at 1:30 p.m. It's now 2 o'clock, which means the man is half an hour late. At this time, Ji Xiaoya's face was also very ugly. She also didn't expect that person this has no sense of time. Thanks to her thought of finding a good job for her. Now it's good. She looks at Wang Hao's face is not good either. Guess this one fizzled out. Wang Hao, I'll call again and rush it. Ji Xiaoya looked at Wang Hao and said, Sister Xiaoya, there's no rush. Wait a little longer. Although it was the first time Wang Hao approached the president of his company, he knew that keeping time was the most basic guideline. This person had such no sense of time. If there was no special reason, even if she fulfilled the binding requirements of the wage return goddess, Wang Hao would definitely not use such a person. Okay, Ji Xiaoya didn't know what to say. Before she was thinking that that person was a friend who played better, and she didn't have a job recently. Just as Wang Hao was looking for someone again, she felt her friend should be up to the task. Now she doesn't think so. I guess Wang Hao wouldn't use someone like that. After that, Wang Hao waited with Ji Xiaoya for about half an hour. the door to the booth finally opened slowly. Seeing people come, Wang Hao are a little less confident. In the end he came to interview or the other side to interview even let him wait for so long. Wang Hao would like to see this person is what the gods. As the door to the private room was pushed open, a man and a woman walked in from outside the room. Wang Hao looked at Ji Xiaoya with some surprise. I thought there was only one woman who came for the interview. How come there's a man now? He looked at Ji Xiaoya in disbelief, but Ji Xiaoya shook her head. She doesn't know. Wang Hao and Ji Xiaoya were both confused. After the two came in, the woman pulled the man over to sit next to Ji Xiaoya. Yeah, how long have you guys been here? I was just hanging out with my boyfriend for a while and forgot the time. Sorry. At those words, Ji Xiaoya was about to explode with anger. Lu Ling, do you know what time it is? What time is our appointment? You're still going shopping with your boyfriend. You're really something. No, Xiaoya, what are you mad about? It's not easy for my boyfriend to accompany me out for a bit of shopping. What's wrong with me coming a bit late? Besides, you guys haven't left yet. Don't you think so, honey? Wang Hao looked at this strange woman and didn't understand why Ji Xiaoya would want to introduce this Lu Ling to him as the company's president. This Lu Ling did not meet the binding requirements of the goddess of wage rebate. 2. This Lu Ling is obviously a person who does not abide by the time. 3. This Lu Ling does not have the kind of kind temperament to treat others. It doesn't satisfy him in any way. That's right. It's already giving you face for my girlfriend to come for an interview. There are quite a lot of people who want to ask my girlfriend to go to the company. If you don't come up with a salary that makes us satisfied, there's no way my girlfriend will go to work for your company. Ji Xiaoya's entire body was about to explode with anger after hearing this. No, are you two brain dead? People give you jobs you don't cherish, and you even say that. I don't think there's anything more to say. Wang Hao sat on the sidelines listening to Ji Xiaoya's conversation with the two men, and was also feeling very speechless. How could there be such a person? It's really like being brain dead. Wang Hao didn't bother with these two people, so he planned to leave. However, when Wang Hao stood up, Lu Ling's boyfriend was the one who opened his mouth and said, "You're the boss of that company, aren't you? With a salary of $10 million a year, my girlfriend will go to work for your company." No, he doesn't say anything. Do you really think he's got a temper? And I suggest you could go to the hospital for a checkup. What are you talking about? We're not sick. What's the point of going to the hospital? Who says so? You guys go and get checked out and maybe you'll get checked out. I remember there's a mental hospital in Mordor. It's quite suitable for you guys. You, Lu Ling's boyfriend pointed at Wang Hao with trembling fingers, obviously pissed off. Wang Hao was also too lazy to care about these two people anymore, so he would leave the private room, and Ji Xiaoya also followed Wang Hao. Seeing Wang Hao and Ji Xiaoya leave, Lu Ling panicked a bit and asked, Dong, is this really okay? Why do I feel a bit hungover? Wife, just don't worry, in less than 2 days, Ji Xiaoya will definitely call you, and by then you'll be the female president with a salary of $10 million a year. Okay. It turns out that it's all the work of Lu Ling's boyfriend, who wants Lu Ling to make more money so he can splurge, and Lu Ling is a relationship brain. Naturally, I listened to my boyfriend, which brings us to this. When Lu Ling's boyfriend knew that Ji Xiaoya's side was in a hurry to find someone, he had this idea, only he didn't know that doing so would only bury a great opportunity. The other side, Wang Hao and Ji Xiaoya had already returned to the car. Ji Xiaoya's face was filled with guilt. Wang Hao, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. It's okay, the world is so big, there will be all kinds of people. Although he said so on his lips, he would always feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Sister Xiaoya, let me take you back first. Where is your home? Ji Xiaoya also heard the discomfort in his tone, but had no choice but to whisper, send me to Baoshan district. Yes. Saying that, Wang Hao drove towards Baoshan district. Chapter 99 Candidates for President. This time, Ji Xiaoya, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, didn't have the same feeling of excitement as before. She really felt very guilty about this. Wang Hao, who was driving, thought about it. People Ji Xiaoya was originally helping him, although that Lu Ling was not good, but at least people Ji Xiaoya helped him. He couldn't do that to Ji Xiaoya. It's not like it's Ji Xiaoya's fault. When he thought about it, he felt bad about his attitude just now. After thinking about it, he still felt he had to apologize to Ji Xiaoya. That's Sister Xiaoya. I'm sorry, my tone of voice was a bit heavy just now. And at this point, Ji Xiaoya hadn't reacted yet. She didn't expect Wang Hao to apologize to her. And to be honest, this matter was originally her problem. It was because she didn't have the ability to recognize people that such a thing happened. There was absolutely no need for Wang Hao to apologize to her. When Wang Hao did this, Ji Xiaoya's feelings towards Wang Hao went up a level. It's fine, there are reasons for me in this matter, but I really didn't expect Lu Ling to be such a person. I didn't realize that there were such people in the world either. It's really too strange. I'll look around for you when I get back. Well, then I'll trouble Sister Xiaoya. In no time, Wang Hao drove to Baoshan district. After Ji Xiaoya got off, Wang Hao drove away. He looked at the time. It was already almost 4 o'clock, and he wasn't going to go anywhere else today, so he could simply go back and cook a meal for Wuya. After that he went to buy some ingredients and returned to the Phoenix Hill neighborhood. A table of food was prepared for Wuya, waiting quietly for her to return. Wang Hao, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at his cell phone and found that quite a few people had sent him messages. He replied to each one before putting the phone down. That's when Wuya came back as well. As usual, she was carrying a black LV bag and wearing a knee-length dress. Very classy. Little Hao, why are you back so early today? Wuya changed out of her white sneakers and walked in only to realize that the table was already filled with a hearty meal. Her face was very surprised. Wow, Hao, you're wonderful. You smell so good. Upon hearing this, the corner of Wang Hao's mouth rose slightly. Sister Wuya, let's eat. Okay, I'm going to go wash my hands. Just wait for me for a minute. Wang Hao sat down at the dining table, and Wuya sat down across from him, and the two of them ate their dinner. Sister Wuya, this chicken soup is delicious. Try it. With that, Wang Hao gave her a bowl of soup. After dinner, he sat on the couch with Wuya as usual, watching TV. Wuya, on the other hand, stretched out her own jade foot and hitched it on Wang Hao's leg. Wang Hao gently stroked Wuya's jade feet. She didn't paint her toenails with nail polish, but her jade feet were so white and tender that people couldn't help but want to take a bite of them when they looked at them. Of course, Wang Hao only dared to think about it. He didn't dare to do it. He would have dared if it was white bowl, but he really didn't dare to. Wuya, who was concentrating on watching the TV, felt her feet itching a little, so she turned her gaze to Wang Hao, only to see that he was playing with her feet, and it was a concentrated effort. The corners of Wuya's mouth rose slightly, and she continued to watch her own TV. It was not until 12 o'clock at night that the two returned to their rooms to rest. It was the next day in the blink of an eye. Early this morning, Wang Hao received a phone call from Zhao Liying, saying that she didn't have a part today, and that Ji Xiaoya had already told her about what happened yesterday. Then there was Jia and she both refound someone for him. Let him check it out later. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was naturally incomparably happy. After all, he hadn't been able to find a suitable outlet for a female president yet. Wang Hao answered and then went to eat breakfast and wash up as usual, then depart. The time he had agreed with Zhao Liying was 10 o'clock in the morning, and it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. He has to go early. He can't be like that Lu Ling yesterday, being an hour or two late and looking like it doesn't matter. Half an hour later, he arrived at the place he had agreed upon with Zhao Liying, which was very close to where the crew was filming. So after the interview, he got to hang out inside the theater. Wang Hao parked his car at the place where the crew was located, and then came directly to the cafe that Zhao Liying had mentioned. Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya still chose the private room. There was no way, with the curiosity of Zhaolian, if she didn't choose a private room, then she probably couldn't leave if she was recognized. Sister Liying, Sister Xiaoya. Wang Hao greeted them and then sat down next to them. Wang Hao, your company is already done? Zhao Liying took the initiative to ask. Not yet, it's still in the middle of the nuclear name application, and the results will be out tomorrow, so it'll be fast then. Aha! This time the trio didn't have to wait long for the two men they had been meeting. He looked at the time. It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet, which meant that these two had arrived early, and the system's voice rang out when they arrived. They clearly meet the binding requirements of the payroll rebate system. However, Wang Hao still had to see if they were suitable, and if they weren't, he wouldn't want them even if they met the requirements of the salary rebate system. Helan, introduce yourself to Wang Hao, Zhao Liying said to the mature woman. Helan nodded to Liying, then turned his face to Wang Hao to introduce himself again. Mr. Wang, my name is Helan. I previously held the position of president at AIE Media Company, but because of the reason of incompatibility in philosophy, it caused me to leave the company I graduated from. After Wang Hao heard Helan's self-introduction, the whole person's eyes glowed, which was not exactly the right president he was looking for. Not bad, not bad. Still, he needed to hear more about the person Ji Xiaoya had introduced. Well, just wait a minute. After saying that, Wang Hao looked at Ji Xiaoya on the side. Seeing this, Ji Xiaoya said to Xia Chuchu, Chuchu, introduce yourself to Wang Hao as well. Chartreuse nodded, then said, Mr. Wang, how are you? My name is Xia Chuchu. I'm 24 years old. I just graduated this year from California Polytechnic University. The appreciation in Wang Hao's eyes hadn't disappeared since they introduced themselves. Regardless of whether it was Helan or Xia Chuchu, Wang Hao felt that it was very excellent, and both of them met the binding requirements of the salary rebate system. Such a person could be encountered but not sought. Wang Hao felt that none of them could be spared. but there can only be one president, and he still needs to think about who to consider as president. So the two of them are candidates for president, right? After hearing your introductions, I think you're all very good, but there's only one president. So, Chapter 100, if you want to dig up an actress, I'll bear the cost. After Wang Hao uttered these words, Helan and Xia Chuchu were both looking at Wang Hao with nervous faces. Before they came, Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya had said that Wang Hao was generous, and as long as they could pass the interview, then there was a great probability that they would be able to get a very high salary. And there is only one presidential position, so that means one of them will have to leave. After Wang Hao said those words, they all got nervous, but Wang Hao's next words excited them all. Although there is only one position of president, our company is still in its infancy, so there are other positions, so if one of you can accept it, then you can also stay. Zhou Liying and Ji Xiaoya just sat there drinking coffee and looking at Wang Hao, and after Wang Hao finished speaking, Helan was the one who asked, Mr. Wang, I'd like to ask about the company's current status. Hearing this, Wang Hao didn't hide it. Straight away, the state of the company was revealed. The company is still in the process of bidding, which means that whichever one of you two becomes the president will need to take full responsibility. The company is called Haoya Film and Media Corporation, with a registered capital of $2 billion. Hearing $2 billion, those two words, the brains of the four people present all rumbled. Even Ji Xiaoya spat out the coffee she just drank. The one who was more calm belongs to Liying Zhao. To be able to come up with 100 million to invest in Louis Fei's movie, she knew that Wang Hao was very rich, but she just didn't expect Wang Hao to be so rich, and she was also very surprised. The two who were most shocked were Helan and Xia Chuchu. According to Wang Hao, if she became the president, then she could use the funds in the company to develop the company, which was equivalent to leaving her future development up to her. Then it won't be a situation like it was at the last company, and 2 billion is a scary amount. Knowing that her last company's market capitalization was only 100 million, this Hoya has a market capitalization of $2 billion before it's even listed. What's more, a boss who can come up with $2 billion in registered capital won't treat her too badly. Helan felt that he would regret it if he missed such an opportunity. She was going to take this president no matter what. Xia Chuchu on the other side couldn't control the expression on her face when she heard such an astronomical figure. Instead, she was now afraid to grab this president's position. With so much money, she felt that she had just come out and had no way to control that much money. Wang Hao stood aside and observed Helan and Xia Chuchu's expressions. From the expression, Wang Hao was able to observe the gap between the two, and now it was clear to him who to choose to be the company's president. I wonder if you would like to join my company. Wang Hao looked at Helan and Xia Chuchu and asked. Only Helan and Xia Chuchu kept nodding their heads. I do. Upon hearing this, the corners of Wang Hao's mouth continued to rise. Since both of you are willing to join my company, then it's time for us to talk about the salary package next. When Wang Hao said this, he purposely paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to Helan and Xia Chuchu. He wants to hear what they have to say about their salary ideas. Is there anything you guys want to tell me about your paychecks? Helan looked at Zhao Liying, then Wang Hao, and opened his mouth. Boss, my annual salary can't be less than 1 million, and I also want 1% of the company's shares. Looking at Helan is not only Wang Hao, even the side of the three people feel very surprised to know that 1% of the company's shares, that is the market value of 20 million. After all, Wang Hao's registered capital is $2 billion alone. Wang Hao thought that the person who dared to say it was the one who was powerful, and he wouldn't give out the shares. But he had another way, and when Helan and Xia Chuchu and the others, she would definitely need to be tied up later, meaning that their wages he would need to give as high as possible. Helan, you are very good, but the company's shares I will not give you, but I can give you another way. The annual salary, I give you 10 million, and then I signed a contract with you, every year to take Haoya net profit of 5% to you as your year-end bonus. This contract has been continued until your death. What do you think? Wang Hao finished his words. Now it wasn't just Helan. Zhao Liying and Ji Xiaoya weren't calm anymore. They violently stood up from their own chairs and looked at Wang Hao unbelievably. They also didn't expect Wang Hao to give such a rich salary. Simply, Helan looked at Wang Hao in disbelief. Although Wang Hao didn't give her shares, Wang Hao's action was equivalent to giving her 5% of the company in disguise, and gave her a salary of $10 million a year. Okay, I promise. Thanks, boss. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and shook Helan. His heart was happy. This money was finally given away. In the future, as long as he bound Helan, then wouldn't the money he obtained be thousands of times more? It's definitely a sure thing. Wang Hao immediately looked at Xia Chuchu. Xia Chuchu, although the president's position is gone, but my company just started. Also need you this kind of talent. The company's financial director is very suitable for you. Treatment, I will give you an annual salary of $5 million. 3% of the company's net profit to you. Signed the same contract as Helan. Are you willing to come? Xia Chuchu had thought that she was out of luck, but Wang Hao surprisingly told her that there were other positions, and the pay was so high. She nodded frantically. After harvesting 2 great generals, a smile finally appeared on Wang Hao's face. Ji Xiaoya said sourly, Wang Hao, you're giving such good conditions that I want to work in your company. Hey, Sister Xiaoya, as you know, I'm a film and media company. It's very suitable for you. If you want to come to the liquidated damages and so on, I'll give you out. Holy, I was just kidding. Are you for real? Surely it is true. In the future our company to dig directly to the female stars over the funds I come out. Anyway, famous stars are dug over. Compensation must be given to the other side satisfied. His words once again refreshed a few women's perspective as soon as they came out. How rich does one have to be to say something like that? Zhao Liang looked at Wang Hao and said, Wang Hao, I'll go to your company too. After saying that, she smiled, and this smile could make Wang Hao look dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, if you're willing to come, Lily Ying's sister, I'm willing to pay whatever it takes. Is that true? It has to be. Okay, wait until I contact you. Wang Hao people are numb. This today's surprise so big. Ji Xiaoya, Shine Liang, if the company had these 2 people in the beginning, it would be a lot easier to choose and poach people in the future. After discussing the matter, Wang Hao would leave all the company's tasks to Yilan and Xia Chuchu. He, on the other hand, came to the theater group with Zhou Liang and Ji Xiaoya. Chapter 101 Beauty President Helan's Advice. Wang Hao sat on Zhe Liang's seat and watched as she waved her sweat not far away. He then felt the urge to go and replace her. But it's impossible. But you can make it easier on her later. The movie that Shine Liang is doing is a fairy drama, so it requires hanging, which is very uncomfortable. And there's a kissing scene next. As soon as it came to the kissing scene, Shirley Ying came down. After all, she doesn't do kissing scenes. The male actor who was originally going to do a kissing scene with Zhou Liang instantly looked disappointed. After Zhao Liang came down, Wang Hao took a towel and handed it to Zhao Liang. Wang Hao would like to rub her but the relationship between the 2 of them right now, they can't do anything that intimate yet, so he could only do some simple handing of towels. When the 2 of them became close later, he would make sure to show off hard. Thanks. Zhou Liang took Wang Hao's towel and said, Hey, hard work, Lillian-san. You have to go on even if it's hard work in order to make money. From now on you come to my company. Your company is in such good condition. I've dreamed of going there, Zhou Liang teased. After that, Wang Hao stayed with Zhao Liang on the set for a whole day, but the goodwill didn't go up at all, which made Wang Hao a bit lost. Why other people's favorability rattled up, but Zhe Liang's favorability is so hard to rise it. Can't, have to think of a way out. But after thinking about it, there was no solution at all. After having dinner with Zhao Liang, Wang Hao drove back. When he returned to the Fengshan neighborhood, Wu Ye was indeed still waiting for him. Although Wang Hao had eaten, he still accompanied Wu Ye and continued to eat a little. The 2 then sat on the couch and talked. Sister Wu Ye, let's buy your current dance training organization, so that you don't have to be so busy in the future. It's okay if you teach the kids first, and you don't need to take time off work if I have something that requires you to come with me. Wu Ye's pair of jewel-like eyes looked at Wang Hao this way. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. To be honest, she wanted to stay with Wang Hao all the time now, but she didn't want to not go to work. Although Wang Hao was rich, she didn't want to be a woman with nothing to do. How? I listen to you. Wu Ye leaned her head on Wang Hao's shoulder, enjoying the warmth that belonged to her. Wang Hao gently stroked Wu Ye's hair with great enjoyment. Little Hao, will you not want me in the future? Wu Ye's unexplained words caused Wang Hao to be confused once again. He cupped Wu Ye's delicate and beautiful face and kissed her against her red lips. Ryoko, lips split. At this point, Wu Ye had stopped thinking randomly. She felt that as long as she could be with Wang Hao, she could accept whatever happened, as long as Wang Hao doesn't abandon her. After Wang Hao went home with her in the new year, she would completely give herself to Wang Hao and give him 2 more children. The more she thought about it, the happier Wu Ye felt. Just like this, she unexpectedly fell asleep on Wang Hao's shoulder. Seeing this, Wang Hao gently carried Wu Ye in a princess hug to her room, covered her up, and then returned to his own room. When Wang Hao left, Wu Ye's eyes were opened. The corners of her mouth involuntarily rose as she looked at the closed door to her room. She felt that Wang Hao was indeed a trustworthy man. She had already pretended to be asleep, and Wang Hao didn't even make a move on her. Wang Hao, who had just returned to his room, heard a sound that excited him. Ding! Wage cashback goddess Wu Ye's favoritism +1. Although he didn't know what had happened, Wang Hao was still happy. Now Wu Ye's favorability had reached 97, 3 points short of 100. According to the system's pissy nature, I guess there's another reward when the goodwill reaches 100 points. He was very much looking forward to it. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Hao just laid down on his own bed and fell asleep. Early the next morning, He got up early today. Last night, he had told Wuya that he was going to acquire her current dance training organization, so he planned to go with Wuya today. After Wang Hao opened the door to his room, he happened to meet the eyes of Wuya, who had just opened the door to her room. A sweet smile then appeared on both of their faces. How? Good morning, Sister Wuya. The two of them went and washed up before starting to prepare breakfast. Little Hao, are you going to the dance training center today? Well, I don't want you to be so tired every day. There, that's not tiring alright. Just as Wuya finished his sentence, Wang Hao's cell phone, however, rang. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Helan's call. He didn't avoid Wuya either, but answered it in front of her, and even turned on the speakerphone. Hey boss, are you busy? It's okay, go ahead. It's just that there's something the company needs to discuss with you, so see if you can meet up. Wang Hao looked at Wuya, then said, can't we do it tomorrow? It might be a little late for tomorrow. Wait a minute then, I'll get back to you in a couple minutes. Yes boss. After hanging up Helan's phone, Wang Hao looked at Wuya by his side and said somewhat apologetically, Sister Wuya, the company's side is just starting out. There are quite a few things to be busy with, so I probably can't go with you today. I'll go with you when I'm done. Okay. Wuya reached out and pinched Wang Hao's face. Idiot, it's not like I'm in a hurry on my end. You go ahead and work on the company. It's our company. It's important. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Wang Hao's face. Wuya is really understanding. Mua. Wang Hao directly kissed her on the cheek. Wuya pretended to be disgusted and wiped it off. Dirty. Hey. Mua. I'll kiss again if you rub it again. Wuya gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood. Okay, I won't rub it. Hurry up and eat do. After breakfast you hurry up and get busy. Aha! Wang Hao and Wuya went about their own business after having breakfast. Wuya goes to the dance training facility where she works. Wang Hao, on the other hand, came to the location Helan had sent him. It's also a cafe. Xia Chuchu was there too. After Wang Hao arrived, he didn't have the courtesy to sit down directly. What's the matter? Calling me over in such a hurry? Helan looked at Wang Hao and said, Boss, recently a girl group from the Stick Country came to our Magic City for a tour. Doesn't our company still have no employees? Yesterday you said you want to dig female stars. I want to ask boss, does this girl group from the Stick Country dig? Stick Country? Yes, it's the IVE girl group that's been hot lately. Speaking of this, Wang Hao is interested in this directly dig a girl group over seems to be very good. Tell me about this girl group first. Chapter 102 Stick Country's Combination. Prepare the hoe. The group consists of a total of 12 members, namely Jiang One Shadow, C position, On Eugene, and others. Each of them is very good looking and has a great body, but Jiang One Shadow has been saying some bad things about our country in public lately. At those words, Wang Hao frowned, said some bad things about our country. For Wang Hao, the country is not to be insulted, and to speak of the country is to speak of Wang Hao. Such a woman must be punished. Oh, what did she say? She didn't say anything about it, but something about the country's humiliation appeared in the MV, and she even scheduled her concert in Hong Kong for that day. After saying that, Helan also played a video. Wang Hao immediately understood what was going on when he looked at it. Let's not talk about Jiang One Shadow, the girl group, which must still have something to do with the company behind them. Wang Hao was also very angry when he saw it, and he had to punish such a woman from the Stick Country. Helan, do whatever it takes to poach this girl group from the company in the Stick Country. Since they dared to insult our country, they must be made to pay. Although Helan didn't know what Wang Hao wanted to do, she would still do what Wang Hao wanted. She may be a woman, but she is no less patriotic. Yes boss. Also, get the hose ready, and when the company is established, go on a digging spree for me. Got it? Okay boss. Boss, the price you need to pay to poach the LDE girl group from the company in the Stick Country is quite a lot. A conservative estimate is that it will cost around $1 billion. Don't worry about the money, just keep digging. For a woman like Zhang Yuaning, I'm sure I'll make sure she gets the punishment she deserves. I'll hit another $2 billion to the company's account. At those words, both Xia Chuchu and Helan were stunned. Who the hell are their bosses that they are talking about $2 billion right out of their mouths? They were on the verge of numbness. However, the two of them were still furious about what happened to Jiang One Shadow, and said that they wanted her to be punished for everything. After that, Wang Hao discussed quite a few things about the company's development with Helan Xia Chuchu. And it wasn't until Wang Hao's stomach growled that they found a place to have lunch. After lunch Helan and Xia Chuchu went to work. Wang Hao thought about it and thought that it would be better to make a trip to Bai Wanner's place. After all, he hadn't been there since the last time he took someone's innocence until now, so he more or less had to go and see the other person. But before he went, Wang Hao planned to get to know Zhang Yuaning and the girls as an LDE girl group. Wang Hao opened the photo of Zhang Yuaning. Sure is pretty and flirty looking, and there was a time when the popular Jangwon shadow spinning was also hers. But it was such a pretty and flirtatious woman who did such a thing. When he dug them over, he would ask them whether this was their will or whether their company had forced them to do it. After getting to know the LDE girl group, Wang Hao was just about to leave when he remembered that neither Helan nor Xia Chuchu had a car, and it wasn't very convenient to go anywhere. So he called Song Wan-er. Hey, Wang, hey, Song Wainer, are there any better cars in the Ford store right now? What kind of car does Wang want? Ask for 2 4-seater cars, something posh. How about an Audi A8L? Okay, you prepare 2 units for me. I'll pick them up tomorrow. Yes. After saying that, Wang Hao hung up the phone, then called Helan Xia Chuchu again. Tell him to meet him in front of the Ford store tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. They answered and hung up. After doing this, Wang Hao drove the 918 to Huangpu River, the green city where Bipolar lived. 10 minutes later, he was on the White Bull's side, with him entering the code to open the door. Wang Hao was surprised that there was no one at home, so they closed the door to their home. Then he came to the door of the room and opened it, but White Bull wasn't in there either. Wang Hao was a bit puzzled. He came back to the room where the White Bull child was live and opened the door. It doesn't matter if this is not opened. As soon as the door was opened, the White Bull child's live room boiled over. Holy, who is that man back there? Why is he in Wan-er's house? Geez, Wani, turn around quickly. There's a man behind you. Wan-er, call the police. There's a pervert. Wan-er, there are wolves behind us. Wan-er, there are wolves behind us. The entire live broadcast room was filled with the phrase, Wan-er, there are wolves behind. It was screened. White Bull naturally noticed the pop-ups, so took off his headphones and turned back. The moment she saw Wang Hao, the whole person was surprised and hugged him as usual. This move directly confused the people on the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on here? How is Wan-er hugging that man? No, my goddess, you can't do this. You're mine. Let go of that woman and let me do it. It's over. It's over. I've fallen out of love before I've even fallen in love. Whoops, it's over. There was wailing and screaming all over the live feed. White Bulls also remembered that the live broadcast was not yet closed, so she got down from Wang Hao's body, came to the live broadcast room and put on the headset, and said to the fans in the live broadcast room, "Ladies and gentlemen, Tai Z, I'm sorry, my husband came back, so I'll go off the air first. We'll see you later." After saying that, before waiting for the fans in the live broadcast to send out pop-ups, Bipolar quickly turned off the live broadcast. It can be said to go off the air at the speed of light, and White Bull's line, "My husband is here," made her fans explode. After turning off the live stream, White Bull was clinging to him like an octopus. As usual, Wang Hao held her with both hands. Wan-er, what if you say that and lose your fan base? Just drop them. They're not as important as Brother Hao. Yeah, well, I'll give you a reward for that. Yeah. An hour later, Wang Hao looked at Bipolar. At this point he felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Bipolar lay on his chest and pouted. "Brother Hao, I miss you so much every day." Wang Hao scratched her nose. Softly, he said, "You won't call me if you miss me. I'll come to see you often in the future." "Really? Well, if you're bored you can ask that girlfriend of yours to come and stay with you too. The house is so big anyway." Upon hearing this, Bipolar looked at Wang Hao expectantly and said, "Is it really possible? Fool, the house is all yours." "Of course it is." "Aha, thanks Hao." "Oh, and how are you going to thank me?" After saying that, Wang Hao looked at her with a smile on his face. Chapter 103 4 Levels of Contracts. 8 o'clock in the evening, Wang Hao tucked Bipolar in, then tiptoed out of the green city Huangpu River. He actually wanted to spend the night with Bipolar, but it was hard to explain on Wu Ya's side, so he is definitely going back. Only after Bipolar fell asleep did Wang Hao quietly leave, but before he left a note for Bipolar, just in case White Bulls would be imagining things when she woke up and saw he wasn't there. "When we get home." Wang Hao accompanied Wu Ya for dinner and sat on the sofa to chat. Just like Wang Hao, the two had a tacit understanding that neither one asked too many questions, just chatting about irrelevant topics. As usual, Wu Ya put her white and tender jade feet on Wang Hao's lap and asked him to pinch them for her. Wang Hao didn't refuse. After all, he also quite liked pinching Wu Ya's feet. After the time reached 12 o'clock, they went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Wang Hao didn't get up too early. After all, he and Helan Xia Chuchu had an appointment at 10 in the morning, and he didn't get up until 8:30. Wu Ya had already gone to work when he got up. It was already 9:15 after breakfast and washing up. He set off as well, heading towards the 4S store. At 9:50, he came to the 4S store. What he didn't expect was that Helan and Xia Chuchu were already here waiting for him. Wang Hao parked his car and then brought them to the 4S store. Brother Wang, Song Wanner was also waiting for Wang Hao, and when he arrived, Song Wanner rushed forward. "Well, is the car I asked you to get ready yesterday ready?" "Well, It's ready to be picked up as soon as the contract is signed. Okay. After saying that, Wang Hao said to the two people behind him, you guys follow Song Weiner to sign the contract. This car is the company's allotted car for you, so for convenience it'll be put under your name. Ha! Helan and Xia Chuchu were still in a state of confusion at this point. Whose nice company puts the car in the employee's name? A thought coincidentally appeared in their hearts. That is, could it be that Wang Hao had a crush on them? This made them a little hesitant. Wang Hao saw that they were slow to move. Once again, he urged, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Don't you guys still have to go and get busy? It's inconvenient without a car. At those words, Helan and Xia Chuchu also finally moved. Follow Song Wan Air to sign the contract. In fact, it's not that Wang Hao doesn't want to put it under the company's name, but now the company hasn't been formally established yet, so how can it be put? You can buy a car if you want it yourself. So instead of that, why not just put it in their name? Wang Hao also followed over and paid the money. It was also faster because it was set ahead of time, and it didn't take long to get it done. Helan and Xia Chuchu were then very happy. Helan does have a car, but it's just not as nice. This is, however, Xia Chuchu's first car, so I guess she's going to be so excited today that she won't be able to sleep. Well, you guys go about your business, and I'm going back. Okay, thanks boss. Well, it's fine. By the way Helan, how are things going with the LVE girl group? Boss, I've communicated with SE yesterday, and the answer they gave was to think about it, but the offer I gave was very low. What price did you quote? 32 million. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Helan, didn't you say you wanted about $1 billion? Why did you offer such a low price? Boss, just leave it alone. Just leave this matter to me. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer. Well, but you also have to pay attention to security. Wait for a period of time, I will give you a bodyguard secretary or something. You are the president. To pay attention to their own safety, no. And in addition to the LVE women's group of things, you also have to pay attention to point of their own domestic actresses. I will go back today to our company's contract and other levels to get you. You do not need to think about this side of it. I know boss. I've been paying attention to domestic actresses. Orange Jingy's contract with C-Bar Media recently expired. I'll see if I can sign her over. Okay, then we'll be in touch. Yes boss. Xia Chuchu, the company set up and looking for an office building will be given to you. Your current job is to get these two things done. The office building, don't be afraid to spend money. Rent a bigger, more prosperous place. Got it? Okay boss, I got it. Wang Hao briefly discussed with them before separating from them to go about their own business. Actually, Wang Hao already had a rough idea in his head about the contract. The first thing is that there are 4 levels of contracts. There are 4 grades, A, B, C and D. Grade A is best. D grade is the worst. Let's start with the D grade first. In the D-level contract, the company takes a 50% cut of the money earned by the artist through various commercial performances, concerts, movie shoots, and so on. It's the worst contract ever. Next is the C contract. A C contract is better than a D contract, and the company's draw will be much lower, at 20%. That leaves the Class B contract with the Class A contract. Grade B contract. The company will not take a cut. How much money the artist earns is all the artist's, and the artist's daily expenses are fully covered by the company, such as Orange Jingy signed a Grade B contract with the company. Then she opened the concert to spend the money, company all-inclusive, and earn ticket fees are all Orange Jingy's. The company does not receive a penny. This is a Class B contract. Finally, there is the Class A contract. This is also the best contract for Hoya Film and Media. The same treatment of B contract. Even how much money you earn, the company will reward you how much money. The more you earn, the more reward. Of course, if you want to sign an A contract, there is a limit. As for what kind of contract those artists sign need to go through Wang Hao's consent. If the Jangwon Shadow girls are scooped up, then Jangwon Shadow, he will definitely let sign a D contract. Unless she realizes her mistake, then Jangwon Shadow will remain on a D contract. Not even if she could twist it any better. In fact, these 4 levels of contract Wang Hao are well thought out. Class B contractors are candidates for Class A contracts. In order to sign a Grade A contract, then it needs to be bound by Wang Hao to be able to do so. Otherwise Wang Hao would not be losing money. Only with the salary rebate system, he can get the goddess's salary rebate. Signing a Grade A contract, Wang Hao is not losing money. Moreover, he believed that as long as the conditions of the Grade A contract were thrown out, then the female artists who wanted to join Hoya Film and Media simply wouldn't want too much, right? Not to say it's a Grade A contract, even if it's a Grade B contract, I guess those female artists would grab their heads and sign it. You know, other media companies sign contracts that fall into a pit if you're not careful, and with his media company, the contract is just a few clauses that are very clear at first glance. With that in mind, Wang Hao drove towards Huangpu River. the green city where Bipolar was located. Chapter 104, Amusement Parks. Wang Hao came to Bowie's house. White Bull was currently lying on the couch playing with her cell phone. Her eyes tightened on the phone, her eyes filling up. However, just at this moment, the door of the room was opened. Bowyer looked at the door in surprise. She knew that only herself and Wang Hao knew the password in this home. Then it must be Wang Hao coming. White Bull stood up from the couch in excitement. Without even putting on his shoes, he ran to the door. The moment the door opened, White Bull hung on him like an octopus. Brother Hao. Wang Hao held her with both hands and said, "Wanner, you come down first, I'll change my shoes." Aha! After saying that, Bipolar got off Wang Hao's body. Wang Hao changed into a pair of slippers, then sat down with Bowyer in the living room. After sitting down, Bowyer and him got tired of each other for a while, and Wang Hao felt that it wasn't a good idea for Bowyer to stay home all day. So it just so happened that he had some time this afternoon. Then go have some fun with her. Wan Air, let's go to the amusement park this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Bipolar asked with eyes full of anticipation. Really? Aha! Yeah, great. Muah. How? I love you. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth rose. Well, hurry up and get changed. We'll be there in a minute. Aha, brother Hao. Wait for me for a while. After saying that, Bipolar hurriedly ran back to her room and changed her clothes. Wang Hao sat on the sofa and sent Helan the 4 levels of contracts he had previously conceptualized. But Helan didn't reply to him, so I guess he was busy. Wang Hao didn't care and directly put down his cell phone, waiting quietly for Bipolar to come out. It didn't take long for the White Bull to come out of the bedroom. She was wearing a pair of jeans, a short-sleeved top, and carrying a small white satchel. Very innocent. Wang Hao also enjoyed watching it very much. A woman in jeans is very sexy. White Bulls came to Wang Hao and spun around in front of him. Dang it, brother Hao. Do I look good? Good looking. My Wan Air is the prettiest. Let's go. He, brother Hao. You're so nice. After Wang Hao stood up, Bowyer took his arm. There was a big smile on his face. After Wang Hao changed his shoes, the two set off. Wani, I won't be driving my 918 this time. Otherwise we won't be able to have a good time. There are sightings everywhere. Nah, so drive 911 or? Driving a 911 is probably going to attract a big wave of attention too, but a 911 is better. So let's drive a 911. Nah. After saying that, Bowyer handed Wang Hao the keys to the 911. Wang Hao took the key and sat in the driver's seat. When White Bull got into the passenger seat, he took off straight away with a kick of the gas. Bowyer was like a little fangirl, just looking at him, and even leaned her leg over to Wang Hao's side. When Wang Hao saw this, where did he not understand? A hand went to her leg, but the White Bull doesn't feel so good in jeans. Hey, how about I switch to black silk next time? Well, that depends on whether you can handle it or not. The two joked and laughed as they drove in the direction of the amusement park. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at their current destination, Magic City World. After Wang Hao parked his car, he took Bipolar inside the Magic City World. They bought VIP tickets and didn't have to line up for any items, and as soon as they came in, Wang Hao led Bipolar straight to where the roller coaster was. The two ride a roller coaster. White Bull then held his hand tightly. As the roller coaster started, White Bull closed her eyes. Not a moment later, Wang Hao heard White Bull screams. Wang Hao's grip on Bipolar's hand tightened. Seemingly sensing Wang Hao's concern, Bowyer's voice gradually stopped, and the only thing left was the constant shouting of the others who rode the roller coaster together. As the roller coaster slowly came to a stop, White Bulls, who got down from the roller coaster, hugged Wang Hao tightly. Wow, how? It's so exciting. White Bull was clearly a bit excited. She was nervous as hell just now, but this came as a surprise and she was so excited. Really? Come on, I'll take you to something else. With that, Wang Hao pulled Bowyer to the place where the other items were. This time he was going to take the White Bull for a game of sledgehammer. Let her feel the excitement. Wang Hao took Bowyer through the special channel, and the staff brought them to the big pendulum, telling them how to fasten their seatbelts before continuing on to take people. Wang Hao first fastened Bowier's seatbelt before taking his own seat and fastening his own seatbelt. The two men's hands were clasped. Once everyone was seated, the crew put the protective security measures in place and then started the sledgehammer. Bowyer pulled Wang Hao with one hand and the pole of safety measures with the other. The whole group looked flustered. With the slow start of the large pendulum, at first there was not much feeling, but later the arc of the pendulum swinging became larger and larger. It also made the lesbians sitting on top of the sledgehammer feel nervous. They expressed their feelings at the moment with shrill cries. The White Bull is no exception. Wang Hao, on the other hand, closed his eyes, one hand tightly holding Bowyer's jade hand. Every time the sledgehammer swung to its highest point, the lesbian screams followed it to the top. That's like piercing eardrums. The great pendulum slowly stopped turning. The people sitting on top of the sledgehammer also unbuckled themselves and got off the top of the sledgehammer. To no one's surprise, there were people who came down and threw up. Wang Hao pulled Bai Bowler and quickly left the field of the sledgehammer. As soon as we leave the field of the great pendulum, Bai Bowyer then said excitedly, "Brother Hao, this is so much fun, ha ha, who was just there yelling all the time? Geez, don't tell me, I was scared, but it was really fun. Well, we still have a lot of programs left to play, come on, I'll take you to the other programs, yeah, let's go." After saying that, Bai Bowyer couldn't wait to pull Wang Hao towards the place where the other items were located. Wang Hao shook his head helplessly and followed Bai Bowler. One day down, Wang Hao and Bai Bowles basically played all the projects in the amusement park. Fortunately they bought VIP tickets, otherwise they definitely couldn't play so many projects. After playing, Wang Hao and Bai Bowyer went to have another meal, and by the time he sent Bai Bowyer home it was already 9 in the evening. Sending Bai Bowyer to his home, although he wanted to accompany Bai Bowyer, he thought that there was still a Wuya waiting for him at home. He would have had to go back, and so it was only possible to say a word to the white bull, and then leave the green city Huangpu River. However, Wang Hao promised Bai Bowyer that he would come over to her again in the next 2 days. It was only then that white bull let him go. Chapter 105, Buying a Dance Training Organization. Establishment of Hoya Film and Media Company. Day 2. Wang Hao got up early. He planned to go with Wuya today to buy out the dance training organization she was in. This training organization is naturally going to be under Wuya's name. After all, he still needed to make Wuya more money. He was able to get more money through payroll rebates. Last month he got almost 5 billion or so through payroll rebates. He didn't know if he would still be able to gain that much this month, but he had already invested 4 billion in Hoya Film and Media Corporation, and he already had 93 points, 7 points short of redeeming a binding opportunity. He still had in his hand the one binding opportunity rewarded by the system for Wuya's favorability exceeding 95. That works out to be 2 paycheck cashback goddesses tied to him if he spends the remaining 8 crores he has on him before the end of the month. The funding received should not be low, and the bound target he already had. One was the big star Lu Yifei, and there was another one that didn't come to mind at the moment. It's better to take your time finding it, or it wouldn't be too late for him to bind when he landside digs up a domestic star. After Wuya packed up, Wang Hao went out with her. This time, Wang Hao didn't drive 2 cars, only a big G. Wuya sat in the co-pilot while he drove. It didn't take long to drive to the dance training facility where Wuya worked. The training organization is called Fraser Arts Dance. The boss, Wang Hao, had met him before, and he had looked for this boss before Wuya went home with him. The owner is a woman, about 30-something. See, Wang Hao and Wuya came together. The boss Ren Xianxue also know what this is to do. Yesterday Wuya told her, and Ren Xianxue just have the idea of transferring the Fei Shang art dancing. Wuya, Wang Hao, Ren Xianxue greeted them. Sister Chi Yuki, hello, Wang Hao said with a smile on his face. Wang Hao, Wuya, sit down, I'll make you some tea. The two sat in Ren Xianxue's office, and Ren Xianxue also took 2 cups of tea and put them in front of Wang Hao and Wuya. Wuya, you guys want to talk about that thing you told me yesterday, right? Well, Chiyuki-san, yes, well, you guys go ahead and tell us what you think. Hearing this, Wuya then looked at Wang Hao beside her, and for this, Wuya didn't know what Wang Hao thought. Seeing this, Wang Hao also spoke slowly. That's Sister Qianxue, I won't say less. We'll offer 10 million for the dance training organization. How about you transfer it to Sister Wuya? In fact, Wang Hao has learned about the Fei Shang art dance. This dance studio is also very large, and the monthly income is also very good. Otherwise it is impossible to open to Wuya to 20,000 per month. And there are quite a few more trainers in this dance training institute, and the location of the dance training institute is also very good. Most importantly, this Ren Xianxue was also very kind to Wuya before, and Wang Hao wanted to repay her. Hearing Wang Hao's words, both Wuya and Ren Xianxue were shocked. No, Wang Hao, your price is too high. Ren Xianxue completely didn't expect that Wang Hao would go as high as 10 million. This price was really too high. She's all freaked out. Wuya also looked at Wang Hao with some doubt. Wang Hao, on the other hand, explained, Sister Wuya, Sister Qianxue, there are conditions for me to offer this 10 million. You guys should listen to my conditions first. Upon hearing this, Wuya and Ren Xianxue looked at each other in disbelief before nodding. Wang Hao then spoke out his thoughts. It's like this 10 million Sister Qianxue, besides transferring the Fei Shang art dance to Sister Wuya's name, you have to continue managing the Fei Shang art dance for Sister Wuya, and this extra money is the reward that we ask Sister Qianxue to pay you. Of course, there is a time limit for this. Don't worry, Sister Qianxue, 5 years, if you don't want to do it after 5 years Sister Qianxue, then you can choose to leave. But if you want to keep doing it after 5 years, Sister Qianxue, then I will give you your salary again. Hearing this, Wu Yi knew what Wang Hao wanted. She felt that Wang Hao must have known that she had feelings for Fei Shang art dance, and that's why he wanted to use such a method, not only to make her not so tired anymore, but also to make her able to come to Fei Shang art dance frequently. Wu Yi's eyes were already filled with affection as she looked at Wang Hao. If it weren't for certain reasons, she would have been eager to give all of herself to Wang Hao. Ren Qianxue also understood Wang Hao's idea, and after thinking for a while, she still felt that this was too much money. Wang Hao, this is too much money for you. Even if I had to work for 5 years, I wouldn't be able to use this much money. Sister Qianxue, don't think like that. In the future, you'll still have to manage the Fei Shang art and dance, and Sister Wu Yi will probably only come to visit once in a while, so it's not a lot of money. Where did Ren Qianxue not understand that Wang Hao was actually just giving her money in disguise? After some mental struggle, Ren Qianxue still agreed. The first thing is that after Ren Qianxue transferred Fei Shang art dance, she had no job and definitely needed a new one. And the second thing is that she also had feelings for Fei Shang art dance. It's hard to leave just like that, and the way Wang Hao thought was the best way. Seeing Ren Qianxue agree, Wang Hao and Wu Yi both revealed smiles. After the discussion, Ren Qianxue signed the contract with Wu Yi. It was just that Ren Qianxue hadn't yet shifted from her identity. Originally it was Wu Yi who was her employee. Now she had become her boss, and she hadn't come back to her senses for a while. Wang Hao didn't care about what happened after that, letting them get it on their own. Instead, he focused on his stats, because there was one more piece of information inside his data. I only saw that there was one more Hoya Film and Media Company, on top of the fixed assets, which meant that Hoya Film and Media Company had been established. This news made Wang Hao very excited. As long as this company is established, then he is much closer to becoming the richest man in the world. The goddesses have to make money for him. Not only is Xiao Liying, Lu Yifei, Yang Nimi, Dili Hotba, Orange Jingy, Xiao Deer Silk. This morning, Li Yitong. He's going to scoop them all up under his own movie and media company. Let them make money for themselves. The more he thought about it, the better Wang Hao's mood became. How can he not be excited when actresses he had trouble meeting before are going to make him money? It's just so exciting, alright. After Ren Qianxue and Wu Yi got the evening, Wang Hao proposed to invite Ren Qianxue for a meal, and Ren Qianxue agreed. After the three of them finished eating, Wang Hao and Wu Yi sent Ren Qianxue back to her home, and Wang Hao also returned to Fengshan neighborhood with Wu Yi. As soon as he got home, Wu Yi hugged him tightly. Hao, thank you. Her eyes filled with crystallized teardrops as she spoke the words. Wang Hao gently wiped the teardrops at the corner of her eyes. Chapter 106, Stick Countries Girl Group. Time is fast. Flash forward to August 20th. Several days had passed since the last time Helan said he was going to dig up the LDE girl group, and he didn't know what was going on now. And is there any progress on Jingy Orange? Instead, it was Xia Chuchu's side that had already rented the company's office building. Wang Hao intends to go over to look at the company's office building today, but Wang Hao feels that this still won't work. And so on next month's salary rebate or to buy a building to be used exclusively as the company's headquarters. There's enough money in the company to buy a building, but that's reserved for poaching actresses. It's impossible to move, so I'll have to wait for this month's paycheck rebate. Wu Yi is now not getting up early, but she usually still goes over to Fei Shang art and dance, just saying that she goes late and comes back earlier. Wang Hao got up and washed up before getting ready to go to Hoya Film and Media Co. This time it was his turn to make breakfast for Wu Yi. Hoya Film and Media Company, Ltd., is now located in the busiest place in the Magic City, Lujiazui. Wang Hao looked at the three buildings in this Lujiazui. I thought, sooner or later I'm going to buy them all. When the time comes, one building will be used as Hoya's headquarters, one will be used as another company's headquarters, and there's another one he hasn't thought about yet. We'll talk about it when the time comes, but it takes more than money to buy these three buildings. You also need a certain status, otherwise you can't buy them even if you have money. After looking at it for a while, Wang Hao didn't look at it anymore and came to the floor that Xia Chuchu had sent him, 88 floors. As the elevator opened, Wang Hao finally arrived at Hoya's headquarters. Of course, this is only a temporary headquarters. Wang Hao looked around at the surroundings, and there were quite a few workers moving things inside the company. Wang Hao followed in and then saw Xia Chuchu. Xia Chuchu also had these 5 women with a face value of more than 80 points beside her. These are the company personnel that Xia Chuchu recruited these days, because Wang Hao had said before that there should be no men in the company. Xia Chuchu would send it to him to confirm it after the interview, and only after he confirmed it would he be able to join the company. And once you join Hoya, that salary package is twice as high as any of your peers. There are a lot of people who come when the job posting is sent out, and at this point none of them meet the requirements, and very few of them are able to apply for the job. So much so that that's all the company has now. Seeing Wang Hao arrive, Xiao Chuchu walked over with a few company employees who had just arrived. Boss, you're here. Well, Chuchu, you've done a good job. If you can't do anything in the future, call someone to do it. You don't have to save money. You know. Okay, boss. Boss, the company is almost done now, but we don't have any artists in the company yet. It's fine. Wait for your sister. He's news. By the way, Xiao, several of you should also stand up for your positions, especially Xiao. You're in personnel. You need to start searching for people for various positions in the company recently. Personnel, pass your interview before I agree to interview them a second time. Got it. Yes, boss. After that, Wang Hao went around the company again. When he saw his office, he also walked in, and as soon as he came in he saw the oversized floor-to-ceiling window, and when he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, he could look out over the Whampoa River. It's just great here. Wang Hao's desire for these 3 buildings was even stronger now. Take these 3 buildings no matter what. However, Wang Hao knew that it wasn't easy. Just the Mordor Center building was already worth 14.1 billion, and that was just the price when it was built. If he wanted to buy it, 30 billion was barely enough. Not only that, it is simply impossible to buy this building without strong connections and background. But Wang Hao had already taken these 3 buildings as his immediate targets. Xiao Chuchu, several people followed behind Wang Hao and looked down towards the window. The heart was also overwhelmed. Xiao Chuchu was even more surprised that a company that had just started was working in the Magic City Center building, and the money inside the account is even higher at $4 billion. What's more, the company's treatment was so good that it exploded. To find such a good company again, Xiao Chuchu felt that it was probably impossible in this life. She had to cherish this post. The 4 people behind Xiao Chuchu had the same idea. Alright, you guys go and get busy with your own things. Xiao, the allotted cars for the few of you will be given to you after the company stabilizes. Yes, boss. After saying that, Xiao Chuchu, several people left his office. In fact, there were quite a few things left to buy for his office right now. The couch, and all that was missing was a bed to rest on. However, there is a restroom next to his office, so Xiao Chuchu and the others should be able to arrange it. Just as Wang Hao was enjoying the river view, his cell phone rang. When he picked up his cell phone, it was Helan. To be honest, he had talked to Helan very little in the past few days. He also knew that Helan was very busy and didn't bother her too much, but he didn't expect Helan to call him, and he didn't know if there was a result. Wang Hao picked up his cell phone and answered Helan's call. Hey, Hulan. Hey boss, are you busy? No, I'm in our office right now. Why? It's okay, wait for me in the office. We're coming over now. After saying that, Helan hung up the phone in a hurry. Good guy, how dare you hang up on your boss? Helan is really a cow, but Wang Hao is not that petty. After all, he is going to bind Helan in the future as well. What's the point of all this? It's all about making money for him anyway. Thinking about this, Wang Hao was much more balanced. However, from Helan's words, Wang Hao was able to extract some information. Helan just said we, not me. That means Helan is not alone. Moreover, Helan's recent mission was to dig up the LDE girl group, and thinking about this, Wang Hao knew that there must be a result. Otherwise she wouldn't be in such a hurry. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth rose. I didn't expect Helan to be able to poach the recently hit LDE girl group. His ability was really too outstanding. I just don't know how much Helan spent to poach this girl group from the stick country. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth rose. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he muttered to himself, Jiangwan Shadow, right, I'd like to see your true face, but even if you look good, you won't be able to avoid the punishment you deserve. At this moment, Wang Hao felt like the boss who stood behind the curtain and manipulated everything. It's a great feeling. When this side of things was done, he felt it was also time to go find his Yiffy sister, bind her, and in the meantime, see if he could lure her to his company. He smiled at the thought. Chapter 107, Teaching Jiangwan Shadow. Wang Hao waited for more than an hour. During this time he also went to help Xiao Chuchu and the girls to work together on the company pendulum. But rather than being busy, they direct the workers. Although Wang Hao's company doesn't want men, not even male actors, there are some things that need to be done by men, and at this time it's just a matter of paying someone to do it. An hour or so later, Helan walked in with a dozen women. As soon as they came in, the system's voice kept ringing in his head. Good guy, this dozen of people are to meet the system requirements of the wage return goddess. This is rich. In the future to let them make more money. That's the only way to afford Helan's efforts these days. Boss, I've bought the LDE girl group from SA. Ha ha ha, well, come to my office and say it. The entire 88th floor of the Magic City Medium building was owned by their company, and although it could be said anywhere, there were still quite a few workers inside the company right now, so it was still safer to have his office. Helan nodded, then said something in the language of the stick country to the 12 people behind him, and they followed Wang Hao into the office. Xiao, Chuchu, the boss is digging up a girl group from the stick country. I know that Jiang Yuan Shadow. Her ass wiggling has been super hot lately. Her jitterbugs have been all over the place. Xia Chu, well, but she recently did two things that were not good for our country, and I heard the boss say that he dug them up as if to punish them. Xiao, I've heard about this one too. I didn't realize the boss was so patriotic. Wow, I love it. Xia Chu blankly glanced at Xiao before going to do her own thing. On the other hand, Wang Hao brought Helan and LVE's 12 girl group members to his office, which was fortunately rather large, and a dozen people didn't feel crowded inside. Helan walked at the end. After coming in, Helan closed the door of the office. The glass used in the office is one-way glass. The office inside can see the outside, but the outside is unable to see the inside. And don't worry about anyone seeing it. Helan, I didn't realize you knew the language of the stick country. Boss, I've learned that before. Well, why don't you tell them to sit down and wait while you tell me about this one? Yes. After saying that, Helan said something to the 12 people of the LVE girl group in the language of the stick country, and after saying that, the 12 girl group members sat down on the sofa, and Helan talked to Wang Hao about this time. Boss, I actually talked to the people from SE 2 days ago, but since the members of the LVE girl group aren't from our country, it took me 2 days to get them to be able to stay in the country, otherwise it would have been brought here a long time ago. Wang Hao also didn't expect Helan to move so quickly, not only scooping up the girl group, but also taking care of the follow-up. This president's search is really worth it. Ha ha ha, Helan, you really surprised me too much. Not bad, not bad. Boss, don't be happy yet. Our company spent a lot of money to poach the LVE girl group this time. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was also curious. Oh, I'm curious when you say that. How much did it cost this time? Originally my estimate was that 100 million should be able to take it. I didn't expect SE to open his mouth wide and ask for 200 million. Boss, you said that no matter what the cost, you have to dig it over. So I spent 200 million to dig it over. I was expecting to spend $1 billion, but I didn't realize that Helan only spent 200 million. Wang Hao instantly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Helan, in the future, you can dig people regardless of the cost, as long as the people are dug over. Understand? This time you've done a good job. Wait until payday to give you a bonus. Helan gave this boss of his a blank look. She felt that this boss of hers wasn't afraid to spend more money at all. Everyone else was desperate to mitigate costs and spend less. Only this boss of hers was desperate for her to spend more. Sometimes she was speechless. Boss, you really? Looking at Helan's speechless look, Wang Hao smiled. Well, do they speak Chinese? A little, but not a lot. Oh, then translate for them for me. I don't have a translator right now. Helan once again blanked Wang Hao. Why did she feel like she was more like Wang Hao's secretary now? But after thinking about it, it was better to forget about it. Anyway, Wang Hao gave her such a good treatment, even if she was a secretary. It was worth it, whatever the boss says. You. With that, Wang Hao turned his gaze to this female group. In fact, Wang Hao privately understand. LVE women's group only 6 members in Yozhen, Captain, Jiang Yuaning. The 12-member girl group is called IZ*1, and the members of the girl group are Jiang Wenyoung, C. So they dig IZ*1 and LVE as girl groups now. The moment Wang Hao's eyes saw Jiang Yuaning, he was also shocked by Jiang Yuanying's face value. I didn't realize she'd be so beautiful. To be honest, Wang Hao was now eager to check Jiang Yuanying's data, but it's a bit crowded. We'll see later. Helan, ask Jiang Yuaning about that music video and the July 7th concert to see if this incident is her cause or Seize. That's how I decide which level of contract to give them. Yes, boss. Helan responded to Wang Hao before asking to Jiang Yuaning. At this moment, Jiang Yuaning was obviously a bit fidgety. Wang Hao did think that it was unlikely that Jiang Yuaning would be able to dominate the contents of the music video. And as for the opening of the concert, it was probably also an arrangement by SA. Wang Hao couldn't understand the language of the stick country and could only watch Helan and Jiang Yuaning conversing like this. One of the team captains, Yujin, would also talk to Helan. After a period of questioning, Helan's face changed quite a bit. After ending the questioning, Helan turned to Wang Hao and explained, Boss, the members of this girl group, don't get to decide what MVs are filmed, and even the tour is set for them by the company, so those two things don't have much to do with them. Wang Hao actually knew that. After all, the company an artist signed with was important, otherwise they will definitely be squeezed. Just like the current SA company, as long as the price is right, Jiang Yuan Shadow and the girls are sold. Okay, I got it. After saying that, Wang Hao walked to Jiang Yuaning and asked, Do you speak Chinese? Knowing that it was her new boss in front of her, Jiang Yuaning said in broken Chinese, I can speak a little. That's fine. Helan, you talk to the other people about the contract. Jiang Yuaning, you come with me. After saying that, Wang Hao brought Jiang Yuaning to that lounge, and he intended to teach this Jiang Yuaning a good lesson. Chapter 108 Amazing Jiang Yuaning. face value 99, bringing Zhang Yuaning to his lounge. Wang Hao directly opened her data panel. System, open the data of Zhang Yuan's shadow. Ding, data generation in progress. Name Zhang Yuaning, age, 19, face value, 99, favorability, 21, stranger, height, 173, weight, 47 kilograms, profession, singer. When Wang Hao looked at the data of Zhang Yuaning, his whole body was stunned. How could he not expect Zhang Yuaning's face value to reach 99 points? How is this higher than his divine sister? He doesn't understand. When he thought of this, his gaze kept glancing at Zhang Yuaning's body. She was wearing a pink jacket and a black tight pants underneath, completely showing off her figure. When Wang Hao moved his gaze to her face, he was stunned. I can only say that it is really worthy of the system. Not a bit of fake. This face plus this body is really enough. 99. Standing in front of him, Zhang Yuaning said in broken Chinese, Oba, you so, looking at me, is there something on my face? Something? Wang Hao said one word at a time. Can you understand me when I talk like this? However, Zhang Yuaning shook his head. She knew a little Chinese, but she couldn't understand a lot of it. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was also a bit helpless, but he still took out his cell phone and communicated with Zhang Yuaning. He took out his cell phone and downloaded a translation software, then typed what he wanted to say on top of it, then let Zhang Yuan's shadow read it, and the two of them exchanged words like this. Once the translation software was down, he typed, what do you have to say about the music video and the fact that the concert is on July 7th? After reading it, Zhang Yuaning took Wang Hao's cell phone and typed out what he wanted to say on it as well. Boss, we're just the team. The music video is produced by the company. We're only responsible for the recording and not involved in it. As for the concert, that's also arranged by the company. Although this was what Wang Hao had guessed before, he was still relieved when he heard Zhang Yuaning say it himself. Zhang Yuan's shadow is a very profitable team, and as long as it's run properly, then he's bound to make a lot of money when he's bound. But if those two things are their own will, then Wang Hao will sign D-level contracts for all 12 members of their team, directly squeezing them to death. But he wouldn't just take Zhang Yuaning's word for it. Who knew if she would lie to him? It's something we should still look into when we get a chance. After that, Wang Hao used the translation software to chat with Zhang Yuaning for a while. Through chatting for this period of time, it allowed him to initially understand this woman. Zhang Yuaning, although she was only 19 years old, she was very hardworking, otherwise she wouldn't have become the C position of the girl group. But through chatting, Wang Hao also knew that Zhang Yuaning was somewhat prejudiced against his country. In that case, he had to teach a lesson. He directly pulled out 4 levels of contracts and placed them in front of Zhang Yuaning. Zhang Yuan's shadow was very puzzled. Wang Hao, on the other hand, told him to read the contract himself and use translation software if he didn't understand it. Zhang Yuaning was a bit unsure, but she was also pleasantly surprised when she saw the Ding class contract. She didn't expect the company to be so good that it only draws 50%, knowing that her former company drew 60%. Such a contract is simply what she wants. After reading the D contract, she didn't even want to look at the next contract anymore, and hurriedly took out her cell phone and typed a line to bring it to Wang Hao. Seeing the above, Wang Hao was dumbfounded. No, the stick country's draw is this high? Originally, he wanted to punish Zhang Yuaning by making her sign a D-level contract, and then give her another level of contract after she changed her prejudice against her own country. How now it seems that even the signing of the Ding class contract is also a reward for her. Then so how can he still punish Zhang Yuaning? He was a little overwhelmed, but after thinking about it, he had another idea. Taking out his cell phone, he translated, you read the remaining 3 contracts first. Seeing the translation, Zhang Yuan's shadow opened the C contract with curiosity. When the drawback of 20% appeared on it, the whole person was stunned, and she covered her mouth with her own slender jade hand, looking at Wang Hao in disbelief. She was upset when she was sold out by the company, but there was no way around it. She still had a long time left on her contract, so she had to do what the company told her to do. However, now she didn't think so. Zhang Yuaning had thought that this was the best contract, but when she opened the Class B contract, her entire body froze. Good lord, not only does it cover all the money for daily spending in concerts, but it doesn't even draw a penny. Is it really still profitable? She couldn't figure out how there could be a contract so unfavorable to the company. After reading the Class B contract, Zhang Yuaning excitedly took out his cell phone and typed a line for Wang Hao to see. Wang Hao just smiled slightly after reading it. A gentle nod. He is now going to let Zhang Yuan's shadow read the contract first, and then he will clean her up later. Wang Hao showed her the last contract. Zhang Yuan's shadow's hands had begun to tremble at this point. After she excitedly opened the last contract, it fell straight to the ground. Looking at Zhang Yuaning's expression at this moment, Wang Hao knew that she had already finished reading. Then it was time for him to teach Zhang Yuan's shadow a lesson. Wang Hao took out his cell phone and typed, What about the kind of grade you want to sign? After playing, Wang Hao took it to Zhang Yuaning. Zhang Yuan's shadow did not answer him immediately while thinking. After thinking for a moment, she typed, "What are the requirements for signing a Class A contract?" After that they continued to communicate using translation software. "You're not up to snuff yet, but you can still sign at B level." But, Zhang Yuaning frowned as he looked at the words Wang Hao typed. "But what about the music video and the concert on a certain month? Although you can't control it, if you're not punished, not only will I be uncomfortable in my heart, but people in our country won't be comfortable either. So you need to take my punishment." "What punishment?" Upon hearing this, the corner of Wang Hao's mouth rose. He knew that the prey had taken the bait. As long as Zhang Yuaning wanted to sign a Class B contract, then he would definitely agree to this punishment. Wang Hao took his cell phone and typed a line on top of it. But when Zhang Yuaning saw this line, his entire face instantly reddened. "It's like a ripe apple." Wang Hao didn't rush her and just looked at her quietly, wanted to see exactly what she chose. After a while, Zhang Yuan's shadow seemed to have figured it out and nodded with a red face. Seeing her promise, Wang Hao smiled. "Then it's time to punish Zhang Yuan's shadow next." Chapter 109 Who Made Me Soft? Sign AB contract. Zhang Yuaning walked to Wang Hao with a red face. Then as Wang Hao said, he plopped down on his lap. Snap. With the slap, something he didn't expect happened. When he looked at Zhang Yuanying's data panel again, his entire body was stunned, not realizing that Zhang Yuanying's favorability had risen. It surprised him too much. What kind of operation is this? Could it be that Zhang Yuan's shadow has some special fetish? Not. To verify his guess, Wang Hao raised his hand again and slapped it down. Snap. Sure enough, the slap really went up in her favor. This is outrageous. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yuan's shadow stood up with a red face. She looked at Wang Hao with an expectant face. "Well, who let me be soft? You'll sign a grade B contract. To sign a grade A contract you're not up to par yet. You have to work hard, you know." Wang Hao took it to Zhang Yuaning after editing it on his phone. Unexpectedly, in her excitement, her whole body hugged on Wang Hao. "Thank you, brother. I didn't realize this ninny was developing quite well." Although Wang Hao couldn't understand what she meant, he knew it must be something like thanking him. But Wang Hao still had to remind her, "When you get out there don't tell your teammates you signed a B contract, just say you signed SC, same as them, and if you do well I'll sign all 12 of you to a contracts." "Got it." Wang Hao once again typed a sentence for her to see. Zhang Yuan's shadow nodded in understanding. Wang Hao patted her and let her out. Instead, he opened the data panel of Zhang Yuan's shadow once again. System, open the data of Zhang Yuan's shadow. Ding, data generation in progress. Name Zhang Yuaning, age, 19, face value, 99, favorability, 53, common friend, height, 173, weight, 47 kilograms, profession, singer, good guy, favorability directly increased by 32 points. This Zhang Yuaning really has a special fetish. Won't this make it easier to increase her favorability later? Ha ha ha. After looking at Zhang Yuanying's data, Wang Hao immediately followed behind Zhang Yuaning and walked out of the restroom. I didn't realize that when he came out, everyone in the office looked at him differently. Wang Hao was also a bit confused, until Elan came to his side and whispered in his ear, "Boss." Everyone heard Zhang Yuanying scream just now. At that, he knew they had misunderstood, but he didn't bother to explain. Elan, for Zhang Yuaning this team, you have no better agent to recommend. This team although famous, but now they do not have songs. At those words, Elan gave him a blank look. He said in a good-natured manner, "Boss, I even bought the copyrights of the songs together. Otherwise why do you think it would cost $200 million? I've already contacted the agent. At the moment it's just a place to stay, which they don't have, and I'll arrange the rest." "Well, good for you, Fulan. I'm getting the feeling that hiring you was the best choice I've ever made." The corners of Helan's mouth rose when he heard Wang Hao say this. "Boss, I'm going to sign them up for a Jitterbug account, so I can give them a live stream during concerts and record their lives during the week. But that would require buying some heat or something. Don't worry about these. The money in the company's account can be used as you like. Don't be afraid of losing money. You make a strong effort to dig people for me. Female stars are best to be dug into our company. Male stars are even. Boss, do you have some special fetish? How come you only dig up female stars and not male ones? What do you care?" Wang Hao said without a trace of anger. If male stars could also make money for him, he would definitely dig it. But this salary rebate system can only bind goddesses, and it can't bind male gods, so how can he be blamed for this? Speechless to death. "Alright, Helan, go down and get busy. I'll figure out where they live." "Okay, whatever you say, boss." "And boss, I've already contacted the orange genie you told me about earlier, and her contract with C-Bar Media has indeed expired, but she says she has no thoughts of signing with a company in the near future. Wang Hao actually understood that the last company had screwed her over so badly that she would definitely be careful. He Lan, I believe in your abilities. He Lan blankly glanced at Wang Hao, then said, how did I get stuck with a boss like you? I'll leave first, boss. I'll contact you if something happens. The corner of Wang Hao's mouth hooked into a smile, watching He Lan leave the office. After He Lan left, Wang Hao came to Zhang Yuaning and used his cell phone to communicate with her. You guys just wait in the office. I'm going to arrange a place for you to stay. Don't wander off. Got it? Zhang Wen's shadow looked at his cell phone and nodded softly. Seeing this, Wang Hao then walked out of the office. As soon as Wang Hao left, Zhang Yuaning and the others discussed it. On Eugene, Yuaning, what did that beast do to you? At those words, everyone looked at Zhang Yuaning. Zhang Wen's shadow, however, shook his head and said, no, it's all SE's fault. The music video they edited had bad stuff in it, and the concert time they scheduled for us was also intentional. He just hit me lightly for a moment. It's fine, thanks for asking. Yasujin, really? Zhang Wen's shadow, really? I feel like the boss is very nice. You guys can tell by the contract he signed for us, and he even went ahead and arranged a place for us to live in person. After Zhang Wenyang said those words, On Eugene and the girls were silent. Indeed, Wang Hao treated them much better than SE treated them. Even the contract signed was just a 20% draw. Keep in mind that they even had people pumped 80% when they were in SA. This new company is really good when you compare it that way. The only bad thing is that this company is signing up for 20 years, but they don't have the right to refuse. And Eugene, Yuaning, do you think this boss is good to talk to? Zhang Wen's shadow, he's not bad to people. And you guys know that there are 4 levels of contracts, right? At those words, On Eugene and the other 11 girl group members nodded their heads. Zhang Wen's shadow, then do you know what the contents of a Class A contract and a Class B contract are? And Eugene, I don't know. Hearing in Eugene's words, Zhang Wening slowly spoke. The Class B contract will not take a cut. Instead, the company will also bear the cost of opening the concert and your living expenses. When these words came out, On Eugene and the others instantly froze. Their first reaction was to think that it was fake. How could any company have such a contract? It's simply not possible. Seeing in Eugene and the girls with this look on their faces, Zhang Wening spoke out the contents of the Class A contract again. Chapter 110 Resources for Women's Groups. And Eugene, oh my god. Yuan Ing, are you telling the truth? Zhang Wen's shadow nodded. Really? I saw this contract with my own eyes, and the boss said that as long as we work hard, we'll all be given this contract when the time comes. The girl group members who heard these words were very excited. As long as they could sign this contract, then they would not worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. Even if they were not in the entertainment industry anymore, they would still be able to live a good life. At this point they have returned to their hearts to Hoya Film and Media Co. Zhang Wen's shadow was happy to see this. After all, she's on AB contract. In the future, no matter what, the money she earns will be her own, and even other expenses will be paid for her by the company. Zhang Wening felt that she must please her boss in the future so that she could get the chance to sign a Class A contract. Zhang Wening and a bunch of other girl group members waited in the office for half a day. When Wang Hao came back again, it's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Hao knew that there were quite a few people in the country who knew Zhang Yuaning and the others, but for this girl group, everyone in the country basically only knew Zhang Yuaning, but they'd probably cause a bit of a stir if they went out together. Wang Hao let Xia Chuchu lead the female group members, and he took Zhang Yuaning with him, but they put on masks before leaving. Today Wang Hao bought 4 houses, each with a 3-bedroom apartment. In the center Seaview 1 next to the Magic City Center building. This is where the 12 girl group members will live from now on. Houses here are priced at $170,000 per square foot. 4 houses cost him over $200 million. His luck is also very good. 4 sets of houses are adjacent to the floor. The floor is 15, 16, 17, 18 floors, and also the front row of rooms. Can say that this place to watch the river view is absolutely unbeatable. Wang Hao even wants to live here. The 4 houses were put under the company's name, so he wasn't worried, and the company was again fully owned by him, which meant that the 4 houses were still his. After that, Wang Hao and Xia Chuchu made several trips to receive all the members of the girl group to the house where they lived. When he bought it with finishes. They moved right in with their bags. After speaking to the members of the girl group, Wang Hao left with Xia Chuchu. These girl groups have just been scooped up and right now they don't have the resources or even an agent, so for now they're just going to have to wait it out. Wang Hao planned to go to Louis Fei first tomorrow and bind her, and in the meantime, see if there were any resources on Louis Fei's side. Then we'll see if we can lure Yuffie Flo into our own company. Wang Hao understood that now that Haya was digging up people from the stick country, the domestic media companies didn't notice, but once they noticed that he was digging up female stars in a big way, then he would definitely become the object that these media companies would deal with together. So until then, He needs to make the company completely self-sufficient. Not only do you have your own director, but you have to have your own songwriter. Wang Hao wasn't worried about funding. After sending Zhang Yuaning and a bunch of other girl group members to their place of residence, Wang Hao and Xia Chuchu once again returned to Haya Film and Media. Wang Hao intended that Wang Hao would invite Xia Chuchu and Helan to have a meal, and in the meantime, he would discuss with them about some of the company's matters. After coming to the company to take care of all the things, Wang Hao let Xia Chuchu call on Helan, and a group of 3 of them set off, heading to Maoquan Magic City Cuisine. He asked Xia Chuchu to book a private room. Upon arriving at Maoquan Magic Cuisine, they were taken by the waiter to the reserved private room. He ordered quite a few dishes, talked to Helan and Xia Chuchu while eating. Chu, these days the company headquarters side is given to you, but you don't want to be too tired. There are some things that you can give to Shiyao and the girls. When the company is done you guys can each do your own job again. Boss, I got it. As for Helan's side, Wang Hao didn't know what to say and didn't dare to say anything. After all, Helan's ability and connections Wang Hao had seen. It's also not bad to be introduced by your own Lily Ying's sister. Ha ha ha. Thinking of Xiaoling, Wang Hao suddenly wanted to go see her, but he didn't have much time, so he'd better wait until he'd bound the divine sister first, and it's only a few days until the next paycheck rebate. He's going to have to spend another 500 million in a hurry these days, so he'll have 2 more chances to bind. Then the paycheck rebate received will definitely be more. Most importantly, he was also going to start school on the 1st of September, and he could only leave the company's affairs to Helan and the girls at that time. There was no way for him to go back to Louis Fei and Zhao Liying by himself. He had to catch up on everything in his hands in the next few days. Helan, our company has just started. There's no way to compare it to the domestic media companies. Right now let's first look at the female stars in the country of the sticks, like Pei Zhu Xian, Shin Yuna, Li Ji-un and so on. We'll dig them up as soon as we can. Domestic actresses can also try to get in touch, and when our company has a complete system, we'll dig up domestic actresses with impunity. Helan looked at Wang Hao, nodded lightly. She had thought the same thing before, and with the experience of the first dig, Helan felt sure that the next time would be even easier. Boss, I understand. Aha! After saying that, Wang Hao picked up the drinks on the table and said, Helan, Xia Chuchu, we all drove here, so we won't drink. Let's have a toast. Thank you. Follow me, and in the future, I'll definitely make you the women that everyone envies. At those words, Helan and Xia Chuchu laughed. Aren't they the envy of everyone right now? Not only do they get paid well, they get a cut. The most important thing is that this split will always follow them. Although the company is just starting out and they get a little tired, it's all worth it. Boss, I thank you for this opportunity too. Cheers, Helan said as he raised his cup. Xia Chuchu also raised her cup, and the 3 of them clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in one gulp. Seeing this, the smile on Wang Hao's face became even more intense. In fact, Wang Hao also understands that now the company has just started, and it's normal that it hasn't met any difficulties, but after that, it's not certain, so he needs to be ready to deal with everything. But it was also his first time starting a company and he didn't know much about any of this, so it was up to Helan, and of course he wasn't going to do nothing. He was going to go and do something very important, and that was to go and lure Zhao Liying and Louis Fei into his company, which would definitely be a big boost to the company. As long as they joined Hoya Film and Media, then Hoya Media's fame would definitely soar instantly, and Wang Hao had prepared their exclusive contracts for Zhao Liying and Louis Fei, just waiting for him to flub it. After eating, Wang Hao and Helan and the girls separated. He was also tired after a busy day today, so he went back to rest and relax, preparing to meet his fairy sister tomorrow. Chapter 111, Seeing Louis Fei. Day 2. Wang Hao got up early. There's no way around it. There are only 9 days left until school starts. It was already the 21st of the day, and he expected to be busy with a lot of things in the next few days, so it would just be a compressed time to get busy. Not only that, he also had to try to raise the favorability of Zhao Liying and Louis Fei. That way he can get more money for this month's paycheck rebate. Wang Hao knew that the company would definitely need a lot of money in the future, and he had to have funds in his pocket to keep in case of emergencies. It's not making money now for sure because there aren't a lot of paycheck return goddesses tied up, but wait until he ties up enough paycheck return goddesses and even helps them make enough money. Then his money will multiply. Then all his efforts will be worthwhile. After finishing breakfast, Wang Hao spoke to Wu Ye and then went to get busy. He's going to look for his divine sister, Lu Yifei, today. I just don't know if she has a part today. However, Wang Hao knew that Sister Divine hadn't filmed for a long time, and this drama was her first in years, and it would definitely be a hit. The funds he obtained by then should be enough for him to buy the Magic City Center building. As long as he bought the Magic City Center building, then he would use it as his headquarters. It's wonderful to think about. Wang Hao came to the garage, drove the car 918, and went straight to the location where the divine sister Liu Yifei was, because he was an investor. Wang Hao knew where the crew was filming. He didn't tell Liu Yifei about it in the past today either. Wang Hao also didn't go directly to find Liu Yifei, but first came to the mall and bought some of Liu Yifei's favorite things to eat, and that's when he went to find her. In fact, Wang Hao saw the interview of Liu Yifei. She said that she was a slow learner, and in order to improve her favorability, that can only be done by slowly communicating with her and going to her more often. That way the goodwill can slowly increase. It's the payroll rebate multiplier that follows suit. Zhao Liying is also such a person. Wang Hao can also feel out. With Zhao Liying not familiar with before, Wang Hao feels she is very high cold, but after the good feeling up, Wang Hao feels Zhao Liying is very lively, even though it's 36 years old, still acting like a 26-year-old woman. And there was a big difference in the personalities of Liu Yifei and Zhao Liying, which was why the two of them got along so well. After figuring out the personalities of the two, Wang Hao also knew the way to raise their goodwill. As long as he was sincere to the two goddesses, went to them more often, paid attention to the details of their lives, and treated them well, then the favorability would naturally increase. And of course, this method was equally effective for other goddesses. Wang Hao thought about it and came to the location of the crew. According to the arrangement of the crew, in September, it is estimated that they will go to other places for filming. Wang Hao should hurry to ask Liu Yifei and Zhao Liying to come out to meet with each other on the first day of September, to strengthen the binding. Otherwise, when they went to other places to take the scene, once they didn't strengthen the binding, then it would be too late for him to regret it then. That number of bindings is precious. He had saved up points for so long, but he hadn't yet saved up enough points to redeem a single bind count. So one could imagine how rare these points and bind counts were. Wang Hao carried the things he bought for Liu Yifei and walked straight into the place where the crew was. And the people in the crew basically already knew Wang Hao. The director had introduced him to the cast and crew the last time they signed the contract. He didn't have any problems coming in. When he came into the theater, they were still filming. Wang Hao wasn't in a hurry and came to the director's side to watch. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Director Zhou, I just came to take a casual look. You're busy with your work. Don't mind me. Mr. Wang, I'll finish this shot first and entertain you later. Wait a moment. Wang Hao nodded. Standing behind Director Zhou, he watched them filming the scene. Wang Hao stood behind the director and still drew a lot of stares. Although the director had introduced him to the actors last time, there were still some actors who didn't recognize him. So it was asked, who is that guy? Why is the director so polite to him? This you do not know. Last time the director did not say it. This person invested in the Virgin to earn 100 million. He is a big boss. You really too LOU. What? Invested $100 million? My god. This guy looks like he's only in his 20s. I didn't realize he was so rich. Oh, what do you know? This look is a rich second generation. I guess it is to see which actress. Otherwise why do you think we'll vote for this drama? Holy, he can't be looking at the divine sister Liu Yifei. It's possible. After all, the heroine in the play Legend of the Holy Maiden is Liu Yifei. This is, can you choose someone else? That is my fairy sister. She has not married until now is not to wait for me. Love rivals. At that, the man gave him a blank look. Very breathless. Also Liu Yifei has not married so far as to wait for you. People that has not met the right one. He was speechless. Wang Hao stood there for a while, knowing that it was time to eat lunch at noon. The divine sister only ended today's recording. Of course, she had her breaks during the recording process, but Wang Hao didn't bother her. When she was done with her work, Wang Hao spoke to the director and went straight to Liu Yifei. Fairy sister, Wang Hao shouted as he walked. Liu Yifei, who was preparing to go back inside the caravan to rest, also froze and turned around. When she saw Wang Hao, she smiled. It was only when Wang Hao ran to her that she asked, Wang Hao, why are you here? I've come to see you. Fairy sister, you don't know, when you were filming just now, you were simply gorgeous. I was dumbfounded. Liu Yifei smiled faintly, then led Wang Hao to her caravan. Wang Hao put his purchases on the table and then chatted with her. Yifei-san, have you had a full schedule lately? It's okay, after today's shooting, there will be no more scenes for me tomorrow. What's wrong? Just want to invite you and Sister Liying for dinner. Why do you want to buy us dinner? For a good reason. There's something I want to tell you guys. Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei also froze and asked, have you told Liying? Not yet. This is not the first to find you well, but Liying's sister side she promised me last time. Should go. Okay then, tomorrow night. Is that okay? Okay, then it's a deal. Haha. Okay, by the way, what did you buy? Just open it and see. Liu Yifei was a little puzzled and opened the bag on the table, which was just some home-cooked food. This was just bought here and I don't know if it's cold yet. Thank you, Wang Hao. Sister Yifei, you've come to me for your investment, and you're still thanking me. I should be the one thanking you. Louis Fei didn't say anything either, just slowly opened the package and took out the things inside the bag, and Wang Hao also took this time to bind her. System, bind Louis Fei. Ding, binding in progress, Chapter 112, Binding Louis Fei. Surprise! With the sound of the system voice, Wang Hao successfully bound Louis Fei. He couldn't wait to open Louis Fei's data. After all, there were some data that couldn't be seen until it was bound. You can only see it when it's bound. Ding, the goddess of wage rebates, Lu Yifei, is bound successfully. System, open Louis Fei's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name Lu Yifei, age, 36, face value, 98, favorability, 35, common friend, height, 171, weight, 53 kilograms, profession, actor, singer, current cashback multiplier, 35x, cumulative funds received for the month, $100, 000, remaining time to payroll rebate, 7 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Looking at Louis Fei's data, Wang Hao was overjoyed. Isn't this where the surprise comes in? I didn't realize that Louis Fei's income this month was $100 million. This was simply a blessing. In fact, Wang Hao also understands that actors don't have a high salary and can only earn so much money when they receive endorsements. But not any actor can receive endorsements. That's why he felt that tying up Louis Fei and Zailing was the right choice. Of course, if he could bind Yang Mi, then he would be able to earn even more money. But right now he couldn't reach her. Yang Mi should be in Kyoto right now, so he could only wait for graduation and go to Kyoto to see. The noon hour passed in a flash. Wang Hao talked to Louis Fei quite a bit. However, the good sense is not added at all. Originally was a little disappointed, but think about it, there is nothing to be disappointed. After all, this kind of thing cannot be rushed. In the afternoon, Wang Hao stayed on the set for a while longer, until 3 o'clock, when Wang Hao said something to Louis Fei before leaving the set. He had to go over to the company to take a look. The company was just starting out now and there were a lot of things that needed to be taken care of, as well as the LVE girl group. There's really something to be busy about. Wang Hao left the crew in his 918. He's gone, but the crew is still talking about him. You guys see? I told you this guy was here to pick up girls, and sure enough, what an abomination. To go inside the RV with my fairy sister. If it weren't for the fact that there's still a fairy sister's agent, you don't have to look at yourself. You don't have so many ideas for a drag queen. Act well in your plays, and you might even find a good-looking woman after you make some money. That is, instead of having unrealistic ideas, we should act on them. You're all just sour because you can't eat grapes. Upon hearing that, they all gave the dragonette a blank look and stopped talking to him. On the other hand, Wang Hao drove his 918 through the streets, feeling the gazes cast by the pedestrians on the roadside and feeling very saddened in his heart. Coincidentally, at this time, the red light in front of him was on, and even though Wang Hao was driving a luxury car, he had to abide by the traffic rules and stop to wait for the red light. And just then, a locomotive pulled up next to him. The man on the locomotive kept ogling his car. Not a moment later, a male voice came out of the helmet. Man, that's a cool car you've got there. Wang Hao laughed. Really? I also think it's very handsome. And this locomotive of yours isn't bad either. It has to be. Bro, want to add a green bubble and hang out sometime? Yes. Wang Hao opened his QR code and let the other party scan it. Then it put the phone back in the car. Just after adding that person, the green light came on, and Wang Hao took off straight away with a kick of the gas, and the guy on the motorcycle followed, overtaking Wang Hao in no time. Wang Hao looked and also shook his head. In no time, Wang Hao drove his car to the Magic City Center building. Every time he saw these three tall buildings, he had an urge to take them down, but nay, neither the funds nor the strength would allow it. Wang Hao rode the elevator to the 88th floor where the company was located. As soon as he came up, Wang Hao saw the workers who were busy, while Xia Chu Xiao and a few others were busy directing the workers on how to place them. Wang Hao didn't disturb them either, and just stood behind them, watching them get busy. The heart is full of feelings. The treatment given to them now is kind of the ceiling of this industry. When they are bound later, then they will be given a raise. He stood for a moment. Xia Chu then realized he was coming, rushing to his side. Boss, when did you get here? Just arrived. Hard work, guys. No, boss, that Sister Blue is waiting for you inside your office, saying that she can't get through to you on the phone. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was also puzzled for a while and took out his cell phone. But no matter how much he pressed, the screen wouldn't light up. It should be dead. Originally, his cell phone was charged when he was in the car, but it wasn't plugged in after adding that biker guy's green bubble, hence the resulting automatic shutdown. I know, you guys go about your business. I'm coming over now. After saying that, Wang Hao walked towards his office. As he opened the door to his office, he saw Helan, who was wearing a black wraparound skirt with a white shirt, sitting on the couch. See him coming, Helan stood up as well. With those slender jade feet and plump figure, Wang Hao was also eager to press her underneath and teach her a lesson. But no, she's the president of Hoya. Helan, what do you want to see me about? Boss, why can't you get through on your cell phone? I forgot to charge my cell phone and it turned itself off. What's wrong? Can you pay attention in the future? I can't reach you and I have to make a trip here myself. At those words, Wang Hao didn't know what to say. The one who dares to talk to the boss like this is only you. Helan, yes, I'll pay attention next time. Is there something you wanted to see me about? Sure, why else would I come to you? I'm so busy. Wang Hao was simply going to be disliked by Helan, and when he found a chance, let's see how he would bump her. Yes, tell me then. Looking at Wang Hao's deflated appearance, Helan's serious face finally revealed a hint of a smile. Not being able to contact Wang Hao just now made her a bit angry. Obviously she was so busy, but Wang Hao even turned off his phone. If she didn't give him something to look at, he would turn off his phone next time. That's why Helan dared to say that just now. It does work surprisingly well. Boss, didn't you say yesterday that you wanted me to find the manager of the LVE girl group? I've already found it, and just now I've sent it to the top of your phone. Found it? Wang Hao looked at Helan in surprise. It felt a little unbelievable how it was found so quickly. It's really too much of a surprise. Chapter 113, Beginning of Fooling Around. Helan, how did you find an agent? At those words, Helan gave him a blank look. Boss, I was already scouting for an agent when you asked me to scout. The company is in a negative revenue state right now, so we need to get the company on track sooner rather than later in order to make money. That's why I've been preparing for this before I dug in. Wang Hao also didn't expect Helan to be so considerate. This genius shocked him to the core, but with a president who was so capable, Wang Hao felt that it was a very happy thing. He felt that he had to thank Zaolian. If it wasn't for Zaolian, Helan probably wouldn't have become the president of his company. Well, Helan, you did a good job. Let me see the basic information of the two agents. Helan handed Wang Hao his cell phone, which had the basic information of the two agents on it. The first is called Poon Ting Min, 37. The second one is called Chen Yuzhen, 36 years old. Both of them were female brokers, and Wang Hao didn't know if they fulfilled the system's binding requirements, but even if they didn't, Wang Hao decided to use them. After all, it's still hard to find paycheck-to-paycheck goddesses who fulfill the system's requirements. Not bad, let's do it. Both of them are used, and then you'll divide the LVE girl group into two batches. One batch with Zhang Wenyang and An Eugene is a group of 6 people. Then each group is given $100 million to invest in a pilot for them to audition on Shake Shack first. We'll give them a concert after a while. And also, you tell your manager to take the time to teach them Chinese. Got it? Yes, boss. Wang Hao felt that these girl groups from the stick country had to be assimilated. Every time he thought of what SE did, Wang Hao was incomparably angry in his heart. And when the time came, he would make it pay. But now Wang Hao's task was to first raise Hoya into a huge company, so that he could have a stable income from salary rebates, and later on, he could have enough assurance when building his own business empire. After chatting with Helan about something about the LVE girl group, Helan left. She's going to be busy with the girl group and digging in. Very busy. After Helan left, Wang Hao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, looking out over the bustling magic city. There has been a saying circulating on the internet that the Mordor of the rich is the real Mordor, and the Mordor of the poor is just Mordor. And now it seems that this saying is not false. You see the landscape differently when you're rich. Wang Hao knew that he wanted to become the richest in the world and create his own business empire. That would certainly be difficult, but he was in the system, so how could he be afraid of such a challenge? According to his understanding, the richest family in the world is a family named Rothschild Technetium, and it is said that the assets of the whole family amount to a staggering $50 trillion. Translated, that's 355.99 trillion renminbi. For him to be the richest man, he would have to make more than that much money, and it's not fixed assets he wants, it's cash flow. With this system, even if he had more money on his card, it wouldn't be detected. That put him at ease. Although he was far from this goal now, Wang Hao believed that one day, he would realize this goal and top the world's richest man with one man's assets. After looking into the future for a while, Wang Hao planned to go home. After all, I may have to go back late tomorrow night and early today. Otherwise Wu Yu would have to sit at home waiting for him to come home again. So Wang Hao left Hoya Film and Media after saying a word to Xia Chuchu and the others, drove towards home. The next day, Wu Yu went to Fei Shang Art Dance at 9 o'clock, while Wang Hao's task today was to have dinner with Zhali Ying and Louis Fei in the evening, and in the meantime, see if he could fool them into coming to his company. However, Wang Hao knew that it was expected to be a bit difficult if Louis Fei, but Liang still had a good chance. Now Wang Hao happened to have nothing to do, so he opened Jitterbug. He was ready to take a look at the current situation of Bipolar and Zhang Yuaning and the girls. Zhang Yuaning, their Jitterbug number Helan has already sent him. A total of 2 Jitterbug numbers. 6 people a team. Wang Hao searched, and sure enough, a Jitterbug number came out. It's called the Izo Girls. The leaders of the group are Yu Jinon, Captain, Akita Ima, Wanyang Zhang, Jiroki Kim, Ron Naoki, and Shinrai Li. They only have one entry on their Shake Shack and it was just released. I don't know if I bought the Sound Plus, just posted less than an hour. The number of likes directly exceeded 1 million, and even still rising rapidly. Wang Hao also liked it. I have to say, Zhang One Shadow is truly beautiful, and the comments section is saying she's a princess or a queen or something like that. Of course, On Eugene and the girls weren't bad either. Each has its own 1,000. Wang Hao then looked at another female groupie. This girl group is called WH1. Again, only one video has been posted, also just an hour ago. However, the number of likes is nearly a quarter less than the Izu girl group, but this was good enough. After all, none of the members of the WH1 girl group were very famous, and it was already considered a great achievement. One by one, Wang Hao gave the 2 girl groups a nod of approval and then bought them the Sound Plus. Then it was on to White Bull's livestream. As soon as Wang Hao came to the live room, a banner floated directly over. After all, he was the one who had brushed 1 million in the White Bull live room, and it was not strange to have this card. In the live room, White Bull was singing at this point. The voice was melodious and very melodious. The pop-ups were shouting something about wives and so on. Wang Hao didn't hesitate and directly swiped 100 Carnival. 300,000 was swiped in such a flash. White Bull, who had received the gift, was instantly thrilled when she saw the person who had swiped the Carnival. How could she not know Wang Hao's account? Thanks hubby. With that, she even stood up and made a heart. Instantly the live stream exploded. What did Wanair just call that guy? This can't be the man who was at Wanair's house last time. No, I have to go check it out. With that said, tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room flooded into Wang Hao's account, and his fan count grew by leaps and bounds. Seeing this, Wang Hao hurriedly exited the live broadcast. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a green bubble to White Bull, saying he'd wait a couple days to find her, and spent a lot of time talking to her. It was only until Wuya returned in the afternoon that Wang Hao didn't continue brushing the video. He had already told Wuya yesterday that he was going to talk business tonight. Sister Wuya, you don't have to wait for me at night, you go to bed early. Well, I know, you come back early, okay, aha. After saying that, Wang Hao left, go downstairs, drive, and set off toward the appointed place. Next, he was going to start snubbing Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying. Chapter 114, do you guys think I'm lying to you? Wang Hao drove his car to the downstairs of CITIC Tower in Magic City. After parking the car, he headed for the Maoiquan magic dish. The reason why he had set the location here was because he was thinking of taking Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei to the company after dinner in a while. By the way, ask them if there is anything they need to improve. When Wang Hao arrived at Maoiquan Magic City Cuisine, he sent a message to Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei, who both hadn't arrived yet. So he came inside the restaurant first, ordered the food, and waited for Zhao Liying and the girls to arrive before serving the food. Wang Hao sat in the private room waiting for the 2 goddesses to arrive. He gave them the number of the private room and then swiped the jitterbug. He first looked to see if Bowls was live. After seeing that Bowls was not live, he continued to look at the likes of that video of the Adu girl group. In the morning when he looked at it, it was 1 million likes. Now after a day, the number of likes has come to 5 million, which can be said to be horrible as hell. The WH1 girl group's video also came in at 3 million likes. It's safe to say that both girl groups are on fire, but that's nothing. With a good run, each of them can get hotter, and then as soon as they get endorsements, then he binds them. Doesn't that paycheck rebate come crunching in? Wang Hao once again clicked on the video of the Adu girl group, only to see the 6 people of Zhang Yuaning wearing short skirts and dancing beautifully, coupled with delicate faces and perfect bodies. It's a wonder it doesn't attract people. After watching it, he went to enjoy the WH1 girl group's dance once more before putting his phone down, and right after he put down his cell phone, the door of the private room was knocked on, followed by Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei walking in from the door of the private room. Wang Hao hurriedly got up and came in front of the 2 beautiful big stars. Sister Liying, Sister Yifei, you're here. Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying nodded. Well, Wang Hao, long time no see. No, I just got here too. You guys sit down first, I'll have the waiter bring the food up. Good, Zhao Liying responded, then took a seat with Lu Yifei. Wang Hao, on the other hand, came to the waiter and said, serve up the dishes, and try to hurry up. Yes sir. After finishing with the waiter, Wang Hao returned to the table and sat down. Sister Liying, Sister Yifei, it's only been a short time since we've seen each other. and you've gotten prettier again." At those words, a faint smile appeared on the faces of the two, which was very charming. "Wang Hao, you're still so good at talking," Shou Liying softly said. "Which is not. I'm telling the truth. By the way, Lily Ying's sister, the last time you said something." Shou Liying looked at Wang Hao with a pair of beautiful eyes, remembering what Wang Hao had said in the cafe before. She remembered saying that she wanted to come to Wang Hao's company at that time, but at that time, she was just joking. Could it be that Wang Hao called them here today for this? "Wang Hao, did you get your company done?" Zhao Liying didn't answer Wang Hao, but asked in return. "Well, basically it's almost done. The company is on the 88th floor of the Magic City Center building. I'll take you guys to see it after dinner later." Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying looked at each other with some incredulity. "Okay, then we'll go to your company to take a look in a while. As for what we said last time, let's talk about it when we arrive at your company in a while." Yes, since Zhao Liying had said so, Wang Hao didn't intend to say this topic again during dinner. Instead, he talked to them about some family matters. "Yiffy-san, I remember tomorrow is your birthday." The moment his words came out, both Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei were a bit surprised, but thinking about what they could find with a quick search on the internet, they were no longer curious. "Okay, Wang Hao, you remember Yifei's birthday so clearly, don't you?" Shou Liying said jokingly, and Wang Hao replied back, "Sister Liying, your birthday is October 16th. I know that too. Count on your conscience." Just as the three of them were chatting, the waitress served the food, but as soon as they entered the private room, the waitress froze. She looked at the three before her in shock. One of them she didn't recognize, but she knew the remaining two. They were mythical figures in the entertainment industry. She placed the dish in her hand on the table. With a trembling voice, he said, "That, I would like to ask if you guys are Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying." Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying nodded. The waitress said excitedly, "Oh my gosh, I've seen a real person. Is this real? Can I take a picture with you guys?" Seeing this, Wang Hao on the side also laughed and shook his head. However, it was normal to think about it. If he hadn't obtained the system before, when he saw Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying, he would probably be as excited as this waitress to take a picture. Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei didn't have any frame, and they naturally agreed to such things as taking a photo together. After taking a picture with the waitress, they urged the waitress not to tell anyone about them eating here, and the waitress agreed, but they were still a little worried. And so, after the food was served, the three of them had a beautiful meal. After eating, Wang Hao brought them to his company, but when they came, they were still armed. Otherwise, once they were discovered, they wouldn't be able to get away. It wasn't until they arrived at Haya Film and Media Company that Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there's no one else here. They also took off the clothes that covered them then. Wang Hao led them to his office. By now it was 9:30 p.m. Looking down from the floor-to-ceiling windows in the office, the Magic City was still lit up. Wang Hao poured them a cup of water and then began to snub them. "Sister Liying, how is it? This company of mine is okay?" "Well, not bad," Shou Liying said while picking up a glass of water. "Hey, then how are you considering? Do you want to come to my company?" "Ah, don't worry, Liying sister. As long as you come to my company, you don't have to do anything. The company will not only give you a salary, but will also cover your daily life expenses." "Sister Yifei, you're just like Sister Liying." After saying that, Wang Hao didn't wait for them to speak and directly placed their exclusive contracts in front of them. Let them see for themselves. Seeing this, Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying looked at each other. They picked up the documents on the table and read them, which was a shock, mainly because the conditions in the contract were too good. They couldn't believe it. Looking at the expressions on the faces of Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying, Wang Hao also probably knew what they were thinking. "Sister Liying, Sister Yifei, do you guys think I'm lying to you?" Chapter 115, The Unexpected. "Wang Hao, you didn't make a mistake in this contract? If you write it this way, then your company will go out of business before it's even opened." Hearing Shou Liying's words, Wang Hao smiled faintly. "Sister Liying, this contract is only for you and Sister Yifei. No one else gets this kind of treatment." With that, he took out the 4 grades of A, B, C, D contracts to show to Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei. After reading it, they also knew that the contract they had was indeed the best. Neither of them agreed hastily, though. Wang Hao actually knew that Lu Yifei hadn't signed any acting companies now, but she didn't care if she had money or not. Her influence was there and she didn't lack anything. There are even a lot of big names coming to her for endorsements. As for Zhao Liying, not to mention, she has shares in 9 companies under her name. And now she is in a film and media company that she invested in, but if she jumped ship, she would still have to pay a breach of contract fee. After reading the contract in her hand, Zhao Liying asked with some doubts, "Wang Hao, if you sign us like this, can your company still make money?" However, Wang Hao said with a smile, "Sister Liying, Sister Fei, if I sign you, then my company will definitely be able to make a better name for itself. And as for whether or not it will make money, the answer is yes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Liying looked at Lu Yifei beside her. Neither one agreed with him right away. Wang Hao, let's go back and think about it first. Wang Hao wasn't in a hurry. After all, his company's main direction right now was to dig up people from the stick country. Well, Sister Liying, Sister Yifei, there's no rush on my side. You guys think about it and then talk to me. Okay, then we'll take the contract back first. Aha! Wang Hao sent Lu Yifei and Zhe Liying to their cars and watched them leave before he came to his own car and drove his 918 back towards Fengshan district. What he didn't expect, however, was this. Just as he was driving, he was surprised to hear the system. Ding, the goddess of paycheck rebate. Zhe Liying's favoritism +5. Ding, wage cashback goddess Lu Yifei's favorability +10. Wang Hao felt very surprised. I did not expect an unexpected harvest, although I did not succeed in fooling the two goddesses to join their own company. But to enhance a wave of goodwill, these salary rebate multiplier does not come up, and with the goodwill, one day, they will definitely agree to join their company. Wang Hao's mood instantly improved, humming and driving all the way home. Originally, Wang Hao's intention was to take Wu Ye to buy a house and spend a wave of money tomorrow, but tomorrow was Lu Yifei's birthday, so he could only postpone taking Wu Ye to buy a house. Not only that, Song Wanner from the forest store also sent him a message saying that someone in the store was consigning a sports car, which was also one of the 3 divine cars. Wang Hao immediately told Song Wanner that he would go over to mention it in a couple of days. After all, if you have money, you need a few more cars, otherwise it's not a good idea to drive a 918 every day. What he had to think about now was how he was going to give Liu Yifei her birthday tomorrow, with the current 45 points of favorability. If this birthday is a good one, it might even be raised to over 50 points, so he had to think about it, and he had to give it a go before tomorrow night. Thinking about it, Wang Hao drove back to Fengshan district. When he got home, he didn't realize that Wu Ye was still waiting for him. As soon as he returned, Wu Ye stood up from the couch and walked to the door to get his slippers. Sister Wu Ye, you haven't rested yet. Waiting for you to come back. Wang Hao took off the sneakers on his feet and replaced them with slippers. Wu Ye put his sneakers in the shoe closet and then went to wash his hands before returning to the couch and sitting down. Wang Hao put the car keys on top of the shoe cabinet. He also followed Wu Ye to the sofa and sat down. He looked at the time. It was already 10:40 at night. Wu Ye is still waiting for him to come back. Once he sat on top of the couch, Wu Ye leaned into him gently. The two just leaned in, neither one speaking. Only after a while did Wu Ye softly say, "Xiao Hao, go take a shower first." "Okay, Sister Wu Ye, if you're tired, rest first." "Well, go ahead." After saying that, Wang Hao went straight to the bathroom and went to take a shower, and it only took him 7 or 8 minutes to take a shower. When he came out, Wu Ye was still sitting on the couch, catching up on the drama. Wang Hao wiped his head and sat back on the sofa. "Sister Wu Ye, do you want a snack?" Wang Hao said with a smile. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Wu Ye's eyes instantly lit up. Before, in order to maintain her figure, she basically wouldn't eat late-night snacks, but she ate with Wang Hao. Then she'll still have an occasional meal. "Yeah, what are we going to eat? How about some lobster small beer?" "Aha, yes." Hearing Wu Ye's promise, Wang Hao picked up his cell phone and ordered takeout, bought 5 pounds of spicy crawfish and 2 cold beers. It cost him over $200 in total. He seems to buy things without looking at the price now though, and I don't know when he became like that. At 11:50 p.m., the takeout he ordered arrived. After getting the takeout, he and Wu Ye had a late-night snack. He also kept peeling shrimp for Wu Ye during that time. The smile on Wu Ye's face hasn't disappeared since then, until Wang Hao finished eating with her and digested for a while. It was already 1 in the morning. "Sister Wu Ye, go and rest. You can't stay up all night all the time." "Well, so are you. So hurry up and get some rest." The two of them cuddled for a while longer before returning to their rooms to rest. After returning to his room, Wang Hao immediately sent a message to Lu Yifei. Today was her birthday. The message was a must. As for how to celebrate her, Wang Hao also basically had an idea, just waiting to implement it tomorrow after dawn. He was sure that tomorrow, Liu Yifei's favorability would definitely increase. After sending a message to Liu Yifei, he put his phone down. Close your eyes and fall asleep. What Wang Hao didn't expect, however, was that after his message was sent over, Liu Yifei messaged him back. It was just a shame that his phone was on silent and he didn't realize that Yuffie had messaged him back. A very sad missed opportunity to increase favorability. Day 2. As soon as Wang Hao got up, he picked up his cell phone and looked at it. And when he saw the message in his phone, his entire body was confused. At that time, what he thought was that it was already past 1 in the morning, and Liu Yifei had already gone to bed. So he put down his phone after sending the message, but he didn't expect He couldn't wait to slap himself twice. He had no choice but to reply to Liu Yifei, saying that he was too tired last night. Then after replying to Song Ningxuang and bipolar one by one, he got up, prepared to go and prepare a surprise for Yuffie Flo. Chapter 116, A Surprise for Liu Yifei. Wang Hao felt that he had somewhat miscalculated. He should have bought himself a suite of rooms, and now he didn't even have a place to put the gifts he was going to buy. He thought for a long time before making his decision. Since there's no room, it's in your own office. The view from there was also good, and more importantly, both Zhao Ying and Liu Yifei knew the location. Think it and do it. Wang Hao drove to a flower store. Boss, he called out, and a young female owner stepped out. Hello, what kind of flowers are needed? How many roses do you have in your store? The store has 418 of them right now, and if you want more, boss, I can transfer them from another store too. Hearing this, Wang Hao was also relieved. If that was the case, then he wouldn't have to run around. Okay, I want one with 999 roses, and then you need to help me bar an area of about 100 square feet covered with roses as well. And for the money, I'll pay you when you're done, but I'll pay you a deposit up front. The lady boss's whole body perked up when she heard that. That's a big client coming in, to a bouquet of 999 roses, but also to put a room of about 100 square feet. And when it comes to decorating not only to a large number of roses, but also other decorations, this gives them a lot of work, but they also make a lot of money. Taking this order, then they could probably stay open for the rest of the month. The woman who owned the flower store immediately agreed. Old boss, where do you want us to store and for how long? The Mordor Center building. I'll take you there. And as for how long, how soon you can finish? The lady owner of the flower store thought for a moment and said, give us a day. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao, however, shook his head. I'll only give you half a day, but I'll give you a raise and you can call in more people. The flower store owner heard. This person is definitely a rich man. Otherwise he would not have said such words. He has said so, even if it is difficult to do. Okay then boss, deposit. Wang Hao directly took out his cell phone. Let's add a green bubble and I'll transfer your deposit first. Yes boss. After adding the flower store owner's green bubble, Wang Hao directly transferred a deposit of 50,000 to the flower store owner. Although the deposit of 50,000 looks a bit much, it's actually not much. Just the bouquet of 999 roses ordered by Wang Hao has to be more than 40,000 yuan. The flower store owner had a happy smile on his face after receiving the deposit. Looks like a really big order was received. Boss, wait for me. I'll contact someone now. Wait, you follow me first. I'll take you to the Mordor Center building. You'll be busy when you get there. I'll be busy with something else in a while. Yes boss. The female boss handed the flower store to another person before following Wang Hao to the Magic City Center building. When she saw Wang Hao's car, she was also completely convinced of Wang Hao's strength. After all, anyone who can afford to drive a 918 isn't likely to be a crook. After Wang Hao brought the flower store's female boss to the company, he spoke to Xia Chuchu and the girls, and then went to work on something else. As for the flowers, Xia Chuchu will look after them for him. With the flowers taken care of, then the cake was next. You can't have a cake that's too small. It has to be bigger. Wang Hao drove the 918 to a cake store named Jim's, which was still a relatively large store, well decorated, and close to the Magic City Center building. Wang Hao was looking at this very point. That's why it was chosen to be set here. The location of the cake store was on the roadside, and Wang Hao directly parked his car in front of the cake store. And he was noticed by someone in Jim's cake shop as he got off the 918. Seeing Wang Hao come inside the cake store, the waiters in the cake store came to greet him. Hello boss, what can I get for you? I want to customize a cake. Yes boss, over here is the style of our cake. Saying that, the waiter greeted Wang Hao and looked at the cake models on the side, which had one layer and two layers. Basically all of them were 10 or 20 inches. Wang Hao picked a 2-layer cake with a better style as well. How long will it take to customize this? Boss, you can pick it up this afternoon. Okay, just make me this one and I'll pick it up at 6 p.m. Yes boss, please pay this way. After Wang Hao paid the money, he was going to see if there were any gifts suitable for Liu Yifei. He felt like Flo Yifei such a big star. If you send what gold these will seem a little lou. After all, it is not like people cannot afford to buy. Moreover, with Liu Yifei's strength, it wasn't a matter of minutes if she wanted to buy anything. He felt that the gift must be thoughtful and not too cheap. After thinking for a long time, Wang Hao still decided to send a bag. After all, it is said that the bag cures all diseases, so sending a bag should be better. So Wang Hao headed straight to the LV boutique, bought a bag that was over $100,000. But after doing all this, Wang Hao still felt that something was missing, but he was unable to think of it for a moment. Hey, what's really missing? After thinking about it for a while, he didn't think of it, so he had no choice but to return to the company. intending to see the progress of the flower store owner now. When Wang Hao came back, the owner of the flower store had already started, and there were already quite a few people in the office all arranging roses. Seeing Wang Hao coming, the owner of the flower store greeted him and went back to his business. Looking at the person who was laying flowers, Wang Hao suddenly remembered, because it was to give Louis Fei a surprise. Wang Hao didn't tell Louis Fei in advance. He only remembered now. What if he didn't tell Louis Fei in advance and she answered someone else's appointment? Wang Hao slapped his forehead and instantly felt foolish. Such things can be ignored. With no choice, Wang Hao could only call Zailing. He walked out of the office and went to a place in the company where there was no one, and dialed the phone number of Shou Liying. Now it's all up to Shine Liying as well. Toodaloo. After the phone rang for a while, Shou Liying's gentle voice full of magnetism came out from inside. Hey, Wang Hao. Hey, Lillian-san, are you busy? No, I'm done shooting this morning's scene. I'm resting now. Why? There's a favor I need you to do. Well, you say. Immediately after that, Wang Hao gave his thoughts to Shou Liying. Shou Liying's cheerful laughter came out from the phone. Wang Hao, I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. If you say it again a little later, I guess it won't work. Just now Yi Fei already called me. At those words, Wang Hao's heart trembled violently. Was the surprise for Yuffie going to be given air? Chapter 117, Favorability exceeds 50. Just when Wang Hao thought that this preparation had failed, Shou Liying said again. Just now, Yi Fei said that she wanted me to go to her place in the evening. She said that quite a few people wanted to celebrate her birthday, but she didn't really want to go. If you say any later, I expect she'll be pulled through for the night. Ah, so now what? Don't worry, she's going to her godfather's this afternoon, and I'll take her to yours tonight, but you'll have to be ready so you don't embarrass me. He, Sister Liying, don't worry, okay, wait for my news tonight. Aha! After saying that, Shou Liying hung up the phone. To be honest, Wang Hao could also think that Louis Fei would be busy, but he surprisingly didn't think to tell Louis Fei in advance. However, Wang Hao felt that even if he said it, Louis Fei would probably reject it. After all, right now her favorability was only 45, and she was still just an ordinary friend. Luckily, there's still Shou Liying. Wang Hao felt that if he didn't have Zhuo Liying, even if he had prepared everything, he probably wouldn't have been able to call Louis Fei. Hopefully this time the favorability will increase again and the chances of asking her out later will be better. Since both Louis Fei and Zhao Liying were coming at night, he needed to make some preparations, and since it was a birthday, how could he do it without some alcohol? Wang Hao came directly to Maoquan Magic City Cuisine and ordered quite a few dishes, went to buy another bottle of red wine. After everything was prepared, all Wang Hao could do now was to wait quietly for the time to pass, waiting for the two to arrive. He looked at the time. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There were only a few hours left before the evening, so he went to his office to supervise it himself. After all, this kind of thing Wang Hao still had to pay a little attention to. 2 hours later, Wang Hao looked at the scene in his office, the corner of his mouth rising. How is this scene kind of like a marriage proposal? This won't give them the wrong idea. He didn't have much time to think about it anymore though. He still needed to settle the flower store owner's final payment to her now, and then he also needed to pick up the cake from Jim's cake shop. After the arrangement, the owner of the flower store also came to Wang Hao. Boss, for this setup, we used a total of 2,000 roses and 100 meters of ribbons. The owner of the florist store talked to Wang Hao about all the things he used. Wang Hao didn't dilly-dally. After all, people had spent so much time and energy helping him with this. Okay, you do the math and I'll settle the final payment. Hearing Wang Hao's words, the flower store owner took out his cell phone and checked the bill, then slowly spit out a number. Boss, the total is 150,000. Wang Hao directly transferred 200,000 to the owner of the flower store, and he said when he was at the flower store today that as long as he could finish it in half a day, he would give a higher price. Naturally, you can't go back on your word. The flower store owner who received the money bowed to Wang Hao. Thanks boss, Wang Hao hurriedly said. I should be the one to thank you. This way, in the future, if I have any needs I'll talk to you directly on Green Bubble, and then you'll send them to me. Okay boss, we'll go first then. Okay. After saying that, the flower store owner left the Magic City Center building with her people. Wang Hao, on the other hand, went to Jim's cake shop to bring up the customized cake. By the time he was ready, the time had come to 6:30. Xia Chuchu and the girls also left. He was left alone in the office. Neither of the girls, Louis Fei or Zhao Liying, had come yet, and they didn't know when they would come. Wang Hao sent a message to Zhuo Liying and asked, Wang Hao, Sister Liying, when are you coming? Zhou Liying didn't immediately reply to him. Wang Hao could only sit and brush up on the video. After he opened the software, he directly clicked on the homepage of the Aizu girl group and found that there was another video, and Wang Hao clicked in. This second video was posted this morning. It's been over 10 hours since the release. The video also came in at over 4 million likes. About a million less than the last video. Wang Hao didn't care. I guess it's because Tone Plus bought less. The WH1 girl group's homepage also features 2 videos, and the second video has 2 million views. Wang Hao clicked the like button and then exited the software. Shirley replied to him, "Shine livin', we're on our way." There was only such a simple sentence, but seeing it, Wang Hao was already excited. He was looking forward to what the two would look like when they saw the scene in a moment. Wang Hao put down his cell phone and observed in the office filled with flowers. There was cake on the table. He touched the petals of the rose gently with his hand. Another look at the large bouquet of roses, 999 of them, placed in the office. The scene was shocking. It's true that when you have money, you can be romantic any way you want. Just as Wang Hao was admiring the roses, 2 beautiful figures slowly appeared in his eyes. Since the glass of the office was one way, Wang Hao could see them, but they couldn't see Wang Hao. Naturally, you can't see the scene in the office. It wasn't until after Louis Fei pushed open the doors that the entire person was stunned. As soon as Louis Fei pushed open the door, the room was a sea of flowers, a lamp constantly flickering. Very beautiful. The bouquet of 999 roses in the center was also successful in attracting the gazes of Louis Fei and Zhao Liying. The eyes of Louis Fei and Zhao Liying were filled with incredulity. Suddenly, Wang Hao scurried out from the side, holding a white LV bag. "Happy birthday, Yiffy-san." Louis Fei was touched by this scene, and Wang Hao heard the system's voice as expected. "Ding, the goddess of paycheck return. Lu Yiffy has a favorability of +5. Hearing the system's voice, a smile appeared on Wang Hao's face. Louis Fei's favorability had finally broken through 50. Just as he froze, Louis Fei's voice reached his ears. "Wang Hao, thank you." Wang Hao smiled faintly. "Sister Yifei, you're pretty again today. And Sister Liying too." "Wang Hao, you prepared so well for Yifei's birthday. So what are you going to do for my birthday?" He. "Sister Liying, you'll know when the time comes. I promise to give you a surprise. But let's give Sister Yifei her birthday first today." Liu Yifei and Zhao Liying came in. Louis Fei then said, "Liying, take some pictures of me. The 3 of us will take a picture together later." "Yes." Zhao Liying took Louis Fei's cell phone, while Louis Fei was leaning against the flowers that were full of flowers, just like a flower fairy, beautiful and touching. As Zhao Liying pressed the photo button, Louis Fei's beauty was also framed in her cell phone. Wang Hao hasn't tried to take a picture with the 2 fairy sisters yet. He definitely wants to stand in the middle when he takes the picture later. One with his left hand and one with his right hand, envying everyone to death. Chapter 118, Confessions. Zhao Liying took a picture of Louis Fei for a while, then said to Wang Hao, "Wang Hao, take a picture of Yifei and me, and record a video by the way." At those words, Wang Hao's heart jolted. Isn't this asking him to help take pictures a death sentence for him? Don't they know that men are terrible at taking pictures? But he couldn't refuse Zhao Liying either. It can't be helped. Are we going to be judged before we can enjoy the left and right? Wang Hao could only take her and Louis Fei's cell phones from Zhao Liying's hands. After that it's just a click of a photo. However, Wang Hao realized that beautiful people just didn't have ugly pictures no matter how he took them. Louis Fei and Shine Liying, 2 people hugged. 2 absolutely beautiful face pasted together. Wang Hao find the right time. Directly pressed the photo button. Instantly an absolutely beautiful photo appeared to come. Looking at the photos, who would have known these were 2 36-year-old women? Zhao Liying already had a mature flavor, but Louis Fei was still like a yellow flower girl. The skin is fair and watery feeling. There's a feeling of bling, bling, bling. Wang Hao surprisingly looked dumbfounded for a moment as well. After taking pictures of the 2 goddesses and big stars, Zhao Liying and Louis Fei let him go over and take pictures together. Wang Hao naturally wanted to follow his previous idea of standing in the middle of the 2 and enjoying a good life. However, before he could stand in the middle, he saw a pair of eyes of Zhao Liying looking at him as if she wanted to eat him. And that's when Wang Hao realized that if the divine sister had a birthday, she definitely had to stand in the middle. What's the deal with him standing in the middle? Still, in a moment he could propose that he stand in the center for a picture, but only after the birthday boy was done. Wang Hao could only smile awkwardly and stand beside Louis Fei. Shirley Ying stood on the other side and took a picture with her cell phone. The 3 families then kept changing their positions, with Zhao Liying standing in the center and Wang Hao in the middle. He had sort of fulfilled his heart's desire, standing in the middle of the 2 goddess sisters and enjoying some divine treatment. The 2 took his arm and took a picture. After that, the people from Maoquan Magic City Cuisine brought the meal to the 88th floor to him, and Wang Hao, Louis Fei, and Zhao Liying started the birthday dinner, although there were only 3 people in this dinner. "So, you 2 fairy sisters, shall we have a little drink today?" Upon hearing this, Louis Fei and Zhao Liying looked at each other in dismay and said, "If we drink, how will we get home?" "It's fine, I'll have someone send us back in a while. Don't worry, I'll safely send the two divine sisters home. Shou Liying's favorability was a bit higher, having reached 59, and after thinking for a while she agreed. And naturally, Liu Yifei, as the birthday girl, had no reason to refuse. With that the three of them began to eat. Wang Hao poured a glass of red wine and raised his glass. Sister Yiffy, today is your birthday. I wish you a happy birthday. More and more beautiful. You'll always be my fairy sister. After saying that, he drank it all. Seeing this, Liu Yifei also poured a cup. Thanks. When Liu Yifei finished drinking, Wang Hao poured another cup. Sister Liying, thank you for all the help you've given me during this time. You're the most beautiful and kind woman in my heart, just like Sister Yifei. He once again took a drink from the glass in his hand. Seeing this, Shou Liying also poured a cup and drank it. And after drinking it, Wang Hao heard the system's voice. Ding, wage return goddess Liu Yifei's favorability +2. Ding, the goddess of paycheck rebate. Zia Liying's favoritism +1. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao's heart was happy. After that, the three of them pushed and exchanged glasses. And although Wang Hao was a man, he didn't drink often, so his alcohol consumption was on par with the two of them. After reaching a certain point, the trio stopped at a moderate level. Wang Hao knew that if the good sense was high, even if they were drunk, it was expected that they wouldn't hesitate. In fact, they still had quite a lot of wariness about Wang Hao. After eating, Liu Yifei started cutting the cake, a process that was not only photographed but also videotaped. The three of them chatted as they ate. Wang Hao sometimes couldn't intervene, so he sat on the sidelines and played with his cell phone. However, when he opened his friend's circle, he saw that there was a new update in Liu Yifei's friend circle, and the circle of friends was none other than the three of them. He also appeared in Liu Yifei's circle of friends. Wang Hao's entire body was dumbfounded. Unsurprisingly, this circle of friends is probably going to storm the hot search tomorrow. It made him cry a little, although this was a good thing. If Wu Ya and Bipolar knew about it, I don't know if they would think randomly, but there's no use thinking about that now. Let's wait until it's time. Wang Hao, what are you playing with your cell phone for? Come over and chat together. Shou Liying's face was already slightly red at this point. Upon hearing Shou Liying's words, Wang Hao put down his phone and came to sit next to them, listening to the content of their gossip. Although he couldn't interject, it was still quite interesting. After all, the content of their gossip was related to the entertainment industry, and Wang Hao was quite eager to listen. Just like that, he stayed inside Hoya Film and Media with the two goddesses of the entertainment industry until 12 o'clock at night. Then he called Chartreuse to come over. He had already told Xia Chuchu during today's time, asking her to give them a ride in the evening. That, Sister Liying, Sister Yifei, in a moment we'll drive you back in Sister Liying's Big G, then your car will be placed on my company's side first, and I'll send it back to you tomorrow. How about that? Okay. After hearing the two agree, Wang Hao also nodded, and in no time Xia Chuchu arrived downstairs at the company. Then Wang Hao asked Xia Chuchu to go and drive Zhao Liying's Big G over. Afterwards, according to the location given by the two, Xia Chuchu sent them back to their home and then sent Wang Hao back to Fengshan neighborhood. Chuchu, you take the car back. No need to go change your car. You can just drive it to the office tomorrow. Okay boss. Boss, want me to walk you up? No, you go back. Yes. After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and left before Xia Chuchu drove the Big G out of Fengshan neighborhood. Xia Chuchu was actually surprised. How could she not expect her boss to have such a good relationship with the two bigwigs of the entertainment industry? And Liu Yifei and Zhao Liying were also her idols. I'm just sorry I didn't get a picture with them today. On the other hand, it was already past 1 in the morning when Wang Hao returned home. What he didn't expect was that Wu Ya hadn't slept yet. How? Have you been drinking today? Wang Hao nodded. Well, today, Wang Hao told him about Liu Yifei. He knew that if Liu Yifei's circle of friends was on the hot search, then Wu Ya would definitely know about it, in which case it would be better to tell him directly. However, Wang Hao said that this was so that he could sign Liu Yifei and Zhao Liying to his company, and knowing this information, Wu Ya's entire body was stunned. Chapter 119, Spending Money, Buying a House for Wu Ya. Xiao Hao, are you saying that you know Liu Yifei and Zhao Liying? Wu Ya shook Wang Hao excitedly with both hands. Wang Hao also didn't expect Wu Ya to be so excited. Sister Wu Ya, why are you so excited? Can you let me go sit on the sofa first? Wang Hao smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Wu Ya hurriedly pulled Wang Hao, who had just changed his slippers, to sit on the sofa. Immediately afterward, Wu Ya looked at him expectantly. Seeing this, Wang Hao had no choice but to take his cell phone out, and then opened the photo he had just taken and showed it to Wu Ya. When Wu Ya saw the photos in her cell phone, she not only didn't get angry, but instead said excitedly, wow, it's really Liu Yifei and Zhao Liying. Hey, Xiao Hao, you really know them? Wang Hao nodded. Xiao Hao, I especially loved them when I was little. can you take me to meet them? After saying that, Wuya looked at him expectantly with a pair of eyes. Wang Hao also didn't expect Wuya's reaction to be so great, so he developed the idea of wanting to tease Wuya. He pointed a finger to his cheek and said, if you give me a kiss, then I'll take you the next time I go to see them. Originally, Wang Hao thought that Wuya wouldn't kiss, but I didn't expect her to kiss him without hesitation. This made Wang Hao's entire body freeze. How? Promise, you must take me to see them next time. I really like them. At that, he thought to himself, I like it. When you two become sisters, I'll watch it every day, and I'll get tired of you. Well, next time I have time to ask them to come over for dinner, and then it's whatever you want? Really? Hearing that she could still eat with them, Wuya's entire body perked up. What a joy it would be to have dinner with your idol. Seeing Wuya in this state, Wang Hao knew that it would be difficult for her to sleep tonight. Aha! How? You're so nice. Wuya put her cell phone down and leaned her entire body against his. Wang Hao gently stroked her hair. Looking at the woman in front of him, Wang Hao really liked that no matter when he came back, she would wait for his return. Alright, Sister Wuya, I'm going to take a shower first. I smell like alcohol. Well, get on with it. After saying that, Wang Hao got up and went to wash up. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Wuya holding his cell phone and looking at it constantly. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao's entire body broke out in a cold sweat. Inside the green bubble were his chat records with Song Ningxuang and Bai Bowles. If they were discovered, what would happen? But he didn't dare make a move now. Once he reacted differently, he might be exposed. He wiped his head as usual and came to sit on the couch. It was good to see him come out, and Wuya returned his cell phone to him. Luckily just now, Wuya had only been looking at the photo of him and Zhao Liying together. If he had been looking at the green bubbles, it wouldn't have been finished. He pretended to be calm and put his cell phone down on its resting screen. Then he said to Wuya, Sister Wuya, tomorrow you don't go to Fei Shang art dance. I'll take you to buy a house that belongs to us tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Wuya's first reaction was not to agree, but to say, Xiao Hao, do you think this place is too small? Wang Hao explained. No, I just think we have to have a home of our own. Look, if I ask Louis Fei and Zailing to come home for dinner next time, won't we be able to change to a bigger place, so that even if they get drunk, they can still rest in our home? And then there's the fact that we're going to live over here after we buy the house too, and I have to go to school. Listening to Wang Hao's explanation, Wuya felt the same. It's not the same as before. She nodded. Yes. Saying that, Wuya unconsciously leaned her body towards Wang Hao again. The two got mushy for a while. Xiao Hao, why do I feel like a little girl myself around you, when I'm already over 30? Ha. Sister Wuya, in my heart, no matter what happens to you, you are the most beautiful. Really? Wuya raised her head and looked at Wang Hao with unblinking eyes. Wang Hao said with a straight face, of course, you're the little dragon lady in my heart. In the next second, Wang Hao felt his mouth touch something soft. Ryoko. Lip split. Wang Hao had originally tried to see if he could get Wuya to break the bottom line for himself, but thought about it and gave up. After getting cozy with Wuya for a while longer, the two of them returned to their room to rest. After returning to his room, Wang Hao also took out his cell phone and opened the photo with Louis Fei and Zhao Liying. On the photo, he was standing in the center, with Louis Fei and Zhao Liying standing on either side of him, both of them intimately holding his arm. Wang Hao exclaimed, if this photo were to circulate, I don't know what kind of sensation it would cause. If this photo had been circulated, Wang Hao's family would have been greeted. He also knew the seriousness of the matter, and naturally this kind of photo would not dare to leak out. Otherwise, the fans of Zhao Liying and Louis Fei would not be able to tear him apart, and might even rake him over the coals for all he was worth. After admiring it for a while, Wang Hao turned off his cell phone. Close your eyes and fall asleep. The next day, Wang Hao and Wuya both slept until 10 o'clock before getting up. It couldn't be helped that the two of them didn't rest until nearly 2 a.m. last night, and it was only natural for them to sleep until now. Today Wang Hao planned to take Wuya to buy a house, and also to pick up that godly car from the 4S store. Sister Wuya, let's pack up and get going. Yes, the two of them simply packed up, ate breakfast and set off. How? We'll just take one car, right? Well, turn on the big G. Okay, here's your key. With that, Wuya handed Wang Hao the key to the big G. Suddenly, it occurred to Wang Hao that he would have to drive the car of Louis Fei and Zailing back to return it to them. I was talking about going straight to the 4S store to pick up the car, but now it looks like I can't. He felt that since he had promised Zhao Liying and Louis Fei yesterday, he couldn't go back on his word. That, Sister Wuya, in a moment, we'll first drive Louis Fei and Zhao Liying's cars to return them to them, and then we'll go buy a house. Yesterday I promised them that I'd give them their cars back today. Upon hearing this, Wuya not only didn't get angry, but instead agreed very happily. Yes, Am I going to get to meet them? Seeing Wu Ya so excited, Wang Hao also nodded. Aha! Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Under Wu Ya's urging, Wang Hao started the Big G and drove directly towards Hao Ya Film and Media. When this is over, he'll take Wu Ya and spend the money and buy her a house. Chapter 120, 100 points. Soon to be bound again. Wang Hao and Wu Ya came to Hao Ya Media, driving up in Zhou Liying's Big G and Liu Yufei's Porsche Panamera. Then he asked Xia Chuchu to follow them in his Big G and set off to Zhao Liying and Liu Yufei's residence. Last night they told Wang Hao that they were going back to Kyoto when things were finished here. It was still a little hard for Wang Hao when he knew about it. Not only because he couldn't always strengthen the system's binding anymore, but more importantly if they went back to Kyoto, then it would be much more difficult for him to increase his goodwill. However, there is good news. They won't go back to Kyoto until the beginning of September, which means that Wang Hao will still be able to strengthen the September payroll rebate. Not so much that September's strengthened bindings will have to make him run to Kyoto. I guess I'll have to go to Kyoto to find them if it's October. In no time, Wang Hao brought Wu Ya and Xia Chuchu to the neighborhood where Zhou Liying was located. Because the place where Xiao Liying bought was not far from the Magic City Center building, he arrived in a while. And Xiao Liying also lives in a very luxurious large flat. Tang Zhen Yiping, Liu Yifei also lived in the same neighborhood as Zhou Liying. Suddenly, Wang Hao had an idea. Since he was going to buy a house for Wu Ya, why not buy it here as well? It just so happened that he still had quite a lot of money in his hand right now. It's also good to buy here. The environment is good. Out of the door is the Huangpu River. The most important thing is that it's very close to Zhao Liying's house and Liu Yifei's house. It's also a little easier for him to brush up on his good feelings if he wants to. And Wu Ya is a fan of theirs. So in that case, buying a house here is a 1-2 punch. Thinking of this, Wang Hao made a decision. He felt that it would be best to buy in the same building that was away from Liu Yifei and Zhao Liying. The three of them drove to the entrance of the neighborhood of Tozhenipin. Since Wang Hao and the others weren't the owners of Tangzhenipin, they couldn't get inside the neighborhood, and Wang Hao directly called Zhao Liying and Liu Yifei. With their consent, Wang Hao's three were able to come inside the neighborhood. Wang Hao drove Zhao Liying's Big G to her house, parked the car in the garage and waited for her to come down. And at this time, Wu Ya and Xia Chuchu were also very excited. Although Xia Chuchu had seen Xiao Liying and Liu Yifei last night, but they were both drunk last night and she didn't even ask for a photo together. Today she must take a photo together. In no time, Xiao Liying, who was dressed in her housecoat, appeared in front of the three of them. At this time, although Xiao Liying didn't have any makeup, she was still so beautiful and moving. Sister Liying, your car keys, right, let me introduce you. This is called Wu Ya, a fan of yours and this is called Xia Chuchu, our company's financial director. Wang Hao introduced Wu Ya and Xia Chuchu to Zhou Liying. Right after his introduction, Wu Ya and Xia Chuchu said excitedly, that, Sister Liying, we are your fans. Can we take a picture with you? Zhou Liying smiled slightly and nodded. When they finished, Zhou Liying said to Wang Hao, do you want to come up and sit down? Sister Liying, we won't go up there. We still have to drive Sister Yifei's car to her. However, I believe we'll be able to visit each other soon. Oh, you're planning to buy a house here? Zhou Liying quickly responded. Wang Hao nodded, and Wu Ya, who was on the side, was stunned when she heard that Wang Hao wanted to buy a house here. This is Tangzhenipin. The unit price of a flat has come to $270,000 per flat. Although it is said that the price of housing has dropped a bit in recent times, but the price of a flat needs to be $150,000 a flat. The large bungalows in Townsend are basically between 400 square feet and 200 square feet. That means a set costs between $60 million and $180 million. That price is mind-blowing just to look at. Not to mention the other things. Just after Zhao Liying saw Wang Hao nodding, she said, Wang Hao, it just so happens that I have someone I know who's going to make a move. If you want to see it, I can take you guys there. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was instantly happy. Now you don't have to run around, and you can be closer to the two divine beauties. And most importantly, there are quite a few stars living inside this Tangzhenipin. If he could know these stars, even male ones, Wang Hao's resources would be a bit richer. Good, then thank you, Sister Liying. Zhou Liying smiled slightly. Wang Hao and the three of them followed Zhou Liying to her home. I have to say, the Zhou Liying family is really cozy. The decor is great and it's huge. After returning home, Zhou Liying poured a cup of water for Wang Hao's trio and then went to change clothes. After that, Wang Hao sent a message to Liu Yifei, and she asked Wang Hao not to drive the car over to her side. She came over. Hearing this, Wang Hao didn't say anything. After all, he had quite a few things to do today, and it would be best for Liu Yifei to come over. Hearing that Liu Yifei was also coming over, Xia Chuchu and Wu Ya on the side became even more excited. After Zhao Liying changed her clothes, Wang Hao told her the news that Lu Yifei was coming over, and Zhao Liying planned to wait at home for her to come over first. When Lu Yifei came to Zhao Liying's place, Wang Hao introduced Wu Yet and Xia Chuchu to her, and the two of them took a photo with Lu Yifei again. When it was over, Lu Yifei knew that Wang Hao was going to buy a house here, and also said that she had someone she knew who was going to sell it. Wang Hao was directly excited. It just so happened that he needed to spend money to obtain points. In that case, he would buy 2 more sets. After that, Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei took Wang Hao and Wu Yet and they went to look at the house. On the other hand, Xia Chuchu drove Wang Hao's car back to the company, and then came over to pick up Wang Hao and Wu Yet in the evening. It had to be said that Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei's connections were indeed powerful. They took Wang Hao to see 5 large flats in Tangzheniping, and these were not ordinary people. Seeing Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei personally take him and Wu Yet over, also added his green bubble for the resources sent to his door. How could Wang Hao not want it? He decisively added their green bubbles and then took the 5 large flats. To Wang Hao's surprise, one of these 5 sets of large flat floors was downstairs in Zhaoling, and one was downstairs in Lu Yifei. That's great. Straight up neighbors with both of them. Wang Hao felt that the 5 houses were worth buying. Contracts these have been signed, but there are some things that need to be taken care of tomorrow. Today he just signed the contract and paid the money. The closing can't be done until tomorrow. 3 of the 5 large flats are under the name of Haya Film and Media. The one downstairs of Zhao Liying is under his name, and the one downstairs of Lu Yifei is under Wu Ye's name. And after he had bought these 5 large flats today, his points had finally reached 100. He'll also finally get another chance to get his paycheck back to Goddess Bound. He didn't care if Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei were there, and directly opened his data panel. Chapter 121, sure enough, it's still on the hot search engine. System, open my data panel. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquidity, $141. 298. 241. Fixed assets, Magic City Balong Plaza City Hot Pot, Hoya Film and Media Company. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds received through payroll rebates, $5. 146. 92 million. Total funds expended, $5. 054. 9 million. System points, 100. Bound paycheck cashback goddesses, Zhao Liying, to be bound this month. Wu Ye, bound this month. By Bowl Air, bound this month. Lu Yifei, bound this month. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 5 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Wang Hao looked closely at the system points. There were already 100 points on it, which meant that Wang Hao was now perfectly capable of conversing a bound number of times at any time. This made Wang Hao not hold back at once and directly redeemed it. System, redeem wages to return goddess bound times. Ding, it's being exchanged. Ding, exchange successful. System points minus 100. Get salary return goddess binding times plus 1. Wang Hao watched his bound count change from 0 to 1. The whole thing was a joy to behold. Only the next second he couldn't stop laughing, only because he saw a scene that infuriated him. The number of paycheck rebate goddess bindings that used to cost only 100 points to redeem now costs 200 points. He was speechless. What's this all about? How come there's a price hike? System, how come the price of this number of bindings has even gone up? Ding, it will become increasingly difficult to obtain the number of bindings. If the host finds it difficult to exchange, he can raise the favorability of the wage return goddess as a way to obtain the number of bindings of the wage return goddess. Hear the system. Wang Hao's entire body was dumbfounded. But thinking about it, if 100 points could be exchanged for 1 binding count, then he would get more and more binding counts in the future. It seemed kind of reasonable to do so, but then I thought about it and realized what was wrong. To get him to boost the goddess's favor to get the bonding times, isn't that hard too? Just turn on Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei. Both of them are still only around 60 goodwill up to now. Not to mention the two of them, even Bai Bowles, who was married to him, still had a good sense of just over 90 by now. Only Wu Ye was given a binding opportunity by the system when his favorability broke through 95. In order to obtain the binding opportunity you have to raise the favorability of the wage return goddess to 95. But this favorability is not so good to raise. People are complex animals. Sometimes a slip of the tongue can even rub off on a good feeling. This condition greatly limits the speed at which he can bind the goddess of paycheck return in the future. But as long as he worked hard, sooner or later, the goddesses of the world would be making him money. Just as Wang Hao was fuming. On the side, Zhao Liying called out to him, Wang Hao, why did you buy so many houses at once? Wang Hao said with a slight smile, there are 2 sets we'll keep for ourselves, and the rest will be used as residences for the company's artists. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying said enviously, your employees are treated so well, I want to go to your company. Ha ha ha, Sister Liying, you're flirting with me again. Wang Hao knew that if Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei really wanted to come to his company, they would have already given him the news in the past few days. After all, the contracts had already been given to them. Instead of them not wanting to come, it's more like they're not good enough. If their goodwill reached 90, Wang Hao felt that it wasn't even impossible to become their other half. It's just that they're so hard to raise their favorables. If it was a gold-worshipping woman, then he could smash money to raise his favorability. But Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei were not such women, and to raise their favorability he could only do so through details. It's going to take a long time. After that, Zhao Liying invited Wang Hao and Lu Yifei to her home for dinner, and naturally, Wang Hao and the others readily agreed. After all, he hadn't eaten at a star's house yet. When she arrived at Zhao Liying's home, she greeted Wang Hao's several people to sit and rest, while she herself dove headfirst into the kitchen. Seeing this, Wang Hao's several people also got up and followed to the kitchen, but just as they came in, they were kicked out by Zhao Liying, saying that guests should not enter the kitchen. But he seems to be the only one who was kicked out. Wu Ya and Lu Yifei both stayed in the kitchen to help. He simply left it alone and went back to the couch to sit and swipe his phone for a while. Just as soon as he opened his cell phone, he was shocked. After seeing Lu Yifei send a friend circle last night, he knew that it would definitely be on the hot search, and he didn't expect it to be so fast, and it was only a day's time. Wang Hao opened a different platform again, and as expected, it was still on the hot search. He opened a post titled Flo Effie's birthday and who the hell is the man who appeared in her circle of friends? Inside the post were the very same photos that were in the circle of Flo Yifei's friends. The comments section below the post exploded even more. Asterisk 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 who is this man? How did he appear in my fairy sister's circle of friends? No, is my goddess going to make an official announcement? Don't. I don't want to. Who the hell is that man? I'm going to knife him. Get me the information on this man in a hurry. Isn't it true that the divine sister hasn't gotten married for so long because she was waiting for me? Now that I'm here, you mustn't have anything to do with this man. I'm really convinced. Where did this come from? How dare he get his hands on my wife? Damn it. No, haven't you noticed that my wife's space still has photos of Zaliang, which means that this hateful man even dined with both of my wives. Damn it. Upstairs, please make it clear who is your wife. They are clearly my wife, okay? If you dare to scream again, believe me I'll tear your mouth off. What are you barking at? Wang Hao looked at the comment section, and his entire face went bad. If someone did come to pick his brain, wouldn't he be exposed? That's not good news. Wang Hao didn't even know what to do. The identity was picked up, and that would really be a devastating disaster for him. If he was strong, he wouldn't be afraid of how many people came, but now he didn't dare to not to mention the current suitors of Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying. Among those who pursued Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying, there were definitely big brother level existences. It's really easy to get into trouble. Just when he was at a loss for words, the system's voice sounded in his head. Chapter 122, do you want to try? Ding, the host doesn't need to worry. The host's information and bank card information were already blocked when the system bound the host. Hear the system. Wang Hao could only say that it was worthy of being brother unicorn. Bull. As long as you block out your information, then it's basically impossible to find out anything. However, it was probably impossible to hide the fact that he had recently gotten close to Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei. He figured the system was probably just blocking out his information, but it will give those who find out information about him something to think about. With the protection of the system, Wang Hao was relieved to read the content of the hot search. The #1 microblogging hot search is the friend circle that Lu Yifei posted. However, the next other hot search got Wang Hao a little excited. The second hot search was about young honey. Wang Hao opened the content of the hot search and also managed to be captivated by Yang Mi's appearance. Yang Mi's appearance was on par with that of Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei. Estimates are around 98. I have to say that Yang Mi's body really tops it. The top stream of the entertainment circle is really different. Unlike some stars who go for plastic surgery and age a little bit, the whole person becomes very scary. Even the face can't move. Stiff as hell. Purely natural beauties like Zhao Liying, Lu Yifei and Yang Mi still look like they are 27 or 28 years old even though they are already 36 years old. And only such women fulfill the requirements of the system. Now that Wang Hao knew the preciousness of the number of paycheck rebate bindings, then he wouldn't bind indiscriminately. Just as Wang Hao was browsing through Weibo, Zhao Liying and the girls had also made dinner ready. He was actually excited. This was a meal cooked by the big stars, Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei. And I don't know how many people wanted to have a meal cooked by them. There's enough to blow him for a year with that one. When the time came, after he became the other half of Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei, it would not be a shock to drop the jaws of the nation. Wang Hao, you're coming over for dinner, Zhao Liying said as she took out the dishes. Wang Hao put down his cell phone and came to the dining table. Looking at the home-cooked food on the table, he also swallowed his saliva. Not only is Zhao Liying a snacker, she is even such a good cook. Ha ha ha, Sister Lying, you're a good cook. I can smell an aroma. That's right, and you don't see who I am. When it comes to cooking, Zhao Liying is still very confident, thinking that she used to cook a lot when she was a child in the countryside, and after she became famous, she is also studying the art of cooking. Would your fans beat me to death if they knew I was eating your cooking? Do you want to try? Looking at Zhao Liying's eagerness to try, Wang Hao suddenly had a bad premonition. Wang Hao hastily refused. Don't, Sister Liying, let's forget it. I don't want to have to wear a blast suit when I go out in the future. At those words, the three of them laughed brightly. Ha ha ha. A few people then began to eat. Wang Hao sat next to Wu Ye, while Zhao Liying sat on one side with Lui Fei. He poked Wu Ye. Sister Wu Ye, are you excited to eat with your idol? When Wu Ye heard this, she directly gave him a blank stare. On the side, Zhou Liying and Lui Fei laughed. Wang Hao, aren't we your idols? Shine Liying asked. Yes, so are you nervous about having dinner with me and Yiffy? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao scratched his head. Hey, of course I was nervous the first time. I thought I was dreaming at that point. Surprisingly, dinner was eaten in such a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Actually, Wang Hao wanted to ask Zhao Liying where her child was, but thinking about it didn't seem very polite, so he gave up. We'll naturally have a chance to find out later. After dinner, several people sat on the sofa and chatted for a while, until 9:30 p.m. when Wang Hao and the others left Zhaolian's side. Because the house hasn't been transferred, the things inside the house haven't been changed yet. They can't go now. It's estimated that it will take a few days, and also Wang Hao intends to come over again in a few days. Before, they were still worrying about not having an excuse to meet up with Zhao Liying and Lui Fei before they went back to Kyoto, but now it was different. The house was below them. It's easy to want to meet. Zhou Liying sent Wang Hao and Wu Ye and the others to the parking lot, and when she saw Xia Chuchu coming to pick them up, she went back. Flowing Yiffy also drove her own car back to her big flat. It's not far. Zhou Liying returned to her house and looked at the empty room. There was a sudden feeling of loneliness. She tried to call her children, but gave up for fear that they were already asleep. Just then, her cell phone rang. Looking at the caller, Zhou Liying picked it up. Shu Wei, what's wrong? Sister Liying, are you busy? No, go ahead. Here's the thing. You have a book signing tomorrow from 10 to 12 o'clock in the morning. Okay, I got it. Tang Shuawei was Zhao Liying's agent, and she was usually the one who arranged anything for Zhao Liying. On the other hand, Wang Hao sent Xia Chuchu to her house, then drove back to Fengshan neighborhood with Wu Ye. Back home, Wu Ye then hugged him excitedly. Hao, you're great. Thank you. Mua. Wang Hao was pleasantly surprised. This was the first time Wu Ye had kissed him so actively. Ha ha, Sister Wu Ye, why are you so excited? Of course I'm excited to meet my idol. Well, get in the shower. You'll be seeing them a lot more from now on. Anna. Wu Ye walked towards the bathroom with a smile on her face. Wang Hao, on the other hand, smiled and shook his head, coming to sit on the sofa. He had just sat down when Zhao Liying and Lui Fei asked him if he had arrived home yet, and Wang Hao replied to Zhao Liying and Lui Fei, casually chatting for a couple of sentences before ending the chat. When Wu Ye finished her shower, Wang Hao also went to take a shower. The two didn't talk too long today and went back to their rooms at 11 o'clock to rest. Only after returning to the room did Wang Hao and Song Ningxuan chat with Bai Boyer. Song Ningxuan, how? School will start soon. When are you going to school? Let's go together. Wang Hao, I may have to go a few days later, so you go ahead and wait for me to go to school. After chatting with Song Ningxuan and Bai Boyer for a while, Wang Hao clicked on Jiayin and Weibo again. The hot search above is still about Flo Yiffy and Yangmi. After looking at it for a while, Wang Hao put down his phone. He lay in bed, thinking about what was next for Hoya. Right now, Hoya's contract can't be sent out. At the very least, it will have to wait until Zhao Liying and Lui Fei have joined Hoya before releasing it. This way the effect will be the best. And then there's the fact that I wonder if Elon has scooped up any other actresses at this point. Thinking about it, Wang Hao closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 123 Rafa. That was a good night's sleep. Wang Hao stretched and felt the sunlight. The whole thing was very soothing. After stretching, Wang Hao picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Song Waner. Wang Hao, Song Waner. I'll go over to pick up the car at 10 o'clock later, so get the formalities ready for me. Song Waner's side was almost a second reply. Song Waner, okay brother Wang. After putting down his cell phone, Wang Hao went out to wash up. Wu Ye was up as well and was still making breakfast at this point. Sister Wu Ye, why are you up so early? Aren't we going to the closing in a little while? I thought I'd get up and make you breakfast for dinner, and I used to get up at this hour. I'm used to it. Hey, okay, I'll wash up first then. Aha! After washing and rinsing, Wang Hao and Wu Ye ate breakfast and set off. He did not go directly to Tang's Anypin, but first went to the 4S store, ready to pick up the Lafa. This kind of unattainable car, He must get his hands on it as soon as possible. How? Where are we going? Wuya could see that this was not the way to Tangsin Yipping. Hey, let's go pick up a car. Ha, don't we already have two at home? You still need to buy one. Sister Wuya, money is earned to be used, and that car is a limited edition. That being said, okay, Wuya had wanted to say that it was so hard to make money, but once she thought about how fast Wang Hao made money, Wuya shut up. No way. She's also quite fond of cars. In no time, Wang Hao and Wuya arrived at the 4S store, and Song Wan Air was waiting for him at the front of the store early. Seeing him coming, he rushed to him. Brother Wang. Well, where's the car? Show me first. Okay, Brother Wang. Follow me. Saying that, Song Waner made a pleased gesture and led Wang Hao into the 4S store. Wuya then took his arm and followed him into the 4S store. When he followed Song Waner to the store, his eyes were instantly drawn to a red beast. Brother Wang, this is Rafa. Wang Hao excitedly gently stroked Rafa's body. Not bad for Rafa. Wang Hao really loved it. Ha ha ha, not bad. I like this car, just as we discussed before. Go and bring me the contract. Song Waner felt that after all the years she had worked in sales, only Wang Hao was cool. Of course, it was also because Wang Hao had money. But what's the problem with that? Song Waner immediately went and took out the previously prepared contract, and Wang Hao directly signed it without even looking at it. Still, he was a little puzzled and asked, "Where did your manager go?" Brother Wang, it's like this, our manager knows that you like cars, so he's been going out a lot to look for cars this time. At those words, Wang Hao also froze. I didn't realize that the manager of this 4S store was still quite good at what he does, but that's fine, as long as he can find the car. What's the harm in him buying it? Besides, he really likes cars. Well, Brother Wang, congratulations on becoming the honored owner of Lafa. Well, thanks, don't mess with the red tape. I don't like it. You can do the rest for me. And when you're done bring the car to me at the Tozenipin. Okay Brother Wang. Well, we'll go first then. Brother Wang, sister-in-law, take care. Hearing someone call her sister-in-law, the corners of Wuya's mouth actually involuntarily rose. After Wang Hao left, Song Waner seemed as if she had become like a proud white swan. Before she met Wang Hao, her status in the 4S store could be said to be nothing at all. And now that she met Wang Hao, a stable and big customer, the managers were treating her as a treasure to be offered. Just the Lafa that was just sold was $30 million. There are actually conditions to buy Rafa, but what conditions can't be liberalized for someone like Wang Hao? Song Wan Air is so lucky to meet such a stable big customer. Do not even need to give up their bodies to a company to get this resource. Really envy is me. Who says it's not? I'm lucky to sell 3 cars a month. She sells a car directly tops me sell half a year of cars. Really envious of death. I was supposed to be the one to entertain Wang Hao when he first came here, but at the time he was dressed in ordinary clothes and I thought he couldn't afford a nice car. Hey, you deserve this. Song Waner listened to her co-worker's comments with a thick smile on her face. She didn't care what others said. In short, she wanted to firmly tie Wang Hao's thigh, no matter what method she used. Even if she was asked to sleep with Wang Hao and be Wang Hao's mistress, she was willing to do so. But the probability of such a thing is not very high. After all, she knew that Wang Hao had more than one woman by his side, and she was also very pretty. On the other hand, Wang Hao and Wuya left the 4S store and went straight to Tang Zenipin. Today he was going to take care of the house all at once. This way the remaining days would allow more time to raise the goodwill of Zhao Liying and Louis Fei, and it was almost time for a new round of cashback. So if he could boost their favorability a little more, then he would get more cashback money, just as Wang Hao expected. It took him a day just to go through the closing process. By the time he and Wuya finished their work the time had come to 9 o'clock in the evening. There was no way around it, and after the house was closed, they went to another meal with the original owners of the house, which, of course, was on him by several of the original owners of the house. And he's been drinking a lot, but Wuya didn't drink, so it was Wuya who drove him back. Sister Wuya, why do you have 2 of them? By now Wang Hao was already drunk. He saw that Wuya could already split. Wuya helped Wang Hao out of the car, somewhat helpless. It was the first time Wang Hao looked like this. Just now, Wuya also saw that Wang Hao originally didn't want to drink, but it couldn't be helped. Those people toasted him one after another, and Wuya wanted to block the drinks for him, but was stopped by Wang Hao. How? You've had too much to drink. Let's go home and rest. However, Wang Hao was silent, and was just carried back by Wuya. By the time Wuya and Wang Hao returned home, Wuya was a bit out of breath at this point, but luckily there was an elevator. Otherwise it would have been over. Wuya took care of him carefully, laying him gently on the couch and then removing his shoes for him. After the shoes were put away, Wuya went to the bathroom to fetch another basin of water and wiped his face. Wang Hao man was no longer conscious. Just let Wuya have her way. Wuya helped Wang Hao back to his room to rest after wiping his face. Only after this was done did Wuya begin to clean herself up in preparation for going to rest. Chapter 124, Binding Zhang Yuan's Shadow. Day 2. Wang Hao covered his head with an unspeakable pain. He shook his head, trying to shake the pain out. Only nothing worked. It still hurt the same. Hey, next time I won't drink even if it kills me. He really didn't like the feeling of his head spinning. It was very uncomfortable. So after getting dressed, he went to take a shower. It took some time to sit on the couch and rest before the giddy feeling abated a bit. Wuya went to Fei Shang art dance after talking to Wang Hao. She hadn't been to the training facility in a few days, and even though it was being run by someone, as the owner, she still had to check in often. Wang Hao, on the other hand, felt his head swell and didn't want to do anything, so he simply lay directly on the sofa and took out his cell phone to brush up shakeology. And it took him this brush to realize it. The ISO girl group and WH1 girl group are on fire right now. I didn't realize that in just a few days' time, the two girl groups had already caught fire in the country. But of course it had to do with the fact that he had spent a lot of money. But it also had to do with the face value of the Jiangwan Shadow Girls. When they were in the stick country, Zhang Yuaning and the girls already had a notable reputation in the Dragon Country. Now that they have come to the Dragon Kingdom to develop, coupled with the money spent, it is normal for them to catch fire all of a sudden. In the past few days, the Azu girl group has posted a total of 3 videos plus the previous one. And the number of likes for the first one alone has already come to 10 million. And once you swipe through the videos, big and small are video slices of the Love Girls and WH1 Girls. As soon as Wang Hao swiped down, he saw the content of the title. Zhang Wen Yang, a woman from a fairy tale. Love Bean Girls, WH1 Girls, YYDS. The shock. Adu Girl Group and WH1 Girl Group surprisingly became Dragon Country's girl groups. The company of EGO Girl Group, WH1 Girl Group is actually a new company that just started. The video is basically about all of this. Wang Hao is also very happy to watch the girl groups fire. After all, this is his girl group. As long as it's hot, then Zhang Yuaning and the girls will be able to go and get endorsements. Then he will be able to get money through the system cashback at that time. Now that he still had one more binding opportunity in his hand, Wang Hao decided that he wanted to bind Zhang Yuaning because Zhang Yuaning's favorability was relatively high and she also had special fetishes. Increasing favorability will also be easier. He rested all morning, ate casually and dealt with it at lunchtime, then got ready to head to the office. After the last few days, the company has also been largely renovated. The Adu Girl Group was also in the company now, and Wang Hao went over just in time to bind Zhang Yuaning. Just as he wanted to get going, his phone rang. Hey, Wang Hao. The car's formalities for these have already been done. I'll drive the car to wherever for you. Just drive it to me in the Phoenix Hill neighborhood, right across from the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. Yes, originally, Wang Hao had planned to set off, but now he couldn't. He had to wait for Song Weiner to deliver the car first, and then drove Rafa to go. He's been coveting this car for a long time. Wang Hao came directly to the entrance of Fengshan District and waited for Song Weiner. After a short while, a red beast slowly appeared in front of him. The red color scheme caught his eye. Song Weiner slowly parked the car on the side of the road and then stepped out from the main driver. She was dressed in a professional outfit, and especially her legs in black silk were a sight for sore eyes as well. She's got a nice body, too. Brother Wang. Song Weiner seemed to have noticed Wang Hao sizing her up and called out to him in a soft voice. Well, tough luck. I'll take you back to the forest first. Receiving the key from Song Weiner's hand, Wang Haochi couldn't wait to sit on this red beast. Originally, Song Weiner wanted to say that she would take a taxi back by herself, but thought that if she stayed alone with Wang Hao for a while, maybe she would have a chance to become Wang Hao's lover. There was no refusal, and just now, Wang Hao had also been sizing her up. The more she thought about it, the more likely it was. So Song Weiner said, "Thank you, Brother Wang." Then, only after Wang Hao sat on the driver's seat did Song Weiner open the passenger door, her plump buttocks sitting down towards it first. Watching Wang Hao was really on fire. It made him want to go to the White Bull. That, Brother Wang, can you fasten my seatbelt for me? Song Weiner whined. Wang Hao smiled faintly. A benefit delivered to the door. Don't take it for nothing. So he sidestepped and helped Song Weiner put on her seatbelt. I have to say, Song Weiner still has some strength, and her peak is very erect. Wang Hao discarded his evil thoughts, drove his car and sent Song Weiner back to the forest store. He knew that he could eat Song Weiner anytime he wanted, but he didn't want to. When she arrived at the forest store, Song Weiner was still a bit lost. She thought she could succeed, but she didn't expect Wang Hao's determination to be so strong. After sending Song Weiner to the forest store, Wang Hao went directly to the company. He's going to go and bind Zhang Wen's shadow now. For the next few days it's just a matter of focusing on Zailing and Liu Yuyifei. Within a short time, Wang Hao arrived downstairs at the company in his red mastodon Lafa. The red beast is an eye-catcher wherever it goes. No, he had only just pulled up when a woman in a super short wraparound dress came up to him. Hello handsome, can I get to know you? Wang Hao sized up the woman in front of him. Nice body and sexy dress. Nude-colored ultra-short wrap dress, plus a pair of high heels. If it is the previous Wang Hao, I guess it will be fascinated. The woman's face is really not that great though. He refused decisively. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. After saying that, Wang Hao walked straight towards his company, and the woman seemed to have a hint of resignation in her eyes, staying next to the red beast and not wanting to leave. Wang Hao rode the elevator to the 88th floor. He smiled when he arrived at the office. Now that the company is basically done, the staff has been recruited. All women. When Wang Hao arrived, the receptionist hurriedly called out, "Hello boss." Wang Hao was a bit puzzled. This receptionist obviously hadn't seen him before, so why would he know he was the boss? It was only when he looked behind the receptionist that he realized it was his picture that had been posted inside the company. Well, hello. With that, Wang Hao walked towards the inside of the company. Wang Hao didn't hesitate and directly walked towards the company's training room. At a time like now, Zhang Waning and the girls should be in the training room. Outside the training room, Wang Hao was also very surprised as he stood outside the glass and looked at the scene inside. At this time, the two girl groups were not practicing their dances or songs. Instead they were practicing their Chinese, and it was Helan who taught them Chinese. Wang Hao looked outside for a while before remembering the purpose of his visit. System, bind Zhang Yuan shadow. Ding, binding in progress. Chapter 125 Cashback of August's salary. Binding of wages to cash goddess Zhang Wan shadow success. System, open the data of Zhang Wan shadow. Ding, data generation in progress. Name Zhang Waning. Age, 19. Face value, 99. Favorability, 53. Common friend. Height, 173. Weight, 47 kilograms. Profession, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 53x. Cumulative funds received for the month, $5.000. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 4 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. He looked at Zhang Wan Shadow's cumulative acquired funds for the month. $5 million in total. If you get a paycheck rebate this month, you should get quite a bit as well. After binding Zhang Yuaning, he returned to his office. After all, he didn't want to disturb them from their studies, so he would call Zhang Yuaning here in a while and try to see if he could increase his favorability a little bit more. After that, he sent a message to the group of Aiden's women's group, asking Zhang Wan Shadow to come over. Not a moment later, Zhang Wan Shadow wriggled into the office. Oba, what do you want with me? Zhang Yuaning spoke Chinese, though her Chinese was still somewhat broken. You come here. At those words, Zhang Yuaning slowly walked over to him. Without saying a word, Wang Hao directly slapped on her plump. Snap. Along with the voice, he did hear the system's voice. Ding, the goddess of wage returns. Zhang Yuaning has a favoritism of +2. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao slapped down another slap. He heard the system again once more. Ding, the goddess of wage returns. Zhang Yuanying's favoritism is +1. After adding 2 times, no matter how Wang Hao tapped, her favorability didn't increase, and Wang Hao gave up. Wang Hao felt that it should be a limited edition for 1 day, and waited for the next time to find an opportunity to try again. Just then, Zhang Waning said in broken Chinese, Oba, are you trying to? Ahem. He coughed and said with some embarrassment, No, I'm just checking your body. Well, go back. I'll look for you when the next time comes. Oh hoo. After saying that, Zhang Wan Shadow wiggled his ass and left. Looking at the jeans wearing Zhang Yuaning, Wang Hao also swallowed his saliva. This woman really is a leprechaun, especially the way she bit her tongue. What man wouldn't be confused when he saw it? One day, he must make her do a fragrant dance in front of him, and then let her bite her tongue. The next few days, Wang Hao and Wu Ye both went to busy themselves with Tang Zenipin, while Wang Hao was at Tang Zenipin's place, basically going to look for Zaliang every night. Wu Ye basically didn't care about Wang Hao because she was busy with the house on Yifei's side. He had been alone with Shou Liang every night for the past few days. Shou Liang's favorability also increased by 3 points as expected. It reached 63 points, and today is the last day of the payroll rebate, which Wang Hao was very much looking forward to. He is now tied to a total of 5 paycheck return goddesses. That means you get 5 paychecks back tonight. He was very much looking forward to it. Currently, he was not sure how much money Zaliang and Bai Boyer and the others had earned this month, but he still had a little bit of a bottom for Lu Yifei and Zhang Yuaning. After all, he had only seen their stats in the past few days, so naturally he knew something about them. Time passes quickly. It was turning into evening. Wang Hao planned to go to Zaliang's house again tonight, and if he could increase his favorability a little bit more, the salary rebate he would get would be even more. The key thing, He's going to wait until after tonight to get this month's enhancement bound. However, before going to Zhaoling's house, Wang Hao first sent a message to Wu Ye, saying that he was going to Zhaoling's house. Wu Ye knew that Wang Hao had been looking for an opportunity to poach License Liang, and naturally understood him. After speaking with Wu Ye, Wang Hao went straight ahead to Zhaoling's house. The reason why he had to tell Wu Ye was because he was afraid that Wu Ye would suddenly come over. He arrived at the door of Zhuo Liang's house and rang the doorbell. It didn't take long for Zhuo Liang to open the door, only to see that at this moment, Zhuo Liang was wearing a nightgown, somewhat hidden. Ever since his goodwill reached 60, Shine Liang's defenses against him had dropped quite a bit. Sister Liang, come in. Aha! Wang Hao acted as if he had come to his own home, and when he came in, he went to get himself a cup of water to drink. Zhuo Liang just smiled at the sight, sitting on the couch. It didn't care about Wang Hao. At this moment, the two of them were like husband and wife, feeling very harmonious and beautiful. After drinking the water, Wang Hao realized that he used Zhaoling's cup, and instantly he was shocked and trembled. If this was known, would he be taken away by Zhaoling with a slap? He hurriedly gave the glass of water back and tried to act as if nothing had happened. However, sitting on the sofa, Zhuo Liang looked as if she had thought of something and quickly walked to the water dispenser. Upon seeing her glass of water, she instantly understood. She hadn't reacted when she sat on the sofa, and after she did, she remembered that the cup Wang Hao was drinking from was hers. When Wang Hao saw this, he instantly secretly said, "It's over, this really has to be a banquet." Just then, he was surprised to hear the system's voice. Ding, the goddess of paycheck rebate. Zhaoling's favoritism +7. I've got beans. What is this? How did the favorability increase instead of decreasing? And it also increased by 7 points at once. Wang Hao was also in a daze. But this was a really good thing for him. After all, he could increase his favorability. Even if it meant slapping him twice he would admit it. Only to see Zhuo Liang put down her water cup and walk towards Wang Hao step by step. Wang Hao's heart was about to jump out of his chest. He didn't know he was going to be finished. This using a woman's daily necessities is like kissing them, so I guess he can't say it without a few slaps. However, he was dumbfounded, only to see Zhuo Liang walk straight past him, as if nothing had happened. He doesn't even know what's going on. Zhuo Liang sat down on the sofa and continued to look at her cell phone. Wang Hao felt that since Zhao Liang didn't say anything, then he didn't need to say anything either. After all, this kind of thing was a bit that too. He also followed Zhuo Liang and sat on the sofa. Lilian-san, when are you going to Kyoto? Zhuo Liang said softly, in a couple days. Why? It's okay, I just thought that Liliang's sister you went back to Kyoto. I'll miss you if I can't see you. Put. Zhuo Liang made a sound, and the tense atmosphere from earlier disappeared at this moment, and Wang Hao stayed at Zhao Liang's house for a few hours, and the time came to 10 minutes past 12 in the evening. He also received a message from the bank on time. Zhuo Liang, who was sitting on the side, also came over to take a look. This look is astonishing. Chapter 126, Big Star's Stun Look. Looking at the information in Wang Hao's hand, Zhuo Liang was also a bit surprised. Although very famous celebrities like them could receive a lot of endorsements, they could only make about $1 billion a year. And what she saw, the message that Wang Hao opened actually had more than 5 billion inside. How could this not shock her? Knowing that even some companies with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars don't necessarily have $1 billion in cash flow, right? Wang Hao looked at Zhuo Liang's somewhat shocked appearance and a smile appeared on his face. This was the first time he had seen a big star shocked. It feels pretty interesting. Wang Hao, here's my investment profit for the month. At those words, Zhuo Liang's entire body froze. That's just 1 month's profit? After saying that, Wang Hao clicked away one by one with confidence. Your savings card with tail number 6503 deposited 81 renminbi, 000, 000 at 010 on September 1st, with an available balance of 192 renminbi, 291, 411 yuan. Long set bank. Your savings card with tail number 6503 deposited 700 million renminbi at 010 on September 1st, with an available balance of 892 renminbi, 291, 411 yuan. Long set bank. The three remaining messages are 280 million, 3, 5 billion, and 5, 2 billion. This brought his savings to $9, 872, 291, 411 at once. All the money that I had gotten last month through the payroll rebate went into Hoya Film and Media. And now, well, it's all coming back, even more than last month. On the side, Zhuo Liang looked at the balance, 8 billion, straight up stunned. She has made a lot of money over the years of her career, but she has never made 98 crores in a month, 1 billion a year. It would take her 10 years to earn what Wang Hao earned in a month. Wang Hao, what exactly do you do? How can you be so? Halfway through her words, Zaliang felt that there was something wrong. After all, she and Wang Hao were not that close to each other. Even if the two were very close, this kind of thing wouldn't be easily told to others, right? Sister Liang, are you really not considering coming to my company? If you think that the contract's 3 times your earned salary per month is less, I can raise it to 5 times for you. Wang Hao, it's not a matter of money. I have shares in the company I'm in now. If I leave, then the company's stock will definitely plummet, and none of the directors in the company will agree to it. Hearing Zhao Liang's words, Wang Hao was very happy. Zhao Liang finally let go. As long as she loosens up, then anything is possible. Sister Liang, you really don't need to worry about it. Just follow the contract's liquidated damages. I'll pay you for it then. Wang Hao, why are you always trying to dig me over? If I dig up Sister Liang, then won't I be able to see you more often? Because of that? Zhao Liang looked at Wang Hao with shock and incredulity. Just to see her on a regular basis, so you have to go to such lengths to scoop her up? Could it be that Wang Hao is interested in her? It made Zhao Liang think about this dimension. Wang Hao, let me think again. Well, Sister Lillian, you're welcome here whenever you want, no matter when you come, no matter what happens. Thanks. Wang Hao chatted with Zhao Liang for a while longer before returning to his home. As soon as he returned, he did see Wu Ye sitting on the couch waiting for him. Sister Wu Ye, little Hao, you're back. Aha! If Wang Hao hadn't told Wu Ye when he went to Zhao Liang's place, then it probably wouldn't be the scene now. Wang Hao was going to school tomorrow. He didn't really want to go. After all, there wasn't much to do at school and there weren't many classes, but there was no way around it. He still had to go. Sister Wu Ye, tomorrow I'll take the big G and you take the Lafa or 918. That, how? Can you get me another car? That's just it. I don't really want to drive a sports car. That's fine. I'll talk to the people at the 4S store and we'll buy another one. We have so many parking spaces now anyway. Aha! The two chatted for a while and then went to rest. When he returned to his room, he received a message from the White Bull girls. What Bai Boyer told him was how much money she had earned this month, and also asked Wang Hao when he was going to look for her. Wang Hao replied to her and then continued to open other unread messages. Among them were Song Ningxuang, Du Xiang, Li Meng and Zhang Mumu. They were all asking when he was going back to school, and they wanted to go to the beach one more time while they were at it. Wang Hao told them that he would go back tomorrow and then continued to look towards other unread messages. This time the unread was surprisingly from my sister-in-law, Li Yunru. Li Yunru, Xiao Hao, that are you in Magic City? Wang Hao, what's up sister-in-law? Are you coming to Magic City to play? Even though it was already early in the morning, Li Yunru returned him almost in seconds. Li Yunru, no, I'm just asking, how can I have money to go to Magic City? Now my daughter's tuition fees have not been settled. Sighs. Although Wang Hao was surprised, he could probably guess what his sister-in-law's message to him was about. But as soon as his sister-in-law messaged him, he remembered the accident that had happened the last time he was in his hometown. Not without sighing. Wang Hao, is sister-in-law in some kind of trouble? Li Yunru, hey, it's hard to exhaust at a glance. Wang Hao, sister-in-law, if you encounter any difficulties, just tell me, and I will definitely help if I can. Right after Wang Hao sent out the sentence, it took a while before Li Yunru replied to his message. Li Yunru, Xiao Hao, I heard people in the village say that you're very rich now. Just can you lend sister-in-law $5,000? Sister-in-law really has no choice. Upon hearing this, although Wang Hao was a bit puzzled, he didn't hesitate and directly transferred $5,000 to Li Yunru. After chatting with Li Yunru for some time, Wang Hao put down his cell phone. And what he doesn't know is this. On the other side, my sister-in-law actually covered her head with a blanket and cried after receiving the money. These days she has approached many people to borrow money to pay her child's tuition, but no one is willing to lend her, because everyone knows that her man owes someone a lot of money. There was no way out. Li Yunru heard people in the village say that Wang Hao was rich, and only then did she have the cheek to send Wang Hao a green bubble message. Thinking of the last accident with Wang Hao, Li Yunru gradually calmed down. Now that her man has run out to avoid debts, they are the only ones left at home. Not only do they have no money for food, even the children's tuition fees are gone, and they have to be chased for debts every day. This also broke Li Yunru's heart completely. Yet just then, the man she had been in an accident with was the one who reached out to her. Suddenly, Li Yunru's cell phone rang again. Wiping tears from her eyes, she picked up her cell phone and looked at it, and was outright shocked. Chapter 127, Commencement of Schooling. Li Yunru looked at the message on the green bubble and rubbed her eyes. Just now Wang Hao lent her $5,000. I didn't expect to transfer another $15,000 to her now. Moreover, Wang Hao also said that if there was anything you could go to Mordor to find him, and even the location had been sent to her. The moment she saw the message, Li Yunru's tears once again came to her eyes. Early the next morning, Wang Hao got up early. There was no way. He had to go to school today. He had to get up early. Sister Wu Ya, why are you up so early? Don't you have to go to school today? I'll get up and make you breakfast. Wang Hao came behind Wu Ya and gently hugged her from behind her. He. Thank you, Sister Wu Ya. Alright, go wash up. It'll be too late. Aha! Wang Hao didn't plan to drive there today. After all, it was only a ways away from the school, so there was no need to drive to the school just to pretend. After that he ate the breakfast Wu Ya had made and then left for school. Wang Hao walked towards the school alone. When he arrived at the entrance of the school, there were already a number of people pulling suitcases through the school's gates. It was only Wang Hao who had brought nothing but him. Looking at the classmates pulling suitcases, Wang Hao also sighed. When he was not also like this, taking the tuition fee given by his parents, pulling a suitcase, came to the school to enroll in the university, open the university life. It's not long before he graduates. After looking at it for a while, Wang Hao walked directly towards the inside of the school. In no time, Wang Hao arrived at their classroom. Upon entering, he saw a number of familiar faces. It wasn't the same as before. Before they would only think that Wang Hao was a complete lickspill, but the things in the forums let them know that the current Wang Hao was different from before. Driving a luxury car and running yard flowers from other yards can be a spring break. Wang Hao, you're here. I can't believe you can hide so well. You're a rich second generation. We've been classmates for 3 years, and you don't even disclose a little bit of information. It's really you. Not to mention you. Even we as his housemates didn't know he was a rich kid. Chen Zhe walked to Wang Hao's side, one hand bearing his shoulder as if he was on good terms with Wang Hao. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Hao heard their conversation at the entrance of the dormitory last time, Wang Hao really almost believed it. Wang Hao really didn't like such a person who had one thing on the surface and one thing behind his back. As Chen Zhe's hand barraged his shoulder, he took a step back to the other side, pulling a little distance from Chen Zhe. This scene also caused everyone in the class to freeze, and Chen Zhe was instantly embarrassed in place. Li Jiajia, on the other hand, was sitting in the first row, her eyes looking straight at Wang Hao. Wang Hao also ignored them and found an unoccupied place to sit by himself. He was a lickspill in the class at that time, but he was still nice to Chen Zhe and the others, and he didn't expect to get their backstabbing in return. Wang Hao is now developed, and they're acting like they're on good terms again. Cootie, both will make a decision. When the people in the class saw Wang Hao this high and cold, the students who wanted to go up to greet him just now also gave up. After all, a dormitory is like this. They go to get close to the people that is not to make a fool of themselves. Wang Hao sat in his seat and took out his cell phone to read it. A message suddenly came on green bubble, or Helan sent it to him, and he immediately clicked on it. Seeing the content of the message sent by Helan, he instantly became excited. Helan, boss, I've scooped up a female celebrity artist. When do you have time to come and talk to her about the contract? Helan didn't tell him who the actress he dug up was. Wang Hao didn't ask. He wanted to leave himself a surprise. We'll see when it's time to meet. As for the contract, Wang Hao could only make a decision after meeting the persons. He hurriedly replied to Helan. Wang Hao, I'm still at school. Let's do it this way. Tonight. He blew, surprised. Boss, you're still studying. Seeing Helan's message, the corner of Wang Hao's mouth hooked up slightly. Wang Hao, you guess. Just as he was chatting with Helan, Lin Shui slowly walked in from the classroom door. Today, Lin Shui was wearing a white knee-length dress that was very bright. The class looked stunned. Although Wang Hao felt a bit bright, he didn't act like the people in his class. After all, he was surrounded by either Wu Ya or by bowers and goddesses like Zhou Liang and Louis Fei. His vision is naturally high. Lin Shui stood up to the podium and scanned the room. Then the class meeting was opened in the usual way. This class meeting went on for about an hour or so, with everyone sitting down whispering and some playing games. Wang Hao was also feeling a bit bored sitting down. Suddenly, just as the meeting finished, Lin Shui suddenly said, Wang Hao, Li Jiajia, you two come to my office. At those words, Wang Hao froze. How did you get involved with this woman Li Jiajia again? He was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. He could only follow Lin Shui to her office, and Li Jiajia also followed Lin Shui's side and walked out together. As soon as they left, the class was abuzz with talk. What's going on here? How would I know? If you ask me. But do you have the feeling that this Wang Hao really pretend? Even do not even greet us. Not just a little money. If my family also has money, I will never be like him. Wang Hao has no money. You don't see you say so. He has money. You lick your face and stick to it. It's strange that he can give you a good face. That's it. Just from the forum uploads alone, Wang Hao's possessions have already broken into tens of millions of dollars. He not only has a big G, but also a Porsche 918, both of which have added up to tens of millions of dollars. I can't imagine how rich he really is. Harm, the most tragic or Li Jiajia. before she also in order to find a rich second generation everywhere to disparage Wang Hao. Now well, pick up the sesame lost watermelon. That's it. Wang Hao was naturally unaware of his classmates' discussion. Even if he knew, he wouldn't say anything. After all, it wouldn't affect him. Wang Hao followed Lin Shui to her office. No teachers were in her office right now, presumably all busy with other things. As soon as she came to the office, Lin Shui directly opened the door and said, Wang Hao, Li Jiajia, the two of you have made a bit of a big deal out of things, and now the school is asking the two of you to think of a way to get this matter resolved. Lin Shui looked at Wang Hao when she finished speaking. Wang Hao people are numb. What kind of thing is this? If it is not Li Jiajia first rumor him, he will do this, and he sent all the facts. But it was useless to say anything now. The most important thing was to find a way to solve this matter. Chapter 128 Ji Lying, Lu Yifei leaving. Sister Shui, I believe you know exactly what the reason for this matter is. As long as Li Jiajia apologizes to me, this matter will be settled. Wang Hao thought that he wouldn't have anything to do with Li Jiajia in the future anyway. As long as she apologized, he didn't have to do anything else. He didn't want to have any contact with Li Jiajia in the future. Lin Shui looked at Wang Hao and then at Li Jiajia. Of course she knew that this matter was Li Jiajia's fault. Li Jiajia had threatened Wang Hao with the pregnancy, and the one at fault was naturally Li Jiajia. If Li Jiajia was willing to apologize, then the matter would be settled. She has an answer for the school's leadership as well. In fact, what Lin Shui didn't know was that the reason why Wang Hao would be willing to let Li Jiajia off so easily was entirely because of her. If he wasn't afraid that Sister Lin Shui would have a hard time, how could Wang Hao let Li Jiajia go so simply? This woman can do a lot of damage to him, but it couldn't be helped. If things festered further, Lin Shui would probably be scolded by the school's leaders, and since Lin Shui had been very good to him over the past few years, Wang Hao didn't want to make things difficult for her. That's why this concession was made. Right after Wang Hao finished speaking, Li Jiajia thought that Wang Hao still had feelings for her and hurriedly said to him, Wang Hao, I'm sorry, I was wrong before, let's make up. Hearing Li Jiajia's words, Lin Shui's face darkened. Wang Hao asked for an apology. Not for you to say this, Li Jiajia. It's impossible for us to be together anymore. All you have to do is apologize to me. And also, I don't want to hear or see you posting any circle of friends in the future that we have a relationship with each other. After saying that, Wang Hao looked at Lin Shui, who was at the side, and said, Sister Shui, since she has apologized, then this matter will be forgotten. Don't worry, I will have someone remove the information inside the forum. But let me say this first, if she rumors about me again, then I won't let her off so easily next time. Lin Shui nodded. Well, don't worry about it. If you've got something to do, just go about your business and leave the rest to me. Okay, then I'll leave first, Sister Snow. When you have time, I'll treat you to dinner. Yes. After saying that, Wang Hao left the office without looking back. Wang Hao really doesn't want to see Li Jiajia. She's too self-absorbed. If it wasn't for the sake of not making things difficult for Lin Shui, how could Wang Hao forgive her so easily? No, it couldn't be called forgiveness. Just not taking her to task for her rumor about him. Li Jiajia. This is the end of this matter. I hope you won't do anything like this in the future. If Wang Hao counts, you might get a free meal. Teacher, no he won't. He's forgiven me. He won't let me go for a free meal. He loves me so much. He used to bring me breakfast every day. And he's so rich. All I have to do is marry him. Then I'll be able to live the life of a rich wife. I am not going to give up. Li Jiajia didn't listen to Lin Shui at all. She only thought that Wang Hao forgave her because he still had her in his heart. Seeing Li Jiajia in this state, Lin Shui was also helpless. Lin Shui had no choice but to let Li Jiajia promise that she wouldn't start any more rumors and let her leave. She understood that for people like Li Jiajia, she wouldn't listen no matter what she said. After Li Jiajia left, Lin Shui remembered the matter of Wang Hao standing her up during the summer vacation. No, this kid has caused such a big deal for me, and he's quite rich, so what's wrong with treating me to a meal? Lin Shui picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Wang Hao. On the other hand, Wang Hao received a message from Lin Shui after coming out of her office. He glanced at it and smiled, then was just about to turn his cell phone off to find Song Ningxuang and the girls. I didn't expect another message from his green bubble. The ones who sent him messages this time were Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying. Zhuo Liying, Wang Hao. We're going back to Kyoto. Lu Yifei, Wang Hao. Liying and I are going back to Kyoto. Seeing the two just sent a message, Wang Hao people are confused. Not that there are 2 days before going back. Well, how to go back now? Although he strengthened the binding of Zhuo Liying in September, but Lu Yifei has not yet. If they went to Kyoto now, then he wanted to strengthen the binding again to get to Kyoto, and he might not be able to see them then. Thinking of this, Wang Hao decided to give up on going to find Song Ningxuang and the girls for the time being. He was going to meet Yifi Lu and Liying Zhao first, and get Yifi Lu's September enhancement bindings sorted out. So he immediately sent a message to Zhuo Liying and Lu Yifei, Tell them to wait at home. He'll be right there. They had just said that their flight was at 3:30 p.m. And it was only 10:30 a.m. Now, there were still 5 hours left, so there was still time. Then Wang Hao said to Song Ningxuan that he would come back to her tomorrow, and return to Fengshan district, driving the red Lafa towards Tangzhenipin. Half an hour later, Wang Hao finally returned to Tangzhenipin, drove his Lafa to the garage, and then took the elevator directly to Shou Liying's house. As Wang Hao pressed the doorbell down, soon the door opened. She only saw that Shou Liying was wearing a white camisole and a short pants underneath, which was very tempting. It wasn't known if it was because of the rise in favorability, but Ziying's defenses against Wang Hao were now much lessened. Shou Liying was still playing the video when he opened the door. She opened the door for Wang Hao and then walked in. Not caring about Wang Hao, Wang Hao changed into a pair of slippers, and then followed Ziying in as well. He sat down next to Ziying before realizing who Ziying was playing video with. Wang Hao didn't disturb her, and just sat beside her. It was only after half an hour that Shou Liying hung up the video call. Wang Hao, there's really no need to come and see us off. Why isn't that necessary? By the way, Lillian-san, was that your mother and your child just now? Well, I'm going back to Kyoto, so give them a call. Oh, I don't know when we'll see each other again with you guys going to Kyoto. At those words, a faint smile appeared on Shou Liying's face. You can go to Kyoto and look for me. I can even show you around Kyoto then. Really? Aha, I'll call you then. Yes. Wang Hao chatted with Ziying for a long time until 1:30 when he drove Ziying's Big G and took Ziying and her manager as well as Louis Fei and her manager to the airport. They were basically wearing masks. It's not good to cause a stir otherwise. Both Zhao Liying and Louis Fei's agents knew Wang Hao, so there's no surprise there. Wang Hao also took advantage of the time in the car to bind Lu Yifi's September enhancement bindings. By the time he drove them to the airport it was after 2 in the afternoon. Watching Zhao Liying and Louis Fei as they left, Wang Hao was very reluctant in his heart. Ziying would also look back at him and wave to him. Only after their figures disappeared did Wang Hao turn around and leave. Chapter 129, How Ya Film and Media's first female star artiste. After sending off Zhao Liying and Louis Fei, Wang Hao also planned to go over to the company again. After all, both girl groups are still over there right now. He also wanted to see how the members of the girl group were studying now. When they learned to a certain extent at noon, Wang Hao felt it was also time for them to go on tour. After all, the more money Jiangwan Shadow makes, then the more paycheck rebates he can get. With that, Wang Hao drove to the company. By the time he arrived at the office it was after 4 in the afternoon. Mr. He sent a message to Helan, saying that he would wait for her at the company this evening, and that he would ask her to bring the actress she was going to sign over at that time. Now he was getting more and more excited about who the first actress to sign up for Hoya would actually be. This first signing he's giving a better deal for sure, so that the results will be better later on after Hoya's contract gets out. He didn't go to the practice room first after arriving at the office, but went back to his office. Wang Hao sat in his seat, looking at the pink Big G key in his hand, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. This was Shou Liying's car. She gave it to Wang Hao to drive, and even told Wang Hao the password to her house. To be honest, Wang Hao was actually quite surprised. I didn't realize that Zhou Liying trusted him so much now. He wondered if he could become the man of the big star, Zhao Liying, if his favorability increased a little more. But goodwill gets harder to raise the further back you go, so I'm guessing it's going to take a long time. Putting the car keys into his pocket, then standing by the window overlooking the Huangpu River, Wang Hao's mindset was gradually changing. Not only did he need to make more money for himself now, but he also needed to help the goddess. He was bound to make more money so that he could make more and more money. Since we're going to help them make money, let's start with Wu Ya. After all, she's got the highest favorability rating. For now, in that case, he would need to set up another company and make Wu Ya the one in control of that company. Wang Hao feels that the people he can use are still too few, and Haya Film and Media can't leave Helan and Xiaochuchu now. Maybe even ask Helan if he knows anyone, and if he does, then he can recruit them. Now he's really desperate for talent. After thinking for a while, Wang Hao left his office and headed towards the practice room. When he arrived outside the practice room, he was also in for a treat, only to see that Zhang Waning and the girls were practicing their dance inside the practice room, and their perfect bodies were on display at this moment. What's more, it wasn't just Zhang Wan Shadow alone in there, but people from both girl groups were there. They were wearing training clothes that were very flattering. Wang Hao stood outside and looked at the girl group inside that was training hard, and was very fond and pleased. After watching for a while, Zhang Yuaning and the girls seemed to have discovered Wang Hao, but they didn't end their training there. Instead they continued to train. Wang Hao didn't bother them, waiting for them to finish before going in. 5:30, the Jiangwan Shadow girls finished their training for the day. Wang Hao didn't stay outside any longer and directly pushed the door in. When they saw Wang Hao coming, Both the people from the female group and the female trainer who taught them how to train stood there straight. Wang Hao looked at them sweating. Smiling, he said, "There's no need to be so nervous. I'm just here to see you guys, how you usually are." Luo Xuanning, tell me about the effects of their two girl groups' recent training. When the female coach heard this, she hurriedly said, "Boss, lately Zhang Yuaning and the girls have been working very hard, and both their dancing and Chinese have made great strides." "Well, that's good. You teach them well. I won't treat you badly. Come to my office later." "Yes, boss." After saying that, Wang Hao turned around to look at the A2 girl group and WH1 girl group's people again. Slowly, he said, "Can you understand me?" By the time he was finished, some of the two female groups were nodding and some were shaking their heads. Seeing someone nodding, Wang Hao continued, "It's fine if someone can understand. You'll tell each other in a while, and I'll have the company arrange a tour for you in September. The money earned is according to the previously signed contract. Of course, if you want a better contract, it's not out of the question. So behave yourselves." He quietly looked at this group of beautiful women, wanting to see what their reaction was, not expecting them to be unusually calm. Wang Hao even felt that it was not his condition that was not attractive. After thinking about it, he still thought it would be the majority of them who wouldn't understand, because a few of the girl group members had a look of excitement on their faces. Seeing that some of them understood, Wang Hao also left the training room. After all, they were still wearing their training clothes now. Their bodies were all sweaty, definitely not good, and it was not good for him to change clothes in them. After Wang Hao left, the two girl groups discussed it, and Luo Xuanning followed Wang Hao out. There was only one male in the company, Wang Hao, and Luo Xuanning wasn't afraid of others seeing her like this. Of course, Luo Xuanning was still seen by quite a few people in the company when she followed Wang Hao to the office. Some of their faces showed envy, while others were worried. After all, the boss is a bloody young man, and he might get caught in the office. Wang Hao's office. Luo Xuanning stood in front of Wang Hao in her training clothes, looking at Wang Hao's blood rushing up. This was really too overwhelming, especially in these training clothes. What you should see is basically what you see. Wang Hao forced down the upwelling of blood and calmly said, "Luo Xuanning, you teach them well, and I'll give you 5% of the 20% of the company's funds they turn in on tour as your bonus." At those words, Luo Xuanning's entire body was confused. When she came in with Wang Hao just now, she felt that the boss must be trying to use an excuse to eat her, and she's really seductive in this training outfit. I didn't expect Wang Hao to really just want to give her a raise, rather than trying to bully her. This made Luo Xuanning feel that she had thought a bit too much and was a bit sorry for Wang Hao. "Boss, are you telling the truth?" Luo Xuanning said excitedly. "Well, I'm the boss. How could I possibly lie? Don't tell anyone about this." "Got it. Aha, thanks boss. Well, you go ahead and just call me directly if you need anything." "Ha, boss, you." Luo Xuanning still couldn't believe it. If Wang Hao wanted her now, she definitely wouldn't resist. What? If you stay a little longer, I guess everyone in the company will think that I'm having thoughts about them. Hurry up and go. Go change your clothes. It's really too much for you to wear this." Upon hearing this, Luo Xuanning left the office with a smile on her face. The people in the company were stunned to see Luo Xuanning come out without a moment's notice, and there was a hint of rumors in the company as a result. Say Wang Hao can't. Of course, all this was unknown to Wang Hao. He sat in his office waiting for Helan to arrive with the first female star performer from Haya Film and Media. Chapter 130, Jingy Orange. 7 o'clock in the evening. The company's employees were off duty, leaving Wang Hao standing alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window waiting for Helan. Just when he thought it would be a little while longer before Wai Blue came, there was a knock on the office door. Wang Hao turned to look. Through the glass, Wang Hao saw Helan, and the one she'd been waiting for. Wang Hao laughed. "Helan is really good. Come in." After he spoke, Helan walked in with two men. The two people behind Helan were also very shocked when they saw Wang Hao. None of them had expected the owner of Haya Film and Media to be so young. Just as they were surprised, Wang Hao slowly walked towards them. Wang Hao stretched out his hand. "Sister Jingy, hello, my name is Wang Hao. I'm a fan of yours." Orange Jingy was a bit stunned and hastily stretched out her white jade hand to shake hands with Wang Hao. "Hello." Wang Hao took a closer look at Orange Jingy. She was really pretty, just a bit small. System, open Orange Jingy's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name Jingy Orange. Age, 30. Face value, 95. Favorability, 31. Stranger. Height, 159. Weight, 38 kilograms. Profession, actor, singer. Wang Hao was directly stunned, not expecting Orange Jingy to be just 76 pounds, which is too thin. "Sister Jingy, sit." After that, Orange Jingy and her manager sat down on the couch. Helan, on the other hand, sat next to Wang Hao. "That Wang Hao, I wonder if you can show us the contract you mentioned." Orange Jingy's manager said. "Alright, Sister Jingy, our company has a total of 4 levels of contracts. Since it's Sister Jingy, let's not look at the level D contracts. Let's start with the level C contracts first. After saying that, Wang Hao got up and took out 3 contracts from his own drawer, handed the C contract to Jingy Orange's agent. Jingy Orange's agent is now a woman. Before it was a man, but it was changed later. After all, the company had a rule that there could be no men, all of which Elon had already considered. Now Orange Jingy's agent is called Zhang Yu, a senior agent. Zhang Yu read the contract. The whole person is stunned. I did not expect this contract is so good. Draw points only 20%. Her face was filled with shock. Zhang Yu handed the contract in her hand to Orange Jingy, who looked at it carefully and was also very shocked. Unbelievably, he looked at Wang Hao. Keep in mind that this is only a Class C contract. There is also Class A and Class B. How good would that treatment be? Orange Jingy couldn't believe it. Wang Hao, are you sure this is a Class C contract? Wang Hao nodded. That's right, Sister Jingy. As long as you sign our company, I guarantee that you will have endless movies, endless endorsements, and endless high fashion to wear. Also, if you sign our company, Sister Jingy, you can directly sign a Class B contract. After saying that, Wang Hao put the Class B contract in front of Orange Jingy. Orange Jingy hadn't yet recovered from Wang Hao's words when she saw him put a contract in front of her. You know, she received some extremely poor treatment when she was at C-Bar Media. I didn't expect to meet a boss who was a fan and wanted to sign her. It made Orange Jingy think more. Still, she gently picked up the contract that was sitting in front of her and examined it. It's a shock to not see it. Orange Jingy covered her mouth and looked at the contract in disbelief. Zhang Yu, who was on the side, looked at Orange Jingy suspiciously and took the contract from her hand to read it. Zhang Yu similarly called out. Wang Hao and Helan smiled at each other. They knew this would be the outcome, but it's not their fault. It's mainly because the terms of the contract are so good. Orange Jingy looked at Wang Hao in disbelief. According to this contract, that company must not lose money. This reinforces the idea in the mind. Orange Jingy could guarantee that she didn't remember a thing about the man in front of her. That would mean that this person could really be a fan of hers. Certainly one who has thoughts about her. Wang Hao was unaware of Orange Jingy's thoughts. All he could think about was that his company could sign a popular actress and then promote her, so that it would be easier for Helan to poach talent. Only then Hoya would suffer hostility from other media companies. The money he had in hand now was not enough to ensure that Hoya could be able to function properly in this situation, so he needed to build up his funds again, just in case. Wang Hao, what kind of conditions are needed to sign this Class B contract? Orange Jingy asked. Sister Jingy, this Class B contract can only be signed after you've stayed with the company for 5 years and then renewed with the company. And of course there's another situation where it can only be signed with my special approval. Otherwise you can only sign a C contract and a D contract. So, well, Sister Jingy, think about it. After saying that, Wang Hao didn't bother Orange Jingy and Zhang Yu and took Helan out of the office, leaving the office to them. Helan kept following Wang Hao, waiting until he was far away from the office. Wang Hao said to Helan, Helan, do you know anyone as good as you around you? Upon hearing this, Helan looked at Wang Hao with some surprise. Boss, what do you want? It's not like you're going to replace me, is it? Helan said jokingly. Wang Hao said in a bad mood. What are you talking about? How could I replace you? I'm just setting up a new company and need someone to keep busy. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Helan's entire body went numb. How long has this Hoya been established? And now it's setting up a new company. This boss is really too rich. Keep in mind that Hoya alone has almost $3.8 billion left in the bank right now. Or cash. Helan didn't hold back for a moment and asked, Boss, how much money do you have left? Just after the words came out, she knew that she had said something wrong, and originally thought that Wang Hao would be angry. Only she didn't expect Wang Hao to smile and say, Why? You want to know? At those words, Helan immediately shook his head. Don't want to. Helan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Wang Hao wasn't angry. Seriously, do you know anyone? Introduce me if you do. A woman, not a man. No boss, you're so picky. Where are all the strong women? You think they're all cabbages. If there were such people they'd have been snatched up by other companies long ago. Gee, I'm just trusting you. It doesn't help that you believe me, Helan said without a trace of humor. But despite what she said, she was already figuring out who she was going to get. Yes. Who made you the boss? I'll think about it, but you'll have to wait for a while. I don't have time these days. The company's affairs are basically handed over to Xia Chuchu. I'm still in the middle of a dig. Well, there's no rush on this one. I'll surprise you when the time comes. And surprise me, just don't shock me, Helan said with a look of disgust. Just as they were discussing, Orange Jingy was also discussing with Zhang Yu. Chapter 131 gives you untold resources. Sister Yu, do you think Wang Hao will have thoughts about me? Zhang Yu listened to Orange Jingy's words thoughtfully. In fact, she also felt that Wang Hao had thoughts about Orange Jingy. Otherwise, how could she let Orange Jingy sign such a good contract? Jingy, I want to know what you think. Sister Jade, I'm not short of money right now, so if he really has his way with me, then I won't sign. In fact, Zhang Yu still wanted Orange Jingy to sign this company. After all, the treatment was really not generally good. Just tell me, what company would you go to that would cover your life and not even take a cut of your success, or even give you resources? It's just not going to happen. Jingy, Sister Yu will tell you the truth. If you miss out on such a good contract, you might not really be able to meet it in the future. You have to know, if a grade B contract is this good, what would a grade A contract be like? And he doesn't necessarily have it in for you. In other words, even if he has thoughts about you, if you do get together, this would be a good thing for you. Sister Jade, Orange Jingy didn't expect Zhang Yu to think that way. She thought about it. Wang Hao is not very handsome, but he is clean. To let her accept him so quickly, Orange Jingy couldn't accept it, but slowly contacting him first was still acceptable, and if he was good, it wasn't impossible to be with him. Jingy, your sister is a person who has been there and knows the importance of money and power, but how you choose is your business. Sis will support you. Sister Jade, Orange Jingy thought about it, and there really was no better company for her to work for right now than Haoya. After thinking for a long time, she whispered, Sister Yu, I'll sign. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Zhang Yu's face. In fact, she was so discerning that she knew that Wang Hao was definitely not an ordinary person when she saw him. She also had a bit of selfishness of her own in wanting Orange Jingy to sign Haoya. She just didn't say it out loud. Right after the two finished their discussion, Wang Hao and Helan pushed open the office door and walked in. Wang Hao sat across from Orange Jingy with a smile on his face. Helan, on the other hand, sat next to him as he had done earlier. Sister Jingy, how are you considering it? Orange Jingy looked at Wang Hao, and she felt that it wasn't unacceptable. Okay, I'll sign. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Wang Hao was happy, he laughed outright, and in Orange Jingy's eyes, Wang Hao was just happy to be about to get her. This made her feel that Wang Hao was a pervert. His feelings towards Wang Hao instantly dropped quite a bit. Sister Jingy, don't worry. From today onwards, you will have countless resources. Let's sign the contract. Orange Jingy nodded, picking up the Class B contract on the table and signing it. After signing this contract, Orange Jingy is Hoya's artist, and Hoya finally has its first female celebrity artist. Wang Hao was also very excited. That's Sister Jade. How about you sign for our company as well? And as for your contract, we'll sign it for you according to an agent's Class B contract as well. How about that? Zhang Yu nodded. Okay, then, thanks boss. After saying that, Wang Hao handed Zhang Yu a broker B contract. An agent's contract is not the same as an artist's contract, but the agent's contract is also tempting. When Zhang Yu finished signing the contract with Orange Jingy, Wang Hao directly said, Sister Yu, you still need to be busy with Sister Jingy's resources, but how much it costs you report directly to the company. Okay, thanks boss. By the way, do you guys have housing in Mordor? Yes, Zhang Yu and Orange Jingy both had their own houses in Magic, so Wang Hao's worries were all redundant. So, I was thinking that if you didn't have any, the company would still provide you with housing. Right over there in Tangzhenipin, large flat, 1,000 square feet in total. At those words, both Orange Jingy and Zhang Yu were stunned. Zhang Yu now regrets saying he has a house. That, Wang Hao, can we change our words? Zhang Yu said with a smile. Ha ha ha, fine, then you guys can move to Tangzhenipin, and as long as you're still with the company, you can stay in that housing unit. Okay, thanks boss. Wang Hao looked at Orange Jingy and then at Zhang Yu, and he didn't know why Orange Jingy didn't feel very interested. He didn't want to think about it much though. After all, he was going back now. Wang Hao asked Helan to take Orange Jingy and the girls over to Tangzhenipin while he went back. As he went back, Wang Hao thought about what Helan had just said to him. Helan says she's recently been looking to see if she can dig up Dusty Duling, Bai Lu, and the chapter joint forces in the girls. If she could dig it, she'd dig it then. But the stick country guy, she said, should be able to dig in soon. There should be more artists in the company before too long. Wang Hao felt that it wouldn't be too good to let a president go digging for people, but there's nothing he can do about it. Now it seems like Helan's ability to dig for people is a bit stronger. If you want Helan to be idle, then you have to find someone to replace Helan's job. But that's the problem. There's no one to replace Helan now. At 40:30 in the evening, Wang Hao returned to Fengshan district. When he opened the door, Wuya had already arrived at the door, like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. She took the slippers out of the shoe cabinet for Wang Hao, then put his shoes in. Little Hao, why are you back so late today? I went to drop off Sister Liang and Sister Ifei today. They had already gone back to Kyoto, and then went to the company to deal with some things. so I came back late. Oh, Sister Lai Ying and Sister Yifei have already left for Kyoto. Aha! You haven't eaten yet, have you? I've already made it. Go wash your hands and eat first. Smiling, he cupped Wu Ya's face and kissed it. Muah! Sister Wu Ya, you're really my good daughter-in-law. I'm really hungry. Wu Ya's face had turned red. How could she not expect Wang Hao to directly kiss her? But it's such a good feeling. Wu Ya followed Wang Hao and went to wash his hands, then sat down at the table, ready to eat dinner. Wang Hao looked at the dishes on the table. Braised pork, king crab, aurora. It's all his favorite food. It looks like Wu Ya really prepared it with care. How? I want to eat crab legs. Okay, I'll peel it for you. Wang Hao picked up the scissors, cut open the crab legs, took out the crab meat inside the legs, then dipped them in the dipping sauce and handed them to Wu Ya's mouth. Wu Ya took a bite of the crab meat Wang Hao handed over. A wave of happiness wrapped around her. At this time, Wu Ya felt that as long as Wang Hao was by her side in the future, no matter what happened, she could accept it. How? You eat too. Saying this, Wu Ya handed Wang Hao the crab meat in her hand. Wang Hao also took a bite, and licked his lips after eating it. Sister Wu Ya, you smell so good. You, what are you babbling about? Chapter 132, White Bowl's Thoughts. Well, Wang Hao stretched his back, somewhat lethargically. He came to the window and pulled open the curtains, not realizing that it was pouring rain outside. Wang Hao was also a bit surprised. It hadn't rained for a few days for such a long time, but I didn't expect it to rain as soon as Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei left. But he didn't think much of it. He put on his clothes and went out, and after talking to Wu Ya he drove to school. Of course, the car he drove was Zhao Liying's. Wang Hao had been in class all morning. The rain had been falling all morning, but it still didn't want to stop. Wang Hao promised to meet Song Ningxuan yesterday, so naturally he wouldn't go back on his word. However, in order to be a good time management master, he planned to accompany Song Ningxuan for lunch at noon and go to find Bai Bowls in the afternoon. He hadn't been over to the White Bowl in a while, and it was time to go over there. White Bowls lives in Green City Huangpu River, not far from Haoya Film and Media. Just in time to visit the office this afternoon after going to see the White Bowl, Wang Hao walked towards Song Ningxuan in their dormitory with his umbrella. They didn't have any classes this morning, so they lay down in the dormitory to rest. He thought it was the perfect weather for a bed to rest in. It was so much fun to lay in bed and swipe through videos of beautiful women. It was just a shame he had class this morning and couldn't do anything about it. The rain ticked on Wang Hao's umbrella, feeling very relieved. In no time, Wang Hao arrived under Song Ningxuan's and their dormitory. He had thought that Song Ningxuan hadn't come down yet, but he didn't realize that Song Ningxuan was already waiting for him. Song Ningxuan was wearing a camisole, a pair of shorts, and a pair of slippers. Very college student. Wang Hao walked to her. Nervous Frost. Brother Hao, you've arrived. Well, let's go. Aha! With that, Song Ningxuan closed her umbrella and hid under Wang Hao's umbrella. Wang Hao was also speechless. You have your own umbrella not to fight. Two people hiding an umbrella is not crowded. Despite thinking so, Wang Hao couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. He had one hand on the umbrella and one arm around Song Ningxuan's shoulders. Well, it feels really good in the hand. Song Ningxuan couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth when she saw that Wang Hao had wrapped his arms around her. Now who does not know that Wang Hao is a super rich second generation of the Magic City University of Finance, are thinking of coming to climb the relationship, and there are even girls are thinking about how to kidnap Wang Hao, pregnant with his child to reverse the situation. Song Ningxuan definitely had to swear sovereignty. Now Wang Hao's arm around her was the best way to swear sovereignty. Wang Hao didn't care what Song Ningxuan thought. He wouldn't have just one woman anyway. In no time, Wang Hao arrived at the cafeteria with Song Ningxuan, and the two of them found a relatively quieter place to sit down. They put their umbrellas away and then went to order their food. Both ordered a barrel of rice. During dinner Wang Hao said, Ningxuan, do all your roommates have cars? Song Ningxuan nodded. Well, brother Hao, they're all from good families, so they all have cars, but I heard them say that their family's business has been in a bit of trouble lately. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was also a bit surprised, but that's the way business is. It's normal to make and lose money. Since Wang Hao knew and had a good relationship, and was even someone who had slept together in a beach tent, he would definitely help if something happened. Well, wait 2 days, I'll take you to buy a car. Otherwise it's not convenient for you to go anywhere. In a moment I'll transfer $50,000 over to you. You take it as pocket money. Treat your roommate to a meal or something. At those words, Song Ningxuan's eyes lit up. Yeah, really? Aha, he, thanks hubby. Wang Hao froze, not expecting this little nymph to call him her husband, but call it as it is. He doesn't suffer anyway. Also, if Li Meng and her family have any difficulties they can't get through, let them talk to me. Got it. Aha, I know. Song Ningxuan ate this meal happily, not only because Wang Hao was going to buy her a car, but most importantly, she got what she wanted, and Wang Hao had already recognized her identity. Wang Hao sent Song Ningxuang back to the dormitory and left, and after Song Ningxuang returned to the dormitory, she said to Li Meng and the girls, Meng, didn't you guys say that your family's business is difficult? And Wang Hao said that if you guys really can't do anything about it, you should talk to him. Hearing Song Ningxuang's words, Li Meng's faces of the several people instantly changed. During this period of time, they were worried to death. The business of their family was getting worse day by day. They didn't know what to do. Now Wang Hao said so, then it meant that the business of their family was saved. Ningxuang, are you telling the truth? Li Meng said excitedly. Song Ningxuang nodded her head gently. Great. Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu were also very excited. They all took out their cell phones to send messages to Wang Hao. At this time, Wang Hao was on his way to Bai Boyer's place, and he didn't have time to check his cell phone when it rang. I'll just have to wait until I'm at the White Bowl to check it out. 20 minutes later, Wang Hao drove his car to Huangpu River, the green city where White Bowl was located. It was still raining heavily in the sky. Wang Hao picked up his cell phone and read the message after parking the car. It was only when I looked at it that I realized it was a message from Li Meng and the girls. He replied to the three after a closer look, that he'd meet them at the school during the evening, and he'd be more specific then. After replying to them, Wang Hao walked towards the building where Bai Boyer was with his umbrella. It didn't take long to arrive at the White Bowl's doorstep. He didn't talk to Bai Bowler in advance, entered the password and went straight in. However, what Wang Hao didn't expect was that there was more than just Bai Boyer at home. There was another woman, and this person was exactly Bai Boyer's best friend. After seeing Wang Hao, Yang Xiaoli called out to him, Brother Hao, you're here. Well, where's Wani? She's live in her room. Seemingly hearing Wang Hao's voice, Bai Boyer opened the door of the live broadcast room, and the moment she saw Wang Hao, she hung onto Wang Hao's body with her whole body again like before. Wang Hao held her arse with both hands and said, well, you don't see that Xiaoli is still there, shy or not. At those words, White Bowl only got off of him with a red face. How? Bai Bowler seemed to want to say that she missed you, but didn't say it because Yang Xiaoli was there. Wang Hao pulled her to sit on the sofa. Wan Air, don't get busy first. I'll give you your living expenses for this month first, otherwise I'll forget again by then. At that, Yang Xiaoli looked up with wide eyes. She also wanted to see how much living expenses Wang Hao gave Bai Boyer in a month. Brother Hao, I don't want any more money. The money I've earned is enough for me. Wang Hao and Yang Xiaoli were stunned when Bai Boyer uttered these words. Before, Bai Bowler wanted him to keep her, but now she didn't even want the money. Wang Hao looked at the favorability that was as high as 92 and instantly understood. But Wang Hao had promised her before, and since he had promised then he had to do it. Wan Air, this is what I promised you. You have more, you keep it. Got it. Seeing Wang Hao's seriousness, Bai Boyer also nodded. With that, Wang Hao transferred the money to Bai Bowler. But the moment the money arrived, not only Yang Xiaoli, but even Bai Bowler was stunned. Chapter 133, Yang Xiaoli, Brother Hao, why don't you adopt me too? Wang Hao directly transferred 9 million to Bai Bowie this time. Anyway, he had already earned a lot through Bai Bowie's salary rebate, and her goodwill was already so high. It doesn't matter if you give a little more. White Bowl looked at the collection message on her cell phone. The entire group froze in place. Yang Xiaoli also didn't return to her senses for a long time. How could she not expect that Wang Hao would give Bai Bowl's 9 million in one go? Knowing that ordinary people work hard for only $4,000 or $5,000 a month, even if it's like Yang Xiaoli's own live broadcast, with a fixed number of 10,000 people per broadcast, it would take a long time to earn that 9 million, but Wang Hao just took it out casually. How rich is he really? At this time, Yang Xiaoli had some thoughts. She looked at Wang Hao with unblinking eyes. White Bowl hugged him tightly as she reacted. Brother Hao, you gave me so much money, aren't you afraid I'll run away? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao smiled. With such a high favorability, it would be a hell of a thing to run. Well, how much is this? When I have time to buy you a company and make you the boss's wife. The moment these words came out, the two who had just regained their senses were once again plunged into intense shock. They knew that usually rich people like Wang Hao basically wouldn't go back on their words. Just say it and you'll do it. Since Wang Hao had said so, it proved that he really wanted to buy a company for Bai Boyer. This one company is a few $100 million less. At this moment, both Bai Boyer and Yang Xiaoli felt that their guesses about Wang Hao were still too conservative. However, Bai Boyer said, Brother Hao, I don't want a company. Oh, really don't? Well, if you want the company, you won't come to me anymore. Bai Boyer knew that her current position was only a lover, and if she really wanted the company, Wang Hao might not come back by then. If it was a different time when she had just met Wang Hao, she would definitely agree. After all, there was nothing between her and Wang Hao, but now it was different. She didn't want to not see Wang Hao. She didn't see Wang Hao during this period of time, and she couldn't sleep all night every day. She doesn't want to. Wan Air, what are you thinking? Buying you a company, that's to give you peace of mind. You know, only if you have your own company, you won't feel like a canary in a cage. And I don't want you to be in the live broadcasting industry anymore. It wasn't until Wang Hao explained it that Bai Boyer realized why Wang Hao suddenly said he wanted to buy him a company. And on the side, Yang Xiaoli was really envious. She envied Bai Boyer for meeting such a good man as Wang Hao. Not only are you young, but you're so rich. Unlike some rich people who are either pregnant or old, people like Wang Hao are simply like national treasures. This also made the thoughts in Yang Xiaoli's mind magnify infinitely, and her eyes towards Wang Hao turned reckless. And all of this was unknown to Wang Hao and Bai Boyer. Wang Hao was still reasoning with Bai Boyer. In fact, there was a reason why Wang Hao wanted to set up a company for Bai Boyer, and that was that the company was under Bai Boyer's name, so the money earned by the company would be counted as Bai Wan Air's salary. That way he gets more cash back on his paycheck. Of course, what he had told White Bull earlier, hoping that she would forget her status as a canary, was also true. That's where goodwill makes a difference. After all, goodwill works both ways. It didn't just improve White Bowler's favor with him, but also his favor with White Bowler. Naturally, he didn't want White Bull to feel inferior. He knew that the reason White Bull was so clingy to him was that she was trying to cover up the manifestation of her low self-esteem. How could a man who was her not know that? And setting up a new company for White Bowler would solve all the problems perfectly, and would not only keep White Bowler busy, but would also allow him to get more cash back on his paycheck. As for cuckolding him, that was basically impossible. And if it was possible, then the favorability rating was bound to go down, and he could surely know that ahead of time, so he wasn't worried. Brother Hao, thank you. Bai Boyer, filled with tears, hugged Wang Hao, unwilling to let go. Yang Xiaoli on the side heard the conversation between the two just now clearly. She didn't see any outsiders either, so she sat down on the sidelines. Yang Xiaoli knows that you can't be thin-skinned if you want to find an opportunity. Half an hour later, Bai Boyer left Wang Hao's arms, and she looked at Yang Xiaoli on the side with a red face. Seeing that the two had separated, Yang Xiaoli spoke slowly. Ouch, you guys are going to sour me. Literally. The comment once again caused White Bull to shy away. Ha ha, Xiaoli, go find a boyfriend too. It's not that easy. Oh, that's not easy. With Xiaoli's face and figure, wouldn't it be easy to find a boyfriend? Wang Hao said. However, Yang Xiaoli's next words stunned Wang Hao and Bai Boyer. Harm, I want to find a man like Hao. Why don't you adopt me too? How? When Yang Xiaoli said this, Wang Hao and Bai Boyer froze in place on the spot. They didn't expect Yang Xiaoli to say this either. Oh, Xiaoli, you can't be serious. I'm not a bad guy. When he said that, he squeezed the White Bull at his side. This sent a wave of delight through the White Bull. Ding! Wage cashback goddess White Bull's favoritism +1. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao was directly excited. This long untouched goodwill had finally risen. This is really just good news for Wang Hao. He should really thank Yang Xiaoli. The three didn't bring up the word package again after that. Wang Hao didn't say anymore, because he felt that Yang Xiaoli wasn't just talking. Looking at her, it should be true. But Wang Hao didn't have the energy now. No matter if it was Bai Boyer or Wu Ya or Lui Fei and Zhao Liying who were there, it was all enough to keep him busy. What's more, he's not only trying to boost their goodwill, he's also trying to help them make money. If you really want to adopt Yang Xiaoli, you will have to wait until later when you have extra paychecks to return to the bound times. Afterward, Wang Hao had a meal at home with Bai Boy and Yang Xiaoli. The meal was made in a white bowl. The flavor is not bad. However, with Yang Xiaoli around, he didn't do some of the adult things he was supposed to do with White Bull. After dinner, the time had come to 6:30 in the evening. It was also time for him to go to the school to find Song Ningxuang and the girls. After all, he had made an appointment with them today on the way here, and he couldn't go back on his word. Wan Air, I have something to go and get busy. I'll come back to you in a couple days. Bai Boyer looked at Wang Hao with some reluctance. However, she also knew that it was impossible for Wang Hao to rest here, and only nodded. Aha! She went up to help Wang Hao straighten his clothes and said, Brother Hao, I'll wait for you at home. Well, if you're bored, go out shopping with Xiaoli and tell me if you don't have enough money. Mua. White Bull gave him a kiss on the cheek, and the corner of Wang Hao's mouth rose as he opened the door and left. Looking at Wang Hao's back as he left, Bai Boyer's face was full of reluctance. It wasn't until the door closed that Bai Boyer turned to look at young Xiaoli. Xiaoli, did you just say you want Brother Hao to adopt you? Chapter 134. Li Meng and the girls want to borrow money. Wang Hao naturally didn't know what happened between Bai Boyer and Yang Xiaoli. By now he was already driving toward the school. Just after 7 in the evening, Wang Hao drove his car to the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, and it was still raining heavily in the sky. With no intention of stopping, he could only walk towards Song Ningxuan and their dormitory with his umbrella. It wasn't until after arriving under Song Ningxuan's dormitory building that Wang Hao sent a message to Song Ningxuan, said they were downstairs and told them to come out. Less than 2 minutes after the message was sent, Wang Hao saw Song Ningxuan and the girls walk out in suspenders and shorts. They then brought Wang Hao into their dormitory as they did last time. When he came in, Wang Hao saw the underwear and bitter stubble drying on the balcony. He slapped his forehead. They really didn't think of him as an outsider, especially wearing so little. Are they not afraid of him? A string of 4 really helpless. But Wang Hao didn't have such thoughts either. After all, this kind of thing is not good. After Wang Hao came in, they pulled him to sit down. He was surrounded by them and kind of shushed. "No, I can't stand it if you don't wear more," Wang Hao said jokingly. However, they didn't care at all. After all, the last time they wore more sexy than this at the beach, Wang Hao didn't have any idea. If Wang Hao knew what they were thinking, then he would definitely have to teach them a lesson. That's just insulting to him, alright. How could he be a big man and not move? He was just restraining himself. "That, Wang Hao, Ningxuan said you would help us, right?" Li Meng asked with some apprehension. "If I can help, I'll definitely help. What kind of relationship do we have? Why are we still so outgoing? Really?" Upon hearing this, Li Meng's trio also let out a sigh of relief. After hearing Wang Hao say this in person, they knew that this matter was stable. "You guys tell me what happened first." The three of them nodded. Then Li Meng spoke first. "Actually, it's like this, Brother Hao. During the summer vacation, the family's business was doing well, but it was at this time. It's like my family's business is being targeted. It's not going well anywhere. After that, my family's supermarkets have been losing money, and now they have lost nearly $3 million. And if the losses continue like this, my family will have to close down in less than a month. It's in debt." Wang Hao sniffed and was also puzzled. He didn't know why he always felt that Li Meng hadn't finished her sentence, but he couldn't say where exactly it was wrong. "So you're saying that your family's business is having problems during the summer vacation?" Lemon nodded. "Du Xiang, tell me." Hearing Wang Hao call her, Du Xiang slowly spoke. "Brother Hao, my family's situation is the same as Meng's, except that my family doesn't run a supermarket. It runs a chain of cake stores, and now it's also having financial difficulties. Business has been hard since that summer vacation time too." Wang Hao always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell, which was a bit interesting. Could it be that Li Meng and the others were lying to him? It shouldn't be. By the looks of them, this thing should be real, but it just feels so wrong. With no other choice, Wang Hao could only ask Zhang Mumu to talk about her family's situation as well. "Zhang Mumu, tell us about your family." Zhang Mumu nodded, saying, "Brother Hao, my family owns a hot pot restaurant, and the current situation is basically the same as Meng and her family." The more Wang Hao listened, the more wrong he became. Why would Li Meng and her 3 businesses suddenly be targeted? And 3 different businesses at that? That's obviously just not right. Wang Hao really didn't feel right, but he couldn't think of exactly why. So Wang Hao looked at Li Meng and the others. The 3 Li Mengs lowered their heads when they saw Wang Hao looking at them. "Are you guys hiding something from me?" At those words, Li Meng's 3 bodies visibly gave a start. Seeing this, Wang Hao understood that they really had something to hide from him. He wouldn't force them to say it though. It would easily hurt their feelings. "What do you guys think? Tell me about it." Seeing that they were all silent, Wang Hao took the initiative to open his mouth. For the Li Meng trio, Wang Hao still had a good feeling. After all, when he met Li Jiejia and Han Xian last time, they also helped him teach Li Jiejia and Han Xian a lesson. He even used his own account to help him prove his innocence on the school's forum. And last time at the beach, they also gave Wang Hao a very sufficient benefit. Every time he thought of that image, he wanted to experience it again, and if he had to do it again, he would never be indifferent. The 3 of them, Li Meng, looked at each other in disbelief. No one said anything, and Song Ningxuan, who was on the side, felt anxious for them. Hastily, he said, Meng, if you have anything, just say it, Brother Hao will definitely help you." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao nodded. "Just say what you have. I'm not going to eat anyone." Hearing Wang Hao's words, Li Meng looked at Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu. The 3 nodded before Li Meng slowly spoke. "Brother Hao, we want to borrow some money from you. As for the person who took a shot at our family businesses." Just before Li Meng could finish, there was a knock on the door of their dormitory. "Open the door." "Bed check." The hostel manager's voice came in from outside the door. Wang Hao froze. What kind of operation is this? If this hostel manager really found out, then it wouldn't be over. Entering the girls' dormitory it will have serious consequences. Wang Hao turned his head to look at Song Ningxuan's several people. Song Ningxuan was the first to react, pulling Wang Hao into the toilet and staying with him. It was only after seeing this that Li Meng and a few others reacted. Hurriedly, he opened the door to the dormitory. They adjusted their breathing before opening the door. The door opened and a woman in her 50s walked in. "Why are you guys driving so slow? Is there something unseemly going on? Upon hearing this, Zhang Mumu hurriedly explained. Auntie, what could we be up to? We were all busy just now. Yeah, the hostess, obviously unconvinced, walked in and looked around. Whether it's the bed or the balcony, the hosts didn't spare it. Li Meng and Zhang Mumu, who were following the hostess, had their hearts jumping into their throats. If the resident manager finds out, it's over. I just saw the hostel manager looking at the balcony in the dormitory, as if he felt that the view was not too clear, and walked out. With this walk, the heartbeat of Li Meng's trio became even more intense. Wang Hao was now inside the toilet, and the toilet was on the balcony, so if the hostel manager went to the balcony, there was a 70 to 80% chance that he would open the door of the toilet. In that case, wouldn't Wang Hao be discovered? But they were unable to do anything but watch as the hostess walked to the toilet and reached out, ready to pull open the door. Chapter 135, The culprit is Han Xian. The lodger's hand went to the doorknob. Who's in there? Seeing that the door to the restroom wouldn't open, the hostess shouted inside the restroom, and Wang Hao, who was hiding in the toilet, didn't know what to do at this time. Song Ningxuan pulled him, gave him a look, then whispered to the outside, Auntie, I'm on the toilet. Hearing Song Ningxuan's voice, the hostess then gave up on the idea of opening the door. Seeing this, behind them, waiting for Li Meng, a few people to breathe a sigh of relief, followed by the hostel manager, again looked at the balcony, until after checking every place, did not see anything. It was only then that the hostess said to Li Meng and the others, there was a report of a boy coming over to your dormitory, and even though I didn't see it, you guys better behave yourselves, got it? Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the girls realized that it was no wonder that the hostel manager would come to their dormitory to check their rooms, so it was reported. That's pretty much a no-brainer, Li Meng hurriedly explained. Auntie, we didn't. Could it be that they misread the situation? In fact, they brought boys in and then talked nonsense. It better be. Auntie, I think you'd better check their dormitory, otherwise you might let that boy get away. Zhang Mumu added a shot and said, she was not willing to be reported just like that. Since people are trying to discuss them, they have to fight back. When the hostess heard it, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She was rather checking more than letting go of the pervert who had blended into the girls' dormitory. Don't worry, I'm naturally going to check it out, you rat-tail Jews. With that, the hostess left the dormitory. Seeing that the hostel manager had left, Du Xiang hurriedly closed the door, and then came to the front of the restroom, and then gently knocked on the door of the restroom, whispering, Ningxuan, are you done yet? I need to go to the restroom. Du Xiang didn't dare to call Wang Hao out loud. She was afraid that the hostess was still at the door and hadn't left, and that would be the end of it. Wang Hao and Song Ningxuan, who were in the toilet, also opened the door of the toilet. Song Ningxuan poked her head out from behind the door and whispered, Xiang, has the hostess left yet? I think it's gone. I closed the door just as she went out. Okay, then we're coming out now. Just as Song Ningxuan and Wang Hao wanted to come out, the door of the dormitory was knocked again. Knock knock. This movement instantly made the hearts of Du Xiang's few people tense to the extreme again. Song Ningxuan hurriedly closed the door to the restroom. Du Xiang also quickly returned to his position. They were especially quick, so that one could tell at a glance that they did this often. When Du Xiang returned to his position, Zhang Mumu went to open the door. Auntie, why are you here again? There's something I need to tell you guys. The school will be checking the dorms tomorrow, so if you have any contraband items, turn them in early. But the hostess kept her eyes looking inside the dormitory as she said this. Its purpose is clearly not that. They sort of realized that the hostess aunt was killing it. Simply, only after seeing no boys inside the dormitory did the hostess leave. This time, they learned to be smart and didn't go to call Wang Hao and Song Ningxuan at the first time. Instead, they waited for a while, waiting for there to be no movement outside before they dared to call Song Ningxuan and Wang Hao. After waiting for a while, Du Xiang came to the door of the toilet and knocked. Said, Ningxuan, come out. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan and Wang Hao, who were hiding in the toilet, only came out from inside. When they came out, they all had palpitations. After all, this was the first time they had encountered such a thing, and it was hard not to panic. If they're found out, it'll be bad for their reputations. Wang Hao might even be treated as a pervert. When the time comes, you really just can't make sense of it. But it's a good thing this has been clouded over. Brother Hao, I was really scared to death just now, Song Ningxuan said as she kept patting her proud breasts. Wang Hao also didn't expect the hostess aunt to come and check the room. Simply, I'm still shocked, but how am I going to get out of here? Speaking of this, the crowd was silent, because the hostess aunt had just come, so she would definitely be in the dormitory tonight, and if Wang Hao went out, he would definitely be caught in the act. That's add up. That, Brother Hao, why don't you sleep in the dormitory at night? You shouldn't be able to get out today. At those words, Wang Hao was confused. Sleeping in a girl's dormitory was something he had never really tried and knew what it felt like. No, what was he thinking? Sleeping in a girl's dormitory? How could this be? It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just that it was too torturous. Like meat that could only be seen but not eaten. That, lemon, is there really no other way? Brother how? No, if you go out, you'll definitely be found out by the hostel manager. It'll be even worse then. It couldn't be helped, and Wang Hao could only do just that. But then he would need to speak to Wu Ya first, otherwise she would surely continue to wait for her at home. There's even the possibility of waiting all night. Alright then, I'll make a call. After saying that, Wang Hao directly went to the balcony and called Wu Ya. Hey, Sister Wu Ya, I'm not going back tonight. Don't wait for me. Huh? Not coming back? Well, there's something going on out there. Okay, then be safe and don't stay up too late. Got it. Aha, I know. Sister Wu Ya, you rest early too. Good night. Good night. After saying that, Wang Hao hung up the phone. After putting down his cell phone, he went back out of the balcony and into the dormitory. At this time, the few people in the dormitory, Song Ningxuang, were chatting. Wang Hao wouldn't go back tonight, so they wouldn't be in a hurry. Take your time about what's going on, and it's not the right time to talk about it. Who knows if the hostess aunt will sprinkle in another kill, so they're waiting until later. Wang Hao just stayed with them in the dormitory. During this time he also played a few games with Song Ningxuang and the girls, opened 5 black, but the end is always tragic. After all, 10:30 at night, Song Ningxuang several people felt that the hostess aunt should not come back. That's when he put down the cell phone in his hand. Wang Hao also put down the cell phone in his hand. Tell me, who the hell is targeting your family? Upon hearing this, Li Meng's few people didn't choose to hide it this time. After all, Wang Hao had said so. If he still hid it, it would really be disrespectful to him. But who was to tell Wang Hao was another matter. A few people looked at each other and finally decided that Li Meng should speak. Li Meng looked at Wang Hao and slowly said, Brother Hao, you actually know that person. I recognize that too. Speaking of which, Wang Hao couldn't think of who it could be. However, Li Meng's next words let him know. Brother Hao, that man is Han Xian. At those words, Wang Hao was stunned. Han Xian? Does he have the guts? Chapter 136, he's found a new backer. Han Hen? Well, Han Xian seems to have found a new backer. And since then, our family's business has become much worse, and there's no way for the three of us to do business at a loss. Wang Hao couldn't figure it out either. Why is it that the last time Han Xian was like a grandson after seeing him, and after seeing the car he drove? I didn't expect this kind of person. If you find a backer, then he'll find an opportunity to give you a head start. This time Wang Hao wouldn't give him any more chances. He has to be shown what it's like to be broke and let him try just to be stepped on. What are you going to do? At those words, Li Meng also spoke her thoughts. Brother Hao, in fact, we are now sparring with Han Xian over whose family can support us for a long time, and the one who sticks it out until the end will win. But Han Xian has someone behind him who has financial backing. Our background family doesn't have any. That's why we thought of borrowing money from you. Wang Hao could probably understand it, meaning that all three of their families were now doing the spelling of their heritage with Han Xian's family. However, Han Xian's family had help, so without Wang Hao's financial support, Li Meng and her family would most likely be the losers this time. Then their family is bankrupt. However, Wang Hao knew that this matter was not just that simple. He saw it the last time. Han Xian's eyes were filled with obscenity when he looked at them. This operation is presumably to be able to get them as well, but it was all just his guess. But no matter what, this was something he couldn't turn a blind eye to. After all, it has something to do with him too. Li Meng, this matter has something to do with me as well. Since Han Xian wants to seek death, then you guys can let go of him and I will fully support you. However, I'd like to ask, do you know who the people supporting Han Xian are? At that, they nodded. Li Meng continued, actually, the person behind Han Xian also runs a supermarket, but his family's business is bigger than my family's. My family's assets only amount to about $10 million when you do the math, and the assets of the people behind Han Xian count to $200 or $300 million. Wang Hao knew it, and now he didn't have many connections, but there was a lot of money. So, how much funding do you need? $10 million. When Wang Hao heard it, he was also a bit surprised. Only 10 million? Is 10 million enough? After all, the people behind Han Xian had assets of $200 to $300 million. $10 million is definitely not enough. $10 million? When Wang Hao said that, Li Meng and the others thought that Wang Hao thought it was too much and quickly said, Brother Hao, actually 5 million is enough. Wang Hao was dumbfounded as to how it was still getting less and less. No, are you guys misunderstanding me? I mean, is 10 million enough? The opposite side, but there are 200 or 300 million people. You guys just take 10 million to with them. It's obviously impractical. Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others realized that they had misunderstood Wang Hao. Before, they thought that Wang Hao was thinking that they wanted too much. I didn't realize it was because I thought they wanted too little. Brother Hao, actually $10 million is a bit low. Wang Hao was speechless. How to give them money and still have to say it himself? Really, can't you just be proactive? But come to think of it, what kind of person asks for money so openly? Alright, I'll give each of you $3 billion first. My only request is that when Han Xian's family closes down, make sure to let me take my breath away. What? Li Meng, Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu? Song Ningxuang had been stunned. How could they not expect Wang Hao to open his mouth in billions? Is Wang Hao really that rich? This is unbelievable. What is the concept of $1 billion? That can buy how many of their family's properties? Ah! At once the three screamed. Song Ningxuang was a bit better. She knew Wang Hao was rich, but she just didn't know how rich. Now she kind of knew. Li Meng's few people reacted and covered their mouths in a hurry. They can't bring the hostess aunt in again. That would really be the end of it. Ah, Brother Hao, how much did you just say? Zhang Mumu asked somewhat incredulously. $1 billion. Am I wrong? Hearing this, Zhang Mumu sort of understood that Wang Hao was really rich, and still the kind of person who wasn't super rich. $1 billion is so easy to say. No, it's not $1 billion. It's $3 billion. Wang Hao had just said a family of $1 billion. At this moment, several people looked at Wang Hao incredulously. Brother Hao, you. Song Ningxuang took his arm. A little excited. Li Meng and the others weren't much better. They all surrounded him and protected him like a national treasure. Wang Hao was also confused when he saw this. No, who can stand to be tested like you guys? Their inadvertent touching of Wang Hao's body caused some of his blood to rise. Take it easy guys. Sit tight. If you keep this up I can't guarantee I'll do something beastly. After all I'm a big, bloody boy too. It was only after hearing this that Li Meng and a few others moved away from him a little. I'm sorry Brother Hao. We're just a little excited. Wang Hao waved his hand. Just now he was really a bit tense. If he stayed up for a while longer, he would probably leave this abrasive place overnight. Well, let's get things straightened out first. Or what if you guys get the short end of the stick? Aha! After saying that, Wang Hao sat down. Opening his mouth, he said, first of all, I have to ask you, I can provide you with financial support, but as you all know, usually people whose funds can reach $200 or $300 million don't have too bad connections. I'll provide you with the funds. Can you grasp them? Du Xiang, however, said, Brother Hao, you don't have to worry about this. Our three family connections aren't too low, basically about as many as Han Xian and the people behind him. The only thing we're missing is the funds. That's fine. I'll provide you with the funds first. If you're short of contacts just tell me. I know some people who can also provide you with some help. Upon hearing this, they looked at Wang Hao gratefully. Brother Hao, thank you, Zhang Mumu softly said. It's okay, I had something to do with this. And we're. Upon hearing this, the several women couldn't help but give him a blank stare. After discussing a solution, Wang Hao didn't want to make them so nervous. So he said, let's continue playing the game for a while. Yeah. Among them, Zhang Mumu was the most lively. She had become silent before because of the events at home, but now that there was a solution, her lively personality returned. Brother Hao, hurry up and get on the number. You'll be the Wild King. Wang Hao opened a fair competition game with a slight smile, and Song Ningxuang and the girls opened up the black. Chapter 137, Cute and Lovely Feng Timo. Day 2. Wang Hao quietly left the girls' dormitory under the cover of Li Meng and a few others. He vowed to never come to the girls' dormitory next time. It's really too torturous. Last night, I played the game with Song Ningxuang and the girls all night, and I didn't win a single handful. He was even mocked by Song Ningxuang and the girls. Simply. And he swore that he would never play this game again next time. He was abused by the opposite side every time. Literally. Most importantly, no matter where they were asking him to help. This was no Wild King. This was clearly a babysitter, right? Anyway, Wang Hao was very reluctant to play this game now, at least for now. After finishing breakfast with Li Meng and a few others, Wang Hao planned to go back. After all, there were people at home waiting for him. I already didn't go back last night, and if I don't go back today, it's really hard to explain. But before that, Wang Hao still took Li Meng and the girls to the bank and transferred the money to them. However, with so much money, it still takes a bit of time to transfer it. Only after transferring the money did Wang Hao separate from them. However, while transferring the money, the bank's president kept observing Wang Hao. While leaving, he also helped Wang Hao upgrade their bank cards. After the money was transferred to Li Meng and the girls, Wang Hao separated from them. They went back to school, while Wang Hao went back to Fengshan neighborhood. Wang Hao didn't have classes today, so there's no need to stay in school. When Wang Hao returned home, he didn't see Wuya at home. He should have gone over to Feishang art dance. Wuya wasn't home, and Wang Hao didn't know what to do. As for going to White Bull's side, Let's forget about it. After all, he didn't have that energy now. He stayed up too late last night, but now he couldn't sleep either. Why don't you just lay in bed and swipe the jitterbug? He went and washed up, then went straight back to his room and climbed into bed in a flash. Just then, Wang Hao smelled a familiar odor. He picked up the quilt and sniffed it. More and more sure of himself, Wuya should have slept at his place last night. Wang Hao didn't care that much, lying down and playing with his cell phone. He first looked to see if Bai Bowler was live streaming, but when he opened Bai Bowler's homepage, he didn't find her live streaming. When he saw that White Bowl wasn't live, he continued to open the homepage of the Aiden Girl Group. The homepage of the Adu Girl Group already has 5 jitterbugs, each with more than 3 million likes. It's safe to say that the ISO Girl Group is on fire, but that statistic is stacked with money, otherwise it wouldn't have gotten so many likes. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the ISA Girl Group could also boost their exposure without having to rely on purchasing Sound Plus. And WH1 Girls did slightly worse than Aiden Girls, but each video also basically has over 1.5 million likes. Wang Hao was also very pleased, and seeing how hard they worked, Wang Hao also decided to give them a little reward. I'll tell them when I go to the office in a couple days. Immediately after that, Wang Hao opened the recommendation page again. The first video recommended. Wang Hao was confused. Inside the video, Orange Jingy spills the beans about her change of company. The video has already reached a horrifying 5 million likes, and the comments section has fallen even further, with people coming to congratulate Orange Jingy, saying that she's finally left that cannibalistic company. And netizens have asked Orange Jingy to release the contract and they gave her a reference. It's a good thing Orange Jingy didn't put the contract out there, though, or it would have really disrupted his plans. Seeing this, Wang Hao had a brainstorm and also commented on Orange Jingy's video. After commenting, he continued to swipe through the video. The next second, a live stream appeared on his recommendations page. Only the title of the live broadcast was, Rebirth of My Sidewalk in Your Province. Wang Hao's eyes also lit up when he saw the person inside. This was someone he'd been following for a long time, but had faded out for a while because he'd gotten sick and hadn't been broadcasting. Now see her live again. Wang Hao just felt nostalgic. At that time he liked this anchor very much. She was very pretty and known as Little Timo. Her live stream is 100,000 plus in popularity. Wang Hao saw her live streaming, and Wang Hao clicked in. After coming in, Wang Hao saw where Little Timo was, which was clearly the place of his old home province. At the moment, Tiny Timo was wearing a blue Pure Desire halter dress. It's beautiful. System, can you check her data? Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Feng Yannan. Age, 32. Face value, 97. Favorability, 0. Stranger. Height, 156. Weight, 38 kilograms. Profession, professional anchorwoman, singer. Wang Hao also didn't expect Feng Yannan's face value to be so high. Originally, Wang Hao thought that she was only about 85 at the top of the day. After all, there is a beauty effect in the live broadcast. I did not expect that even if there is no beauty, she is also very beautiful. The only thing I regret is the height. Really cute and adorable Feng Timo. If he were in your province right now, he'd definitely want to be there. It's a shame he's not there though. Suddenly, he tapped his head. He's not short of money right now, so what's he afraid of? Wouldn't it be nice to just swipe the gift and add green bubbles? Really? Thinking of this, Wang Hao didn't hesitate and directly charged up. However, the maximum amount for a single recharge was $100,000, and it took $10 million and 100 taps to get the money up. After charging, Wang Hao watched Little Timo's live broadcast. At this time she was singing outdoors. The number of people in the live room had also come to 100,000 plus. Exactly how many people, Wang Hao couldn't see, but he thought 300,000 or 400,000 should be there. And she's live outdoors, and there's already a crowd around her, all taking pictures of her with their cell phones. Wang Hao was in no hurry to brush. Instead, he'd watch her live for a while. After all, he didn't have much to do first. The more Wang Hao looked at it, the more he liked it, and he felt that Little Timo was really too cute, just the kind that could be defendable or sweet. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of scene it would be if Little Timo stood in front of him in a sexy nightgown and called him her husband. Just then, Timo pulled out an Apple phone. It says to draw a person on the air and the winner takes the phone. Tell them to grab the lucky bag. Wang Hao didn't hesitate and directly clicked on the lucky bag to grab it. But Wang Hao didn't want to win. After all, he didn't have money and used to like grabbing lucky bags. But he didn't win once. After handing out the goodie bags, Timo started dancing and singing again. Wang Hao also listened carefully to the song and watched the live broadcast. It really is. The more you look at it, the more you like it. Why is this Little Timo so cute and pretty? He couldn't help himself and went straight into swiping up the carnival. 1, 2, 3. Instantly the entire broadcast room was abuzz. Chapter 138 Big Brother comes to the direct broadcasting room, successfully added to Green Bubble. My god, what's going on? What's with all the carnivals? It's been 20 since just now. Gosh, wouldn't that be 60,000 bucks? Not only that, but Big Brother is brushing it. You guys, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. The audience in the live room was already numb. 100 carnivals, that's not $300,000. Who's so rich? Oh my god, Timo, look at that. Big Brother's coming to the live feed. No, it's 100 carnivals. Big Brother, you still don't stop. No, I have to pay attention to Big Brother too. There's still me, and I'm paying attention. Wait for me, I'm concerned too. However, Wanghao didn't pay attention to those either and continued to brush up on the carnival. 100, 200, 1,000. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room boiled. Even little Timo froze. Originally wanted to wait for the song before thanking Big Brother. I didn't realize that this Big Brother, this boorish, had dumped 1,000 carnivals at once. Little Timo couldn't care less about singing. Thanked this Big Brother repeatedly. Thank you brother How for 1,000 carnivals. After saying that, Tiny Timo tapped the cell phone on his arm. Wanghao also did not pay attention to see because he was brushing the gift. He felt that the money to charge all charged. Do not brush the end or sorry for him. And so the swiping continued. 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, asterisk. What kind of god is this? 2,000 carnivals, that is not 6 million. Little Timo this time got rich. Brother, can you reward in the next carnival? Brother, I'm following you. Can you reward me with a carnival? While Wanghao's craziness, Xiao Timo's live broadcast room went crazy on people. From the initial 300,000 to 400,000 people, it went straight all the way up. 500,000, 600,000. 700,000, 800,000. Wanghao's gifts kept coming, and so did the number of people in the live broadcast room. By this time, Timo had realized the huge wave of traffic. Thank you brother Hao, sent 2,000 carnival. Brother Hao want to listen to any song? You can order the song Oh. Upon hearing this, Wanghao, who was brushing his gifts, also froze, then stopped, then posted the name of a song on the air. Buddhist Girls. Seeing the song brought a smile to Timo's face. It was her song. It was a good one. Right? She started singing straight away. Wanghao didn't stop either, continuing to brush his gifts. By the time Timo finished the song, Wanghao's gifts were finished. A whole 3,666 carnivals. By this time Timo man was numb. Even the person managing the operation didn't react. And when he did, the operation hastily gave Timo a look. Timo was also in the know. While thanking Wanghao, he tapped something on the screen. And Wanghao looked at the private message. A lot more information. He tapped to private messages to check and saw Timo's concern. In the old days it was all about him following Timo. Now it's just straight up mutual. Not only that, his followers were still growing by leaps and bounds. From the initial 10,000 followers, it was now directly into more than 100,000. And it's not about to stop. It's still going up like crazy. However, Wanghao didn't care about this, and instead looked at the private message sent by Timo. Brother Hao, this is my green bubble. There is only a brief sentence. Wanghao saw that his purpose had been achieved and exited the live broadcast. Right after Wanghao exited the live broadcast, the broadcast room exploded. No, Big Brother just quit the airwaves? That's right. How many have you swiped? 3,666 carnivals. That's about $10 million. What do you mean it's $10 million? It's $10 million. Do the math. My god, this is really a god hoa. I just forgot to pay attention to it. You guys tell me what the Big Brother's screen name is. I'll go search for it. I think Big Brother is called Hao. No, I'm going to pay attention to him. Really just too rich. Out of 10 million. To know that my monthly salary is only 3,000 more. If the Big Brother can share my point, I directly rich And Timo chose to go off the air after glancing at the broadcast. I've made enough today excluding the platform's draw. And the most important thing right now isn't to stay on the air. After finishing the live broadcast, she originally wanted to go back to the hotel. But the fans wanted to take a picture. So she could only leave after taking a picture with them. After Wanghao exited Timo's live room, he continued to brush up the video. He didn't brush up on any more interesting videos though, so it shut down Shakeology, opened the green bubble and added it according to the green bubble Timo sent, but she didn't agree at first. Wanghao knew that she must be busy and wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he chatted with Zhao Liying and Louis Fei. Wanghao, sister Liying, what are you busy with? Wanghao originally thought that Zhao Liying wouldn't return to him so quickly. But what he didn't expect was that she returned in seconds. Zhao Liying, I'm playing with the kids. What's wrong? Wanghao, kind of missed you. Zhao Liying, poor mouth. Wang Hao didn't know since when he was able to joke with Zhao Liying about this kind of thing, but this also proved that the relationship between him and Zhao Liying was getting better. Wang Hao believed that becoming the man behind the big star Zhao Liying would soon become a reality. After that, he also chatted with Lu Yifei for a while, but Lu Yifei wasn't as enthusiastic about him as Zhao Liying, but her attitude was okay. Wang Hao knew that this was the reason for the good feeling. It should change when the goodwill is up. After about an hour or so, Wang Hao finally saw the message that his friend application had passed. Timo, hello, brother Hao. Wang Hao, hi, I've been following you for a long time. Really, a big fan of yours. Timo, thanks Hao for the like. I've let you break the bank today. Hao. Wang Hao, ha ha ha. Speaking of which, I should be the one to call you sister. Oh, I'm only 23 years old this year. At that, Timo, who had just returned to the hotel, was shocked to the core. To be this rich at 23, this man is definitely not ordinary. Timo, oh, then wouldn't I have earned it if you called me sister? Wang Hao, why? Do you take this advantage or not? Timo, that's for sure. There are cheap which cannot be taken advantage of. Wang Hao and Timo chatted quite a bit, and when she learned that Wang Hao was in Mordor, she said she would come to Mordor in a couple of days and invite Wang Hao to dinner then. Wang Hao naturally agreed readily. Through this chat, Wang Hao felt that Timo, a cute and lovable woman, was quite easy to get along with. He was looking forward to meeting Timo. She has already signed a contract with a station, but Wang Hao still wants to dig her over, not only because he likes it, but mainly because Timo has a strong career. It will be much easier to invest in her company if you bind her later. After chatting with Timo for a while, Wang Hao's sleepiness came up, put the phone down and fell asleep. Chapter 139, Buying a Car for Song Ningxuan. Wang Hao slept straight through this sleep until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it wasn't until Wu Ye called him that he woke up from his slumber. Sister Wu Ye, you're back. Wu Ye looked at Wang Hao's beads of sweat all over his head and quickly asked, Little Hao, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? She sat down on the edge of the bed and reached out her hand to gently press it against his forehead. After a moment, she lowered her hand. Sister Wu Ye, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. Having a nightmare? Aha! You, hurry up and get up. I'll go make you some dinner. Yes. After saying that, Wu Ye twisted her body and walked towards the outside of the room. Wang Hao looked at Wu Ye's figure thoughtfully. He always felt that Wu Ye had discovered something, only she didn't say it. But the dream he had today was something that really scared him. In the dream, Wu Ye and Zhao Liying they both knew about him and had to force him to make a choice and make him pick someone to marry. But they were both his goddesses. How could she choose only one? In the end there was no other way. He was forced to choose one. However, what he didn't expect, right after he finished choosing, others have been martyred, and some have even died in one body. It frightened him greatly, and it was at this time that Wu Ye woke him up. He began to reflect on it. Is he doing the right thing or not? Should he choose only one person? But soon he put this idea behind him. After all, he was the one with the system. He was the one who was going to be the richest man in the world. He was the one who was going to be the one with the most industries, and he was even going to be the man behind the goddesses. And he could see the goddesses' favorability. If he raised it to 98 or 99 or even 100 before letting them know about each other so that what happened in the dream wouldn't happen. Just after he finished thinking, then he dressed and left the room. After having dinner with Wu Ye, the two of them sat on the sofa as usual. Wu Ye leaned in his arms and watched TV, then went to do yoga for a while until 12 o'clock in the morning when the two of them went to rest. Wang Hao was unable to fall asleep for a long time as he lay in bed because he had slept for too long during the day. So then he picked up his phone and looked at the green bubble, returned a few messages and then turned on Shakeology. He first looked to see if anyone familiar was on the air. The white bowl is not live. Timo is not live. Seeing this, he just had to brush up on his video. Suddenly, a blogger, the name is called Night Dagger Shingo. Wang Hao thinks that this woman is quite good looking. In the video, her mouth has a small mole, very sexy, and a very hot body too. I just don't know how much more face she'll look with the coat of filters removed. It just so happened that she was live streaming at the moment, so Wang Hao clicked into her live room. However, as soon as Wang Hao came in, conspicuous special effects appeared on the screen. That's right, he's now an honored number because he swiped so much money. And every time he enters the live room he gets a very bombastic entrance special effect. Hao is here. What? How? Who is Brother Hao? Why are you guys so excited? Brother Hao? You don't even know? That is, Hao is a godly man who swiped a whole $10 million in Timo's live room. Seriously, upstairs, did you not look at the hot search? That's it. The Nightblade Shingo who was watching the pop-ups was also shocked. She naturally knew about the fact that Hao swiped 3666 Huazi for Timo today. I didn't expect Brother Hao to come to his live room. Nightblade Shingo was directly stunned. Hastily, he said to the live broadcast, Welcome Brother Hao to the live broadcast. Wang Hao didn't send a message, but opened the data of Nightblade Shingo at the first opportunity. System, open Nightblade God Go's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Zheng Shuyu. Age, 29. Face value, 87. Favorability, 0, stranger. Height, 167. Weight, 42 kilograms. Occupation, professional anchorwoman. Wang Hao was still a bit surprised when he took a look at the data. Unexpectedly, even with the beauty face turned off, Nightblade Shingo still satisfied the system's requirements. But Wang Hao didn't have the urge to brush her gifts right now, though her lips are very sexy. But now that he has so many people around him, he has to make sure they have their own careers and make a lot of money each month, and then get their favorability and cashback multipliers up. It was only then that he had the idea or more time to find more paycheck-to-paycheck goddesses. But it's not like he didn't have a little action. After brushing 10 wazi for Nightblade Shingo, he directly exited the live broadcast room. Then he opened his private message and saw a message from Nightblade God Go. Wang Hao put down his phone after adding the green bubbles and closed his eyes to sleep. Woke up the next day. Wang Hao then messaged Zhao Liying and the girls first, then had breakfast with Wu Ye and waited for Wu Ye to go to the company before he messaged Song Ningxuan to come over to him. He's ready to take Song Ningxuan to pick up his car, and the car he had asked Song Wan Air to prepare earlier was ready, so it was time to go and mention it. Wang Hao drove his car to the school entrance and waited for Song Ningxuan. Instead of driving Zhao Liying's Big G today, he drove the red beast Lafa. As soon as the Rafa pulled up in front of the school, it instantly attracted a lot of attention. My God, what a handsome car! It's a Ferrari Rafa, one of the 3 most powerful cars in the world, on a par with the Porsche 918 and the McLaren P1. There are so many rich people in our school. No, take a good look at who's in the driver's seat. At that, the crowd turned their attention to the driver's seat. The moment they saw Wang Hao, they were stunned in their hearts. This is Mr. Wang Hao. This is Senior Wang Hao. Holy, my goodness, how is he so rich? Not only with the Big G, but also with a Porsche 918, and even a Ferrari Lafa. Can you spare some money for me? I'm running out of money to eat. You want a fart to eat it. However, something that made the crowd's eyes fall wide open appeared, only to see Song Ningxuan, who was wearing a pair of denim shorts, plus a very cool yellow halter top, pull open the car door, sitting on the red beast. I'm really convinced. Why, he has everything, but I still lie in the dormitory every day to play games and read novels. It's not fair. That's right. Look at Song Ningxuan's ass and her big white rabbit. The thought of Wang Hao crashing into it unbalances me. That is, a woman of this extreme quality should be my woman. You people really, just daydream every day. No money you can chase a woman like Song Ningxuan. Do your spring and autumn dream. Wang Hao and Song Ningxuan didn't care at all about the murmurs outside. After all, they can only pay lip service to it. Brother Hao, let's go. Aha! After Song Ningxuan came up, Wang Hao directly left the Magic City University of Finance with a kick of the gas. Just as the car drove for a while, Song Ningxuan slowly leaned her white thighs to Wang Hao's side. Seeing this, the corners of Wang Hao's mouth kept rising. Next, chapter 140. Timo hasn't come yet, but his sister-in-law has come first. Wang Hao placed a hand on it. A smile also appeared on Song Ningxuan's face. Brother Hao, Frosty even bought black silk. Oh. At those words, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. That's a good one. He likes it. Speaking of which, Wang Hao wanted to see how each of them looked in black silk. He must find a chance to see them one by one. So why don't you wear it today? Of course I want to wear it only for Brother Hao alone. If I wear it out, won't others be able to see it? Ha ha ha. Well, after we buy the car, I'll take you to buy a suite, so you'll have a place to go when you're on vacation. Hearing Wang Hao's words, the smile on Song Ningxuan's face became even more intense. Really, Brother Hao? Well, as long as you're obedient, I'll buy you anything you want. But let's get one thing straight. I can take back what I can give you. Understand? Song Ningxuan naturally understood Wang Hao's meaning. But with someone like Wang Hao, how could she be stupid enough to do something like that? Brother Hao, Frost is yours for life. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao also laughed. As long as Song Ningxuan doesn't do things like putting a hat on him and other out-of-the-ordinary things, what's the point of him even if he raises her for the rest of her life? Immediately afterward, he had the system open Song Ningxuan's data. System, open Song Ningxuan's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Song Ningxuan. Age, 21. Face value, 89. Favoritism, 92. Devoted. Height, 170. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, none. He hadn't bound Song Ningxuan, and the favorability increase system wouldn't broadcast it. Thus he didn't know exactly how much favor Song Ningxuan had. This look was also a bit of a surprise. I didn't realize it was all 92 already. This later, if you just casually get a company for Song Ningxuan and bind her, wouldn't you be able to get a lot of salary rebate money? In no time, Wang Hao brought Song Ningxuan to the 4S store. Song Wan-er had long been waiting for them at the door. Wang Hao saw Song Wan-er at a glance. There was no way around it. Song Wan-er's figure was great, especially when she wore black silk and a professional outfit. It was eye-catching. After stopping the car, he led Song Ningxuan towards Song Wan-er. Brother Wang. Well, Wani, is the car I asked you to prepare ready? Well, it's ready. A G63 and a Mercedes S450L are in the store. Okay then, is the contract ready? It's ready. Then let's just sign the contract. Yes. After saying that, Song Wan-er took Wang Hao and Song Ningxuan to sign the contract, with the big G being his car and the S450L being Song Ningxuan's. After signing the contract, Wang Hao let Song Wan-er drive the newly bought big G to Tangsin Yiping side. That side Song Wan-er has been there and knows where it is. Instead, he drove Zhao Liying's big G to take Song Ningxuan to buy a house. This time he intends to let Song Ningxuan also buy in Green City Huangpu River, so that it will be more convenient in the future. And when he goes to see White Bull, he can also go to see Song Ningxuan together. After a busy day, Wang Hao finally took Song Ningxuan to buy a car and a house, which was still the reason why he was so quick to look at it and buy it directly, or else he would have to spend more time. And this one cost him over $30 million more. His big G and Song Ningxuan's S450L cost nearly $10 million, and the remaining $20 million was the price of the house for Song Ningxuan. Song Ningxuan hands holding the steering wheel, the heart still did not slow down. Just one day, she had everything. House, car. It was all brought to her by the man she chose. Not only that, Wang Hao even gave her $50,000 every month as pocket money. Song Ningxuan felt as if she herself had really fallen in love with Wang Hao, not only with his generosity, but also with his person. And there was even an impulse within her. She wanted Wang Hao to go back with her to see her parents during the new year. She felt that she would tell Wang Hao when she found a suitable time. By the time Wang Hao and Song Ningxuan arrived at the school, it was already 7:30 p.m. The two men got out of the car when they pulled over temporarily. Song Ningxuan walked up to him. Wang Hao was just about to say something when Song Ningxuan hugged him tightly. And all this was also discovered by the school students. After all, two luxury cars parked in front of the school will not attract attention. So the crowd grabbed their cell phones and took pictures. It's outrageous how they drove two cars. Yet, what do you know? Senior Wang Hao is a rich second generation. Rich, it seems that Song Ningxuan should be adopted. Have bought a car. Song Ningxuan has a good figure and is pretty. I really envy Senior Wang Hao. But it's also fortunate that the school flower, Sister Lu Riyangsu, wasn't targeted by Senior Wang Hao. Is there a possibility that Senior Wang Hao didn't set his eyes on Senior Sister Ruyan Lu, but rather Senior Sister Ruyan Lu set her eyes on Senior Wang Hao? This can't be right. Sister Lu Ruyan is the school flower. Looks beautiful. There are a lot of people chasing her. How can she take the initiative to chase someone? If you're rich, you'll probably be chased by the school's flower girl. Now, let's just pray that you're not taken in by that school bully. Fatty Lu Mang. Wang Hao and Song Ningxuan didn't care about the comments of the people around them. After all, ever since they'd become famous, it happened as soon as they showed up at school. At this time, Wang Hao also finally understood what it was like to be famous. Frosty, go back, and call me on video if you miss me. Well, Mua, brother Hao, love you. Song Ningxuan gave Wang Hao a kiss on the cheek, reluctantly got into her car, drove it to the parking lot outside the school and parked it, then returned to the school. After all, her car was new, and she still needed to do some paperwork if she wanted to drive it inside the school, so the car can't be driven in for a while. Wang Hao also drove Zhao Liying's car away from the school's entrance after Song Ningxuan left and returned to Fengshan district. However, right after Wang Hao left, the school's forum blew up again. Nothing was talking about Wang Hao buying a car for Song Ningxuan, and naturally, Li Jiajia knew about it, which made her even more determined to recover Wang Hao. Wang Hao drove back to Fengshan district, parked the car and went back to the house. Wuya was also waiting at home early. Wang Hao came back and took shoes to him as usual. However, just when the two of them wanted to get tired of watching some TV on the sofa as usual, Wang Hao's phone rang. When he saw the caller, the man was confused. The caller was none other than his sister-in-law Li Yunru, and Wuya was also looking at Wang Hao's cell phone. How? Who is it? Wang Hao didn't hide it from her and said, Sister Wuya, it's sister-in-law. Oh, so you're still not answering. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao picked up his sister-in-law's phone. Hey, sister-in-law. Li Yunru on the other end of the phone seemed to be struggling with something, and didn't say anything until after a while. Her sister-in-law on the other end of the phone slowly opened her mouth and said, Xiao Hao, I came to Mordor. There's no place to go. Hearing his sister-in-law's words, Wang Hao and Wuya were both confused. The two men looked at each other. Good lord, Timo hasn't come to Mordor yet, and his sister-in-law is here first. He quickly said, Sister-in-law, where are you now? We'll go over to pick you up. I'm at Mordor South Station. Okay, wait for me for a moment. I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao looked at Wu Ya. Chapter 141, Settling in Sister-in-Law. Little Hao, why did sister-in-law come to Magic City? Wu Ya was a bit puzzled. Sister Wu Ya, let's go first. I'll explain to you later. After saying that, Wang Hao pulled Wu Ya to the parking lot, drove into his own big G, and headed straight to Mordor South Station. Wu Ya, on the other hand, got on the passenger side. Wang Hao, while driving, explained to Wu Ya, Sister Wu Ya, in fact, I am not very clear about this matter. 2 days ago, my sister-in-law approached me to borrow money, saying that the child is going to start school and has no money. I didn't care at the time, and thought that my sister-in-law was just in trouble, so I sent her some extra money, saying that if she encountered any difficulties, she could come to Mordor to find me. I didn't realize she called me just now. At those words, Wu Ya also understood a little. Something must have happened to my sister-in-law, otherwise she shouldn't have come over. Xiao Hao, let's go over there first. Pick up sister-in-law first, and talk about the rest later. Well, that's what I thought. After saying that, Wang Hao kicked the gas pedal and sped towards Mordor South Station. More than an hour later, Wang Hao and Wu Ya finally arrived at the Magic City South Station. Wang Hao parked his car in the parking lot, then took out his cell phone to call his sister-in-law. Hey, sister-in-law, where are you guys? How? I'm at the exit. Are you there yet? Well, wait for me for a minute. I'm coming over to get you now. After saying that, Wang Hao hung up the phone, pulling Wu Ya towards the exit. In no time at all, the two arrived at the exit. It was only the next scene that made Wang Hao very angry, only to see a man standing in front of his sister-in-law Li Yunru, who was constantly molesting her. Yet at this time Li Yunru was protecting her daughter behind her back. As Wang Hao approached, he also heard what the man said. Beauty, it's late. If you don't have a place to go, I can settle you and your daughter. Come with me. My brother will be here soon. If you come near me, my brother will beat you up. But the man looked around and didn't see anyone coming towards the woman in front of him. Just a man and a woman. Obviously not the brother the woman was talking about. Beauty, I'm not a bad person. It's the first time for you and your daughter to come to Mordor. I'm sure you don't know how much it costs to stay in Mordor for one night, right? I don't care about you. Get out of here or I'll call someone. Li Yunru just didn't come out often. It didn't mean she was stupid. This man in front of her was obviously trying to bully her. If that was the case, she would rather give herself to Wang Hao. Saying nothing would follow the man in front of her. Beauty, if you want to stay in Magic City for one night, you'll probably have to spend hundreds of dollars. You can stay there for free at my place, and I won't charge you. Go away. Seeing that Li Yunru refused to go, the man had thought of pretending to leave so that the woman in front of him would surely panic and then go home with him, and then he would be able to have an in-depth conversation with such a beautiful woman. Men don't want to let go of such a superb product. Just as he was about to carry out his plan, however, a resounding voice reached the man's ears. What's your name? You dare to bully my sister-in-law. You won't be able to leave without giving me an explanation today. The man in front of him was not as strong as Wang Hao, and he wasn't afraid at all. As for Li Yunru, when she saw Wang Hao coming, her heart finally let out a sigh of relief. Wu Ya came to Li Yunru's side. Soothingly, he said, Sister-in-law, are you alright? Seeing Wu Ya, Li Yunru hurriedly said, Wu Ya, we're fine. Well, let's leave it to Wang Hao next. We'll just wait for him here. Aha! After that, the two of them stood behind Wang Hao, watching him deal with this matter. After a 10-minute confrontation, the man chose to pay $2,000 because his sister-in-law was fine, and after asking her opinion, the matter was settled. While Wang Hao and Wu Ya brought their sister-in-law and her daughter to the parking lot, got a ride in the big G. Coincidentally, this scene was also seen by the man just now. The man at this time is also very lucky, did not forcefully pull the woman away. Otherwise he really have to finish. He can't afford to mess with anyone who can afford to drive a big G. On the other hand, Wang Hao drove his car and left Mordor South Station. Now he needed to settle down his sister-in-law first. It's okay to wait for your sister-in-law to settle down and then take your time to learn about other things. After getting in the car, Wu Ya also didn't sit in the co-pilot, but sat in the back seat, so that it was also convenient to ask Li Yunru some things. Wang Hao, on the other hand, drove his car and brought Li Yunru and Wu Ya here to Tangsanipin, the house downstairs from Zhao Liying's house. Along the way, Li Yunru looked at the bustling city, and then at Wang Hao and Wu Ya. I don't know what came to mind, but the tears flowed. It was a good thing that Wu Ya had been sitting in the back seat comforting her. By the time Wang Hao and Wu Ya and the girls returned to Tangsanipin, it was already past 10, almost 11 in the evening. When Wang Hao stopped the car, Wu Ya and Li Yunru also got down from the car. Li Yunru was also shocked when she looked at the luxurious house. She pulled her woman and kept looking around, until Wu Ya said, Sister-in-law, let's go home first. Hearing this, Li Yunru softly hummed and followed Wu Ye and Wang Hao to the door of the house. Looking at the luxurious home, Li Yunru was now speechless with shock. During this period of time in the county, she had heard people in the village saying that Wang Hao had been adopted by a rich woman, but it didn't seem so to her. As the door of the room opened, Wang Hao and the others returned home, but when Li Yunru came inside, she realized the difference between the rich and the lower class. The house is very lavishly decorated. Sister-in-law, you and Meng Meng sit down for a while, I'll go make you some food, Wu Ye said. Immediately after that, Wu Ye directly walked into the kitchen, while Wang Hao first poured a cup of water for Li Yunru and Meng Meng. I didn't pay attention to my sister-in-law just now. It was only when this returned home that Wang Hao realized that his sister-in-law was really too sensual. She was wearing a pair of tight jeans, which completely outlined her good figure, especially the plump buttocks, which made people look at her and couldn't help but want to fantasize. Topping off a bit, seemingly sensing Wang Hao's gaze, Li Yunru also raised her head, and the two of them looked at each other, seemingly remembering the previous accident. Li Yunru didn't avoid Wang Hao and just looked at him, until my daughter, who was on the sidelines, said, "Mommy, I'm hungry." Only then did Li Yunru withdraw her line of sight from Wang Hao. Turning to hug her own daughter, she said, "Meng Meng is good. You can eat when sister is done. Just wait a little longer." "Okay, and Mo was good." "Well, I know." Seeing this, Wang Hao also brought 2 candies and 2 small pieces of bread to Meng Meng and Li Yunru. "Meng Meng, sister-in-law, you guys eat something to pad your stomachs. You'll be fine in no time." After saying that, he handed the sugar and bread in his hand to Li Yunru, and right in the process of handing over the sugar, the two of their hands touched, and as Li Yunru looked up, the two stared at each other again. This time, Wang Hao saw something different in Li Yunru's eyes. Chapter 142 Uncle, can you play with Meng Meng? Sister-in-law, you guys eat first, I'll go help Wu Ye. After saying that, Wang Hao left in a hurry. There was no way. It was too hard for him to resist Li Yunru's appearance, and now that Wu Ye was there, he couldn't do anything. Instead of that, he should go help Wu Ye cook. Seeing Wang Hao run away, a faint smile appeared on Li Yunru's face. She tore open the small bread that Wang Hao brought over. "Mo, eat something first, dinner will be ready soon." "Aha!" Wang Meng Meng took the small bread and ate it. Li Yunru also tore a piece of small bread and ate it. This time, when she came to Mordor, she had already thought about it. She's not going back no matter what. If her man still took them, mother and daughter, away with him after his business failed, even if it meant suffering along with him, Li Yunru wouldn't have any complaints. But her man left them both after his business failed. A whole bunch of creditors have found the family for their debts. If not for Wang Hao, Li Yunru wouldn't know what to do. Since her man had gone to such extremes, there was nothing left for her to consider. After eating the buns, Li Yunru said to Meng Meng, "Meng Meng, will you sit here and watch TV? Mommy will go help your uncle and the others cook." I know Mom. Mo is still too young to know what's going on. But Li Yunru had educated him well, and Mo was obedient. Looking at her daughter sitting on the sofa watching TV in a well-behaved manner, Li Yunru also walked into the kitchen. Li Yunru had to sigh. This kitchen is so big. The decor is particularly luxurious. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing in here?" Wu Ye, who was frying vegetables, said, "I don't have much to do sitting around, so I came to see if there was anything you guys needed help with." Upon hearing this, Wu Ye continued, "Sister-in-law, go rest for a while. Wang Hao and I will just be busy here, and it'll be ready soon too." Li Yunru didn't go out either, but came to Wang Hao's side to handle the ingredients with him. Wu Ye and Wang Hao didn't say anything else when they saw this. Instead, while cooking, he chatted with Li Yunru. Wang Hao and Li Yunru handled the ingredients together, and Wang Hao took this time to ask the doubts in his heart. "Sister-in-law, why have you suddenly come to Magic City?" Hearing Wang Hao ask this, Li Yunru's eyes suddenly flooded with tears. Wang Hao also instantly realized that something must have happened. "Little Hao, here's the thing." Li Yunru told the story. When Wang Hao and Wu Ye heard the reason for what happened, they also understood, especially Wu Ye. She felt that what her sister-in-law had encountered was like what she had encountered. She could understand what it was like to encounter such a thing. This was called empathy. When he knew the cause of the incident, Wang Hao had thought of lending money to his sister-in-law and the girls, but he didn't take the initiative to do so. He wanted to see what his sister-in-law thought first. It didn't take long for the meal to be ready, because it was a big night. Wang Hao and Wu Ye didn't do too much and made 3 dishes and 1 soup. Very simple home cooking. The two planned to take their sister-in-law out to eat again tomorrow. Li Yunru took Meng Meng to wash her hands, and then she sat down at the dining table to eat. He could tell that his sister-in-law and Mo were really hungry. After dinner, Wu Ye went to clean up her sister-in-law and Meng Meng's room, while Wang Hao accompanied his sister-in-law to sit in the living room and chatted about the matter. About this time, and Mo fell asleep on the couch. Sister-in-law, do you have any plans now? Upon hearing this, Li Yunru was silent for a while and said softly, I'm planning to divorce Wang Mang. The fact that he can leave us mother and daughter behind means that he doesn't have us mother and daughter in his heart at all. Wang Hao didn't know what to say. After all, this sort of thing is usually a matter of persuading peace, but this kind of thing is not good for him to persuade. After all, it is Wang Mang who made this kind of thing, and his sister-in-law is justified in wanting to divorce. Sister-in-law, I'm not going to advise you not to get divorced. After all, this kind of thing wouldn't be good for anyone else who encounters it. In the future, you and Meng Meng will live here, and I'll think of a way for Meng Meng's schooling. As soon as Li Yunru heard this, the indisputable tears gushed out once again. Wang Hao hurriedly pulled out a tissue and handed it to Li Yunru. Just that Li Yunru didn't take the tissue. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and reached out to help Li Yunru wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. And with this action, he instantly made Li Yunru, who was sobbing, pause for a moment. With that, Li Yunru raised her head and looked at him quietly. Just as Wang Hao put his hand down, not a moment later, Wu Ye walked out from inside the room. Wang Hao was also relieved. If Wu Ye saw him wiping his sister-in-law's tears, he wouldn't be jealous. Xiao Hao, sister-in-law, the room is already packed, so you can carry Meng Meng inside the room first. Sister-in-law, Wu Ye has already packed the room. Let's carry Meng Meng in first. Aha! Li Yunru got up and gently picked up Meng Meng from the sofa, then followed Wang Hao and Wu Ye inside the room. Putting Mo on the bed, the three of them went back to the living room. This time, Wu Ye sat down next to Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at his somewhat tired sister-in-law and said, Sister-in-law, from now on, you and Meng Meng will live here. This house is my house. Don't worry about it, just treat it as your own home. After coming from your province and taking the train for so long, you're also tired. So Wu Ye and I will go back first. So rest early and I'll come back to see you in the morning. Ha, you guys don't live here? Li Yunru was surprised. After all, it's so nice here. It's surprising that Wang Hao and the others don't live here. Well, I still have to study, so I live across the street from the school. Okay. After saying that, Wang Hao and Wu Ye left Tangzhenipin and returned to Fengshan district. During this time the two talked quite a bit about their sister-in-law. When they got home, the two took a shower and went to rest as well. Day 2. Wu Ye had no way to go with Wang Hao to see his sister-in-law over at Tangzhenipin because there were still things going on over at Feisheng Art Dance, so only Wang Hao could go alone. Wu Ye drove the Big G to Fisham Art Dance. Instead, he drove Zhao Liang's Big G back to Tangzhenipin. The Big G he bought yesterday was now parked in the parking lot by Song Weiner. The key he got too. Wang Hao came to the door of his house, and after entering his fingerprints, the door opened directly, and as soon as he came in, he saw Mo bouncing around the house in a very lively way. After seeing Wang Hao, he even ran over and hugged his thigh. Nui said, Uncle, can you play with Meng Meng? Wang Hao squatted down and picked up Meng Meng, saying, yes. When Li Yunru saw this scene, the corners of her mouth kept rising. Immediately afterward, Wang Hao accompanied Meng Meng to play for a while. Sister-in-law then said, Meng Meng, will you play here alone? Mommy has something to say to Uncle. Aha, okay. Although Wang Hao didn't know what his sister-in-law was going to say, he always felt as if something good was about to descend. Little Hao, you come with me. After saying that, Li Yunru walked in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao, who was walking behind, gulped as he looked at his sister-in-law's plump, shapely buttocks. Chapter 143, Sister-in-law's Thanks. Timo is here. Wang Hao followed his sister-in-law to the room where they rested last night. After he came in, his sister-in-law went to the door and closed it. This confused Wang Hao. Sister-in-law, this is. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Yunru walked up to him and stretched out her slender hand to take his hand, placing it where he had always wanted it. This wave of operation directly gave Wang Hao a whole god. Yet that wasn't all. All he felt was a warmth in his mouth. Ryoko. It was only then that Li Yunru softly said, Xiao Hao, I know you've been all looking at my buttocks all this time. Don't worry, I won't ruin it for you and Wu Ye. With that, Li Yunru put her hand on her pants. Seeing this, Wang Hao hurriedly pulled Li Yunru back. Sister-in-law, whether you're divorced or not, you're still my sister-in-law. You don't have to be like this. Woo. Li Yunru didn't say anything and just hugged him tightly. Wang Hao also didn't dare to push Li Yunru away, and could only reach out and gently hug her. After a while, Li Yunru let go of him. Xiao Hao, do you dislike me? For Li Yunru, how could Wang Hao not have ideas? Before, when he didn't have money, every time he saw Li Yunru on New Year's Eve, he would have ideas that he shouldn't have. Sister-in-law, I actually had thoughts about you as early as when you came to the village, but the relationship between us destined us to not be able to what? Xiao Hao, I have decided to divorce. Is this, sister-in-law, Nothing can happen to us until you get a divorce. It's not that Wang Hao doesn't want to, it's just that he can't cross such a hurdle. Before he was just thinking in his heart, and now that he really wants to get his sister-in-law, he still can't cross the hurdle in his heart, unless we wait for my sister-in-law's divorce. Having said that, Li Yunru also understood. She said softly, Xiao Hao, can you raise me and Meng Meng in the future? Don't worry, I definitely won't bother you and Wuya. You only need to raise me as a lover. Wang Hao also didn't expect his sister-in-law to say this, but he truly knew that his sister-in-law had no other choice. Besides, if he refused, maybe his sister-in-law would take Mo away with her, and it wouldn't be good if anything happened then. He was going to say yes and then figure out how to fix this. Being a lover is definitely not an option. Who can make his sister-in-law his lover? But when it comes to supporting them, mother and daughter is still no problem. Okay, sister-in-law, I promise. Upon hearing this, Li Yunru also let out a sigh of relief. Only if Wang Hao promised her, she could live here with Meng Meng with peace of mind, and her heart wouldn't generate the idea of wanting to move out. After all, she was Wang Hao's lover. Kisses. Ryoko. Lip split. Wang Hao and Li Yunru walked out of the room. Looking at the writhing Li Yunru, Wang Hao couldn't figure out why Wang Mang would leave behind their mother and daughter. But that didn't matter. Li Yunru was going to divorce Wang Mang anyway. Li Yunru seemed to have seen Wang Hao's gaze on her arse as well, and the corner of her mouth rose. Sister-in-law, I'll take you and Meng Meng to buy some necessities. Aha! After saying that, Wang Hao led his sister-in-law and Meng Meng out the door, took them to the big mall and bought them a lot of clothes and some household items. Not only that, Wang Hao also transferred $100,000 to his sister-in-law. Originally, Li Yunru didn't want it, but when Wang Hao said that it was the monthly living expenses for keeping her, Li Yunru took it, and by the time he was done, the day was over. When the evening came, Wuya bought a lot of dishes and came to Tangzanipin, and the few people made a sumptuous dinner together. Mommy, this is so delicious. Meng Meng wants to eat it every day. Seeing this, Wang Hao broke off a crab leg, took out the crab meat inside the leg, and then put it into Meng Meng's bowl, saying, Meng Meng, from now on, if you want to eat anything, just talk to your uncle, sister, and mom, and we'll buy it for you. Okay. With a pair of big eyes, Meng Meng picked up the bowl of crab leg meat and said, thank you, uncle. Meng Meng knows. Seeing this, Li Yunru and Wuya on the side had faint smiles on their faces. After dinner, Wang Hao and Wuya originally wanted to go back, but they thought that there was nothing to do tomorrow, and their sister-in-law would be bored here alone. There's plenty of room here anyway. After that, Wang Hao accompanied Meng Meng to play for a while Li Yunru and Wuya sat together and chatted a lot. One of them was what Wuya had encountered earlier. When Li Yunru realized what Wuya had encountered, she also felt that Wuya was very similar to herself right now. But Li Yunru also learned that the original Wang Hao was not adopted by Wuya, and that Wang Hao earned all his money himself. She was stunned. I didn't realize that Wang Hao had made so much money, and that Wang Hao was still in college now. By the way, sister-in-law, Wang Hao also bought a house and a car over in Yun province, so you can go there if you want to travel. Ha, you guys still bought a house over there? Well, little Hao and I went over there to play, when I didn't want to stay in a hotel, so I bought a suite over there. Li Yunru and Wuya chatted until late, while Wang Hao carried Meng Meng to her room after she fell asleep, and he returned to his room to rest. After returning to his room, Wang Hao took out his cell phone, replying to the message. Suddenly, he saw a couple of people's messages, so it was hastily clicked on. The first one is naturally Zhao Liying's. Wang Hao chatted with her about some family matters and learned what Zhao Liying was busy with recently. Zhao Liying has been busy lately not only filming, but also taking time out to spend with her own children. Wang Hao cared for her and played video with her for a while until she went to rest before hanging up. Now Wang Hao felt that Zhao Liying had moved to his side and would actively send him messages, which was a good sign. This may indicate that his relationship with Zhao Liying has risen. How could Wang Hao not be excited? Only after ending his chat with Zhao Liying did Wang Hao continue to look at Green Bubble. The next person, who was also on Wang Hao's mind, was none other than Timo. Wang Hao tapped Timo's Green Bubble. Feng Yannan, Xiao Hao, I'm going back to Magic City tomorrow. Do you have time? Let's have dinner together tomorrow night. Good lord, this is just after settling down with my sister-in-law. Timo is here, but that was just as well. He had just the idea. Now that Timo has been signed by a station for $50 million, Wang Hao wants to poach her. Haoya specialized in the route of star artist, and then he planned to open a live broadcasting company for bipolar, and poaching Timo over was the best choice. Wang Hao, Sister Yanan, no problem. I'll arrange it tomorrow night. However, it seemed that because it was too late, Feng Yannan did not reply to him. He put down his cell phone and rested. He was now very much looking forward to seeing Timo in real life. After all, That's a big internet celebrity with over 30 million followers. Chapter 144, Timo, who can be imperial and sweet, must be scooped up to the company and become one of their own. Jingle bells. Early in the morning, Wang Hao was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. He picked up his cell phone in a daze and perked right up at that look. He picked up the video call in a hurry. Sister Liang, why are you calling me in the morning? Zhao Liang was eating breakfast on the other end of the phone. You're not up yet. I was just getting ready to get up, but I didn't expect you to call. Sister Liang, well, you're up early. I heard you sign little art. Orange Jingy? Or else? Yes, Orange Jingy is now an artist of our company. Sister Liang, how did you know that? How do I know? I guess you don't even know where your company's artists are right now. Speaking of this, Wang Hao really didn't know. After all, the company's affairs were basically busy with Helan and Xia Chuchu. He could only scratch his head awkwardly. Sister Liang, as you know, I usually don't ask questions. You've got to be more careful. You know. Aha, I will. Well, I'll surprise you in a little while. I'll be in the Magic City around October for the holidays. You're coming back. I've missed you. Poor mouth. Really? Well, I'm going to get busy. And you remember to eat. You hear me? Well, Lily Ying's sister. You too. Don't get too tired. Big deal. I'll support you. Oh, really? That's truer than pearls. Okay, I know. Hang up, haha. Bye. Bye. Right after the video call hung up, Wang Hao heard the system's voice. Ding, the goddess of wage cashback. Zhao Liang's favoritism +5. *******. Wang Hao jumped up directly from the bed at once. What kind of operation was this? Zhao Liang's favorability had actually increased. Is this what is called pining? Ha. That's great. Wang Hao directly kissed at the phone. Just then, his cell phone received messages one after another. Song Ningxuan, good morning. Brother Hao. Basically, all the goddesses he was on better terms with messaged him. Wang Hao replied one by one and then went to wash up. By the time he came out of his room, Wu Ye and his sister-in-law had already made breakfast. The three of them ate breakfast together. Wang Hao had classes this morning so he had to go to school, while Wu Ye had to go to Fei Shang art dance so she needed to go out as well. Wang Hao gave his sister-in-law the key to his newly purchased Big G. Sister-in-law, if you're bored at home, take the car out for a stroll. I'll be back at noon. How? I don't need a car. I'm not going anywhere. I'm waiting at home for you to come back. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao could only nod his head. Yes, sister-in-law. Mua. No sooner had he finished his sentence than he felt a kiss on his cheek. Little Hao, call me by my name. Will you? Wang Hao was also glad that Wu Ye went to work first, which would have been better if it had been discovered. I like to call you sister-in-law, Wang Hao said softly. After saying this, Wang Hao turned around and left, and Li Yunru's lips hooked up when she heard his words. Wang Hao drove to school for a morning class. As soon as class ended, he rushed back to Tangzhenipin, not realizing that Li Yunru had already made lunch and was waiting for him. He gets a hot lunch as soon as he gets back. It's no less a blessing. After dinner, Wang Hao hugged Meng Meng and coaxed her to sleep, and only after Meng Meng fell asleep did Wang Hao ask softly, Sister-in-law, when do you plan to go for a divorce? Hearing this, Li Yunru said, I want to leave early. Sister-in-law, I can't go with you in this matter, or else it will definitely turn out to be something you're not, so you'll just have to go together. But don't worry, I'll find someone to go with you. Aha! Li Yunru had now treated herself as Wang Hao's person, and she naturally listened to whatever Wang Hao said. Saying that, Li Yunru moved over to Wang Hao's side. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Kisses. However, just when the two were oblivious, a childish voice reached their ears. Mom, Uncle, what are you doing? All that could be seen was Mo rubbing his eyes and looking at the two. This significance outside immediately made Li Yunru at a loss for words. Hastily separating from Wang Hao, he came to his daughter and hugged her. Honey, Mommy's playing a game with your uncle. Mo wants to play too. Upon hearing this, Li Yunru and Wang Hao exchanged a glance and laughed. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 6 in the afternoon, and Wu Ye came back from the company, while it was time for Wang Hao to go to his appointment. Sister Wu Ye, sister-in-law, I have some things to do today, so I won't be home for dinner. How? What's wrong? Wu Ye asked suspiciously. Nothing much, it's just that the company wants to poach someone. I've asked the other party to dinner tonight to discuss it. I'll be back soon. Wu Ye walked to Wang Hao and tenderly helped him organize his clothes. Xiao Hao, come back early. We'll wait for you at home. Aha! Wang Hao hugged Wu Ye, and then left the house. In fact, the restaurant Wang Hao had ordered was not far from Tangzhenipin, and could even be said to be very close. He chose to drive there though. After all, a car is a person's face. How could he not open it? He had wanted to drive his red Raptor or his silver Raptor, but neither of those cars were on this side of the road. so he had to drive his big G. Wang Hao drove the big G to the restaurant he had reserved today. This restaurant was the very same Maoquan Magic City cuisine that he had often come to before with Zhao Liang and Louis Fei. Mr. Wang, your box is ready, please follow me. Because of his frequent visits, he was now a VIP of this restaurant. Immediately afterward he followed the waiter to the private room. The food will be served later. Yes. After that, Wang Hao waited in the private room for a while, and after it was set he sent the location and the number of the private room to Timo. Now it's just a matter of waiting for her to arrive. Wang Hao now wanted to see Timo's true appearance and height. It said that Timo is 5 feet 5 inches, and I don't know if that's true. It didn't take long for the door to the private room to open. Immediately afterward, a silhouette appeared in his eyes. Wang Hao also saw Timo's lineup for the first time. I have to say, Timo's real face is not far off from the video, but the video is a little bit of skin these, but the real person is also very beautiful to look at. That face. Wang Hao looked at Timo's height, which was taller than 1 meter 5, but not by much. But in Wang Hao's opinion, Timo's ratio is just right. Timo is totally defendable and sweet. He really had his heart set on it. Such a beautiful woman. He must sign her up and make her his own. Whatever it takes. Wang Hao got up and came to Timo, reached out his hand. Sister Yanan, nice to meet you, little Hao. I didn't expect you to be so young. Really young and promising. Hey, Yanan-san, you're even prettier than in the video. So, did you have your heart set on it? Wang Hao froze. Smiling, he said, I believe there aren't many people who can resist Sister Yanan's charm. Brother me naturally. Ha ha, you're so good at talking. Brother, Sister Yanan, sit down first, let's eat and talk. Yes. Chapter 145. Timo was stunned. After Wang Hao and Feng Yannan sat down, he let the waiter serve the food. After that, he talked to Feng Yannan. Sister Yanan, did you come alone? Aha, aren't you afraid of me? Ha ha ha, we don't drink. What are we afraid of? Originally, Wang Hao wanted to have a drink with her, but he didn't expect it. No wonder Timo dared to come alone. But Wang Hao didn't intend to get her drunk either. Ha ha, originally I wanted to have a drink with you, Sister Yanan, but now it seems hopeless. Yo, brother Wang Hao, I didn't expect you to have such an idea. It can't be helped. Who made you too pretty? Sister. The two of them commercially bragged for a while, and then Wang Hao also induced his purpose in the process. After all, his purpose was to dig up people for Haoya. But that was a thought before. Now since he was going to set up a live streaming bandwagon company for White Bulls, the anchors definitely needed to be there. And now he needed to search for the anchors in advance. And Timo was the first one. Timo now has a large fan base with a lot of volume. It would have been a great help to his plan to poach Timo. Sister Yanan, I heard that a certain station signed you for $50 million a year. Feng Yannan didn't hide it when she heard his words. After all, this matter was no longer a secret and there was no need to hide it. Well, there is indeed such a thing. Then I wonder how much liquidated damages I'd need if I wanted to poach Sister Yanan. Upon hearing this, Feng Yannan looked at Wang Hao in surprise. Originally, she came to dine with Wang Hao simply because she wanted to get to know him. After all, a man who could swipe 10 million at once could be said to be rare. I didn't expect Wang Hao to try to poach her from a certain station, but the price to pay for trying to dig her up could be huge. Brother Wang Hao, I wonder what the name of your company is. I now have a Hoya Film and Media Corporation, with artists such as Orange Jingy, and of course maybe more before too long. Although Haoya's fame wasn't very big right now, Orange Jingy was a serious star and her fame wasn't small. Not to mention that after joining Haoya, Orange Jingy had even more resources. Her fame is also on a gradual rise. So Haoya is your company. At the time I was a bit surprised when I found out that Orange Jingy signed with a new company. Ha ha ha, how about it? Sister Yanan, do you want to consider my company? My company's contract is a very good one. Oh, can you show me then? That's no problem. But Sister Yanan, you have to make sure that the contents of the contract can't be leaked because it's important to my plan. At that, Timo pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. She was now curious as to what kind of contract would attract Orange Jingy to sign up for Haoya. Wang Hao smiled and said, Sister Yanan, please look. After saying that, Wang Hao opened the content of the contract with his cell phone and handed it to Feng Yannan. Feng Yannan took the phone and looked at it. However, when she saw the content of the contract, she didn't think there was anything special. Why would such a contract suck a big star like Orange Jingy? Wang Hao looked at the doubt on Timo's face and probably guessed what she was thinking. So he said, Sister Yanan, you can slide to the right. There's another level of contract in there. You'll understand when you read it. Feng Yannan slid right curiously. She was also mildly surprised when she saw the C contract. If the previous contract was a normal draw for each movie and media company, then this C-level contract is a very generous one. She was also taken aback in a small way. but such a contract obviously wouldn't allow an artist like Orange Jingy to sign Hoya, would it? But when Timo saw the Class B contract, she was stupid in person. What kind of divine contract is this? Not only do they not take a cut of the artist's success, but they go so far as to cover the artist's living expenses as well as the expenses needed for the show. This is even so. This opening concert and filming of the funds needed by the company is also entirely out of the company. This is outrageous. When had she, Fong Yannan, ever seen such a contract? After reading the contract, she asked weakly, "Brother Wang Hao, aren't you afraid of losing money when you start a company like this?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hao smiled. Loss? How could he lose money? After all, the people who could sign up for a B contract versus an A contract were the goddesses of paycheck return that he was going to be tied to. He can't wait for them to make more. This way the more money he gets each month through paycheck cashback. Moreover, it would take a lot of money for him to buy the Magic City Center building now, and he had to help the wage cashback goddesses raise their wages as soon as possible. If it wasn't for the system not letting him give away money, he would have been eager to give away billions and billions every month to the goddess of payroll rebates for signing Class B contracts and Class A contracts. Losing money? How could I? Sister Yanan. A loss is definitely a bit of a loss, but it's not easy to sign a Class B contract. The first requisite is that you have to be as pretty as you, Sister Yanan, and then you have to be nice, just like you, Sister Yanan. Hearing Wang Hao praise himself so much, Fong Yannan's face also revealed a faint smile. I didn't expect Wang Hao's mouth to be so sweet. She had thought it would be fine over at one of the stations, but now it seemed she had better options. It was just that I didn't know if this Wang Hao was interested in her, that he wanted to scoop her up so badly. Naturally, she wouldn't believe that anyone would be nice to her for no reason. After all, she'd encountered quite a few things like this, all from people who were greedy for her body. Brother Wang Hao, in addition to the B, C, and D contracts you have here, is there also a Class A contract? Yes, Sister Yanan, you can see it if you keep sliding down. Upon hearing this, Fong Yannan paddled slightly, yet it was the content of this contract that shocked her. What the hell is this? This Level A contract not only contains all the contents of the Level B contract, but even adds a lot of generous treatment. Just like if you earn $100 million a month, the company will reward you with an extra $100 million. And there's no cap on this reward. Wouldn't that mean that if she signed a grade A contract with Wang Hao, it was even possible for her to make more money in a month than she had made in a year on top of a certain station? Fong Yannan looked at Wang Hao incredulously. Don't know what to say. Wang Hao, is this contract of yours real? Timo was so excited that he didn't even add his brother after Wang Hao. She looked at Wang Hao with an expectant face. If this contract was true, then she would really have to think about how to come to Haoya's side. However, just as Wang Hao was about to answer her, the waiter then but knocked on the door and served the dishes. Sister Yanan, let's eat first. I'll explain it to you properly later. Yes. After that, the two of them went ahead and ate their dinner. Chapter 146, I'll think about it. After the meal, Sister Yanan, why don't you come and sit at my place, just so I can tell you about the contract? Don't worry, my sister-in-law is at home too. Wang Hao was worried about Timo's refusal, so he brought out his sister-in-law. Where is your house? It's not far. It's just a few minutes walk away from here in Tozenipin. Fong Yannan pondered for a while. She did feel curious about this contract thing now, and she also wished to talk to Wang Hao. After all, if she could make money, she wanted to make more. That way her company can be stabilized a bit. And according to what Wang Hao said, in the future, Haoya would definitely have a lot of female celebrities. And if she joined Haoya now, in the future, she might even turn from a netizen into an entertainer. With that in mind, Timo agreed. Yes. Seeing that Timo agreed, the corners of Wang Hao's mouth were like AK, hard to suppress. The reason he hadn't given Timo an explanation earlier was that he wanted to see if he could scoop her up today. Then Wang Hao and Timo left the Maoquan magic cuisine. He drove Timo back to Tozenipin. Sister Yanan, where does your family live? Guess, Timo said with a smirk. It can't be here too. Well then, you guessed it. How could Wang Hao not expect Timo's house to be here as well? In which case it would be much easier to meet in the future. But he thought about it and didn't think it was strange. Usually the richer netizens would choose to live here. After all the people who live here are stars as well as some big names. It's all about resources. Ha ha, then won't we be able to see each other more often from now on? You wish. In no time, Wang Hao returned home with Timo. When he opened the door, he saw his sister-in-law and Wuya sitting on the sofa chatting. After Wang Hao brought Timo inside, Wuya and his sister-in-law were also a bit surprised. Little Hao, you're back. Wuya walked to Wang Hao's side and naturally took his hand, as if she was swearing sovereignty. Now Wuya had a sense of crisis. After all, the women who appeared beside Wang Hao were all very beautiful, but Wang Hao didn't seem to see Wuya's worry. Instead, she calmly introduced herself to Wuya and her sister-in-law. Sister Wu Ya, sister-in-law. This is Sister Feng Yannan. She's also a big internet celebrity. You guys should know her. Speaking of this, Wu Ya, who was holding Wang Hao, said, well, I know. I'm still a fan of hers. To the side, Timo smiled slightly. Hello, Wang Hao gave them an introduction, then took Timo to sit on the sofa, after which he went to pour her a cup of water and wash some fruits. Sister Yanan, have you thought about it? If you sign with Hao Ya, then I can just sign you to a grade B contract and then let you sign a grade A contract when the time comes. Wang Hao, I'd like to ask, if I sign a contract with you, who's going to pay for the breach of contract with a certain station over there? Wang Hao just smiled and didn't answer at first. On the side, Wu Ya and her sister-in-law were also listening carefully. After a short while, he spoke slowly. Sister Yanan, don't worry about this. If you're willing to sign with Hao Ya, the breach of contract payment on the side of a certain station will naturally be paid by the company for you. You don't even ask what the liquidated damages are? Whatever the liquidated damages are, our company will pay them. Even if it's 500 million, you're still out. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Hao said, out. The living room was instantly quiet after those words were spoken. Wu Ya was fine. She knew that Wang Hao had a lot of money, but her sister-in-law and Timo didn't know. Sister-in-law originally thought that even if Wang Hao was rich again, he should only have a few tens of millions of dollars. And sister-in-law didn't expect that Wang Hao wouldn't even blink at a few $100 million. And now she was curious about how rich Wang Hao really was. After a moment of silence, Timo whispered, I'll think about it. After that, Wang Hao chatted with Timo for quite a while, and it wasn't until 11:30 in the evening that Wang Hao sent Timo back to her house. By the way, to recognize the door, so that he could string them together in the future. When Wang Hao sent Timo home to his own house, Wu Ya and his sister-in-law surrounded him, asking questions about him. He didn't hide the answer from them either. Sister-in-law, the matter of Meng's study will be arranged by me after you've finished the matter at hand. Aha! I'll find someone to go with you tomorrow, so you can go and get it over with tomorrow. That way you'll have some peace of mind too. Yes, to be honest, if Wu Ya wasn't here, Li Yunru would have hugged Wang Hao long ago, but with Wu Ya here, she couldn't do that. Wang Hao chatted with Wu Ya and his sister-in-law for a while, then went to rest. Early the next morning, the comrade that Wang Hao asked Anla to find arrived, also a retired female soldier with good hands, should be more than enough to protect his sister-in-law. With that, sister-in-law and the newly arrived female bodyguard took Meng to Wang. Wang Hao, on the other hand, went to school in the afternoon. There was no way around it. He hadn't graduated yet, so naturally he needed to take classes. All these days he was wandering between women, and he was going to enjoy a clean slate today, go back to school and enjoy playing the game. This time, Wang Hao didn't want to be so high profile, so he drove the big G to the company and switched cars with Xia Chuchu to drive. He drove Xia Chuchu's Mercedes S to school. Still, he underestimated his classmates. This Mercedes S is also a luxury car. He drove to the school like this. This Wang Hao senior change car is still so diligent. Simply more diligent than change girlfriend. Ah, that's it. What are you guys so sour about? Mr. Wang Hao has money, so he can change it any way he wants. That's right. If you had money, I guess you'd pay it back harder than senior Wang Hao. Wang Hao naturally heard them talking, but he didn't care, getting off the bus and walking directly towards the classroom. However, no sooner had he taken 2 steps than a girl in a super short skirt and a high ponytail stood in front of him. I'd like to add you to the green bubble. With that said, the girl turned on the scanning function of her cell phone. Wang Hao looked at the girl in front of him, then let the system look at the data of the girl in front of him. It was discovered that she did not meet the system's binding requirements, but there were quite a few people around, and if he refused directly, it might have a bad effect on the girl, so he scanned the QR code of his green bubble for her, but soon he regretted it. After seeing that girl successfully added to Wang Hao's green bubble, the surrounding girls flocked to her. All of them want to add to his green bubble. Seeing this, Wang Hao could only flee, found a gap and drilled it, then quickly ran to the classroom. He thought it would be safe, yet he was still naive. Chapter 147 by Boyer was threatened. When Wang Hao came to the classroom, his entire body froze. Originally, the classroom should only have people from their class, but now the classroom not only had people from their class, but also had many more girls in cool clothes. He didn't even know what was happening. However, when he walked into the classroom, a dozen or so coolly dressed girls surrounded him. Senior Wang Hao, can I add you a green bubble? Senior Wang Hao, I'll add it too. I'll take it. Wang Hao was numb. It all surrounded him. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Suddenly, Wang Hao felt as if his butt was being touched. Holy, don't you guys mess around, one at a time. The male students in the class were also very jealous when they saw this scene. They had just gone to these girls to ask for green bubbles, but it turned out that these girls were ignoring them. Now it was good. As soon as Wang Hao came, they all gathered around, scrambling to add Wang Hao's green bubbles. It's a real people pleaser. Wang Hao had no choice but to add their green bubbles. This scene also gave Wang Hao a new idea. He had to get another green bubble, and then one would be exclusively for adding these girls, and one would be a normal green bubble, keeping only those who were important to him. However, before he could finish adding the green bubbles, Lin Shui walked in through the door. What are you all gathered around here for? Hearing that the teacher had come, everyone also took their seats. Wang Hao was thinking of finding a seat without people to sit down and play the game for a while to relax, but he scanned the classroom. Good lord, it's all full. He was speechless. When did he get so famous? Turns out being famous doesn't feel so great. It's too much trouble. Lin Shui looked at Wang Hao and then at the classroom. There was also a helpless shake of the head. Wang Hao, sit in the front. Lin Shui pointed to the center of the two coolly dressed girls in the first row, where there was another spot. Having no choice but to follow Lin Shui's instructions, Wang Hao could only sit between the two coolly dressed girls. Because Lin Shui was there, these students didn't dare to speak, but Wang Hao could feel the gazes they were looking at him. Lin Shui didn't care and began to talk about her class. Originally, Wang Hao wanted to play the game, but the arrival of these girls made Lin Shui's eyes constantly look at him. He could only listen to Lin Shui's lecture seriously. This listening was over an hour. The time was also almost up to the end of the class. Wang Hao knew that if he waited until the next time to leave, then he definitely wouldn't be able to leave. He had to find an excuse to leave first, and the best excuse is to go to the bathroom. Wang Hao raised his hand without hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Shui asked, Wang Hao, what's the matter with you? Teacher, I have a stomachache and I want to go to the bathroom. Saying that, Wang Hao even winked at Lin Shui. Lin Shui seemed to understand Wang Hao's thoughts and said, you go. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao pretended to cover his stomach and left the classroom. But his action made even the girls who had come to the classroom to wait for him suspicious. And some of those who were uneasy about the wine slipped right out the back. After all, they weren't students in this class and the teacher couldn't control them. As soon as Wang Hao left, those girls followed. With this wave of maneuvering, the classroom was directly missing nearly half of the people. Lin Shui was dumbfounded. She felt that she still had to talk to Wang Hao for a while. Last time Wang Hao owed her a meal, so it was just right to let him treat her to a meal, and talk to him about this issue in the meantime. On the other hand, Wang Hao felt that everything was fine after he came out. Only the next second, he was dumbfounded, only to see a number of coolly dressed girls chasing out behind them. When Wang Hao turned his head, several girls were looking at him. Senior Wang Hao, I haven't added you to green bubble yet. There was no way. Wang Hao knew that if he didn't add it he might not have a way to leave. He also had to add their green bubbles first. After adding it, Wang Hao sent a green bubble message to Lin Shui and left directly. Returning to the car, Wang Hao never thought that one day he would be chased by so many girls, or innocent college students. It's not like he thinks he's good looking, although cheerful looking and one of those durable types. Aren't girls supposed to like looking at faces? Now it seems that with money you are handsome in the eyes of some girls even if you are not. Wang Hao wasn't going to think about it that much. He took out his cell phone, ready to call Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei to see what they were doing. When he pulled out his cell phone, a bunch of messages bombarded him directly. Wang Hao could only give up on making video calls to Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei for the time being. He first re-registered a green bubble account, then transferred all the new girls he had just added to another green bubble, and only after doing this did he start calling Zhao Liying. Toodaloo. He dialed the video call of Zhao Liying. Just after a while, Zhao Liying didn't answer. Wang Hao could only hang up, thinking that he should be busy. When Zhao Liying didn't answer, Wang Hao made a video call to Lu Yifei. Toodaloo. Wang Hao had thought that Lu Yifei should also be busy, but he didn't expect the video call to be answered before it rang for long. As soon as the video was connected, Wang Hao was shocked. The Lu Yifei in the video was wearing a burgundy high fashion, and Wang Hao was stunned at a glance. Wang Hao, what's wrong? Yifei-san, you're busy. Well, I'm at a new product launch for Bulgolio. Oh, well you go ahead and I'll call you when you're done. Yes. After saying that, Wang Hao hung up the video call. Just what Wang Hao didn't know, this phone call of his went over, and when he saw Lu Yifei on the phone with a man, the people around the table with Lu Yifei were stunned, and they were very curious in their hearts as to who the person who was making a video phone call with Lu Yifei on this kind of occasion actually was. Surprisingly, it made Lu Yifei speak softly. It's just that Lu Yifei's ability is too big. They don't dare to ask. After all, this is Lu Yifei matter. And after Wang Hao hung up, he made a video call over to Wuya. I didn't realize Wuya was busy too. He made another call to his sister-in-law. Of course, the rest of the Song Ningxuan girls hadn't forgotten. The last person was Bai Wan Air. Toodaloo. As soon as the video went off, it was immediately picked up. Wang Hao said with a smile on his face, Wan Air, did you miss me? The next second, however, he felt something was wrong. Inside the video, Bai Wanner's eyes were red. Obviously she had just cried. At first Wang Hao thought that she was like this because she had been cold during this period of time. However, upon further questioning, I realized that Bai Wanner has been relatively hot lately, and as soon as she was hot, the company found her, said she was going to hold her fire. For things that fell from the sky, Bai Wanner naturally wouldn't believe it, so she decisively refused. But those people actually threatened her. Chapter 148, spend 100 million to make you hot. If you don't agree, I'll make you lose everything. Wang Hao comforted Bai Wanner before hanging up the phone and rushing towards her home. When it came to this kind of thing, he naturally had to stay by Bai Wanner's side. It just so happened that he had the idea of opening a live broadcasting company, and now that this matter was like an impetus, Wang Hao had to get the live broadcasting company out of the way as soon as possible. In fact, the live broadcasting company is similar to the movie and television companies, just the main direction is different. The film company specializes in the direction of film and television, which means training artists, and the live company mainly cultivate netizens in this direction. Of course, the management of the two companies will not be the same. The film and television companies will not accept male artists, but the live company will accept male netizens. After all, artists and netizens are not the same. The gold content of artists is higher than netizens, and naturally the more Wang Hao in a company, the better. In no time, Wang Hao drove Xia Chuchu's car to Green City Huangpu River. He didn't hesitate too much and headed directly towards Bai Wanner. When he arrived at the house, Bai Wanner and Yang Xiaoli were sitting on the sofa, with Yang Xiaoli constantly comforting Bai Wanner. Only when she saw Wang Hao coming did Yang Xiaoli stop. Wang Hao sat next to Bai Wanner and said softly, "Wanner, it's fine, I'm here." It was only when she heard Wang Hao's voice that Bai Wanner lifted her head, burying it in his arms with one effort. "Brother Hao." Wang Hao gently hugged her, patted her back, and comforted. Okay, it's fine, it's just a company. I have a way to help you take revenge." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoli, who was on this side, looked at the two of them with unblinking eyes. The heart is very envious. How come she hadn't met a man like Wang Hao, who stood in front of her and protected her when things went wrong? It was only after a while that Bai Wanner slowed down. "Well, tell me about it first, Brother Hao. Just now I received a phone call. The caller said that he wanted to use $100 million to hold me up. I didn't agree, so the other party threatened me. Any idea who it is? They said it was from Pegasus Live. They said they were going to fire you up for $100 million? Well, I knew that they were doing nothing more than trying to make me exclusively a moneymaker for the company after they fire me up, and maybe even had their eye on me, so I turned it down. But the other side says they have ways to get me off the grid." Wang Hao didn't expect such a thing to happen. It seems that the tactics of these companies are quite underhanded. See, whoever has a bit of an airhead look can go digging, and threaten the other person if they don't want to. If Bai Wanner hadn't followed him, then Bai Wanner would have had only two choices: join their company or quit the network. The results were predictable. It's fine if you quit the network. You're just disappearing into the viewer's eyes. But once you choose to join the company, then not only will you become a money-making tool for the company, but you might even lose your innocence. In serious cases, you will also take the blame for the company if something happens to the company. Wan Air, do you know any information about Skyhorse? Tell me about it. Well, Pegasus Live is a live streaming bandwagon company that earns commissions by having the company's anchors go in bandwagon. And this company is said to have about a couple thousand anchors. There are 2 accounts with 10 million followers, a dozen accounts with 1 million followers, dozens of accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers, and the rest are accounts with thousands and thousands of followers. After listening to Bai Wanner's introduction, Wang Hao also roughly understood the information of Tianma Live Company. This company is a publicly traded company and has a current market capitalization of around $1 billion as well. If it was the previous Wang Hao, hearing about a company with a market value of $1 billion, he would have been shocked to the point of dropping his jaw. But now it was different. There were dozens of small goals in his bank card alone. Wan Air, the other party's company, is only worth $1 billion. How could they possibly have $1 billion to hold you up? This is obviously a big pie in the sky. But they even dared to threaten you. Then we definitely have to deal with them. Just as Wang Hao finished speaking, Yang Xiaoli on the side said, "Brother Hao." They said at the time that if Wan Air didn't want to do it, then they'd have their company's anchors discredit Wan Air and make her quit the network. At those words, Wang Hao was truly angry. Originally said to sign Timo first before setting up a live broadcast company for Bai Wanner. Now it seems to have to act However, there were only 2 netizens he knew now. One was Timo, who had more than 30 million followers, and the other was Nightblade Shingo, who had 5 million followers. Both of these netizens Wang Hao would love to sign. Timo Wang Hao has been approached and she's still thinking about it. Then he would need to make an appointment to meet Nightblade Go when the live company was established. Wan Air, Xiaoli, since the opposite side is a live broadcasting company, I have an idea for you. At that, the two looked straight at him. He didn't sell himself short either, and went straight to his thoughts. It's like this. Didn't I say before that I want to get a company for Warner? Let's take this opportunity to set up a live broadcasting company. It just so happens that Warner and Shelley, you are both in this field, and you have a better understanding of these. The second thing was that since someone was bullying Warner, they couldn't be let off so easily. Moreover, when this Tianma Live company is cleaned up, then we'll be able to build up our live company's reputation. That makes 3 birds with 1 stone. What do you think? Hearing Wang Hao's analysis, by Warner and Yang Xiuli's eyes launched in delight. This is good. If they were asked to manage another company, they might still be worried, but a live broadcast company, then they were still more confident. As Wang Hao said, it's clear that starting a live streaming company is the best option. Brother Hao, Warner listens to you. Wang Hao looked at Bai Warner and said gently, don't worry, I won't let others bully you. Aha, geez, you two are so carnal. You're obviously talking about business and suddenly you're feeding me dog food again. Really? Yang Xiaoli didn't have the heart to say. Yang Xiaoli directly managed to make the two laugh with this maneuver. Ha ha ha. Only after he finished laughing did Wang Hao continue. Well, since that's the case, then I'll arrange the mission first. Aha! The two responded in unison. Wang Hao also told the two of them what they would be busy with next. If you want to set up a company next, then you guys shouldn't broadcast live during this period of time. Warner, Xiaoli, in these 2 days you guys will first go and register the company. As for the name, it will be called Haoan Live Broadcasting Limited. Shares accounted for 80% of Warner. Xiaoli accounted for 20. The registered capital of 1 billion. The funds by me. Then again, I'll find someone to run it for you. When Wang Hao spelled out the specifics, both of them were stunned. Especially Yang Xiaoli. How could she not expect that Wang Hao would give her shares? Chapter 149 Appointment with Nightblade Shingo. Sexy lip mole. Brother Hao, you still want to give me shares? Yang Xiaoli said excitedly. Just now, Wang Hao said that he would contribute $1 billion as the company's capital and give her 20% of the shares, which means that she got $200 million without doing anything. That's $200 million. She, Yang Xiaoli, couldn't have made that much money even if she had been live streaming her whole life. Wang Hao looked at just Yang Xiaoli's excited look and smiled. You're Warner's bosom friend. How could I treat you poorly? And Warner probably can't manage on her own, so it's better to have you around. But would that 20% be too much? It's fine, in my eyes. No matter how much is not as important as Warner. At those words, Bai Warner hugged him tightly. After that, Wang Hao told them some more precautions and didn't leave the Green City Huangpu River until 10 o'clock in the evening. Wuya and he had moved to live over here in Tangzhenipin, not far from Bai Weiner's place, and it was only a 10-minute walk. Wang Hao drove back to Tangzhenipin here only took less than 10 minutes, which was still so long because of the traffic jam. In no time, Wang Hao returned home. At this moment, Wuya was wearing yoga clothes and practicing yoga in the living room, and it was cheap for Wang Hao, the pervert. In short, Wang Hao basically saw everything he should have seen and shouldn't have seen. It took a while before Wuya finished her workout, and at that moment, Wang Hao's cell phone rang. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was none other than Shou Liying. Wuya also came to his side and looked at his cell phone. Seeing that it was Shou Liying, she directly snatched the cell phone from his hand. Hey, Liying-san. Ha, it's Wuya. Isn't this Wang Hao's cell phone? Aha, yeah, he's sitting on the couch watching TV right now. Ooh, you're doing yoga, aren't you? Yeah, I just got done. You're doing yoga under Wang Hao's nose, so this will probably be cheaper for him. The two of them chatted straight away as soon as they opened the video call, and it wasn't until Wuya was about to go wash up that she returned the phone to Wang Hao. It was only then that Wang Hao was able to talk to Zhuo Liying. Sister Liying, I was busy when you called me today, and I'm just finishing up shooting now. So busy. Remember to take care of yourself. Like I said before, no matter what, I'll always stand behind you. Just after Wang Hao's words were finished, the corner of Zhao Liying's mouth in the video unconsciously hooked up. After that, the two chatted for a while. Wang Hao knew that Zhuo Liying was very tired after a day of shooting, and didn't intend to disturb her, so he simply hung up the video call. In Wang Hao's opinion, it was only a matter of time before Shou Liying came to his company. After all, now that his relationship with Shou Liying was getting better, it wouldn't be long before he could even top that. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao sent a green bubble to Nightblade Shingo. The two made an appointment to meet in Mordor the day after tomorrow. Then he put down his cell phone. He leaned back on the couch and thought back on what he needed to take care of now and what his goals were for the moment. He realized there was quite a bit more going on. The first thing was the matter of Han Xian's conflict with Li Meng, Du Xiang, Zheng Mumu and their 3 businesses. He had to find time to ask them. The second thing is what's going on over at Hoya Film and Media. And then there's the matter of Haoan Living, and now the sister-in-law thing. Everything he needs to fix. The most important thing he naturally did not forget was to buy the Magic City Center building, the Magic City World Financial Center and the Magic City Jean Mao building. It was just that buying these 3 buildings would require extremely strong funds, and he didn't even have enough for a fraction of that right now. Not to mention the fact that he would need more and more money after he went to Kyoto in the future. There was also the fact that Shou Liying's birthday was coming up soon, and he was going to Kyoto to give her a surprise, and maybe his goodwill would even increase by then. The following 2 days Wang Hao went to school as usual and went to dinner with Song Ningxuan. There was even a treat for Supervisor Lin Shui last night. Lin Shui also told him something. Let him keep a low profile in school in the future. And only after Wang Hao assured Lin Shui did Lin Shui not pursue the matter. Today was the day of the appointment with Night Dagger Shingo, and Wang Hao was already preparing to meet her. He said that he would sign Nightblade Go up for anything. Otherwise the live company doesn't have a single recognizable anchor. How does this work? Wang Hao looked at today's date and also sighed at how fast time flies. In the blink of an eye, it has come to the middle of September, and there are only 10 days left before next month's salary rebate. There's also no telling how much money he'll get through payroll cashback next month, but he's sure the funds gained will be more than last month's. Evening, Wang Hao arrived at the location he had agreed upon with Night Dagger Shingo. This time, Wang Hao didn't go to Mao Quan Magic City Cuisine, but came to a Western restaurant. If you've been eating Chinese food for a long time, you should change your tastes once in a while. Wang Hao also specially chose a window seat, where he could just admire the neon streets outside. He waited for a while, about 7 o'clock in the evening, only to see a very wowed figure, wearing a gray short-sleeved blouse, and a brown and black plaid JK skirt, with a strip of black silk on those long white legs. The woman with a brown bag in her hand walked up to him. Wang Hao, who was looking out the window, also withdrew his sight, looking toward the woman standing in front of him. Nice guy, is this the Nightblade God Go? That lip mole is so sexy, he really wants to try biting it. However, Wang Hao didn't show it. He was a rich man now, and even if he had thoughts about Night Dagger Shingo, he couldn't show it right away. Hello, brother Wang. Wang Hao got up and smiled, stretching out his hand. It's not okay for you to call me brother Wang. I'm only 23 years old. Oh. Ha, ha ha ha. Hello, Nightblade Go. Ha ha, that's just a screen name. It's not like you don't know what my name is. Then shall I call you Shuyu or Sister Shuyu? I dare not dare not. You are the big boss. How can you call me sister? Shuyu, you're even prettier in person than in the video. Thanks. Have a seat. We'll talk while we eat. Yes. The two of them just sat on the opposite side of each other. And Wang Hao also told the waiter to serve the dishes he had just prepared. I don't know if it was because he had seen more stars, but Wang Hao now felt that even if he faced Netflix, he didn't feel any pressure. Instead, it was calm. So, is everything you told me on Green Bubbles true? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao revealed a faint smile. That's natural. Not only do we have what we talked about at Green Bubbles, but I'll even have something else for you. Provided, of course, that you sign a 10-year contract with us. For signing the 10 years Nightblade God Go didn't really care. What she cared about was the conditions that Wang Hao had told her on Green Bubble. It was simply too rich. So rich that she couldn't believe it. What else is there besides those? The House of Mordor. Wang Hao's faint words made Nightblade Shingo no longer remain calm. Excitedly, he stood up. Chapter 150, signing up for Nightblade Shingo. Sexy and greedy lip mole. You're telling me that you'll give me a house in Magic City if I sign up? Looking at the excited Zhang Shuyu, the corner of Wang Hao's mouth hooked slightly. He knew that no one could say no to a house in Mordor or a house in Kyoto. That's right. Only after calming down did Zhang Shuyu think to ask for specific details. You don't want to use this as a gimmick and then buy a house in the very middle of nowhere for more than a few bucks kind of thing. Wang Hao smiled. How could he be such a person? Things like signing up to give away a house are of course just individuals. Male anchors don't get this kind of treatment. And with his strength, how can he send remote neighborhoods? At least the Green City Huangpu River there. If the stars will send Tang Zhenipin, he's all set. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I can tell you clearly, it's just across the street in Green City Huangpu River, and it's still at 200 square feet or more. You should know the price of housing there. It's over $100,000 a flat. A 200 square foot house costs tens of millions of dollars. Of course, in addition to the house, the car will also be bought for you for no less than $5 million. At those words, Nightblade Shingo was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The top of the contract turned out to be just an appetizer. The real big headline is still here. These two alone will cost tens of millions of dollars. How did Nightblade Shingo feel like Wang Hao was trying to adopt her? What with the house and car being given away? Really? I never lie to women, especially pretty ones. Hearing Wang Hao say this, Nightblade Shingo's face instantly turned red. And in whose name you put the house and car you gave away? For you. Of course the house is in your name. What? Nightblade Shingo was once again shocked. She felt that even if she had been given a house and a car, It was unlikely that it would have been put in her name. It made her wonder if there was some kind of trap or not. But think about it, the Night Shingo cannot think of any trap. The only possibility is in front of Wang Hao wants to adopt her. Just did not clearly say it. After all, how can you just give away this tens of millions of dollars of houses and millions of dollars of cars? And it was the first time the two had met. She looked at Wang Hao and thought carefully for a long time. After all, in her opinion, if she accepted Wang Hao's house and car, it would be the same as accepting Wang Hao's adoption. She had to think it through. And Wang Hao looked at her delayed response, but also did not hurry but very calmly ate his meal. Wang Hao believed that surely no one could resist the temptation of houses and luxury cars in Magic City. Just what Wang Hao didn't know was that Nightblade Shingo had misunderstood. She interpreted it as Wang Hao wanting to adopt her. If Wang Hao knew that she thought so, then surely he shouted in vain. If he really wanted to encompass the Nightblade Shingo, then he wouldn't give only so many things. After all, his own woman, how could he treat her badly? And he didn't have the energy right now. What he wants is still to make money. More money than he can use. He wants more wealth for one person than any foreign consortium could ever hope to have. And even if he wanted to encumber Nightblade Shingo, it wasn't now. After all, the most important thing right now was to help the bound paycheck return goddess obtain more money. For example, to help Wuya will be Fei Shang Art Dance to turn into their own brand, and then continue to open a chain of stores, so she can get more money. Then there's boosting the goodwill of Zailing and Luyuyafai, which also boosts the paycheck rebate you get each month. He had thoughts about Nightblade Go, but not right now. Right after she thought for a long time, she slowly spoke. Wang Hao, I promise you. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao smiled. This result is always good. How on Live Company's first anchor is not coming? Okay, the contract will be signed after I buy you a house and a car. Yes, but can you give me some time? Let me slow down. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was confused and didn't know what she was talking about, and thought that she simply wanted to come back to work a few days later. So he replied, yes, there's no rush on my side. Let's take our time. Okay, thanks. Where have you been living lately? Stay in a hotel. Tell you what, tomorrow I'll take you to buy the house and the car so you don't have to live in a hotel. Yes. Wang Hao didn't know that the two were completely off the channel. Wang Hao sends so many things because he wants to play up Hao Wan's fame and let more anchors know about Hao Wan's fame, while Nightblade Shingo thinks that Wang Hao wants to adopt her. But although the two were not on the same topic, the frequency was surprisingly consistent. Afterwards, after dinner, Wang Hao brought Nightblade Shingo to the hotel she had booked. Wang Hao saw that the hotel she had booked wasn't very good, so he changed it for her and let her stay in a presidential suite that was tens of thousands of dollars a night. After doing this, Wang Hao went home. The next morning, Wang Hao came to the hotel early. He planned to finish up with the car and house today, and then hurry up and sign Night Dagger Shingo up, after which he would have to spend time searching for another anchor. After all, a live streaming company can't have just one anchor. To bring down Pegasus Live, the battle had to be big, and anchors in every field must be scooped up. More importantly, Zhao Liying's birthday was coming up and he had to rush to Kyoto to give Zhao Liying a surprise. That was the biggest star who had been the most kind to him, and his favorite big star. Wang Hao took Night Dagger Shingo to Songwon Air to buy a car, a Ferrari 458. The price came to over $6 million. This car was contacted by Wang Hao with Songwon Air last night. After the car was bought, Wang Hao brought the Night Dagger Shingo to Green City Huangpu River and bought a 260 square foot large flat, spending a total of 33.8 million. Totaling, Wang Hao spent nearly 40 million on Zhang Shuyu today, and Night Dagger Shingo, who suddenly had a house and a car in Magic City, hadn't returned to his senses yet. Now she finally understood why someone would want a rich man to adopt. These things come so easily. She was just live broadcasting her whole life, but she could not necessarily afford such a large flat in Magic City, not to mention a sports car, the Ferrari 458. Wang Hao and Night Dagger Shingo Zhang Shuyu stood in the newly bought house. He took out the prepared contract and handed it to Night Dagger Shingo Zhang Shuyu. This time she didn't hesitate and just picked up the contract and signed it. Seeing this, Wang Hao smiled. Finally signed Nightblade Go to a contract. After Zhang Shuyu signed it, she returned the contract to Wang Hao, but Wang Hao froze as he looked at her sexy and gluttonous lip mole. And this scene was also captured by Night Dagger Shingo Zhang Shuyu. In the next second, she made a bold decision. Chapter 151 New Companies. Zhang Shuyu slowly closed her eyes, and Wang Hao, who was looking at her, didn't know what was going on. Why did she suddenly close her eyes? Did she want me to kiss her? Wang Hao's heart thought. He doesn't know if that's the case. Looking at that sexy lip mole, Wang Hao really had some desire to taste what it was like. However, he knew that if he kissed down, if it was Zhang Shuyu who was willing to do so, then all would be happy. If Zhang Shuyu was not willing, then he would really be cold. Giving him a slap in the face was not bad. If this caused Zhang Shuyu to be unwilling to join Hao Wan Life Company, then he would truly become a sinner. Thinking of this, Wang Hao hesitated, and Zhang Shuyu, who had closed her eyes, was puzzled at this time. She had acted so obviously. Why didn't Wang Hao kiss up? Does she have to initiate it? But she hadn't taken the initiative either. She'd had a boyfriend before, but that was the guy who took the initiative. Thinking of this, Zhang Shuyu couldn't help but open her eyes and look at Wang Hao. Only when she saw that Wang Hao was looking at her with a puzzled face, she couldn't tense up anymore. Wang Hao, can't you take the initiative? Ha! Wang Hao, who was already puzzled, was even more confused now. Take the initiative? He didn't remember him saying anything about it either. What was going on? This, ouch. Zhang Shuyu looked at the indifferent Wang Hao and couldn't tense up anymore. Wang Hao, are you being so nice to me? Are you trying to chase me? Or do you want to adopt me? Hearing the words of Nightblade God Go Zhang Shuyu, Wang Hao now finally understood why she was acting a bit abnormal. So it was for this reason. No wonder, but Wang Hao didn't refute it. After all, he did have thoughts about her. It's just that now wasn't the right time. Sister Shuyu, since we've signed the contract, I'm going to go back first. If there are any problems you can call me, and as for when to go to work, I'll talk to you on Green Bubble. After saying that, Wang Hao left. When he came to the door, he turned back and said, Sister Shuyu, your lip mole is so sexy. With that, he left. Only a dumbfounded Zhang Shuyu was left standing in the living room. She really didn't understand what Wang Hao meant. Clearly she had made it so clear. Signing the contract meant that she was willing, no matter if it was to be his woman or to be adopted by him. She was ready for it too. But why didn't Wang Hao seize the opportunity even if he had it? Could it be that she misunderstood? Right now her mind was in turmoil. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. On the other hand, Wang Hao returned to his car after leaving Night Dagger Shingo Zhang Shuyu's place. Thinking of Zhang Shuyu's appearance just now, how could Wang Hao not understand it? In fact, he understood it roughly. Why didn't he kiss it up though? That naturally has his considerations, although he could taste the sexy red lips with the lip mole after kissing on it. But that consequence was that the favorability might be lowered, and he would probably bind it later. So he didn't want the favorability to be lowered. There will be plenty of opportunities to taste those sexy red lips with the mole later. A little impatience goes a long way. Thinking of this, Wang Hao couldn't help but check Nightblade God Go Zhang Shuyu's favorability. System, open Zhang Shuyu's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Zhang Shuyu. Age, 29. Face value, 87. Favorability, 63. Stranger. Height, 167. Weight, 42 kilograms. Occupation, professional anchorwoman. Wang Hao was happy now, and his favorability came directly to 63. If I had kissed up just now, then I guess the favorability level would have been directly reduced by quite a bit. However, he didn't bind Nightblade Shingo Zhang Shuyu, and the increase and decrease in favorability would not be broadcast by the system. You can only view it for yourself. After checking Zhang Shuyu's information, Wang Hao had originally planned to go back to Tangzhenipin, but thinking that he had come here, it seemed unreasonable not to make a trip to Bai Waner's place, so he planned to make a trip to Bai Waner's place first. In no time, Wang Hao arrived at Bai Waner's place. Yang Xiaoli was there at this time. She was discussing company matters with Bai Waner. Seeing that Wang Hao had arrived, the two didn't continue their discussion, but both sat down around Wang Hao. Brother Hao, the people from Skyhorse Live Company called me again. They said they'd give me 3 days to think about it. Bai Waner said as she took his arm. 3 days? Aha! It's okay. Is the company registered? Not yet, but it's getting close. We're getting someone to do it for us and it'll be ready tomorrow. Okay? During this period of time, you should not go on air. I reckon that the people from Tianma Live Company will let their netizens make rumors about you. You don't have to pay any attention to it. When the new company has enough netizens, then we will give Tianma Live Company a fatal blow, and I will give you a surprise at that time. Wang Hao knew that Tianma would definitely have its anchors create rumors, and might even create a yellow rumor about Bai Waner, but now that Hao Wan, a new company, was just starting out, there was no way it could be a match for Tianma. All we need to do now is lay low and use our superpowers to absorb some anchors in. When the time came, that would be the time to deliver the death blow to Tianma, and he had already thought of safeguards. Guaranteed foolproof. Waner, Xiaoli, once the company is registered, you guys go and contact the anchors preferably the ones with more followers, and try to poach Hao Wan as much as possible so that we can proceed to the next step. Well, we know. After that, Wang Hao chatted with Bai Waner and Yang Xiaoli for a long time and didn't leave Bai Waner's place until 10 o'clock at night. Looking at Wang Hao's back as he left, Yang Xiaoli said, Waner, does Wang Hao have another woman? Hearing Yang Xiaoli say this, Bai Waner's body trembled, although she knew that she was Wang Hao's lover. The thought of Wang Hao having another woman made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. She understood that she really liked Wang Hao. Xiaoli, This was originally a deal I made with Brother Hao, that he would adopt me, even if he had another woman. What could I say? Wan Air. I know this too, but don't you want him to be around you more? Xiaoli, what are you trying to say? Wan Air. One person's strength is always limited, but what if it's two people? What? Wang Hao left by Wan'er's place and went straight back to Tang's Anypin. Wu Ye was still doing yoga when he returned. Wang Hao has once again feasted his eyes once again. He just sat there on the couch watching Wu Ye's graceful movements and gulped softly. Wu Ye watched his expression with a smug smile on his face. How? Can you come and press my leg? When Wang Hao heard this, he was instantly happy that there was such a good thing. Chapter 152, staring at the Cascadas walking out. Wang Hao came to Wu Ye's side and pressed the jade feet that were like congealed fat for her. It's a natural feel. If it wasn't for Wang Hao's determination being enough, then maybe he would really have to contradict Wu Ye a bit. After assisting Wu Ye with her yoga practice, Wang Hao was also finally relieved. I thought it was an enviable job, but I didn't realize that it was a torturous job. But okay. Wang Hao raised his hand and sniffed in front of Wu Ye. Bitches said, Sister Wu Ye, you smell so good. Wu Ye, who was packing up her yoga mat, gave him a blank look and said without any good humor, You, really? Wang Hao didn't care this time. He already wanted to taste it when he was at Zhang Shuyu's place. He came to Wu Ye and cupped her pretty face with both hands. Kissed. Well, Ryoko. Lip split. Little Hao. How you've learned to be bad. Hey. Afterward the two of them washed up and sat on the couch to watch TV as usual. Xiao Hao. How's it going on sister-in-law's side? Have you asked? I asked a few days ago. There's nothing going on. It should still be in process now, but they should be back soon. Sister Wu Ye. If you're worried, let's give sister-in-law a call. Well, make a phone call. Yes. After saying that, Wang Hao took out his cell phone. I found my sister-in-law Li Yunru's phone number and called it. Toodaloo. The phone rang for a moment. It took a moment for my sister-in-law to pick up. Hey, Hao, what's wrong? Sister-in-law, how are things going for you guys? Sister Wu Ye and I are a little worried. It's fine. With Aunt Yua around, what could happen to me? Things are pretty much done. Just still need to take care of a few things. That's why I didn't tell you guys. Oh, call me if you can't handle anything. Yes, that. Sister Wu Ye wants to talk to you. After saying that, Wang Hao gave his cell phone to Wu Ye. Instead, he watched TV. Wu Ye got her cell phone and talked to Li Yunru. It was 12 o'clock at night before the two ended their call. Wang Hao and Wu Ye also planned to go rest. The two went to their respective rooms. Wang Hao lay on the bed inside. When will I be able to sleep with my own woman in my arms? He always felt not very secure with no one to hold. Am I going to sleep holding Sister Wu Ye or Sister Liang? Or maybe Sister Yifei? It would be great if I could have one on either side, Wang Hao said to himself. After thinking for a while, Wang Hao didn't want to. Although he had the idea, it was still too early. Anyway, he couldn't sleep yet, so he simply opened Shake, intending to see if there was anyone suitable to sign to Hawan Live Company. Wang Hao didn't swipe the live stream this time, but swiped the video instead. It's just that when he swipes through the videos, all the ones Shake Shack recommends to him are guys. After brushing for a while, Wang Hao suddenly found someone suitable. It was just that this woman didn't broadcast live, but Wang Hao often swiped her videos when he was in school. This person is the Cos Goddess, Walking Yao. Walking Yao is arguably the top stream in the Cos world. Not just long legs and white legs, good looking too. Otherwise Cos Up won't be like. Last time Wang Hao swiped, she Cos Up the small dance. Can't say it's like it. That's just exactly the same. If you can dig her over, and then spend money to hold her, then surely can quickly fire up. Wang Hao has his eye on the Cos Goddess Walking Yao. Thinking of Walking Yao, Wang Hao wants to see her cozying up to little dance face to face. Maybe even. However, Walking Yao wasn't live streaming, and Wang Hao didn't have a way to swipe gifts for her. That way you can't add her green bubbles. Wang Hao could only set Walking Yao as a special concern first, so that he could be the first to know when she went live. After that, Wang Hao swiped the video for a short while. To Wang Hao's surprise, Orange Jingy had gradually begun to burst into flames now. It looks like with the resources available, she's starting to break out. Of course, this was not only because of the resources, but also because of her own hard work as well as that stunning beauty and mouth-watering body. Wang Hao didn't even dare to say that he could resist her temptation. To be honest, he hadn't been over to Haya's side for a long time, and tomorrow he happened to go over there to take a look. And if Zhang Yuanying and the girls were there, Wang Hao wanted to try to see if he could increase some of Zhang Yuanying's favorability. After all, Zhang Yuan's shadow had some special fetishes. Maybe a couple of hits will boost their favorability. And by the way, we'll see how they're doing with their Chinese and dancing. Let them dance for him alone when the time comes. He also appreciated it. I don't know what's going on with Helan, whether he's dug anyone up, since the last time when Wang Hao told her to let her decide everything on her own. Basically Wang Hao hadn't asked about Hoya Film and Media. Wang Hao continued to brush up the video again. That swipe really did turn up several people he wanted to poach. There is also a male anchor in it. This was also the first time Wang Hao tried to dig up male anchors. He didn't dig in now, though. He still had quite a few things going on, and it would be better to wait a while for this sort of thing, or find someone new to dig into. He couldn't possibly go digging every day. He still had to boost the favorability of the already bound paycheck return goddess. Where's the time for that? After brushing the video for a while longer, Wang Hao turned off Shakeology. He opened Twitter and looked at the hot search on top of it. There are several hot searches on Weibo about the people around him, just like the EGO girl group that Jang Won Shadow is in, as well as the WH1 girl group, as well as Orange Jingy, as well as Lu Yifi picking up his video call at the new product launch at Bao Jelly. And to top it off, Shou Liying is also on the hot seat, but instead of being about him, all the hot searches for Zaolian are high on Zaolian and Lin Gangshin. When Wang Hao saw this hot search, he didn't know what to say. If Zhou Liying's goodwill has reached 90, then there is such a hot search, then she will definitely explain to Wang Hao, right? It's just that the goodwill between the two of them is only about 70. This made Wang Hao's thoughts about boosting Zhou Liying's favorability become more and more urgent. Boosting Shou Liying's favorability is not only for the sake of being able to be her man, but also for the sake of being able to get more cashback money from her monthly paycheck cashback. Thinking of this, Wang Hao felt that Zhou Liying's birthday gift had to be considered as soon as possible. After pondering for a while, Wang Hao planned to rest. He was already feeling a little sleepy. I have to go to Hoya's tomorrow, can't stay up too long. But before taking a break, Wang Hao sent messages to some people. That's when he put down his cell phone, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 153, Zhang Rolan, White Heron, Helan's terrifying ability. The next day, after Wang Hao sent Sister Wuya to Fei Shang art dance, he drove towards the Magic City Center building where Haoya was. To be honest, he was now quite curious about what Helan had managed the company into. He had handed over the company to Helan with full authority some time ago. I also wonder if she scooped up any new artists. Wang Hao was very much looking forward to it. After a while of rushing, Wang Hao was finally at the company. He parked Zaoling's Big G in the parking lot and then walked towards the floor where the company was located. He saw a lot of people along the way. Some of them were visiting the Magic City Mansion, and some of them were working for the companies in the Magic City Mansion. Others run companies and rent them above the Magic City building. It's like Wang Hao, but it's basically all but certain that they are the upper echelons of society. Otherwise it wouldn't have come here. Wang Hao sighed as he got on the elevator. In no time, Wang Hao arrived at the 88th floor. They've rented this entire 88th floor. When Wang Hao arrived at the 88th floor, the young lady at the front desk also stood up. Hello boss. Well, hard work. No hard work. Are you comfortable working here? Well, everyone was very nice and I felt like it. Wang Hao walked to her side, patted her shoulder and said, do a good job. The company will get better and better in the future, and your treatment will also get better and better. Wang Hao also had to sigh. Haoya, even the front desk lady was so beautiful. He really liked it too much. After saying that, Wang Hao went directly to Helan's office. When he arrived at Helan's office, there were a few other people in the office, and of those he was still familiar with two in particular. Wang Hao was stunned when he saw them. Good man, Zhang Ruoman and the egret. After he came in, everyone's eyes looked at him, and Helan was also speechless. Although she didn't need to talk about this between her and Wang Hao, but there were two big stars in front of her now. Boss, can you talk to me before you come over next time? How unsteady you are with all this fuss. Wang Hao also smiled awkwardly. I just came over when I suddenly had time. Really? On the other hand, Zhang Ruoman and Bailu, who were on the side, were completely stunned, not realizing that such a refreshing-looking man who acted in an unconventional manner was actually Haoya's boss. Helan also introduced Wang Hao to Zhang Ruomang and Bailu. Rohan, Bailu, this is Haoya's boss. Your contract needs to be discussed with him as well. As for the reasons I've told you, this is a rule set by the boss. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoman and Bailu also stood up. Wang Hao didn't expect that one day the beautiful star would take the initiative when she saw herself. Zhang Ruoman stretched out her delicate hand and said to Wang Hao, Hello, Sister Rohan. I'm a big fan of yours. The two men's hands were clasped together. Wang Hao only felt that her hand had a feeling that made him not want to let go. Soft, as if it were a baby. At this time, Wang Hao also took the opportunity to check Zhang Ruoman's data. System, open Zhang Ruoman's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name Zhang Ruoman. Age, 28. Face value, 100. Favorability, 53. Stranger. Height, 166. Weight, 45 kilograms. Profession, actor. Good lord. This was the first time Wang Hao had seen a woman with a perfect face value, but Zhang Ruoran deserved it. She is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Such a woman, Wang Hao must catch. How you need such a star? He also didn't know how much Elon had paid to dig them up, but he wouldn't ask now. At least not until they left. Boss Wang is joking. Calling Boss Wang is a bit rusty. If you don't mind, you can call me Wang Hao, or Wang Hao's younger brother is fine. I'll call you Wang Hao then. Aha. After Zhang Rumen introduced herself, the white heron next to her also extended her small white hand. Wang Hao once again held Bailu's hand. I have to say, celebrity hands are just tender. Sister White Heron, I'm also a fan of yours. I've listened to your recently released album. It's just too good. If you don't mind, you can also call me Wang Hao or Wang Hao's younger brother. A faint smile appeared on Shiro's face. Well then, I'll call you Wang Hao from now on. Aha! At this time, Wang Hao quietly checked Egret's data again. System, check Shiro's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name Monya Bai. Age, 30. Face value, 98. Favorability, 61. Stranger. Height, 165. Weight, 47 kilograms. Profession, actor, model, singer. I didn't realize Egret's numbers were so good too. But think about it, after all, they are all very hot and big stars. It's certainly not bad in and of itself. After introducing each other with the two, Wang Hao added their green bubbles. Then he watched them closely again. Zhang Ruhan was wearing a leopard print with a pair of jeans. It was absolutely stunning. Egret was nice too. A pair of jeans with white short sleeves, pure and beautiful. Wang Hao liked them all very much. Just then Helan said, Boss, Ruhan and Bailu need to go deal with things on their company side in the next 2 days. And as for the liquidated damages and all that, you need to take some time to discuss it with them yourself. And the contract too. Okay, tomorrow then. I'll be in the office all day tomorrow. Yes. After that, Wang Hao chatted with Helan, Zhang Rumen, and Bailu and the others for quite a while. And it wasn't until Zhang Rumen and Bailu and the others and their group left that Wang Hao excitedly hugged Helan in his arms. Blue, you're really too good. It's only been a short while and you've scooped up 2 big beautiful stars. Helan felt Wang Hao's embrace and was at a loss for words, but she didn't push Wang Hao away either. Even reached out and hugged him. After a while, Wang Hao felt that it wasn't right before he let go of Helan. But after this incident, the relationship between the two of them had become closer. Blue, thank you. What's the point of thanking me? The company has a part of me, so it's only natural that I should take it seriously. Hey! Wang Hao walked to Helan's seat and sat down, holding Helan on his lap and sitting down. His maneuver also made Helan not react, and by the time he did, it was too late. Wang Hao felt that since it was all done, there was no need to think so much. It was better to be dry, and in the future, he would have to bind Helan anyway. Wang Hao, what are you doing? Hey, the company has a piece of you, but you're also my man. Who said that I didn't agree? At this moment, Helan was obviously a bit nervous. The voices have changed. In the next second, her eyes widened. Chapter 154, I'll put another $4 billion into the company's account. Well, Helan's eyes widened, looking at Wang Hao who was close at hand, but then she closed her eyes. Ryoko, lips split. Helan looked at Wang Hao and his entire body fell on top of him. Xiao Hao, you already have so many women around you. Why do you still want to mess with me? Helan naturally knew some things about Wang Hao, just like Bai Wanner and Wu Ye she knew, and she even knew Wang Hao's thoughts against Liang. It was only during this period of time that Helan was also gradually attracted to Wang Hao. She didn't know why. Wang Hao hugged Helan. Gentle said, Sister Lan, you're so beautiful. I can't afford to give you up to someone else. Humph, you're the only one who can talk, so you still have so many women around you. Even Rulan and Bailu who came today probably can't escape you. Helan said without a trace of humor. Hey, Sister Lan, who doesn't love a beauty? Don't worry, from now on, no matter what, I will treat you well. Hey, I really owe you from my previous life. No way. It should be that I saved the galaxy in my previous life. Otherwise how could I have met such a wonderful woman like you? Poor mouth. Wang Hao looked at Helan's appearance and didn't hold back, letting the system open her data. System, open Helan's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Helan. Age, 33. Face value, 91. Favoritism, 91. Devoted. Height, 172. Weight, 48. 5 kilograms. Occupation, president. No wonder. Helan's favorability has come to 91. But that's fine. In the future, Haudia's affairs could be left in Helan's hands. How? What kind of relationship do you think we have now? Helan asked as she sat on his lap in her professional attire. Sister Lan, what else can we be? You are my woman. No matter now or later. You are my woman in this lifetime. Little Hao. Helan looked at him imploringly. Kisses. How? Tell me honestly, how do you have your eye on all the people you're going to sign? Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly and said, Which is? Humph, don't think I don't know. Well, no matter what, we'll always be together from now on. That's what you said. If you ditch me later, I'll bankrupt you and then kill myself. Hearing this, Wang Hao's body trembled. He sort of knew that He Lan was a martyr. If Wang Hao didn't want her one day, she might really do something like this, but Wang Hao wouldn't do anything to abandon her. Don't worry, I swear, for the rest of my life, I am never going to leave you. Only after hearing Wang Hao's words did He Lan's face reveal a faint smile. In fact, He Lan knew that Wang Hao had more than one woman, but she just couldn't help it. Since Wang Hao had already made a promise to her, she was able to feel slightly more at ease. Little Hao. He Lan was just about to tell Wang Hao about the main event when he was interrupted by Wang Hao. Sister Lan, since we've settled our relationship now, then in the future you'll move to Tang Zanipin's place, and it'll be more convenient for me to go look for you there in the future if I live there as well. He Lan of course knew that the company still had 2 large flat floors there in Tang Zanipin, but those 2 houses had already been given to Zhang Rumen and Bailu. Xiao Hao, I've already promised those 2 houses to Ruhan and Bailu. The place I'm living in now is quite nice, and it won't take long to drive if you want to come. Gee, then I'll take you to buy it the day after tomorrow. Don't refuse, I'm your man. Upon hearing this, He Lan, who had just wanted to refuse, had no choice but to nod. She liked Wang Hao like this. Okay, you're in charge, little man. Hearing He Lan's words, Wang Hao whispered in her ear, he, how dare you call me a little man? Wait for the night to let you see if I'm a little man or not. Oops, it's still at the office. You really are. He Lan's words were so, but her heart also rose in anticipation. He, it's my company. What are you afraid of? And I'm the only man in the company. Well, so that's what you're playing at by not recruiting men. You found out. Looking at Wang Hao's childlike appearance, He Lan shook his head. Immediately afterward, he said with a straight face, alright, let's get down to business. Ruhan's breach of contract with Egret is a bit high, and as you know, the situation in the country. Speaking of which, Wang Hao was a bit curious. He also didn't know exactly how much Zhang Rumen and Bailu's liquidated damages needed to be. He felt that it had to be at least 200 or 300 million. It was just that Wang Hao had far underestimated. Sister Lan, it can't be $300 million. He Lan just shook his head. If it was that low, then she'd have dug up tons of them long ago. Now she's just picking a few. That's how it still gets noticed by other film and media companies. It's been noted since the signing of Jinyi Orange. It was only because Orange Jinyi's contract had expired that those movie and television companies weren't able to say anything. But if Zhang Rulen and Bailu were to be signed over again, then Haya would officially appear in the entertainment industry. Ruhan's breach of contract will require $1 billion, and Bailu's breach of contract will require $800 million. When these words came out, Wang Hao was directly stunned. $1 billion? What a concept! I didn't realize their default was so high. Wang Hao didn't hesitate. After all, it's not easy for He Lan to dig people out. It's not like he can't afford to pay out $1 billion. Sister Lan, no matter how much, we're out. If the company doesn't have enough money, you tell me. I'll make it up. Little Hao, from the time the company opened until now, it hasn't made any money at all. If it goes on like this, the company will go bankrupt sooner or later. Sister Lan, just don't worry. In a moment, I'll put another $4 billion into the company's account, so you just make it hard for me to go hokum and dig in according to my requirements. As for the money making, I'll take care of it. He Lan didn't know what Wang Hao was thinking, but she could only listen to him. Okay, just make your own decisions about the company from now on. Well, do what you need to do. I'm going to be busy. Don't forget to come to the office tomorrow. Yes. After saying that, Wang Hao left He Lan's office. Looking at Wang Hao's back as he left, He Lan sighed. She always felt like she had gotten on a pirate ship. Only after Wang Hao's figure disappeared did she pick up the documents on the table and deal with them. And instead of going to his own office, Wang Hao came outside the practice room where Zhang Yuaning and the girls were. Wang Hao wanted to look at it from the outside, but the glass is one way. You can only see the outside from the inside, but the outside can't see the inside. He couldn't see it from where he stood outside, so he just pushed the door and walked in. It was just that this entry showed him something remarkable. Wang Hao and the group of female group members looked at each other in disbelief. Chapter 155, Wang Hao's welfare. As soon as Wang Hao came in, the scene in front of him instantly made him harumph. They were dressed very coolly and danced beautifully. Luo Xuanning also wore the same clothes as the girl group members and stood in front of them watching them train. Boss, what are you doing here? I came to check on you guys. How's it going? Have they improved lately? Well, they've all made great progress. Each of them has worked very hard, and their Chinese has improved completely, so they can basically communicate simply. That's good. And also, has their opinion of the Dragon Kingdom changed now? I know that people in the Stick Country have a deep aversion to the Dragon Kingdom, they'd had a great time in the country and have basically changed those inherited ideas. Well, hard work. No hard work for the boss. Oh, and what a service, Wang Hao said jokingly, and this comment directly made Luo Xuanning's face red. Boss. Ha ha ha, okay, just kidding. With that, he walked over to the female group that was training. Eyes swept over each of them. Not bad for a girl group. Awesome body. This was also a benefit that was exclusive to him. Wang Hao, right? Other people probably just watched them dance and kept imagining, while he was able to directly watch. That's just a life winner. His gaze looked at Zhang Yuaning, and Zhang Yuaning didn't dodge. After all, in her heart, Wang Hao had already done that to her, and the relationship between the two must have been more than just superior and subordinate. After exchanging a glance with Zhang Yuaning, he then looked at An Yuzhen, who was the leader of the Aizu girl group. Wang Hao felt that it was necessary to find her to talk to her alone, and the rest of them as well, so as to prevent them from having any ideas. I have to say, An Yuzhen is really something too. One of those slightly chubby types that shakes their ass when they dance. He likes it. An Yuzhen, make arrangements for each person to come to me individually inside the restroom. After saying that, Wang Hao walked into their lounge, the place where they changed their clothes. Just as he walked into the lounge, something changed on their faces, a mixture of delight and concern. Chief, we've confiscated our underwear. What can we do? If the boss sees us, will he talk about us? An Yuzhen listened to the words of the team members and was also a bit just worried. Without any other, her underwear was not put away, so she folded it on the bed in the lounge. It's okay, we've got to have our underwear folded. The boss shouldn't say anything. I'll go see what the boss has to say first. You guys get ready, one by one. Yes. After saying that, An Yuzhen wiggled her arse towards the restroom. Wang Hao was also somewhat just shocked when he came to the lounge. It was very attractive to see their beds all stacked with their underwear, all different colors and styles. Before he could take a closer look, An Yuzhen followed him in. Which is your bed? An Yuzhen pointed to where he was. Wang Hao sat down, then patted her bed and said, come and sit down. I'll tell you something. At this moment, An Yuzhen's mind was constantly thinking that the boss was definitely going to do something to her, whether she was going to obey or not. After a struggle, An Yuzhen slowly walked up to him. Boss, Wang Hao didn't know that An Yuzhen really wanted to get it wrong, and thought that she had encountered something. Yuzhen, if there's anything you can tell me, I'll help you out. An Yuzhen stammered. She felt that if she didn't obey Wang Hao today, then there might be no way for her to stay in the girl group, and then she would have nothing left. She doesn't want to. Moreover, if she went back to the stick country, then the stick country's consortium might be even more cruel, and by then she might be pulled to serve a lot of people. And thinking about this, she suddenly felt that it wasn't impossible to be Wang Hao's woman. That, boss, can it wait for the night? The sisters are outside now. I'm afraid they'll hear. Wang Hao was all confused. What? At night? Are you afraid that Zhang Wenyang and the others will hear? This is some kind of operation. No, she can't be thinking she's going to subvert her. Wang Hao's heart is very complicated. To say that the beauty of the current, do not want to submerge rules, that is false. Just the occasion is not right. That, An Yuzhen, sit over here. I have something to tell you. Not trying to subvert you. Ha, the old boss. Well, I'll just ask you something. Yes. An Yuzhen carefully came to sit beside him, and Wang Hao took this time to inquire. You guys have been here at the office for a while now. How are you feeling? Boss, the company treats us well. Not only do they give us a lot of benefits, but they also spend a lot of money on publicizing us, and have a lot of resources. I've seen your Shake Shack videos. The number of plays and likes are very good. Keep up the good work, and I'll prepare a house for each of you after a while. At those words, An Yuzhen looked at him in shock. Boss, you said you were going to give each of us a house? Well, don't tell them about this for now. Just think of it as a surprise I'm giving you guys. And this time I called you here. I just wanted to ask if there was anything you wanted to tell me. Wang Hao talked to An Yuzhen in the lounge for 10 minutes before calling the next person. The next person was naturally Zhang Wen's shadow. After Zhang Yuaning came in, Wang Hao didn't treat her like he treated An Yuzhen. Hit her a couple times like before. Not too hard. Ding, the goddess of wage returns. Zhang Wen's shadow's favoritism +3. Ding, the goddess of wage returns Zhang Yuanying's favoritism is +2. Ding, the goddess of wage returns Zhang Yuanying's favoritism is +1. After a while, the good feeling stopped adding up and he stopped. He then opened up Zhang Wen's shadow's data. System, open the data of Zhang Wen's shadow. Ding, data generation in progress. Name Zhang Wenyang. Age, 19. Face value, 99. Favorability, 62. Common friend. Height, 173. Weight, 47 kilograms. Profession, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 62x. Cumulative funds received for the month, $50 million. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 14 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Good guy. I did not expect Zhang Yuaning has earned 50 million this month. Simply but think of him to provide so many resources. If she does not earn so much money, are a little sorry for him. Boss, why do you like to spank me? Hey, I don't just like to spank you. I like to do things to you that are over the top. Chapter 156 Sister-in-law is back. Zhang Yuaning looked at Wang Hao with a complicated heart. She didn't know why, but she just especially wanted Wang Hao to spank her. And after Wang Hao said he had something special in mind for her, not only was she not worried, she could even be said to be excited. Oba, you really? Zhang Yuaning stammered for half a day, but did not say what he had in mind. Ding, the goddess of wage returns. Zhang Wen Shadow's favoritism plus 10. Good lord, this goodwill directly added 10 points at once. This is too much of a surprise. That is to say, Zhang Yuanying's favorability has now come to 72, and the multiplier of the salary rebate has also come to 72 times, which can. Wang Hao feels that in the future, he still has to come to the company often, not to do anything else. Playing Zhang Yuanying's resilient incognito is also okay. That way it might not take long for the goodwill to reach 90. It's just that Zhang Wen Shadow isn't in the office every day, and they still have to go out on tour, to their detriment. Can't have it both ways after all. He wasn't in a hurry though, they couldn't get away. Well, from now on, just message me if you need anything, and go get the rest of them in here. Aha! After saying that, Zhang Yuaning turned around and left, but before she could leave, Wang Hao called out to her. Yuaning, your spinning has been hot lately, and the way you bite your tongue is adorable. Perform it for me sometime. Zhang Wen Shadow froze before nodding gently. Yes, Oppa, go on. After that he talked to the girl group members one by one, and it wasn't until the evening that he left the company and returned to Tozhenipin. When Wang Hao pushed open the door, he saw someone. Sister-in-law. Wang Hao also didn't expect his sister-in-law to come back. He was a little surprised. He had called with his sister-in-law earlier, when she said it would take a little while. He didn't expect her to come back after how long had passed. Sister-in-law, why don't you send me a message when you come back so I can go pick you up? Li Yunru softly said. I was afraid you were busy. Wuya said she had time, so I didn't tell you. Okay, get ready to eat when you're back. Wuya and I made you your favorite abalone. Hey, it's still Sister Wuya and sister-in-law who treat me well. Uncle, Mo wants to eat too. Wang Hao squatted down and picked up Meng Meng. Yes, we'll eat together. After that, several people sat down at the table. During the meal, Wang Hao also asked about Li Yunru. Sister-in-law, are things taken care of? Not yet. The Civil Affairs Bureau said they want a 30-day cooling-off period, and I'll have to go back after 30 days. Well, in that case, you can just hang out over here for now. I'm already working on Momo's kindergarten preparations. I think she'll stay away this semester. You take her and have fun, and then send her there next semester. What do you think? Listen to you. Li Yunru didn't hesitate. She was now following Wang Hao, so she naturally listened to him. She happens to also want to take Meng Meng have a good time. Meng Meng has been staying in the county since childhood, basically did not go out to play much. Like what amusement parks these have not been. Li Yunru wants to take Mo for a try. Wuya didn't have much of an opinion either. With that, a few people had a good time and finished dinner. Since his sister-in-law had just come back today and she was a bit tired, she took Meng Meng to rest, while Wang Hao sat on the sofa with Wuya and chatted about some things. Little Hao, how are things over at Haoya? It's basically on track. We don't have to care. Helan will manage. Well, that'll do. Yeah, Sister Wuya, the current Fishong art dance is a franchise. I have an idea. Listen to it. You say. That's right. I think that if you open a franchise cannot earn much money. I think we get a dance training organization. Now our film and television company has a lot of artists. If you get their own training company, certainly can quickly hit the big name. What do you think? Little Hao, I actually had this idea, and was just about to tell you. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao and Wuya looked at each other. Neither one expected the other to give their thoughts away. This is just unbelievable. Sister Wuya, this is perhaps what people often call a spiritual connection. Poor mouth. After that, Wang Hao and Wuya discussed some specific details, including where to start. After all, this starting a company is not a quick fix. This thing has to be taken slowly. Wang Hao and Wuya discussed the matter and planned to register the company first. And the name of the company is also called Hoya. Hoya Art Dance. Same as Hoya Film and Media. After that, the company's name, Wang Hao, was going to be taken just like that. That's it then. Sister Wuya, tomorrow you go ahead and find an organization and ask them to help you register the company. I'm going to sign Rule and Zhang and Egret tomorrow. so I probably won't have time to go with you, okay? Just don't worry little Hao. I'm not a kid. Hey. The two chatted for a long time until 12 o'clock at night, when they went back to their rooms to get ready for rest. Just when Wang Hao was about to lie down on his bed to rest, he realized that there was someone on his bed. Sister-in-law, how do you? Wang Hao said softly. He didn't dare to speak loudly. After all, Wuya was in the room not far away. In case she heard some movement, it would be over. Xiao Hao, I have something to tell you. Wang Hao was a bit surprised, but he still sat next to her. What's the matter? Is there trouble with the divorce? No, it's... Wang Hao was also a bit confused as to what had happened. Sister-in-law, tell me if there's anything. I'll think of something. Just that Li Yunru didn't say anything. She suddenly kissed Wang Hao on the face and then ran out of the room. Wang Hao was all confused. However, he didn't think much about it, and after Li Yunru left, he closed the door behind him, intending to rest. After all, he had things to do tomorrow and couldn't stay up too long or he was afraid he wouldn't be able to get up. But before going to bed, as usual, he turned on Jitterbug, intending to see if the anchor he was going to dig up earlier was live. He opened his follow list and there were quite a few people live, but none of the people he was trying to dig up were live, so he just turned off the Jitterbug. Prepare to rest. Just then, his cell phone rang. Wang Hao opened the green bubble. A smile appeared on his face. It turned out that Songwon Air had sent her a message, saying that the McLaren P1, one of the 3 divine cars, had been found in the 4S store. Wang Hao also immediately sent a message back to Songwon Air, said he'd keep this car for him and go to the 4S the day after tomorrow. After putting down his cell phone, Wang Hao was directly excited. As long as he took this car again, then he had gathered the 3 divine cars. It's just great. And tomorrow he's going to sign Zhang Rumen, who has a perfect face value, and Bailu, who has a face value of 98. It's like a double celebration. He fell asleep thinking about it. Chapter 157, Signing Zhang Rohan. A billion is a billion. Day 2. The sunlight poured down on him. Just as he was feeling at the moment, he stretched his back, and the thought of signing Zhang Ruomang and Bailu off was very exciting. That's 2 big stars. If they were to sign them, then Haoya would have 3 star artists, and Haoya's fame would definitely hit the fan by then. When Zhao Liying and Louis Fei join Haoya later on as well, then Haoya will definitely be the first choice of all star performers. It's just that the more star artists he signs, the more money he has to spend. After all, it takes resources to train them, and to have resources you need money. So the first order of business was to raise the goodwill of Zailing and Lu Yuyify in order to get more salary rebate funds. They're the only ones making more money each month now. There was also the fact that when the movie made by Shou Liying and Louis Fei was shown, then at that time he would also be able to obtain a large amount of salary rebate funds. But that's a couple months away. Wang Hao left for the company directly after washing up. He didn't intend to call Zhang Ruoman and Bailu together. Zhang Ruoman in the morning, White Heron in the afternoon. If the 2 of them had come together, some things would not have been easy to say. After all, they may be treated a little differently, but not by much. Wang Hao drove Zhao Liying's Big G to the downstairs of the company. Looking at the luxurious Mordor Center building, Wang Hao then had an impulse to buy it. Only at this stage he simply didn't have the ability to do so, but he was sure that soon he would be able to afford it. He looked at the Mordor Center building and went straight upstairs. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the company, he saw the girl at the front desk of the company again. Hello boss. Hello, pretty girl. At that, the girl at the front desk smiled from ear to ear. Wang Hao didn't tease her anymore. After all, he still had things to do. He was going to see if Zhang Yuaning and the girls were around. If they were around, he could beat up Zhang Yuaning, and maybe even raise his goodwill. He arrived at the practice room, only there was no one in it. He had no choice but to go to Helan's office, ready to ask. To his surprise, Helan wasn't in the office either. This left him helpless. It's better to ask at Xia Chuchu's place. With that, he came to Xia Chuchu's office. Luckily, Xia Chuchu was in the office, or he would have had to go find someone else. Boss, what are you doing here? Xia Chuchu was obviously a bit surprised. I have something to ask you. Ha, where's the Aizu girl group and the WH1 girl group? Boss, don't you know? They have to go out these days. This has already left. At those words, Wang Hao was also a bit embarrassed. After all, he was the boss of Haoya, and he didn't even know that the girl group under his command had a performance. So it had to be said that he was indeed a bit derelict in his duties. But it didn't matter. He only had to take care of the big stuff, and he couldn't possibly manage it all by himself. So, where did President Helan go? Mister, he went to meet with people from the stick country today, and I heard that it seems like he's going to scoop up Li Ji anthracite and pay Zhu Xian. Hearing Xia Chuchu's words, Wang Hao was also very shocked. I didn't realize that I just dug up Zhang Ruoman and Bailu, and now this is 2 more female star performers from the stick country. Looks like Haoya is going to shine under Helan. Fine. Fine. Choo-choo. How much money is left in our company's account? Boss, during this period of time the company has a lot of expenses but limited income. It's already consumed nearly $200 to $300 million. And that doesn't even take into account the liquidated damages and whatnot for you signing Zhang Ruolin and Bailu. Okay, I know. I'll transfer another $4 billion to the company's account in a while. If the money isn't enough you can tell me again. No, boss, did you get your money from the wind? Wang Hao smiled slightly. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with saying so. Oh, Choo-choo, you want to know? Xia Choo-choo looked at Wang Hao's appearance and was furious. It was just that Wang Hao left after saying this. Zhang Ruolin is coming. He has to go talk to her now. Wang Hao came to sit in his office and waited for the arrival of the rightful owner. He looked at the time. It was 9:30 a.m. And their appointment was at 10 o'clock. There was still a little time left, so he turned on the green bubble and chatted with them for a while. He didn't put the phone down until it was almost time. Just as he put down his cell phone not a moment later, the office door was knocked, and Wang Hao looked through the one-way glass towards the outside. A mesmerizing figure appeared in his eyes. Enter. As his words fell, Zhang Ruolin slowly pushed open the office door and walked in. Looking at the beautiful Zhang Ruolin, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Stars do have capital. There probably aren't many women in the world who are as beautiful as Zhang Ruolin. Wang Hao, Sister Rohan, sit. Zhang Ruolin sat down on the sofa. Wang Hao then poured her a glass of water first. Sister Rohan, drink some water. Thanks, Sister Rohan. Before you came, Helan should have told you about this. Well, mister, he told me. Specifically she told me to come to you. Well then, I'll just go over the contract we have here with you first, so take a look. After saying that, Wang Hao directly gave all 4 contracts to Zhang Ruolin. In fact, Zhang Ruolin already knew about the contracts. After all, without something to attract her, how could she possibly come over? Wang Hao, I know about the contract, but I have to say at first, if I come over, the breach of contract these. Sister Ruoma, don't worry about this. As long as you come, the company will take care of the rest for you. That'll do. Then let's talk about the contract. Since Sister Rohan you know the level of the contract, then I won't get all bent out of shape with you. In fact, I don't intend to let Sister Rohan have you sign any of those contracts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruolin's brows furrowed slightly. Zhang Ruolin's choices right now weren't just Wang Hao's. The big deal was that she wouldn't jump ship. After all, Helan was the one who went and dug her up to come here. And if she couldn't do what Wang Hao promised to do, there was no need for her to join Haoya. Wang Hao, what do you mean? Seeing that Zhang Ruolin misunderstood, he hurriedly took out the exclusive contracts, which he had prepared specifically for each star artist. Everyone's contract was different. He handed the contract to Zhang Ruolin, and when he saw the contents of the contract, Zhang Ruolin's face also showed a look of disbelief. Wang Hao, you this, Sister Rohan, I'm already very happy that you're here at Haoya, and with you and Sister Bailu joining us, Haoya will definitely become a well-known company in the Dragon Kingdom and even the world. Hearing this, Zhang Ruolin didn't hesitate any longer and directly signed the contract. A smile also appeared on Wang Hao's face. Next up is the egret. As long as the signing goes through, then Haoya will have 3 female star performers. Chapter 158 White Heron also signed, adding 2 more star artists to Haoya. Wang Hao, thanks, Sister Rohan. What are you thanking me for? By the way, it might take a few days for your house to be given to you. I won't have time to buy it until tomorrow. It's okay, I have a place to stay. Aha! Then Wang Hao, I'll go get ready first. Okay, don't worry, things will be solved for you by the company, and resources these will be prepared for you too. Okay. After saying that, Zhang Rohan left the office, and looking at Zhang Rohan's attractive face and body, Wang Hao wanted to top it off. It's just not the right time. At noon Wang Hao directly let the people from the restaurant send lunch to the company. He and Xia Choo-choo and the girls ate lunch and then went to his lounge, ready to rest and relax, waiting for the arrival of White Heron in the afternoon. He lay down on the bed in the lounge and turned on the green bubble. Before he could make a move, his cell phone came on a video call. He picked it up and saw that it was actually Zailing. Wang Hao hurriedly picked up the video call. Sister Liang, what's wrong? Wang Hao, did you dig Rohan over there? Wang Hao was also stunned. He only signed the contract with Zhang Ruolin in the morning. How come Zhao Liang knew about it in the afternoon? What was the situation? Wang Hao hurriedly asked. Sister Liang, how did you know? Shou Liang said in a bad mood. Also, how do I know? Do you know that the Light First Media are now fried? They have sent people to check your company. Wang Hao sort of understood that it was probably Zhang Ruolin who went to Light First Media to terminate her contract. However, he is not panicked at all. He now wants money. Money, people. This a Light First Media should be able to carry. Sister Liang, don't worry, I have my measure. Hey, you're on your own. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Hey, Hey, thanks Sister Lying. Don't move too much lately. Wait until I go to Magic City after a while. Ha! Wang Hao was baffled. If he told Zhuo Lying that he had to sign Beluga in the afternoon, would he be scolded? After thinking about it, he still decided to tell Zhaolian. After all, even if he didn't say anything, Zhaolian would probably know about it at night. And even if he didn't know about it at night, he would definitely know about it tomorrow. Instead of waiting until she knows, I'd rather tell her now. That, Sister Lying, there's something I want to tell you. Say, that's right, Shiro is coming to the office this afternoon to sign the contract. What? Zhao Lying was not calm. She thought that Wang Hao had only dug up Zhang Roman, but she didn't expect that he had even dug up Bailu as well. This is all of a sudden a feud with two old media companies. Wang Hao's move is not very wise, but there's nothing to be done about it. Zhao Lying was obviously a bit worried, but she didn't say anything about Wang Hao. After all, it was also Wang Hao's ability to dig in. Sister Lying, it's fine, I can handle it. Hey, don't make any moves lately. I'll be back in the Magic City on October 1st. Yeah, Wang Hao can obviously see. Shine Lying some on the worry, which after all, this is not over the family. Once Wang Hao couldn't carry the counterattacks of the two media companies, there was only one way left for Wang Hao, and that was bankruptcy. Just what Xiao Lying didn't know was that no matter what, Wang Hao would never go bankrupt. After talking to Xiao Lying on the phone, he laid down and thought about it. He didn't let Helan dig up domestic artists before because he was afraid of this, but as long as he carried through this time, then it would be much easier for Helan to dig up people in the future. Wang Hao fought a lot, just haven't regretted it. After all, poaching is the way to Hoya's rise. Digging is the same now and later. After figuring it out, Wang Hao didn't dwell on it anymore. After all, the money will be as much as he wants later. Now it is just a company that provides a high salary as well as high benefits to the goddess of payroll cashback. It's not like he's going to make money off this company later. Afternoon, Wang Hao sat in his office as he did in the morning, waiting for White Heron to arrive. It wasn't long before Shiro came into his office with a woman. Actually, Wang Hao knew who this woman was. She should be He Handan. Not only is she Shiro's BFF, she's Shiro's BFF. And I guess she's afraid of Shiro getting screwed over this time she's here. Sister Shiro, drink water. Wang Hao poured a cup of water for Bailu and He Handan, then sat down opposite them. Wang Hao, this is my assistant, He Handan. Ha ha ha. As a fan of Shiro-san, how could I not know that? You guys are BFFs, right? Aha. In that case, I won't say anymore. You can read the contract. After saying that, Wang Hao directly handed the contract to them. This time, he didn't take out any other level of contract, but just took out Shiro's exclusive contract. Ygritte and He Handan were also very shocked after reading the contract. Their expressions were the same as when Zhang Roman saw the contract this morning. Wang Hao, this contract? This contract is yours, so let's sign it if you're satisfied. But is this true that the company will pay me 5 times what I make each month? What else would it be? I don't lie. On the side of the He Handan carefully read the contract. Frozen did not find a bad condition for the White Heron. It can be said that this contract no company in the country can do. He Handan pulled Bailu and said, Manya, this contract is only good for you without any harm. Even how long you work each month is random for you. The resources given to you are also unimaginable. Looking at the two whispering, Wang Hao didn't disturb. After a while, Beluga asked, Wang Hao, so if I earn 200 million a month, you can pay me $1 billion as well? Of course, isn't it clearly written inside the contract? Also, you don't have to worry about the liquidated damages. The company will help you deal with it. And of course, if you come to our company, your BFF can continue to be your assistant. And the salary will be paid by the company. And the monthly salary will be 5 times of what she's making now. Upon hearing this, Beluga was indeed moved. Before she was still considering what would happen to her best friend if she signed up with Haoya. But now that Wang Hao had said it, there was nothing else for her to consider. Shiro looked at his best friend and nodded. After the two signaled, she said, yes. After saying that, Bailu signed the contract. And Wang Hao also prepared a new contract for Bailu's bosom friend He Hanong and signed her up as well. After signing, Shiro and He Handan also left. Wang Hao placed Zhang Ruomian and Bailu's contract on the table. The corners of his mouth were simply harder to suppress than AK. Now that Shiro is also signed, Hoya has once again added 2 more star performers to its roster. This was Hoya's first step towards the public eye. Chapter 159, Hoya is famous. The next day, Wang Hao and Helan went to Tangzheniping to buy 10 large flat floors. 1 set was placed in Helan's name. 2 of the remaining 9 sets were given to Zhang Ruman and Bailu. There were also 7 sets placed in the company, which he intended to leave for the artists who would be signed to Haoya in the future. And with all this maneuvering, the money he had on him was stretched to the limit. Sit on the couch with Helan. He opened just his data panel. After all, he hadn't looked at his panel in a long time. System, open my data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquidity, $2. 138. 291. 411. Fixed assets, 1 city hotpot in Magic City Bolong Square, Hoya Film and Media Company, Ltd. And 1 set of 200 SQ. Foot. Large flat in Magic City Tang Sin Yiping. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds received through payroll rebates, $15. 146. 92 million. Total funds expended, $12. 770. 49 million. System points, 178. Goddesses who have bound salary rebate, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month. Wu Ya, bound this month. White Bull, bound this month. Louis Fei, bound this month. Zhang Yuaning, bound this month. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 12 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Wang Hao was numb. If it wasn't for the fact that the points required to redeem the number of bindings had become more, he could have redeemed another number of bindings by now, and then he would have been able to bind another paycheck return goddess. The amount of money he would be able to get through payroll rebates would then be even greater. It's just a shame that the number of bindings has gone up, but it won't be long before he gets it again. Now by Warner's favorability was 92, and with 3 more points, he would be able to gain another binding count. At that moment, he needed to bind Orange Jingy, Zhang Rumen, and Bai Lu. He was sure that their monthly salary would increase exponentially after they joined Hoya. Moreover, they had all signed exclusive contracts, and the only way for him to lose money was to bind them to become the goddesses of paycheck return. Then he wouldn't lose money. How? What are you thinking about? He Lan looked at him and asked when he realized he was fuming. Sister Lan, Sister Liang said that we shouldn't make any big moves lately, and that we can hold off on digging up domestic female celebrity artists for a while, and focus on digging up female artists from the stick country. Well, I know, Li Ying told me. Don't worry. Well, I'd like to know who you're targeting next. You want to know? Aha! Not telling you. He Lan pretended to be mysterious. Yeah, watch me tickle the big one. After saying that, he lunged towards Holly Blue and kept tickling her. Ha ha ha, stop scratching. I'm telling you. Only after hearing this did Wang Hao stop. Who is it? It's like this. We've already poached 3 of our company's actors, so my next target is ready to poach the recently risen female singer Shan Yijun. Shan Yichun is pretty awesome. She was already able to be on the Spring Festival Gala when she was in college. Well, but since Li Ying said so, I'm going to put this matter aside for now. Recently I've been digging Li Ji anthracite from the stick country as well as Pei Zhu Xian and Lin Yun Air. Good. Hard work. Wang Hao gently hugged He Lan. He Lan is just too capable and has a strong network. If it weren't for He Blue, his Hoya would probably still be in its infancy right now. How can it develop so fast? He'll pay He Lan more when he binds him later. Xiao Hao, I feel that Li Ying seems to be very concerned about you. Are you? Sister Lan, what are you talking about? Sister Liang is a big star and I'm just a small person. How can that be? He Lan gave him a blank look. Still just a small person. Simply bragging. Who is a small person so rich? And with the way Zaolian treated Wang Hao, He Lan could even guess Zaolian's attitude towards Wang Hao. To know, she had known Xiao Liang for a long time. Even Lin Gangxin, who had a very good relationship with Xiao Liang hadn't cared about him so much. And as soon as Wang Hao's company appeared on the Kyoto side of the company, she called over. What it says, the meaning is self-evident, but He Lan didn't feel anything. After all, she knew that Wang Hao had more than one woman around him. By the way, you pay more attention to Orange Jingy's side. What's wrong? It's fine, just pay more attention. Yes. After that, Wang Hao stayed with He Lan until the evening, when he returned to his home. Now that everyone lives in Townsend, it's easy for him to go anywhere. It's okay to be late every 2 days. After that, Hoya Film and Media became famous. Whether it's Jitterbug or Twitter, Hoya is on the hot seat. On the night of the 21st, Wang Hao sat on the sofa with Wu Ya and his sister-in-law and swiped Shakeology. He then swiped the video about Hoya. The video is all about Hoya Film and Media. The video was posted by Hoya's number, and it even has over 10 million likes. Wang Hao was stunned. He opened the comments section to realize why there were so many comments. Because fans of Orange Jingy, Zhang Rumen, and White Heron were here. Gosh, it's great that you finally changed companies. Rohan has also changed. And the egrets, oh my god. How did they all sign up with Hoya? What is this company all about? That they sign up 3 goddesses like the gods. That is, at Orange Jingy, can Xiaojiu send us the contract and we'll help you see if you've been screwed. At Zhang Ruoman, send us your contract to look at as well. At Egret, Heron Ears, Send us your contract as well. At Zhang Rumen. The comment section was full of fans of Orange Jingy, Zhang Rumen, and Bailu. Of course, there are some black fans. What? It's a shame to look like that and be a big star. Except this black fan just commented and was instantly spammed by a true fan. Black powder rolls, you are just envious. My family Xiao Ju looks beautiful. That's right, my Ruoruman is as beautiful as heaven. Unlike you, who looks like a pig and is worse than a pig. My egret is prettier than a fairy. And if you say one more word about it, you're guaranteed human flesh. Wang Hao had also finally seen the power of these fans, who would step forward whenever someone dared to blacken their idol. He also knew that after such a fermentation, Hallyu film and media was really starting to catch fire. It will take a while to ferment though. After a while, he would release the contracts one by one, and it would definitely shock everyone. Chapter 160 Rumor Mongering by Pegasus Live. The next day, after Wang Hao washed up and ate the breakfast prepared by his sister-in-law, he set off directly to Bai Waner's side. Last night Bai Waner called him, saying that there was a situation and asked him to come over. Today he would be ready to go over and take a look. Not long after, Wang Hao arrived at Bai Waner's residence. Brother Hao. Seeing Wang Hao coming, Bai Waner and Yang Xiuli stood up excitedly. This wave of operation directly confused Wang Hao. I'm coming. Why are you guys so excited? As soon as he finished speaking, before he could close the door behind him, Bai Waner quickly ran to his side and closed the door behind him before pulling him over to the sofa and sitting down. Wang Hao looked at the tension on both of their faces and was somewhat helpless, but this was normal. After all, none of them knew that Wang Hao had a system, and it would be strange if they didn't panic when they encountered this kind of thing. Brother Hao, look, Bai Waner took out her own cell phone, opened Shake and played a video. In the video, a netizen said Bai Waner had been adopted as a rich man's mistress, and was found out by the original partner and beaten to a pulp. After saying that, Bai Waner showed Wang Hao the number of fans and private messages on her account. Originally, Bai Waner had more than 6 million followers, but after this wave of rumors coming down from the Tianma Live company, it caused her followers to continuously decrease, and now it's only nearly 6 million, and it's still on a steady decline. It probably won't be long before her follower count drops below 6 million. The private messages were, moreover, a blur of obscenities. There was even talk of paying Bai Waner to sleep with her. Wang Hao also knew that these were presumably the water armies found on Tianma's side. Waner, don't worry, now we just need to finish the matter at hand. When we finish the matter at hand, this Tianma company's lie will not be broken. Then we will come back with a hand of kettle, to treat others the way they treat us. After saying that, Wang Hao hugged Bai Waner tightly. He knew that Bai Waner must be under a lot of pressure during this time, but there was nothing they could do about it now. Bai Waner reached out and hugged Wang Hao tightly. These days she didn't dare to open her private messages, although she was Wang Hao's lover. No one knew about this matter, and it wasn't like Wang Hao treated her well as a lover. How? Tears appeared in the corners of Bai Waner's eyes. Wang Hao gently helped her wipe away her tears. Okay, it's okay, I'm here. Big deal. I won't be a netizen anymore. I'll just support you. Aha! You guys tell me about Hao Wan's recent situation first. Yes, it was true that he hadn't paid much attention to Hao Wan's side during this period of time. And after signing the Nightblade Shingo, he had been busy on Hao Ye's side. Brother Hao, our company has been successfully registered. The place where Hao Wan's office is located has also been found. And the president you found for us is very responsible. And she's now the one who's busy with Hao Wan's affairs. The company signed quite a few anchors now, too, so I guess it'll be up and running in a little while. Good. During this period of time, Waner and Xiaoli, just focus on Hao Wan. As for Wang Hao's news, you should not look at it. Let them be complacent for a period of time, and then give them a fatal blow once we've set it up. Aha! Wang Hao wasn't the kind of person to take a loss. If someone wanted to bully his people, he would make the other party pay a very painful price. After that, Wang Hao discussed some things about Hao Wan with Bai Waner and Yang Xiaoli. Hao Wan's rented office building is also in the Magic City Center building. The floor is lower though, on the 69th floor. In that case, it will be more convenient for Wang Hao to go there in the future. And the room where Hao Wan is broadcasting live is still being renovated. All Hao Wan needed to do during this time was to keep signing new anchors, then use superpowers to give Hao Wan Live Media's account a boost in followers. Wan Air, although we don't need to do anything in the meantime. Let's clarify. You record a video and respond. Okay, then Hao Xiaoli, you guys record it for me. Originally, Wang Hao was thinking of joining Bai Waner. It was just that if he rashly appeared in Bai Waner's video in this situation, then things might get even more complicated. After all, he can't afford to check. Although the system had helped him hide the information, some of the most basic information could still be found out, such as his relationship with Wu Ya and his relationship with Zhao Liying. Once he's found out that he's not only related to Bai Waner but also to the big star, Zhe Liying, then this whole thing is really hard to talk about. After Bai Wanner recorded a clarification video, Wang Hao explained to Bai Wanner, "Wanner, the reason why I can't get into your video, for reasons you know, could be even worse if it's dug up. Brother Hao." "I know." Wang Hao rubbed her silky hair. At this point he was really feeling like he wasn't right, but since it had already happened, he could only be nicer to Bai Wanner in the future. There is no way to change anything about these things anymore. Wang Hao also didn't understand why Tianma's people would be so obsessed with targeting Bai Wanner. He had checked Tianma's people. Tianma's founder was called Ma Tian, also a grassroots. It was indeed impressive to be able to climb up to this level. "Wanner, do you know the founder of Skyhorse Live?" Bai Wanner nodded. "Brother Hao, I know, tell me about it." "Well, when Ma Tian's fame wasn't this big, he was also doing live broadcasts, and then there was a time when I randomly connected to him, and from that time onwards, this Ma Tian has been asking for my contact information. He wasn't very famous at the time, and I didn't fancy him, so I turned it down. Then he just kept sending me private messages for a while and I ignored him and then he disappeared. Just like that. He didn't send me any more private messages until I was with Hao. But after I followed you for a while, he started sending me private messages, and even said that he would take money to grasp the promotion, and if I didn't want to, he would block me, let me never go live again." Wang Hao roughly understood. It seemed like this was premeditated. Speaking of which, Ma Tian is also quite powerful. A grassroots can break into such a way, have to be admired. But his mistake is that he should not threaten Bai Wanner. As far as Ma Tian's background was concerned, he wouldn't have much of a background or connections, but the current Wang Hao had notable connections. It was like Zhao Liang and Louis Fei as well as Zhang Rumen, Orange Jingyi, and White Heron. They are all Wang Hao's people. Not only them, He Lan's connections are even more bullish. What else is Wang Hao afraid of? Well, I guess it's this Ma Tian who wants to use this method to make you give in. It's fine, you just deal with Hao Wan's matter, leave the rest to me, and I'll transfer some money over to you. If anything happens you'll have to cope with it too. After saying that, Wang Hao directly called the bank, and Bai Wanner soon received the message. Her eyes went wide when she saw the message. Chapter 161, Let them fool around for a while. Sign Timo's contract. Brother Hao, why did you transfer so much money to me? She didn't expect Wang Hao to transfer so much money to her at once. She couldn't believe it. The side of Yang Xioli is also very curious, so it came over to look at the past. It does not matter if you do not look at it. A look at the direct shock. Where is this a little money? It's clearly a lot of money. Okay. Before looking at it, Yang Xioli thought there was 1 or 2 million. Good guy. This directly earned 100 million. Yang Xioli and Bai Wanner just looked at him. He smiled and said, this money you will stay on your body, so as not to have anything, when it is too late to tell me. Although the company's account has $1 billion, but no matter whether it is to dig people, or the development of the company, all need to use money, and it costs money now that the company's accounts aren't done. Brother Hao, but this is too much. It's okay, I don't need the money, just keep it. In fact, it wasn't that Wang Hao didn't lack this amount of money. He wanted to spend all of it so that he could gain points, then he could buy more paycheck cashback goddesses, and finally he could earn more money. Ding! Wage cashback goddess by Wanner's favoritism +1. The corners of his mouth pressed together at the sound of the system's voice. He hurriedly opened by Wanner's data. System, opened by Wanner's data. Ding! Data generation in progress. Name White Bull. Age, 23. Face value, 90. Favoritism, 92. Secret love. Height, 168. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, internet anchor. Current cashback multiplier, 200x. Cumulative funds received for the month, $120,000. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 8 days. Wang Hao was also a bit stunned when he saw Bai Wanner's accumulated funds for the month. But it's understandable when you think about it. Bai Wanner basically didn't do much live broadcasting this month, so naturally she didn't make much money. And she had been busy with Hao Wan Live Company all this time. When Hao Wan Live Streaming Company is on track, then Bai Wanner will be able to earn more money in a month, and he will be able to get more money through payroll cashback. It's almost like a 1-2 punch. Mwah! Hao, you're so nice. Bai Wanner hugged Wang Hao and kissed him on the cheek, her eyes filled with fascination. Although Wang Hao wasn't very handsome, he was very sunny and clean, and Bai Wanner felt that such a man was really attractive. Yang Xioli on the side was also very envious of Bai Wanner, being able to meet a man like Wang Hao who was rich and loved women, and most importantly, he wasn't too old. This also made Yang Xioli even more determined to be Wang Hao's lover. Alright, I should go too. I might have something to be busy with during this period of time. If there's anything on your side that you can't handle, send me a message. And as for the Skyhorse Live Company, let them be complacent for a while. Brother Hao, are you about to leave? Well, I'll come to you when I can. Don't worry. Okay. Bai Wanner's eyes were a bit lost. In fact, she wanted to do something with Wang Hao that the two of them did, but Yang Xiaoli was there and they couldn't disregard her. After that, Wang Hao left Bai Wanner's house. He thought about coming all the way to the Green City Huangpu River. So let's go see the Night Dagger Shingo. Every time I think of her, I think of that sexy mole on my lips. Not long after, Wang Hao came to the building where Night Dagger God Gozhang Shuyu was located. He directly took the elevator and came to the door of Night Dagger God Gozhang Shuyu's house. Due to the lack of the room door's password, he could only press the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. It wasn't long before the door to the room opened. It was just that Nightblade Go was wearing a white halter top with a pair of denim shorts. The long white and tender legs, the sexy navel, and the tantalizing lip mole were all testing Wang Hao's fixation. In fact, Nightblade Shingo also knew who the visitor was, and only Wang Hao and her family knew that she lived here. Her family was in the mountain province again, so naturally it was impossible for her to come here. So it could only be Wang Hao. What are you doing here? What? I can't come. Wang Hao didn't dilly-dally and directly asked the system to open up Nightblade Shingo's data. He also wanted to see just how much her favorability had reached. System, open Zhang Shuyu's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Zhang Shuyu. Age, 29. Face value, 87. Favorability, 73. Common friend. Height, 167. Weight, 42 kilograms. Occupation, professional anchorwoman. Good guy. It's only been a few days since I've seen you, and you've added 10 points to your favoritism, so you can. No, how's it going? Getting used to living over here? It's okay, just a little boring. When do I go to work? It is estimated that it will take a few days. Now the company is still under renovation. If you are bored you can also live broadcast. Advertising you can also pick up your own. The company will not control, and will not draw your success. Of course, you can go if you want to make a video. Just be back by the end of the month. Yes. Although Wang Hao was speaking, his gaze was constantly scanning over Nightblade God Gozhang Shuyu. Nothing else. She was too tempting in this state, especially since he had just harvested a bunch of fire from Bai Wanner, which made it even harder for Wang Hao to suppress it. But Wang Hao also knew that he couldn't mess around now, and Zhang Shuyu saw Wang Hao's gaze. She actually knew that Wang Hao had thoughts about her, but if Wang Hao didn't take the initiative, it was unlikely that she would either. After that, Wang Hao stayed with her for a while and left. There was no way, if he didn't leave, he couldn't guarantee what he would do. Seeing that Wang Hao had left, Zhang Shuyu was relieved, but she was a bit lost herself. After leaving Zhang Shuyu's place, Wang Hao returned to Tang Zhenipin, and as soon as he came back, the phone rang. Hey, Sister Yanan, why are you calling me? Wang Hao, I've thought it over. I'll join Hao Wan. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was first stunned, and after reacting, he said excitedly, okay, you wait, I'll go to your place now, wait for me at home. After saying that, Wang Hao hung up the phone and went home first to get Timo's contract before going straight to Timo's house. By the time he got to Timo's house, beads of sweat were running down his entire head. Wang Hao, take it easy. Looking at Wang Hao's panting appearance, a faint smile appeared on Timo's face. She invited Wang Hao inside. Sister Yanan, do I need to change my shoes? No, just come right in. Yes. When he came in, Timo poured him a glass of water. Wang Hao didn't even have time to drink water before taking out the contract. As long as Timo was signed, then Hao Wan would have an anchor with over 10 million fans. And Timo saw that Wang Hao took out the contract and signed his name since he carefully read it. At this moment, Wang Hao finally signed Timo. Chapter 162 Cash Rebate on September Salary. Sister Yanan, welcome to Hao Wan. Wang Hao reached out and shook Timo's hand. In fact, he was quite curious as to why Timo would choose him instead of remaining over at one of the stations. Knowing that a certain station was a big company, staying over there would probably be much better than staying on Wang Hao's side. But Wang Hao wasn't going to ask. Since Timo had chosen him, he would definitely give her the best treatment. Money-wise he was the least lacking. After all, he got a lot every month. And over time, he could even get trillions in a month. And it's still dollars. In time, he alone will be able to outperform a family. Especially those families in the Eagle Kingdom. One by one he will surely surpass. Not only in money, but in industry. This goal Wang Hao had to achieve no matter what. Most importantly, he wants to achieve a goal of having all the goddesses of the world making money for him. The thought of it made him very excited. Sister Yanan, don't worry, the company side will help you settle your contract with a certain station. Yes. After that, Wang Hao chatted with Timo for quite a while, and he didn't leave Timo's house until the evening. Back in his house, by now Wuya and her sister-in-law were already waiting at home. Little Hao, you're back. When Wuya saw that he had returned, a faint smile finally appeared on her face. Aha! Wang Hao looked at the meal on the table and was also slightly stunned. Could it be that they hadn't eaten yet? It can't be. It's 9 o'clock at night. Sister Wuya, sister-in-law, you haven't eaten yet? No, I'm just waiting for you to come back. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao became a bit angry. Why are you waiting for me? If I'm busy until 11 or 12 o'clock at night, you won't eat until then. From now on, if I'm not back by 7 o'clock, you'll eat first. I'll tell you guys very much if I don't come back for dinner in the future. When Wang Hao was in the middle of his sentence, he felt that he also had a problem, so he hastily changed his tone. Hearing his words, Wu Ye and Li Yunru were first a bit stunned, but then they came back to their senses and knew why Wang Hao was angry. Xiao Hao, we also ate something to pat our stomachs. Let's eat. Wang Hao knew that it was the most effective way to communicate when there was something to say, so his tone was much softer. He said to this sister-in-law, Sister-in-law, I'll send you a message when I come back later. Meng Meng is still young, don't let her starve. I know, Sister Wu Ye, you too. Aha! As Wang Hao's tone became gentler, the atmosphere became more cozy. Uncle, Mo just ate a cupcake and is already full. Wang Hao scraped Meng Meng's nose and spoiled him. In the future, Meng Meng can't eat the cupcake before eating, or uncle won't buy it for you in the future. Aha! By the way, sister-in-law, how was the property divided in your divorce? Wang Hao had forgotten to ask before and only remembered now. Which there is what property? Just the rural area of the suite and the county of the suite, and the house were taken against the debt, and now also owes a lot of money. I did not want anything, as long as the custody of Meng Meng, but Wang Meng said that he borrowed the money is used for life. I have to assume part of the debt. Later, after an investigation, he didn't even use that money for living, so the debt has nothing to do with me either. Well, that's fine then. From now on, you and Meng Meng will live in Magic City. As for the house, if you're willing to live with Wu Ye and I, then we'll live together. If you don't feel comfortable with it, then we'll buy another house for you and Meng Meng. Wang Hao finished his words. Li Yunru hastily refused. No, if I buy another house it will surely cost me a lot of money. It's just that I'm afraid that living with you guys will disturb you. However, before Wang Hao could speak, Wu Ye spoke first. Sister-in-law, there are so many rooms here, we can't finish them all, and with you and Meng Meng around, I feel like the house is a lot more lively, so how could we be disturbed? Yes, sister-in-law, I also like this little girl Meng Meng, you guys will live here from now on. At those words, Li Yunru nodded. Yes. After eating, Wang Hao played with Meng Meng for a while until Meng Meng said she wanted to go to bed, and only then did Wang Hao take her to her room to rest. After 11, Wang Hao and Wu Ye and the girls also returned to their rooms, ready to rest, and instead of resting after returning to his room, Wang Hao took out his cell phone and sent a message to Li Meng. It was only after Li Meng returned his message that he called the other party. He didn't hit the video. After all, it was already so late. It wouldn't be good to see people's privacy. Hey, brother Hao, what's wrong? Nothing, just wanted to ask how things are going over there. Previously, Wang Hao hadn't asked them and Han Xian what was going on over there after transferring $1 billion to each of Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu. Now there was just a little time for him to ask as well. Brother Hao, our family's situation has gotten a lot better lately. Han Xian and the backers behind him are fighting a price war with us, so I don't think we'll get anywhere anytime soon. So, remember to talk to me if anything happens. Well, by the way, brother Hao, my parents said they want you to come over for dinner. Do you think it's convenient for you? Hearing that, Wang Hao people are numb. Let him go to the home to eat. This is not just the equivalent of, but it wouldn't be too good for Wang Hao to refuse. After all, he and Li Meng did sleep together at the beach. After thinking about it, he agreed. After all, it was just a meal. In case they simply wanted to treat him to a meal. Okay, then I'll come over the day after tomorrow. Yeah. In fact, what Wang Hao didn't know was that usually inviting people to eat would be invited to eat outside, and inviting them to eat at home would not have the same meaning. After finishing his chat with Li Meng, he chatted with Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu for a while, then he put down his cell phone. After that, Wang Hao didn't go back on his word and went to Li Meng's house for a meal, while Li Meng's parents looked at him as if he was their son-in-law, making him a bit nervous. After going to Li Meng's house for dinner, Wang Hao was basically just going to school. Then there's the triple header to Hoya Film and Media and Hao on Live. All the way up to September 30th, Wang Hao sat on the sofa with Wu Ye and his sister-in-law Li Yunru. Wu Ye knew that today was definitely the time when Wang Hao's investment funds would be obtained again. Li Yunru didn't know, and she didn't know what exactly she was going to do now, except that she was going to be so shocked that she could stuff an apple in her mouth next. The time reached 10 minutes past 0 on October 1st, and Wang Hao received the message on time. The September paycheck rebate is finally here. Chapter 163, Assets exceeded $50 billion. Your tail number 6503 savings card on October 1st. 010 UnionPay deposited 24 million renminbi yuan. The available balance of 2,061. 979, 7,429 yuan, long set bank. Knowing that this must be a message from the bank, Wu Ye came closer to Wang Hao and looked at his cell phone. The unknown Li Yunru also came over. Two women with a mature demeanor just leaned over him in sexy pajamas. This made Wang Hao subconsciously want to wrap his arms around their thin waists. He realized in retrospect that he couldn't show his relationship with his sister-in-law, so he hastily dismissed the idea. Wu Ye looked at the message on her phone and counted the numbers. It wasn't much of a surprise because she knew that there would definitely be more to come. While Li Yunru, who was on the side, was stunned. Individuals, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Wang Hao surprisingly received more than $20 million while sitting at home. Her mouth couldn't close. You know, the village people work hard to do a month can only earn a $2,000 or $3,000. A little more a month can only earn a little more than 10,000 yuan. Wang Hao then did nothing and arrived at over $20 million. However, that wasn't what shocked her. Wang Hao immediately clicked on another message. Your savings card with tail number 6503 deposited 3 renminbi, 5 billion at 010 on October 1st by Union Pay, with an available balance of 5 renminbi, 561, 979, 7,429. Long set bank. Wu Ye and Li Yunru counted again. This time both of them were stunned. Nice guy. 5 billion. How much is this? Li Yunru didn't even know what to say. So much money. Even if she worked all her life, she couldn't earn so much money. Her gaze tightened on Wang Hao, and although Wu Ye was mentally prepared, she was still shocked by the huge amount. She was at a loss for words now. Other people can make $1 billion a month, but Wang Hao is like a magic trick. Every month can make a few $1 billion. She was shocked, but not that exaggerated. Immediately after, Wang Hao opened another message. This message directly caused Wu Ye and Li Yunru's mouths to be able to stuff down an apple. They counted them one by one. Individuals, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, billions. Your savings card with tail number 6503 deposited 4 renminbi, 104, 000 at 010 on October 1st by Union Pay, with an available balance of 9 renminbi, 665, 979, 7,429. Long set bank. It's also a few billion, but it's 11 billion more than the last message. That's $11 billion. It's that simple. Adding it all up, Wang Hao has made $6 billion tonight, right? Geez, $76 billion. How long will it take them to earn that? A couple of lifetimes. Little how? How did you? So much money. Li Yunru can't even speak properly. Wu Ye knew that all of this was money earned from Wang Hao's investments, but she was really too curious. Sister-in-law, these are all the money I've made from investments, but I'll be investing them soon. More than $7 billion. My God, Xiao Hao, I'm afraid I'm not dreaming. Wang Hao smiled and didn't say anything. He wanted to pinch his sister-in-law's plump ass, but with Wu Ye around, he didn't dare. Sister-in-law, how can that be? Wu Ye was also curious and said, Xiao Hao, this is so much money, is it all going to be invested? Not necessarily, it depends on whether there are any good investments. So, right, Sister Wu Ye, the matter of the dance training organization can be put on the agenda. You seize the time to register the company. I'll pay for the funds. Yes. Wang Hao now wanted each of the already bound paycheck return goddesses around him to have their own company so they could make a lot of money. Of course, there were 2 more cashback messages in his cell phone, but he didn't open them. That's a lot of cashback info for Shou Liang and Louis Fei. For sure, don't shock them again then. And he can't show the whole thing, otherwise it'll scare them. Sometimes it's good to show some of his strength. After that, Wang Hao chatted with the 2 of them for a long time. It was after 1 o'clock before Wang Hao and the others went to rest, and returning to his room, Wang Hao couldn't wait to open the remaining 2 cashback messages. Your savings card with tail number 6503 deposited 17 renminbi, 680, 000 at 010 on October 1st by Union Pay, with a usable balance of 27 renminbi, 345, 979, 7,429. Long set bank. Your savings card with tail number 6503 deposited 24 billion renminbi at 010 on October 1st by Union Pay, with a usable balance of 51, 3,045, 97,007,429 yuan. Long set bank. Wang Hao was really excited when he saw the message too. It's just too much of a surprise. One of Louis Fei and Zhao Liang gave him 17, 68 billion and $80 million back. and the other one gave $24 billion back. It was simply a pleasant surprise. Originally he only had $2 billion in his hand. He was afraid that if something suddenly happened he wouldn't be able to react in time and he would be screwed then. After all, he had just signed Zhang Roland and Bailu. It wouldn't be good if their previous media company made a scene. What's more, he scooped Timo up from one of the stations. This could get messy. Once the money chain is gone, then the company is not far from collapse. Now, well, with so much money on the line, then he's got the backbone to not worry about anything else. These funds are authentic cash flow. After this wave of salary rebates, Wang Hao also has 493 more points. If the number of times it was bound was like before when he could change it with 100 points, then he would be able to change it 6 more times. Unfortunately, it's still 400 points short of redeeming another bundle count. Now Wang Hao's total points came to 672. That means he only needs to use up 32.8 billion before he can get another bind count. This is good news for Wang Hao. After all, he had enough money in his hand. That meant that he only needed to transfer 32.8 billion into Haoya or Haowan's finances, or Haoya and Haowan each transferred half of it, and he would receive 328 points. It's just that he won't do it. After all, the $10 billion or so is not a small amount of money. If it was transferred to Haoya or Haowan, those two companies would definitely be given special attention. And the $4 billion he had transferred to Haoya before had already attracted attention. Be more careful next time you transfer money. After thinking for a while, Wang Hao didn't want to. After all, Zhao was coming back today, and he had to rest early so that he could meet with Zhao tomorrow. Chapter 164, Ji Liang returns. Favorability soars. The next day, Wang Hao got up early. It's a holiday in the Dragon Kingdom. Regardless of whether it was Haoya or Haowan, Wang Hao let them go on vacation. But before giving them a vacation, Wang Hao had one more thing to do. After he had washed up he spoke to his sister-in-law and Wu Ya, and then he drove towards the Magic City Center building. How could there be no gifts for the holidays? Wang Hao was precisely going to give them gifts, and everyone in the company had them. He didn't need to care about Haowan's side. By what air and Yang Xiaoli would send it out. As for Haoya's side, he was the boss of this company. He definitely had to send it out in person. And all of Haoya were goddesses. He also wanted to take the opportunity to beef up his paycheck return goddess bindings for the month. Wang Hao rode the elevator to the 88th floor. He didn't see anyone when he arrived at the office. Only the receptionist girl from before was waiting for him. Boss, you're here. Well, where's the rest of the company? They're all waiting for you in the practice room. Is Mr. Ho in the practice room too? No, Mr. He is in her office. She said you should go to her place first when you come. Good. You go wait for me in the practice room too, and close the door to the company for now. Yes, boss. After saying that, the receptionist girl closed the company's door and walked towards the practice room, while Wang Hao came to Helan's office. When he came in, Helan was still busy reading papers and didn't even notice him coming in. He quietly walked behind Helan and hugged her from behind. Sister Blue, still busy. Hearing Wang Hao's voice, Helan said in a good-natured manner, yes, which is like someone who left everything to me and ran off to have a good time by himself. I'm not capable. Sister Lan, you know that. It's not like I'm worried about handing the company over to someone else. Upon hearing this, Helan blankly glanced at him before shutting the file. Well, come on, let's go. Give the girls their vacation by handing out their holiday gifts, just so I can relax for a couple of days. Well, go. After saying that, the two of them also walked in the direction where the practice room was. When Wang Hao came to the practice room, he was surprised. I didn't realize that Haoya already had so many people, and in addition to the artists, the company's various departments added up to 50 or 60 people, and all of these people were all very beautiful women, with looks and bodies that didn't speak for themselves. Wang Hao walked to the front in the gaze of a crowd of goddesses. They were all barefoot and sitting on the floor. Coming to the front, Wang Hao looked towards them. At the top were the 3-star artists, Orange Jingyi, Zhang Rumen, and White Heron. Behind them were Zhang Wenyang, An Eugene, and 12 other members of the girl group, and then the rest of the company. Of course, none of the leaders in the company sit with them. Today was supposed to be a vacation, so the reason I asked you guys to come over is to give you a perk. Wang Hao's eyes went straight as he looked at the pair of white and straight legs on the stage. He really didn't expect to have a company like this to call his own one day. It really was perfect. In fact, when Wang Hao said that he was sending out benefits, none of them fluctuated too much, because generally the benefits sent out by the company wouldn't be too good, and at the top of the day, it would be just thousands of dollars worth of stuff. It was just that they had all underestimated the benefits Wang Hao had handed out. Wang Hao wasn't that petty. Don't you guys want to know what the perks are? Wang Hao asked towards them. Think. They returned in unison. Only Wang Hao could hear that they weren't very interested. But come to think of it, He'd also brushed up on the top of the video that the gifts given out by companies in general weren't very good, so I guess that's what they thought. Wang Hao just smiled. He looked to the side at Helan, who also looked at him. In fact, Helan didn't know what gifts Wang Hao was going to send to them, and Wang Hao asked her to call everyone to the company. So she did. However, when Orange Jingy and the girls heard Wang Hao's next words, they all stared with wide eyes. Maybe you think the gift is just a small thing, but I want to tell you is that Wang Hao is not so stingy, people. This vacation you have a week. This week you can go out to play. No matter how much money spent, the company reimbursement. Of course, if you buy their own house, the company's reimbursement cannot be. But if you are living in what 5-star hotels the company all report. The company will reimburse you all. Also, everyone in the company gets an extra month's pay today. Everyone was stunned at these words. They covered their mouths in disbelief. Originally, they thought that the gifts were only some small things, but they didn't expect that it was an extra month's salary. Knowing that Wang Hao gave them a salary of $50,000 a month even for the receptionist girl, with 50 or 60 people in the company, that's big millions, if not tens of millions. The boss is so nice. Boss, I love you. I want to give you a monkey. I want it too. Looking at their excited looks, the corners of Wang Hao's mouth kept rising, and even Helan on the side was shocked. After that, Wang Hao let the people in the company line up one by one, and he transferred money to them one by one on the spot. They were both very excited to receive the money. At this moment, their hearts were completely tied to Hao Ya. After everyone in the company had received their money, the only people left in the practice room were Orange Jingy, Zhang Rumen, Bai Lu, and the members of the two girl groups as well as Helan and Xia Chuchu. Orange Jingy, come here. At those words, Orange Jingy, who had been sitting, slowly stood up and walked over to him. Boss, how much did you figure you made this month? Well, I took some advertisement endorsements this month and made about $23 million. Well, not bad. Keep up the good work. The company will always give you resources, and your reward will be a month's salary. $23 million. What? Orange Jingy was stunned, and even Zhang Rumen and Bailu were beyond shocked. They simply didn't dare to imagine that Wang Hao would be so generous. Alright, why so surprised? What I want to tell you guys is that as long as you do a good job, you won't be able to use up your resources or make enough money. I won't be able to hide any of you, and each of you will be rewarded with a month's salary. After that, Wang Hao gave them rewards one by one, and then he talked to Helan. He then left. There was no way. He was running out of time. Zaolian was about to get off the plane now. He had to hurry and pick her up, otherwise it would be over. After all, he had volunteered to pick up Zhao Liying. However, Wang Hao said that he would let Xia Chuchu go to Helan's place at night, and he would give them both their rewards then. He's out of time. After leaving the company, Wang Hao drove directly to the airport, and just as he arrived at the airport, Zhao Liying also happened to come out. She was wearing a mask, but Wang Hao still recognized her at once, and at that moment, the system's voice came out of his head. Ding, the goddess of paycheck rebate. Zaoling's favoritism plus. Chapter 165. What's it like to kiss a big star? Ding, the goddess of wage cashback. Zaoling's favoritism plus 15. The moment he heard the system prompt, Wang Hao was dumbfounded. What was with this 15-point increase in favorability all of a sudden? He was now confused. Just to make sure, he even opened up Zhao Liying's data to check it out. System, open Zaoling's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name Liying Zhao. Age, 36. Face value, 97. Favoritism, 90. Devoted. Height, 165. Weight, 44. 5 kilograms. Profession, actor, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 90x. Cumulative funding received for the month, $50,000. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 30 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship. Otherwise the system will automatically unbind it. Good lord, it really added 15 points of favorability. What was the reason behind this sudden spike in favorability? But after thinking about it he didn't dwell on it anymore, because Zhao Liying had already come in front of him. He just wanted to pick up Zhao Liying's suitcase with his hands, but unexpectedly, Zhao Liying directly let go of the suitcase and directly hugged him. Wang Hao was even more confused at this point, but he also body hugged Shoryuing. Zhao Liying's body was soft, and when Wang Hao stretched his rear to her back, he thought about the fact that Zhao Liying had once been injured. With that, the two of them clung to each other. Sister Liying, let's go home first. It won't be good if we're caught on camera. Aha! After saying that, Wang Hao pulled Zhao Liying's suitcase with one hand and Zhao Liying's hand with the other and walked towards the parking lot. This time, Wang Hao drove the same big G as Zhao Liying. Although he already had all three of the major godly cars, he still preferred to drive Zaolian's car. How? You've been driving my car? Aha! The two of them hadn't seen each other in almost a month, and even though they had a lot to say, they didn't know what to say yet for a while. Not long after, Wang Hao and Zhao Liying arrived at Tang's Anipin. He didn't go back to his own house, but followed Zhou Liying to her house. The moment he returned home, Wang Hao closed the door behind him. The suitcase was put aside, and he hugged and kissed Zhou Liying. Ryoko, Ras, Sister Liying, your mouth is so sweet. Zhou Liying gave him a blank look, then pulled him to sit on the couch. Wang Hao, who sat down, began to reminisce about how he felt when he kissed Zhao Liying passionately. To say what it's like to kiss a big star, that really doesn't describe it. Xiao Hao, tell me honestly, did you hit on me a long time ago? Hey, you still found out by Liying's sister. But, Liying's sister, you're so pretty and a big star, I guess there's no man who doesn't want to hit on you. Humph, 1,000 precautions are still stolen from your kid's home. Wang Hao didn't give Zhao Liying another chance to speak. Kisses. Ryoko. Lip split. Ras. Wang Hao and Zhao Liying looked at each other with affection in their eyes. Hao, there's something I need to make clear to you. I'm the one with the baby. Sister Liying, I know. I don't care. I only care about you. As long as it's you, anything will do. At those words, Zhao Liying took the initiative to hug him. Originally, Wang Hao wanted to take her now, but thought better of it. It's already good to be able to get this far into the relationship with Zhou Liying, and if we take it down now, it might even lower the favorability level. How? Don't you want that? Sister Liying, I want to. It's just that I think that it's better to give you some time to accept our relationship, and when you're willing, it's not too late for us to do that. I'll guard you for the rest of my life. Ding, the goddess of paycheck rebate. Zhao Liying's favoritism +1. The two just hugged. How? Thank you. Sister Liying, I should be the one to thank you. You helped me so much and chose me who has no merits. The luckiest thing in my life is to be your man. Little bad boy. Shine Liying was wearing a sexy pair of jeans and a white short-sleeve top. Pure, sweet and lovely. And as if she had met someone she could trust with her life, Zhao Liying was no longer as defensive as she had been before. She went back to her room and changed her clothes. A pair of super short pants and a small halter. Pure lust. Tantalizing. Looking at Wang Hao, his eyes went straight. Little bad boy, does it look good? Wang Hao didn't say anything. Walked to her and hugged her. Liying-san looks good any way she wears it. I love it. Sweet mouth. He. The two of them were so sweet like their first love. And they couldn't get enough of each other until the time came when it was 7 o'clock in the evening. After Wang Hao finished dinner with Zhao Liying, he said to her, Sister Liying, I still have some things to go and get busy, so I'll go back first. You've worked hard for this period of time. Take an early rest. I'll come over again in the morning. Aren't you going to sleep here? The two people had only established their relationship, and Wang Hao didn't want to leave a bad impression in Zhao Liying's heart, so he refused. Anyway, there's a long day ahead. No, Sister Liying is so beautiful, I'm afraid I won't be able to restrain myself at night. Upon hearing this, Zhou Liying gave him a rather meaningful look, nor did he stay any longer, and sent him away. Looking at Wang Hao's back as he left, Zhou Liying was also very reluctant. After all, they had only established their relationship today, and she naturally wanted to spend more time with him, but it couldn't be helped. Wang Hao had things to do. After Wang Hao left, Zhou Liying then went back to the couch and sat down, picking up her cell phone to call her parents. Mom, daughter, what's wrong? Nothing. What's Bubbles doing? He's playing. With that, Zhou Liying's mother pointed the camera at Bubbles. Looking at her son, who was playing with the train, a kind smile appeared on Zhou Liying's face. I was worried that if my son went to kindergarten, the other kids would say he didn't have a father, but now I don't have to worry. By the way, Mom, tell you something. What? That, I got a date. Oh, really? Where is he from? What does he look like? How old is he? Where is he? Listening to her mother's words, Zhou Liying couldn't help but smile. One by one, I responded to my mother. On the other hand, after Wang Hao left from Zhao Liying's place, his mind kept floating over all the things he did with Zhao Liying today, especially those soft red lips. It really made him how he couldn't forget them. Thinking about it, he arrived at Helan's place. Now he felt like a scumbag. Not only did he have Bai Waner, Wu Ya, and Helan, but even the big star, Zhao Liying, had become his woman. But he was true to them all. There is also no question of him being scum. He knocked on the door and within a moment it opened. A mature and elegant silhouette appeared before his eyes. Chapter 166, Masters of Time Management. Helan was wearing a plain white nightgown. The lace trim in particular is so sensational. What's more, Wang Hao had just come over from Zhao Liying's side and was still all fired up. And when he saw Helan in this state, he couldn't wait to pounce on him directly. It's just that Helan wasn't the only one at Helan's house. Xia Chuchu was there too. Wang Hao could only hold back. He also lamented that there were too many temptations in this world. If not for his sufficient determination, he would probably be finished by now. Wang Hao followed He Lan to the house. Xia Chuchu was sitting on the sofa at the moment. Since she was already on vacation, Xia Chuchu didn't wear her work clothes, but instead wore a short JK skirt and a pair of black knee-high socks. It's also very hooky. Hey, it's true that there are too many temptations in the world. Wang Hao planned to give them their rewards and then quickly leave this tempting home. Just before he could say anything, Xia Chuchu, who was wearing a short JK skirt, excitedly ran to Wang Hao's side, hugged his hand, and asked, "Brother Hao, what's our reward? And also, when did you buy Sister He's house? I want it too." Looking at Xia Chuchu's petulant appearance, Wang Hao was also helpless. This little ninny is so good at it. The softness of her chest was too tantalizing. He can't top that either. Chuchu, if you keep this up, watch out, I'll do you in. However, Xia Chuchu spat her tongue at him and said, slightly, "I don't believe it. You wouldn't dare. If you dare, Sister He won't beat you to death. Don't you dare see me." After saying that, Wang Hao pretended to stretch out his big evil hand and grabbed towards her big white rabbit. This action directly scared Xia Chuchu into fleeing. Seeing this, He Lan on the side also had a faint smile on his face. With that, the three of them took a seat on the couch. Wang Hao took the lead and said, "Sister Lan, Chu, your rewards are twice the salary, twice as much as the girls, and the company has worked hard for you during this time. I can see your dedication to the company. Chu, didn't you say you wanted a house? There are 7 more at the company, so pick one to live in. It'll make it easier for me to find you guys if I need anything in the future." Originally, Xia Chuchu just wanted to make a joke, but she didn't expect that she would actually give it to her. She quickly refused. "Brother Hao, I'm just kidding you. I don't want it." "Well, give it to you and you keep it, work well in the future, and go home in the new year also have faces not it." This, Xia Chuchu looked at He Lan and saw that He Lan smiled at her. Only then did she agree to do it. "Okay, thanks Hao." Hearing this, Wang Hao rubbed Xia Chuchu's hair. One hand was placed on He Lan's white yet delicate thigh. A grin appeared on his face. "By the way, Xiao Hao, before I didn't go to dig the stick country's artists. Now there has been progress. There are already 4 artists can be sure to dig. They are Li Ji Anthracite, Lin Yunair, Pei Zhu Xian and Jin Ji Xiao. Do you set their contracts or do I? Sister Blue, what kind of offer did you make them?" He Lan didn't hide anything, and spoke directly about why they were willing to sign, and her promise to those artists from the stick country. "How? As you know, it's very difficult for these artists in the stick country, and some of the female artists even turn into playthings for those plutocrats. The reason why they're willing to break the contract and come over to our company, part of it is that we're treated well, and part of it is that then they're out of the hands of the plutocrats, will not receive that unbearable humiliation." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was also shocked. "I didn't realize the stick country was this dark." According to this, the female artists in the stick country can't protect themselves at all. No wonder the female artists in the stick country are such good digs. So that's how it is. Sister Lan, in that case, you decide on their contracts. Yeah, it wasn't that Wang Hao didn't want to meet those stick country artists. It was just that the most important thing for her right now was to raise her goodwill to get more money as well as more binding times. Otherwise poaching more female artists would just cost more money, not make more money. Instead of that, it would be better to leave things to He Lan while he went to work on something else. Thinking of this, Wang Hao made a decision. The time after that, Wang Hao and He Lan Xia Chuchu chatted for a long time until 10 o'clock when he went home. He had told his sister-in-law and Wu Ya before that he wasn't going back for dinner today. By the time he got home, Wu Ya and his sister-in-law were still doing yoga. This, in turn, made Wang Hao's fire even bigger. The next day, October 2nd, Wang Hao promised Zhao Liying yesterday that he would go over to her early this morning, so he naturally couldn't go back on his word, and Zhao Liying's favorability had already come to 91, so with 4 more points, he would be able to get another binding opportunity. So is Bai Wan Air. For now his focus is on them. However, Wang Hao promised Wu Ya and his sister-in-law that he would accompany them out shopping the day after tomorrow. So on October 2nd and 3rd he'll be with Zhao Liying, on October 4th and 5th he'll be with Wu Ya and his sister-in-law, and on October 6th and 7th he'll be with Bai Wan Air. It's safe to say he's really turned into a time management guru. In fact, they weren't the only ones who asked him out. There were many others, like Song Ningxuan, Li Meng, Du Xiang, Zhang Mumu, Zhang Yuaning, He Lan, and so on. A lot of people, but he refused all of them on the grounds that he was too busy with work and didn't have the time. Wang Hao's house was just downstairs from Zhao Liying's house, and it didn't take her more than a few steps up the stairs to get to Zhao Liying's house. He didn't say anything to Zhao Liying either, and directly entered the room's door code and came straight in. Only he didn't see Zhao Liying at home when he came in. "Sister Liying, Where are you? Upon hearing Wang Hao's voice, Zhao Liying's voice also came out from the room. How? I'm inside my room. The door is unlocked. When Wang Hao heard it, he was happy in his heart. This door is unlocked. Isn't it the same as telling him? The door is unlocked. You come in quickly. He certainly didn't hesitate and headed straight for the room. As soon as he came in, he saw that Zhao Liying was lying on the bed, playing with her cell phone. Sister Liying, what time is it and you're still not up? Why do you get up so early? It's not easy to have a day without work. Just lie down a little longer. I'll come too then. Geez, why don't you go change your shoes first? Also, I don't have any of your pajamas inside my closet. It's okay, I like to sleep without clothes. At those words, Zhao Liying rolled her eyes at him. After Wang Hao came to the door and changed into a pair of slippers, he returned to Zhao Liying's boudoir, took off the jacket on his body, and directly drilled into the quilt. Sister Liying, I'm coming, don't you move, little devil. Hey, look at my dragon claw hand. Zhao Liying put down her cell phone and bantered with him. Half an hour later, the two were clinging to each other. Little devil, my mom said for me to take you to Kyoto, to meet them at home, and to meet Bubbles on the way. At those words, Wang Hao's heart jumped. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Liying's cell phone rang. Chapter 167, Zhao Liying's favorability increases again. Sister Liying, your cell phone is ringing. Aha! Zhao Liying picked up the cell phone on the nightstand and glanced at it. Then he said to Wang Hao, Little Hao, it was Lin Gangxin who called me. Hey, Liying sis, does he like you? Well, if I hadn't met you, maybe there would have been some possibility of me and him, but now I have you. After saying that, Zhao Liying leaned towards him. A faint smile appeared on Wang Hao's face. Sister Liying, answer the phone first. Yes. After saying that, Zhao Liying picked up the video call from Lin Gangxin. As soon as the call was answered, a man's bright voice came from inside. Liying, you're not up yet? Not yet. What's up? Upon hearing this, Lin Gangxin was also a bit puzzled. He always felt that Zhao Liying's attitude was different today, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was different for a while. Just wanted to ask if you had any ideas for this holiday season. Not much of an idea. I'm going to stay with my date. When these words came out, Lin Gangxin on the other end of the phone was also baffled. How come he didn't know about the fact that Zhao Liying had a date? What the hell is going on here? You're seeing someone? Aha! When did this happen? That is, recently. Can you take me to meet him sometime? There's time for that. Yes. Zhao Liying didn't say too much to Lin Gangxin and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Liying turned her head to look at Wang Hao. Seeing Wang Hao staring at her, a faint smile appeared on her face, completely losing the queenly look she had just had. Wang Hao was also a bit surprised. Worthy of being a movie queen, this expression management was just spot on. Sister Liying, your expression management is too on point. That's right, I've been practicing for a long time. Hey, even if you practiced longer you'd still be cheaper for me. The pervert. With that, he executed the dragon claw hand. Look at me. Ding. Zhao Liying's favoritism +1. Hearing the sound of Zhao Liying's favorability increasing, Wang Hao was very happy. Now for every bit of favorability that Zhao Liying increased, then the cashback multiplier of her monthly salary would increase 100 times. Don't ever underestimate that 100 times. That's about $10 billion. With Zhao Liying's current speed of earning money, there are tens of millions of dollars in endorsement fees alone every month. Not to mention more. The math on this is also very scary. If it can reach 10,000 times the salary rebate, then if Zhao Liyin earns 100 million, then he can get $1 trillion of salary rebate. What a concept. Except that to this day he doesn't know what it would take to realize 10,000 times his paycheck back, but he was sure he'd find out soon enough. Little Hao, let's go shopping today. Wang Hao looked at Zhao Liying. In fact, this is why he would especially like to shine Liying's reason. Not only good looking, work hard. The most important thing is the character. Think of what to do, without that kind of bending. Like is like. She's always been that way. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called her parents after confirming her relationship with Wang Hao. Good. Then what are you going to wear to go out with me today? Sister Liying. Wang Hao agreed and asked. You'll see in a moment. Wait for me for a while, I'm going to take a shower. After that we'll leave. Yes. After saying that, Zhao Liying walked into the bathroom, leaving Wang Hao alone on the bed. He pulled up the covers and sniffed. Well, it's fascinating to see the flavor left behind by Shirleying all over it. After a while, Zhao Liying came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. The moment she came out, Wang Hao's eyes could no longer accommodate anything, and Zhao Liying was as beautiful as a lotus flower out of the water. And when Zhao Liying, who came out of the bathroom, saw Wang Hao looking dumbfounded, the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. How? Go out and wait for me first. That, I want to stay here. Okay. No, get out of here or I won't change. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao could only compromise, left the room in his slippers. Only after seeing Wang Hao go out did Zhou Liying rummage through the closet. She's going to make a bold decision today. On the other hand, Wang Hao left the room and went to sit on the sofa. He was looking forward to the outfit that Zhou Liying was wearing today. Honestly, it's really nice to have a big star wife. If only we could have a few more. Thinking about this, Wang Hao felt that his idea was horrible. Just as he was rambling, his cell phone rang. He picked up his cell phone and connected the call. Mom, why did you remember to call me? You brat, what are you talking about? If it wasn't for the busy business at the supermarket, could I not call you? Aren't you on vacation lately? Do you and Wu Ye want to come back? Your cousin's wife has also been coming to the house to see us recently, saying she wants to meet you and Wu Ye. At those words, Wang Hao's heart jumped. What's up with the cousin's wife actually going to see her parents? Mom, how come my cousin's wife visits your place so often? You kid, what are you talking about? Something happened at home. It's not good to tell you. It's better to wait until you come back. What can't you say over the phone? It's hard to say. Well, Mom's going to get busy. Bring Wu Ye back here when you're free. Hang up. With that, his mother hung up the video call. In fact, after hearing his mother say that something had happened at home, he had a bad feeling about it. But what exactly? His mother didn't tell him. Looks like I'll have to take Wu Ye home when I have time. However, the call had just hung up when his cell phone rang again. He looked at the caller's message, and good grief, his cousin, who he hadn't talked to in centuries, had called him too. Wang Hao didn't intend to pick it up either. After all, he didn't have the slightest good impression of this cousin Wang Hao. His mother had told him that this cousin of his had pushed him down the stairs when he was a child. He was not impressed with this cousin, and this cousin usually don't contact with him, even more so after the cousin worked, basically won't contact him, now suddenly contacted. Wang Hao knows certainly no good. The thought made him not want to answer the call. The phone rang for a while before the other party hung up. Only this cousin had hung up when his cell phone rang again once more. When Wang Hao looked at the caller, good guy, it was really something. He didn't answer it just now, but his cousin even called again, so he directly just muted his cell phone and dumped it on the couch. Just then, Zhou Liying also walked out of the room. Wang Hao's gaze looked over with him. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. You can't take your eyes off it straight away. Chapter 168, the holidays are over. Only to see Zhou Liying wearing a short black JK skirt with a white in shirt, a pair of black stockings, and a pair of white loafers. At the moment, she looked like the heroine in a youth idol drama. Where does she look like some 36-year-old wife? This is clearly the 18-year-old pure female big good bar. At this moment, Wang Hao could no longer hold back, bounced right off the couch, quickly walking up to her. He cupped Zhou Liying's delicate and beautiful face. Look at those lipstick lips. Kisses. After a long time, Wang Hao looked at Zhou Liying with affection. Sister Liying, I don't want to go shopping. At those words, Zhou Liying smiled faintly. Yes. Wang Hao directly picked her up in a princess hug. Carry it to the room. Ding. The goddess of paycheck rebate. Zaliying's favoritism +3. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The paycheck return goddess Zaliying's favorability breaks through 95. Obtaining the opportunity to bind once. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Paycheck return goddess Zaliying's favorability breaks through 95. Obtaining the grandmaster's acting skill. 2 hours later, Wang Hao hugged Zhou Liying. Sister Liying, you're so beautiful. Little bad boy. You're responsible for me. Don't worry. I will hurt you and love you for the rest of your life. Aha! It was only at this time that Wang Hao noticed the system's prompt. The others were stunned. Good guy. Now not only did he get both the person and the heart, even the system gave him so many things, and there was one more thing that was different. Masterful acting. This, could it be related to Zhou Liying? The more Wang Hao thought about it, the more likely he seemed to have thought of something. The heart is very excited, and the smile on the face of Zhou Liying, who was lying in his arms, became even brighter when she saw how excited he was. How? What are you thinking about? So happy. Hey, of course I'm thinking of my big star wife. Zhou Liying gave him a blank look and hugged him tightly. In the 2 days that followed, Wang Hao basically got bored with Zhou Liying. The two were like newlyweds, and nothing was ever enough. It was not until Zhou Liying was going back to Kyoto that he sent Zhou Liying to the airport. How? Won't you come with me to Kyoto? Sister Liying, my company in Magic City has to be busy. I'll look for you in Kyoto after a while. Good, then you come early. By the way, Light First Media side, I've dealt with you, but people want you to pay compensation. Otherwise this matter people will not end so easily. Well, I know. Hard work. Wife. Ding. The goddess of paycheck rebate. Zaliying's favoritism +1. Hearing Wang Hao address her, a happy smile appeared on Zhou Liying's face. It's just that she was wearing a mask and no one saw it. Seeing that it was about time to board the plane, he hugged Zhou Liying tightly. Little Hao, you have to take care of yourself over here too. Got it? Well, you too, don't get too tired. I've got money, big deal. I'll support you. Yes, honey, I love you too. After saying that, Zhou Liying pulled the suitcase and left. This time, Zhaolian came alone and did not bring an assistant. That's why she's going back to Kyoto early. Looking at the back of Zhaoliang's departure, Wang Hao's heart felt very reluctant. This is his big star wife and would hate to part with her, but there's no way around it. Suddenly, Wang Hao slapped his forehead fiercely. Light first, the compensation from the media he has not yet given to Zhao Liang. He's stupid. I can only wait for Zhou Liying to get off the plane and then call her. After sending Zhao Liying away, Wang Hao went straight to find Wu Ye and his sister-in-law. There's no way around it. He's pressed for time. He's got to fight for it. Now that Wu Ye and Zhao Liying's favorability had both exceeded 95, and of the remaining people who had been bound, the one with the highest favorability was Bai Wanner. He needed to fight to raise her favorability to 95 before the end of this vacation. This will give you another chance to bind. This month he'll try to spend another $20 billion or so to get another chance to bind. Then he'll have 3 bindings in his hand. As long as he had 3 opportunities to bind, he would be able to bind the 3 big stars, Orange Jingy, Zhang Rumen, and White Heron. You'll be able to get more money for next month's paycheck rebate. This was the result Wang Hao wanted. For the next few days of his vacation, Wang Hao accompanied Wu Ye and his sister-in-law for 2 days as he had decided beforehand, and finally went to accompany Bai Wanner for 2 more days. The only thing that made him a little disappointed was that Bai Wanner's favorability was slow to break through 95, so he wasn't able to get a new binding opportunity. But there was no rush on this. It wasn't just him, it was 2 people. When the time came, Bai Wanner's favorability would naturally increase. As the vacation ended, Wang Hao naturally had to go back to school. It couldn't be helped that the vacation was over and he was starting to have a lot of classes, at least for a week. But before October 16th, Wang Hao still had to rush to Kyoto. After all, Zhao Liying's birthday was October 16th. He cannot be absent. October 8th, Wang Hao got up early. When he got up, Wang Hao thought that neither Wu Ye nor his sister-in-law were up, but he didn't expect that they had already prepared breakfast. They were all already packing up by the time Wang Hao came out. Little Hao, you're up. Have breakfast before you go to school. Sister Wu Ye, why are you guys up so early? It's still early. I'm not afraid you'll go to school hungry. Hurry up and go wash up. Come and have breakfast. Yes. After saying that, Wang Hao went directly to the bathroom and washed up, then went directly to eat the breakfast prepared by his sister-in-law and Wu Ye. After breakfast, he bid farewell to his sister-in-law and Wu Ye, and drove directly toward the school in Zhou Liying's Big G. To be honest, he didn't go to accompany Song Ningxuang this vacation and felt a bit sorry for her, so he should accompany her properly in these few days at school. Not long after, Wang Hao drove to the school. When he arrived at the school, he was instantly recognized. Isn't that Senior Wang Hao's car? He's coming to school. Yes, it's really Senior Wang Hao. Mama, I love it. I want to take the Big G too. Don't even think about it. How can Mr. Wang Hao be interested in you? You don't even look at your physique. Really? What do you mean? What you know is what you know. Wang Hao drove his car to the parking lot and parked it. The car had just parked and he saw Song Ningxuang and Li Meng and the 3 of them waiting for him. Wang Hao got out of the car with a smile on his face. Song Ningxuang took Wang Hao's arm when she saw him, and Li Meng and the girls also smiled at Wang Hao. With that, the group of 5 headed towards the classroom. That's right, Song Ningxuang is coming to accompany Wang Hao to class. Chapter 169, Haowan's counterattack. My goodness, those girls are in top shape. We're just body top. You did not see that face, that temperament, simply What's the reason why Wang Hao is surrounded by so many beautiful women, but I don't have any? If you're as rich as Senior Wang Hao, you must have a lot of women around you. That is, try to make money. The group kept talking. Wang Hao and Song Ningxuang and the girls had already arrived in the classroom. However, he was followed by a few big beauties around him, and wherever he went, he was naturally in the sights of others, even those in the classroom. And Wang Hao wants a few roommates is also very regret. If they did not say so Wang Hao, then now they certainly can also open a luxury car, pretend to wave then, and even can drive Wang Hao's car to pick up girls. Right, it's just that it's too late to say anything. It's too late. Wang Hao and Song Ningxuang found a deserted place for them to sit down. As the bell rang, the teacher walked in. Song Ningxuang, however, kept looking at Wang Hao. In fact, she also knew that Wang Hao was definitely accompanying someone else on this vacation, but it was not like she could do anything about it. Brother Hao, have you been busy lately? Song Ningxuang whispered in his ear. Well, there's something going on over at the company lately, so it's going to be a little busy. Well, can I visit your company? Yes, but it'll have to wait a while. It's too busy over there now. Yes. The morning passed quickly. After class, Wang Hao went to the cafeteria with Song Ningxuang and the girls to have a meal, and then he was ready to leave. He didn't have classes in the afternoon, while Song Ningxuang and the girls had classes, so there's no way he can take them out, and he was going to go over to Hao Wan's side in the afternoon to check it out. After all, Bai Waner was in the middle of a storm right now. As for Li Meng and their family and Han Xin things, he also temporarily do not have the energy to care. Anyway, the money has been given to them, so let them first operate on their own. Really cannot he then on the field is also okay. Wang Hao drove Zaolian's Big G and looked at the bustling city outside the car window, always unconsciously sighing in his heart. A few months ago, he had been as busy as the anxious crowd on the side of the road, working for a living, for a woman he thought of as a goddess. Instead, he was now busy with himself and those around him. Not long after, Wang Hao drove his car to Hao Wan. When he arrived at the floor where Hao Wan was, he was also shocked by the decoration. There were many live rooms inside Hao Wan, each with the name of each anchor on the door. He carefully counted, and now Hao Wan had a total of nearly 50 live broadcasts. Only about a dozen of those live rooms had names on their doors, and the others that didn't had names that just weren't there yet. The name of the first live room is Timo's, and the second is Nightblade God Gozhang Shuyu's. As for the dozen or so live broadcasts in the back, Wang Hao wasn't very familiar with them. These people were all signed by Bai Waner and the others. After looking at the company's environment, Wang Hao went directly to Bai Waner's office, knocked on the door. Come in. A gentle female voice came out from inside the office, and Wang Hao pushed open the office door and walked in. At this moment, Bai Waner was carefully looking at the information in her hands, didn't even notice that the visitor was Wang Hao. The moment she looked up, the original serious expression on his face instantly turned into a faint smile. Bai Waner excitedly ran to him, and just like when she was at home, she hung onto him like an octopus. Wang Hao held her with both hands. Well, this is the company. If others see you like this, where is your majesty as a boss? No way. Brother Hao is the boss of the company. Wang Hao smiled helplessly, then dragged her with both hands to the sofa and sat down. This time he had come over mainly to inquire about the matter of the heavenly horse, and some time had passed, and now the public opinion of Bai Waner on the internet was getting louder and louder. It's also time to fight back. Wan Air, how's what I asked you to do coming along? Brother Hao, I've already donated $5 million to the impoverished mountain areas. Well, then the next step is to get someone to put the word out about the donation. Yes, has anyone from Pegasus contacted you yet? Wang Hao pinched Bai Waner's white pretty face and said, yes, Ma Tian called me this morning and said that if I agreed to be his lover, he'd let the people in their company withdraw their remarks about me. Recorded phone calls? Right. Aha, let's get the word out about the donations and the recorded phone calls all today. Yes, just as the two were chatting about things, the office door was suddenly pushed open. The moment Yang Xiaoli pushed the door open, the whole thing froze. After seeing that Bai Waner was sitting on Wang Hao's lap, she silently closed the office door. It messed them up. See, now you've been found out. Why don't you get down here? Bai Waner spat out her tongue. It's not like Xiaoli doesn't know about our relationship. Well, you want to be eaten by me here, don't you? Come on, who's afraid? Wang Hao looked at Bai Waner's playful appearance and couldn't wait to eat her up. It's just not the right place. The two talked for a long time after that, and its content was all about how to deal with Tenma, and 2 messages were put online. The original negative opinion of Bai Waner also flipped at this moment. The two sat in the office swiping through videos, looking at that entry about Bai Waner's donation to the poor mountainous area and Ma Tian's call with her. The comments section exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I said, how could Waner be that kind of person? Now it seems to be something else. I often watched Bai Waner's live broadcast before. She is really pretty. I didn't realize that she is also so kind-hearted. She directly donated $5 million to the children in the mountainous areas. Blackie comes out to talk. That's it. I told you how Waner could be that kind of person. Now the truth comes out. That is, the owner of Tian Ma Live Company wants to force Waner to be his lover in this way. It's amazing that this scum is still the owner of the company. No, guys, I'm going to go spam Pegasus's booth. Wait for me. I'll go with you too. How dare you accuse my Waner goddess so falsely? Let's see if I don't spray him to death. That is, I'll go too. For a while, the comments section was full of voices going to denounce Pegasus live. Wang Hao looked at Bai Waner by his side, patted her on the thigh. Waner, you record a video now to clarify again. Yes. With that, Wang Hao recorded a video for Bai Waner. Chapter 170, Netizen, I didn't expect Bai Waner to be such a woman. A beautiful angel. Pegasus Live Inc. Ma Tian sat in his office, listening to his secretary's report. His entire face darkened. Boss, here's that video. Check it out. The female secretary handed her cell phone to her boss, and inside it was playing the evidence that Bai Waner had released. Upon seeing the video, Nathan picked up his cell phone on the table as soon as he could. Bang! The entire phone was smashed to pieces. Grass. This stinking. It's her honor that I can look at her. I didn't expect her to be so ungrateful. Then don't blame me for not being polite. Martin opened the comments section. Netizens have commented that they did not expect Bai Weiner to be such a woman. A beautiful angel. Immediately afterward, Ma Tian looked at the female secretary in professional attire in front of him, waved a hand at her. Get her over here. The female secretary had no choice but to do as she was told. You know what I want, don't you? Start. Upon hearing this, the female secretary could only obediently do as she was told. You now go and get all the anchors in the company. Remember all of them, and have them all follow the information I gave you, and say that Bai Weiner was once adopted, and that the other party is still a man in his 50s. Get someone to approve a batch of charts. That's understood. After Ma Tian had vented, the whole person seemed to have regained some sanity, but he still had no desire to let Bai Weiner go. I got it, boss. After saying that, this secretary left the office. After the secretary left, he said to himself, Bai Weiner, since you don't know how to be nice, then don't blame me for not being polite. There will always be a time when you beg for forgiveness from me, and it won't be up to you then. Jie. On the other hand, after Wang Hao stayed with Bai Weiner for a bit of the afternoon, he strolled around inside Hao Wan on his own, while Bai Weiner continued to deal with the company's affairs. Wang Hao first came to Timo's live room. He pushed open Timo's live room, which had a complete set of live equipment. Only Timo wasn't there. Actually, Wang Hao understood that Timo was familiar with outdoor live broadcasting, so it was normal for her to be absent. Seeing that Timo was no longer live, Wang Hao also left Timo's live room. He then made his way to Night Dagger Shingo Zhang Shuyu's live streaming room. Upon entering, he saw that Zhang Shuyu was live streaming, but she wasn't bringing in any goods or anything. She was simply live streaming, chatting as well as connecting PKs. When she saw Wang Hao come in, she just wanted to turn off the live broadcast, but Wang Hao shook his head. Then she opened her phone and went directly to her live room. At this time she was playing PK with a male anchor, and the punishment for losing the PK is to have Night Dagger Shingo Zhang Shuyu do a hot dance. Nice guy. Wang Hao himself had never seen Zhang Shuyu do a hot dance, and this male anchor wanted to benefit the audience. The point is that it worked. Once this punishment came out, no one on the side of Night Dagger Shingo Zhang Shuyu directly swiped gifts for her, but instead, the male anchor on the opposite side had a thick blood bar. When Wang Hao saw this, how could he bear it? So just click on the recharge button. That charge is $1 million. Immediately after that, Carnival Rain began to float in Night Dagger Shingo Zhang Shuyu's live room. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Shuyu, who had thought that he was certain to lose, didn't care about this scene and stood up in a mischievous manner, his eyes looking straight at Wang Hao. Wang Hao winked at her, and at this time, the Nightblade Shingo Zhang Shuyu live broadcast directly exploded. I thought we agreed no gift swipes. What's wrong with you guys? I've been wanting to see her dance for a long time. What's wrong with you guys? Don't brush it. You can barely see the bloodstain across the street. Stop it. No, isn't that how? Why did he come to brush gifts for Nightblade Shingo? Biggie, can you not brush it off? Biggie, please stop. The comments section is full of messages pleading for Wang Hao to stop. However, how could Wang Hao stop? Until he finished sending all the $1 million he had just recharged. Wang Hao stopped, and the other male anchor's blood bar had completely disappeared. In the end, this PK ended with Night Dagger Shingo Zhang Shuyu winning. Right after Zhang Shuyu won the PK, the comments section of her livestream was also wailing. Everyone is disappointed that they won't get to see her dance hot, and after winning the PK, Zhang Shuyu went off the air. Wang Hao, thanks. Zhang Shuyu came to him and said softly. Seeing this, Wang Hao also got up the idea of joking. What? I spent $1 million and all I deserve is a thank you. As he said this, his eyes unconsciously went back to her tantalizing lip mole. Seeing this, Zhang Shuyu looked around and saw that no one was there, and even took the initiative to kiss up. Wang Hao also froze. He was just trying to make a joke, but he didn't expect this to happen. Ryoko, lip split. Well, it's sweet. At those words, Zhang Shuyu's face swished red. You, what are you babbling about? Wang Hao's eyes swept over her. It's so sexy in super short jeans, but he couldn't go too far, or else if Bai Weiner found out, then what the hell? Are you done with your on-air duties for the day? Well, it's just a pilot for a few days. There's no requirement. Well, don't you have a video to make? Where's the assistant? She wasn't asked to come over because of the pilot in the last few days. Okay, call me if you're missing anything. Aha! After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and wanted to leave. Yet Zhang Shuyu called out to him. Wang Hao, are you leaving here? Well, I have things to do, so do you have time tonight? I'll cook for you. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Shuyu, recalling her actions just now. Wang Hao also probably understood. Presumably she had something she wanted to talk about. so he agreed. Okay, I'll come to your place tonight. Well, the house code is. Wang Hao nodded, then left her live room. There's no way he's gonna be suspected if he stays in there too long. Next, Wang Hao went to other people's live rooms. There were men and women among these anchors. Some Wang Hao knew, some Wang Hao didn't, but there was one thing. They were basically all anchors with millions of fans. After reading it, Wang Hao returned to Bai Wanner's office. Wan Air, it's getting late. Time to go home. Hearing this, Bai Wanner looked at Wang Hao with surprise. Wang Hao said so wouldn't that mean he would go home with her? She dropped what she was doing in a hurry, walked up to him and took his arm. Brother Hao, let's go. Is Xiaoli going back? She has things to take care of. She'll be back later. Let's go first. Wang Hao naturally knew Bai Wanner's small mind and didn't poke her. Just like that, Bai Wan Air walked out of the office on his arm. Just as they were walking out of the office, the two of them unexpectedly bumped into Zhang Shuyu, who was also leaving. This made Wang Hao a bit embarrassed at once. Chapter 171, Night Dagger Shingo. Zhang Shuyu's inner drama. Shuyu, you're ready to go home too. Bai Wanner looked at Zhang Shuyu with a smile on her face. Zhang Shuyu, on the other hand, looked at Wang Hao and Bai Wanner dumbfounded. How could she not expect Wang Hao and Bai Wanner to have this kind of relationship? Yes, boss, and this is? Oh, he's my husband. At those words, Zhang Shuyu's mind rumbled. Wang Hao is her boss's husband. In fact, she had been speculating about Wang Hao and Bai Wanner's relationship before, only that the two of them hadn't been in close contact in public, so she hadn't thought much about it. Now that the two were so close, she actually had a sour feeling in her heart. Could it be that Wang Hao wasn't being so nice to her in order to pursue her? But if Wang Hao didn't like her, then why was he so good to her, even giving her a house in Magic City? And she was given a ridiculously good deal. Did Wang Hao want her to be a mistress or a lover? That's what this is all about. Zhang Shuyu thought again of the intimate gesture with Wang Hao in the live broadcast room just now. The whole thing looked like it had sand in its eyes. Wang Hao was also watching Zhang Shuyu. He also sensed that something was wrong with Zhang Shuyu, but he hadn't experienced anything like this before, so he didn't know what to do. There was no way around it. He could only take a look when he went to Zhang Shuyu's place at night. Sister Shuyu, what's wrong with you? Zhang Shuyu was signed by Wang Hao and was naturally more familiar with her. Nope, it's okay. Zhang Shuyu hastily hid his emotions. Wang Hao, boss, I'll go back first. After saying that, Zhang Shuyu left in a hurry, while Bai Wanner was still looking at the quickly departing Zhang Shuyu with a dumbfounded look on her face. Brother Hao, what's wrong with her? I don't know. Maybe something happened. Let's go home too. Aha! After saying that, the two of them returned to Bai Wan Air's house together. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Hao directly picked up Bai Wanner in a princess hug and returned to the room to close the door. After a long time, the two of them cooked together. After eating, he left Bai Wan Air's house. He's going straight to Zhang Shuyu's side. It couldn't be helped. He felt that Zhang Shuyu's state was a bit off today. Zhang Shuyu's home was also in Green City, Huangpu River, so he soon arrived at Zhang Shuyu's place. As the code was entered, the door opened. Wang Hao directly pushed the door in. As soon as he came in, he saw Zhang Shuyu sitting on the sofa, her eyes red as if she had just cried. He was also a little confused, so he directly asked the system to open Zhang Shuyu's data. System, open Zhang Shuyu's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name, Zhang Shuyu. Age, 29. Face value, 87. Favoritism, 91. Devoted. Height, 167. Weight, 42 kilograms. Occupation, professional anchorwoman. The moment he saw the data, Wang Hao was numb. When did her favorability come to 91? Is this favorability so easy to increase? It shouldn't be. Wang Hao simply couldn't figure it out. In fact, Night Dagger Shingo Zhang Shuyu looks very high and cold on the surface, but she has a lot of inner drama. That's why her favorability increased so quickly. Wang Hao closed the door behind him and came to sit down beside her. He didn't say anything, just looked at her. After all, he didn't know what to say. Originally, Zhang Shuyu had asked him to come to the house for dinner, but now in this situation, where can there be any dinner? The house is cold and quiet, and even the fire is not turned on. Wang Hao shook his head helplessly and went to the kitchen. Cooking. He also just made a shredded pork with green peppers and an egg soup with purple cabbage. After all, he'd already eaten. Make too much and you can't eat it all. He looked at Zhang Shuyu, who was sitting on the sofa in a daze, shook his head, served a bowl of rice, and brought all the dishes to the table in front of her. Sister Shuyu, let's eat. Zhang Shuyu didn't say anything and stayed dumbfounded. Wang Hao had no choice but to feed her. After eating a bowl of rice, she shook her head, and Wang Hao cleaned up the meal and brushed the bowl and pot, before sitting back down next to her. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Shuyu whispered, Wang Hao, what is your relationship with Bai Wanner? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao didn't know what to reply. To say that Bai Wanner is his lover, this is obviously not responsible for Bai Wanner. To say that Bai Wanner is his object, there is nothing wrong with that. But the only ones who had really established a relationship with him were Wu Ye and Zhao Liying. After all, he and Bai Wanner had agreed before that Wang Hao would adopt her. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Sister Shuyu, is this important? Aha! It's important. Then Sister Shuyu, you are in the live room today. That's because I saw you staring at my mouth the whole time and thought you. Wang Hao understood. So it was because Zhang Shuyu thought that he wanted her to kiss him, and that was why he was like this. But it had already happened. Again, he had just the right idea. Then he will not flee. Sister Shuyu, Bai Wan Er is indeed my date. Hearing Wang Hao's words, it was as if her sky had collapsed. Head buzzing. In fact, reasonably speaking, she hadn't known Wang Hao for a very long time, so she shouldn't have cared so much. And it could even be said that she couldn't even like Wang Hao. But the blame lies in the fact that she has too much inner drama, which leads her to think that Wang Hao likes her. And she also thinks that she likes Wang Hao. That's why her favorability increased so quickly. Of course, Wang Hao knew nothing about all this. You go. Zhang Shuyu especially spat out such a sentence feebly, which made Wang Hao a bit confused. But he also knew that he couldn't leave now. And if he did, there would really be no follow-up. Sister Shuyu, listen to me. You've got a date. What else do you want to say? Go away. I'll break the contract with Hao Wan. Previously, Wang Hao hadn't even thought about terminating the contract, so the amount of the breach of contract wasn't his decision. However, if the Nightblade Shingo Zhang Shuyu terminated the contract, it will still have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages. Sister Shuyu, you go. Zhang Shuyu shouted at him. After saying this, her tears instantly flowed out as if she didn't need the money. Wang Hao took a look, and it was a no-brainer. It's a complete vinegar spill. Now he could no longer dare to imagine what he would go through if both Zhao Liying and Wu Ye and the girls knew of each other's existence. Wang Hao moved towards Zhang Shuyu's side and hugged her tightly, and Zhang Shuyu kept struggling. The two just stood there for a while. Wang Hao couldn't do anything about it. Cupping her face, she looked at the tantalizing mole of her lips and kissed. Zhang Shuyu's eyes instantly widened. Reacting, he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 172, Let you be the happiest woman in the world. Shuyu, your waist is so thin. Wang Hao gestured with both hands on Zhang Shuyu's waist. Zhang Shuyu's face turned red when she saw this. At this point her mind was once again playing out an inner drama. Wang Hao was really interested in me. He must like me, but he already has a woman. What's wrong with me? Does he want me to be his lover? Do I have to say yes? But I seem to like him a lot. Ah, what the hell are we going to do about it? Zhang Shuyu was very torn in his heart. In fact, for a person, sometimes it's not through the length of time you've known them that you can tell if you like them or not. But maybe it's already decided when you meet them for the first time. And that's what happened with Zhang Shuyu and Wang Hao. Wang Hao, what kind of relationship are we now? Asked such a question, Wang Hao couldn't answer for a while. It's just that there's no way to answer, he has to answer it too. If Zhang Shuyu really disregards everything and terminates her contract, then her whole life might be ruined. And Wang Hao doesn't want that either. Shuyu, what kind of relationship do you think we have? He took Zhang Shuyu's hand. His eyes locked with hers. Zhang Shuyu thought for a while. Softly, we're already like this. You say I want us to be something, but you have a woman. What am I? At that, she choked. She came from the mountain province, thinking she could do well in her career, but she didn't expect to fall in love with a man she shouldn't. Wang Hao held her in his arms. Shuyu, do you know, at the first sight of you, I was stunned by you, especially your seductive red lips, that sexy lip mole. All of them are attracting me. If you are willing, I will be good to you for the rest of your life. His tone was very gentle. Zhang Shuyu's body involuntarily trembled after hearing this. But you already have a woman. So wouldn't I be a third party like this? Wang Hao's people were numb. This was more than just the third person. It was already the sixth person. But he wouldn't say. No matter. I'm a greedy person. I don't want to let go of any of you. Of course, if you don't want to, then I won't force you. You can also continue to stay in Haoya, and the treatment you're given won't be any less. Zhang Shuyu was silent. To be honest, there were quite a few people who pursued her, just that she just didn't like it. But when it came to Wang Hao, it seemed like there was nothing she could do about it. After a while, she slowly said, Wang Hao, give me some time. Wang Hao knew that she couldn't let her think about it for too long at a time like this, or else something would definitely happen. So he kissed again. Oh, expression of agreement or surprise? Ryoko, lip split. Shuyu, do you promise? Zhang Shuyu looked at Wang Hao obsessively and nodded. In fact, Wang Hao was also very retrospective about what had just happened. That's a mole on his lip that he likes very much. That's great. Wang Hao picked up Zhang Shuyu and looked at each other with 4 eyes. Although he wanted to take her down now, he was also unable to do so. After all, he had only just come from Baiwaner, so it was only possible to talk about something else. Shu Yu, you're so sexy in your super short jeans. Zhang Shuyu blankly glanced at him. She always felt as if she had gotten on a pirate ship, but there's nothing that can be done about it. After all, it's all happened. Wang Hao, I hope you can do what you said. He held out 4 fingers. Shu Yu, I swear, as long as you don't leave me, I will always love you, and make you the happiest woman in the world. After saying that, Wang Hao also silently added a 1 at the end. After all, he's got a lot of women. Aha! Zhang Shuyu didn't even expect her to believe Wang Hao's words so easily. It was just that when she learned later that there was 1 after Wang Hao's "let's make you the happiest woman in the world," there was no telling what her expression would be. Wang Hao then looked at her with a scowl. Shu Yu, everyone in the live room today is swiping that they want to see you dance. I want to see it too. At those words, Zhang Shuyu gave him a blank look. Still, it got away from him, pulling him to a wider area. Dancing in front of him. It was a mouthful for Wang Hao to watch. Man, I used to be able to just brush up on videos on the internet, and now I'm dancing right in front of my face in real life. It's just that he can't help it. Looks like some more workouts are in order. Otherwise it would be him who would have a hard time when it came to such a time. Zhang Shuyu not only danced hot, but also teased Wang Hao from time to time. Wang Hao pulled her into his arms and supported her with both hands. Kiss. For a long time. Shu Yu, I'm leaving. You, don't you sleep here. Well, next time there's a chance, I'll be over more often. Upon hearing this, some loss was evident on Zhang Shuyu's face. However, hearing that Wang Hao would come over often, a faint smile appeared on his face again. That's what you said. If you don't come over, see what I'll do to you. Hey, don't worry. I can't afford to leave a big beauty like you alone. Humph, so you're still going. Wang Hao was instantly embarrassed. He shouldn't have said that. Zhang Shuyu seemed to have seen Wang Hao's dilemma as well, and hurriedly pushed him. Get out of here, or you won't be able to leave if I backtrack. Come to the door. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Shuyu's sexy lip mole again. Zhang Shuyu smiled faintly. Muah. Well, get back in there. Well, when I come over to you, call me if you miss me, and I'll answer whenever I can. Yes. After saying that, Wang Hao left. Zhang Shuyu looked at Wang Hao's back as he left, and was very reluctant in his heart. The two had only just finalized their relationship, and she was naturally upset. It was just that she also knew that it was impossible for Wang Hao to stay with her. Just then, a message came on her cell phone and she opened it. Instantly eyes went wide. It's a message from the bank. Someone transferred her a sum of money. She counted. Individuals, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, billions, a whole billion. Immediately after that, she received a message from Wang Hao. Shu Yu, this is for your pocket money. My woman can't be without money to spend. Remember to wait for me to come to you. Oh, next time I will make you a real woman. Look at Wang Hao's message. The smile on Zhang Shuyu's face became even more intense. She only returned one word. Yes. She then returned to her room. A change of clothes. Lying on the seat where she had just sat down with Wang Hao, she kept recalling the laughter with Wang Hao and the lustful look Wang Hao gave her. At the moment she was once again putting on a big show inside. It's true. Women with inner drama are the best to chase. Chapter 173, Pegasus live streaming company becomes the object of netizens' vociferous criticisms. As time passes, the video that White Wainer posted to the internet became more widely known. Wang Hao also let people spend money to vote for the Sound Plus. This wave of operation directly let the video burst into flames, coupled with the fact that Tianma continued to have its anchors constantly discredit One Air in black and white. Many people began to investigate the truth. Wang Hao also took this opportunity to have Bai Wana release the news that she had a man. At first this news made the hearts of those who supported Bai Wan Air stutter. However, the supporters of Bai Wan Air were relieved to learn later that she was not being adopted, but rather, she was having a serious affair. Not only that, Bai Wan Air's opening of a company was also dug up. This also reinforces the fact that Bai Wan Air is not being adopted. After all, how can you still choose to let people keep you when you've already started your own company? It was also after this incident that Pegasus Lib became the target of netizens' criticism. October 12th. Wang Hao and Bai Waner sat in Bai Waner's office and casually clicked on the live room of a bandwagon anchor under Tianma Live Company. The comments section of the live stream was a mess. All kinds of slurs are flying around. Opponent ban simply can't be banned. This Tianma person is really trash. The boss wants others to be his lover. Others do not want to slander others. Such a person you dare to buy things in his live room? That's just it. With scum like that, we're not going to buy anything from his company's live stream. Yes, sooner or later people like that will go bankrupt. No. I bought something 2 days ago and returned it. I'm returning it too. I've bought stuff from him and the quality of the stuff is so poor that it sells for more than what's out there. Return it. That is, Return it. Returns. The comment section is clear of returns. Wang Hao and Bai Waner exited the live room, and once again entered the live room of another anchor from Tianma Live, which remained the same. The comment section went straight down. Wang Hao and Bai Waner looked at the heavenly horse that had been claimed by Wang Hao, and smiles appeared on their faces. Wan Air, this is the time for Tianma Live Company to step in and apologize. And it's time for you to prepare for your anchors to carry the goods. And as for Timo and Nightblade Shingo, they don't need to carry the goods. Just let them live and record videos in their own style. As for the others, you see to the arrangements. Wang Hao arranged things. Well, brother Hao, I usually leave the company's affairs to the president, as well as the selection of products and all of that to her as well. Good. By the way, for the company's income, you do this, all the company's income is yours, and it will be credited to your card every month on a monthly basis, and then I'll take the money and send it to them when the time comes. Bai Wan Air was puzzled, didn't understand what Wang Hao meant by this. In that case, wouldn't it be that all the money earned by the company would be hers, and Wang Hao would then take his own money to pay her? This, brother Hao, wouldn't you lose money that way? Wang Hao looked at Bai Waner with a smile on his face. He can never lose money. After all, this money can only come to Bai Waner's hands. He can obtain funds through the salary rebate, and when he obtains the funds, he will take out some of them to pay these employees. Then he can still earn a few hundred times it. If Bai Wan Air could make tens of millions of dollars a month, get tens or even tens of billions of dollars in paychecks, this is the only way to maximize the benefits. But he couldn't explain to Bai Wan Air like this either. Wan Air, money isn't important to me. What's important is you, brother Hao. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Bai Wan Air hugged him tightly. Ding, wage cashback goddess Bai Wan Air's favorability +3. Ding, congratulations to the host. Paycheck return goddess Bai Wan Air's favorability breaks through 95. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the binding times once. Hearing the system's voice, the corners of Wang Hao's mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. Bai Wan Air's favorability was finally breaking through 95, so the next thing to do was just to spend another 20 billion or so, then she would be able to get another binding opportunity. At that time, they would be able to bind Orange Jingy, Zhang Rumen, and White Heron together. Wang Hao held Bai Waner in his arms, and while he was at it, he had the system open Bai Waner's data. System, open Bai Waner's data. Ding, data generation in progress. Name White Bull. Age, 23. Face value, 90. Favoritism, 95. Devoted. Height, 168. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, internet anchor. Current cashback multiplier, 500x. Cumulative funds received for the month, $320,000. Remaining time to payroll rebate, 18 days. Bai Waner's stats changed a bit, but the biggest change of course belongs to the payroll rebate multiplier, which has come from 200x to 500x now. In that case, joining Bai Waner would earn 10 million a month, so he would get 5 billion through payroll cashback. If Bai Waner could make 100 million a month, then he would get 50 billion through payroll cashback. What a scary number that is. Wang Hao was also very much looking forward to it. However, he was leaving for Kyoto tomorrow. After all, there were only a few days left before Zoliying's birthday, so if he didn't go, it would be too late. But before going to Kyoto, he needed to talk to Wu Ye and the girls first, and with her sister-in-law's divorce cooling off period almost up, she needed to get the rest of her business done. On the evening of the 11th, Wang Hao first came to Bai Waner's house with her and told her about going to Kyoto for a while. After saying that he made a trip to Zhang Shuyu's place and told her about this matter as well, eventually he made it back to the house. At this time, Wu Ye and his sister-in-law were both sitting on the sofa, and Mo was watching cartoons. Wang Hao nonchalantly sat between the two. Sister Wu Ye, sister-in-law, tomorrow I'm going to Kyoto for a while. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye hurriedly pulled him after him. How? What are you doing in Kyoto? Sister Wu Ye, didn't I invest in that movie before? Something's going on over there. I have to go check it out. As for investing in the movie, Wu Ye was aware of it. After all, Wang Hao had given her all the proceeds from investing in the movie, and as long as the movie was released she would get a share. So Wu Ye didn't doubt Wang Hao's words. Sister-in-law also looked at Wang Hao curiously. Xiao Hao, you're still investing in movies? Well, I pitched a movie starring Sister Liang before. Is it Shou Liang? Seeing his sister-in-law's excited appearance, Wang Hao and Wu Ye both laughed. But that's understandable. After all, Zhou Liang is a movie queen. Well, sister-in-law, you also know Shou Liang? That's for sure. I'm still a fan of hers. It would be great to get a picture with her. What Li Yunru didn't know was that the relationship between Zhao Liang and Wang Hao had been close for a long time, and she just didn't know what her expression would be when she found out the news later. Chapter 174, Travel to Kyoto. After explaining the matters of the two companies in Magic City, Wang Hao was ready to leave for Kyoto. This time he was going to Kyoto alone. After all, he was going to look for his star wife. It was definitely not appropriate to bring another woman. And when he got to Kyoto, maybe he would meet more goddesses. If you take someone with you, you won't be able to ask for green bubbles when the time comes. It's not that much trouble to go alone. 14th morning, Wang Hao was ready to pack up a bit, then stay home with his sister-in-law for the morning and leave for the airport in the afternoon. Only he hadn't even gotten out of bed yet when Elon called him. Hey, Sister Blue, what's wrong? How? Did you book a flight to Kyoto this afternoon? Yeah, didn't I tell you before? This way, Orange Jingy and White Heron are going to Kyoto to attend a conference. They are going with you. The airfare company has already bought it for you, and I'll be in Kyoto on the 15th. You'll wait for me at Liying's place. With Helan's relationship with Zhao Liying, it was impossible for her not to go to Zhao Liying's birthday, so Wang Hao didn't hide it from her. He then told Helan that he was going to go to Zhuo Liying's birthday. Originally, Helan was going to go with Wang Hao, but a couple of female artists from the stick country are going to sign their contracts on the 15th. Helan could only wait until he finished signing contracts for a few female artists from the stick country before rushing over. Moreover, Wang Hao didn't expect Orange Jingy and White Heron to go to Kyoto as well. But why didn't Zhang Rumen go? He was a little puzzled. Sister Blue, both Jingy and Shiro are going? Well, as well as their agents and assistants are going. The plane's first class are company all-inclusive. You can rest assured that. Okay, then I'll pick them up at the office this afternoon. No, you can just pick them up at home. They're not coming to the office today. Good. Sister Lun, come early too. I'll send you the location when I get to Kyoto. Well, I'll be here as soon as I've signed a couple of female artists from the stick country. Good. By the way, Sister Lun, Liji Anthracite from the stick country, you give her a set of houses in Tang Sini Pin. I know. The two chatted cloyingly for a while afterward. However, he had just hung up the phone when Li Yunru pushed her way in wearing a pair of tight jeans and a small white halter that showed her belly button. Wang Hao was all confused. How did this come in directly? Isn't he afraid that Wu Ye will find out? It really is. Sister Yunru, what are you doing in here? Don't worry, Wu Ye has gone out to work and won't be back until noon. With that, she walked over to the bed and dove under the covers. Wang Hao was looking on in awe. Sister Yunru, didn't I say it before? Before you got divorced, I wouldn't do that kind of thing to you. Sis knows, I'm going to get this over with tomorrow too, when I get back. How? At those words, Wang Hao gently hugged her. Yes, kiss, for a long time. Sister Yunru, Xiao Hao, don't call me sister-in-law anymore, okay? Hey, Li Yunru gave him a blank look, so she let him be. Sister Yunru, I think you're definitely good at birth. Why? Because you. You. No decent. Sister Yunru, I'll give you living expenses when you come back, or else if you have so much extra money in your card, it will definitely be treated as your joint property. How? I don't want it. I just want to live with you. Good girl. Don't worry. We'll always be together. Aha! After having lunch with Wu Ye and his sister-in-law at noon, Wang Hao drove his big G to Orange Jingy's house. He knocked on the door. It didn't take long for the door to open. Orange Jingy, who had already packed up, was also a bit surprised when she saw Wang Hao. Boss, why you? Why can't it be me? Let's go. Ha, you're giving me a ride? Don't. Orange Jingy thought that Wang Hao was going to send her on purpose, which made her even more sure that Wang Hao had thoughts about her. However, Wang Hao's next words made her feel groundless. Well, I'm going to Kyoto too. Let's go. We have to pick up Shiro. We won't make it in time later. So she wasn't the only one picked up. There was Shiro. This made Orange Jingy think that she was overthinking things, but she didn't overthink it. Wang Hao was really thinking about her. After that, Wang Hao came with Orange Jingy to White Heron's doorstep, picked up White Heron and set off directly towards the airport. As for Orange Jingy and Shiro's agents and assistants, they had all gone to the airport first. Neither Orange Jingy nor Shiro sat in the passenger seat though, they both sat in the back seat. Wang Hao was also helpless, but didn't say anything. After getting on the plane in a while, he decided to bind Orange Jingy and Shiro first, so that he could also get more cashback funds when his salary was returned next month. As for Zhang Rumen, he probably couldn't be bound this month because he didn't know how long he would be going to Kyoto this time. And he wasn't sure if Zhang Rumen had time to return to Magic City this month. If he didn't have the chance to meet Zhang Rumen, he wouldn't be able to bind even if he had the chance to bind. At present, Hoya Film and Media only had the highest salary for the three of them, and he would definitely prioritize binding the three of them. When he thought of taking an airplane, Wang Hao thought of Song Sherman, the flight attendant with the great face. It was just that the two of them didn't talk anymore after a period of time because Wang Hao himself didn't have the time to find them to chat with on his own side. Moreover, there is no lack of goddesses with high face value around him now. As for whether he wants to use Song Sherman as a binding object for his salary rebate as well, it can only depend on fate. That, Sister Jingy, Sister Manhwa, do you all have any plans to go to Kyoto this time? Wang Hao felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he took the initiative to open the topic. As for Bai Manhwa and Orange Jingy, they were also a bit stunned when they heard Wang Hao call him sister. That, boss, would it be bad for you to call us sis? Orange Jingy and Bai Manhwa said in the same voice. Egret is just a stage name for Bai Manhwa. Her real name is Bai Manhwa. It's fine, we can call each other whatever we want in private. I'm a bit younger than you guys, so it's only natural that I call you sister, Wang Hao said with a smile. Seeing that the boss was so nice to work with, the two of them lost the constraints they had earlier. Turning to Wang Hao, he chatted with him. Then boss, can we really call you Wang Hao? Bai Manhwa softly said. Sure thing, you guys can call me something else if you want. Ha, call it what it is. Hey, that's up to you guys. After such a joke, the atmosphere between the three was much lighter, and Wang Hao knew about their recent schedule. After this trip to Kyoto to participate in the brand's conference, they will go to another city. There are other things to be busy over there, and the company has recently given them a drama. They need to go to the shoot. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao all but laughed. Get busy. The more money they made, the more salary rebates they could get when Wang Hao bound them. Chatting away, Wang Hao and the others arrived at the airport. After meeting with their agents and assistants, they went straight to boarding the plane. Just as this came to the airplane, Wang Hao met an acquaintance. Chapter 175. Ji Liang wants to shoot a kissing scene. He had just thought of Song Sherman and didn't expect to meet her here. But wasn't she on that route to Shangri-La in the Cloud Province? How come she was on a plane to Kyoto? And at that moment, Song Sherman seemed to have seen Wang Hao as well. She smiled and said hello to him. Sir, I'll show you to first class. With that, Song Sherman led Wang Hao and the others to the first class cabin. It was only when Wang Hao sat down that she said with some excitement, Wang Hao, it's really you. I thought I had mistaken you just now. Sister Sherman, I didn't expect to meet you here either. Why did you transfer to this flight? The arrangement from above. What are you going to Kyoto for? A friend's birthday. Oh, I'll get busy. Talk to you later. Aha! After saying that, Song Sherman left. There were a total of 8 first-class cabins on this airplane, which meant that there were 7 of them in total, and there was still one more seat. But this seat had also been bought, which meant that Helan had said that he had chartered the first-class cabin. And after sitting down, Shiro and Orange Jingy took their masks off. After all, there was no need to worry about anyone recognizing them here. The first-class seats on this airplane are somewhat similar to business seats on a high-speed train. There are 2 locations in the center that are connected to one another, and then there's a divider that goes up and down, and then there's a little aisle, and next to the little aisle is another location. While Wang Hao sat in the center, Orange Jingy and Bai Mengjiakua sat on one side. After a while, the plane took off, and Song Sherman came over to the first-class side of the plane a little while after it took off. Wang Hao, Sister Sherman, I didn't expect it, but you're Hoya's boss. It was Wang Hao's turn to be shocked. He couldn't imagine how Song Sherman would know about this. What's that supposed to mean? Sister Sherman? You're still not being honest. Who doesn't know now that Orange Jingy and Bailu as well as Zhang Rohan signed up with Haoya? And today the first class was chartered by Haoya. And you're with the first class. Tell me how I guessed that. Wang Hao hemmed and hawed. But what if I'm Sister Monya's or Sister Jingy's assistant? How can that be? You're sitting in the center. That means your identity must be uncomplicated. I can't think of anything else but the boss. Sister Sherman, this is a very reasonable analysis. Well, you won't even come to me for a chat if I don't reach out to you. Hey, it's not that I'm too busy over at the company. I don't have time. Song Sherman spoke with Wang Hao for a while, and then she went to get busy. After all, she was a flight attendant, and now that the plane was on its way, she naturally couldn't have too much interaction with him. When Song Sherman left, Bai Manhwa and Orange Jingy were also curious and asked about him. Wang Hao then told them about how he and Song Sherman met. The flight went very well. After an hour or so of flying, Wang Hao and his group soon arrived in Kyoto. This was also the first time in Wang Hao's life that he had been to Kyoto. He was also very curious. While Orange Jingy and Bai Manhwa weren't, they had lived in Kyoto when they joined Haoya. It was only after they joined Haoya that they moved to Magic City. When Haoya also gained a firm foothold in Kyoto in the future, then they would still live in Kyoto. When she got off the plane, Song Sherman looked at Wang Hao. Softly, he said, Wang Hao, remember to look for me. I'll treat you to dinner. Yes, Wang Hao answered, then got off the plane with Orange Jingy and Bai Manhwa. Before going out, Orange Jingy and Bai Manhwa put their masks on, so that they wouldn't be recognized by any fans later, and they wouldn't be able to leave at that time, but they hadn't told anyone else about their trip, so no one should know. After leaving the airport, Wang Hao saw the woman who had made him think about her 1,000 times. She was wearing a long red spotted dress with a ponytail. She was like a fairy and one couldn't help but look towards her. The moment they met, they couldn't hold back any longer and hugged each other tightly. And at this moment, the people behind them froze. For Orange Jingy and White Heron, they naturally knew who they were. They also didn't expect Wang Hao to be so close to her. Only after a while did Wang Hao say to Orange Jingy and White Heron, "Go about your business, and call me if anything happens." Yes. After saying that, Orange Jingy and Shiro left with their managers and assistants. Wang Hao also came to her car with Shuo Liang. Her car is a Porsche Panamera. "How? Do you want to try?" After saying that, Zhou Liang handed the key to Wang Hao. Wang Hao smiled faintly and took the key from her hand. "Get in the driver's seat." Zhou Liang, on the other hand, got on the passenger side. "Sister Liang, I missed you so much." As soon as he got into the car, Wang Hao held her face and kissed her. "Little bad boy, come on, be careful of getting caught on camera later. Let's go home first." "Okay, but Liang-san, where are we going?" "Wait, I'll navigate you." With that said, Zhou Liang took out her cell phone and navigated to her house. Wang Hao naturally followed the navigation drive. Originally, Wang Hao wanted to enjoy the bustling scene of Kyoto while driving, but he had underestimated the bustle of Kyoto. The road was full of cars, and it was still the rush hour after work. The roads are full of cars. There's a traffic jam. It was all he could do to drive with full concentration. And Zhou Liang was just like a little girl, just looking at Wang Hao who was driving seriously. Finally, after an hour of driving, Wang Hao arrived at the place where Zhao had positioned herself. Wang Hao looked at the location, Taihu Kyoto Courtyard. Although Wang Hao hadn't heard of this place, but in Kyoto, where could there be any cheap places? And it's a modern yard. Zhou Liang took the key and pressed it, and the door opened automatically. "Little bad boy, pull the car in." "Yes." After saying that, Wang Hao drove the car to the courtyard. Once the car was parked, Zhou Liang pulled into the house. The two hadn't seen each other in 10 days, and the thoughts spilled out like a fountain. When he returned home, Zhou Liang pulled him to his room and closed the door. For a long time, the two lay on the bed, hugging each other. "Honey, there's no one home?" "No, this yard is where I usually come when I'm alone. My parents live in another house with bubbles." "Well, doesn't that mean no one is bothering the two of us?" After saying that, Wang Hao looked at Zhao in a cheap manner. Zhou Liang gave him a blank look. "Bad boy, there's something I need to tell you." What's going on?" "It's just, this scene I'm shooting right now. He has a kissing scene tomorrow." Hearing this, Wang Hao was dumbfounded. A kissing scene? His own woman? How could he let her do a kissing scene with someone else? Chapter 176, Wang Hao takes the initiative. Wang Hao hurriedly asked, "Sister Liang, can we change people when we shoot?" "Ha?" Zhou Liang looked at Wang Hao with unblinking eyes. Of course she knew what Wang Hao was thinking. "You want to do a kissing scene with me, little bad boy?" "Definitely. You're my wife. How could I possibly let you do a kissing scene with someone else? If I want to do it, it'll be with me." Wang Hao directly volunteered. Anyway, he's got clan acting skills, so what's he afraid of? That's fine. After all, you're on the funding side too. But are you really okay with it? Hey, my movie queen wife, just wait and see. You'll be surprised. Really? Why didn't Zhou Liang believe it? But she doesn't want to do a kissing scene with anyone else either. Shooting with your own man is the best, and if that doesn't work, then just use a body double, which she wouldn't do anyway. That's what she thought. Since Wang Hao wanted to try it, then she would try it, and if it didn't work then she would have a replacement. I'm sure the director won't say anything if it's arranged this way. If it was an actor who came like this, then the director would definitely scold the actor. But who let Wang Hao be the capitalist? The director didn't dare say anything even if he wanted to, not to mention the fact that there are two more on the funding side. One is still the main character. "Sister Liang, you have to trust your man, then I'll believe you for a while." "Little villain, what are you doing in Kyoto this time? Being secretive and not even telling me?" Hey, secret, you'll find out tomorrow." "Well, are you begging for a fight?" With that, Zhao and Wang Hao scuffled. "Let's see if I scratch you." "Ha ha ha, Sister Liang, I was wrong. Spare me." "Ha ha ha, it tickles." Wang Hao was directly tickled and laughed, but it also gave her some stunning views. "Sister Liang, I'm going to fight back." Saying that, Wang Hao also tickled Zhao Liang. If people were to see the 36-year-old Zhao Liang actually playing around with Wang Hao like an 18-year-old girl, they would definitely be shocked. At this moment, Zhao Liang was like a naive little girl without any worries, happy with her favorite person. After a long time, the two seemed tired, so they fell asleep holding each other tightly. By the time they woke up it was 10 o'clock at night. Sound of an empty stomach. After waking up, Wang Hao's stomach growled. Zhou Liang smiled at the sight. She had a nice smile. Wang Hao was dumbfounded. What are you looking at, little devil? Get up and go eat. In fact, there were still a lot of things to be busy with today, but after knowing that Wang Hao was coming, she directly put off all the things on her hands. Ever since her favorability reached 95, in her heart, Wang Hao was more important than anything else. Of course, this mentality is also happening in Wang Hao's body. Sister Liang, what are we going to eat? What do you want to eat? Wang Hao pondered for a while. Suddenly, a great idea came to mind. Sister Liang, why don't we have some barbecue and a little beer? Tonight. Okay. Shou Liang agreed without hesitation, and then picked up her cell phone and ordered takeout. However, when Wang Hao saw what she ordered, his entire body was dumbfounded. Nice guy. Oysters, leeks and cashews. This mustn't patch him up. However, he looked at Zhao and a smug smile appeared on his face, and regardless of that, the big deal was that he was taking less time off today to talk to her. After ordering, Zhou Liang put her cell phone down. The two hugged again. They don't want to leave each other for a minute now. It wasn't until the takeout arrived that Zhou Liang let Wang Hao go out to get it. After Wang Hao brought in the takeout, Zhou Liang also changed into a cute pink nightgown. Wang Hao took the barbecue out from inside the takeout bag. A whole lot of stuff. All of them are great tonic things, and the most of them are oysters and cashews. Wang Hao gulped, already knowing in his heart how tonight would end. Surely Wing took 2 glasses as well as 2 bottles of beer. The two then ate. Sister Liang, dry one. Wang Hao raised his glass and the two of them drank. He drained a glass of beer in one gulp. In this hot weather, with air conditioning, a small barbecue, and the company of his movie star wife, this life is absolutely ceiling level. Shou Liang smiled faintly. Then he selected a large pile of oysters and cashews from the barbecue and handed them to Wang Hao. Little bad boy, eat more, you'll be consuming quite a bit in a while. Hey! Wang Hao took the cashews and oysters handed over by Shou Liang and ate them one by one. Looking at Wang Hao, Zhou Liang also revealed a happy smile. Little bad boy, let's go to my house tomorrow when we're done filming. Tomorrow? Well, all the time I've been back, my mom has been asking me to take you back to meet her, and now that you're here, it's about time. Good, I'll go with you tomorrow. After that, the two of them ate and chatted until 12 o'clock, when Wang Hao cleared the table. On the other hand, Zhao Liang went to take a shower first, and after cleaning up, he sat on the sofa and waited for Zhao Liang to finish her shower. When the two had finished showering, they lay down together, and the cashews and oysters and leeks that Wang Hao had just eaten came into play. Early the next morning, Wang Hao and Zhao Liang got up early. They're going to the theater today. Today, Zhao Liang has a kissing scene. Wang Hao is going to try. If he can shoot it, then Zhao Liang will be on it. If not, let Zhao Liang's understudy be on it. Wang Hao looked at Zhou Liang holding onto him without hiding it at all. He then realized that Shou Liang wasn't even thinking of hiding it, but then that would certainly be a lot of people to know. But there was nothing that couldn't be made public, and it was only by the arm. And Wu Yan knew Zhao Liang. As for Helan, Bai Wan Er and Zhang Shuyu, they all knew that Wang Hao had more than one woman. As long as he and Zhou Liang didn't go out in public, then they could only speculate. Little bad boy, let's go. After packing up, Wang Hao and Zhao Liang set off for the theater. Yes. After saying that, Zhao took his arm and came to her car, but this time it wasn't driven by Wang Hao, but by Zhao. After all, Wang Hao had just arrived and wasn't very familiar with Kyoto, so driving according to Liang was the most suitable. After more than half an hour of rushing, Zhao and Wang Hao finally arrived at the destination, the photography venue of this time. After Shou Liang parked the car, she took Wang Hao's arm and walked into the crew, and this sight was seen by the crew, and instantly the whole crew was abuzz.